In the vast ocean, a transport ship is being bombarded by a massive warship. On deck, a man frantically dodges incoming shells, the blast waves making the entire deck slippery and wet. In the midst of the chaos, he suddenly noticed a shell hurtling towards his location, and despair instantly overwhelmed him. His name was Ning, and he had been unexpectedly transported into the world of a warship game called Azur Lane. What made him even more desperate was that the cube he relied on was betrayed and stolen by the person he loved, who even gave it to someone else, making it impossible for him to build Shipgirls and completely depriving him of the ability to protect himself. Just as Ning was sinking into endless despair, a clear and mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Danger detected. World of Warships command system activated. The system has gifted you a legendary Shipgirl. You are now the commander and have the authority to command the Shipgirl. Before he could finish speaking, a stunningly beautiful Shipgirl quietly appeared beside him. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Shipgirl and hearing the lingering notification in his mind, Ning Li's hope was rekindled. He silently vowed in his heart he would survive this disaster and make the person who betrayed him pay the price. The system is very simple, consisting of only 3 modules: Commander Skills, Ship Technology Tree, and Shop. But now is not the time to study these things. The crisis involving the Sirens is still looming, and everything should wait until it is safe to do so. Commander, what should we do? Saratoga asked, sounding slightly nervous. Don't rush, Saratoga. Go and deploy the ship first, Ning replied in a deep voice. With the system's support, Ning was able to have almost complete control over the warships he commanded. Aircraft carriers that could only launch one type of carrier-based aircraft in the game could now, with the system's assistance, simultaneously carry and launch 3 types of carrier-based aircraft. The secondary guns on the aircraft carrier could no longer be limited to automatic locking. Ning could now switch to active control. At this moment, the deck was still being bombarded by shells, splashing water everywhere, and the nearby waves were surging, as if they were about to swallow everything at any moment. Commander, hold on tight to me, Saratoga whispered, her face flushed. Ning didn't immediately understand her meaning, and a question arose in his mind. Why did she need to hold her? Seeing Ning's puzzled expression, Saratoga quickly explained. After the ship is deployed, you need to board it to command the battle, but there is no boarding ladder here, so I have to take you up. This made Ning suddenly realize what was going on. But when he looked at Saratoga, who was only about 1.2 meters tall, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as he hesitated, a shell landed near the deck. The violent jolt caused Ning to lose his balance, and he fell directly into Saratoga's arms. Ouch, that hurts. The Shipgirl's physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Even though she looks weak, her body is a warship made of tens of thousands of tons of steel. The impact felt like hitting an incredibly hard steel plate. It took him a while to recover, and the collision, by sheer coincidence, landed him squarely in Saratoga's arms. Ahem, sorry Jejia. The situation is urgent. Let's deploy the ship first. Ning stood up awkwardly. Just as Ning finished speaking, a shell swept across the deck, creating a deafening sonic boom that successfully drew the 2 men's attention back to the battlefield. Saratoga knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such things, so he quickly unleashed a beam of light with one hand. Beside the transport ship, a massive, phantom-like steel warship suddenly appeared. In just a few seconds, the phantom-like image solidified into a real warship. Ning was utterly stunned by the sight before him. As a fervent naval warfare enthusiast, this was a dream come true for him. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a massive ship. As the largest conventional deck aircraft carrier in actual combat, the Saratoga has a displacement of 40,000 tons. Ning could recite the data of this warship almost off the top of his head. But when he looked at the enormous aircraft carrier, which contrasted sharply with the petite Shipgirl Saratoga beside it, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Of course, Saratoga had no idea what Ning was thinking. She leaped lightly and landed steadily on the deck of her ship. Commander, I need you to lead me in battle, she reminded him. According to her predecessor's memories, the level of naval warfare in this world was extremely backward. For example, when it comes to bombing operations for carrier-based aircraft, the Shipgirls and commanders in this world don't use any tactical methods at all. They just blindly drop bombs. Not to mention dive bombing or low-altitude penetration. These are things that nobody has even bothered to research. The battleship's fighting methods were ridiculously primitive. Techniques such as seizing salvo angles and adjusting angles were completely incomprehensible to the soldiers of this world, and no one even knew of the existence of such tactics. All the energy was focused on leveling up the Shipgirls, completely ignoring the true value of the commander in battle, the command itself. Okay, I'm going to start taking control, Ning whispered. After forming a contract with the Shipgirl, he instinctively established a connection with her spirit. With the activation of his mental energy, his perspective quickly switched, appearing above the Saratoga in a third-person view. This is exactly the same as in the game. Ning couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As the ship deployed, the target area suddenly expanded. Just then, a siren shell struck the Saratoga's side, instantly causing a burst of fire and smoke, and the entire aircraft carrier jolted. Saratoga cried out in pain as thick black smoke billowed from the spot where the bullet had struck her side. The blow had clearly hurt her. Tears were welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back from crying. It's terrible, Commander. The ship is on fire, she reported anxiously to Ning, her eyes filled with tears. Ning, however, remained calm. It was just a fire, it wasn't anything too serious. Commander, do you know that once a fire starts, the ship will continuously lose health, and the fire will only stop when it extinguishes itself? Saratoga, fearing Ning was unaware of the seriousness of the fire, quickly explained. Ning, of course, knew, but he still had the system. Don't worry, little Saratoga, Ning whispered reassuringly. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames on the ship's hull, which had been burning fiercely, went out instantly, as if they had never existed. What is this? For a moment, Saratoga was stunned. In her understanding, once a ship catches fire, it can only be left to extinguish itself naturally, unless it is a high-ranking commander with special skills who can put out the fire. Looking at Saratoga standing motionless before him, Ning couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The perspective had now completely switched to the same third-person view as in the game. The ship's current combat data is clearly displayed below the field of view. Armament: 4x twin 203mm main guns, 12x single 127mm guns. Anti-aircraft gun carrier-based aircraft, F-2A Buffalo fighter, SBD dreadnought bomber, B-2D, 1 destroyer bomber, skill, damage control team. How are you feeling, Saratoga? Ning had now completely taken control of Saratoga's ship and could also sense her presence. It feels good, Commander. But this is the first time I've deployed the ship, so I can only barely control the secondary guns and navigation right now. Saratoga's voice was filled with excitement, but her spirits sank when she realized she still couldn't control the carrier-based aircraft. As an aircraft carrier, I can't even command the planes. I'm useless. Saratoga's emotions, which had just begun to recover, sank again, and she hung her head in frustration. It's all right. Just do as I say. Leave the fighting to me. At this moment, Ning exuded a convincing authority. Saratoga even instinctively felt that she could not disobey. Captain, can you hear me? Ning immediately contacted the transport ship via communications. Yes, this is a transport ship. The captain was initially taken aback, but upon hearing the voice on the radio, he immediately recognized it as the naval cadet who had originally been on board. Follow the aircraft carrier and get out of the siren's attack range. Ning's primary objective was to lead the transport ship away from the cruiser's gunfire threat as quickly as possible. Okay, got it. The captain reacted immediately, turning the rudder back towards the port they had come from. At the same time, Ning adjusted the ship's course. Saratoga, you're in control. Maintain speed. Yes, sir. Saratoga's maneuverability was excellent. It completed the turn in just a few minutes. During this time, while the siren's fire continued unabated, their accuracy noticeably decreased. Bomber formation, prepare for takeoff. With Ning's command, 10 SBD dreadnoughts appeared out of thin air on the flat deck of the Saratoga. The speed of this hangar deployment is too magical. Ning couldn't help but complain that in reality, it would take at least 10 minutes to hoist these 10 planes from the hangar to the deck. But in this world of Shipgirls, as long as there is enough ammunition, all combat supplies can be generated instantly. The bomber engines roared to life, and the planes began their ski-jump takeoff. Commander, don't take off so many at once. They'll crash. Saratoga, focused on piloting the aircraft, panicked when she saw 10 bombers take off simultaneously. At this moment, the captain of the transport ship, who had already left the siren's attack range, seemed to hear a roar and instinctively looked back. The shipgirls inside the cabin also looked up at the sky. My God, how did he do that? So many carrier-based aircraft taking off at once, and the aircraft carrier is still moving. The shipgirls in the cabin were stunned by the scene before them. In this world, shipgirls capable of launching 10 carrier-based aircraft simultaneously do exist, but that is usually an operation that can only be achieved by shipgirls above level 60 with the support of the commander's spirit. Only one hypothesis remained in their minds. The bomber before them was not being piloted autonomously by Saratoga, but rather directly controlled by Ning using his mental powers. Indeed, what Ning was doing was exactly as the captain and his men had suspected, directly controlling the bomber through the system. The system alert sounded again as they entered enemy air defense range. There's even an enemy fire warning. This system is incredibly intelligent. Ning couldn't help but exclaim again. As the system notification sounded, a dense barrage of siren anti-aircraft guns rained down on the bomber formation from the distance. Reduce altitude. Unlike games where you can only fly at a fixed altitude, Ning's system allows you to freely adjust the flight altitude and formation of carrier-based aircraft. At this point, the bombers were still 10 kilometers away from the enemy fleet. To maximize their strike effect, they had to close to within 3 kilometers, pull up, and then dive to drop their bombs. While Ning was concentrating on avoiding anti-aircraft fire, the Naval Academy's garrison also received an alert. What? Siren warships spotted? Exact location? About 50 miles from the Academy. A transport ship has already been attacked. The sirens have been too active lately. First squad, follow me. When Ning and the sirens first clashed, the Academy received intelligence and quickly dispatched a fleet of shipgirls to provide support. When they arrived at the battle area, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. 10 bombers flying at extremely high speeds at a height of less than 5 meters above the sea, constantly swaying left and right to skillfully evade anti-aircraft fire. My God, whose aircraft carrier girl is this? As the captain of the Academy's guard team, the Prince of Wales is a level 50 free battleship girl. Although she is not good at aircraft carriers, she still knows a thing or two about them. Such difficult flight maneuvers and massive formations can usually only be performed by shipgirls of level 70 or higher under the mental connection of a high-ranking commander. But how can we drop bombs at such a low altitude suddenly? The bomber group climbed sharply about 3 kilometers from the enemy cruiser, its flight attitude becoming almost vertical. What is he trying to do? Prince of Wales and his 2 accompanying shipgirls forgot their mission and stared blankly at the movements of the 10 bombers. Isn't it enough to just fly over and drop bombs? What kind of tactic is this? In his past experience, bombers usually used saturation bombing tactics against the enemy. Such sophisticated and complex tactics were completely unprecedented. The bomber continued to climb until it reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, at which point it was only 1 kilometer away from the Siren's fleet. Initiate dive. Ning's mind raced. 10 SBD dreadnoughts immediately plunged down, heading straight for the enemy ship. The deafening roar of their massive propellers shook the entire sea. At that moment, every shipgirl present, whether a destroyer girl on the transport ship or the Prince of Wales, felt a fear rising from the depths of their hearts. I actually feel fear, the Prince of Wales thought, his heart pounding. The last time he felt this way was when facing the Siren's flagship. But now, just 10 bombers were giving him an even stronger sense of oppression than when facing the flagship. Just as everyone's attention was focused, the bomber rapidly approached the sea surface. Activate the speed brakes. The already piercing hum intensified, echoing across the sea and sky. But it only lasted a few seconds. And the targeting system is too intelligent, Ning thought to himself. He had already divided the 10 bombers into 2 groups, each attacking one of the 2 cruisers. As they dived deeper, the bombers' speed increased dramatically. Drop the bombs. With Ning's mental command, all 10 bombers simultaneously released their belly bombs. Each bomb weighed 2,000 pounds, enough to sink an enemy ship with a single strike. Yet, 5 bombs fell simultaneously. The bombers then rapidly climbed, and behind them, 2 sirens were engulfed in flames by the explosions almost at the same time. The bomb penetrated the deck and struck deep into the hull, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that sent the entire warship soaring into the air. After the flames subsided, only a floating wreckage remained on the sea where the enemy ship had been. What terrifying power! A bomber can be used like this. The Prince of Wales murmured in disbelief from afar. He had always believed that bombers needed to cover a wide area to be effective, and this low-altitude penetration climb-dive tactic was a completely revolutionary concept to him. What are you all standing there for? Go and meet the transport ship. After a while, the Prince of Wales suddenly snapped out of his daze and realized that he still had a mission to complete. Oh, okay, Captain. The 2 accompanying ship girls hurriedly responded and headed towards the transport ship in the distance. Chapter 5. Battle Conclusion. Encounter with the Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales was extremely excited. She desperately wanted to meet the mysterious commander. After all, The ability to control 10 bombers at once and execute precise dive-bombing maneuvers was simply unheard of. She even secretly thought that perhaps this commander would take a liking to her and recruit her as a ship girl. This thought made even this Royal Navy ship girl blush a little. Soon after, they finally arrived at the location of the enormous aircraft carrier. It was the Saratoga, its outstretched hull almost completely covering the sea surface. In contrast, the Prince of Wales did not deploy its full hull, but instead maintained a flexible hull configuration. While this configuration slightly diminishes its combat capabilities, it is better suited for close-range communication. As she approached, Saratoga's long deck, towering bridge, and prominent CV-3 came into view. The Prince of Wales thought to himself, CV-1 is Langley, CV-2 is unknown, so CV-3 is most likely some White Eagle predecessor. Just as she was lost in thought, a clear, childlike voice interrupted her. Saratoga was the first to spot the newcomer and greeted her, asking if she was a ship girl sent by the Academy to provide support. The Prince of Wales nodded in response, introduced herself as the captain of the college guard, and said she had come to support the nearby attack transport ship and wished to thank the commander in person for his help. Saratoga did not refuse after hearing this, and turned to convey the request to Ningle in her mind. When Ningle heard the name, Prince of Wales, he instantly perked up. He was incredibly excited. Finally, he wouldn't have to deal with the mess and a bunch of elementary school girl ship girls anymore, and he was finally going to meet the familiar older sister from the game. He nodded and agreed to let her board the ship. The Prince of Wales then boarded Saratoga's deck. Her short blonde hair, navy red uniform, and white knee-high socks instantly captivated Ningle. He was secretly delighted. This was exactly the image of a ship girl he had always dreamed of. Although it wasn't outwardly visible, the ship girl could sense emotions. Prince of Wales noticed Ningle's subtle gaze, feeling as if she were being stared at by a strange look. However, she quickly composed herself and noticed that Ningle was wearing a cadet uniform, indicating that he was not an official commander, which surprised her somewhat. She politely inquired whether Ningle was the commander of the aircraft carrier and pointed out that the combat maneuvers she had just witnessed could only be performed by a high-ranking commander. Ningle readily admitted that he had indeed operated the 10 bombers. His composure further astonished the Prince of Wales. To possess such skill before even being officially appointed was almost superhuman. She then thought that perhaps the other party had inherited a powerful ship girl from a high-ranking commander. So she proposed that she hoped to meet the mysterious aircraft carrier ship girl in person. Without hesitation, Ningle pointed to Saratoga next to her, and the little girl immediately puffed out her chest, as if to say, "I am that aircraft carrier ship girl." The Prince of Wales almost couldn't hold back on the spot. Looking at this pink-haired little girl, she almost thought that the other party was a destroyer and that Ningle was joking. But she quickly recalled Langley, also small in stature, yet the progenitor of the CV-1 aircraft carrier. So she comforted herself, perhaps it was a new technology from the White Eagle. She smiled in response, expressed her gratitude, and formally thanked Saratoga. Saratoga, however, looked embarrassed after being praised and quickly said it was all thanks to the commander. The Prince of Wales then mentioned that he also needed to return to the college, and invited Ningle to return with him, which Ningle readily agreed to. After all, who could refuse such a beautiful older sister as a companion? She also reminded Ning Lu that there was an entrance ceremony that afternoon. This reminder immediately changed Ning Li's expression. His predecessor had left the academy due to some humiliation, and now was the perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. Just then, a system notification sounded, announcing the settlement of battle rewards. Ning Lu gained 2,000 experience points, 2,000 resources, and 2,000 commander experience points. So you can get rewards for battles in the system? Ning Lu immediately opened the interface to check the various functions of the system. He first checked the commander skills, which currently only included repair team and damage control team. Experience could be accumulated in each battle, which could then be used to upgrade these skills. He then checked the ship tech tree and currently only had data for Saratoga. When he opened the upgrade interface, he was completely stunned. The next phase of Saratoga's refit plan is an angled deck and steam catapult system, with a hull length of 326 meters and a full load displacement of over 80,000 tons. Ningle exclaimed inwardly, this was no longer a World War II level warship. It was practically the prototype of a modern aircraft carrier. Most importantly, it could actually be equipped with jet-powered carrier-based aircraft. But when he saw the experience required to level up, he was speechless. It required a full 10,000 experience points, while he only had 2,000, which was still a long way off. He then opened the shop, and the dazzling array of items and equipment caught his eye. Among them, The most attractive to him was the familiar oath ring. His eyes lit up. He even had the oath ring for the Shipgirl. As an LSP commander, how could he not have this? Although he claimed it was to fight the sirens, his heart had already wandered far away. He tried to pull his thoughts back and continued browsing the items in the store. A D-1 Sky Raider, Thunder Torpedo, 460mm triple-mounted naval gun, almost all of which were equipment he had painstakingly obtained in his previous life. Although the price wasn't cheap, the fact that it could be redeemed directly was already quite generous. He continued flipping through the pages and surprisingly found a modern equipment section in a corner of the store. Modern weapons such as the F-14 Panda, F-18 Hornet, and Zircon anti-ship missile system were prominently listed. At this moment, Ning completely broke down. He was so excited he almost jumped up and couldn't help but swear, startling Saratoga. She quickly asked what was wrong, but Ning coughed and said it was nothing, and continued sailing. The system delivered another newbie gift pack, containing a 100% colored carrier-based aircraft, some supplies, and oil. While not much, it's enough to get Saratoga a powerful pilot. Chapter 6 Return to the Academy. Saratoga's speed was truly impressive. He brought Ning back to the Academy's port in just a few hours. Standing on the deck, Ning looked at the familiar scenery, his heart filled with emotion. Just hours ago, he was a betrayed and helpless cadet, but now he has become a commander who has defeated the sirens and has Shipgirls. Fate can really change in an instant. Saratoga seemed to sense Ning's emotions, walked over to him, and whispered that she wasn't feeling well. Ning knew that this was a psychological trauma that only abandoned Shipgirls would have. He gently stroked her wind-blown pink hair, comforting her to stop dwelling on the past and to believe in herself. If she couldn't, then she should believe in him, her commander. In Saratoga's eyes, Ning was like her savior, someone who made her believe in the world again. But Ning's mind was actually very simple. Winning over Ning and getting the ship were the real priorities. Saratoga slowly docked, the massive aircraft carrier naturally attracting considerable attention. Many cadets were strolling with their Shipgirls, and upon seeing the carrier, they began to discuss it. It looks amazing. Whose Shipgirl is that? Could it be another one from a powerful family? For a moment, Saratoga became the focus of everyone's attention. After the gangway was lowered, Ning and the Prince of Wales walked down the hull one after the other, and Saratoga also put away its ship equipment and obediently followed behind Ning. The Prince of Wales gave Ning a standard bow, indicating that she needed to report to headquarters and thanking Ning for handling the siren crisis. The surrounding trainees, watching this scene, began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't that the Prince of Wales? Why is this trainee being personally escorted back?" Everyone chattered amongst themselves, but quickly dispersed, leaving only a few questions unanswered. Saratoga's massive hull seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ever since parting ways with the Prince of Wales, Saratoga had been sullen. Ning noticed her change in mood as he hurried to the registration desk. She pouted, crossed her arms, and followed behind him with a disgruntled expression, muttering under her breath, "Don't you prefer older sisters like the Prince of Wales?" Ning was taken aback. He was clearly looking at the system interface. He hadn't expected Saratoga to misunderstand. He stopped, crouched down, and said gently, "No, you're the best." As a result, he accidentally blurted out "Little Gadja" again, and Saratoga instantly bristled, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and pounced on him, biting Ning's hand. "Ouch! It hurts. Let go." Ning begged for mercy, and Saratoga finally released her mouth, snorting, "Oomph, you have to coax me, or I really won't talk to you anymore." Ning had no idea how to charm a girl, but then he suddenly remembered that the system had given him colored equipment. A brilliant idea struck him, and he quickly accessed the system panel. He immediately opened the 100% colored carrier-based aircraft box, and with a ding, he obtained an AD-1 Sky Raider. Although the aircraft was as small as a model, its colorful exterior and dazzling light effects made it an absolute treasure in this world. Ning handed it to Saratoga. "Don't be angry. This is for you." Saratoga, who had initially turned her head away, suddenly brightened up, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a treasure, staring intently at the plane. "Is it really for me?" "Of course it is, for my most important little Saratoga." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning realized he had made a mistake again and was filled with remorse. But this time, Saratoga didn't get angry. Instead, she nodded seriously. "Since you gave me the rainbow airplane, I'll allow you to call me Little Saratoga this once." Ning breathed a sigh of relief and simply went along with her mood, changing his address. "I'll still call you Jejia. It sounds better." Commander is the best." Ning thought to himself, Colored equipment is really powerful. Will I be able to get Shipgirls by sending colored equipment in the future? No, I should say fight against the sirens. As he pondered this, he continued walking towards the registration desk. Upon arriving, Ningle realized this was the very place where he had first arrived in this world. At the registration desk, he unexpectedly saw Professor Langley. She was the mentor in charge of registering new students. Professor Langley, I'm Ningle, a new student, here to register. With only half an hour left before the opening ceremony, there weren't many people at the registration desk. Langley nodded, had him fill in his basic information, and prepared to hand him a destroyer registration form. But just as she handed over the watch, she seemed to sense something, paused, then withdrew her hand, her gaze fixed on Saratoga. You're Saratoga? That's right, I'm CV-3 Saratoga, and I'm Langley's junior. Langley immediately smiled in agreement. As CV-1, she naturally recognized Saratoga, her junior from Eagle Union. Saratoga's goodwill towards her teacher instantly surged. Ningle then realized that Shipgirls only recognize each other within the same faction, which explained why the Prince of Wales had mistaken Saratoga for a destroyer. Langley looked at Ningle and remarked, You're really lucky. Saratoga is an extremely rare purple-tier Shipgirl. Ningle quickly laughed and replied, Haha, just lucky. Of course, he wouldn't say that Saratoga was found. That would be too embarrassing. Let's keep it a little secret between them. Filling out the registration form was quick, mostly just some personal information. But one question made Ningle raise an eyebrow. What type of Shipgirls do you like? He froze. Wasn't this just asking about hobbies? Would anyone actually fill it out seriously? With doubt in his eyes, he secretly glanced at the several completed forms next to him. He was immediately filled with shame. Everyone there had written about cruisers and battleships. Nothing like the frivolous ideas he'd had. Chapter 7 Class Assignment. A slap in the face. After filling out the registration form, Ningle said goodbye to Teacher Langley and headed towards the venue for the entrance ceremony. It was a spacious gymnasium, and almost all the new students of this year were present, with a Shipgirl standing next to each commander. Some of them were familiar to Ning Lu, but he didn't know most of them well. They all looked like newly built Shipgirls. Upon reaching the entrance, a Shipgirl in charge of reception checked Ning Li's ID card. Your seat is in the front row, carrier squad. Each new student had an ID card with their name and initial Shipgirl information, used for squad assignment. Ning Lu nodded his thanks and walked towards the front row along the passageway. But after taking only a few steps, a familiar yet annoying voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Ning Lu? Where did you steal those Rubik's Cubes to build Shipgirls? The voice belonged to Wang Jie, the one who had provoked him at the port. He was standing in the back half of the formation, and the Shipgirls he was building looked like light cruisers or destroyers, staring at Ning Lu with unfriendly expressions. Ning Lu ignored him and pulled Saratoga forward. He didn't need to get entangled here. After all, fighting in the academy would result in immediate expulsion, and he wasn't going to give Wang Jie that opportunity. But Wang Jie wasn't going to let him off the hook, continuing his sarcastic remarks. With your aptitude, you can't possibly build a destroyer, can you? Why are you moving forward? You're behind me. His voice was loud, and many people around looked over, clearly waiting for Ningle's response. Ningle hadn't wanted to reveal Saratoga's true identity, but this man insisted on giving him a stage. The formation of the group followed a rule. The front row consisted of aircraft carriers and battleships, followed by heavy and light cruisers, and finally destroyers and submarines. Ningle followed the rule and walked to the front row. Hey student, don't talk nonsense just because you're envious of someone else building an aircraft carrier. If you have any complaints about the academy system, I suggest you file a complaint. Ning Li's words were neither too loud nor too soft, but they were clearly heard by a large group of people in the front row. Wang Jie's face stiffened, but he still retorted, I didn't mean anything by it. Your Shipgirl doesn't look like an aircraft carrier at all. I was just reminding you. As the crowd grew larger, the discussion gradually heated up. Just then, a young woman with long blonde hair and wearing a naval uniform walked over. She was tall and had a commanding presence. She was none other than Renown, the instructor in charge of maintaining order. She approached the two men, glancing at Ningle and Saratoga. This student, the destroyer's seat, is in the back. Ning Lu sighed and rubbed his forehead. This was the umpteenth time someone had mistaken Saratoga for a destroyer. He felt sorry for her. Saratoga couldn't take it anymore. She pouted, her eyes reddening. She sobbed softly, complaining that Ning Lu wasn't defending her, and simultaneously venting her frustrations to him through telepathy. Ningle quickly reassured her, then turned to Xinguang and said, Teacher, my Shipgirl is an aircraft carrier, so going to the front is the right thing to do. Wang Jie immediately jumped out. This little girl is an aircraft carrier? Who are you kidding? Many other students who were watching also joined in the commotion, questioning that Saratoga's appearance was not like that of an aircraft carrier at all. Renown frowned, her expression gradually turning serious. The initial ship is the commander's first Shipgirl, and it doesn't represent ability. Please don't make meaningless comparisons. Ning didn't say much, but simply handed her identity card to Renown. She took the card, glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and then nodded in acknowledgement. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Your Shipgirl is indeed an aircraft carrier. Upon hearing the confirmation, Wang Jie was stunned and tried to argue. Impossible. His ID card is definitely fake. I'm going to report him. Wang Jie even tried to grab the card, but was stopped rudely by Sheng Wang. She raised her hand to summon the military police. This student, please return to your ranks and stop disrupting the order. The trainees nearby then realized, really is something this small really an aircraft carrier? Have you forgotten about Professor Langley? She's like a destroyer, an aircraft carrier too. Saratoga had long since lost her previous grievances, standing proudly with her hands on her hips next to Ning Lu, her eyes full of pride. Ning Lu knew in his heart that his feud with Wang Jie was now truly sealed. It was originally just a matter between him and Chen Xinran, but Wang Jie insisted on making a fool of himself, so now he had to be taught a lesson. Ning Lu secretly made a decision. This guy would have to be dealt with sooner or later. Wang Jie also knew that he couldn't stand up for himself, so he started to argue, saying, I was just trying to be helpful. His Shipgirls look too much like destroyers. After hearing this, Shen Wang didn't even bother to say anything more, and coldly replied, all right, go back to the team. She then looked at Ning Lu. Ning Lu, your seat is in the front. Chapter 8 Launching Ceremony. Hello everyone. With Dean Elizabeth's enthusiastic opening greeting, the entrance ceremony officially began. Ning Lu stood in the front row, but he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. He had always found these kinds of ceremonies boring in his previous life, and now that he had transmigrated to a new world, the sense of ritual still held no appeal for him. He began to distract himself, casually observing the surrounding students and Shipgirls. He was in the aircraft carrier training class. The first row was mostly filled with battleship and aircraft carrier commanders, and he began to assess the initial Shipgirl strength of each trainee. This guy's Shipgirl is huge, almost as big as illustrious. Could that be Rodney? The deck looks so realistic. Ning silently chanted in his mind, gazing at the figures of these Shipgirls, when a sharp pain shot through his thigh. It was Saratoga. She demanded impatiently over the telepathic communication, What are you looking at, Commander? Ning then realized. Oh no, he'd forgotten again that Shipgirls could sense emotions. Right now, he was practically glowing with pink hearts. Everyone could feel his flutter. Saratoga was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She stood there sulking. That's the bad thing about the commander. He's always looking at his older sister. Only after Ning withdrew his gaze did his pink aura slowly dissipate, and Saratoga calmed down slightly. The dean's speech on the stage was also nearing its end. Everyone, get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll hold the Shipgirls' first launching ceremony. Hearing the words, launching ceremony, Ning snapped out of his daze, looking completely bewildered. Launching ceremony? What does that mean? He whispered to Saratoga beside him. Gaga, what did the dean just say? Saratoga turned her head unhappily. What? Didn't the older girls look good? You were staring so intently just now, and now you suddenly want to ask me. Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, I was just observing the team and getting to know my classmates. It's not what you think. Liar. Your pink aura almost made Elizabeth on stage faint. Saratoga pouted, looking unconvinced. Ning wanted to argue, but he couldn't say much in front of so many people. Let's talk about it back in the dorm, without letting anyone hear us. Back in the dormitory, Saratoga didn't say anything, but her mood had clearly calmed down a lot. After all, she knew that Ning still cared about her quite a bit. Tomorrow is the launching ceremony. All the Shipgirls will be deploying their hulls for the first time in the Academy's inner harbor, Saratoga explained, finally making Ning understand the ceremony's details. The next morning, Ning arrived at the inner harbor, the same harbor he had seen on his first visit. There weren't many new students this year, only about 50 in total. There were only 11 battleship and aircraft carrier Shipgirls. The rest were cruiser and destroyer Shipgirls. On the harbor, all the new students were neatly lined up in their groups, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Ning stood in the aircraft carrier section, watching the commander and the Shipgirls take their positions. Ready? Shipgirls, your first sea trials are about to begin. Elizabeth stood on the platform, and with her command, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Ning almost shouted, ready at any time, but seeing that no one around him spoke, he swallowed the words back. nearly dying of embarrassment. He recalled that when he left home that morning, Saratoga had specifically reminded him not to stare at other ship girls, as that kind of view would be detected. He nodded repeatedly, vowing never to make such a basic mistake again. With battleships being launched first, Ningle noticed that there were only 2 aircraft carrier shipgirls this year. The remaining capital ships were all battleships and battlecruisers. He immediately realized he would once again become the center of attention. Trainees, please deploy your ships in order of ship type. A young woman in a black and white royal dress stood on the command platform, her figure stunning, her voice exceptionally spirited. Ningle recognized her immediately. Isn't that formidable? His gaze was unconsciously drawn to the ribbons fluttering at her chest, and he was completely captivated when Saratoga spoke coldly over the telepathic communication. Commander, what are you looking at? Ningle quickly looked away, replying guiltily. I wasn't looking at anything. Gaga, don't misunderstand. You'd better really not have been looking. Saratoga turned her head away, her face darkening, but her eyes began to scrutinize the illustrious on the opposite side. How come this aircraft carrier is so huge? My ship is also 40,000 tons, but it doesn't look nearly as three-dimensional as hers. Standing on the high platform, Formidable continued to announce, Now, all ship girls, please officially unfold the hulls and conduct the first seaworthiness test. As her command fell, the commanders, one by one, led the ship girls into the water to unfold the hulls. The trainees on the shore watched the ship girls line up and enter the water. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some whispered mocking remarks. The destroyer commander disapproved of the battleships and aircraft carriers' prestige, while the aircraft carrier commander looked down on light cruisers and submarines, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Not far away, Wang Jie and Chen Xinran walked along, exchanging sarcastic remarks. Let's see how long he can keep up the act. He'll definitely be exposed this time, Wang Jie said dismissively. Chen Xinran smiled sarcastically and said, Why do you care about him, darling? Maybe that ship girl was tricked. Little girls are the easiest to fool. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, and many people around them heard them clearly. Their eyes all turned to Ning Lu, their faces full of doubt. Saratoga was clearly furious, her little fists clenched tightly. Commander, is it our turn yet? I'm going to show them how strong I am. Ningle gently patted her head. Don't rush, it'll be soon. Don't pay attention to these people, they don't deserve it. The commanders around them were still struggling to adjust their ships, while Ningle was already able to freely control the ship girls in battle. The difference would become apparent sooner or later. Finally, it was Ningle's turn to appear. He led Saratoga to the front of the harbor and slowly stood still under the gaze of everyone. Hull deploy. As soon as Saratoga finished speaking, a huge phantom of a ship appeared above the harbor, like a sea fortress, with overwhelming momentum. The formidable one beside her narrowed her eyes. She had only heard that there was a rare aircraft carrier ship girl this year, but she didn't expect it to be this petite girl in front of her. Saratoga's hull was a full 50 meters longer than Formidable's, and its tonnage was almost twice as large. Formidable looked at Saratoga's massive size, then down at herself, and then up at Saratoga's still somewhat childlike form, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. How do you describe this Eagle Union's advanced technology? Chapter 9: The Siren's Attack. After Saratoga's hull unfolded, the many trainees who had been standing aside with skepticism fell silent. The massive hull lay across the harbor, its size arguably the largest aircraft carrier ship girl these newcomers had ever seen, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. Isn't that the aircraft carrier that was personally escorted by the Prince of Wales yesterday? Someone among the trainees whispered, immediately attracting the attention of more people. Could this be the commander who repelled the sirens in the port? The formidable one standing on the high platform was also slightly surprised, his gaze unconsciously falling on Ningle. Yesterday's siren raid caught even the Coast Guard off guard. By the time the Prince of Wales arrived, the battle was already drawing to a close. Ningle's precise bombing runs from his bombers had annihilated the enemy ships. The news quickly spread throughout royal circles, becoming a hot topic. Now, seeing Ningle in person, Formidable's eyes lit up with interest, like a cat seeing a toy. With the ship fully deployed, she gave the order. All ships, set sail for the designated area. As is customary, the new fleet would sail to a safe area 40 kilometers from the academy for seaworthiness testing. Although this was a training area, just in case, the formidable captain personally escorted the fleet, and the team advanced in a standard formation: outer destroyers, middle cruisers, center battleships, and the core aircraft carrier. Haha, Commander, look! I'm going super fast. A little destroyer ship girl chimed in cheerfully over the communication channel, showing off as she sailed at high speed. The larger the ship, the the more difficult it is to control. Aircraft carriers and battleships can only move slowly when they are first launched. Razor, for example, is the only other aircraft carrier commander in this generation, and his Shipgirl is the light carrier Argus. Although considered a light aircraft carrier, its combat capabilities were not weak. Even on its first launch, Razor was able to barely control the ship, which already impressed many. Once out to sea, he could even maintain near-complete control of the ship's movements, winning cheers from the crowd. Just when everyone thought that the Saratoga's large hull couldn't move at all, Ning performed a catapult launch, maneuvering the Saratoga quickly out of port and easily keeping up with the fleet's pace. What's going on? How can such a large Shipgirl start moving right away? That ship must be at least 40,000 tons. How is he controlling it? Many trainees discussed quietly, and some even subconsciously glanced at their own heavy cruiser Shipgirl, who was still clumsily turning. The fleet quickly arrived at the designated sea area, which was an open body of water. Ahead, a buoy swayed with the waves, marking the end of this voyage. Fellow sailors, turn around and return after passing the buoy. The seaworthiness test is now complete. The authoritative command quickly rang out on the channel, and all ships began to accelerate. Although it was only a 50-kilometer round trip, it was still a considerable test for these newcomers who had just taken control of the ships. Of course, this did not include Ning. He was comfortably sitting in the bridge, enjoying the sea breeze, drinking water, and admiring the scenery, having completely handed over the piloting duties to Saratoga. The other commanders weren't so relaxed. They were all eager to finish their missions and return home as soon as possible. I'm going for first. A destroyer girl named Crawl was the first to charge forward, her stern kicking up a large spray of water. Her commander was terrified and was currently vomiting violently against the railing. "Hey, don't leave me alone. I'm going to fall," he weakly cried out, unable to stop Craven's accelerated pace. Influenced by this, the other destroyer girls also rushed towards the target buoy as if in a race, as if anyone who was slow was not a qualified Shipgirl. These kids are too playful. Kuwei shook her head helplessly, but she didn't intend to stop them. She had come here specifically to meet the legendary Ning. Normally, the Radiant ones were in charge of freshman orientation, but she had specially applied for and secured this opportunity. When she looked at Saratoga not far away, her eyes held a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Its displacement was almost twice hers, and its island superstructure was even taller. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that such a massive hull could be smoothly controlled by a rookie commander. This guy is definitely not simple. The information says he has no background. The more ordinary he seems, the more dangerous he is. Just as she was pondering this, Craven's voice came through the channel. "I'm here first." Ouch. A cry of surprise shattered the tranquility. Craven, who had been charging the fastest, seemed to have crashed into something, and the entire ship came to a stop, accompanied by a scream. "Ouch. It feels like we've hit a wall." Her voice was full of confusion, causing all the commanders to pause in surprise. Kuwei's tone became much more serious. "What exactly was that wall you saw?" "I couldn't see anything. It was like there was an invisible wall in the air." The expressions of all the Shipgirls and commanders changed. This area was clearly a safe sea area, so how could there be obstacles? Kuwei's face darkened, and he immediately issued an order. "All Shipgirls turn around. Seaworthiness test is suspended. Return to port immediately." Before many commanders could react to the order, a deafening roar followed. Boom. Outside the harbor, a destroyer girl exploded on its starboard side with a massive splash, the deafening sound echoing through the air. A terrified scream came through the radio channel. It was the destroyer girl's voice, clearly indicating she was near the epicenter of the blast. "All personnel, evacuate immediately. Return to port." The formidable commander issued a series of orders, throwing the fleet into chaos. Commanders hastily maneuvered their Shipgirls to turn and retreat, while the formidable himself immediately contacted the Academy's security force. "This is formidable. The new recruit's seafaring fleet has been subjected to unidentified artillery fire, requesting immediate support." Each year, only about 40 new commanders are recruited, while more than 50 are killed on the front lines at a time. The life of any new commander is extremely precious. A few seconds later, the Prince of Wales replied over the radio. "Received. We will deploy immediately. Please maintain order during the evacuation." At the same time, the formidable carrier-based aircraft had already taken off and quickly launched reconnaissance operations to locate the source of the sudden shelling. Chapter 10 Skill, Mechanism Prohibition. Enemy cruiser detected. The moment the first cannon shot rang out, Ning heard the system notification and immediately became alert. He quickly searched his surroundings, and, sure enough, the system had marked a bright cruiser icon on the sea surface. The enemy's location was now very clear. Jejia, prepare for battle. Ningle's consciousness instantly connected to Saratoga's hull, switching the perspective to third person, completely focused. Commander, has the sirens opened fire? Saratoga's tone was somewhat excited. Faced with the sudden battle, she seemed calmer than the panicked new ship girls around her. Don't rush, don't act rashly. Ningle didn't take immediate action. He knew very well that the enemy's strength was still unclear, and he couldn't attack recklessly. Unlike the formidable carrier-based aircraft, which would take off in 5 minutes, Ningle only needed a thought to complete a whole set of instructions. At this moment, Formidable's side also reacted swiftly. Her carrier-based aircraft had a higher field of vision and soon spotted the enemy ship. It was a mass-produced siren cruiser, slowly moving towards their direction. The bow was pointed directly at them. Looks intimidating, but it's just a small fry. Formidable flicked her ponytail, her expression full of disdain. She gave the order. Mackerel, prepare to drop bombs. Torpedo bombers quickly took off, dropping 2 precision torpedoes on the target. As a level 63 Freedom Shipgirl, even without the support of a commander, Formidable could still control 8 carrier-based aircraft to attack. With a deafening roar, a massive column of water erupted from the surface, striking the enemy ship precisely and leaving it no time to dodge. Mere mass-produced sirens dare to be so insolent before my mighty power, she declared with a confident smile, as if this were a perfect demonstration. The trainees on the shore were stunned by the attack. Some even began to worry about whether they would ever be able to control shipgirls in combat. Teacher Koei is so amazing. When can I fight like her? However, this ease lasted only a moment. The next second, a crisp sound of shattering glass came from the spot where Rickon had just crashed into something. It was as if the entire sky had cracked open, and the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Damn it, it's the Mirror Sea. Kuwei's tone suddenly turned serious, his voice sounding particularly heavy over the channel. At this moment, most of the student fleet had already spread out to a distance of 10 kilometers and were still retreating towards the open sea. But the spreading Mirror Sea had blocked their retreat. Mechanism, prohibition. Suddenly, Ningle felt as if the entire space had frozen. The sea and air seemed to stand still. This familiar feeling didn't feel like system intervention. It was more like some kind of shipgirl skill. A skill activated? Who activated it? He gazed at the formidable figure not far away, noticing a faint glow emanating from her, and a gigantic clock faintly visible in the phantom image behind her. That's formidable skill mechanism immobilization. Ning Lu, a veteran player of Azur Lane, instantly recognized the skill, but he immediately sensed something was amiss. Isn't mechanism immobilization supposed to last only 2.5 seconds? It's been almost 10 seconds already. Moreover, he never expected that this skill of controlling time could actually stop the spread of the Mirror Sea. A series of questions surfaced in his mind, making him realize that the situation was not simple. Commander, it seems we're trapped too. Saratoga tugged at Lanenler's sleeve, her voice filled with worry. He should have taken advantage of the chaos to retreat, but Ningle didn't move at all because he realized the enemy was just ordinary sirens and had no intention of leaving. But now it was too late to leave. The rest of the student fleet had already left before the skill blockade, and only Ningle was still 10 kilometers away from the exit. He noticed that the illusory clock behind Formidable was flickering, and the skill could end at any moment. Damn it, we can't get out. As soon as the skill effect dissipated, the mirror quickly closed, completely trapping Ningle and Saratoga inside. At this moment, Formidable finally noticed him. Why are you still in there? I forgot to run. Ningle scratched his head, trying to defuse the awkwardness with a joke. Oh well, stick close to me. The Mirror Sea is very dangerous. Don't wander off. She didn't ask any more questions and turned back to maintain her combat stance. However, the alarm suddenly sounded again. Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy cruiser detected. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy aircraft carrier detected. Ningle's expression completely changed. This time it wasn't just a small fry. Damn, this is a big commotion. Ningle stared at the system list and saw that the enemy had appeared with 5 cruisers, 3 battleships, and 3 aircraft carriers. A total of 11 enemy ships, forming a complete fleet. Commander, so many sirens. Saratoga's voice trembled slightly. Although she was stronger than the other initial shipgirls, she still found it difficult to remain calm in the face of such a large number of enemy ships. Don't be afraid, Jejia. Ningle patted her shoulder, his eyes filled with determination. I'm here, trust me. Chapter 11 Siren Attack. Ningle stood on the deck, looking at the increasing number of enemy ships in the distance, and felt a little regretful. We were too overconfident. We should have retreated with the other students first. Now, we can't hide our strength anymore. Although he made fun of himself, he was not flustered inside. After all, he had previously destroyed 2 level 30 siren cruisers at sea, so he was confident in his abilities. Although there are more enemies this time, their levels are still about the same. Moreover, with a level 63 veteran Shipgirl by his side, he might not necessarily lose this battle. Kuwei's expression turned extremely serious at this moment, completely erasing his usual playful demeanor. She glanced at Ning Lu and said in a low voice, "Ning Lu, take care of yourself." Normally, it would take at least 3 Shipgirls level 60 or higher to deal with an enemy fleet of this caliber. But right now, she is the only high-level combatant, and Ning Lu is just a new commander who has just started his training. Judging from her current deployment, it is clear that she intends to hold out and buy time until reinforcements arrive. Ningel then realized that the other party still regarded him as a newcomer with no combat ability. At that moment, he noticed that the Formidable had only taken off with 4 carrier-based aircraft and then stopped there. Don't even high-ranking ship girls know how to maneuver an aircraft carrier? Ning Lu frowned, unable to bear it any longer. No matter what kind of ship girl it is, no matter how thick her armor is, she can't withstand being hit by a barrage of large-caliber shells for long. Buzzing. The sudden sound of propellers broke the tranquility of the sea. The Siren's bombers are already close, their target the Formidable location. Her expression changed slightly. Oh no, there's no time to scramble fighter jets to intercept them. Her attention was completely focused on the torpedo bombers, and she couldn't spare any attention to deal with the bombing. If the deck is damaged by an explosion, the carrier-based aircraft will be unable to take off, and her combat effectiveness will be instantly rendered useless. Just as she was preparing to tough it out, she suddenly heard the familiar sound of a propeller again. What? Someone else has launched carrier-based aircraft. She instinctively turned her head and was surprised to see that, over in Ningel, planes were also beginning to skid over the deck of Saratoga. Hey, Ninglu, stop making things worse and stop right now. She still didn't believe that a rookie commander could lead Shipgirls into battle. But in the next second, Kuwei's eyes widened in surprise. More than a dozen F-2A fighter jets took off rapidly within minutes, circling densely over her and Saratoga. The takeoff efficiency and control precision are astounding, unlike what you'd expect from a novice. This is something a newcomer could never do. Even the Governor-General of the Royal Navy might not be able to operate it so smoothly. What shocked her even more was that Saratoga was only level 2 at this moment. Teacher, I'll handle the Siren's bombers. You just focus on attacking. Ningel's voice rang out in the fleet channel, steady and powerful, completely silencing her doubts. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she understood that Ning Lu was the only person she could rely on now. I don't need your help. But since we've already taken off, you can take charge of air defense. She was still putting on a brave face, but in practice, she had already handed over the air defense to Ningel. In the distance, the Siren's bombers were getting closer and closer, less than 5 kilometers from her aircraft carrier. White Eagle Shipgirl, anti-aircraft gun crew in position, basic alert. The ship's air defense system on the Saratoga side was quickly activated. Bofors and Erlikon unleashed a dense barrage of bullets, delivering a devastating blow to the incoming bomber formation. Bang, bang, bang. As the black clouds burst open, the enemy planes, without any attempt to evade, charged forward as if committing mindless suicide. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Siren bombers were destroyed by the barrage of fire. Ningel's fighter jets also quickly intervened, intercepting the remaining enemy aircraft from the air. Just like in the game, the fighter jet will automatically lock onto the target, without requiring him to operate it manually. This allowed him to focus his energy on overall command. Strange. Why do these Sirens seem like they can't fight? Ninglu felt a sense of doubt. Logically speaking, under such dense air defense, evasive tactics should be employed. But they just kept crashing into the barrage of comments like robots. Even the Formidable one in the distance was somewhat mesmerized. He can even control anti-aircraft guns. It's important to understand that most commanders struggle to even control carrier-based aircraft, let alone coordinate operations. Saratoga's fighters caught up with the enemy aircraft, carried out a precise interception, and completely shattered the enemy formation. Wow, Commander is amazing. Saratoga's cheers rang out on the channel, his voice filled with pride and joy. Due to interference from the Mirror's Sea, only she and Formidable can communicate on the fleet channel now. So she stopped being reserved and started showing off. Don't worry, Teacher Kuwei, my commander is incredibly strong. Saratoga was completely relaxed at this moment, and even had the mood to comfort her senior Shipgirl. He was completely different from his initial nervous demeanor, a reversal that left Ning Lu both amused and exasperated. You're an aircraft carrier, don't act like a destroyer, all lively and unpredictable. He complained helplessly that Saratoga now looked more like a smug elementary school student. Just as the relaxed atmosphere was starting, another loud explosion came from afar. Boom! The 3 siren battleships opened fire simultaneously, their heavy shells streaking across the sky, leaving trails of pale yellow flames as they hurtled towards the formidable enemy. She was closest to the enemy, making her a prime target. Bang! 2 high-explosive shells landed directly on either side of her ship, the violent impact nearly causing her to lose her balance. Oh no, there's a fire. What bad luck! She cried out in pain, realizing that even an armored aircraft carrier could not completely defend against high-explosive shells. Chapter 12: A mere fat dinosaur. Watch me handle it with one hand. Although it was hit by a high-explosive shell, as a level 63 aircraft carrier, its health is naturally not too bad. The trouble with the fire wasn't instantaneous, but rather the continuous burning damage. Unfortunately, she was unlucky this time. The fire lasted for a full 2 minutes, and her health bar dropped by a third. Why did it have to start a fire now? I only got hit by 2 bullets. My luck is just too bad. She shouted anxiously as she tried to escape the battleship's firing range. However, her ship was facing the enemy, and if she wanted to retreat, she would either have to turn around or reverse. There's no time to turn around right now, so the only option is to run backwards. If I had known we would be targeted by a concentrated attack, I should have switched sides earlier. Kuwei was frustrated as he tossed the boat back, stamping his feet in anger. Looking at Saratoga next to her, Ningle had already instructed her to turn around and prepare to retreat the moment the enemy was detected. Jia, keep up the speed, and whatever you do, don't get into the battleship's firing range. Ning Li's expression was focused, and his tone was calm. As a veteran World of Warships player, he knew that the primary mission of an aircraft carrier was not to deal damage, but to survive. Only those who survive have the right to contribute. TCH, why didn't you warn me about this beforehand? Kuwei was quite resentful. Seeing Saratoga easily escape danger while she was still being hit by cannonballs, she gritted her teeth in anger. But he could only accept his bad luck. It was his own fault for not adjusting his course in time. Ningle frowned as he looked at the formidable force still under heavy fire. He couldn't help but sigh that the Shipgirls in this world really lacked tactical skills. They didn't even understand how to maneuver an aircraft carrier. But he couldn't bear to watch his favorite Shipgirl get sunk. Wah! I haven't even met my commander yet. I don't want to sink here. At this point, Kuwei was starting to panic. If this drags on any longer, her remaining health probably won't last more than 5 minutes. Ningle glanced at Saratoga and sighed inwardly. Although he didn't want to reveal his true abilities too early, he couldn't stand idly by in the face of the current situation. Master Kuwei, please hand over command of your ship to me. His tone was firm, and his deep voice rang out over the channel. This sound startled Kuwei, who was anxiously operating the device. For the first time, she truly listened to Ning Li's voice clearly. Its composure and calmness were like a steadfast refuge in the vast ocean. But she didn't respond for a long time, and the channel fell silent for a short while. I don't need your help. You should protect yourself first. She stubbornly replied, knowing full well that Ning Lu had a solution, but still hesitant to trust him easily. In this world, if a ship girl relinquishes command of her ship, it is tantamount to entrusting her life to the commander. Mental connection is the way commanders control ship girls. Once established, command belongs to the other party. Even high-ranking ship girls must obey. So she hesitated, even though she knew that this rookie commander might actually be able to save her. Why isn't the Prince of Wales here yet? I really can't hold on much longer. Her resolve began to waver, and her health continued to decrease, until it was less than a third of its original value. If she keeps going, she'll sink to the bottom in less than 5 minutes. Please believe me, you have no other choice now. Ningle continued to persuade him, not expecting that Wei would immediately trust him. He can save her if she agrees. I don't remember you being this arrogant. Ning Lu said softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, but also a touch of doting. These words seemed to strike a nerve with Kuwei, causing her emotions to soften. She recalled the words of the Prince of Wales, and then looked at the fighter jets circling overhead. She finally understood that perhaps this time she had truly met someone different. Oomph, it's not like I can't beat them. I'm just giving you a chance to prove yourself. But he said arrogantly, still being stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningle felt the mental connection being successfully established. He instantly gained full control of the formidable ship. My level is very high, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. If you can't hold on, I can help you." Despite his admonitions, he outwardly maintained a facade of composure. Ning Lu thought to himself, "Support? I thought you could suppress me." With the system's support, he can control any ship girl he encounters. Even the level 63 fat dinosaur is no exception. A vast and profound spiritual force surged through the connection channel, causing Ning Lu to break out in a sweat. This mental strength is incredibly strong. Even with the system's assistance, he still had to concentrate all his attention to control it. As a high-ranking Royal Navy shipgirl, Formidable has participated in numerous raiding missions and has also received spiritual command from the Royal Navy governor. But now, she clearly felt that Ningle's control over the ship far exceeded that of the governor. The governor could only control the bridge and deck, but Ningle could precisely control every detail of the ship. Even the underwater propellers and radar antennas are under his mental control, as if they were his own limbs. This is not simply a matter of superior rank, but rather an overwhelming degree of control. Ning Lu thought to himself, "My older sister is indeed different. Although it is not particularly large in size, its hull capacity is larger than that of the Saratoga. The first time I tried to control Saratoga, I almost made her faint, while Formidable, though struggling, managed to keep her steady. You still want to drain my mental energy? You mere fat dinosaur, watch how I crush you with one hand." Chapter 13. Awesome Shock. Is this a rookie commander? I got to know the Formidable ship's hull. Damage control team puts out the fire. Before the Formidable could react, a plume of white smoke rose from its damaged hull. The fire has been put out. Kuwei was somewhat surprised, as there was no way in this world to extinguish a fire on the ship's hull naturally. Unless that's a commander's skill. It is now certain that Ningle is definitely a high-ranking commander. As the flames on the Formidable ship's hull died down, its health stopped decreasing. There are still 20,000 HP left. That's enough. To save the Formidable, we must destroy the entire Siren fleet before the Sirens deplete its 20,000 HP. Having made a plan and assessment, I already have a general strategy in mind. It's about to begin. Formidable teacher, all torpedo bombers prepare for takeoff. As soon as Ning Lu gave the order, Kuwei's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. The carrier-based aircraft hangar was almost completely emptied. My body felt empty. 24 torpedo bombers, under Ning Li's control, were taking off at a rate of 1 per second. Swish, swish, swish. This is almost the limit of what the Formidable carrier-based aircraft can achieve. At this moment, Kuwei was in a daze. First, the entire hangar was emptied, and then carrier-based aircraft took off at a high frequency. If the ship hadn't been controlled by Ning Li's spirit, Kuwei would have already fainted on the deck, just when he was in a terrifying daze. Sky Raiders, fearless, prepare for takeoff. Ningle gave Saratoga the order to launch its carrier-based aircraft. That's a colorful carrier-based aircraft. There's no mistake, it's a Sky Raider. Judging from the slightly flushed face of the fearsome girl, one can see just how attractive the colorful carrier-based aircraft are to the Shipgirls. This commander actually gave such rare equipment to a new Shipgirl without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Ningle had no time to pay attention to the Formidable enemy. It is virtually impossible to eliminate these Sirens in a short time by relying solely on the 24 Formidable torpedo bombers. A torpedo has a time to surface and a time to travel after being dropped into the water. Moreover, the torpedoes fired by the Mackerel don't do much damage. A cruiser can take 5 hits, while an aircraft carrier would need 8 to destroy it. As for battleships, they have torpedo protection belts, so Ningle's estimate is difficult. But time is of the essence now, and there is simply no time to allow the torpedo bombers to return to the ship for reloading. Therefore, to save the Formidable, the entire Siren fleet must be annihilated in this wave of carrier-based aircraft attacks. Commander, slow down. The scaffolding is about to smoke. Saratoga was frantic. Thanks to its large size, it can launch 2 carrier-based aircraft at the same time. However, the frequent takeoffs and landings caused smoke to start coming out of the Saratoga's deck. Soon, 24 Mackerel formed a formation in the air, followed by a formation of 16 Sky Raiders and 36 Dreadnoughts. Including the anti-aircraft fighters, is it really possible for a human to control 96 carrier-based aircraft at once? At this moment, Kuwei's mouth was slightly open as she looked incredulously at the carrier-based aircraft that had already formed up and started flying towards Siren in the distance. Just when he thought that was all Ningle could do, he suddenly felt his body being controlled by an irresistible force. There's even additional mental energy controlling my ship. In the eyes of the fearsome, Ningle had already reached an inhuman level. Ningle simply tapped on the system's mini-map, and the automatic navigation helped the Formidable adjust its course. Fighter jets in the sky are controlled by a system. With the bomber and torpedo bomber formation, Ningle only needed to be responsible for aiming when the bombs were dropped at the end. Other operations can be performed simply by clicking on the system's mini-map. It's like playing Red Alert. Saratoga and the Formidable were unaware of what Ningle was thinking. Everyone, including Saratoga, was looking at Ningle with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. We're about to start dropping the bombs. First and foremost, there's the dive bombing, which Ningle is most familiar with. Yesterday's battle was practiced with the Cygnus cruiser, and rockets and torpedoes don't do that much damage to battleships. Ningle then controlled 36 dreadnoughts, dividing them into 3 teams. Each squadron consisted of 12 aircraft, which made a low-altitude penetration towards the Scion battleship. The Formidable could see from the view of its own carrier-based aircraft that it was an unprecedented attack method. The bombers flew at an extremely low altitude toward the distant battleships, and the formation automatically split into 3 groups. Just as the Formidable was about to continue watching how Ningle would carry out his attack, his own carrier-based aircraft also received orders to attack. The carrier-based aircraft are divided into 3 teams of 8 aircraft each, with the target being the aircraft carrier. In the past, controlling carrier-based aircraft was something that the aircraft carrier girls themselves had to do. Because the commander's mental strength is too complex, if it is insufficient, the plane is very likely to crash. However, under Ning Li's control, Kuwei realized that he could not do these things himself. Similar to its fearless approach, the Mackerel began to dive. They launched a surprise attack on the distant aircraft carrier at a height of 10 meters above the sea. My God, has the commander gone mad? At such a low altitude, it's easy to crash into the sea. Bang bang bang. The aircraft carrier's anti-aircraft guns began unleashing a barrage of bullets at the Mackerel formation. Avoid. It was clear that Ning Li's order was to evade the aircraft carrier's anti-aircraft barrage. But the current height is only 10 meters, which is too high even for me. Just as Kuwei was about to attempt to control the carrier-based aircraft to evade, Ninglin's powerful mental strength directly seized control. The 8 Mackerel aircraft that attacked the carrier began to perform evasive maneuvers to the left and right. How did he do that? Fear had lost count of how many times he had been shocked by the commander before him. The Mackerel maneuvered left and right, almost completely avoiding the air defense clouds. Launch torpedoes and pull up. When the carrier-based aircraft was 2 kilometers away from the aircraft carrier, Ningle dropped a torpedo. 8 Mackerel torpedoes were launched, and the weight of the aircraft was also reduced considerably. Under Ningle's control, the Mackerel left the carrier's attack range at an angle of nearly 80 degrees and headed towards the Formidable direction. Bang bang bang. The Formidable ship was still focused on the attacks of its own torpedo bombers and paid no attention to its own hull. What? How did my ship get to this angle? At this moment, the Formidable changed its horizontal orientation from when it turned around to a 30-degree angle. This angle, combined with the Formidable's heavy armor, caused all of the shells to ricochet. They're still fighting ahead, yet they can still manage to control my ship. The bombs from the dreadnoughts had already landed on the 3 Siren battleships. The previous barrage was the Siren's last counterattack. There are only 6 cruisers left. Ningle was already smiling. The Sky Raiders' rockets were incredibly effective against lightly armored targets. A few plumes of smoke flashed by, accompanied by fireballs exploding from the Siren cruiser, and the crisis finally came to an end. Battle results. Battleship 3 rewards 9,000 experience points and 9,000 resources. Aircraft Carrier 3 rewards 9,000 experience points and 9,000 resources. Cruiser 6 rewards 6,000 experience points and 6,000 resources. Gain Saratoga's favorability. Current favorability is 60, 100 is needed to make an oath. Gained increased favorability with the formidable opponent. Current favorability is 50. At 50 favorability, a contract request can be submitted. Total gained, 24,000 experience points, 24,000 resources. Great. Judge's ship is unlocked now. Angled deck, painted carrier-based aircraft, here I come. Saratoga has also reached Tier 5 in this battle, putting her far ahead of other new carriers. Furthermore, they acquired a large amount of supplies, and Ningle now has a total of 33,000 supplies. Awesome favorability rating. Does that mean I can rescue her now? Ningle likes all the Shipgirls, but she prefers the older ones. If I could just take down a level 63 Formidable, it wouldn't be a waste that I revealed my strength. Chapter 14 Hidden Strength. With the last few Sirens destroyed, the Mirror Sea was also deactivated. Thank goodness, we're finally saved. Kuwei let out a sigh. Even if one doesn't want to admit how formidable he is, one must recognize the extraordinary nature of the commander before them. Well done, Ninglo. Kuwei originally wanted to thank Ningle, but in the end he was too embarrassed to say it. However, Yang Fan could tell from the positive impression he received on the field that Kuwei was genuine and was very grateful to himself. Haha, it's all thanks to Teacher Kuwei's participation that we were able to eliminate the sirens so quickly. Ninglu also said politely. How am I going to explain this back at the academy? After the battle, Ninglu realized that when he returned, Kuwei would definitely report to his superiors. So how could he explain his strong controllability? Are we going to be dissected and studied by the Shipgirls? The Mirror Sea area was lifted from its list of dangerous areas, and the authorities immediately reported this to the academy. I am the fearsome. The newborn's maiden voyage was attacked by the sirens and has been completely wiped out. The radio channel was open, and Ningle also heard the formidable report. Thank you very much, Teacher Kuwei. If it weren't for me, you would be dead here today. At this moment, Kuwei stood on the deck with his hands on his hips, looking smug. The other trainees encountered the Coast Guard led by the Prince of Wales shortly after escaping the Mirror Sea. Hurry and rescue Teacher Kuwei and classmate Ningle. They are trapped in the Mirror Sea. The speaker was Razor. As one of only 2 aircraft carrier commanders, he contacted the Coast Guard immediately after leaving the Mirror Sea area. All trainees, this maiden voyage is cancelled. Return to port as quickly as possible. The Prince of Wales gave the order. Yes, ma'am. Although these trainees are all commanders, they are still just students and must obey the teachers in the academy. In addition to being the captain of the Coast Guard, the Prince of Wales is also a teacher at the Commander's College. Upon receiving news of the new students' attack by sirens, almost all the high-ranking shipgirls in the entire academy rushed towards this sea area. But when they arrived, they received news that the formidable warrior had already resolved the battle. What happened? Kuwei solved it all by himself. The Prince of Wales muttered to himself. I knew that the formidable younger sister could protect the trainees. Guanghui, standing to the side, said with a look of satisfaction. Before long, the Royal Navy's Shipgirls spotted the hulls of Formidable and Saratoga. Saratoga was not wounded, but his body was riddled with bullet holes, clearly indicating that he had been through a fierce battle. Upon seeing that her sister ship was damaged, Illustrious immediately left the group and went to the Formidable's deck. How are you? Where are you hurt? Looking at the Formidable deck riddled with bullet holes, Glorious asked with concern. It's all right, sister. She only took a few shells. I'm a very powerful armored aircraft carrier, you know. Kuwei stood with her hands on her hips and slightly raised her head, as if waiting for her older sister to praise her. Don't do that again. I've heard what the trainees have to say. You used all your skills to protect them during their retreat. I won't be able to use my full abilities for the next week. Strange, why is your mental strength so strong? Glorious is also a veteran shipgirl in the Royal Navy, and she can clearly feel the terrifying spiritual energy emanating from Formidable. Oh no, we've been discovered. Ningle felt a pang of panic upon hearing this. Ningle has not yet lifted his control over the Formidables, and he has naturally heard what Glorious said. Just as Kuwei was about to speak about Ningle, Ningle's voice came through. Professor Kuwei, please help me. Don't tell anyone in the college about what happened to me, okay? Ning Li's pleading voice came through. You were so rough with the ship just now, and now you're begging me for help. Kuwei complained for a while, but in the end he didn't say anything about Ning Lu, instead taking all the blame for defeating Siren. Since everything is all right, everyone please return to your posts. A petite shipgirl at the very center of the fleet said, This is the Royal Navy's flagship, HMS Queen Elizabeth. Kuwei, you should rest well these 2 days. The course for the aircraft carrier class is not that intense. The basic courses can be handed over to Belfast for the time being. Elizabeth Ningle had met before. In addition to being the head of the college, Elizabeth was also the royal captain. As the flagship, it is responsible for all work arrangements of the entire royal family. Yes, Your Majesty. Belfast nodded slightly. It's Belfast, the headmaid. Ningle never expected to see all of his favorite shipgirls in one day. Ning Li's gaze swept over almost all the characters he knew well from his previous life in the game. Sirius, Dato, Royal Arkansas. Ningle's gaze swept over the group of shipgirls, and the pink aura emanating from her gradually appeared. Commander, stop looking. Saratoga's voice echoed in his mind, bringing Ningle back to his senses. Oh my, this is the first time I've ever been so mesmerized by so many shipgirls. Ninglu said awkwardly. Everyone returned to the academy. The morning's activities were over, and classes would officially begin in the afternoon. Chapter 15, the first lesson of the school year. The terrifying nature of being misunderstood. In the afternoon, due to Kuwei's injury, Belfast had to take over the aircraft carrier course. The empty classroom contained only 2 commanders and 2 shipgirls. One pair is naturally Ningle and Saratoga, and the other pair is Razor and his shipgirl White-Eyed Giant. After waiting for a few minutes, Belfast arrived at the classroom. Belfast was not wearing the maid outfit at this moment, but had changed into a business suit. There are new skins too. Aren't all shipgirls dressed in ship uniforms? Since coming to this world, I have never seen a shipgirl wearing any clothes other than her original ship outfit. Ning Lu, who was originally a commoner, did not have much knowledge about shipgirls in her memories. Greetings, Commander Cadet. My name is Belfast. Due to some special circumstances, our teacher is unable to attend your class, so I will be teaching this basic lesson in your place. Belfast's voice was very relaxing. Even without her maid outfit, it gave off a very warm feeling. Ning Lu was lost in thought, and that pink aura emanated from her again. There's no way around it. Belfast is just too attractive. Commander, mind your image, mind your image. Saratoga reminded her from the side. She was also speechless. Her commander always turned into this whenever he saw a shipgirl. Haha, I'm just a little surprised that shipgirls can wear other clothes besides their ship uniforms. Indeed, this was not Ning Li's excuse, but rather a genuine curiosity. Of course, shipgirls can wear their usual clothes as long as they are not in battle. Saratoga replied via telepathy. If we can change clothes, does that mean shipgirls can have all sorts of different skins? Thinking about these things, Ning Li's pink aura reappeared. Ugh, Commander, what awful things are you thinking about again? Stop it. The conversation between the two lasted only a moment and went unnoticed by Belfast. All right, Commanders, let's begin our first lesson. I won't go into too much detail about the history of this world. You can find that information in books. I will mainly talk about the battles of shipgirls and some knowledge about commanders. The maximum level for shipgirls is 100, and each shipgirl can learn a skill at level 50. After using a skill, the shipgirl will fall into a state of weakness. Ningle and Resell listened very attentively, but Ningle could sense that Resell was only pretending to be attentive. Clearly, he already knew this knowledge. Another member of a family of commanders? Ning Lu was somewhat helpless. He felt like he was the only ordinary person in the entire class. Ningle's feeling was right. In this era, if a family member hadn't been a commander, the child wouldn't have the relevant talent. Similarly, commanders also have ranks. As trainees, you are currently at level 1 and can only contract shipgirls and issue some simple commands. Once you reach level 2, you can command 3 shipgirls. At level 3, you can command 5, and so on. Each level increases your command capacity by 2 shipgirls. Ningle listened attentively. As a commoner, he was unaware of this knowledge. Once a commander reaches level 4, they can learn a skill. At this point, Belfast paused and subconsciously looked at Ningle. What's going on? Why is Belfast looking at me like that? Ningle was puzzled. Why do we need to look at our own skills when it comes to commander skills? Belfast glanced at him for a few seconds and then continued speaking. The commander's skills are divided into 3 categories: healing, enhancement, and special. Ningle looked somewhat serious, as if he had guessed something. Could it be that Formidable has mistaken firefighting capabilities for commander skills? That fat dinosaur didn't even keep my secret. Ning Lu was speechless for a moment, but if judged by the commander levels in this world, he was definitely a level 4 commander. Belfast continued lecturing from the podium, writing some data on the blackboard. Healing items can usually restore 5 to 10 HP to a shipgirl, while there are many types of enhancement items, such as reducing shell reload time and increasing shell damage. As for special categories, there are many types, including increasing the shipgirl's speed, increasing shooting accuracy, and so on. At this point, Belfast paused and looked at Ningle again. And the ability to extinguish a fire on a ship instantly. The case is solved. As expected, the fat dinosaur betrayed him. In another room, the fearsome man was lying in a hospital bed. Achoo! Kuei, who was resting in bed, sneezed. Guanghui, who was sitting beside him, smiled and said, "Is one of the commanders thinking about my sister?" Kuei blushed slightly and quickly denied it. How could that be? I rejected all the commanders. Kuei paused for a moment, recalling that figure that made her feel very safe. Right now, many commanders are asking about you. You're able to face an entire siren fleet in the Mirror Sea alone, while also protecting an ordinary cadet. Radiant said with a smile, but Fearful did not reply. In the classroom, Belfast was still teaching some basic knowledge. What follows is a discussion of attack methods and basic common sense. For example, how are various weapons used, how is the mind cube obtained, and so on. As class was about to end, Belfast put down the chalk and said to Ningler and Riser with a solemn expression. While shipgirls are weapons, they are also important partners to you. It's normal to develop feelings for shipgirls, but ultimately, it will never come to fruition. At this point, Belfast specifically looked at Ningle, as if speaking to him. No, what's going on? Why is Belfast looking at me? Ninglu thought to himself. Developing feelings? Does that mean I can't have feelings for shipgirls? Upon thinking of this, Ninglu was startled. The lesson just taught didn't mention the oath ring. Could it be that the commanders in this world can't swear oaths to shipgirls? Ningle had far too many questions in his mind. But clearly now is not the time to ask questions. Alright, that concludes today's basic lesson for both of you. Tomorrow, once Instructor Kawei has recovered, we will begin formal aircraft carrier instruction. Belfast tidied up the materials on the table and left the classroom. Chapter 16. The Formidable Teaching. Can't they see the commander's heart-shaped gesture? The next day, Ning Lu went to the classroom after breakfast. He was feeling a bit down today. I never expected that Formidable would betray me. Aren't shipgirls supposed to never lie? Yesterday, Kawei clearly agreed to help me conceal my strength, but Belfast's look in the afternoon clearly indicated that he knew something. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. They can't just dissect me and study me because I have commander skills. There are so many commanders in the entire Royal Army who have mastered the skills. One more won't make a difference. Ning Li's thinking was not wrong, but it was not entirely correct. The number of commanders in this parallel world is still very small. The entire Royal Army has fewer than 500 commanders. There are only a handful of level 4 commanders. Moreover, they are all high-ranking members of the royal faction. Shortly after Ningle arrived in the classroom, Riser also arrived. His shipgirl, the 100-eyed giant, is a bit excited today. Commander, I must learn how to take off carrier-based aircraft today. Once in his seat, the white-eyed giant spoke to Razor beside him. Then the white-eyed giant, keep up the good work. Once you can launch your carrier-based aircraft, you'll be able to engage in combat. Although shipgirls may appear delicate, their true forms are still massive weapons of war. Therefore, they have an incredibly strong desire for battle. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached. Today, Formidable was not wearing that white tuxedo either, but rather a business suit similar to the one worn in Belfast. However, compared to her tall and slender figure, the imposing business attire seemed somewhat awkward. Although Ning Lu was somewhat dissatisfied with Kawei's attire today still caught his eye. He's looking at me. How terrifying, he thought to himself. After yesterday's battle, Kawei's mind was in turmoil. The feeling of being commanded by Ning Lu kept replaying in my mind. It's like having an extremely powerful sports car, but in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to drive it. It can only be driven like a grocery getter. But in the hands of a professional driver, various launch starts and cornering drifts can be performed. It seems as if this performance car has found its true value. That's the feeling of being awe-inspiring. Neither the governor nor the admirals had ever felt this way when commanding him. It's as if their ability to command in battle is child's play. Ningle is like a general who has fought at sea for many years. This gave Ningle an incredibly strong attraction to the Formidables. Commander, control your emotions. You're getting all pink hearts all over you again. Saratoga roared inwardly. Ning Lu was now able to control himself, but just as Ning Lu calmed down, Kawei lost his balance and fell face first onto the lectern. As if he had bumped his foot, Kawei's eyes welled up with tears as he stared straight at Ningle. My God, who can control this? To be honest, Ning Lu really couldn't control his thoughts. Kawei's physique is quite stunning even in the entire Azure world. At this moment, Kawei is lying on the lectern, with tears welling up in his eyes, looking at Ning Lu pitifully. From Saratoga's perspective, the pink hearts on Nimler's body had almost covered the entire classroom. How strange, can't the fearless one see them? The white-eyed giant too, can't they see these hearts? Saratoga was somewhat puzzled. Kawei didn't pay any attention, straightened his clothes, and prepared to start the class. Chapter 17 Aircraft Carrier Tutorial. Who am I, and where am I? Hello, students. Today we will begin our courses on commanding aircraft carriers. I was really looking forward to class today, and I even changed into the uniform provided by the college. This uniform is similar to a work uniform, but the management of the Shipgirls is not that strict, so wearing it is not mandatory. But in order to make a good impression on Ningle today, Kawei still awkwardly put it on. I believe that both commanders were able to control the ship's navigation well during yesterday's maiden voyage. So today I'll talk about the methods for operating carrier-based aircraft. At this point, Kawei glanced at Ning Lu and saw that he had no expression on his face. Won't he think these are too basic? He definitely won't be interested in the control methods and takeoff speeds I talked about yesterday, or what I'm going to talk about today. Kuwei spoke very seriously, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. What if I say something wrong and Ningle thinks I'm stupid? Fearless hadn't realized that now she considered Ningle's feelings first in everything she did. The first step is controlling the takeoff of carrier-based aircraft, which begins with starting the propellers. Upon hearing this, Ninglu roughly understood that the so-called course was most likely just some basic knowledge and control methods. Just as I thought, the way to control and command shipgirls in battle in this world is very basic. Ninglu understands all of this knowledge, and in some aspects, he is even far ahead of the rest of the world. After listening for a while, I lost interest. Open system. 26,000 experience points are enough to unlock Little Jaj's hull. Yang Fan selected the option to upgrade the ship's hull. Ship hull upgrade. Saratoga upgrades and remodeling. Angled deck hull design. The ship is 326.4 meters long, 76 meters wide. Speed. Sections 30 to 33. Full load, 80,600 tons. Steam catapult 2. Oh, takeoff. Little Jejia has finally become a giant aircraft carrier. This is the world of Kantai Collection, set in World War II, featuring Saratoga with angled decks and steam catapults. With the addition of jet fighters, the power of a single aircraft carrier can annihilate an entire fleet. While Ningle was still fantasizing about one day relying on a Saratoga to roam the entire Azure world, the modification permissions have been granted, and 200,000 materials are needed to generate the ship hull. Damn, what's going on? Upgrading the ship's hull actually consumes resources. Ningle frowned, but quickly relaxed. Forget it, 200,000 supplies isn't a lot. We'll have enough after a few more matches. Ningle consoled himself, but 200,000 worth of supplies was still a large sum. We now have 33,000 supplies, which is roughly the same as what a siren fleet can obtain. Ninglu then realized what was happening. This is going to exhaust my little Jia. It will take 7 Mirror Sea runs to be enough. Ning Li's expression froze for a moment. Ninglu, can you answer this? Why is there a 30-second interval between takeoffs of carrier-based aircraft? The formidable question forced Ningle to exit the system. Oh, that's because. Ninglu was surprised that Kuwei would ask a question. He had been looking at the system the whole time and hadn't been listening at all. Jejia, what did Kuwei just say? In the midst of the crisis, Ningle thought of Saratoga, who was nearby. They had a telepathic connection. Commander, aye. Saratoga hesitated for a long time, clearly indicating that she hadn't been paying attention in class. Oh dear, you're the commander. How would I know about commanding shipgirls? They're just newly built babies. Saratoga offered a strong defense. Ninglu tilted his head slightly, and then saw it. Saratoga revealed the shipboard equipment of the Sky Raider carrier-based aircraft. The Sky Striker, only the size of a palm, was being held in Saratoga's hands. Still not done playing? You really are a destroyer, as expected. Ninglu was speechless. Ever since he gave it to Saratoga Sky Raider, the little girl had been taking it out to play with it all the time. There's no other way. I can only rely on myself. Ninglu felt helpless, but little did he know why there had to be a 30-second interval between takeoffs. Fine, I'll just say whatever comes to mind. Anyway, there's no punishment for answering incorrectly. Is it because I'm worried that the shipgirls won't be able to control their carrier-based aircraft? Ninglu guessed wildly. You answered incorrectly, Ninglu. Kuwei held a pointer in his hand, one hand on his hip, and tapped the blackboard with the other. Razel, you answer. Ninglu gave an awkward smile, which was his response to Kuwei. When Razel heard the formidable teacher call his name, he stood up and answered. It's because there's a time interval between controlling carrier-based aircraft and mental control of a second aircraft requires a buffer period. That's a good answer. Please sit down. Pay close attention in class and don't let your mind wander. To be honest, it was a little awkward for Kuwei to talk about this. After all, Ningle just demonstrated its ability to take off 1 aircraft per second yesterday, so it's a bit awkward to talk about this now. This is infuriating. Even if you're a high-ranking commander, you can't be daydreaming in class, and you can't even answer such a simple question. Kuwei was also puzzled, but he simply assumed that Ninglu might have forgotten these basics. For a senior commander, quickly controlling carrier-based aircraft was still quite easy. Alright, that's enough theory for now. Next, let's go to the outdoor port for practical operation. Kuwei put down his pointer and pointed out the window towards the harbor. At the port, Radiance was teaching the second-year students. At the Naval Academy, commanders must learn how to control all the shipgirls in order to graduate successfully. However, in order to allow commanders to familiarize themselves with their initial ships more quickly, the new recruits were divided into different classes. Dear trainees, today I will teach you how to conduct group battles. The allure of the Radiant Radiance goes without saying, which is why all the second-year students love the tactical instruction class. Gloria's teacher is so gentle. If I could become her commander, I would be willing to never be able to fish for ships for the rest of my life. Clearly, this is a commander having a crush on a girl. Commander, what nonsense are you talking about? The nameless ship girl standing to the side said, somewhat speechlessly. Haha, don't be angry. Nice, I was just joking. The commander's name is Nice. If a commander builds an unnamed ship, he will usually name it after himself. The Nice was also Nice's initial ship, and as an unnamed ship, it was inevitable that it would feel somewhat inferior in front of these rare ship girls. Illustrious courses are very interesting, and he even uses his own carrier-based aircraft for demonstrations. Wow, so many people are in class. Saratoga was very excited when he arrived at the port. She had long been fed up with listening to those boring theory lectures in the classroom. All right, Ningle and Razor, now you can let your ship girls unfold their hulls and try launching their carrier-based aircraft. Chapter 18 Queen Elizabeth's Invitation. The port is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen ship girls. Saratoga and Argus only occupied a small area, but this still attracted the attention of many ship girls and commanders. Wow, what a huge aircraft carrier. What faction is that? Judging from the hull number, it should be a rare aircraft carrier from the White Eagles. The hull number starting with CV is not common in the Royal Navy, so naturally some people speculated about Saratoga's identity. All right, commanders, you can now take off your carrier-based aircraft as we just discussed in class. Actually, all of this was said to Razor and the hundred-eyed giant standing to the side, as they were well aware of Ningle's formidable strength. Hundred-eyed giant, let's do our best. Okay, commander, I will do my best. Razor and the hundred-eyed giant are struggling to control their carrier-based aircraft. After starting the propellers, the aircraft was slowly controlled to take off via a ski jump ramp. Bang! Oh no, I fell into the sea. Am I too stupid, Commander? No, the hundred-eyed giant did a great job just now. Let's try again. The harmonious scene between the two drew envious glances from Kauai, who stood by. I'm so envious of ship girls who have commanders. Even when they fail, there's someone there to help and encourage them. It's terrifying that, as a wild ship girl, born naturally in the sea, she has been in control of her ship from level 1 on her own, without any commander by her side to encourage or comfort her. Commander, how long am I supposed to keep this up? The plane crashed into the sea, and it will take a lot of oil to recover it. Such a heartwarming scene didn't occur in Ningle. Because of the system, Ningle could not perform the operation of causing a carrier-based aircraft to stall and fall into the sea. The only option was for Saratoga to pretend she didn't know how to operate carrier-based aircraft. But why does Saratoga seem genuinely charades? Ningle was speechless for a moment, feeling that his presence made Saratoga somewhat neglect him. Looking at the clumsy Saratoga in front of him, Ningle couldn't help but laugh. Is this Ning Lu? It's been a long time. The voice sounded familiar, and Ning Lu turned to look. He is the Prince of Wales. Prince of Wales, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Ningle asked. The Prince of Wales placed one hand on his chest and gave a knightly salute. Her Majesty wishes to meet with you. Is now a convenient time. The Prince of Wales spoke very directly and did not shy away from anything. The fearless ones nearby also overheard the conversation, but knowing that the Queen wanted to see Ningle, they did not stop her. Instead, they went to instruct Razel and the hundred-eyed giant. Okay, let's go. Ningle did not hesitate. If the royal family had any other ideas about Ningle, Ningle would have no power to resist. Let's go, Jejia. Calling Saratoga, who was still acting nearby, the three of them headed towards the distant palace. Finally, I don't have to practice taking off anymore. Saratoga breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the idiot Saratoga didn't know how to launch carrier-based aircraft. The Naval Academy where Ningle was located was both an academy and the headquarters of the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy's high-ranking ship girls also work here regularly. The Royal Palace is very luxurious, just like the European palaces you see on television. The Baroque-style carvings, combined with the huge circular hall, make you feel as if you've traveled back to the Middle Ages. Just as Ningle was still admiring all of this, the Prince of Wales, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Before them stood a large door, which slowly opened as Ning Lu arrived. Your Majesty, Commander Ningle has arrived. A huge oil painting hangs in the center of the room, and below it is a table piled high with documents. However, the people in the painting seem somewhat out of place with this serious style. Isn't this the Queen who's forever 11 years old? Ningle mentally groaned. The painting depicting the Queen Elizabeth wearing a crown and holding a scepter. Oh, it's Commander Ningle. Please come in. A childish voice rang out, and Ning Lu then noticed that behind the mountain of documents on the table sat a young girl. It was Elizabeth. Poor silly boy, he has to deal with so much work every day. The three entered the room, which was presumably a place for receiving guests and working. Ning, Lu, and Saratoga sat on the sofa to the side, while Sirius came out from the side and poured them some black tea. Setting down the documents in her hand, Queen Elizabeth gracefully sat down opposite Ningle. Commander Ningle, are you curious as to why I need to see you? Elizabeth spoke first. Although she still had a small body, her aura was very strong. As expected of the royal flagship, but no matter how powerful your aura is, you're still just an 11-year-old girl. Ning Lu told himself that he couldn't lose to his opponent in terms of aura. This visit must be about his hidden strength. As long as the other party had reservations, he would be safe. I think it's a question about my abilities. Thinking of this, Ningle condemned the fat dinosaur in his heart once again. You've actually learned to lie. Once I get my hands on you, I'll make you pay for your betrayal. Ningle's directness surprised Elizabeth. Perhaps she had never seen such a straightforward commander before. Haha, Commander Ningle is really direct. I'll just be frank too. The Prince of Wales has reported to us about the sirens attacking the transport ship, and we are now aware of your capabilities. Elizabeth spoke slowly. Wait, isn't it the formidable Royal High Command, but the Prince of Wales? Indeed, when the Prince of Wales said he wanted to report on the battle, Ningle didn't pay much attention, and she hadn't asked him to keep it a secret. Sorry, fat dinosaur, it seems I misunderstood you. It's okay, I'll definitely reward you handsomely once I catch you. Thinking of this, pink hearts welled up on Ning Li's body again. But Saratoga didn't remind her this time. She always felt that only she could see the love in the commander. As expected, neither Elizabeth nor the Prince of Wales reacted. You were the one who resolved the crisis in the mirror-like sea area during the newborn's maiden voyage yesterday, weren't you? Elizabeth said with certainty. We are well aware of their formidable strength. The Sirens' fleet in the Mirror Sea is not something a mere level 63 Shipgirl can handle. I guessed it all. I never expected that it was my own carelessness that exposed my true strength. However, even if they are exposed, Shipgirls cannot harm their commanders. This is a rule for Shipgirls, and it doesn't even apply to enemy commanders. Oh, you guys found out. That's right, I dealt with the Sirens in the Mirror Sea. Ning Lu readily admitted that he wanted to see what tricks these Royal Navy Shipgirls could pull off. Since it was Commander Ningle who handled it, this is the reward for the Mirror Sea. Elizabeth did not use the title Ninler the trainee, but rather Commander Ningler, indicating that the royal family already regarded Ningler as a formal commander. Wait, what's going on? Ning Lu was somewhat incredulous. He had already prepared how to explain his strength later. That's it. You just give me the reward, without even asking where my strength came from. Ning Li's mind raced with wild speculation and wild imagination, but his face remained calm and composed. Oh, then I'll accept it without hesitation. Ning Li said it in a serious tone, but in his heart he had already started fantasizing. What would the reward be? I need too much oil and other supplies myself, so giving me a little wouldn't be a problem. How about giving me the fat dinosaur instead? Saratoga, standing to the side, was no longer willing to speak. Commander, what you're thinking about right now is definitely not as bad as it sounds. It's something that would be completely censored if you said it out loud. If all the Shipgirls could see this, the Queen's room would now be shrouded in a pink mist. Chapter 19: The Crisis of Sardinia. After the battle in the Mirror Sea, some items will always drop, which require a special salvage ship to retrieve. At this point, Elizabeth took out 2 mind cubes and a box. These are spoils of war from the Mirror Sea. Hand them all over to Commander Ningle. The moment Elizabeth addressed him as Commander, Ningle realized he was no longer a student. At the same time, our royal army must also reward Commander Ningle for his heroic performance in this battle. After saying that, Elizabeth opened the box next to the mind cube. The box was opened, and what came into Ningle's view was a pile of golden coins. This is the world's most important currency, and also one of the most important resources for Shipgirls, supplies. Similar to the game, resources exist in the form of gold coins. Here are 50,000 supplies as a reward for this Mirror Sea mission. The supplies and the mind cube were placed on the table. After Elizabeth finished speaking, she gently pushed the 2 items toward Ningle. To be honest, Ning Lu was very tempted, both by the mind cube and by the supplies. But Ning Lu knew that these supplies were not so easy to obtain. Your Majesty, fighting the Sirens is every commander's responsibility, and I have no choice but to do so. But isn't the reward a bit too much? After speaking, Ningle looked at Elizabeth sitting in front of him. Just as he had expected, the reward this time did indeed exceed the usual range of rewards in the Mirror Sea. Commander Ningle, I'm increasingly starting to think you're not like a freshman anymore. Elizabeth picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and said jokingly, "To be able to control 10 carrier-based aircraft simultaneously and perform such beautiful maneuvers is something even some level 4 commanders would find difficult to do." At this moment, Elizabeth was absolutely certain that Ningle was no ordinary rookie commander. Although formidable didn't describe the battle in the Mirror Sea in detail, judging from her injuries, you must have been controlling 2 aircraft carriers simultaneously, right? Elizabeth looked confident. Although she wasn't the older sister type of shipgirl, her dignity was in no way inferior to that of other shipgirls. "Your Majesty is indeed wise. Yes, I defeated the Sirens by controlling the formidable and Saratoga." "Haha, Commander Ningle, since you've admitted it, then I formally invite you to become a formal commander of the Royal Navy." Ningle's heart tightened. Could it be that Elizabeth or the entire royal family was about to take action against him? "Then I formally invite you to become a formal commander of the Royal Navy." Ningle had prepared for the situation, but he did not expect that the royal family would invite him to become the royal family's commander. In this world, commanders also belong to factions, and each faction has its own naval academy. Most commanders choose to serve in the faction of the naval academy they attend. What does the royal family mean by this? Don't they have any suspicions about me? The original owner was just a commoner and had never been in contact with shipgirls before enrolling in school. Doesn't the royal family have any doubts about the abilities I'm demonstrating now? However, Ningle neither readily agreed nor refused. He needs to consider the pros and cons. Don't rush to decide on this. It's getting late. "Commander Ningle, please go back and think about it." Elizabeth ended the conversation, and Sirius beside her closed the crate full of supplies. At the same time, he took out another box from the side, packed the 2 newly made Rubik's Cubes, and handed them to Ning Le. "Let's go, Commander Ningle. Her Majesty has many things to do today." The Prince of Wales, standing nearby, stood up and led Ningle away from the royal palace. It was nearly evening when we left. There were no shipgirls or commanders left at the port, and Ningle's thoughts were in turmoil. Although he gained 2 wisdom cubes and 50,000 supplies from this meeting, the royal invitation also made him more vigilant. "My own strength is insufficient to protect myself in this world, but the power I wield is coveted by all major forces." Ninglu thought to himself. Ningle today is like a gold mine waiting to be unearthed. But this gold mine itself has no ability to protect itself. Anyone who covets this wealth can easily dig it up. Ningle walked along the beach beside the port toward his dormitory. Ninglu thought a lot along the way. From the initial excitement of arriving in this world to now being concerned about one's own safety. Looking at Saratoga beside him, Ningle murmured to himself, "Why think so much? I'm a commander now. As long as I have the strength, there will be plenty of shipgirls waiting for me to collect in the future. Let's keep a low profile for a while and accumulate strength." While Ningle was still lost in thought, Saratoga pulled at Ningle's clothes. "Commander, look. Isn't there someone lying there?" Saratoga pointed her little finger to the beach not far away. Although it was evening, there were still streetlights along the coast. Through the dim light of the streetlights, one could indeed see a humanoid creature lying on the beach. "Let's go take a look." There is only a small wall, half a meter high, along the road and beach in the port. Ninglu took a step and jumped over. The figure lying face down on the beach was completely obscured. However, judging from her long hair, it can be determined that she is a woman. Saratoga stepped forward first. As a shipgirl, her body possessed the same strength as the original warship. In the event of any danger, he can protect his commander immediately. Cough, cough. As if sensing someone approaching, the girl lying there coughed twice and barely managed to sit up. "Commander, she's awake." The girl barely managed to lift her head and look at the 2 people approaching. "Are you all right? What are you doing here?" Ningle asked, puzzled. From the beginning, Ninglu sensed something strange about the girl's aura. When the girl fully woke up, she realized that she was actually a shipgirl. "Quickly, go save Sardin." The girl's long hair was wet from the seawater, and her blue eyes revealed fear and anxiety. "Don't rush. Tell me slowly, what exactly happened?" Ningle comforted the girl and had Saratoga contact the Coast Guard. The shipgirl's hull already had a radio, and Saratoga's message was quickly sent to the Prince of Wales. "You're a shipgirl, right? What are you doing here?" Ningle asked. "I'm a shipgirl from Sardinia. You can call me Lisa." The Sardinian headquarters was attacked by the Siren flagship, and all of the Sardinian fleet was scattered. The girl became emotional and started to cry. A few minutes later, the Prince of Wales arrived in a hurry with several shipgirls. The 2 had only been separated for a short time when the Prince of Wales did not expect that Ningle would not return to his dormitory in the middle of the night, but instead wander around the beach. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted ways." The Prince of Wales greeted Ningle and then walked up to the Sardinian Shipgirl. Several unnamed ship crew members helped the Shipgirl up and took her to the Academy's infirmary. Ningla did not follow them, but returned to the college dormitory. The Sardinian camp isn't weak, so how could they have been scattered by the Siren flagship's attack? Based on what the Shipgirls said about being scattered by the attack, Ningle could conclude that the entire headquarters of Sardinia had probably been captured. The Sirens show no mercy to Shipgirls and will definitely exterminate them all. Moreover, the Sardinian headquarters is thousands of nautical miles away from the royal palace. Given the distance, this must have happened a few days ago. Chapter 20. A barrage of bad news sets everyone on high alert. The system allows you to store both the mind cube and the resources, a feature that Ningle has just discovered. Should we use the mind cube to build Shipgirls? After Ningle added the mind cube to the system immediately gave a prompt. What? The system can directly build Shipgirls now. Ningle was extremely excited. After all, the construction equipment was enormous. If you can carry it with you, it will be much more convenient to move it later. Moreover, Shipgirls can be created at any time, and combat power can be increased immediately after obtaining the cube. But Ningla didn't rush to use the Rubik's Cube. His current strength was already impressive enough, and this portable system was his secret weapon for survival. Therefore, Ningle had to go through a formality before he could build Shipgirls, and had to visit the construction room. Ningle slept soundly that night, but the Royal Navy's Shipgirls couldn't sleep. What did you say? The Sardinian camp was completely wiped out. In the royal conference room, top military leaders gathered together. Queen Elizabeth sat at the head of the table, and below her was the Sardinian Shipgirl that Ningle had picked up from the beach. Yes, Your Majesty, I escaped because I was on patrol. How strong are the Sirens who attacked you? As a warmonger, the Prince of Wales was most concerned about the strength of the Sirens. The exact number is unclear, but there were at least 10 Sirens flagships that attacked headquarters. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Although Sardin is not strong, he still represents a force. There are over a dozen high-ranking Shipgirls, which is a considerable force in the entire Azur Lane world. But even the Royal Navy found it difficult to deal with so many Siren flagships. And Sardinia even more so. Go down and rest first. Elizabeth and the Shipgirls exchanged glances, and seeing that no one was asking any more questions, they told the Sardinian Shipgirl to go and rest. Your Majesty, we haven't seen a Siren attack of this scale in many years. The destruction of a faction's headquarters is no small matter. As a royal veteran, Hood experienced the Great War between the Shipgirls and the Sirens in the previous era. But even in that era, there was no record of the Sirens destroying the headquarters of an entire faction. This is a serious matter. If what that Sardinian Shipgirl said is true, then it will require the decision of all human governors. Although Elizabeth was the flagship of the royal family, the decision-making for war still rested with the governor. Originally, there were no Sirens or Shipgirls in this world. Until one day, human cities were attacked by Sirens. The military development of humanity in this world is backward. They don't even have warships. The balance was disrupted by the appearance of the Sirens. But humans are simply no match for the Sirens. Until the appearance of Shipgirls. After human commanders contracted Shipgirls, they participated in the Sirens' efforts to achieve a balance of power. After hundreds of years of development, Shipgirls from various factions gathered together to form the current headquarters. The flagship is naturally the Shipgirl who leads the entire faction, while the highest leader of the human commanders is the governor. The governor is also a commander, and the governor's port is called the governor's house. The appearance of Shipgirls did not shake the status of humanity in this world. Rather, it exists as a weapon. Although Shipgirls have their own thoughts, they still act according to the orders of their commanders. Therefore, any major war decisions must be approved by the governor before they can be carried out. Everyone, an entire faction of Shipgirls has been wiped out. This is no small matter. I will send a telegram to the governor tomorrow. The Royal Navy is now on level 1 alert. All sea missions have been cancelled, and all security forces are on standby. Elizabeth was unsure whether the royal family would be the next target of an attack. As expected, the appearance of a mirror-like sea near headquarters is no simple matter. The next morning, when Ning got up to attend class, he found that the entire college was filled with a depressing atmosphere. There are more Shipgirls waiting at the port, and the Coast Guard is also patrolling near the port. What happened? Could it be related to that Sardinian Shipgirl from last night? Ningle sensed something was wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only pretend nothing had happened. Upon arriving at the large classroom, we found ourselves in a tactical command course for all the commanders. Originally, Glorious was supposed to give a presentation at the port, but for some reason it was moved indoors. Oh, what a pity. We won't be able to see teacher Guangwei take off with her carrier-based aircraft. Not just tactics lessons, all outdoor lessons have been canceled. The students discussed quietly in the classroom. Everyone was puzzled as to why outdoor classes had been canceled. I have some heavy news to tell you all. While the students below the stage were still having a heated discussion, Guanghui, who had already come up to the podium, spoke up. Last night we received news that the Sirens attacked Sardinia's headquarters. Therefore, the Royal Navy and its subordinate naval academy will enter Level 1 combat readiness. The news caused an uproar in the audience. What? The Sardinian camp was attacked? Or their headquarters? Quiet. Guanghui, with a serious expression, asked the students present to keep quiet. From today onwards, everyone present must be prepared to go to the battlefield at any time. Future courses will be more rigorous. All naval freshmen in this year's class will attend classes together and must develop basic combat capability within 2 months. As Guanghui finished speaking, the audience fell into a deathly silence. But soon after, an even more heated discussion broke out. 3 months. How is that possible in 3 months? My God, are we going to the battlefield so soon? These were all posted by first and second year students. As third year students, they will graduate in a month and have basically formed combat capability. However, the first year students had only attended 2 days of classes when they were informed that they would be going to the battlefield in 3 months. Anyone would be very dissatisfied in that situation. Everyone, please be quiet. The classroom was large, and all the naval cadets were sitting there. There are a total of 150 students in grades 1, 2, and 3 combined. But after those words were spoken, no one in the room dared to utter a sound. It is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. We had a meeting all night last night, and this morning we compiled the intelligence and gave it to the governor. At the same time, Elizabeth also received a message. A massive siren fleet was now less than 500 nautical miles from the royal headquarters. If it weren't for the fact that Sardin's back had alerted the royal family, they wouldn't have even discovered this Psy army in the first place. We have at most 3 months left. 500 nautical miles away from us, there is already a Cyrenian's force that is capable of destroying the entire royal fleet. A collective gasp of astonishment rang out. Seeing everyone's reaction, Queen Elizabeth didn't say anything, but continued to speak. According to our calculations, these sirens will arrive at the royal headquarters in 3 months. At that time, we will have to deal with this siren's attack with all our might. If we cannot withstand it, then the royal will become the next Sardinia. Chapter 21 Construction, New Partners. Ning sat in the audience, next to his classmate Riser. What should I do, Commander? I can't even launch carrier-based aircraft right now. The wide-eyed giant sitting to the side tugged at Rezel's clothes and said with some grievance, You've already done a great job, and we have 3 months. 3 months is enough for you to learn how to fight. Ning witnessed this scene and couldn't imagine that if he hadn't had the system or his previous life's combat experience, he and Saratoga would have experienced the same thing. Looking at the Shipgirls nestled in the commander's arms, and then at Saratoga sitting next to her, who was now looking at her with big eyes. Did Ning realize that he had to do something? I can't let this heartwarming scene be ruined. Now that I've awakened the system, I must do something in this life. Ning remembered the 2 Rubik's cubes in the system, and at this moment he no longer intended to hide his strength. The goal is to expand one's influence in the shortest possible time. It's obvious that to become stronger, you need more Shipgirls and better equipment. Staying in the academy and receiving boring education will definitely not improve my strength. Ning barely listened to anything in that class. His mind was constantly planning his future actions. As soon as get out of class ended, Ning took Saratoga to the college office. Is Teacher Kuei here? The siren crisis made the upcoming courses even more intense, as the students had to learn 3 years' worth of knowledge in just 3 months. At this moment, Kuei was frantically organizing his teaching materials. What's wrong, Ningla? The documents, already piled up like a small mountain, peeked out from the overwhelming pile. There was an exam paper on his head. You formidable teacher, I would like to apply for construction. After saying that, he naturally walked to a chair and sat down. Build? You got the Rubik's Cube. Kuei was somewhat shocked. He hurriedly took the exam paper off his head and straightened his disheveled clothes. Yes, it was a reward from the headmaster because of the Mirror Sea incident. Really? So, Ninglu, are you going to start construction? Feeling awe-inspiring, he was even happier than Ninglu, the person involved. At this moment, he had no mind to organize the information and instead sat down opposite Ninglu. Well, that's why I'm here to apply for building permissions. Of course, no problem. The construction room is empty right now. You can go there anytime. Knowing Ning's strength, it's clear that if Ning could acquire a second Shipgirl, his strength would increase even further. But even Kuei didn't realize that he had begun to think about Ninggu's future. It's nothing. Teacher Kuei, I won't bother you any longer. Having achieved his goal, Ninggu left. How strange, what is this feeling? Why is my heart beating so fast? After Ninglu left, Kuei sat in a chair, clutching his chest with one hand. Ever since fighting the sirens alongside Ninggu, Kuei has had a strange feeling towards Ninggu. Even he himself couldn't explain the reason. We returned to that familiar construction room. This is the first time I've ever built one. Ninggu couldn't help but sigh, thinking that if he hadn't transmigrated into this body as a commander, he would probably have had to become a civilian again. Two shipgirls were guarding the entrance to the construction room. After explaining his purpose to them, Ninggu was allowed to enter without any obstruction. The room was very large, about 200 square meters, and in the very center of the room was a strangely shaped machine. The machine is very complex, like a small stage. In front of the stage is a small control console. The console is very easy to operate. It has 2 slots for holding the mind cube. Next to the control panel is a funnel, which is where supplies are dropped in. After studying it for a while, Ninggu lost interest. After confirming that no one was around, Ninglu opened the system. System construction begins. Please select a construction type. Heavy pool. Requires 2 mind cubes, 1500 resources. Put up. Ninggu issued the construction order, and the system screen flashed blue light, then burst into golden light. Withdrawal successful. I won. I didn't expect to get gold in a single draw. I'm also glad that my luck has improved since I traveled through time. Nice to meet you. I am Warspite. Standing 1.3 meters tall with long golden hair and wielding a knight's longsword, Warspite appeared directly in front of Ninggu after a flash of golden light. It's war weariness. I'm so lucky. In the game, Warspite's stats aren't particularly impressive. He might only stand out in exercises. But this is a world where warships fight, with an excellent 381mm main gun, well-designed armor, and an excellent salvo angle. Most importantly, this is the Royal Navy. Warspite, as a veteran shipgirl of the Royal Navy, has a distinguished record of battle achievements, having participated in almost all of the Royal Navy's battles. Afterwards, if I want to do anything, it will be very convenient with the help of Warweary. Hello, Warwear. I am your commander, Ninggu. Please take care of me from now on. Hello, Commander Ninggu. Please issue the combat orders. Upon seeing Ninggu, the war-weary man gave a somewhat reserved knightly salute. Haha, don't be so nervous. You're only level 1 now, just built up. Your task is to familiarize yourself with the ship. War-weary is characterized by his upright and serious personality. He may be a bit boring, but he is a trustworthy partner. There was still a daunting aircraft carrier control lesson in the morning, but Ninggu was eager to test Warspite's capabilities. Professor Kuei, I would like to ask for leave from the morning class. With Saratoga and Warspite in tow, Ninggu returned to the academy's office. You're back so soon. Let your teacher see what kind of shipgirl you built. Warspite was following behind Ninggu, but Formidable did not see Warspite at first. As a Royal Legendary class aircraft carrier, compared to rare and common shipgirls, the ultra-rare quality of Formidable gives her an innate sense of superiority over Ninggu. Of course, Saratoga is rare, but as the White Eagle's CV3, it has an inherent advantage in terms of status. Let me see which shipgirl you've built. Even if it's an unnamed ship, your teacher won't laugh at you. Kuei thought to himself with a sense of smug satisfaction. Greedy senpai. The Formidable one still wore an arrogant and smug expression. But when he saw the Warspite who was only 1.3 meters tall in front of him, he seemed to be frozen in place by a time-stopping spell. Hello, Formidable one. Warwear was just a casual greeting, but it shocked the fearsome so much that he was speechless for a long time. It's Warspite. You built Warspite. This is war weariness, second only to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth in status. How frightening, he shouted, sounding somewhat incredulous. Yes, it's just good luck. Ningla said with an indifferent expression. Have you reported this matter to the royal family? After calming his excited emotions, Kuei put on a serious expression and asked. Not yet. I'll come here to take classes after it's finished. Kuei wanted to say something more to Ningel, but then he suddenly paused. With your strength, you shouldn't be asking to terminate the contract, right? Although the terrifying murmur was very soft, Ningel heard it very clearly. Why terminate the contract? Chapter 22, Battleship Skills Are Terrifying. This was the first time Ningel had ever heard of someone voluntarily terminating a shipgirl's contract. Kuei's expression was solemn, and it was clear that what he was about to say was a new secret within the royal family. Whether it's the Royal Navy or other factions, super rare shipgirls like us are extremely precious. As long as it is an ultra-rare shipgirl, its natural growth level can reach 100. Thus, an unwritten rule was formed within each camp. Any new commander who builds an ultra-rare Shipgirl will be forced to terminate the contract. These formidable words gave Ningle a new understanding of the Shipgirls in this world. To be honest, he originally thought that Shipgirls were all kind and cute. But I never expected there was such a connection. As if guessing Ning Li's thoughts, he continued. It's not as sordid as you think. This is also to protect the new commander. Seeing that Ning Li might have misunderstood, Kuwei quickly explained. Once a new commander obtains an ultra-rare Shipgirl, it is very likely to attract the covetousness of other high-ranking commanders. While Shipgirls cannot attack their commanders, humans are different. Even before this rule was introduced, there were instances of commanders snatching Shipgirls from new recruits. At this point, Kuwei glanced at Ningle and, seeing that he had no expression on his face, said with relief. However, you are no longer considered a newcomer. Judging from your personal strength, you are definitely a level 4 commander. Hearing Kuwei say that, Ningle felt a little smug. I never expected that I would become a big shot on my 3rd day in this world. But you have too few Shipgirls, and their levels aren't high enough. Kuwei abruptly changed the subject and directly pointed out Ningle's biggest problem. However, it's only a matter of time. Alternatively, you can directly extend an invitation to wild Shipgirls of higher levels. At this point, Kuwei blushed slightly and dared not look at Ningle. Ning Lu was oblivious to this. His mind was racing, processing the information that Kuwei had just revealed. The Signets are not the only dangerous group in this world. Human commanders are also a problem that cannot be ignored. If you are not strong enough, you will either be destroyed by the Sirens or your Shipgirls will be taken away by other commanders. Clearly, neither of these scenarios is what Ningle wants to see. Teacher Kuwei, is the firing range still usable? I'd like to familiarize myself with Warspite's combat methods. The current situation no longer allows Ningle to coast along at the academy. He must go out and kill the Psi people to obtain supplies and experience. The dean also mentioned this morning that the courses are very busy right now, but there should still be some openings in the battleship class. The training ground for the battleship squads not only included a spacious dock, but also targets. In order to stop these steel monsters, a separate area was set aside for them at the academy's dock. The new commander is not yet very good at controlling the ship, so some bumps and knocks are inevitable. Battleships are heavily armored and tough, so a slight bump won't hurt them. But it would be dangerous if they encountered other Shipgirls. Damaging the hull is considered a minor issue. A serious collision could result in the ship being broken in half. Under the guidance of the formidable leader, Ningle arrived at the battleship training ground. Senior Huda, are there any seats left in the training field? This is an inner bend at the port. The entire inner bend is shaped like AC, with a diameter of approximately 10 kilometers. Normally, this place serves as a training ground for battleships, and occasionally it is also used as a target range for other Shipgirls to fire their artillery. The C-shaped area near the estuary has 2 small islands. These are the targets the Shipgirls use for training. At this moment, Hood was instructing the 1st and 2nd year battleship commanders on how to conduct artillery fire. Originally, 1st and 2nd grade were taught separately, but due to the impending siren attack, 1st and 2nd grade were combined for emergency instruction. They must develop combat capability in the shortest possible time. How formidable! What brings you here? Fortunately, among the trainees in these years, only Ningle and Razor are aircraft carrier Shipgirls. As an instructor in the aircraft carrier class, he had a lot of free time and would occasionally chat with Hood. Senior Hood, my student has built a battleship and wants to find a place to unfold the hull and get used to it. Kuwei gestured to Ningle behind him. Hello, Mr. Huda, my name is Ninglo. We have just completed construction and would like to use the firing range to familiarize ourselves with combat. As he spoke, Ningle was also sizing up Hud in front of him. She wore a top hat, a Union Jack shawl, and a dark blue women's long dress. You really can't tell at all that the royal family has such advanced technology. After observing for a long time, Ninglu had to admire the prowess of the royal chest concealing technique. I remember you. I've read the Prince of Wales report. Use the training ground if you want. Huda had a smile on his face, giving people a very easygoing feeling. Thank you, Professor Huda. After thanking him, Ninglu walked towards the dock. All right, everyone, let's continue the lesson. Huda was still in class when, as she turned her gaze back to the group of students, she caught a glimpse of gold out of the corner of her eye. Oh my god, that's Warspite Senpai. Hood covered his mouth with one hand and exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was drawn in by Hood's words, and Ningle stopped in his tracks, as did Warspite beside him. Which Shipgirl senior does Teacher Huda address? It's so small, could it be a destroyer? The students were secretly discussing the topic they had just discussed. Yes, I am HMS Warspite, the second ship of the Elizabeth class. Think. Everyone gasped. It's Her Majesty the Queen's sister ship? My God, what kind of luck does this commander have? Brother, can I touch you and get some of your good luck? Wait, I was here first. Let me touch it first. These cadets would never know Warspite, but Elizabeth and the others did. Quiet. All trainees, return to your positions. Huda's face was grim. He was clearly angry. I'm sorry, Ning Lu. None of my students have ever met the commander of a high-ranking contract Shipgirl. At this moment, the students' eyes were practically glowing with greed as they looked at Ning Lu. Haha, it's nothing. Coach Hu. I'm off to the training ground. After saying goodbye to Hud, Ningle quickly left. Those eyes were terrifying, as if they wanted these trainees to rush up and tear me to pieces the next second, and then snatch Warspite away. Actually, we hadn't gone very far. The place where Hugh taught was also open air, and it was only a dozen meters away from the port. Are you ready, Warware? Commander ready for battle at any time. Warweary answered firmly. At Ningle's signal, Warspite went to the surface and began to deploy its hull. Similar to the first time the Saratoga unfolded its hull, the outline of the entire hull appeared first, and then the details of the hull gradually emerged. Following the gangway beside him, Ningle calmly made his way to Warware's deck. Battleships, compared to the flat decks of aircraft carriers, exude a greater sense of power. The armored deck feels very heavy underfoot. I'm about to establish a mental connection, Warware, it might hurt a bit. Drawing on his previous experience connecting the Formidable and Saratoga, Ningle kindly offered a reminder. Rest assured, the commander's battleship has a very strong mental fortitude. Warweary said confidently. At this moment, in the command room of the Warspite, Warspite stood in the center of the command room, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. Ningle sat in the middle of the captain's chair, with Victor and Saratoga standing beside him. Alas, poor Warspite is still too young and has no idea how strong the commander's spirit is. Saratoga, standing to the side, thought to himself. When he first connected with the commander, he was almost knocked unconscious by that powerful mental force. Similarly, the fearsome one standing to the side had the same idea. Buzz. A vast spiritual force connects with the war-weary ship's hull. Meow. Just moments ago, Warspite looked so confident, but then let out a cute meow and crouched down with its head in its hands. How could this be? Weren't rookie commanders supposed to have very weak mental abilities? After a while, Warspite stood up again. Are you alright, Warspite? Was I too rough? Warspite crouched there with his head in his hands, barely managing to lift his head and reveal a smile. It's alright, Commander. This happens every time you connect for the first time. After helping Warspite to her feet and seeing that she could stand up again, Ningle began to familiarize himself with the operation of the battleship. The basic movement and aiming are no different from those in the game. But what surprised Ningle the most was that the battleship actually had 3 skills. In addition to repair teams, battleships also have damage control teams, also known as big swords. Finally, there are surface reconnaissance aircraft. It's similar to the basic configuration in the game. But wait, why is the reconnaissance aircraft's functionality different? Damage control and the greatsword have similar effects, but the reconnaissance aircraft are different from those in the game. In the game, the effect is to increase the range by 20, but in Ning Li's case, the skill description is different. Surface reconnaissance aircraft increases range by 20 and reduces shell dispersion by 20. Each shell hit provides 20 energy for 120 seconds, with no cooldown. This has been modified. It not only increases the range, but also improves the shell dispersion accuracy by 20. Moreover, this effect is clearly a combat command that only super warriors have. Super warships are warships that are one level higher than tier 10 warships in the game. These types of warships generally only exist on paper or in modified versions. For example, the Sakura Empire's 510 Satsuma can reduce shell dispersion in its combat commands. Moreover, this skill has no usage limit. It can be used without restriction as long as the charging condition is met. Chapter 23 Shock, Naval Gun Barrage. Ningle was eager to try out the feeling of firing a battleship's cannons, and he maneuvered Warspite's 8 381mm guns, aiming them at the distant island. At this moment, the students in the battleship class had lost all interest in the lesson. Their attention was now focused on Ningle. This is different from what the teacher taught. Shouldn't the cannons rotate one by one? Yeah, so many turrets rotating at the same time. Do all super rare shipgirls have such strong control abilities? Aside from the commanders present, the most shocked person was Hood, who was standing there. When the Prince of Wales described this commander before, He only thought that the commander was very talented in operating aircraft carriers. But Ning's actions made him realize that not only aircraft carriers, but even battleships could be controlled with such great skill. The book says that the reason why battleships can only rotate one turret at a time is that ordinary commanders do not have that much mental strength. However, a level 4 commander can operate 2 turrets simultaneously for attack. If you want to operate all the main guns at once, it's not impossible. However, this requires the Shipgirl to be at a very high level to be possible. It's clear that Warspite was just built, so its level must be level 1. That can only be. This is a commander whose mental strength has reached level 5. But couldn't believe his own speculation. Even the governor of the faction only reached level 5. Tier 5 is a huge watershed moment. Commanders who reach Tier 5 can control all the weapons on a warship. There's no mistake. Everyone's previous speculations were wrong. This is a level 5 commander. Huda shouted in his heart. An extremely high level, plus an extremely rare Shipgirl, and she's only a trainee. Thinking about this, Huda realized that Ning had not yet joined any camp. This means that as long as Ning can stay with the royal family, it is equivalent to the royal family gaining another governor-level combat force. Fire. From Ning's perspective, it can magnify or shrink the target he is aiming at. Just like a scope in a game. They fired a volley at the distant island of Ning. The sound of cannons rang out, and for the first time in his entire life, Ning had heard the sound of such a large caliber cannon. The sheer volume of sound and the shockwave would make any normal man's blood boil. Wow, Commander, how did you do that? A voice of war weariness rose in the spirit. They all hit. The island that was targeted is about 400 or 500 square meters in area. On land, this area would be considered enormous. However, if placed on the sea, such an area would be about the size of a smaller cruiser. However, all 8 cannonballs fired by Ning in this volley hit their targets. My God, this student is amazing. Is he really in the same year as us? 8 shells all hit their targets. Even teacher Huda couldn't achieve such a hit rate. A gasp of surprise rang out from the trainees. But the one who was most shocked was Hood. How is this possible? The hit rate is so high. If 8 large-caliber battleship shells were to actually hit a cruiser in combat, the result would certainly be severe damage. If you're unlucky enough to be hit in the core area, just 2 bullets are enough to destroy a cruiser. How did he do that? Do high-ranking commanders increase the hit rate of Shipgirl shells? Huda's pale blue eyes widened, and he could hardly believe his own guess. The operation of the battleship is not much different from that in the game, but Warspite's wandering is still a bit unpredictable. Everyone was shocked by how perfect and accurate Ning's shelling was, but Ning was not satisfied. Ning did not continue firing. He only needed to know the basic attack methods, as the others had already been tested while operating the aircraft carrier. Back on the dock, Warspite retracted the ship and stood next to Ning. Thank you, Coach Hu. I've used up the training field. Huda only came to his senses when Ning came up to him. Haha, it's all right. Ning has great self-control. Hood replied awkwardly, still reeling from Ning's powerful control. The system indicates that the HMS Hood's affinity with the battlecruiser has increased to 50, and a contract request can be submitted. Once the formidable aircraft carrier's affinity level increases to 60, a contract request can be issued. What's going on? I was just practicing with a battleship. I can understand Hood's favorability increasing, but how did Formidable's favorability increase? Ning was somewhat puzzled. However, there were too many students here to check anything about the contract. Upon returning to the office with Formidable, Ning couldn't wait to test whether he could use the contract on Formidable. After all, obtaining a level 63 aircraft carrier girl will be very helpful for what I need to do next. Unable to form a contract, this ship girl does not meet the requirements. Ning thought he would receive a high-level aircraft carrier directly after submitting the contract application, but unexpectedly the system prompted that the requirements were not met. It's not that simple after all. If I could just shutter and contract Shipgirls, there wouldn't be so many wild Shipgirls in this world. Ning felt somewhat helpless, but he did not give up. Ning, I didn't expect you to be so skilled at operating battleships. Back in his office, Kuwei said to Ning, it's fair to say that I can't understand this commander in front of me anymore. He had encountered exceptionally talented commanders before, but this was the first time he had encountered a prodigy like Ning. Perhaps I have a natural talent for operating aircraft carriers and battleships. By the way, Teacher Kuwei, is there any way to obtain a large amount of supplies? Ning's top priority now is to improve his own strength. He could already imagine that once he graduated, the 2 rare ship girls he currently possessed would definitely arouse the jealousy of other commanders. Moreover, the Siren crisis is imminent. A large amount of supplies? Has Ning Lu encountered some difficulties? In the Azure world, resources are equivalent to currency, and Wei thought Ningel had encountered some economic difficulties. Each month, all commander trainees will receive 100 supplies from the academy as living expenses. Don't underestimate these 100 resources. They still have considerable purchasing power in the world of Azur Lane. In this world, 10 units of supplies are enough for a family of 3 to live on for a month. I just want to buy some equipment for my Shipgirls. It was only then that Wei remembered Saratoga's colorful carrier-based aircraft, and he couldn't help but feel envious. Even I haven't used any color equipment. By the way, where did Ningel get his color carrier-based aircraft? Kuwei thought to himself. If Ningel hadn't mentioned this, Kuwei would have almost forgotten about it. In the Mirror Sea, Saratoga's colorful sky raiders had been the object of her jealousy for a long time. If you want to obtain supplies, you can check out the mission hall, where some combat missions will be posted. Ning Lu was overjoyed to hear this from the mission hall. Being able to accept missions means you can go to sea, and once you can go to sea, there are many ways to obtain resources. However, trainees also have to attend classes and don't have time to take on missions. But then his demeanor shifted abruptly, and a smug smile appeared on his face. When did this fat dinosaur become so arrogant? That expression clearly means she wants me to beg her. Thinking of this, Ning Lu also wanted to tease the formidable creature in front of him. He simply didn't want to think as the fearsome man had imagined. Oh, is that so? Teacher Kuwei, let's go to the classroom. Class is about to start. Ning Li's sudden move left Kuwei somewhat bewildered. Wait, wasn't he asking me for a vacation? How did it end like this? Chapter 24 Quest System Unlocked. Seeing Kuwei's disappointed expression, Ningel couldn't help but laugh. How could he not know what the formidable one was thinking? Judging from the level of affection, the fat dinosaur in front of him was already his ship girl. However, the system indicated that the contract could not be signed, which left Ning Lu speechless. Could it be that I can only contract ships that I build myself? This conjecture is not uncommon, as Ningel's exploration of the system is still very limited. I should go and talk to Her Majesty about this, since I'm leaving the academy. As he reached the office door, Ning Lu turned back to Kuwei and said. Kuwei didn't reply, but instead pouted and watched Ning Li's retreating figure with an unhappy expression. Royal Palace. I never expected that Ningel would build warship. Her Majesty the Queen will be very happy to know. The Prince of Wales was leading Ningel toward the Queen's office. Warship, the second ship of the Elizabeth series, was also Elizabeth's sister ship. In the storyline, Warship often helps Elizabeth with her work. I was also curious why I didn't run into him when I came to Ningel last time. I never expected to build it myself this time. Poor silly White, you'll have to work alone now. Warship is mine. In the office, Elizabeth was still busy working at her desk. Your Majesty, Ningel and Warship have arrived. Upon hearing the name Warship, Elizabeth was startled and looked in Ningel's direction with her lovely big eyes. Wah, my dear sister, you've finally come. Elizabeth ran wildly toward Ningler and pounced on Warship. Your Majesty, please be mindful of your image. The Prince of Wales, who was standing nearby, offered a reminder. Ahem, Commander Ningel, what brings you here this time? Elizabeth then remembered that there was a commander beside her and covered up her embarrassment with a cough. Your Majesty, I would like to request a leave of absence. Request leave? You can just tell Kuwei directly. Elizabeth asked with a puzzled look. I want to take on a mission and go out to sea to gain experience, so I might need to take a longer vacation. Ninglu said somewhat awkwardly. Execute a mission? Impossible for a trainee like you. At this point, Elizabeth paused. He glanced at Saratoga following behind Ningel and Warship standing beside him. Why, Commander Ningel? At this moment, Elizabeth asked with a serious expression. I need to know why Ningel is going out on a mission. Your Majesty, I need to increase my strength. The Academy can only teach me so much right now, and you know my own abilities. What I lack most right now is combat experience. Elizabeth pondered for a moment, and indeed, Ningel's strength was among the top commanders in the entire royal family. But his Shipgirls are all too low level. Saratoga is currently at level 4, and Warship was just built and is only at level 1. As if noticing Elizabeth's confusion, Ningel explained further. Your Majesty, a Shipgirl's level only determines her control over the ship's hull. My strength is sufficient to control a Shipgirl's hull independently. Ningel paused again at this point. He was thinking about how to persuade Elizabeth, who was standing in front of him. No, that's too risky. Elizabeth shook her head in reply. The Siren's fleet will soon launch an attack, and we must preserve as much strength as possible. Elizabeth refused. But Your Majesty, I am leaving to improve my strength. Please trust my decision. Ning Li's tone was firm and left no room for doubt. To be honest, Elizabeth wavered. Even when facing the governor, he didn't feel this way, even when the royal flagship was in the presence of the governor. Ning Li's powerful mental energy made him feel suffocated. Even without a connection with him, he could feel it. Perhaps this is the strength that a level 5 commander should have. Elizabeth smiled bitterly to herself, but ultimately agreed to Ningle's request to go out. With Queen Elizabeth's approval, Ningle's subsequent application proceeded very smoothly. Commander Ningle, these are the official documents and uniform for a formal commander. As they were about to part ways, the Prince of Wales handed over the items he had prepared in advance to Ningle. Commander trainees are not authorized to accept missions, so this can be considered an early congratulation on becoming a formal commander. After speaking, the Prince of Wales handed a set of uniforms to Ningle. There are also 2 gold epaulets. Complete the mission, become a full commander and unlock mission features. As Ning Lu received the pair of golden epaulets, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. I didn't expect the system to unlock the mission function. I'll have to study it carefully when I get back. Since acquiring the system, Ning Lu hasn't studied it much, and he doesn't need to go to class this afternoon. Ning Lu plans to prepare well for tomorrow's sea mission. Daily necessities can be placed in the Shipgirl's cabin and stored in the oil Ningle system, which saves Ningle a lot of trouble. Back in his dormitory, Ning Lu opened the system. At this point, the system has unlocked a new module, the quest module, in addition to the shop and the tech tree. Daily mission, interact with Shipgirls. Rewards include increasing Shipgirl affinity. Weekly mission, destroy the Siren fleet. Reward, 40,000 resources, with a random Rubik's Cube drop. What does interacting with Shipgirls mean? In the game, you can interact with the Shipgirls simply by clicking on them on the main screen. Ning Lu pondered for a long time, but had no clue. His gaze fell on Saratoga and Warspite, who were sitting on the sofa to the side. At this moment, Saratoga was demonstrating its carrier-based aircraft to Warspite. Warspite, look, this is a colorful Sky Raider that the commander gave me. Isn't it amazing? Saratoga held the Sky Raider's ship equipment in both hands, like a child showing off a toy to a friend. Wow, colorful equipment. That's very rare. At this point, Warspite looked somewhat disappointed and secretly glanced at Ningle beside him. Seemingly sensing his war weariness, Ningle found it somewhat amusing. They're already starting to compete for attention. I never knew Saratoga had this kind of hobby. Ning Lu really underestimated Jejia. Saratoga really does act like a destroyer, but his current demeanor is clearly a demonstration of war weariness. Even if you're an ultra-rare battleship girl, it doesn't matter. I'm the commander's initial ship. See the colorful equipment in my hand. Saratoga thought smugly. Saratoga's smug expression made Ningle burst out laughing. He then looked at Warspite beside him, whose eyes were filled with disappointment, and he dared not look at Ningle. Don't overthink it, you'll get colored equipment too, Warspite. After saying that, Ningle walked to the sofa, reached out and touched Warspite's head, and casually fiddled with the 2 buns that looked like ears. How should I put it? It really feels like petting a cat. Daily mission completed, Warspite's favorability increases by 1. What happened? The mission is complete. The system notification startled Ning Lu. He hadn't expected that interacting with the ship girl could be done simply by patting her head. Commander, haven't you had enough touching me yet? Saratoga's voice rang out from the side. Oh. Ning Lu quickly withdrew his hand and smiled somewhat awkwardly. By the way, don't you need to prepare some daily necessities? This voyage might last for several months. Ning Lu quickly changed the subject. Commander, shipgirls don't eat human food, and we don't get dirty. With enough oil, we can support a normal life. Saratoga looked at Ningle with an expression that said he was an idiot. Commander, the way you changed the subject is really awful, okay? Ning Lu really didn't know. Kuwei hadn't talked about these things in class. But since shipgirls don't need to eat, does that mean? Chapter 25 Departure, to the Stars and the Sea. Kuwei seemed somewhat distracted in class today. How could the Queen allow Ningle to leave like this? He's still a newcomer. Last night, Kuwei knew that Ning Lu had gone to see Elizabeth, and that Elizabeth had already agreed to Ning Li's request to go out. Even so, she was still a little uneasy. Even though she knew that Ning Lu was quite capable, she still couldn't be completely at ease. What's wrong, little sister? Are you still thinking about that commander named Ning Lu? The radiance beside him asked with a hint of amusement. In the past 2 days, Guanghui noticed that Kuwei was always distracted. Kuwei, who was usually meticulous in his work, had become forgetful and careless. No, sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Kuwei's cheeks flushed red, and she turned her head away, not daring to look directly at the light. Hee, little sister, you should look at yourself now. With a smile on his lips, Guanghui sat down next to Kuei as soon as he finished speaking. That commander is indeed quite attractive. He feels different from other commanders, it's like. At this point, Guanghui paused, and seeing her sister stop, Kuei also turned around curiously. Sister, do you feel that way too? Kuei spoke up, saying that ever since she first met Ningguo, she had felt that this commander was no ordinary person. He seems to possess an aura that particularly attracts shipgirls. Early morning. Ninglu went to the mission hall early in the morning and received a mission to go to sea. The mission is simple, to investigate a sunken merchant ship near the Sakura Empire's waters. The mission is to investigate a merchant shipwreck in the waters near Sakura Empire, with a 2-month time limit. Are you ready? Jaja, Warspite, it's time for us to set off. Ningguo was full of anticipation, showing none of the nervousness or fear that a new commander would experience before his first voyage. Ready to depart, Commander. Warspite responded with a serious expression. Everything is ready, Commander. Saratoga answered with equal confidence. The port was rather deserted at the moment. The siren's threat prompted the royal family to strengthen port security, and trainees were forbidden from approaching at will. They've set off. It's a pity there won't be a farewell party. Ningguo gave a wry smile and walked toward Saratoga's command center. Not long after Ningguo left, a white figure flashed past the street corner. System, display the world map. Ningguo was eager to go to sea, partly to take advantage of certain functions of the system. After 2 battles, Ningguo accumulated 26,000 experience points. I unlocked Saratoga's new ship equipment with 10,000 experience points, but due to a lack of resources, it cannot be materialized for the time being. He used the remaining 10,000 resources to upgrade his level. Currently, Ning Li's commander level is level 2, and the world map function has been unlocked in the system. To reach level 3, you need another 20,000 experience points. Ningguo currently has 6,000 experience points. He only needs to defeat 1 more siren fleet to level up. By the way, I haven't looked at Warspite's tech tree yet. Ningguo then realized that he had been so busy with setting sail and receiving missions that he hadn't had time to check the system. System, open the tech tree upgrade interface for Warware. Conqueror modification plan. Displacement, 60,770 tons. Length, 275.2 meters. Beam, 37.4 meters. Draft, 10 meters. Power output, 135,650 horsepower. Top speed, 29.5 knots. Main gun configuration. For triple-mounted 419 mm, 45 mki main guns. 4 twin-mounted 457 mm, 45 mki main guns. Secondary armament configuration. 8 twin-mounted 134 mm, 50 mki guns. Anti-aircraft firepower. 4 by 40 mm STAG anti-aircraft guns. 11 by 40 mm Bofors Mk, 6 anti-aircraft guns. 12 by 40 mm Bofors Mk, 7 anti-aircraft guns. Wait, system, Warspite's next upgrade is going straight to the Conqueror class. The Royal Navy's strongest configuration. Ninglu was truly amazed when he saw the technology tree. With a displacement of 60,000 tons and a 419 mm caliber gun, as far as Ninglu knows, the Royal Navy does not have such a large caliber naval gun in the Blue Sea. The system did not respond to Ning Li's surprise. Unlocking this technology requires 10,000 experience points. I'm familiar with this routine. After the ship hull is unlocked, large ships still need supplies, right? You're such a clever system. Ninglu secretly grumbled to himself. The Conqueror's hull was indeed alluring. Ninglu fiddled with it for a while, admiring its elegant hull and massive cannons. We need to speed up our efforts to earn supplies. This feeling of seeing something but not being able to touch it is truly agonizing. After exiting the tech tree interface, Ninglu opened the mission system. Today's daily task remains the same. Interact with the Shipgirls and increase their affection level. Since Ninglu was not on the war-weary ship at the moment, he walked toward Saratoga, which was controlling the course. At that moment, Saratoga was gazing at the sea outside the porthole, with several seagulls circling above her deck. As Saratoga was curiously observing the seagulls, a hand gently landed on her head. Ah! The little girl let out a cute scream. But when she realized it was her commander's hand, she relaxed. It feels good, but it's still a bit lacking without the animal ears. Ninglu commented in his heart. Daily task completed, Saratoga's favorability +1. Commander, where are we going? Saratoga, enjoying Ninglu's caresses, asked. Of course, I'm going to earn resources to buy new equipment for my Jujia. Ninglu's hand did not leave Saratoga's head, and he thoroughly enjoyed the soft touch. The commander is lying. How long will it take to save up all the supplies we get from missions to get equipment? Indeed, colored equipment like the Angel's armor is a scarce resource in any faction, and it's priceless and unavailable. Even if someone were to sell colored equipment, the required resources would be astronomical. It's my responsibility to earn resources, you just need to be cute. Ningle thought to himself. Although Warspite was only 1.3 meters tall like an elementary school student, her demeanor was no less impressive than those mature, older sister-type battleships. Saratoga, however, seems to retain the innocent and carefree spirit of a destroyer. The two massive steel ships slowly sailed away from the direction of the Academy. We're almost here. System, claim your weekly mission. That's right. Ning Lu obtains resources by constantly completing system tasks. In addition to daily and weekly quests, Ningle also discovered a main quest. However, this main quest prompt will only unlock after entering the Sakura Empire area. This is precisely why Ningle chose to accept the mission to the Sakura Empire. He planned to use the guise of carrying out a mission to cover up his involvement in the main storyline. If you directly tell the Academy head that you want to go to another faction's territory, Shabai probably won't agree easily. Chapter 26. Confronting the Sirens, the flagship appears. As Ning Li's thoughts stirred, the originally deep blue sky began to turn blood red. Meanwhile, the mini-map of the Ningle system has also changed. The original world map was forced to shut down, and in its place appeared a mysterious sea area filled with small islands. Point to the commander. It seems we've entered the Mirror Sea. Warweary said with a slight stutter. Although she is a new Shipgirl, Warspite subconsciously knows about the Mirror Sea. The Mirror Sea is in another dimension, and one cannot leave without eliminating the sirens within it. These mirror-like sea areas typically contain at least one siren fleet. This means that they would have to contend with at least 6 mass-produced sirens. Don't worry, Commander Warspite is very strong. You can just lie there and not move. Seeing Warspite's panicked expression, Saratoga put her hands on her hips and said smugly. At this moment, Saratoga began to talk about Ningle's performance in the Mirror Sea in the fleet channel. Of course, Saratoga didn't say that he did nothing. Instead, he boasted about how hard he and the commander worked to finally defeat the Cygnus and save the formidable teacher. When did my little Jejia learn to lie? Ning Lu watched all of this with a speechless expression. However, he did not let his guard down. Although he had fought against the sirens in the Mirror Sea once, that was something that originally existed in this world and was not a mission issued by the system. Jejia, could it be that the Sky Raiders are conducting reconnaissance, are war-weary, and have hidden behind the island in preparation for shelling? In the game, the role of aircraft carriers can be roughly divided into 2 types. One method is to inflict damage on the enemy by attacking and killing them with carrier-based aircraft. Another function is to provide vision for our fleet. This is also the greatest function of an aircraft carrier. In the game of my previous life, everyone played their own game, and there was not much cooperation. Everyone liked to hide in the distance and throw cannonballs at each other. But now Ningle has command of an aircraft carrier and a battleship, and the area is an archipelago. Of course, we should leverage the advantages of combining battleships and aircraft carriers. Sky Raiders, get ready to take off. Upon receiving orders from Ningle, Saratoga began controlling the carrier-based aircraft to perform a ski jump maneuver. Warspite was also strictly following Ningle's orders, hiding behind a small island. Enemy cruiser spotted, enemy battleship spotted, enemy aircraft carrier spotted, enemy flagship spotted. The system's announcement sounded. I could understand the first few Ningle, but what did the last one, final flagship, mean? There's no flagship concept in the game. Immediately, Ningle focused all his mental energy on the aircraft that had discovered the flagship. As his spiritual energy converged, Ningle saw the Siren flagship before him from an overhead perspective. Siren flagship. Heavy armor unit, 200,000 HP. Displacement, 102,000 tons. Armament, triple 380mm main guns, 12 guns. The multi-turret cult. These statistics alone made Ning Lu want to complain. The Siren flagship, as a whole, resembles a catamaran-style sea fortress. Commander, should we retreat first? Saratoga also saw the Siren flagship in front of him. At this moment, Saratoga huddled behind Ninler, clutching Ninler's clothes tightly with both hands. It's clear that Saratoga is genuinely scared this time. It's all right, Jejia, I'm here. You're going to be my flagship, so you can't be so timid. Ningle placed a hand on Sulla's head again and gently stroked his hair. Her pink hair had become a bit fluffy, like a cat with its fur standing on end. I'm not scared, Commander, don't underestimate me. Saratoga peeked out at Ningle, but upon hearing that she would be Ningle's flagship, Saratoga immediately became happy. I knew the commander liked me the most. For a port, The flagship is the Shipgirl with the most power under the commander. For a Shipgirl, becoming the flagship is the greatest honor of her life. Upon hearing this, Saratoga's trembling body stopped. The aircraft continued its reconnaissance, and at that moment, the Siren flagship also spotted the Sky Raiders circling in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Anti-aircraft fire rained down on the Sky Raiders' aircraft. Seeing that the reconnaissance objective had been achieved, the Sky Raiders were ordered to return to the outside of the air defense zone. Are you ready? Warspite is about to begin shelling. Although Ningle is in charge of most of the battles, he still likes to ask the Shipgirls if they are ready. Similarly, Warspite is also learning Ningle's control methods. In addition to fighting, the Shipgirls can also gain levels by absorbing the commander's combat experience. That's why Saratoga reached level 3 in just 2 battles. The turrets rotated, and all 8 381mm naval guns simultaneously rotated to aim at the cruiser at the front. 8 AP rounds loaded and fired simultaneously. Bang! 8 cannons fired in unison, white smoke rose, and 8 shells, trailing long tails, flew towards the distant Siren cruiser. Penetrate core area 1, hit 3. 3 shots hit the core area, not because Ningle's technique was so good, but because the Sirens and Shipgirls in this world still lacked combat experience. If Ningle were facing battleship fire, he would begin adjusting the ship's course the moment he saw the shells. At this moment, the entire Siren fleet was at a right angle to Ningle. That is to say, all the ships are facing sideways towards Ningle. Therefore, Ningle's artillery fire could be better aimed at the Siren's core area. All Sky Raiders, take flight without fear. Based on aerial reconnaissance, the Sirens consist of 1 flagship, 2 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, and 4 cruisers. Considering both sides' strengths and the surrounding environment, those 2 aircraft carriers pose the greatest threat to Ningle. This is an archipelago, making it very difficult to spot Ningle visually. Therefore, Ningle had to destroy the aircraft carrier that could launch carrier-based aircraft for reconnaissance as soon as possible. Sky Raiders and Dreadnoughts, carrying full loads of ammunition, charged toward the 2 aircraft carriers and began bombarding them without regard for losses. Warspite, due to its limited range, could only attack the 4 foremost cruisers. Commander, my plane has been shot down. Little Jejia cried out in distress. Saratoga the Sky Raider usually treasures it very much, afraid of breaking it. But now, with just 1 attack, it has lost almost half of its carrier-based aircraft. At this moment, Saratoga was looking at Ningle with tears in her eyes. Although she felt sorry for him, Saratoga knew that if she did not destroy the 2 aircraft carriers first, she and Warspite would be caught in a bitter battle. Don't worry about Saratoga, it'll be fine after eating some oil. Warspite comforted them over the communications channel. But there was a hint of a smile in his tone. Who told you to show off the carrier-based aircraft the commander gave you in front of me? After he was built, Saratoga kept bragging to him how good Ningle was to him, giving him carrier-based aircraft. Although war-weary doesn't care about these things, he can't help but feel a little jealous. Seeing Saratoga suffer a setback gave him a great sense of relief. Chapter 27, The Siren Flagship. After Saratoga's bombardment, both aircraft carriers sank into the sea. The Sirens no longer have carrier-based aircraft. All we need to do now is have the carrier-based aircraft work in conjunction with Warspite's guns to destroy these Sirens. Thus, without the help of carrier-based aircraft, the Sirens on the sea were like headless flies, and were wiped out one by Warspite. The battle went smoothly, and the Royal Navy battleship's dispersion was excellent, second only to the Eagle Union's single-line/distribution. When Warspite destroyed the Siren fleet, the Siren flagship was already 16 kilometers away. This distance is within the artillery range of both sides. However, because the war-weary soldiers were hiding behind the mountains and firing, the Sirens could not see them. This world is similar to the combat rules in games. You can't detect enemies just by firing at them. Instead, the enemy can only be spotted when they are within visual range. Thus, the Siren flagship's health was continuously depleted by Warspite, and after losing sight of its target, the Siren flagship began to flee into the distance. Haha, Commander, watch me. Saratoga had been itching to see it for a long time. Of all those Sirens, apart from the 2 aircraft carriers which were destroyed by their own heavy losses of carrier-based aircraft, the rest were sunk by Warspite. My role is simply to provide a perspective. This angered Saratoga, so when he discovered that the Siren flagship was trying to escape, he took control of his aircraft and planned to attack it. There's just no way to deal with this little girl. Ningle shook his head and smiled bitterly, ignoring it. Killing the Siren flagship was practically a done deal. A few more rounds of shelling will be enough to destroy it. Ningle then took off all his carrier-based aircraft and flew towards the Siren flagship in the distance. Haha, the head of the Siren flagship is definitely mine, Saratoga shouted over the communications channel. As if sensing Saratoga's fighting spirit, Warspite was not to be outdone and focused its energy on bombarding the Siren flagship in the distance. Just as the two little girls were desperately bombarding the Siren flagship, enemy destroyer detected. The system notification startled Ning, who immediately sensed something was wrong. There was a Scion destroyer that had circled around to the side of Warspite on the mini-map. At this point, the Warspite was less than 6 kilometers away from the destroyer. Prioritize attacking destroyers. Ningle had no idea that the Sirens had destroyers hidden behind the fleet. Destroyers can be detected at very low ranges. They can only be detected from the air when they get within 2 or 3 kilometers. The Siren destroyer was not in the Siren fleet, which is why it evaded aerial detection. It's all right, Commander. It's just a destroyer, War-Weary said with some doubt. He didn't think a destroyer could pose a significant threat. But just after he finished speaking, a barrage of shells came flying toward him. The Siren's shells glowed red, trailing long tails, and flew over the small island that Warspite had used as cover, landing in Warspite's direction. Bang, bang, bang. The Warspite's position was discovered by the destroyer, and the Siren flagship also found a target to attack it. 36 large-caliber shells rained down on Warspite. The deck, the gun hull, and the turrets were engulfed in a massive burst of flames. Oh no, Commander, I'm on fire. Without needing to report, Ningle had already seen Warspite's current status on the system. Health, 62,000 to 40,000. 2 fires broke out on the hull, and 1 gun turret was severely damaged. Warspite was momentarily flustered after being hit. Although she was an ultra-rare shipgirl of the Royal Navy, she had only just been built, and this was her first battle. What should we do, Commander? Saratoga stood next to Ninler and shook Ninler's arm, asking a question. Don't rush, eliminate the Siren flagship first. Ningla knew that this was not the time to panic. The most threatening target must be eliminated. Ningle controlled the war-weary ship to be at a right angle to the destroyer. Meanwhile, the carrier-based aircraft controlling Saratoga began a relentless bombardment of the Siren's flagship. The Siren flagship already had little health, and under Saratoga's relentless bombardment from its carrier-based aircraft, it eventually sank to the bottom of the sea. Just when Warspite and Saratoga thought they were safe after destroying the Siren flagship. Commander, torpedo spotted. He cried out in a panic, his war weariness palpable. His ship was already damaged, and then it caught fire. This further reduced Warspite's already limited understanding of ship handling, making him even less adept at maneuvering the ship. Leave it to me. You use the secondary guns to keep firing at the destroyer. Ningle had anticipated that the destroyer, being so close, would definitely launch torpedoes. However, the Warspite's hull, which had already been facing the destroyer with its stern, had a very low hit zone. However, 1 torpedo still hit Warspite's stern. War-Weary felt a pain in his buttocks, and at the same time, he felt seawater being continuously poured into his body. Commander, the ship is leaking, and my speed is decreasing. Warspite only has 10,000 health left, and with the damage from the continuous fire and leaks, he will be buried at sea in another minute. Wah, Commander, please save Warspite. Warspite knew that in this situation, he was likely to be sunk. Feeling its ship growing increasingly heavy, Warspite realized that it might not be able to hold out until it returned to port. Commander, Warspite needs to leave the field first. The war-weariness rhetoric has faded, clearly indicating that they foresaw their own fate. Ningle's expression was solemn, while Saratoga, standing beside him, had already begun to cry. War-weary, continue to supply destroyers. Ningle had been waiting for this moment. If damage control was used when the ship was on fire, and the torpedoes released by the destroyer hit and caused a leak, Warspite would be doomed. However, the destroyer had already fired all its torpedoes and used its damage control skills without hesitation. Repair team activated. In an instant, the flames on Warspite's damaged propellers and hull were extinguished. Damage control team activated. The destroyer's guns continued to rain down on Warspite, but Warspite's health was steadily recovering. The fire is out, and the ship isn't leaking anymore. Commander, how did you do that? Damage to the ship's hull will also be reflected on the Shipgirls. At this point, Warspite's clothes were tattered, but he noticed that his clothes and injuries were slowly healing. This is a commander skill, War-Weary said in disbelief. No mistake, extinguishes fire instantly, restores health, dual skills, it's a dual skill. My commander is actually a level 5 expert. Weekly mission, eliminate the Scion fleet. Completed. The reward has been issued and can be claimed after exiting the mission area. Chapter 28 War Weariness Escalates. The Conquerors. You've done very well, Warspite. With the destruction of the last Siren destroyer, the Mirror Sea area was also deactivated. Warspite and Saratoga were still somewhat incredulous that they had actually won against an entire Siren fleet, especially with their flagship present. You can't be kidding me. How could my commander be so strong? Warspite was still somewhat disoriented. It was his first time participating in actual combat, and the first time he had ever seen his commander use his skills. While Warspite was still basking in the aftermath of the disaster, Saratoga was already celebrating. My commander is the most powerful in the world. Saratoga didn't think that far ahead. He only needed to trust his commander. At this moment, Saratoga hugged Ninler's arm and jumped up and down happily. Just like a destroyer. Ninglu was speechless. As the only aircraft carrier in the fleet, apart from the hull, it didn't resemble an aircraft carrier at all. That is entirely consistent with the behavior of a destroyer. Judgia, Warspite is injured, so the rest of the market is in your hands. Despite the repair team's response, Warspite's current health is only a little over 10,000, and such damage prevents it from continuing to sail at sea. Leave it to me, Commander. As the flagship, it's my duty. Saratoga had regained his confident and fearless demeanor. With Warspite's health reduced, Ningle dared not let her sail in ship form any longer. Following Warspite, the fleet that originally consisted of 2 ships now had only 1 aircraft carrier. However, Ningle was able to scout the surrounding area using carrier-based aircraft and was not afraid of sirens appearing nearby. Warspite's injuries were still severe, but his life was not in danger. Ningle felt sorry for Warspite, whose clothes were tattered. This is the downside of not having repair parts. We need to acquire the Rubik's Cube as soon as possible to build a complete fleet. In this world, repair ships can repair damaged vessels, unlike in games where they can only be restored during combat. I hope I can get Akashi during this trip to Sakura Empire. Thinking of this, Ning Li's mind conjured up the image of that green-haired cat's head. I wonder if the cunning proprietress has been created yet. While thinking about it, Ningle set the navigation to automatic pathfinding. System, claim your weekly tasks. Weekly task completed, rewards. Supplies, 45,500. Experience, 35,500. Rubik's Cube 1. By defeating a regular siren, Ningle obtained 15,500 resources. The weekly missions rewarded 10,000 units of supplies. The Siren flagship provided 20,000 units of supplies. Things have suddenly gotten better. We're one step closer to buying a ship for little Judgia, and we even got a Rubik's Cube as a reward. If we're lucky with the next mission, we'll be able to build it again. Ningle currently has 78,500 supplies and 41,600 experience. But the thought of needing 200,000 resources to unlock the Saratoga's hull gave Ningle a headache. This little girl is so young, yet the transformation is costing so much. Ninglu first spent 20,000 experience points to level up to level 3. The commander's level has been raised to level 3. Reaching level 4 requires 30,000 experience points. Unlock the commander panel. That's all you unlocked. Ninglu looked distressed. That's 20,000 experience points, and all I got was a panel. Ninglu continued to complain, and the system, as if hearing Ning Li's grievances, explained. Commander panel function allows you to view the attributes of other shipgirls as well as the commander's own attributes. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Ning Lu seemed to realize something and suddenly understood that the panel function unlocked at level 3 was indeed quite useful. By learning about other shipgirls and sirens in advance, we can better target them. Take, for example, the Siren flagship we just encountered. If Ningle had known the distribution of its armor, the Scion flagship might have been destroyed before the destroyer even reached Warspite. But what's with this commander information? Ning Lu, out of curiosity, opened the commander panel. Name, Ning Lu. Level, 3. Commander skills, none available. Battleship, Warspite, Saratoga. Ning Lu was speechless for a moment. His little hobby was completely exposed by the system. This system is wrong, isn't it? I'm not attracted to Kemonomi girls. Indeed, Ningle had no interest in animal-eared girls. Having frequently attended anime conventions in his previous life, Ningle was basically immune to animal-eared attributes. Please trust the system's judgment. Ning Lu was speechless for a moment and didn't explain anything, since only he could see this panel anyway. They also discovered that they didn't have any commander skills. System, aren't my damage control and massage skills? The basic course at Belfast stated that damage control and damage management teams are clearly commander skills. Hearing Ning Li's question, the system explained. Repair teams and damage control teams are combat skills, not commander skills. Does that mean I can awaken other abilities? Ning guessed in his mind. Could it be some kind of skill that allows shipgirls to fly or teleport? It would be amazing if they could be revived. It will be unlocked when the commander reaches level 4. Alright. Not getting the answer he wanted, Ning didn't ask any more questions. He now had 21,600 experience points left. These are not enough to advance to level 4, so unlock new hull designs for Warspite. Instead of relying on this experience, we should first see how many resources Warspite needs to upgrade its hull. The Conqueror ship modification plan has been unlocked. 100,000 resources are required to exchange for the ship. Holy crap, how could it be only half as good? The cost of modifying the war-weary ship in front of Ning was only 100,000 materials. What's going on? Why does the system charge Saratoga 200,000 while Warspite only costs 100,000? Ning asked, somewhat excitedly. Keep in mind that he currently has 70,000 units of supplies and only needs to complete one more weekly task to reach 100,000. The materials required for ship modification are determined by the warship's combat capabilities. The system replied coldly. Combat strength. At this point, Ning finally realized what was going on. Yes, the combat capabilities of battleships and modern aircraft carriers are worlds apart. Battleships don't even have the right to see an aircraft carrier equipped with jet aircraft. Jet fighters have absolute air superiority and can also carry anti-ship missiles. Looks like I still need to hurry up and earn resources. Right now, besides the weekly missions, I don't have any other way to get resources. Just as Ning was planning to continue taking on weekly missions the following week to help Warspite refit its hull as soon as possible. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Warspite sitting in a chair. At this moment, Warspite's face was a little dirty, and her golden hair was curly. His clothes were tattered, especially since Warspite wasn't wearing pants. Wait, pants. What's wrong, Commander? Why are you covered in hearts? Warspite, who was adjusting the ship's equipment, suddenly noticed that pink hearts were floating all over the command room. Oh, that's how the commander reacts whenever he sees an older sister shipgirl. But it's strange, there aren't any other shipgirls here. Saratoga, standing to the side, explained, then looked around in confusion. Upon hearing Saratoga's words, Ning coughed twice to conceal his emotions. The system notifies you that the commander panel has changed. Name, Ning. Level, 3. Commander skills, none available. Battleship, Warspite, Saratoga. Ning roared inwardly. He really didn't have any crazy thoughts. He just wanted to go and check on the injured Warspite. Yeah, I just want to hold him in my arms and comfort him. However, the thought that Warspite had been injured because of his own negligence filled him with self-reproach. Let's wait until the Sakura Empire has repaired the Warspite's hull before starting a new mission. Chapter 29. Heading to the Cherry Blossom Landmark, an encounter with a shady merchant's wife. We've finally arrived at Sakura Empire. Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat apprehensive throughout the journey, since the only aircraft carrier available for combat was the Saratoga. Fortunately, things went smoothly, and we didn't encounter any attacks from the Psy people along the way. Commander, how much longer until we reach Sakura Empire? Saratoga asked, looking exhausted. 4 new shipgirls. Unfolding the ship for a long time is a burden. Saratoga was no longer the energetic girl she had been when she first set off. Instead, she looked exhausted and gloomy. Commander, how about I take over for Saratoga? We're already near the Sakura Empire, so there shouldn't be any sirens around here. War-weary said from the side. During this week, Ning also considered using his recovery skills to heal Warspite's injuries. But at most, it only restored 50% of its health. Although Warspite's injuries appear to be mostly healed, his low health remains a constant concern. Compared to Saratoga's 80,000 HP, Warspite's 30,000 HP is far too fragile. Hang in there a little longer, Judgia. We'll be at the Sakura Islands in 2 hours. Alright, Commander, I want to eat something delicious when we get to the island. I want to eat torpedo tempura, Saratoga said with a hint of coquettishness. This left Warspite, who was standing to the side, speechless. After spending the last few days together, Warspite also felt that Saratoga's personality was a bit too childish. It's like a destroyer that hasn't grown up yet. Despite being the fleet's aircraft carrier and flagship, the things he did were incredibly laughable. Enemy cruiser spotted. Just as the three were discussing what to do after arriving in Sakura Empire, a notification from the enemy suddenly appeared on Ning's system. Saratoga, prepare for battle. In an instant, Ning, who had been laughing, became serious, and his mental energy took over Saratoga's hull. At that moment, 4 fighter jets took off from Saratoga and were conducting reconnaissance of the nearby sea area. The enemy was located 20 kilometers directly north of Ning. Ningle focused his attention on the enemy cruiser he spotted through the view of his carrier-based aircraft. The cruiser was seen speeding towards the Sakura Islands. The cruiser is attacking a strange ship ahead. The attacked ship had no cannons or cargo holds, but instead had two huge mechanical arms. Meanwhile, the ship was also traveling at full speed towards the Sakura Empire. What kind of ship is this? It looks very strange. Ningle was somewhat puzzled, as he had never seen this type of warship before. Let me see, Commander. Saratoga's spirit then entered the carrier-based aircraft. That should be a repair ship, just like the Vesta of the White Eagle, which can repair the bodies of shipgirls. Upon hearing this, Ningle immediately perked up. He had been worrying about where to repair the warspite's hull, and unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a repair ship. Saratoga, prepare to attack. Ningle didn't want to miss this opportunity. Even if he got to Sakura Empire, he would have to wait in line to contact a repair ship. But if this repair ship is rescued here, it can be repaired ahead of schedule. Buzzing. A squadron of 12 Sky Raiders has already begun ski jumping on the runway and is forming up in the air. At this moment, on the distant sea, help! I'll never run around like that again, meow. Akashi was hiding in the bridge of his ship, his head in his hands, as they sailed towards Sakura Empire. He never expected to encounter a siren cruiser within the Sakura Islands. In the morning, Akashi planned to go to other islands to purchase goods, but because the price of commissioning escorts was too high, she did not commission shipgirls to escort her. How could there be sirens within the Sakura Islands? Those who commissioned escorts must have been scammed, meow. But Mingxia never expected that he would encounter a siren cruiser just a few hours after setting sail. The worst part was that it was just a repair ship with no self-defense firepower and could only be attacked by the siren cruisers. Wah, I'll never run away again, meow. Let me live, I'll definitely ask the shipgirls for escort next time. Mingxia cried loudly. At this point, his ship's health was less than half, and it was still on fire. However, as a repair ship, he could continuously restore his health. Just when Akashi thought he could rely on his own abilities to return to the Sakura Islands, a shell landed right on his propeller. Oh no, meow, I'm going to die here, meow. The powerless Mingxia was drifting towards the Sakura Islands by its weak inertia, but at the same time, the siren warships behind him were slowly closing in. Wah, am I going to die? I still have so many supplies I haven't spent, meow. Shiranui will be very lonely without me. I hope someone can rebuild me, meow. Akashi had already begun to think of her last words, but just when she was in the most desperate moment, she suddenly heard the sound of carrier-based aircraft coming from above. That's a carrier-based aircraft? Someone's coming to rescue me, meow. Mingxia, who had survived the ordeal, came to the deck and waved his arms out to the carrier-based aircraft. Look here, I'm Akashi, the Sakura Empire's repair ship. Please save me, meow. These carrier-based aircraft are the Sky Raiders controlled by Ning Lo. At that moment, he also saw Mingxia standing on the deck waving his hands and couldn't help but laugh. I guess this unscrupulous shopkeeper doesn't know that the sirens are becoming increasingly riotous, and wild sirens are appearing even near safe islands. Just as Akashi was shouting, a shell landed on the deck, and the explosion sent Akashi flying dozens of meters into the air. Ah, help me, meow. Akashi let out a scream, but fortunately its ship was large enough that it did not fall into the sea. Haha, Commander, that shipgirl is so stupid, even stupider than Saratoga. Seeing this, Saratoga, who was controlling the carrier-based aircraft, chuckled and said, Haha, yeah, even dumber than Saratoga. Ningle chuckled mischievously, while Saratoga, standing beside him, didn't see anything wrong with what he said. But Warspite, standing to the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's so funny? I'm just stating the facts. Hearing the laughter, Saratoga asked with a puzzled look. Ningle glanced at Warspite before stopping her laughter. He then focused his mind on controlling the Sky Raider to launch an attack on the Siren Cruiser. The Sky Raider's rockets were incredibly powerful against lightly armored cruisers. A single salvo sent the Siren Cruiser back to the seabed. Wah, I'm saved. I don't have to die, meow. Wow, what amazing carrier-based aircraft. I've never seen anything like it before, meow. Sakura Empire did not have carrier-based aircraft capable of carrying rockets, and this was the first time Naruishi had ever seen a Sky Raider. However, he could sense that this carrier-based aircraft was definitely not simple. At the same time, Ning Li's voice rang out in Mingxia's communications. This is Commander Ningle from the Royal Navy. My carrier-based aircraft just shot down a siren. Please report your findings. Although he knew the other party was Mingxia, Ning Lu pretended not to know. After all, it was his first time in Sakura Empire. Hello, Commander Ningle. I am Akashi Nyan, a repair ship from Sakura Empire. Thank you for your help. My propeller is damaged and I can't move for the time being. Can you send me back to Sakura Empire? Nyan. Mingshir's voice sounded somewhat languid, crisp yet with a touch of softness, which was very pleasant to hear. Especially that meow at the end, it makes it even cuter. Okay, please stay where you are, I'll be right there. There was no other way. Ningle needed Akashi's help to repair Warspite later, so saving him now would make it easier to ask for help. Chapter 30 Saratoga, mistaken for a destroyer again. Akashi waited in place for a while, and then saw a huge aircraft carrier appear on the sea in the distance. What a huge aircraft carrier. It's almost as big as Taiho Meow. The aircraft carrier in the distance arrived next to Akashi. After straightening his clothes, Mingshir looked up at the towering aircraft carrier bridge. By this time, Ningle, Saratoga, and Warspite had already arrived on the deck. Hello, Commander Ningle. This is Akashi. I am very grateful for your help, Meow. My propeller is broken and I can't return to Sakura Empire Port. Can you take me back? Meow. Akashi, with a warm smile, spoke to Ningle, who was standing on the deck. Ningle had no reason to refuse, and looking at the petite Akashi in front of him, Ningle replied, No problem, Akashi, come on up. Upon hearing Ningle agree, he folded up his ship and jumped onto the deck of Saratoga. No matter how many times I watch Ningle, I'm still very puzzled by the bodies of Shipgirls. Despite her petite frame, she can jump more than 10 meters high. Akashi, now on deck, looked around as if searching for something. What are you looking for, Akashi? Saratoga stepped forward and asked with a puzzled look. Akashi is about 1.3 meters tall, but because of her two cat ears, she appears to be taller than Saratoga. Why don't I see any Shipgirls on this aircraft carrier, Meow? Akashi's ears twitched, as if she were searching for the Shipgirl who hadn't appeared yet. No need to look anymore. I am Saratoga, the Shipgirl of this aircraft carrier. At this moment, Saratoga stood with his hands on his hips and his head slightly raised, looking smug, waiting for Akashi to express his gratitude to him. Little kitten, I just saved you, so hurry up and thank me. Saratoga was wondering how the little kitten in front of her would thank her when she heard it laughing. Ha ha ha, who are you kidding, Meow? It's clearly a 1.3 meter tall destroyer. What are you trying to call an aircraft carrier? Akashi was still smiling, but Saratoga's eyes grew increasingly gloomy. Haha, drive away the little sister. Hurry up and let your big sister come out. I want to thank her in person, Meow. Akashi's laughter subsided, but he still had an amused look on his face. Why are all destroyers like this now? Unlike those little destroyers from Sakura Empire, which were obedient, cute, and didn't lie. Saratoga's face grew increasingly grim, and he was on the verge of exploding. Who are you talking about, the mini-destroyer? As soon as he finished speaking, the four 203mm secondary guns on the Saratoga hull turned their muzzles and aimed at Akashi in front of them. Meow, what's going on? Wait, could she really be an aircraft carrier girl, Meow? It wasn't until she saw Saratoga aiming her secondary guns at her that Akashi finally believed that the little girl in front of her, who wasn't even as tall as her, was really an aircraft carrier. Ning Lu, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, realized that it was time for him to make his move. Alright, Saratoga, Akashi didn't do it on purpose. He doesn't know the legendary aircraft carrier of the White Eagle. Ningle came out to explain, saying that he was still counting on Akashi to help him repair Warspite. Hello, Akashi. I am Ningle, the commander of this aircraft carrier. Ningle introduced himself. Meanwhile, Ning Lu was also carefully observing the Akashi in front of him. Green hair, green cat ears. She was wearing a long robe that looked like pajamas, especially those two sleeves that didn't fit the body shape. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves, and when she waved them, it gave off a very cute and adorable feeling. Hello, Commander Ningle. I am Akashi, the repair ship of Sakura Empire. Thank you for saving me, Meow. Akashi placed his hands in front of him and bowed slightly to Ning Lu. I have to say, Shur is really cute, the kind of cute that's just like a kitten. It would be nice to keep a kitten on the boat. Ning Lu thought to himself. He had already made up his mind to salvage the repair ship in front of him. I will definitely have my own port in the future. Where there is a port, there will be battles, and where there are battles, Shipgirls will get hurt. With a repair ship, it will be much easier for Shipgirls to recover from injuries. Fighting the Psy people is what it's our duty as commanders. You should go back to the Sakura Empire. We're on the way anyway. Hearing Ning Li's explanation, Shur put away her feelings of guilt. Since Commander Ningle is going to the Sakura Islands, he can come and work at my little shop for a while, Meow. Akashi extended an invitation, and the commander in front of him gave him a very different feeling. Unlike the commanders of Sakura Empire, the commander in front of him, though young, did not have the same imposing presence as Ning Lu, even as the governor of Sakura Empire. The sea area where the battle took place was not far from the main island of Sakura Empire. In just a few hours, Ning Lu and his group arrived at the port of Sakura Empire. If the royal port gives people a feeling of luxury and elegance, the cherry blossoms here give you a very relaxing feeling because you're close to nature. The main island of the Cherry Blossom Empire is a massive volcano. The port was built on an extended peninsula. The advantage of building ports in this way is that they can accommodate more ships. Unlike the royal docks, which were built of stone, the piers inside the harbor were constructed of wood. The harbor is filled with Japanese-style buildings, arranged in a staggered pattern along the entire pier. There is a staircase leading up the volcano in the distance, and from this vantage point in Ningel, you can clearly see that the staircase is covered with torii gates of all sizes. A palace was built halfway up the volcano, and the staircase leading up the mountain ended there. So, this is the main island of the Sakura Empire. The scenery is pretty good, isn't it? Akashi, who was standing to the side, said to Ning Lu. Saratoga's massive hull slowly entered the dock, drawing envious glances from a group of commanders and shipgirls. Wow, whose big sister is this ship? I've never seen him before. He must be a commander from another faction. Everyone was discussing Saratoga's hull, but not many people were actually watching. After exchanging a few words, they dispersed. After stowing away the ship, Ning Lu and the others arrived at Akashi's small shop. Akashi's shop is a two-story wooden house with a sign that reads, Akashi no Shoten, Akashi's shop. Next to the signboard is a green cat paw, adding a touch of cuteness to the otherwise somewhat old shop. Upon entering the store, you'll find rows of shelves and a counter. At this moment, a ship girl with bangs covering half of her face and a pair of rabbit ears was standing in front of the counter. I'm back, Shiranui-chan. As soon as Akashi pushed open the door of the small shop, he shouted into the room. Oh, you're really lucky, boss. I thought you'd been sunk by the sirens. Shiranui said calmly. Before setting off, Shiranui told Akashi that the seas had been turbulent these past few days, and that if they were to leave the main island, it would be best to entrust a ship girl to escort them. But the stingy Akashi absolutely refused. Seeing Akashi covered in dust and in tattered clothes, Shiranui Viper said, How could you say that to me, Meow? Shiranui, you're so heartless. Upon hearing Shiranui speak of him in this way, it was clear that she had guessed that she had encountered a siren. And this is... Without continuing to speak with Akashi, Shiranui looked at Ning Lu beside her. This is my savior, Commander Ningel, Meow. Akashi, now full of energy, introduced Ning Lu to Shiranui. His ship girl, Warspite, is injured and wants to come here for repairs. On the way, Ningel told Akashi about his ship girl's injury. Akashi agreed to help Ningel with the repairs. Chapter 31, Making a Fortune and Misunderstandings about War Weariness. The war-wearing repairs were completed quickly, which Ningel found amazing. Akashi's ship rig consisted of two mechanical arms that manipulated Warspite's body for a while, with some sparks flying. Just like that, Warspite, whose health was originally only half, was repaired after Akashi's manipulation. Thank you, Akashi. I feel much better, Warspite said, stretching his body. No need, no need. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been sunk, Meow. Ning Lu browsed through Akashi's small shop and saw mostly blue and white equipment, the best of which was a purple battleship cannon. Akashi, are purple ship equipment rare? Looking at the purple 380mm cannon, Ningel asked in confusion. Yes, purple equipment requires a lot of materials to craft. You can only get some materials by killing the siren flagship and the boss, Meow. Commander Ningel, which piece of equipment have you taken a fancy to? I can give you a discount, Meow. Ning Lu was speechless. I'm your savior. Can't you just give it to me for free? She really is a shrewd businesswoman. However, Ningel had no interest in these equipment. The purple 380 cost 50,000 resources at Akashi's place, while the gold 381 twin naval gun in his own system only cost 30,000 resources. Ningel didn't care about these equipment at all. Wait, my equipment is so cheap, I can just sell it to Akashi from the system. Ning Lu perked up, realizing he was desperately short of supplies. Akashi, do you buy equipment here? Ning Lu chuckled wickedly. In Ning Li's eyes, Akashi was now just a larger version of an ATM. Of course I'll buy it, but the price will be lower than the selling price. Akashi was still introducing the equipment in his shop when he heard Ningel ask him this question, and answered without turning his head. Oh, what's the price for recycling gold equipment? After saying that, Ning Lu redeemed a golden 381 naval gun in the system and held it in his hand. Golden equipment, Meow. Akashi's eyes had turned into the shape of gold coins, and she was staring intently at the golden equipment in Ning Li's hand. This is a gold-tier piece of equipment. There are only a handful in the entire Sakura Empire. Where did you get it, Meow? Akashi stared at the golden 381 and asked Ning Lo. Mr. Akashi, are you running a business or checking household records? I'm just asking if you're going to accept it or not. Ning Lu grinned wickedly, clearly indicating that Akashi had fallen into his trap. Ahem, in that case, I can offer you a recycling price of 80,000 materials for the gold equipment. Akashi replied. Hee hee, I recycled 80,000 worth of supplies and then resold them for 100,000 more. I'm such a genius, Meow. Akashi believed himself to be a business genius. Little did he know that Ningle was the biggest winner. Seeing Akashi's aggrieved expression, Ning Lu found it somewhat amusing. However, she didn't expose Akashi's lie and readily agreed. In this way, Ning Lu sold 2 pieces of gold equipment and made a profit of 100,000 resources. If it weren't for the fear of spending too much gold equipment at once, Ningle would have loved to earn all the upgrade materials for Saratoga in one go. Thank you, Commander Ningle. If there are any more gold tier equipment in the future, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory price, Meow. Akashi waved goodbye to Ning Lu, and both of them felt they had gotten a good deal. After leaving Akashi's shop, Ning Lu headed towards the direction of the system mission. What's wrong, Warspite? You've been sullen ever since. Ningle was following the mini-map to find the mission location, while Warspite was pouting beside him, looking unhappy. Although Warspite is cute right now, as a qualified commander, you must take care of the Shipgirl's feelings. Why didn't you equip me with the golden cannon, Commander? Did Warspite do something wrong? Warweary said angrily, pouting her little mouth, her cheeks puffed out, looking pitifully at Ninglu. Because of that, haha. Ningle chuckled, then realized why Warspite had been staring at him when he took out the golden cannon. Warweariness, huh? That's a little secret of the commander. Only obedient ship girls can know. Ningle thought it was a psychological problem caused by warweariness, but he didn't expect it to be such a trivial matter. This made Ningle realize once again just how attractive ship equipment is to ship girls. Thankfully, Warspite isn't like Saratoga, but what's with that smug look on Gargantua's face? Haha, as expected, the commander likes me the most. I am the commander's most important ship girl. Saratoga looked smug, thinking that Ningle had given her the best of everything. Little did she know that what Ningle gave Warspite next would cause Saratoga and Ningle to quarrel for a long time. Having appeased Warspite, Ningle also received a mission from the Sakura Empire. Sakura Empire main quest, find the Sakura Empire flagship, Yamato class. Ningle fell into deep thought upon seeing the task. Wait, doesn't Sakura Empire have a flagship right now? If so, who is their flagship? Ninglu was puzzled, but thankfully it wasn't a combat mission. He could still bully the mass-produced Siren ships with his current strength, but it would be much more difficult if the mission required defeating something. Night. Ningle found a hot spring hotel, and it was the first time in his life that he had ever experienced such a hotel. This is one of the more famous hot spring inns in Sakura Empire. The owner is a woman in her 20s who stands in front of the counter wearing a kimono. Hello, Commander. Would you like to soak in the hot springs or stay at the hotel? As soon as I entered, the owner greeted me warmly. Checking in at a hotel, Ningle booked 3 rooms. The purchasing power of resource coins in this world is still very high. 3 rooms only cost 2 resources per night. Ningle will be staying in Sakura Empire for a long time, so he simply booked a month's stay. The room had a Japanese feel to it. Ningle was still a little uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, but thankfully, the hotel also provided beds for commanders from other factions. That feels so good. Saratoga submerged half his head in the hot spring. She barely rested this week. The intense sailing left her exhausted. Warspite, standing to the side, seemed somewhat distracted. Doesn't the commander like me? He has gold equipment, but won't give it to me. Seeing Warspite in a daze, Saratoga went to Warspite's side. What's wrong, Warspite? Still thinking about what happened during the day? Saratoga comforted Warspite. Although she was happy to be favored by the commander, she also felt a little indignant for Warspite when she saw him looking dejected. It's all right, Saratoga. I'm a little tired. I'll head back now. After saying that, Warspite got up and went back to his room. Note, Warware's favorability has decreased. Current favorability is 49. Ningle, who was preparing to escalate the war of attrition, suddenly received a notification and looked puzzled. What's wrong with being war-weary? Is it because of what happened during the day? When they were at the Akashi shop, Ningle noticed Warspite's expression. He wondered why he hadn't given her the gold equipment he had. Ningle had actually planned to upgrade Warspite tonight, but unexpectedly Warspite's favorability rating suddenly dropped. War-weary, are you in your room? Ningle asked the question via telepathic communication. A few seconds later. I'm in my room, Commander. What's up? There's something I need to discuss. Come to my room. A few seconds later. Ding ding ding. A knock sounded on the door. Commander, you called for me. Warspite appeared at Ningle's door, but his eyes were wet. Clearly he had just been crying. Come in, Warspite. What's wrong? Are you crying? Ningle also noticed the war weariness and asked with concern. No, Commander, it's probably because I just soaked in the hot springs. Warspite smiled and slowly sat down opposite Ningle. Chapter 32. The Shipgirls don't get jealous of each other. The hotel in Sakura Empire has a great atmosphere, and the warm yellow lighting makes it easy to relax. At this moment, Warspite was wearing a blue yukata, and her slightly red eyes, coupled with her aggrieved look, made me really want to hug her and comfort her. War weariness is not because I don't want to equip you with the golden ship, but no need to explain, Commander, Warspite already knows. Warwear interrupted Ningle's attempt to explain, clearly indicating a misunderstanding. This is understandable, as Ningle usually favors Saratoga. Perhaps it's true that the squeaky will get the grease. Saratoga was always clumsy, which meant that Ningle had to spend more effort on her. Why? Ningle sighed and did not continue to explain. Warspite looked at its commander with pitiful eyes, like an abandoned puppy. After a while, seeing that war weariness had calmed down a bit, he flipped his hand and took out a golden 381 naval cannon. Gazing at the golden glowing cannons, Warspite was lost in thought, but after a moment's thought, she said somewhat flusteredly, I'm sorry, Commander. I don't want ship equipment. I just hope you can pay more attention to me, he said, sounding aggrieved and weary of war. Ningle knew that war weariness had misunderstood him, and then said, I have a lot of gold-colored ship equipment, and even colored equipment isn't rare for me. After finishing speaking, Ning showed off the golden naval cannon in his hand and continued. Warwear, do you know the Conqueror? Ning asked seriously. The Conqueror? What's that? As a battleship that only exists on paper, Warspite's memories do not include this Shipgirl. Seeing Warwear's confusion, Ningle continued to explain. You should be able to sense the difference between me and other commanders, whether it's my mental strength or my commander skills. These aren't actually my true abilities. After saying that, Ningle waved his hand, and the Warspite's hull appeared as a virtual projection. The Shipgirls in this world have never seen such high technology before. This is something Ningle just discovered, and it allows them to display the data in the system to others. Warweary couldn't believe what he was seeing. These are your ship's hull data. My true ability is to make the Shipgirl the strongest form of your faction. As Ningle finished speaking, a new ship appeared next to the Warweary ship. Conqueror battleship. Displacement, 60,770 tons. Length, 275.2 meters. Beam, 37.4 meters. Main gun assembly. Option 1. For triple 419mm main guns. Option 2. 4 twin-mounted 457mm main guns. Secondary gun crew. 8 twin-mounted 134mm 50 MKI guns. My god, a 457mm main gun? That's huge. This is a battleship? Its displacement is already twice that of mine. And this ship's hull. Warspite was speechless with surprise. As the Royal Navy's main battleship, Warspite's stats were excellent, even by Royal Navy standards. This is HMS Conqueror, one of the Royal Navy's strongest battleships, possessing the Royal Navy's most powerful guns, excellent armor, and... Ningle paused for a moment, then changed the data in front of him to health and skill data, and the highest HP among Royal Navy battleships at 80,000, as well as its super strong recovery ability. In terms of data, the Conqueror's repair crew was referred to as the Royal Greatsword, or the Sea Shipyard. As long as there's a sliver of blood left, we can give you a brand new ship. Commander, is this really a ship that Shipgirls in this world can possess? Warweary asked, somewhat incredulously. Based on the data, the battleship in front of us is truly a monster, just like the flagship of the Sirens. At this moment, Warspite's hull appeared side by side next to the virtual projection of the Conqueror. Compared to the massive Conqueror, Warspite looked like a light cruiser. Of course, it's not that I won't equip you with good ship equipment, but rather that I want to use this ship equipment to exchange for resources to upgrade your ship. Shipgirl affection increases, Warspite's affection rises to 85 points. Holy crap, what happened? It went up 36 points. Ningle had thought that telling Warspite these things would improve his favorability, but he didn't expect it to improve it this much. At this moment, tears welled up in Warspite's eyes again, but this time they were not from sadness, but from excitement. Wah, the commander is the best to me. Warspite and Ningle were sitting opposite each other when Warspite, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly threw himself into Ningle's arms. All right, Warspite, stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be a good ship girl anymore. Ningle comforted Zhang Yan, and the two of them held each other like that. Warspite feels really nice to hold. It's just a little too small. While Ningle was still enjoying himself. Commander, I'm done washing up. Did you see Warspite? Saratoga's voice suddenly rang out at the door, which instantly startled Ningle. Strange, Commander, why is there crying coming from your room? Brush. The door was opened. Warspite was nestled in Ningle's arms, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Saratoga, standing at the door, stared blankly at everything. Oh no, a chaotic scene is about to unfold. Why is Saratoga here now? Oh, it's Jejia. It's ready so quickly. Ning Lu remained strong and calm, his mind racing. So you've come to see the commander. Commander, you really are something, having such good equipment, but not giving it to Warspite. Wait, am I hallucinating? Shouldn't Saratoga be jealous at this point and rush over to pull Warspite away? Ning Lu thought with some doubt. What are you thinking about, Commander? Saratoga casually sat down next to Ninler and grabbed his arm. Warspite in her arms wiped away her tears and hugged Ningle's other arm. No, the commander just wants to give me better equipment than the gold-tier ship equipment. Warweary said with a proud look on his face. Really? I knew my commander wouldn't be so ruthless towards Warspite. Is it some kind of colored equipment? Saratoga asked with a curious look. Ning Lu was stunned, completely stunned. Wait, shouldn't this be a classic battleground? How come these two seem completely unaffected? Ningle hadn't expected this. The moment Saratoga walked in, he had already come up with at least 1,000 possible explanations. But to my surprise, it turned out like this. Jejia you. Ningle hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. As if knowing what Ningle was thinking, Saratoga and Warspite exchanged a glance. Commander, do you think I'd be jealous? Isn't it normal for the commander to have many ship girls? Yes, Commander. Shocking. Ship girls don't get jealous of each other. This is the best news Ningle received upon arriving in this world. Come to think of it, even though I didn't give Warspite the gold equipment, Warspite didn't hold a grudge against Saratoga. She just felt that I was being biased. Then I can safely salvage the ship without worrying about the port area catching fire. Ningla couldn't help but reveal a dreamy expression, and pink hearts seemed to emanate from his body. Ahem, Commander, what are you thinking about now? Saratoga, who was standing nearby, offered a reminder. No, it's nothing. By the way, Warspite, wouldn't you like to try out your new hull? Ningla quickly changed the subject. Doing the Sakura Empire missions first was definitely the right choice. There are so many older sisters here, like Akaji, Taiho, and so on. All I can think about are these Yandra characters. Let's go to the port. Saratoga, who had just arrived, asked in confusion, a new hull? What's that? Before Ningle could explain, Warspite quickly spoke up. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go, Commander. Chapter 33 Re-entering the Mirror Sea, Warspite's modification completed. It was already night. The port of Sakura Empire has lost its bustling atmosphere from the daytime. System, upgrade the Warspite's hull. Should I spend 100,000 resources to upgrade Warware to Conqueror? Yes. The refit is complete. The Warspite hull has been upgraded to the Conqueror. After Ning Lu was confirmed, the system's inventory of over 100,000 supplies dwindled to just over 14,000. Think, 100,000 worth of supplies are gone just like that. However, the thought of continuing to sell gold equipment at Akashi's shop made Ningle feel less pained. How does war weariness feel? Ningle asked the war-weary man beside him with concern. At this moment, Warspite's body was enveloped in a faint white light, but it only lasted for a few seconds before stopping. How should I put it? Commander, it feels like my body has gotten a lot bigger. Ningle also noticed this, as the Warspite, who was originally only 1.3 meters tall, had grown to about 1.4 meters. However, its shape remains unchanged. It still looks like a destroyer. I'm sorry, Jejia. It seems that even modification can't save you. Ningle felt apologetic towards Saratoga. He thought that changing the ship's tonnage would upgrade the Shipgirl from A to D, but the effect of the Warspite's refit told Ningle that this was not realistic. Expand the ship, Warspite. Yes, Commander. Warspite slowly closed her eyes and began to materialize her ship. Just like the first time the ship's hull was materialized, the outline of the entire warship appeared first, followed by the deck, the cannons, the mast, and finally the details on the hull. A few seconds later, a huge battleship appeared in the port of Sakura Empire. Fortunately, there was no one at the Sakura Empire port at night, otherwise there would have been another commotion. Wow, it's huge. It's even bigger than Saratoga. Saratoga believed that its hull was already quite large among aircraft carriers, with a displacement of 40,000 tons, which would rank among the top in the entire Azur Lane world. But the new warship that Warspite was facing really shocked him. Such a large ship must have a displacement of at least 60,000 to 70,000 tons. Saratoga stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Wait, could this be what the commander is going to give to Warspite? Then what about my colored Sky Raider? In an instant, Saratoga felt as if a clown mask had appeared on her face. He thought the commander favored him, but he never expected that the clown was actually himself. What are you waiting for? Saratoga, let's go try out Warspite's new hull. Saratoga stood there, stunned, and if Ning hadn't woken her up, who knows how long she would have stood there. Are you ready? Warspite is taking command of the ship. Ready, Commander. Ning, the commanding Shipgirl, would remind her every time. After all, his mental strength was immense with the system's support, and the Shipgirls would experience some pain when they came under his control. Commander, it seems like you're not in pain this time. The voice of war weariness echoed in Ning's mind. It must be because my ship has grown larger, allowing it to withstand higher levels of mental energy. Warspite said with great excitement that he had always felt that his strength was not strong enough, and that he was holding the commander back. Now that his ship had been upgraded, he could finally help the commander. The massive ship slowly sailed away from the port and into the open sea. The Conqueror's maneuverability was excellent even among battleships. At a speed of 29 knots, the Sakura Empire's islands were no longer in sight after just half an hour. Commander, I want to fight that Mirror Sea area again. Upon arriving at the open sea, weary of war, he excitedly told Ning. Last time, Warspite could only hide behind the mountains to attack the Sirens, and was even ambushed by destroyers. If it weren't for Ning Li's intervention, he would have perished at sea long ago. Yes, that's what I think too, Warspite. Jaja, you should deploy your ship as well. Oh. Saratoga was still somewhat stunned. Although it was an aircraft carrier, she was still very impressed by the Warspite's massive main guns. The Warspite is currently equipped with a 419mm triple naval gun and does not use a 457mm naval gun. This was also Ning's intention. Although large caliber is good, the Conqueror's advantage lies in its powerful ignition capability and long-range delivery capability. Moreover, none of the enemies Ning encountered had armor thick enough to withstand 419mm armor-piercing rounds. System, claim your weekly task. It has been exactly 1 week since I last received the task, and the system tasks have been refreshed. Accept the weekly mission, enter the Mirror Sea, and destroy the Siren Fleet. With the system's voice prompts, Warspite and Saratoga entered that familiar mirror-like sea. The flagship for this battle was still the Saratoga, and Ning was sitting in the command room of the Saratoga, directing the entire battle. Carrier-based aircraft are ready for takeoff. Saratoga, retreat. Warspite, prepare for artillery fire. Ning issued the combat mission. This time, the mirror-like sea area is different from the last one. The map does not show an archipelago, but rather an open sea area with only 2 islands. However, Ning still adopted the tactic of hiding behind the island and firing across it. After all, it's best to defeat the enemy without taking any damage. Nobody wants their Shipgirls to get hurt. Enemy cruiser spotted, enemy destroyer spotted, Siren flagship spotted. Shortly after the carrier-based aircraft took off, information about the enemy appeared in Ning Li's mind. This Siren fleet consisted of 10 cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 1 Siren flagship. Without aircraft carriers and battleships, it seems that there are no ships that can threaten warfare for the time being. Aircraft carriers, needless to say, are the natural enemy of all battleships. As for battleships, the Conqueror's advantage lies in its powerful recovery and fire-starting capabilities, while its corresponding protective capabilities are somewhat weak among top-tier battleships. Therefore, large-caliber battleship guns posed a significant threat to the Conquerors. This time, however, there were only some cruisers and destroyers. If there was any threat, it was the Siren flagship. However, Ning was no novice. As long as the angle was adjusted properly, even large-caliber naval guns could not penetrate the core of the Warspite. As long as you're not instantly killed, you can get a new ship in less than a minute. Warspite, adjust your angle and fire a salvo from the entire ship. Upon receiving the order, Warspite began adjusting its hull angle, with its primary target naturally being the Siren flagship, which posed the greatest threat to it. 12 large-caliber high-explosive shells were loaded into the gun barrel, and with a huge roar, the shells flew towards the distant Siren flagship, trailing long plumes of flame. 7 shots hit, 3 fires broke out. The massive Siren flagship was now completely engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowed from the deck. Commander, I'm awesome, right? I got hit by 7 shots. War-weary voices rang out in the fleet command channel. Warspite never expected that its new ship hull would be so powerful. Although Ning did most of the work, he was only responsible for aiming at the Siren flagship in the distance. But which Shipgirl can withstand the roar of such a large-caliber naval gun? Bang bang bang. As the Warspite opened fire, its location was exposed to the Siren's fleet. The Siren cruiser locked onto the Warspite's hull and began firing. Even ordinary mass-produced Sirens can deal significant damage to Shipgirls, but Warspite's armor is no longer the fully protected type of battleship it used to be. Commander, that hurts. Warspite then realized that opening fire would reveal its position, and before it was ready, it was thoroughly mowed down by the cruisers. Adjust the angle and begin dragging the blade. Warspite had no idea what a dragline was, but Ning had already directed his ship to begin moving. The so-called dragging knife strategy aims to minimize the area of one's own ship exposed to the enemy's line of sight while maintaining the salvo angle as much as possible. This can greatly reduce the probability of the ship being hit. It also allows you to move away from the enemy, making it easier to disengage from combat. Commander, why aren't you letting my carrier-based aircraft attack these cruisers? Warspite is getting badly damaged. Saratoga, standing next to Ning, said somewhat anxiously. This time the enemy has too many cruisers, and their anti-aircraft fire will be very dense. Even if your carrier-based aircraft go there, they will just be sent to their deaths. Ning explained to Saratoga. Although Ning could take command of the entire fleet in every battle, he was also subtly teaching the Shipgirls how to fight. Warspite quickly finished loading its second round of shells and unleashed another barrage of fire on the distant Siren flagship. Meanwhile, Warspite's health was also decreasing, but its 80,000 HP was still quite strong. In addition, the Conqueror's excellent armor meant that Warspite's health was still in a very healthy state. Chapter 34 Battle Command Fully Charged, Devastating Strike. Bang bang bang. The battlefield was filled with the roar of cannons, and Warspite continued to fire at the Siren flagship. However, compared to its 200,000 HP, Warspite's ignition damage and high explosive shell explosion damage would take a long time to kill the Siren flagship. Combat Command Fully Charged, Surface Reconnaissance Aircraft Ready for Takeoff. At that moment, the same voice echoed in the minds of Ning and Warspite. What? What is that? The sound of the skill charging startled Warspite. Such a notification sound had never been heard in this world before. Don't be afraid of war fatigue. This is a notification that your skills are fully charged. Ning explained. Skills? Commander, I'm only level 2. How could I have awakened a skill? I don't even know it myself. Warspite, who was still focused on aiming, was taken aback when he heard Ning's explanation and then fell into deep confusion. As everyone knows, Shipgirls only awaken their skills at level 50. If you tell a Shipgirl that you can use a skill at level 2, no one will believe you. Ning did not continue to explain, but instead directly activated the Surface Reconnaissance Aircraft's capabilities. Surface Reconnaissance Aircraft take off. The warning sounded again, and a biplane reconnaissance aircraft was launched from a catapult located at the stern of the ship. Warspite, who was still focused on aiming through the scope, suddenly found that his field of vision had changed. The field of vision, which was originally at the same level as the warship, suddenly rose sharply. This field of view is not unfamiliar to aircraft carriers. They use this field of view to control their carrier-based aircraft during combat. But for Warspite, who was attacking the enemy from this perspective for the first time, it was quite novel. Commander, what is this? A questioning voice came from behind him. At this moment, Warspite dared not make the slightest move and could only let Ning control him. I'll only teach you once. Watch out for Warspite. As soon as Ning finished speaking, he took over control of the war-weary forces. Loading armor-piercing rounds. Ning replaced the high explosive shells with armor-piercing shells, wanting to demonstrate to Warspite a capability that had never existed in the world before. The sound of machinery whirring filled the air as the high explosive shells that were to be loaded were replaced with armor-piercing shells. Warspite watched Ning's movements intently, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Warware, this skill will increase your ship's gun range and aiming accuracy, increasing the original range of 23 kilometers to over 30 kilometers. And it can improve your shooting accuracy by 20. Then why did the commander switch to armor-piercing rounds? Armor-piercing rounds do very little damage if they don't hit the Siren's core. War-weary asked in confusion. Ning did not explain further. At this time, Ning's commander level was level 3. The system unlocked the commander panel and the ability to view enemy attributes at the same time. Ning then began to examine the specific attributes of the Siren flagship. Ning didn't care about weapon data or speed data. He only cared about the armor distribution of the Siren flagship. Found it, this is it. The armor of any warship is thicker on the hull side and relatively thinner on the deck. On Ning's data panel, the Siren flagship's deck armor was a paltry 25 millimeters. With such fragile armor, a 419 millimeters armor-piercing projectile can penetrate it from any angle. Ning Lu adjusted his aim, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Look closely at war weariness. This is called. Ning Lu hadn't even finished speaking before he started firing. 12 armor-piercing shells, trailing white flames, flew toward the Siren flagship. Devastating strike. As Ning finished speaking, 12 armor-piercing shells landed almost side by side on the deck of the Siren flagship. Bang! The armor-piercing shells did not explode. The loud explosion was caused by the Siren flagship being hit in the core. The warspite's use of high-explosive shells just now reduced the Siren flagship's health by about 30,000. However, these 12 high-explosive shells instantly destroyed a sane flagship. That's right, it's a 100% kill. The base damage of the 419 naval gun is as high as 13,000. Although the damage is not the highest among large-caliber naval guns, the warspite's high accuracy at this time is a major advantage. 12 large-caliber naval guns were fired directly into the core of the Siren flagship, depleting its health bar. Not only was he war-weary, but Saratoga also stared wide-eyed for a long time, unable to recover. Instant kill. It was an instant kill. Warspite is too powerful after the modification. As an aircraft carrier, Saratoga is not interested in large-caliber naval guns. If any battleship girl here saw this scene, she would definitely want to be Ning Li's Shipgirl. The person involved, who was war-weary, was even more shocked, as he was well aware of the effectiveness of his ship's guns. After reviewing the data of his shells, he understood that his high-explosive shells had a higher output than armor-piercing shells. But to my surprise, the commander actually performed a feat that instantly killed the Cybertronian flagship. The system notifies you that Warspite's favorability has increased to 90. Looks like I fooled you. At this moment, Ning Lu felt extremely proud. Even in his previous life, when playing games, it would have been very difficult to deliver a devastating blow. Unexpectedly, I succeeded on my first try in the world of Azur Lane. Alright, send the rest of the cruisers back to the sea. Ning handed control back to Warspite, and with Ning's demonstration, Warspite became even more adept at being manipulated. A few salvos were enough to send the cruiser and the remaining destroyers back to sea. During this time, Warspite's health dropped to 40,000, but under Ning's Royal Greatsword, it was restored to full health. The Royal Greatsword has indeed been modified. The restored data is all 100, with no restoration limit whatsoever. Ning was also surprised by the recovery effect. To kill Warspite, unless you can kill it instantly, it only takes a dozen seconds to give you a new ship. The battle is over. A total of 33,000 experience points and 33,000 resources were obtained. Obtain the Mind Cube 1. Current experience, 59,000 points. Resources, 47,000 points. Mind Cube 2. The drop rate of Wisdom Cubes is quite high. At this rate, you can get a new Shipgirl in 2 weeks, just like you get 1 cube a week. The main purpose of this trip was to bring Warspite to test its new ship hull, but unexpectedly, it also gained another Wisdom Cube. Haha, the commander is the best to me. Warspite has become so amazing. With the Mirror C deactivated, Warspite boarded Saratoga's ship. Of course, as my Ning's Shipgirl, her strength must be top-notch. Ning lifted Warspite up, holding him above his head with both hands. A 60,000-ton battleship is nothing more than this. I can lift it with both hands. Ning Lu thought to himself. After celebrating with Warspite for a while, Ning put Warspite down and planned to return to Sakura Empire. Just as Ning was adjusting the course, he suddenly felt as if something was hugging his arm. Looking down, he saw that it was Saratoga. Commander, I want it. I want to be modified too. Saratoga just kept swaying back and forth, clinging to Ninler's arm. No, Jejia, don't you know how old you are? Why are you trying to tempt me with this trick? If Saratoga were a standard aircraft carrier Shipgirl, Ning would be overjoyed right now. But now, the way Jejia is hugging Ning Li's arm gives him a certain feeling. The little destroyer is giving off a cute vibe. Chapter 35 Construction, The Secrets of the Construction System. Ning Lu is going to have insomnia tonight. Neither Saratoga nor Warspite wanted to go back to their rooms to sleep. Warspite was because Ning had given him a new ship hull, which increased his affection for Ning, making him even more attached to him. Saratoga, on the other hand, kept begging Ninler to help him with the modifications. Although both Shipgirls are just elementary school students, It has to be said that the charm of Shipgirls is irresistible to most people. System, begin construction. After 2 weekly missions, Ningle obtained 2 more mind cubes, and now he is eager to assemble a complete fleet as soon as possible. The construction system is now open. This time, Ningle did not rush to start construction, but instead observed the construction system in front of him. When you don't have enough Rubik's Cubes, the building system can't be opened. Last time I built, my attention was all on warship, and I didn't really observe the system properly. After searching for a while, Ning finally found a line of instructions at the very bottom of the construction system. Construction notes. This system will prioritize constructing Shipgirls from the commander's faction, increasing the probability of constructing Shipgirls of super rare or higher quality by 50. No wonder I got a gold item in a single pull. It turns out the system boosted my drop rate. Ningle fell into deep thought. Then, as if he had thought of something very happy, the corners of his mouth turned up high. This is Sakura Empire. What's Sakura Empire's specialty? Of course, it's the supersized fox. Ningle hadn't explored the Sakura Empire area yet and hadn't seen any of the big fox Shipgirls. However, given the situation with the Royal Navy, there probably weren't many Shipgirls of super rare rarity or higher appearing here. Ninglu was already quite impatient. Ninglu tidied up the room briefly, wanting to make a good impression on his big fox. Big fox, here I come. System, begin construction. Construction begins, consuming 2 mind cubes and 1,500 resources. As Ninglu eagerly awaited, the construction was completed with a flash of golden light. Commander, are you carrying out construction? Just as the golden light began to shine, Saratoga and Warship pushed open the door. Meanwhile, construction was also completed. Congratulations, Commander, on acquiring the battleship Nagato. Oh, it's shipped. It's a battleship. Wait, why is it Nagato? The joy that had just begun to rise in Ning Li's heart was instantly extinguished. Wow, what an adorable little fox. Commander, is this a new destroyer? Construction was now complete, and Nagato appeared in Ningle's room. Before Ningle could recover, Saratoga walked up to Nagato and began to look him up and down. Standing at the same height of 1.3 meters, its fluffy fox tail swayed slightly behind it, and its pair of animal ears twitched slightly as it entered the new environment. Its golden pupils exuded an aura of majesty. I represent the spirit, glory, and brilliance of the Sakura Empire. I am one of the Big Seven. My very existence is an extension of that era. Open my eyes wide and bow in reverence. Have you had enough? I'm tired of standing here. I need a rest. A clear and lovely voice came from the gate, though its tone was full of authority, coupled with its domineering lines. But these words came from the mouth of a 1.3-meter-tall animal-eared loli, giving people only a feeling of, so cute. Commander, this female destroyer is so interesting. Little sister, can I touch your tail? Saratoga was still looking Nagato up and down, completely unaware of what Nagato was saying. What are you doing, you rude person? Seeing that Nagato was ignoring him, Saratoga actually reached out and started stroking Nagato's tail. Don't touch my tail. Nagato, who had been looking serious, panicked and blushed after Saratoga attacked him from all sides. Let your older sister touch it. Only when you let her touch your tail is she a cute destroyer. Saratoga didn't stop. Instead, he reached under Nagato's armpits, intending to lift him high like Nimler had done the day before. Wait a minute, something's not right. Why is your destroyer so heavy? In this world, Shipgirls with large displacement can easily lift Shipgirls with smaller displacement. Just like Saratoga before, it could easily lift up Warship. After the modifications, Warship was 20,000 tons heavier than Saratoga, and Saratoga could no longer lift Warship. This is why, even with all her might, Saratoga could only lift Nagato slightly. You unreasonable person, what do you want to do to this divine child? Let me go at once. Nagato wanted to shove the pink-haired loli in front of him away. In his view, Saratoga's size was no different from that of a destroyer. To his surprise, this small destroyer was able to lift him, who weighed 39,000 tons. There's no way Nagato can deploy her ship equipment here and fire a shot at Saratoga. He could only look to Ning Lu, who was standing aside watching the show, with a pleading expression. Commander, save me. Ning Lu instantly understood from the pitiful look in his eyes. There's really no other way. Judge, put her down. Saratoga only gave up after hearing his commander's order. Commander, this destroyer is so heavy. I can't even lift it. Saratoga harbored resentment because she was often mistaken for a destroyer. Finally, a normal destroyer has arrived in the fleet, and the aircraft carrier in this fleet naturally has to show its power. Judge, let me introduce you. This is Nagato, a battleship from the Sakura Empire. Hello, Nagato. This is Ningle, your commander. This is your companion, the aircraft carrier Saratoga, and this is the battleship Warspite. Ningle gave Nagato a brief introduction to his fleet. Ball through the sack. Commander, you're saying this pink-haired lowly is an aircraft carrier? Commander, you're saying this animal-eared lowly is a battleship? The two ship girls spoke at the same time, looking at each other with disbelief. Ningle was speechless for a moment, while Warspite, who was standing to the side, was covering his mouth and chuckling. She was built with her ship equipment, so Saratoga did not mistake her for a destroyer. However, they were in Ning Li's room, and Nagato was not wearing ship uniform when she appeared, which is why she was mistaken for a destroyer. My luck is just too good. The Royal Navy built the second ship, Warspite, and the first ship I launched after arriving at Sakura Empire was Nagato. She is the goddess of Sakura Empire. She is the kind of ship that can become the flagship of Sakura Empire. Ning Lu felt a surge of secret pleasure, already considering himself the chosen one of this world. Looking at the three main battleship girls in front of him, Ning Lu suddenly had a bad feeling. Something feels off. Did I forget something? Indeed, when observing the construction system in Ningle, I overlooked the smaller line of prompts below the main prompt. The ship girls that the commander creates through this system can only be shoddy. Chapter 36, Infiltrating the Academy. Sorry, Saratoga, you have to sacrifice yourself. After resting at the hotel for a while, Ningle began to review the specific requirements of the mission. The system releases main quests for each faction, but you need to complete the previous main quest to unlock the next one. The first unlocked mission was the Sakura Empire mission, which is why Ningle set Sakura Empire as his first stop after leaving the academy. Sakura Empire main quest: find the supreme flagship, Yamato class. Mission introduction: the original flagship of the Sakura Empire should have been the Yamato class battleship, but for some reason, it did not appear in this world. Mission objective: locate the Sakura Empire flagship, a Yamato class destroyer. Mission prompt: enter the Sakura Empire Commander Academy to unlock further hints. According to the mission prompts, Ningle now needs to enter the Sakura Empire's Command Academy. This is not a good situation. I am already a formal commander, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to enter the academy of another faction. Ning Lu is aware of this. Commanders who graduate from the academy are not allowed to attend academies of other factions again unless there are special circumstances. However, there are other ways, such as applying for a teaching job. With Ningle's combat experience, he is more than qualified to be a teacher to these command trainees. But, what do you mean? You don't need the commander as a teacher? Ning Lu was puzzled. Yes, in Sakura Empire's education, the commander's tactical lessons are taught by Shipgirls, so we don't need the commander to be the teacher. The shipgirl who came to greet Ning Lu spoke to him in a very ordinary manner. I can't sneak into the academy as a teacher now, and I can't just pretend to be a student. Ning Lu is not someone who cares about so-called status. The key is that he is here for the interview as a commander today. He has already been exposed, so it is impossible for him to disguise himself as a trainee and sneak in. Is the mission going to hit a wall right at the start? Maybe I should let Nagato give it a try. With her status, it shouldn't be difficult for her to arrange a position for me as a commander trainee. No, if my strength is discovered, Nagato's commander will definitely make me train Nagato. Ningle recalled what Koei had told him before. So Ning Lu decided to leave the Cherry Blossom Academy first, and then think of other ways. Commander, I've been very good today. Yes, Kisaragi is the most obedient ship girl. Just as Ningle was about to leave, she happened to see a blonde, blue-eyed commander coming to pick up his ship girl from school. Sakura Empire's academy is strange. It doesn't accept commanders from other factions as teachers, but instead allows commanders from other factions to send their destroyers to attend its kindergarten. Within the Sakura Empire Commander Academy, there is an academy called Sakura Empire Kindergarten. This place is specifically for training newly built destroyers. Moreover, this Sakura Empire Kindergarten does not restrict the identity of the ship girl commanders who enroll. Is this kindergarten run by Royal Arkansas? If only I had a destroyer, it would be one of the tasks to complete the system. Thinking about this, Ning Lu felt a little regretful. He should have kept some Rubik's Cubes to build a destroyer. Wait, destroyer? Something seemed to flash through Ning Li's mind. At the same time, achoo! Saratoga, who was soaking in a hot spring with Nagato, who was hiding in a hotel, suddenly sneezed loudly. What's wrong? Does Saratoga have a cold? Nagato, who was sitting to the side enjoying the hot spring, asked Saratoga. No, it's probably because they're new to Sakura and aren't used to the temperature yet. Saratoga rubbed her nose, not paying any attention. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Saratoga and Nagato became incredibly close. Saratoga's lively and adorable personality seemingly radiating warmth, reminded Nagato of his younger sister, Lu Ao. This made the two strangers become more familiar with each other. Speaking of which, the commander has been gone for so long. I wonder how his job application went. Warspite spoke up from the side. Don't worry, Warspite. With the commander's combat strength, teaching these commander trainees from Sakura Empire will be a piece of cake. Saratoga looked proud. Of the three Shipgirls, only Nagato was unaware of just how terrifying Ning was. Everyone, come to my room. While the Shipgirls were still enjoying the hot springs, Ning had already returned. The commander is back. I knew it. Being a teacher is a piece of cake for the commander. The three of them, dressed in bathrobes, arrived at Ning's room. Ning Lu was sitting there at that moment, and the three of them felt a resentment emanating from him as soon as they entered the room. It probably didn't work. The answer came to the minds of all three Shipgirls at the same time. How was the hot spring experience, Nagato? Ning didn't mention anything about the mission, but instead inquired about the newly built Nagato. I am a Shipgirl of Sakura Empire, so I am very used to hot springs like this. Nagato gave a faint smile. Being cared for by the commander warmed her heart. Warspite. Take Nagato to familiarize herself with combat and teach her how to control the ship. Saratoga, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. Although Warspite and Nagato are lowless, they are mature older sister Shipgirls with mature minds. Hearing Ning say this, they knew that Ning wanted to talk to Saratoga about something. After the two walked away, Saratoga seemed to realize something and pounced into Ninler's arms. I knew the commander was the best to me. Is it time for some modifications? Jaja is all ready. Saratoga clearly sensed that Ning wanted to talk to him privately, and after some speculation, he naturally guessed that the commander might want to upgrade him. Forehead. Ning Lu felt awkward. It's like this, Jujia. The commander has a mission to complete, so today's interview with the commander's mentor fell through. Therefore, I hope that Jujia can infiltrate Sakura Empire Academy and help the commander complete the mission. Saratoga agreed without hesitation upon hearing Ning's words. Don't worry, Commander. Jujia is a very intelligent Shipgirl. Saratoga answered with a confident expression. I helped the commander complete the mission perfectly this time, so the next modification will definitely be mine. Saratoga thought to himself that he also hoped his ship would grow bigger quickly, and preferably taller as well. That's great, Jujia. The task is very simple. You just need to stay inside for one day. Ning thought Saratoga would refuse outright, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. The next day, Commander, is this how you let me infiltrate the Sakura Empire Academy? Saratoga was like a cat with its fur standing on end. She didn't feel right at all. It's just one day, Jujia. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Ning said with a pleading look on his face. This is the solution Ning came up with, to have Saratoga be disguised as a destroyer and sent to the Sakura Empire's kindergarten. The idea of using a 40,000-ton displacement aircraft carrier as a destroyer to go to school is quite outrageous in the entire Azur Lane world. This is something an ordinary commander wouldn't think of. But Ning just happened to come up with this method. Moreover, they felt their ideas were flawless. Given Saratoga's personality, no one would suspect anything. Moreover, based on his observations, there were many destroyers in the Sakura Empire's kindergarten that were more mature than Saratoga, so Saratoga would definitely not arouse suspicion. Seeing Ning's sincere expression, Saratoga finally gave in. Who told Shipgirls to take obedience to orders as their primary duty? Commander, do I look a little strange? Saratoga was wearing the Sakura Empire kindergarten uniform, which Ning had obtained a day in advance. Saratoga was wearing a light blue dress, a yellow hat, and a small backpack. It's okay, Jujia, just try to act a little childish. That's what Ning said, but what he really thought was, just act the same as usual, and no one will suspect anything, okay? I'm going to school now. Commander, remember to pick me up tonight. Be careful, Jujia. At the entrance of Sakura Empire Academy, Ning and a group of commanders from other factions came to send their destroyers off to school. Strangely enough, Saratoga blended in perfectly. Pink twin ponytails paired with a kindergarten uniform. Saratoga, you're overthinking it. No one would believe you if you said you were an aircraft carrier looking like that. Ning thought to himself. I'm sorry, Jujia. Once we have enough supplies, I'll definitely make you the first one to be modified. Chapter 37, The Siren Expedition, An Encounter with the Great Fox. The commander has come to pick me up. Let's go, everyone. Soon it was afternoon, and Ninler came to pick up Saratoga to go back. Commander Gaga had a great day today, and met a lot of new comrades. Saratoga, who had a gloomy face when he went to school that morning, was now smiling happily. Haha, as long as Jujia is happy. Your destroyer status is confirmed, Saratoga. There's no explanation needed. Ning Lu thought to himself. Instead of returning to the Hot Spring Inn, they went to Akashi department store with Saratoga. They sold a few more pieces of gold equipment, completing their upgrade materials for Saratoga. However, after spending over 200,000 worth of supplies, Akashi didn't have many left. Commander Ningle, after buying these gold-tier equipment, I don't have many supplies left. But don't worry, these items will sell in a few days. If you have any other equipment, feel free to contact me to trade. Indeed, Akashi's shop was just a small weapons and equipment shop in Sakura Empire, and this should be all the funds in Akashi's shop. Definitely. As soon as I get the new equipment, I will come to find Mr. Akashi to make a deal. Akashi's affection level increased to 60 points. After saying goodbye to Akashi, Ningle now has a total of 23,000 resources and 47,000 experience points in his system. Although I really want to upgrade Saratoga now, upgrading it to an angled deck would require pairing it with jet fighters. Even the cheapest F-14 jet fighter in the system requires 200,000 worth of supplies. Even if Saratoga's hull is modified, it won't significantly increase its combat effectiveness. Little Jiajia, I never thought that someone as small as you would be such a useless person. Ning Lu thought helplessly. Mission 1. Enter the Sakura Empire Commander Academy and unlock subsequent prompts to complete. Mission 2. According to the intelligence obtained, the Yamato-class ships were last seen in the sea area north of the Sakura Islands. Please defeat the Siren flagship there. Great, it's finally a combat mission. Ningle now desperately craves this kind of direct and simple task. He was fed up with being tasked with investigating or completing certain tasks. I vaguely remember the disheveled look on Saratoga's face yesterday when she asked him to dress up as a destroyer. As expected, I'm still better suited for fighting. Nagato, you stay here and guard the house. Nagato nodded expressionlessly. He didn't blame his commander. Once his identity was exposed, the Sakura Empire would definitely separate the two of them. Saratoga, Warspite, you two will lead the attack in this battle. The two had already worked together many times, so Ning Lu didn't need to say anything more. Late at night, Lord Amagi, we've searched the surrounding area, but we haven't found any clues. Beside Amagi, an unnamed cruiser reported to him. Okay, got it. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Amagi, as one of the high-ranking members of the Sakura Empire's Freedom Shipgirls, has always served as their strategist. His younger sister, Akamai, was the flagship of the Sakura Empire, but only temporarily. Every Sakura Empire ship girl knows that the flagship of the Sakura Empire has always been the Yamato class. However, they searched for many years without finding it. Amagi also obtained information by chance that a Yamato-class destroyer had appeared at the northernmost tip of the Sakura Islands. That's why he came here to investigate late at night, with only 2 bodyguards with him. What is that? Just as Amagi and the others were about to return to the Sakura Islands, they suddenly noticed a strange purple light appearing on the distant sea. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous cannon shot rang out. That's the Siren flagship. The 3 were greatly alarmed, especially Tianqing. This is near the Sakura Islands, so it's almost impossible for sirens to appear here. While they were thinking, the shells were already heading towards the 3 of them. Lord Amagi, you retreat first, we will cover you. 2 unnamed ship girls unfolded their ships and retaliated against the Siren flagship in the distance. A flash of white light appeared, and Amagi deployed its own hull, firing at the Siren flagship in the distance. Damn it, we're too close. The Siren flagship appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way to Amagi and the return to the Sakura Islands. Moreover, it only appeared 10 kilometers in front of Tianqing and the others. This distance is a rather awkward engagement distance for battleships. It lacked the long-range advantage of battleships and couldn't fully utilize its secondary guns. The key point is that the opponent is a Siren flagship, covered in turrets. Bang, bang, bang. Another burst of artillery fire rang out, and all 3 shipgirls were hit by several shells to varying degrees. Excuse me, Lord Amagi, I must take my leave now. The words had barely left his mouth when an unnamed ship girl guarding Amagi sank into the sea. Another unnamed ship girl also had her health bar almost depleted. Damn it, how could a Siren flagship appear here? We have to get back to Sakura Empire right away. Amagi didn't want to admit it, but his only option now was to rush back to the Cherry Blossom Islands. Once you're within the archipelago, the Coast Guard there will be able to spot you. I'll hold off the Siren flagship. You go and notify the Coast Guard. Amagi gave an order to the nameless ship girl on the other side. But, Amagi-sama. No buts. You're fast enough. This is the only way to save us. Without hesitation, the ship girl sped towards the Sakura Empire Islands, quickly putting distance between herself and Amagi. Although Amagi is a battlecruiser, its speed is much slower than that of a light cruiser. Let's fight to the death, Siren flagship. At this moment, Amagi was firing cannons as it sailed towards the Sakura Islands. Bang! A huge flame lit up the stern of the Amagi ship. Damn it, the rudder is broken. Having lost its rudder, Amagi is unable to control its direction and is heading in a direction that deviates from the Sakura Islands. Given the current situation, it's safe to say that Tianqing is destined to be sunk. Even if the Sakura Empire's Coast Guard arrives now, the Siren flagship has stopped pursuing them, and their rudder is damaged, so they have no idea where they will drift to. Even more critically, the Siren flagship's bombardment from behind did not cease. Commander, why do we have to come out at night? Isn't daytime better? Nighttime presents significant limitations for aircraft carriers in this world. At night, it is impossible to detect the enemy using carrier-based aircraft. Similarly, darkness is also unfavorable for the takeoff and landing of carrier-based aircraft. This is a test for you, Jejia. You're going to become the Shipgirl of my flagship. Saratoga was still wearing her Sakura Empire kindergarten uniform, which, in her words, was to conceal her identity. Warspite, standing to the side, didn't say much, but focused on patrolling the surrounding sea. Commander, 20 kilometers to the north, a Siren flagship and a battlecruiser have been spotted. Just as Ning was still studying the system's mission, Saratoga's report rang out. Oh, found it. But why is there a battlecruiser here? Ning was very puzzled, as the system clearly stated that there was only one Siren flagship here. Could it be that the patrolling shipgirls nearby encountered the Siren flagship? No. How can we let our lovely shipgirls perish at sea? With this in mind, Ning commanded Warspite and Saratoga to head towards the Siren flagship. Chapter 38, Saving Tianqing. The Siren flagship's firepower was fierce, and in the blink of an eye, Tianqing's health was reduced to only 1 to 3. It seems this is the only way. I'm sorry, sisters. I have to go now. With 2 fires and the rudder damaged, Amagi's fate could only be the silent sea. Looking towards the distant Sakura Islands. I never expected to be silent here. I hope some lucky commander will build me up. Each shipgirl in this world is unique. If a shipgirl sinks, she will re-enter the construction sequence, waiting to be built by a lucky commander. Of course, there is also a very small chance that it will be reborn in the ocean. Buzzing. Just as Amagi was preparing to sink into the sea, the sound of carrier-based aircraft could be heard in the sky. Is that a carrier-based aircraft? This is the Sky Raider of Saratoga. Meanwhile, on Ning's side, Warspite had adjusted and was ready to bombard the Siren flagship. The shells have been loaded. Boom, boom, boom. Warspite has become familiar with the new hull and, with the support of Ning's spiritual power, is now able to launch a full-scale salvo. Amagi was only stunned for a moment before being awakened by the distant sound of cannon fire. Has the Coast Guard arrived? Amagi had already prepared to sink into the sea, but unexpectedly, the Coast Guard arrived at this time. I am the battlecruiser Amagi. Are you with the Coast Guard? The voice of the Amagi came through the radio channel. Commander, there's someone speaking on the radio. It should be the battlecruiser that's being pursued. Saratoga had been listening to nearby channels, and upon hearing the news, he immediately reported it to Ning. Is that Amagi? I didn't expect to run into her here. Ning was very surprised. Amagi was Akari's older sister. If the Sakura Empire's flagship in this world wasn't Nagato, then it must be Akari. This is Royal Commander Ning. Please adjust your course and move closer to our position. Ning's voice came through the radio channel. He was instructing Tianqing to come closer to him. Oh, she's the Big Fox's older sister. Isn't the reason we came to feed the Sakura Empire to catch the Big Fox? I've finally met her tonight. Ning Lu was somewhat excited, never expecting that going out on a mission late at night would yield unexpected gains. Hello, Commander Ning. My rudder is broken and I cannot change course. Amaho's voice came through the radio. The situation is not good. With Tianqing's current angle and health, he simply cannot withstand a few rounds of Saren's attacks. At this moment, Amagi and the Siren flagship were facing each other at a right angle, meaning that Amagi's entire side was exposed to the enemy's firing range. This angle makes it easy to be hit with core damage. Just as Ning Lu was thinking about how to rescue Tianqing, a scream suddenly came over the radio. The core area of Tianqing has been hit. In Ning Li's view, Tianqing's health was now less than 10,000, and there were 2 fires. It could only hold out for a minute at most. Tianqing, quickly take over command authority. This sentence was not uttered on a radio channel, but rather in Amagi's mental communications. Any wild ship girl will be somewhat wary when under the command of a commander, and it is almost impossible for her to do so if it is not the commander of her own faction. I am a level 4 commander with healing abilities. If you hesitate any longer, you may really sink into the sea. Ning Lu seemed to sense Tianqing's hesitation and decided to proactively reveal some of his strength. Ning Lu was timid and hesitant in the past because he lacked strength. With only one aircraft carrier, he had no ability to confront powerful forces. But Ningl now has top-tier ship girls like Conqueror, and level 4 commanders aren't exactly rare. Every faction has a few of them. CET4? Upon hearing this, Tianqing was taken aback at first, but then, as if grasping at a lifeline, he relinquished his command authority over Ningl. Amagi was already prepared to sink into the sea, but unexpectedly, it encountered a commander. Given his current injuries, he wouldn't last long. But a commander with level 4 healing ability is different. The commander's healing skill can restore 10% of the ship girl's own HP. With Amagi's total HP of 80,000, it can completely raise his HP to a relatively safe range. But my rudder is damaged and the ship is on fire. What's the point of holding on a little longer? Oh well, I'll just trust this commander. Amagi didn't have much hope either. There was still a Siren flagship attacking him from behind. Even if he recovered some health, what difference would it make? The moment Tianqing released his mental control authority, Ningl's mental power forcefully intervened. A soft moan rang out in the command channel. It was the strain Ning Lu was exerting on the ship girl's hull with his immense mental power that caused Amagi to cry out in pain. Such strong mental strength. Is it really only level 4? I feel like my body is about to burst. At the same time, Amagi felt that he had lost control of his body, and all parts of his body were now under Ningl's control. Maintenance team activated, damage control team activated. After taking control of Amagi's hull, Ningl activated 2 of the battleship's skills. The raging fire suddenly went out, and at the same time, Amagi sensed that his ship was sailing in another direction. My ship's rudder has actually been repaired. Even the fire has been extinguished. Wait, didn't the commander say his skill was healing type? Not only that, when a ship girl is injured, her clothes become tattered. However, Amagi was surprised to find that her clothes began to gradually recover, and the damage to the ship's hull was also gradually repaired. Just a few minutes later, he was surprised to find that the ship's health had recovered by half. This isn't just a 10 reply rating anymore, is it? Is this really a level 4 commander? Amagi couldn't believe that Sakura Empire also had level 4 commanders, and even a few level 5 ones. However, their abilities are not even in the same league as the commander in front of them. What terrified Libra even more was that his attempt to control the rotation of an anti-aircraft gun on the ship was rejected by Ningl's powerful mental strength. This sent a chill down Tianqing's spine. I have absolutely no control over the ship. Just how immense must my mental strength be? This means we have achieved complete control over the ship girls. While Amagi was still shocked by Ningl's powerful abilities, Warspite's surface reconnaissance aircraft skill had been fully charged after 4 salvos. Commander, it's my turn to perform this time. Warspite has been itching to fight these past few days. After Ningl gave him a devastating demonstration last time, he really wanted to try it out, but he hasn't had a chance to fight in the last few days. Oh, then it's up to you, Warspite. At this point, Tianqing was already more than 16 kilometers away from the Siren flagship. This location has reached the maximum concealment range of Tianqing. Tianqing had just tried to retaliate, but Ningl's powerful mental strength controlled him. Are all the ship girls in this world idiots? Don't they know about the ship's stealth attribute? When the enemy is outside the ship girl's concealment range, they cannot be detected unless the ship girl fires. This is why Tianqing is no longer under attack from the Siren flagship. Chapter 39 The First Encounter with Tianqing. What a fat fox. Tosa-sama, hurry up. The Coast Guard door was pushed open with a thud. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Aren't you Sister Tianqing's bodyguard? At this moment, Tosa was resting her long legs on the desk, her tail swaying casually behind her, and playing with a golden 381 ship equipment in her hand. I'm so sorry, Lord Tosa. Please hurry and save Lord Amagi. We've been attacked by the Siren's flagship at the seaside, and Lord Amagi is currently fighting them at sea. Before the ship girl could finish speaking, Tosa suddenly stood up. This action directly interrupted the ship girl who was about to continue reporting, and Tosa's unique aura as a high-ranking ship girl instantly erupted. Quick, take me there. Tosa grabbed the ship girl in front of him and rushed out. What? My sister has been attacked. At this moment, in a shrine, a high-level meeting of the Sakura Empire is being held here. Nagato, the flagship of the Sakura Empire, is kneeling at the head of the table, facing a group of high-ranking Sakura Empire ship girls. The governor of the Sakura Empire. In Sakura Empire, the governor is not the highest authority. Due to the strength of the Sakura Empire ship girls, The governor here can only become an appendage of the Shipgirls. Everyone, please go back to the meeting. Give me a result regarding what just happened by tomorrow night. Akaji's voice was very authoritative, making the people below the stage dare not hesitate in the slightest. Kaga, come with me. The meeting ended abruptly, and Akaji hurriedly left with Kaga. What? Sister Amaji was attacked. Yes, Tosa sent someone to report that my sister went out on a secret mission and encountered the Siren flagship. It should be in the open sea to the north now. 2 large foxes rushed towards the port, just as Tosa arrived. What exactly happened, Tosa? How is your sister now? I can't believe it, Akaji asked anxiously. No time to explain, we'll talk on the way. The 3 men didn't even deploy the ship. Instead, they boarded a destroyer and headed towards the area where the incident occurred. What a pity, it wasn't a flash sale. Warweary said with some disappointment. By this time, the Siren flagship had already sunk into the sea, and Saratoga was still using its carrier-based aircraft to patrol the surrounding area to prevent any other Sirens from launching a sneak attack. Mission complete. Investigation complete. During the battle with the Sirens, you discovered traces of 460mm naval guns. All indications suggest that the Yamato-class battleships fought here. New mission. Participate in the Sakura Empire Commander Festival, become the Dragon King, and gain access to the shrine to view information. What the heck? Commander's Festival? Dragon King? Am I supposed to play chess? The first person Ningle thought of was the Lulicon Dragon King from an anime in his previous life. Upon closer inspection of the system's description, it became clear that this so-called Commander's Festival was similar to a sports meet for Shipgirls, where participating Shipgirls competed in various ways to earn points, and the commander who ultimately won was called the Dragon King. Thank you for your help, Commander Ningle. Tianqing's weak voice echoed in Ningle's mind through mental control. Commander Ningle, can you escort me to the nearest repair shop? Amaji requested. At this point, Tianqing only had 10,000 health points left, and it would inevitably sink if it were attacked in any way. Of course, Miss Amaji, you can retrieve your ship equipment and come aboard my ship. In fact, Ningle was also seeking Tianqing's consent. Tianqing was currently unable to control her own ship, and if Ningle wanted to, he could even control her body. Thus, under Ningle's control, Amaji arrived on the Saratoga. Upon seeing Ninglu, Tianqing was even more surprised. I had assumed that a commander with such powerful mental strength would be a middle-aged man or an old man. But to my surprise, he was just a 17 or 18-year-old young man. Thank you, Commander. Thank you so much for saving me. Amaji is the kind of ship girl who has a strong Yamato Nadeshiko, ideal Japanese woman vibe. Unlike her younger sister Akaji, Libra gives off a gentle and kind feeling. At this moment, Amaji was wearing a purple kimono with a red outer garment over it. Holding a red oil paper umbrella in her hand, Ninetails swayed slowly behind her, and especially her eyes that emitted a purple light, gave people a very hazy and dreamlike feeling. Ningla stepped forward to check on Tianqing's injuries. At this moment, Amaji's once neat kimono was now somewhat tattered, with her 2 legs exposed, and the clothes on her shoulders and abdomen were charred. If it weren't for the black bodysuit she was wearing underneath, her private parts would already be exposed. Ningla came up to him, and Tianqing blushed for a moment before taking a step back. Commander Ningle, it's safe here. You can withdraw the mental connection now. Amaji knew how attractive her current appearance was to the commander, but that wasn't the main issue. The most awkward thing was that the commander in front of her could completely control the Shipgirls. If he couldn't control himself and did something to her, she wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Okay, Ms. Amaji, I'm disconnecting now. What a joke. Is Ning Li the kind of person Tianqing Xiang is? As Ning Li's mental connection with him was severed, Tianqing felt a sudden emptiness in his body, as if something had been pulled out of him. His already weak body suddenly lost control, and he fell straight forward. Careful. Instinctively, Ning Li quickly stepped forward and gently caught Tianqing. I touched it. I touched the big fox. Ning Li maintained a gentlemanly demeanor on his face, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Saratoga, standing behind them, looked on with disdain at the sight. TCH, I love Big Sister, Commander. Everyone should see how you're all lovey-dovey. Saratoga also learned that whenever Ningle was thinking bad things, pink hearts would appear around him, and most importantly, this effect could only be seen by those who became his ship girls. No, I'm sorry, Commander Ningle. My injuries are too severe and my body is too weak. Tianqing snapped out of her daze and hurriedly apologized, trying to push Ningle away, but she couldn't muster the strength and could only nestle in Ningle's arms. It's all right, Miss Amaji. Ninglu smiled slightly and replied. This soft touch, this fluffy tail, What resistance to the tide of the Scions? Come to Sakura Empire. I won't return to the royal family if I don't catch a big fox. Amaji's face turned even redder, and with a little effort, he finally pushed Ninler away, but weakened, he eventually fell onto the deck of Saratoga. Ninglu also knew that it was not advisable to rush things at this time, and that he should leave a good impression on Tian Chung. Jia, come and help Miss Tianqing. Ningle called Saratoga, who had been watching the show from behind, over. Commander Ningle, the destroyer is too small to lift me up. Saratoga is already used to it. No normal ship girl would think he's an aircraft carrier. However, this time it really can't be blamed on Amaji. The main problem is that the Sarato family is still wearing kindergarten uniforms. Amaji really treats the Sarato family like a little destroyer going to kindergarten. Little sister, your older sister is very heavy. Amaji suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Saratoga pressed her hands against Amaji's stomach, but even with all her strength, she couldn't lift her up. No, Commander, you're too heavy. I can't move you. After trying a few times, Saratoga said with a frustrated look. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and it's worth noting that the Saratoga at that time had a displacement of 40,000 tons. I almost forgot that Amaji has a displacement of 43,000 tons. Saratoga simply couldn't lift her. The most surprised person should be Amaji. Although Saratoga did not lift it, Amaji could tell from the force just now that the displacement of the destroyer dressed in kindergarten clothes in front of him was definitely no less than 40,000 tons. Am I hallucinating? A 40,000-ton destroyer. Just as the situation became awkward, Warspite folded up its hull and returned to the deck of Saratoga. War-weary, it's good that you're back. Help Miss Amaji back to her cabin. Okay, Commander. Amaji hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Saratoga when another destroyer arrived, but this time, he didn't speak. The commander in front of them clearly knew that only a large ship girl could lift a small ship girl. And so, to Amaji's incredulous gaze, Warspite easily picked him up and carried him to Saratoga's cabin. Just kidding. The Conqueror's 60,000-ton displacement is a full 20,000 tons more than the Sky City's. Lifting it would be a piece of cake. I didn't expect Tianqing to be so fat. He really is a fat fox. Chapter 40. Is this really the Akagi I know? Faster, drive faster. That's already the maximum speed, Lord Akagi. The small destroyer standing next to Akagi said in a trembling voice. At this moment, Akagi and Tosa are traveling in an unnamed destroyer towards the sea area where Ningle is located. What happened? Where are the Siren flagship and my sister? That shouldn't be the case, Lord Qiqing. We encountered the Siren flagship in this very sea area. As a guard of Amaji, the nameless ship girl also looked at this place with disbelief. No, it can't be that Sister Tianqing has already. At this point, Tosa paused. Don't talk nonsense, find it for me right now. With a ferocious expression, Akagi jumped onto the sea, unfolded the ship, and launched 8 carrier-based aircraft. This is already the limit that Akagi can control carrier-based aircraft. Akagi-ne, it's nighttime now. The carrier-based aircraft you launched have no way to land. I don't care, I must find my sister. At this moment, Akagi seemed to have gone mad, ordering the carrier-based aircraft to search around him from all directions. Commander Ningle is here again, meow. What's going on? Meow. Oh, Lord Amaji. The closest place was naturally Akashi's shop. Akashi was already asleep, wearing pajamas, rubbing her eyes, and speaking to Ning Lu in a somewhat impatient voice. A cat can harbor a lot of resentment towards anyone who disturbs its sleep. But when his gaze fell behind Ningle, he first let out a sharp meow, only then realizing that the person Warspite was supporting was none other than the Sakura Empire strategist, Tensei. I'm sorry to bother you so late, Mr. Akashi. Miss Tensei is seriously injured and needs to be repaired, which is why I came to see you so late. Ninglu smiled somewhat awkwardly. No disturbance, no disturbance. As a repair ship, this is what I should do, meow. Akashi answered with trepidation. As a ship girl of Sakura Empire, who didn't know that Tenmo is Akagi's older sister. Akagi is a Sakura Empire swordsman, and more importantly, he's a total older sister complex. He would kill anyone who did anything to his sister. Miss Tianqing, please come inside. Akashi then let Tensei into the room and lay down, while he immediately deployed the ship's equipment and began repairs on Tensei. Such severe damage, it even damaged the core of the ship. Although Ningle repaired and restored Tianqing, Akashi, as the repair ship, could tell at a glance that Tianqing's core must have suffered severe damage. The repairs were carried out quickly, and the Tianqing was back on its feet in just over 10 minutes. At this moment, he returned to his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Qiqing searched the sea for a long time, but could not find Tiancheng's figure. Could it be? Could it be that my sister has already? Akaji could hardly believe his own thoughts. Kaga, activate full channel call. I don't believe Tensei Nichin will remain silent here. Kaga and the others had also arrived at this time. Seeing that Akari was somewhat delirious, she, as his younger sister, did not hesitate at all. This is the Sakura Empire's broadcast system, calling Amaji. It was already evening, and some of the younger ship girls had already gone to sleep. However, Kaga's broadcast across all channels this time ensured that all the ship girls in Sakura Empire received the message. Oh, what's going on? Why is someone broadcasting across all channels so late? It seems to be calling the Amaji. The entire Sakura Empire was in an uproar. This kind of all-channel announcement could be received by all ship girls of the same faction. Sister, there's no response. Kaga said, his voice trembling slightly. No, that's impossible. Keep calling. Akaji spoke in a frenzied tone, his once smooth long hair now disheveled by his hands, and the carrier-based aircraft he was controlling fell into the sea like headless flies. I am the Amaji. There's been a response. It's from Sister Tiancheng. Just when everyone thought Tiancheng was silent, his voice suddenly rang out in the channel. Sister, where are you? It's me, Akaji. At this moment, Akaji, with tears in his eyes, shouted loudly in the fleet channel. I'm at Akashi shop by the sea, and I'm safe now. Swoosh. Akaji instantly retracted into the ship, ran to the hull of a nearby destroyer, grabbed the little destroyer by the neck, and pressed it against the rudder. Returned to Sakura Empire port immediately. The junior destroyer had never seen Akaji with such a powerful aura before, and immediately rushed towards the Sakura Empire's port at full speed, as instructed. Thank you so much, Commander Ningle. If it weren't for you, I would have really been buried at sea. Tiancheng spoke sincerely, placed his hands on his lower abdomen, and bowed deeply to Ning Lu. Fighting the sirens is the commander's duty, and it is what I should do. Ning Lu said modestly. Tiancheng's favorability has increased to 70. According to the system's requirements, you can invite someone to become your ship girl once you have a relationship level of over 50. System, send an invitation. Ning Lu had been waiting for a long time, and finally, the older sister who met the contract conditions was back. He had been resentful since his previous invitation to Formidable had failed, and this time he was finally able to get his wish. Invitation failed. The ship girl does not meet the requirements. Another failed invitation. What does this mean, system? Ning Lu roared inwardly. Just then, he noticed a line of small print below the failed invitation message. To invite the older sister to meet your mother, you need to reach 100 affection points. To invite the file-wielding ship girl, you only need to reach 50 affection points. System, what do you mean? Am I only allowed to contract with file monsters? The construction system works the same way I salvage ships. Ning Lu was speechless. You have to know that when the favorability reaches 100, it's not just a contract, but you can directly swear an oath. It's the kind of situation where they just hand over the ring and take it home. System, you must give me an explanation today. Ning Li's indignant questioning system. You're really something, system, to stop talking now. Just as Ning Lu was about to unleash a torrent of traditional Chinese culture upon the system. Bang! The door of Akashi's store was smashed. Watch out, Commander. Upon seeing the unexpected situation, Saratoga and Warspite stepped in front of Ningle to protect him. Sister. Before the dust had settled, Chi Cheng's anxious voice rang out. It's Chi Cheng. It's all right, little sister. I'm fine. Tensei was also startled, but he was relieved to see that it was Akaji. Are you hurt somewhere, sister? Upon seeing Tiancheng, Chi Cheng immediately stepped forward to examine Tiancheng's body. My sister is all right. I survived thanks to Commander Ningle. Following Tiancheng's gentle gaze, Chi Cheng and Ningle met eyes. Hello, Miss Akaji. I am Ning Lu, a royal commander. Upon seeing that there were outsiders present, Chi Cheng straightened his clothes, but his eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Thanks to your help, Commander Ningle. Tomorrow, someone from the Sakura Empire will deliver our thank you gift to you. Although Akaji spoke sincerely, Ningle noticed that Akaji's eyes looked very strange. It's like looking at garbage. Wait a minute, isn't Akaji the number one Yandere in the port? Why is she looking at the commander like that? Ning Lu was filled with questions. He had even considered the possibility that Akaji would come up and lick him after seeing him, but he never expected such a cold attitude. It's getting late, Commander Ningle. I'll take Tiancheng and leave now. Let's go, sister. And so, Akaji took Tensei's hand and left Akashi's shop. Wah, my shop door got kicked in, meow. Just as Akaji burst through the door, Akashi had already hidden in the inner room. Seeing that the two were about to leave, it came out with a wronged look on its face. Sister, if it weren't for Akashi Osamu, I might have already fallen silent. Tianqing quickly called out to Chi-chung, who was holding on to him. Yes, this is to compensate you for the cost of your shop door and the repairs. He took out a cloth bag from his bosom. Judging by its weight, it contained at least 10,000 supplies. Welcome back next time, Meow. Akashi was overjoyed after receiving the money. Chapter 41 as expected, Keminamami girls are the best. Something's not right, something's not right. Sincerity shouldn't be like this. Ningla felt increasingly uneasy, and he kept frowning the whole way, looking preoccupied. Commander, is the big fox really that good? Saratoga, standing to the side, said somewhat unhappily. I'm not thinking about Tianqing, but about that sincerity. Isn't he still thinking about that big fox? So the commander really likes older sisters with animal ears. Ningla was speechless. What was all this about? It's not what you think. What I'm thinking is that Chi-Cheng's personality is a bit off. I don't remember him being like this. Ningla said in a serious tone. Something's not right. At this moment, Warspite asked in return. Has the commander met Akaji before? At this moment, Saratoga and the nuclear war-weary looked at Ningle with curious eyes. Well, I wouldn't say we know each other. We've just heard about each other before, but… Ningle paused for a moment at this point. What's so special about it, Commander? The two little girls looked at Ning Lu with curiosity. But in my memory, Akaji was the kind of ship girl who was very close to the commander. How come her personality has changed so much now? Ning Lu could never forget the way Chi-Chung looked at him. It was the look of utter contempt, completely unlike the Chi-Chung he remembered. TCH, Commander, what are you fantasizing about? You and Akaji have only met for the first time. Why would he give you a friendly look? He's the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Wait, the Sakura Empire's flagship. Ningle suddenly remembered something and understood. I put myself into the role of Akaji's commander. In the setting, Akaji is a very proud ship girl. Ning Lu immediately understood. It seemed that catching a big fox was a long and arduous task. However, if we can retrieve all 3 foxes. Ningle was already fantasizing about the scene where he would bring back Amaji, Akaji, and Kaga. It can be said that he has both food and drink to his heart's content, and he even gets a strategist as a bonus. Commander, stop. You're showing your heart again. This time it was war weariness that reminded Ningle. Oh, I almost forgot. It seems that only the 2 of you can see the pink hearts emanating from me. Ningle then realized this. It would be too ridiculous if the other ship girls could also see her having wild thoughts. Otherwise, Commander, you could easily be arrested by the military police for being a pervert, Saratoga said with a look of disdain. The 3 of them soon returned to the hot spring inn. Early the next morning, an unnamed Sakura Empire ship girl came to Ningle and delivered a huge box to him. This is a gift that Lord Akaji asked me to deliver. Thank you for saving Lord Tensei. After putting the box down, the ship girl left. They really did send a gift. It's a huge box. Ning Lu was stunned when he saw the box that was as tall as a person. Open it and take a look, Commander. Saratoga, standing to the side, said somewhat excitedly. Curious. Nagato also expressed her curiosity about what gift would be sent. The commander has received 300,000 supplies, and currently has 500,000 supplies remaining. My god, they actually sent 300,000 worth of supplies. Sakura Empire is so generous. 300,000 is no small sum. It's equivalent to a commander with a port area's entire monthly income. Now we have enough materials for the renovation. Saratoga can finally be renovated. Ninglu thought to himself. Wait a minute, wouldn't modifying Saratoga now attract too much attention? Ningle still had some concerns, knowing that the Saratoga, after its refit, would be an angled deck aircraft carrier. With a displacement of 80,000 tons and jet-powered carrier-based aircraft never before seen in the world. Commander, can we upgrade Judge's hull now? Saratoga was naturally the most excited to see a large box of supplies. Ningle had previously promised to help Saratoga modify its hull once sufficient supplies were available. Of course you can, Judgia, but what, Commander? Hearing Ningle hesitate, Saratoga asked anxiously. Since Ningle modified the Warspite, Saratoga felt that her position as the fleet's flagship was in jeopardy. In his mind, the flagship of a fleet must be the largest ship in the fleet. However, in the subsequent battles, Ningle always chose Saratoga as its flagship, which put Saratoga at ease. But everything changed after the long gate was built in Ningle. For the past few days, Ninglu has been asking Nagato to do his daily tasks. To put it simply, it's patting someone's head. Previously, it was one day Saratoga and the next day Warspite. After building Nagato, I kept touching Nagato. This made Saratoga feel a sense of crisis. Is the commander rejecting me? I don't want to sit in the smallest boat. Saratoga is very sensitive to the word small. It's nothing, Jejia. It's just that after the modification, Jejia will become a super powerful aircraft carrier, so the commander wants Jejia to be prepared. Ningle had hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Saratoga's expectant expression, he changed his mind. What's there to be afraid of? I'm a noble transmigrator. How can I let my shipgirls down? Ningle saw expectation, doubt, and a hint of disappointment in Saratoga's eyes. Honestly, as the initial component of Ningle, Saratoga should have been modified on the first attempt. However, due to a shortage of supplies at the time, it could only be delayed. Now that we have sufficient supplies, of course we must keep our promise. I love the commander the most. Saratoga leaped into Ningle's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest like a kitten. Commander, when does it get dark? Jaja wants to test the new hull. The modification only lasted a few minutes, and unfortunately, Saratoga's size did not increase. It remained the same destroyer. What's the rush? Let's sign up first, and we'll take you out to sea after dinner. Ningle, along with Warspite, Nagato, and Saratoga, headed to the commander's festival registration area. To avoid drawing Nagato's attention, Ningle specially dressed Nagato in Saratoga's kindergarten uniform and made him hide his tail. This made Nagato very resentful, and at this moment Nagato finally understood Saratoga's feelings. However, he had no choice. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to stay with the commander. At this moment, Nagato looked shy, one hand pressing down on the hem of her dress, and the other hand pressing down on her yellow hat. Because of his ears, Nagato had to tuck them under his hat. However, Nagato's beast ears are quite large, so only half of them can be covered, with the other half hanging down behind his head. Airplane ears. They're so cute. Ninglu cried out in his heart. Commander, doesn't Nagato look strange? Nagato looks so cute, just like. At this point, Ningle suddenly stopped. Nagato looked aggrieved, with tears welling up in his eyes, as if he would burst into tears if you said he was like a destroyer. Just like a cute little ship girl. Ninglu suddenly changed his tone and touched Nagato's ear again. Ever since Nagato was built, I've been looking for Nagato to do my daily quests. Chapter 42, Modification completed, Saratoga's first battle. Hello, Commander. Are you here to register for the Commander's Festival? The ship girl in charge of registration politely asked Ninglu. Yes, I am Ninglu, the Royal Commander, and I have registered to participate in the Dragon King Cup competition of the festival. I'm sorry, Commander, our Dragon King Cup competition does not include destroyer events. The ship girl looked at the three small destroyers behind Ningle and explained politely. You bastard. Saratoga was about to explode when Ningle pulled her back. Sarato is incredibly strong now. Even though it's an aircraft carrier, one punch from him will definitely send this neighborhood resident to the Akashi repair shop. Just help me register. I want to register for the battleship and aircraft carrier competitions. Ninglu explained somewhat awkwardly. My aircraft carrier girl and battleship girl didn't come today. Oh, so what ship girl model did you sign up for? Battleship Warspite, aircraft carrier Saratoga. Late at night, off the coast of Cherry Blossom Country. Why won't the commander let me teach that little destroyer a lesson? He actually said you don't have any big ships. The refitted Saratoga has also become more temperamental. Before, when people called him a destroyer, he would at most get a little angry, but now he dares to take direct action. Warspite, who was already used to it, said helplessly. Saratoga, do the three of us look a bit like an older sister? This sentence left Saratoga completely bewildered. Yes, why are the ships that the commander is building all 40,000 to 50,000 tons? Could it be? The commander is a Lulicon. The terrifying thought flashed through Saratoga's mind instantly. Commander, are you a Lulicon? Ninglu lost his balance and almost fell onto Warspite's control panel. No, who did you learn all this from? Ninglu asked with some doubt. Of course it was the kindergarten teacher. The teacher also told us that if our commander wanted to do something strange to the destroyer, we should tell the military police. Saratoga said with a solemn expression. Ninglu was speechless. What kind of things were they teaching at the Cherry Blossom Kindergarten? To avoid attracting attention, the four men sailed out to sea aboard a war-weary vessel. We have now arrived at the outer sea of Sakura Empire. The weekly missions had just been refreshed, and Ningle hadn't expected that he would have already completed the modifications of Saratoga and Warspite in just 3 weeks away from the Royal Navy. This is good. Saratoga, Warspite, is Nagato ready? Ready? Commander, I can't wait. Saratoga said excitedly that, in his mind, his ship had become much larger, and the carrier-based aircraft had also changed. Most importantly, he can no longer equip himself with the colored Sky Raider. This saddened Saratoga for a long time after the renovation, But now Saratoga's family has a new toy, the F-14 Panda. Ready, Commander. The voice of war weariness conveyed confidence and reliability. He had already fought 2 battles with Ningle and was well familiar with Ningle's tactics. Ready, Commander. This time, it's not only the first stop for the remodeled Saratoga, but also Nagato's first stop. At this moment, Nagato was still wearing that Sakura Empire kindergarten outfit. To be honest, Nagato looked even cuter in it than Saratoga. Alright, unfold the ship, Nagato. My mental strength is immense, so it might hurt a little the first time. Just bear with it. Ninglu said with concern. To be honest, Ninglu also wanted to control his mental power, but that was up to the system, and he couldn't decide for himself. Don't worry, Commander Nagato is still very strong. Nagato had already heard Warspite and Saratoga say it, but he was still somewhat skeptical. After all, how powerful is the commander's mental strength? System, claim your weekly task. The Mirror Sea is now open. Mission objective, repel the Siren Fleet. The system's cold notification sounded an instant later, and the 3 warships were enveloped in purple space and entered the Mirror Sea. The mirror-like sea area has changed again. There are no small islands in the mirror-like sea area now. According to Ning Li's small map, the entire sea area is extremely vast, with a distance of 100 kilometers from north to south. This time, the flagship Ningle is intended to be Warspite. Saratoga had no complaints. On the contrary, she was very excited. This means that the main attacker this time was themselves. As Saratoga focused his mind, he sensed the immense size of his ship. A phantom image of a ship appeared, larger than any other materialized ship ever. At this moment, Nagato had already materialized his own ship. As one of the flagships of the Sakura Empire, Nagato's hull is naturally impressive, measuring 200 meters long, 30 meters wide, and displacing 42,000 tons. This size is comparable to that of the Warspite before it was modified. But even with such a massive hull, placed between the Saratoga and Warspite at this time, it appeared somewhat small, even making Nagato feel a little inferior. The commander is truly amazing. How did he manage to make Warspite and Saratoga so big? Amid Nagato's curious bewilderment, Saratoga's hull gradually solidified. Chapter 43 Terrifying Carrier-Based Aircraft. The ship is 326.4 meters long, 76 meters wide. Speed, 33 knots. Full load, 80,600 tons. Steam Catapult 2. Carrier-Based Aircraft, F-14 Tomcat Multi-Role Carrier-Based Aircraft 40, which can carry 8 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles or 2 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Weapons, 2 Phalanx CIWS, 1 Unguided Phased Array Radar, maximum detection range 300 kilometers. This is the current hull data for the Saratoga. With its flared, angled deck and massive carrier-based aircraft, Saratoga now possesses the power to crush an entire faction among a host of World War II shipgirls. Oh, Commander, my ship is so big. What are all these things on it for? And these carrier-based aircraft are huge too. Saratoga stood on the deck, filled with curiosity about the various weapons and equipment on her new ship. This is the ship you've modified. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Just kidding. Saratoga is incredibly strong right now, okay? But Commander, where are my secondary guns? And where are the propellers on this carrier-based aircraft? Arriving in front of an F-14 Tomcat, Saratoga looked at the huge jet aircraft with curiosity. Idiot Judgia, that's a jet plane. It's even more powerful than a propeller plane. I'm not going to explain anymore. Just watch how I fight, and you'll see. There's no way to explain modern warfare to a group of World War II shipgirls. It's simply impossible. Commander, you mustn't call Gaga stupid. Gaga is the smartest shipgirl, Saratoga said, somewhat angrily. A surge of mental energy came through. It was Ningle controlling the Saratoga's hull. The commander's mental energy doesn't feel so painful anymore. Saratoga could clearly feel that the enormous spiritual power that Ningle had poured in did not overflow as it had before after filling the ship's hull. However, he didn't think much of it and was soon drawn to the scene before him. Wow, I can actually see information about the entire ocean area. Upon gaining control of Saratoga, Ningle immediately activated radar to monitor the sea area. Enemy aircraft carrier detected, enemy Scion flagship detected, enemy cruiser detected. This time, the enemy consists of a Siren flagship, 6 aircraft carriers, and 3 cruisers. Saratoga was very curious about radar, a novel technology. On a huge green screen, you can see dots of light of all sizes. What are these? Commander, these green dots, they're still moving. Saratoga asked curiously. These are the Sirens' fleet in the distance. Commander, there are so many Sirens, why can't Judge see them? Upon hearing that the Sirens were approaching, Saratoga came to the bridge and looked out into the distance. Stop looking, they're still over 100 kilometers away. Ningle explained with a hint of amusement. At this time, the Saratoga was equipped with a passive phased array radar, which had many drawbacks. For example, it has disadvantages such as being easily detected at a distance, having low transmission power, and low detection accuracy. But in this world full of World War II shipgirls, they are already an overwhelming force. Aside from many new warships that may be equipped with radar, it's already quite good if the other older warships have a radio. How can they see enemies hundreds of kilometers away? What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? Nagato and Warspite both looked curiously at Saratoga's hull. Watch closely, Jejia. Next, I'll teach you how to take off your carrier-based aircraft. I can still take off my carrier-based aircraft. Do I need you to teach me? Saratoga felt somewhat underestimated, but looking at the jet-powered carrier-based aircraft that didn't even have propellers, he didn't know where to begin. Ningle, controlling two F-14 Tomcats, appeared on the catapult. The variable sweep wing opens to its maximum angle to generate maximum lift. Commander, it's moving. The wings are moving. Saratoga had never seen a carrier-based aircraft like this before. A variable sweep wing had the little girl very excited. TCH, you little destroyer who's never seen anything like this. Let me show you what real carrier-based aircraft are like. Ning Lu thought to himself with a hint of amusement. As flames began to shoot from the exhaust nozzles at the tail of the carrier-based aircraft, the aircraft emitted a tremendous roar. The splint was so hot that it sent waves of heat through it. Ah, what's that loud sound? Nagato, who was not far away, also saw this scene and covered his ears in surprise, asking. But no one answered him in the fleet channel. The three little ship girls were all watching intently as Ningle piloted the huge carrier-based aircraft. Take off. As Ningle gave the order, the catapult was activated, and the F-14 Tomcat's front wheels landed heavily on the aircraft carrier deck. Then it launched towards the bow of the ship like a wild horse. So fast. The three little ship girls were very curious about how such a large carrier-based aircraft could take off, but when this violent and futuristic takeoff method appeared in front of them, their curiosity was greatly shocked. Shipgirls are strange creatures. They aren't interested in talking about pretty clothes and gestures, but they become very interested in ship guns and various carrier-based aircraft. Wow, so fast. Commander, this plane is flying so fast. Saratoga's spirit was embodied in one of his F-14 Tomcats at the highest speed he had ever experienced since birth. The F-14 Tomcat had just taken off, and its speed had barely reached Mach 0.5. You think this is fast? There's something even faster coming up soon. Ningle smiled slightly, and then the two carrier-based aircraft began to adjust their wing angles and engage afterburners. Mach 1, Mach 1.5, Mach 2. The carrier-based aircraft reached twice the speed of sound, flew close to the sea, and the airwaves it generated formed a sonic boom cloud behind it. Wow, is that a sound a carrier-based aircraft could make? Warspite and Nagato stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They were already more than 10 kilometers away from the carrier-based aircraft, but they could still hear the sonic booms produced by the wings tearing through the air. Ah, Commander, slow down, Jejia can't take it anymore. Although Saratoga wasn't piloting the carrier-based aircraft, the little ship girl, experiencing supersonic speeds for the first time, was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Ningle quickly maintained the speed at a normal cruising speed. However, the normal cruising speed is still Mach 0.8. The shipgirls are really unscientific. The data of the Tomcat carrier-based aircraft in my previous life was not this good. Ningle was also secretly surprised. As a naval warfare enthusiast, he was naturally familiar with the data of these carrier-based aircraft. The F-14 Tomcat of its previous life could not carry Harpoon anti-ship missiles. The Tomcat's primary role was in air combat, making it a so-called air superiority fighter. It wasn't until later, after several upgrades and modifications, that it was barely able to perform maritime missions. However, the F-14 Tomcats equipped by the Saratoga at this time were inexplicably carrying either 8 Sidewinder missiles or 2 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. It can only be attributed to the absurdity of the shipgirls. Chapter 44 Revolutionary Weapon, Anti-Ship Missiles. Commander, are those Sirens carrier-based aircraft? Saratoga also learned how to use the radar. According to his observations, the Sirens aircraft carrier had launched 4 carrier-based aircraft, which were flying towards the Ningle fleet. Yes, Jejia is really smart. Ningle was speechless. After teaching Saratoga several times, she finally learned how to use the radar. I told you I'm the smartest shipgirl, so wouldn't our 2 carrier-based aircraft be at a huge disadvantage? Jejia, just watch me finish. Ning Lu didn't waste any more words. At this moment, the two F-14 Tomcats that had taken off first had already approached within 40 kilometers of the racer. Anti-ship missile launched. Attack at this distance, Commander? Saratoga asked, puzzled. He fell silent when he saw the missiles dropped by the two F-14 Tomcats hurtling towards the distant Siren's fleet at a speed faster than any fighter jet. Is this the new carrier-based aircraft the commander gave me? It can actually strike the enemy fleet from 40 kilometers away. This distance exceeds the maximum reconnaissance range of many fleet carriers. It is conceivable that any opponent would not even have the chance to see Saratoga before being sunk by him. Two anti-ship missiles, trailing white smoke, flew toward the two cruisers at the forefront of the Siren's fleet. 40 kilometers is just a matter of half a minute, and by this time the two carrier-based aircraft have already arrived above the Siren's fleet. To Saratoga's astonishment, two anti-ship missiles struck the two cruisers, instantly igniting flames. The cruisers' hulls emitted huge plumes of black smoke and burst into flames, sinking shortly afterward. Is it really that powerful? Saratoga had considered that the anti-ship missiles might be very powerful, but he never imagined that just two would be enough to wipe out two Siren cruisers. Da-da-da? A burst of mortar fire drew Saratoga's attention back to the scene. Oh no, the commander is a Siren fighter, and he seems to have spotted us. Saratoga offered a reminder. Ning also noticed this. 8 Siren fighter jets are climbing, approaching the F-14 Tomcat. However, the speed of propeller-driven fighters in World War II was simply no match for that of modern jet fighters. Ning Lu activated the beauty and instantly escaped the sight of the 8 fighter jets. At the same time, the wing angle is adjusted to the maximum to give the aircraft better controllability. The Tomcat made a graceful arc in the sky and came to the rear of the 8 fighter jets. Beep, beep, beep. A beeping notification sounded in Saratoga's mind. At the same time, through the view of the carrier-based aircraft, he noticed that a green square appeared on each of the 8 Scion fighters. This is... Just as Saratoga was wondering what was going on, the carrier-based aircraft launched 8 missiles, just like the ones that had just been fired. These missiles are smaller, but faster. With no chance of evasion, 8 Sidewinder missiles struck the Siren's fighter jet, and flames exploded in the sky like beautiful fireworks. So powerful, really so powerful. The carrier-based aircraft that the commander gave me are too powerful. Saratoga muttered to himself. Saratoga's favorability rating has reached 90. As expected, giving Shipgirls good equipment is the best way to increase their affection. Ning derived this answer from Saratoga. Looking at the colorful Sky Raider in his backpack, Ning Li's mind was instantly filled with a lot of evil thoughts. How about using Sky Raiders to lure in big foxes? The thought of Chi Cheng's aloof demeanor made me think of giving him the Sky Raider. They're the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Would they really be lacking a piece of colored equipment? Ning Lu immediately dismissed his naive idea. Commander, Gaga also wants to control the carrier-based aircraft herself. Saratoga's voice interrupted Ning's reverie. Oh, okay. Jia, be careful. While Saratoga was happily testing its carrier-based aircraft, the Sirens were in for a rough time. Saratoga controlled the carrier-based aircraft to continuously launch anti-ship missiles at the Siren's fleet. Meanwhile, the Psi people couldn't find any enemies at all. If carrier-based aircraft try to take off to search for it, they will be locked on and shot down by Sidewinder missiles. Saratoga was having a great time, but Nagato wasn't happy about it. Ning also noticed this. Nagato had other plans. The commander's flagship has too thick armor. This missile can't penetrate it at all. On the Siren fleet side, the once massive fleet was reduced to just the Siren flagship, a lone ship drifting on the sea. The various turrets on the flagship have also been destroyed by anti-ship missiles. The current Siren flagship is essentially a target ship. Okay, let's go. Let's get closer. This was Ning Li's plan. There were no islands here to give Nagato any hiding place. If Nagato is allowed to get close enough to be shelled, the Siren flagship will definitely focus its fire on Nagato. Injuries would be the least of their worries. They could very well sink under the attack of large-caliber naval guns. Therefore, Ning Lu only intended to let Nagato practice artillery fire this time. Nagato, fire at the Siren flagship in the distance. At this moment, Ning Lu and his team had approached within 20 kilometers of the Siren flagship. This is now within Nagato's firing range. Yes, Commander. Nagato's face was flushed. This was his first battle. He carefully adjusted the cannons to aim at the Siren flagship. Fire. A cute voice rang out, and 8 410mm naval guns flew toward the Siren flagship in the distance. Rewards settled. 33,000 resources and 33,000 experience points obtained this time. Current resources, 133,000. Experience, 80,000. What a pity, there's no Rubik's Cube this time. Fortunately, we gained some supplies and experience. System, upgrade commander level. After deducting 40,000 experience points, the commander's level is increased to level 4. Unlock permissions for new feature modules. Current data panel. Name, Ning. Level 4. Commander skill, to be awakened. Battleships, Warspite, Saratoga, Nagato. Ningle's stats were updated after his level was raised. What's with these module permissions? And what about the system? How do I awaken my skills? Ningle asked the system. Module function. You can change the modules of the Shipgirls to improve different attributes. Skill awakening. Commanders can choose any one of the 3 attributes, recovery, enhancement, or other, to awaken, with the awakening effect being random. After pausing the system's explanation, Ning was already impatient. He brought up the system panel and opened the module function. The so-called module function is actually very simple. It allows you to add different modules to Shipgirls. It should be something like increasing health or increasing range. Ning made his guesses, but when he opened the module system, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 45 Module Functionality, System, Unomi. Saratoga. Current model, baby ship, pink hair, twin tails, Sundara, skin missing. War weariness. Current model, lava ship, blonde hair, animal ear hairstyle, confident, skin missing. Nagato. Current module, baby ship, long black hair, animal ear girl, foxtail, emotionless, kindergarten uniform skin. This isn't what I expected. It's so different. System, are you a legitimate system? Shouldn't you be changing the combat module? What's going on? Ningle roared in his heart. Ning had expected that the modules would be replaced with various mods to improve combat power, but to her utter surprise, the modules actually changed the Shipgirls' attributes, or more precisely, each person's personality and appearance. Ningle called out for a long time, but the system did not respond. At this moment, with the Siren flagship destroyed, the Mirror Sea area has been closed. Nagato and Saratoga also retrieved their hulls and returned to Warspite's cabin. Commander, I love the new ship's hull. I love it the most. Saratoga leaped and clung to Ningle, then started to act cute. Nagato, who was watching everything from the side, hesitated for a moment. Yes, thank you, Commander. I'm already familiar with my ship. I feel that Nagato is still a bit too shy. Thinking of this, Ningle suddenly remembered the description of Nagato in the module. Can the 3-no attribute be changed? Ning boldly came up with the idea, and so he swapped Nagato's emotionless and Saratoga's Sundara attributes. The moment the switch happened, Saratoga, who had been giggling in Ninler's arms, suddenly fell silent. At the same time, he released his hands that were hanging on Ning Li's body. However, she still clung to Ning Li's arm, her big eyes staring straight at him. Meanwhile, Nagato, who had been expressionless, pouted and turned her face away. TCH, only destroyers like to stick to their commanders. Question mark? A face full of question marks? Seeing the changes before him, Warspite was also stunned. Oh my god, Saratoga isn't sticking to the commander anymore, and what's with Nagato's expression? However, Ningle quickly switched their attributes back. This simple experiment, however, gave Ningle a lot of new ideas. So if I just get a big ship, these 3 little destroyers in front of me can all be turned into big ships? Commander, what just happened? Jaja is acting really strange, and why are you starting to overthink again? Saratoga pulled on Ningle's clothes, finally bringing Ningle back from his daydreams. It's nothing, just some adjustments to your attributes. Ning scratched his head and said awkwardly. Attributes? What are those? It's about your hair, personality, hair color, and things like that. Ningle explained that he did not say that body shape could be changed. Wow, does that mean Jaja can grow fox ears too? Saratoga envied Nagato's animal ears and foxtail. These past few nights I've often sneaked into Nagato's room and slept hugging Nagato's tail. However, he was always kicked out by Nagato. Yes, that's right. Ningle didn't expect Saratoga to be the most excited. Commander, can I have Nagato's animal ears and tail to play with? Upon hearing that it was possible, Saratoga immediately pleaded with Ninler. No, you can't. Upon hearing this, Nagato quickly hugged his fluffy tail and pressed down on his ears with his other hand, clearly not intending to hand it over. Don't worry, Nagato. And Kaka, learn from Nagato. You are the flagship of the fleet. You need to learn to be more composed. Ningle's words finally calmed Saratoga's curiosity. System, awaken commander skills. Having finally reached level 4, Ning naturally wanted to see what skills he could awaken. Please select a skill type. First, disregarding combat ability, These three little girls are strong enough to defeat an entire fleet. There are too many other types of skills to list. After careful consideration, Ning finally decided to choose recovery skills. The system will extract healing-type commander skills. The safety of the girls is the most important thing. Everything else can be compensated for through the system. Skill drawing in progress. Obtained by the General Repair Team. The General Repair Team, regardless of the type of warship, restores 50% of the maximum HP to all ship girls controlled by the commander. Cool for 3 hours. A heaven-defying skill. This skill is absolutely heaven-defying. Other Tier 4 commanders' healing abilities can only heal a single ship girl by 10 or 20. If any faction knew that Ning had awakened such a powerful healing ability, they would be willing to do anything, not just get the big fox, but build a harem. However, in Ning's view, the greatest use of this skill is to protect the lives of the ship girls in dangerous moments. Commander, tonight you can secretly switch the foxtail and ears with me, and I'll come to your room so you can touch them, okay? Saratoga's telepathic communication rang out. This is something only ship girls and commanders can hear. Jejia, do you really like fox ears and tails that much? Ning was somewhat speechless. Ning hadn't expected Saratoga to have such an obsession with furry things. No, I just saw that the commander always likes to pat Nagato's head, and I thought the commander would like it. It was obvious to Ning that Saratoga was lying. The next day, the commander's festival has officially begun. Early in the morning, Ning led 3 little ship girls to the port of Sakura Empire. Commander's points aren't limited to the Dragon King Cup. For Sakura Empire, this is also a major festival. On this day, commanders will come to the port, and wild ship girls will also come here. Legend has it that long ago, on this very day at the port, the first wild ship girl signed a contract with the first human, and from then on, Sakura Empire had its first commander. This custom continued, and on this day, all the wild ship girls would come to the port to wait for their favorite commander. Commander, there's a goldfish scooping activity over there. Saratoga led Ning to a goldfish scooping stall. Commander, how do you play this? The shopkeeper gave Saratoga a paper fishing net. This is a traditional game in the Sakura Empire, catching goldfish. You have to use this paper net to scoop the goldfish out of the water. Nagato, who was standing next to him, explained. To conceal Nagato's identity, Ning not only dressed Nagato in kindergarten clothes this time, but also removed her foxtail and animal ear attribute modules. When Saratoga saw Nagato's bald head appear, he knew that his commander had changed Nagato's appearance. She pestered Ning for a long time, wanting to replace his tail and animal ears with them. Ning is certain that even if his sister Mutsu came, Nagato wouldn't recognize him now. This is so difficult. Is it impossible for the commander to retrieve it? We can't rush Saratoga. We have to take it slowly. Nagato explained, then took a paper net from the shopkeeper and started scooping things up. Sister, what brings you to the docks today? Chi-chung asked Amaterasu with a curious look. Amagi usually prefers to stay in the Sakura Empire's shrines and doesn't like such lively environments, but unexpectedly, Amagi dragged him to the commander's festival today. Chapter 46 The Dragon King Cup begins. Yujin-kun, look, isn't that Miss Amagi? At this moment, Akagi and Amagi were in front of a food stall, and not far away were 2 commanders dressed in white naval uniforms. There's no mistake, Kayasuk, the one next to me is Akagi, the flagship of Sakura Empire. Shouldn't we give this such a good opportunity a try? Forget it, Kayasuk, that's the Sakura Empire's flagship. How will you know if you don't try? The commander, Kayasuk, straightened his clothes and walked towards Akagi and Amagi in the distance. Hello, Miss Amagi. My name is Kayasuk Kaminaraman, and I am the commander of the Sakura Empire. May I invite you to be my partner tonight? During the traditional ceremony of the Commander's Festival, all commanders can invite their favorite ship girls to become partners. After the festival, if the ship girl is satisfied with the commander, they can form a contract. Just as Amagi was about to reply, Akagi looked at him with a murderous glare. Trash, do you know who you're inviting? A sincere aura is not something an ordinary person can resist. This big fox has not yet awakened its Yandere attribute, and the murderous intent in its eyes actually made the commander named Kayasuk take 2 steps back. Haha, since you are the grand flagship, I'm sorry to have disturbed your enjoyment. Having found an excuse, Kayasuk quickly left. This is terrifying. The rumors were true. The Sakura Empire's flagship is hostile to all humans. Unlike other factions, the highest authority in the Sakura Empire faction is not the governor, but the flagship of the Sakura Empire. This is also related to the strong personality of the flagship, which is why many high-ranking ship girls in Sakura Empire hold a disdainful attitude towards those commanders. I told you not to go looking for trouble. She's the sister of the Sakura Empire's flagship. Why would she accept your invitation? Let's go. The pre-match activities are about to begin. Let's bring our own Shipgirls to the competition. Yuma said helplessly. Although both of us are from Sakura Empire, we already have more than a dozen Shipgirls at home. But as a commander, one would certainly have the desire to salvage the ship, especially the great fox of the Sakura Empire. Let's go, let's go. The two walked towards the stadium in the distance. Little sister, you need to change your temper, otherwise no commander will want you in the future. Tianqing had been watching the whole thing from the sidelines, and his younger sister harbored great hostility towards the human commander. They deserve it. They don't even know their own worth, yet they still want to invite my sister. Chi Chung seemed like a different person. At this moment, she wore a gentle and happy smile. Huh, what's that? A familiar figure suddenly appeared in Tianqing's peripheral vision. Commander, when are we going to the competition? Gaga can't wait. Why the rush? Even Warspite isn't in a hurry. This is Ningle, who is preparing to go to the competition with 3 small boats. When Tianqing saw Ningle, he suddenly felt as if something had grabbed his heart. Ning Li's power and complete control over him left a lasting impression on him. In Sakura Empire, high-ranking shipgirls are very proud and will not easily establish a spiritual connection with their commander. But Ningle gave Tianqing a different feeling. Compared to the previous commanders, his mental strength was like noodles. Soft and powerless. The feeling that Kenninger gave him was different. The feeling of having complete control over his body, as well as the immense mental power that seemed to overflow, made him very curious about the commander in front of him. Ningle has also signed up for the Dragon King Cup. This surprised Tianqing somewhat. This competition is almost entirely attended by Sakura Empire commanders. Very few commanders from other factions participate. However, Ningle was not a blonde-haired, blue-eyed outsider. On the contrary, like the Sakura Empire people, he had black hair and black eyes. What are you looking at, sister? It's nothing. The competition is about to start. Let's go over there. Okay, let's go, sister. Port. The 120th Dragon King Cup is about to begin. All participating commanders, please assemble at the port. With 3 little girls by his side, Ningle arrived at the port to compete for the top spot. It's somewhat similar to the sports meet in my previous life, except there are fewer people here. Those who usually participate in the Dragon King Cup are the top commanders of the Sakura Empire. The main reason is that the registration fee for the Dragon King Cup is a considerable expense for ordinary commanders. But it didn't matter to Ning Lu, since he had to complete his mission. There were 10 people participating in the competition, and behind each of them stood 5 or 6 shipgirls of different figures, which made Ning Lu envious. Strange, why aren't there any Sakura Empire shipgirls? Ning Lu was somewhat puzzled. However, this did not arouse his suspicion. The first event will be the battleship group competition. Please take your battleship shipgirls into position, commanders. It was called a competition, but it was more like a festival performance. At this moment, each of the 10 commanders occupies a dock in the port. The competition is simple. Use your shipgirls to attack distant targets and get points based on accuracy and damage output. Ningle was quite lucky. The competition only had 2 groups, battleships and aircraft carriers. If there were destroyers and cruisers, he wouldn't have been able to participate. Commander, I'm off to the competition. Upon hearing that the battleship group had begun the competition, Warspite was the first to respond. Okay, keep it up, Warspite, don't be nervous. Saratoga, who was observing the other commander ship girls beside her, offered encouragement. Commanders dispatched their strongest battleship girls, and the port was now filled with enormous steel monsters. TCH, your battleships are all so small, they're about the same size as destroyers. Ninglu only dared to think this in his heart. If he were to say such Versailles words aloud, it would surely invite an attack from these commanders. TCH, your battleship is so small, it's about the same size as a destroyer. Oh right, how did you know what I was thinking? Ninglu was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. No, these are my lines. Who's the fool who stole my lines? Looking towards the speaker, one could see a middle-aged commander. Standing at only 1.5 meters tall, he looked rather awkward among a group of ship girls. Most importantly, this person even had a small mustache below his nose. You didn't bring a battleship girl, did you? A destroyer's guns can't reach the target. Haha. Yeah, look, his other 2 ship girls are also destroyers. How could the competition organizers allow a destroyer to participate in a battleship competition? Hearing the commander's boast, the audience behind him started discussing it. Among them were commanders from other factions and the Sakura Empire faction. Hey, you guys listen up. We're not destroyers, we're. Saratoga was about to defend herself when Ningle covered her mouth. Jia, There's no point in wasting your breath talking to them. Seeing Ning Li's actions, the sleazy commander became even more arrogant. I told you so. If you know what's good for you, you should withdraw from the competition now. Maybe the organizers can even refund your registration fee. This is why only 10 commanders participated in the competition. The registration fee for the Dragon King Cup is 10,000 resources, which is an astronomical figure for commanders without a port. Only those commanders with large port areas and stable supply sources would participate in such a competition. The host of the competition couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to remind them. Please do not interfere with the other players' matches, Commander Wang Ba. No, it's nothing. This commander's name is Wang Ba. There are no turtles in this world. It's all ocean, so there are only sea turtles. How about that? Intimidated by my imposing name? Commander Wang Ba thought that his name had intimidated Ning Lu and said in an arrogant tone. Chapter 47: The Heart-Pounding Sound of Cannon Fire. Ninglu really couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal, mainly because the commander's name was too explosive and he couldn't think of any words to refute it. However, he remembered this grudge. Others might not know that their shipgirls are destroyers, but this commander in front of him clearly looked down on him. All shipgirls, please deploy your ship hulls. The other 8 commanders had already deployed the shipgirls' hulls, but Wang Ba and Ning Lu had not yet made a move. All shipgirls, please deploy your ship hulls. The host reminded them again. TCH, they're too scared to deploy the ship's hull, are they? Afraid that the shipgirl is a destroyer and that will give them away. Wang Ba made a sarcastic remark and then ignored Ning Lu. Unfold the hull, Overlord. That's right. The shipgirl that Commander Wang Ba brought to participate in the competition was an unnamed ship, but thanks to his careful care and the enhancement of various rare ship equipment, she became a valuable asset. Overlord. Length, 250 m. Width, 25 m. Displacement, 40,000 tons. Armament, 4 twin 410 mm guns, 12 203 mm secondary guns. These statistics are almost on par with those of the Longgate class. Wow, look. It's a 410 mm gun. That's the largest caliber naval gun in the Sakura Empire. Doesn't anyone pay attention to the length of the ship? A ship with that length must have a displacement of at least 40,000 tons. The other commanders present also cast envious glances. I never expected that Wang Ba's battleship Shipgirl would have a 410 mm caliber ship gun. Could it have been given to him by the higher-ups of Sakura Empire? That perverted guy is really lucky. He managed to build another battleship Shipgirl. The other 8 commanders were all looking at Wang Ba with envy and jealousy. Their battleship Shipgirl's cannons were basically 381 or 380 caliber cannons. Where did Commander Wang Ba get his hands on the 410 mm naval guns? At this moment, in the VIP section, Akaji asked Tosa next to him. I don't know. They might have been salvaged by defeating the Scions themselves. All the 410 mm caliber naval guns are under the control of the Sakura Empire and could not have been leaked. The 410 mm naval gun was not a rare item. The Amaji Tosa present all used this type of naval gun. Keep an eye on this commander. If he's useful, take him under control. Akaji's approach to governing Sakura Empire was to control all commanders, suppress the commander alliance, and make the ship girls the masters of Sakura Empire. Sister, recently more and more commanders have been building Sakura Empire ship girls, but there has been no news about the Yamato class. Once the matter was settled, the tone shifted, and the question was directed to the older sister, Tiansheng, who was sitting to the side. Oh, really? Amaji seemed somewhat distracted. His purple eyes were fixed on the commander at the very end of the line. TCH, you're so surprised by a mere 410 mm naval gun. Ninglu didn't want to complain. He currently has 130,000 units of supplies in his system, and the 460 mm Yamato gun only costs 100,000. He can give these natives a little shock at any time. However, he did not do that. The most suitable shipgirl for a nuclear cannon is definitely the Yamato class, which is different from the game in his previous life. However, for 19 is enough to shock you. Warspite, deploy the hull. Faint white particles appeared as the silhouette of a war-weary ship appeared in the harbor. Wow, it's huge. What a huge battleship. The Conqueror's 270-meter-long hull appeared at the Sakura Empire's dock. All the battleship girls are docked vertically on the pier. From the side, the Conqueror's hull is much longer than the other girls. She stood out conspicuously among the ship girls who were over 200 meters tall. What surprised everyone the most was the 12 419 mm naval guns on the ship. Am I dreaming? There's a naval gun with a caliber even larger than 410 mm. Such subtle differences can only be noticed by fellow ship girls. No way. Take another look. From this distance, you can't be seeing things, can you? You can't be mistaken. When our shipgirls look at other shipgirls' hulls, they don't just look at the size, but they can see the data of their hulls. Then, the shipgirl shared the war-weary data with those around her. Displacement, 60,000 tons. Length, 275.2 meters. Beam, 37.4 meters. 4 triple-mounted 419 millimeters main guns. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 12 419 millimeters naval guns. Have you ever encountered this type of naval gun before? Perhaps only the legendary Yamato cannon can compare to it. A commotion broke out among the crowd, but the most shocked were the commanders who were also participating in the competition. Commander, there's something wrong with that shipgirl. What's the problem, Overlord? The most surprised person was undoubtedly Commander Wang Ba, who was standing next to him. He had previously mocked Ning for sending destroyers to participate in the competition, but he never expected that his shipgirls would be such top-tier shipgirls. The suppression of high-ranking shipgirls is not just about level, but a comprehensive sense of suppression. Strictly speaking, Warspite should be called Conqueror now. Although she is still super rare, if she were in the game, she would definitely be a legendary shipgirl at sea. However, his shipgirl is only level 5. The Overlord's tone shifted abruptly, and he said with some confusion, TCH, only level 5. Don't worry, Overlord. This time, it's all about accuracy and destructive power. Your shipguns are top-notch. Even if they have a larger caliber, their accuracy won't be that high. You're a level 50 shipgirl. Hearing that the other party was a king of kings, he immediately felt relieved. I thought she was some kind of powerful shipgirl, but she's just a bit bigger. Even a level 5 ship can't fire 2 main guns at the same time. Commander Wang Ba thought to himself, is that the commander who saved my sister? I remember his name is Ning. Akaji, who was sitting next to Amaji, spoke up. Yes, it was this battleship that killed the Siren flagship that night. Tiansheng was unaware that his tone carried a hint of boastfulness. That's interesting. Sister, do you know what this battleship is called? Chi Chung, oblivious to her sister's odd behavior, asked instead. Her name is Warspite. I think she's a Royal Navy shipgirl. Information about shipgirls is not shared between different factions. It can only be passed on by word of mouth among a few people. Since it's a named warship, it must be very powerful. But I remember the Royal Navy's strongest warship should be HMS Elizabeth, right? Its caliber is only 380 millimeters. How could the Royal Navy let such a shipgirl fall into the hands of a commander with a 419 millimeters naval gun? Akaji wondered if such a shipgirl were placed in Sakura Empire, he would definitely force his commander to break the contract and then recruit the shipgirl into Sakura Empire. Amaji didn't answer. He was also very curious, but he was even more curious about how many secrets Ning, the commander, still had. Chapter 48 is a lie, right? This is a battleship? Attention, commanders. The content of this Dragon King Cup battleship competition is to attack target ships at a distance of 20 kilometers. The host was the first to snap out of his reverie at the sight of the war-weary ship and began to explain the rules of the competition. 1 point is awarded for each target ship hit. There is a time limit of 5 minutes. The commander with the highest score wins the final victory. It's 20 kilometers? Why have the rules changed this year? Some of the spectators had watched the previous Dragon King Cup. Yes, it used to be 12 kilometers. However, the commanders present were not affected at all, and each of them was full of confidence. It's only 20 kilometers. The Overlord should be fine, right? No problem, Commander. The larger the caliber, the longer the range. This is the rule for battleship girls in this world. Meanwhile, several commanders showed expressions of frustration, clearly indicating that their ship girls were not confident of hitting targets at such a distance. However, there was no way to back out at this point, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. The match begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, the discussion among the crowd abruptly ceased. War-weary, prepare for alternating fire. Alternating fire has a shorter reload time compared to volley fire. However, the number of projectiles fired each time will also decrease. However, this was not a problem for Ning at all. After observing, he found that the target ships in the distance were moving in a very regular manner and did not even turn. For a veteran warship player like him, dealing with such a target ship was a piece of cake. Connecting mentally with Warspite, Ning fired the first shot in just a few seconds. 3 419mm high explosive shells flew toward a target ship 20 kilometers away. He's fired, doesn't he need to aim? Commander Wang Ba, standing to the side, looked in Ning Li's direction with great shock. Fire. We can see that Commander Ning of number 10 has launched the first attack on the target ship in the distance. The host gave an enthusiastic explanation. Has the Overlord been targeted? No problem, Commander. Fire. Wang Ba also fired, but he fired 8 shots in a salvo, clearly indicating that he wasn't very confident in his accuracy. Commander Wang Ba, number 9, has also opened fire. Amid the host's enthusiastic explanation, the other commanders also opened fire one after another. However, just as everyone was waiting for the results of the shells hitting their targets, another cannon shot rang out. Commander number 10 has fired again. Wait, he didn't fire a salvo just now. He only used one turret. TCH, who gave you that confidence? All the commanders in the competition were disdainful. A large caliber does not mean a high hit rate. You are so confident that you only use one turret. He's obviously a rookie commander. The target ship is very fast. It's impossible to hit it without a dense barrage of shells. At this moment, not only Commander Wang Ba cast a mocking look at Ning Lu, but the other 8 commanders also looked at him with either doubt or contempt. Hit. Commander Ningel has taken the first point. Just as everyone was still looking at Ning Lu, the announcer's voice came over the loudspeaker. What? It actually hit? Is this a fake? Yes, that's 20 kilometers, and it's a moving target. Before anyone could even react in surprise, the sound of cannon fire rang out again. In this way, Ningel only used one main gun each time, which meant that while others could only fire a round every 30 seconds, he could fire a round in just over 7 seconds. This speed is 4 times that of others. Commander Wang Ba also hit the target. The announcer's voice came through the loudspeaker. Great. Overlord, focus. That kid can't maintain such high accuracy forever. He must have been stunned by that shot. Commander Wang Ba is encouraging his Shipgirls, just as he was focusing on his next target. Bang, bang. 2 sharp cannon shots rang out. Another shot. This is Commander Ningel's 6th point. Ningel didn't even activate the war weariness skill. It's important to know that the Conqueror's accuracy is already very high. If it were increased by another 20, Ningel wouldn't even need to fire 3 shells. 1 shell would be enough to accurately hit the target. However, there's no need to expose the reconnaissance aircraft's capabilities. Winning the game is all that matters. Time's up. Let's announce the final results. Commander number 9, Wang Ba, scores 7 points. Commander number 10, Ning Lu, scores 30 points. In the end, Ningel won the battleship group competition with a score 4 times higher than the others. Impossible, the referees cheated. Wang Ba shouted angrily. He had been preparing for a very long time in order to win the Dragon King Cup. They even optimized the hull of the Overlord specifically for this competition. Despite its imposing appearance, the Overlord's speed is a paltry 20 knots. Referee team, I want to report this. Commander Ningel is definitely cheating. There's something wrong with his Shipgirls. Commander Wang Ba said angrily. The other commanders cast sympathetic and contemptuous glances at him. Brother, how did they cheat? This is a battleship competition. Did they put explosives on the target ship? But you can see the trajectory of the shells falling. The other commanders were looking at him like he was an idiot, but Commander Wang Ba was completely oblivious. Soon the referee team arrived. I want to report this commander named Ning Lu. He must have used some means to achieve that level of precision. The chief referee of the battleship competition was Fuso of Sakura Empire, but his first task upon arriving was not to resolve the issue, but rather to look at Commander Wang Ba. Commander Wang Ba, if you accuse someone of wrongdoing, you need to provide evidence. If you continue to make trouble like this, I will disqualify you from the competition. Fusong said with a helpless expression. He had encountered commanders like Wang Ba before, but those commanders had all produced strong evidence. This was the first time he had accused someone of having problems without being able to articulate what those problems were. In short, this commander named Ningel is definitely problematic. Wang Ba stared at Ning Lu with a fierce look. Ning Lu, on the other hand, looked indifferent and even gave a provocative look. You say I have a problem? Where's the evidence? That Wang Jie from the academy was the same. All he knew was how to incite others to target him. The two of them were practically cut from the same cloth. Thinking of Wang Jie, Ning Lu was immediately stunned. He thought about Wang Jie's sleazy appearance and then glanced at Wang Ba in front of him, especially their lewd expressions. Could this Wang Ba be Wang Jie's father? Old man, you're in my hands now. Ning Lu had a grudge against Wang Jie before, but at that time his strength was too weak to deal with it. But Ning Lu is different now. His strength now surpasses that of any commander present. Chapter 49 Saratoga appears. Alright, Commander Wang Ba, don't disrupt the normal competition. Fusong left a message and turned to leave. There were several commanders like him who were furious every year, and he was helpless about it. Kid, remember this. Don't let me catch you doing anything wrong. Wang Ba knew that Ning Lu hadn't cheated. He guessed that Ning Li's Shipgirls might have some special abilities that allowed them to achieve such high accuracy, and he just wanted to provoke Ning Lo. The next round won't be so easy. Carrier battles can't be won just by relying on the advantage of Shipgirls. Sister, what do you think of this commander named Ning Lo? In the VIP section, Akaji asked Amaji, who was sitting to the side. I can only say that this commander is very strong. You'll know once you've established a mental connection with him. Amaji wore a smile, like a demon tempting innocent humans. Impossible. How could I allow lowly humans to control my ship? Chi Chung blushed deeply, turned his head away, and refused to speak to Tian Chung. Little sister, you should change your personality. Shipgirls can't be without a commander. No way. Those commanders are too weak. They can't control my ship at all. This is why Akaji has always looked down on these commanders. When he first took over the Sakura Empire's flagship, he made contact with the governor. When he discovered that the governor could barely control 8 carrier-based aircraft, he realized that human commanders were too weak. Keep in mind that Akaji's current level is 80, which allows him to control 10 carrier-based aircraft to fight simultaneously. His status as the flagship of Sakura Empire, coupled with his inability to find a capable commander, resulted in all decision-making in Sakura Empire falling on the Shipgirls. Amaji didn't continue, but perhaps this commander really could change her sister's view of humanity. Commanders, please proceed to your positions. The carrier group competition is about to begin. The commander's voice came over the loudspeaker. Commander, you've arrived at Judge's place. Saratoga became excited when she heard that the carrier race had started. Commander Ningle, number 10, please deploy the aircraft carrier. Other aircraft carrier Shipgirls have already deployed their ships, but this time it was Ningle again, and Saratoga's hull was not deployed at the dock. Referee, this dock is too small. My Shipgirl cannot deploy her vessel. Ningla didn't want to show off, but he had no choice. The dock they provided was just too small. A normal dock is 40 meters wide and 300 meters long. It is more than enough compared to the aircraft carriers and battleships in this world. But Saratoga is different. Despite her petite appearance, Saratoga has a displacement of 80,000 tons and a hull width of 73 meters, which is twice that of most of the Shipgirls present. Stop joking. How big can an aircraft carrier be? It's just a little girl. Commander Wang Ba, standing next to Ning Lu, was mocking Ning Lu again, but then stopped, remembering the enormous hull of the war-wearing ship. What's going on? He's saying the ship can't be deployed. Chi Chung, sitting in the VIP section, said with a hint of disdain. It's important to know that the dock where Sakura Empire prepares for the competition is the same dock where they usually dock. Even Sakura Empire's largest aircraft carrier can dock there. Unexpectedly, Ningle said that his Shipgirls couldn't stop. Isn't this a provocation to all the Sakura Empire Shipgirls? That's not right. I remember his aircraft carrier was just a regular-sized one. So how could it not stop? Amaji thought to himself that the ship that had rescued him was Saratoga. He was certain that, according to the estimate at the time, the longest ship was only 270 meters. How could it not stop? Could it be that his Shipgirls have been modified? Amaji thought to himself, somewhat incredulously. Look closely, little sister. That commander is definitely not simple. When he rescued me, his aircraft carrier Shipgirls could definitely stop at this dock. If he is not lying, then he must have a way to change the hull. What are you talking about? Sister, can a Shipgirl's hull be modified? Akaji was also very puzzled. He had not lived as long as Amaji since the birth of Sakura Empire, and there were many things he did not know. Indeed, according to the memories of some Shipgirls, their ship hulls have been upgraded and modified, and some Shipgirls even have 2 ship hulls, such as Kaga. When Kaga was mentioned, Akaji also recalled this incident, as Kaga had mentioned more than once that she had once been a battlecruiser. Get him a bigger berth. Ningle's actions piqued Chi Ching's interest, and he wanted to see what tricks this young commander had up his sleeve. Since Lord Akaji has spoken, please wait a moment. Ningle quickly secured a larger berth. This dock was created by removing a passageway in the middle and combining 2 docks together. The width is 100 meters, but the length remains unchanged. But there were no restrictions on the length, and since Ningle wasn't actually boarding the ship, it didn't matter. Unfold the ship, Jia. As Ningle gave the order, a huge white light shone, and everyone thought Ningle was bragging. But what appeared before them was actually an incredibly huge aircraft carrier. A deck and hull that are quite different from other aircraft carriers in the world. At 73 meters wide, it is already twice the width of a normal aircraft carrier. The 300-meter-long captain shocked all the aircraft carrier Shipgirls. All the other Shipgirls' ships were firmly docked in the pier, but Saratoga's bow was already outside the dock. This dock is so small, Even Commander Saratoga can't move. Everyone was shocked. Why is his deck like that? And he's so big. Such a tiny little girl. Yet she's on such a terrifying aircraft carrier. My God, are those carrier-based aircraft? It's almost as big as my destroyer. Didn't any of you notice that those carrier-based aircraft don't have propellers? The audience and the commander were all discussing the Saratoga's hull and the carrier-based aircraft they had never seen before. Sitting in the VIP section, Akagi was completely stunned by what he saw. As the flagship of Sakura Empire, few shipgirls have been able to amaze him so much. As a fellow aircraft carrier shipgirl, he understood that a deck like Saratoga's was better suited for launching carrier-based aircraft. He had no doubt that such a deck could easily accommodate 4 ordinary propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft taking off simultaneously. He also noticed the F-14 Tomcat parked nearby. Strange, this carrier-based aircraft really doesn't have a propeller, so how is it going to take off? And this carrier-based aircraft is way too big. Compared to propeller planes of World War II, which were only a dozen meters long, the F-14 Tomcat, at 19 meters long, was considered quite large among jet carrier-based aircraft. Especially now, the Tomcat's wings are close to the fuselage, giving it a very heavy feel. Can such carrier-based aircraft even fly? This question couldn't help but arise in everyone's mind. How could this be? Is that really an aircraft carrier? Commander Wang Ba was completely stunned by Ning Li's move. This time, Wang Ba planned to take advantage of the Overlord's lead in points in the battleship group, and then have the aircraft carrier group perform steadily to ultimately win the championship. His aircraft carrier Shipgirl is also an unnamed Shipgirl, but she is also an excellent aircraft carrier Shipgirl. But at this moment, his aircraft carrier Shipgirls were no match for Saratoga, not even as good as fishing boats. It's all silver-white paint, the outward flaring aircraft carrier deck, and its incomprehensibly wide hull. Ninler's success is definitely due to the attributes of the Shipgirl. This was the case with the battleships before, and it's the same now with the aircraft carrier competition. The most traditional way to participate in the Dragon King Cup is to invite unsuspecting shipgirls as partners. It wasn't until recent years, when Akagi began to control the Sakura Empire shipgirl she built, that many participating commanders started using their own shipgirls. Therefore, the Dragon King Cup ultimately comes down to the commander's ability. If the shipgirls used are significantly weaker than the commander, it will be considered cheating by the tournament organizers. Kid, you're still too young and too high profile. Chapter 50 The Sonic Boom that resounded throughout the Sakura Empire. Commanders, the format of this carrier competition is fighter jet combat. All commanders will fight individually, and the one who shoots down the most carrier-based aircraft will be the winner. Fighting independently means that each commander can shoot down any aircraft on the field except their own, and all such aircraft count as points. Oh, Commander, Gaga needs to shoot them all down. Saratoga was the happiest after hearing the competition rules. What he hated most was shooting at those target drones or attack ships. I don't know when Saratoga started to like air combat. I like the kind of use of jet-powered carrier-based aircraft's powerful maneuverability and destructive force to destroy propeller-driven fighters. I didn't realize Saratoga was such a violent little girl. Ning Lu was speechless, but what he didn't know was that all the shipgirls were very violent, and as war machines, they had an extremely strong desire to fight. The match begins. At the host's command, the other 9 commanders began to take off their carrier-based aircraft to form a formation. In terms of numbers, most commanders launched more than 8 aircraft. They're all level 4 commanders. The Sakura Empire really has a lot of talent. However, Ning Lu didn't care. After the other 9 commanders completed their formation, they did not start fighting, but seemed to be waiting for something. What's going on? What are they waiting for? Ningle noticed this as well, and instead of attacking each other, the commanders began to circle over Ningle. No, could they be planning to join forces against me? Suddenly, an idea popped into Ningle's mind, and he looked at the other 9 commanders. At this moment, all eyes were on them. Saratoga's appearance had clearly disrupted their original battle plan. In this competition, most commanders were thinking about launching their carrier-based aircraft and teaming up with their closest commanders to deal with the others. However, the appearance of Ningle dispelled their idea. The huge carrier-based aircraft gave them too much pressure, so all the commanders joined forces to eliminate this unstable factor as soon as possible. Looks like we're being targeted, Jaja. TCH, watch Jaja take them all down. Saratoga looked confident. Okay, Jaja, take them all down. As Ning Lu finished speaking, 2 F-14 Tomcats appeared on the catapult, their massive engine roar echoing throughout the venue, even drowning out the propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft flying around in the sky. This is a carrier-based aircraft. Chi Cheng's eyes were fixed intently on Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. He was just interested before, but now he really was like a fox, observing Saratoga's every move with his agile eyes. Amaji, who was watching from the side, revealed a strange smile. With the restraints released, the two carrier-based aircraft launched themselves toward the bow of the ship like sharp swords. The heat waves generated by the tail-end aircraft engines distorted the air on the deck. We can see that Commander Ning's carrier-based aircraft have also taken off. My God, his carrier-based aircraft are really big. Just after takeoff, the Tomcat's variable sweep wings were at their maximum extension, making the entire aircraft look even larger. It actually flew up, and at such a fast speed? Chi Chung said in surprise. Akaji was unaware that he had developed an interest in the commander in front of him. As soon as the two Tomcats took off, a group of carrier-based aircraft tried to swarm them and shoot them down. A mere propeller-driven fighter jet thinks it can compete with a jet fighter in speed? Ningle was utterly disdainful. Compared to the Siren's carrier-based aircraft, the planes controlled by these Shipgirls were more agile and faster. However, it still lags far behind jet fighters. The two Tomcats lifted off at a high angle at low altitude, and the exhaust nozzles at the retracted tail of the swept wings also activated afterburners. Instantly, a huge sonic boom cloud appeared at the tail of the aircraft, the sound of which drowned out the sound of the propellers of all the carrier-based aircraft present. So fast, what is that white smoke? Akaji no longer resembled a flagship of the Sakura Empire. It shook Amaji beside it, seeking answers. Amaji didn't answer because he didn't know either. He knew that after this competition, he would see this commander again. Both Tomcat Saratoga aircraft that took off this time were equipped with Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. Just after he supersonically escaped the propeller fighter's field of vision, he performed another high-angle maneuver from above the Sakura Empire. This time he did not slow down, and a huge sonic boom resounded over the entire Sakura Empire, making the small destroyers tremble with fear. Haha, Commander, look! There's a destroyer over there crying in fear. Saratoga laughed with a wicked grin. Ningle was speechless. When did Saratoga become so wicked? However, Saratoga did not forget its mission. After arriving at the rear of the formation, it did not launch missiles, but instead accelerated towards the distant formation of fighter jets. The F-14 Panda has now reached a top speed of Mach 2.3. Such speeds would have been devastating for propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft during World War II. The terrifying sonic boom cloud alone is enough to tear apart the outer shell of most aircraft. The two Tomcats made just one simple sprint, and more than a dozen planes crashed. Wow, that's amazing. How did your sister do that? Chi Chung continued to ask. This time, Amaji did not remain silent, but responded to Akaji's question. Why don't you just ask the commander after the match? Tiancheng, who usually had a gentle expression, revealed a fox-like smile at this moment. He was a fox after all. Little sister, you're about to be rescued. Well, Sakura Empire should have someone in charge now. Ningle was unaware of any of this. At that moment, all his attention was focused on controlling the carrier-based aircraft. This can't go on any longer. We need to find a way to control the speed of its carrier-based aircraft. While everyone else was enjoying themselves, the other 9 commanders were quite upset. They lost more than a dozen carrier-based aircraft in that sprint, but the commanders quickly launched more to make up the number. I'll draw the attention of his carrier-based aircraft, and you guys launch a sneak attack from behind. Wang Ba stepped forward, saying that as long as Ning Lu could be eliminated, he was willing to cooperate with these commanders temporarily. And so, Wang Ba's 8 carrier-based aircraft flew straight toward the two Tomcats. Is it that commander named Wang Ba? Ningle also noticed that 8 carrier-based aircraft had broken away from the formation and were chasing after the two Tomcats. Commander Gaga, can you take them all down? Saratoga is getting a bit tired of it. Now those propeller planes are starting to group up, and we can't use the sonic boom cloud to shoot them down like we did before. Prepare for the second batch of carrier-based aircraft to launch and fire the missiles. Upon receiving Ningle's order, Saratoga did not hesitate. The two Tomcats instantly launched all their Sidewinder missiles and returned towards the Saratoga's hull. What is that? It's even faster than his carrier-based aircraft? Now, whenever something new appears, Chi Chung sways and asks Amaterasu about it. Little sister, after the competition is over, why don't you go ask that Commander Ningle? I don't know either. Amaji was also helpless. Why did his younger sister have so many problems? The doubts of everyone were quickly resolved. 8 Sidewinder missiles tracked down 8 carrier-based aircraft that had broken away from the fleet, and they were shot down before anyone could even react. What happened? What was that thing trailing white smoke just now? Wang Ba, who was focused on controlling the carrier-based aircraft, sensed that 8 of them had slipped out of control. In his last moments of perception, He only saw the mysterious object carrying white smoke. As he stood there in a daze, the terrifying howling sound rang out again from the hull of the Saratoga beside him. The two tomcats have reappeared on the deck, wings out, ready for takeoff. Chapter 51, Questioning Ningle's Cheating. Let us congratulate Commander Ningle on winning the carrier group victory with 130 points. In the end, Ningle won the game with an absolutely overwhelming score. The other commanders present were all dejected. It wasn't because of the loss of the game, but because his confidence was severely damaged during the period when he was toyed with by Saratoga. You can't catch up with them, and you can't beat them in a fight. They can wipe out your entire squadron of carrier-based aircraft with a single missile. If you try to catch up, their minimum cruising speed is your top speed. Once they turn on Afterburner, you won't even be able to see the plane. You won. Quick, give Jejo a shout-out. The moment the match result was announced, Saratoga immediately retracted her ship and ran to Ningle's side, throwing herself into his arms. Saratoga is the smartest aircraft carrier. Such a harmonious scene is unfolding right here at the port. I want to report this. I want to report Commander Ningle. Suddenly, a very discordant voice came from behind. Ningle violated the competition rules, and there is definitely something wrong with his Shipgirls. At that moment, everyone was looking at the person who had spoken with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Wang Ba, officially Commander Number 9. Commander Wang Ba, I'm warning you. You can't accuse someone of cheating without evidence. The referee this time was still Fusang, and this domineering commander had been acting recklessly from beginning to end, which made him a little impatient. If he doesn't use this Shipgirl, he definitely won't be able to beat us. Also, his strange carrier-based aircraft must be some kind of siren technology. I suspect he's colluding with the siren. In addition to propellers, the sirens also had a type of aircraft similar to the Ningle. So everyone present turned their suspicious gazes toward Ninler, who was celebrating with Saratoga. Commander Ningle, please prove it. Fusang also put away her lazy expression and came to Ning Lu with a solemn look on her face. What is this proof? Whether or not you've been modified by the sirens, you'll know once you experience it for yourselves. Shipgirls and sirens have a special connection. They can detect even the slightest trace of each other's presence. It was obvious that Saratoga did not have the aura of a siren. Even without the siren's modifications, you still won by relying on the power of the Shipgirls. I demand a rematch. Commander Wang Ba was right about that. Other commanders, whether Shipgirls or carrier-based aircraft, are all normal, the only difference being that they can take off one or two more aircraft. Ningle's strategy of winning the game entirely by relying on the advantage of carrier-based aircraft naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of other commanders. The match is over. Akaji, didn't you want to ask some questions? While Akaji was still savoring the aerial battle, Amaji reminded him. Oh, cough cough. All right, since he's the champion of the Dragon King Cup, then as the flagship of Sakura Empire, it's only natural that I should meet him. Chiching also noticed the situation in Ningle's place. Ningle was surrounded by a group of commanders, which meant that something was wrong. Commander Ningle, since Commander Wang Ba has raised such an opinion, we naturally need to verify it. Indeed, your Shipgirls carrier-based aircraft are too strong, which seriously affects the fairness of the competition. Ninglu was speechless. Did that mean that Shipgirls who were too strong couldn't participate in the competition? There were no rules about it before the competition. I suggest canceling Ning Li's results outright. Upon seeing that someone was supporting him, Commander Wang Ba immediately perked up and began to berate Ning Lu. Impossible. We clearly won. You're the one trying to cheat. Saratoga, who was standing nearby, couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped in front of Ninler like a cat, with its fur standing on end. You dare to show yourself? Referee, I request an investigation into this Shipgirl. Upon seeing Saratoga appear, Wang Ba quickly changed the subject. What are you talking about? A dignified voice rang out, and everyone present stopped their discussion and looked toward the source of the voice. It is the Grand Commander. Someone in the crowd shouted, which brought everyone back to their senses. Fusang, what's going on? That's right, Lord Akaji. Fusang recounted the events to Akaji, and Akaji's brows furrowed. Since you don't accept the results, let's have a rematch. Just as everyone was about to object, they met Akaji's cold gaze. Lord Akaji, there's a problem with his Shipgirls. We need to rematch. Commander Wang Ba ignored Chi Cheng's gaze and continued speaking. Since you have objections to this commander's Shipgirls, then let him switch to another Shipgirl. Immediately, Chi Cheng turned his gaze to Ning Lu in front of him. I hadn't observed the commander closely before because I was worried about my sister. Ning Lu looks like a 17 or 18-year-old boy, except that he is a bit handsome. But the Shipgirl's senses were very sharp. There was a strange feeling about Ningle. He was clearly a 17 or 18-year-old boy, yet he possessed the air of someone who had been through many battles. However, Chung Quan simply took it as his own illusion. In that case, Commander Ningle, why don't you send out a different aircraft carrier Shipgirl? Chi Chung didn't even realize that he had started to lean towards Ninglu. Lady Akaji, I don't have any other aircraft carrier Shipgirls. Ninglu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Compared to the tense feeling of those around him, Ninglu appeared very relaxed. Just kidding, it's just a big fox in front of us. What's there to be nervous about? Akaji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that such a powerful commander only had one aircraft carrier Shipgirl. At the same time, he also looked at the three small figures behind Ninglu. Could it be that this commander has some special hobby, only liking small ships? Aircraft carriers are indeed hard to find. Chi-chung pondered for a while. Are there any wild aircraft carrier girls present who would like to team up with this commander to participate in the Dragon King Cup? A moment of silence fell over the scene. Ship girls who have a contract with a commander cannot connect with other commanders. Only wild ship girls can temporarily connect with a commander. Even unnamed aircraft carriers are extremely rare among commanders, so there are no wild aircraft carriers. The crowd remained silent for a few seconds, and still no one responded. Ninglu was also a little embarrassed, so he spoke up. I will give a purple equipment to the ship girl who helps me free of charge. It's not that Ninglu is stingy. Purple equipment is worth 10,000 resources in the Akashi shop. However, in Ningle's system, it only requires 5,000 resources to exchange for it, so it's not a bad deal to repay yourself. Silence remained. Many of the unsuspecting ship girls present were already tempted. For a ship girl without a commander, it would take a lot of missions to earn enough resources to acquire a single piece of purple equipment. But by sheer coincidence, there wasn't a single wild aircraft carrier girl at the scene. Wait, am I really that unlucky? What happens if I fail the main quest? Just as Ning Lu was still searching in the crowd, he caught a glimpse of a red figure out of the corner of his eye. Wait, aren't you a wild ship girl? At this moment, Ning Li's gaze fell on Chi Chung, which made Chi Chung, who had been secretly observing Ning Lu, tremble all over. Wait, why is he looking at me? Could it be that? Chapter 52 Sincere Participation. Akaji's heart was pounding. As the high and mighty flagship, he had never experienced this feeling before. He invited me. Should I refuse? Why hasn't he invited me yet? Hurry up and invite me. In the end, they won and stood before Akaji. He invited me. Should I be a little reserved? In Chi-chung's mind, the scene of Ning Lu inviting him had already begun to play out. Miss, would you mind being my temporary companion? Ning Lu stepped forward very politely, bowed to the girl in front of him, and extended an invitation. Happy. Unseen by others, a chibi version of Akaji appeared beside him, setting off fireworks to celebrate. Since there are no suitable aircraft carrier girls, then this flagship will reluctantly accept your invitation. Akaji still wore that aloof expression, but his constantly swaying fox tail betrayed his true feelings. No, little sister, you're a fox, not a dog. Why do you wag your tail when you're happy? Amaji was speechless. He was certain that if Ningle stayed in Sakura Empire for even a few days, his sister would be rescued. All right, Commander Ningle has chosen his ship girl partner. Now, the carrier group rematch will begin. What's the point of comparing them? Their ship girl is the flagship. How are we supposed to compete? At this moment, several commanders were looking at Commander Wang Ba with hatred in their eyes. Knowing he was in the wrong, Wang Ba sheepishly arrived at the dock and unfurled the ship girl's hull. Akaji arrived at the dock and unfolded the ship. Compared to the massive Saratoga, Akaji appears somewhat retro. A straight, long wooden plank, a wooden propeller fighter jet. Commander Ningle, my level is 80. If your mental strength is insufficient to control my ship, I will not help you cheat. Akaji stood on his deck and spoke in a very arrogant tone. Don't worry, Lord Akaji. Ning Li's reply surprised Chi Chung, who did not understand what it meant. Still standing on the deck, you'd better hold on tight when my massive mental power hits you later. Thinking back to the first time I connected with these ship girls, none of them could resist my control, and I imagine that Akaji in front of me will be no exception. Unfortunately, as the flagship of the Sakura Empire, Akaji did not like to hide in the bridge to command the ship, but instead habitually stood on the deck to receive the worship of everyone. The match begins. As the host finished speaking, the other commanders began to take off their carrier-based aircraft. Lord Akaji, I'm about to begin. After speaking, Ning Li's spiritual power established a connection with Chi Chung. Snort. An immense and terrifying amount of spiritual energy surged into Akaji's hull. How can someone possess such immense spiritual power? Is this really a newcomer? Akaji feels completely under control from head to toe, from the antennas on the bridge to the underwater propellers. That feeling of fullness was something she had never experienced before. Compared to the previous governor's mental strength, it was as if the governor could only touch his own ship and barely control the weapons on it. Ning Li's mental power went straight to the core, and Chi Chung was certain that if Ning Lu wanted to, he could control his body. What terrifying mental power! Is this the feeling of being completely controlled that my sister was talking about? At this moment, Akagi was still standing on the deck, but unlike the other little ship girls who screamed and yelled when they first connected, she remained standing there, only turning her head away from the crowd. If anyone saw Akagi's expression right now, they would definitely say, "It's over, Lord Akagi of the Sakura Empire has been completely ruined." At this moment, Akagi's face was flushed, and he was no longer in the mood to control the carrier-based aircraft. He was now deeply immersed in the feeling of being controlled by Ninglu. "No, you're really fair and impartial. I don't feel like you're helping me at all." Ninglu was speechless. He was just about to give the order to attack Akagi when he saw Akagi turn his head away from him. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Considering Qiqing's identity, Ninglu originally did not want to proceed in this manner. After all, last time, when it took off at such a high speed, I was scolded by Kuwei for a long time. But Qiqing's current demeanor clearly shows that he doesn't want to help him anymore. "There's no other way. We'll have to offend Miss Akagi." Ninglu then stopped holding back and began launching fighter jets at a rate of 1 per second. Akagi's hangar is just as impressive as Saratoga's. It possesses 24 Type 02 fighter jets. While other commanders were still launching carrier-based aircraft at a rate of 1 every 5 seconds, Ninglu had already taken all 24 Type 02 fighter jets into the air. "You must be kidding me, such an insane takeoff speed." At first, everyone was amazed by Ning Li's incredible takeoff speed. "It's still taking off, it's still taking off. There are already 24 planes." 24 aircraft is not the limit for Ninglu, but the limit for Qiqing. It was clear that Akagi's wooden planks were starting to smoke slightly, but even so, Akagi still stood with her back to everyone. As if some strange constitution had awakened, her face turned even redder. At this moment, Akagi could clearly feel his deck getting hot, which was caused by the high-speed takeoff of the carrier-based aircraft. Coming to Sakura Empire was definitely the right decision. Akagi is far more formidable than Kagami. Ninglu ignored Akagi, who was standing there pretending to be indifferent, and focused on taking control of the 24 fighter jets. If the game allowed attacks on ships, Ninglu could eliminate the other 9 players within 1 minute. There was no way around it. It was an air combat contest. But for Ninglu, 1v9 was a piece of cake. These commanders don't even understand the most basic formations, let alone perform large-angle maneuvers. It feels like such excellent carrier-based aircraft are a complete waste to have them in their hands. "Gentlemen, this time he is only using ordinary carrier-based aircraft. We can definitely shoot down all of his carrier-based aircraft." On the other side, the 9 commanders had already set up a fleet channel, and at this moment, Wang Ba was organizing everyone in the fleet channel. "That's not a good idea. That's the flagship. Yes, if we upset that person, we'll be in big trouble." The speakers were none other than Kaya Sukuraimon and Yuma Sakurai, who had previously wanted to invite Amagi. These two were considered juniors among the other commanders. The other commanders were already powerful figures before Akagi became the flagship. "What's there to be afraid of? I've been wanting to get rid of this big fox for a long time. Even if we shoot down all his carrier-based aircraft today, there's nothing we can do. This is a competition, after all. Yes, if you're afraid, just stand by and watch." Under Wang Ba's command, the other commanders then rushed towards Ning Li's aircraft formation. More than 40 fighter jets of various types were engaged in a battle against 24 Type 02 fighters. The outcome of this lopsided battle was not in doubt. But, how can I aim at it? Why is his plane so agile? "Stop chasing, watch out behind you." Just as the commander was holding onto the Type 02's tail, he was shot down by machine gun fire. These natives were like a flock of chicks in front of Ninglu, who was proficient in all kinds of tactics. However, no matter how sophisticated the tactics are, there will still be some losses when facing twice as many fighter jets. "I hit a gun, folks." Commander Wang Ba's excited voice rang out in the command channel. This was the first Ninglu carrier-based aircraft they hit, but soon the carrier-based aircraft controlled by Wang Ba was caught by the Type 02 and shot down with a single burst of fire. "Just like I did. We can take him down even if we trade 1 for 1. Wang Ba then switched his attention to another carrier-based aircraft and addressed the other commanders. "Wang Ba, look." Just as Wang Ba was showing off his victory, the hit carrier-based aircraft somehow managed to return to the deck of Akagi and land smoothly. How is this possible? How can he control his carrier-based aircraft to return to base while fighting? Is Akagi helping him? That's really unfair to Akagi. Akagi is currently enjoying being controlled by Ningle, as the carrier-based aircraft is controlled by the system. If the carrier-based aircraft is only damaged and not shot down, the system will automatically control the aircraft to return to the carrier. Even with such a bug-like system boost, Ningle had already lost 10 fighter jets. There's no other way. The Type 99 carrier-based dive bomber is ready for takeoff. Bombers are also equipped with cannons and can engage in air combat, but their maneuverability is somewhat weaker than that of pure fighter jets. The deck of Akagi had just cooled down when it was suddenly hot again. Chapter 53 Mission Complete. Proceed to the Sakura Empire database. Oh, how did he manage to launch a bomber? Coming to his senses from the tension, Chi-chung realized that Ning Lu had actually taken off with his own bomber. It was only then that she noticed the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, he only had 14 carrier-based aircraft left. However, what surprised Akagi the most was that the lost carrier-based aircraft were not shot down, but were damaged and returned to the aircraft carrier. How did he do that? Chi-chung truly regretted not focusing on the battlefield earlier. But why did Ningle choose to launch bombers instead of fighter jets? Chi-chung sensed something and realized that Ning Lu had just emptied his entire fighter jet hangar, leaving all 14 fighter jets in the sky gone. He can actually launch so many carrier-based aircraft at once. At this moment, Chi-chung no longer dared to underestimate the commander in front of him. In fact, he had even developed a sense of respect for him. Ningle now controls as many as 34 carrier-based aircraft, a level of mental strength that Akagi has never seen before. It's all because our hangar is too small. If only we could fit more carrier-based aircraft. Akagi felt a little guilty, and then suddenly remembered Ningle's ship, Girl Saratoga. My sister said that little girl didn't have such a large ship before, so why can she become like that now? And with those huge carrier-based aircraft? If she becomes his ship girl. No, Akagi, what are you thinking? Chi-chung became increasingly curious about Ningle, and his tail kept wagging. Although it was designed for attacking ships, in Ningle's hands, its performance was in no way inferior to that of a fighter jet. The competition is over. Ningle has scored 97 points. Let's congratulate Commander Ningle on winning the Aircraft Carrier Group Championship. This time, the commander named Wang Ba did not jump out to refute, but instead slunk away. Are you kidding me? You've offended the Sakura Empire's flagship. Why don't you leave now, or get a scolding? Ningle also wanted to confront the commander named Wang Ba, but this was the Sakura Islands, so it wasn't a good place to start. I'll find out where your port is in a bit. We have to go there and get an explanation. The moment the results were announced, Ningle recalled all the carrier-based aircraft back to the Akagi's hull and simultaneously severed his mental connection with it. Chi-chung, who was still facing away from everyone, suddenly felt a void in his body, as if he had lost something important. However, her level 80 allowed her to remain standing instead of falling down like other shipgirls. But Amagi, who knew his sister well, sensed something. Why not retract the ship? Puzzled, Amagi walked to the side of Akagi's ship and jumped onto the deck. What's wrong, little sister? At this moment, Akagi was facing away from Amagi, so his expression was not visible. Sister, is this what you meant by feeling completely controlled? Upon reaching the front, Amagi abruptly turned his face away. At this moment, Chi-chung looked exhausted, and Tian-chung didn't dare to look at her. When had she ever seen her sister with such an expression? Sister, my whole body is limp right now. I can't move at all. Amagi instantly understood what Akagi meant. He was joking. For the flagship of the Sakura Empire to lose his composure here would certainly damage his prestige. Fortunately, Ning Lu still had to attend the final award ceremony, which gave Chi-chung some breathing room. Main quest, win the Dragon King Cup. Completed. Please go to the Sakura Empire Operations Archives to retrieve information about the Yamato. The Dragon King Cup champion has 2 rewards. One is 100,000 resources, which is the registration fee for all commanders. The other is the opportunity to go to the combat archives to learn combat experience. All battles that occurred in the history of Sakura Empire are recorded and stored in the operations archives. Only the flagship and governor of each term can access the combat archives. Of course, as the winner of the Dragon King Cup, you can also enter the battle archives to view a battle record. Gaining access to the archives was far more valuable than viewing combat data. For an ordinary commander, this would be an incredibly high honor. Oh, Commander, we won. How should we reward Jejia? Saratoga, standing next to Ningle, tugged at Ningle's clothes and shook them. Warspite stood on the other side, but unlike Saratoga, she didn't directly ask for a reward. Instead, she just stared longingly at Ningle. The most pitiful one was Nagato, who dared not utter a single word, and even dared not take off his hat. The venue is now filled with high-ranking Sakura Empire shipgirls. If Nagato takes off her hat, she will definitely be recognized and won't be able to stay by the commander's side anymore. Okay, there will be rewards for everyone. How about we go back to the hotel for a big meal tonight? Okay, Saratoga wants to eat torpedo tempura too. I want to eat it. Akaji's favorability has increased to 70 points. What happened? My favorability rating reached 70 after just one use. Just as Ning Lu was celebrating, a system notification sounded. He never expected to increase Chi Cheng's favorability. After all, Chi Cheng is now the high and mighty flagship, not the character in the game whose favorability is maxed out as soon as he is rescued. Congratulations on winning the championship. Please come with me to the combat archives room. At this moment, Chi Cheng had recovered and came to Ningel and said, operational files are among the top secrets of the Sakura Empire, accessible only to the flagship and the governor. Of course, the champion of each Dragon King Cup can also enter once. Yes, the Dragon King Cup champion has advanced. Does that mean I can't bring Shipgirls in with me? At this moment, Ning Lu and the others, along with Akaji and Amaji, were standing in front of the Sakura Empire's shrine. It must be said that the style of Sakura Empire is very attractive to Ning Lu. Following the steps, halfway up the mountain is the Cherry Blossom Shrine. There's nothing we can do. That's the rule. Chi Cheng answered sincerely. Don't worry. This is Sakura Empire. There's no danger here. As if sensing the concerns of Ning Lu and the others, Chi Cheng explained. Ningel explained the situation to the three shipgirls, and then entered the room with Akaji. Mission complete. Enter the Sakura Empire Operations Archives. In an ancient battle, the Yamato-class battleship was sunk by a Siren flagship and returned to the Sakura Empire construction pool. It has remained unconstructed for many years. The final mission of the main storyline: construct the Yamato-class destroyer. System, what the hell are you doing? You keep telling me to adjust things, and now you want me to build it myself. Ningel wanted to find out who the system was and teach them a lesson. At this moment, Ning Lu was holding a stack of documents and looking at them. Moonlight shone through the screen onto Ning Li's side, while Chi Cheng, in the distance, quietly watched this scene. I really want to be his shipgirl. Although Ningel was looking at the documents, he was actually thinking about the next step of the plan. Chi Cheng's favorability rating has increased to 82. What happened? Ning Lu suddenly looked up and met Chi Cheng's eyes. Due to the lighting, Akari was standing in the shadows. However, those beautiful eyes were emitting a faint red glow, which could be clearly seen even in the dark. Wait, did I overlook something? Akamaru is a Yandere, isn't he? His affection level is still rising. Could it be? At this moment, Chi Cheng also felt Ningel's gaze, and the two stared at each other. Chi Cheng. He wouldn't want to discuss tactics with me, would he? There's no one else here. Ningel. She wouldn't want to discuss tactics with me, would she? There's no one else here. Chapter 54. A letter from the royal family. The purifier appears. Commander, I'm hungry. When shall we go eat? Just as the atmosphere between Ningel and Chi Cheng was becoming increasingly tense, Saratogana's impatient voice came from outside the door. Ahem, I've reviewed Lord Akaji's information. Thank you for your company. Ning Lu coughed twice, trying to appear calm. Chi Cheng looks incredibly alluring now, with her bright, expressive eyes, flowing brown hair, and a fox tail that sways gently behind her. It's nothing, Commander Ningel. Congratulations on becoming the champion of this year's Dragon King Cup. Akaji replied politely, and she also breathed a sigh of relief. What was wrong with me just now? Why did I have this urge to possess the commander in front of me? Both of them should thank Saratoga at the entrance this time. Commander, this torpedo tempura is delicious. Saratoga was eating deep-fried torpedo tempura in the hot spring hotel. Nagato, would you like to try a bite? It's delicious. No, I'll get indigestion if I eat this. Nagato quickly waved his hand in refusal. Is it not to your liking, Nagato? Ning Lu, sitting to the side, watched all of this with a puzzled expression. I don't have any torpedoes in my equipment, so I can't cook torpedo tempura. Nagato explained. That's strange. Then why can Saratoga be eaten? Wait, Saratoga, you're not actually a destroyer, are you? Ningel seemed to have thought of something. You see, neither Warspite nor Nagato dared to eat this kind of food, but Saratoga didn't care at all. Ever since she came to Sakura Empire, she had been eating it nonstop and seemed to enjoy it very much. What's wrong? Everyone's looking at me like that. No, it's nothing. The group remained silent and continued eating. The next day, you want me to build Yamato? System, are you kidding me? The system will not issue tasks that cannot be completed. Commanders are encouraged to explore on their own. Yesterday, I had already completed the final mission of my main storyline, but I never expected that it would require me to build Yamato. Let's not think about that for now. Since the system says I can build it, let's figure out how to earn more Rubik's Cubes. Commander, here is your letter. At the doorway, the voice of war weariness rang out. My letter? The door opened, and Warspite was standing there, holding a white envelope in his hand. This was sent from the royal family. The envelope had a wax seal bearing the royal insignia, and the recipient was addressed to Royal Commander Ningle. Commander Ningle, the Siren's activities have become more frequent. Now the entire open sea is filled with Siren's mass-produced ships. Please be careful. The letter began with a very solemn tone, informing Ningle of the recent activities of the Sirens. The inscription was signed by Queen Elizabeth, clearly indicating that the Queen was concerned for Ningle's safety. There are still 2.5 months left. It seems we need to hurry. According to previous reports from Sardinian survivors, the Sirens' attack on the royal army consisted of a full 500 Sirens, and there were even Sirens of boss level. The boss should be a Siren of the same level as the observer and tester. This is also Ningle's speculation. Based on his observations over this period, ordinary level 50 Shipgirls can easily fight against 1 or 2 mass-produced Sirens, while at least 3 high-level Shipgirls are needed to deal with the Siren's flagship. To deal with Sirens of the observer or tester level, at least 2 squads of high-level Shipgirls would be needed. Therefore, Ningle had a heavy responsibility. He didn't want to see the Royal Navy's Shipgirls homeless. We also do not want any Shipgirls to be injured or sink. We currently have 230,000 units of supplies and 40,000 units of experience. Let's see what aspects of the Shipgirls can still be modified. Lord Amagi, can we not tell Lord Akaji before we come out? You almost lost your life last time. That's right, Tianqing has launched another investigation. She also received a letter from the royal family, which was similar to Ningle's, except that it lacked the words of concern and instead explained the Siren's movements in the open sea. Don't worry, it's daytime this time, and I'll be very careful. Amagi replied, we can't put any more pressure on my sister. The human commanders are already very dissatisfied with Akaji's rule. There's still no news about the Yamato class, and now the Sirens have started to riot again. Amagi was also helpless. Commanders from other factions were assisting the Shipgirls in fighting the Sirens, but the Sakura Empire was different. This group of Sakura Empire commanders is extremely disunited. All they think about is how to acquire Shipgirls, and they don't even consider fighting the Sirens. In Sakura Empire, the best-selling items are not ship equipment, but rather various outfits and oath rings for Shipgirls. The image of that figure flashed through his mind again. Akaji muttered to himself, if you can really lead Sakura Empire out of its predicament, it's not impossible for me to be your Shipgirl. Amagi's favorability rating has increased to 83. While browsing the system, Ningle suddenly received a notification. Is Amagi starting to strategize on her own too? What's wrong with these 2 Fox sisters? Amagi is still heading towards the open sea. According to information from the Royal Navy, some Siren warships have already appeared in the open sea. She needs to understand the strength and level of the enemy in order to make a response. Yo, let me see whose little fox has come. Just as the 3 were sailing towards the distant sea, a very frivolous voice came from the sky. That is, the 3 were shocked and turned around to look. Given Amagi's perception, it's impossible for him to get this close without being detected. The other 2 cruiser Shipgirls were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. The Purifier. Haha, you still remember me? The one appearing before Amagi at this moment is the evolved Siren. The floating yellow and black ship equipment holds the evolved one in the sky. Like the Shipgirls, it has the appearance of a beautiful girl, but the ship equipment makeup is not as ordinary as that of the Shipgirls. The Evolver's ship equipment is more like a miniature version of a space carrier. At this moment, 2 floating cannons are floating next to the Purifier, aiming at the distant sky city. I remember you killed a lot of my comrades last time, so I won't let you get away this time. After speaking, the Purifier floated forward a distance, getting even closer to Akaji and the others. Chapter 55 Tianqing is captured, such a familiar plot. Why did my sister sneak out again? Qi-Cheng thought with a hint of helplessness. Ever since Qi-Cheng and Ningle met, I felt something's off. Especially that scene in the combat archives last time. Fortunately, the commander's Shipgirl interrupted him, otherwise he really doubted what he might have done. I am the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Why would I want to imprison the commander? Wait, I can't possibly want the commander's note. Lord Akaji, something terrible has happened. Lady Amagi, she. Upon encountering the Purifier, Amagi immediately chose to fight. The evolved beings did not deploy their ship hulls, so Amagi responded using its ship-mounted equipment. The Purifier's attacks are incredibly agile, and they're launched from the air, making them vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire. As for the two nameless ships, they were completely useless. Their anti-aircraft guns couldn't keep up with the agile movements of the evolved beings. A single laser cannon shot from an evolved being can completely destroy the ship equipment of a Shipgirl. This can't go on any longer. Go back and tell Akagi to come and support me. With no other option, Amagi could only send the still-functioning mass-produced ship back to report the news. Poor Amagi always encounters some kind of danger every time he goes out to investigate. I swear if I survive this, I will never go out alone again. Amagi thought helplessly. At this moment, Tianqing is dealing with the purifiers, and the damage from the anti-aircraft guns and main guns is very limited. What puzzled Amagi was that the purifier did not attack her vital points, but only damaged her and another nameless Shipgirl's ship equipment. They didn't even bother with the Shipgirl who left to deliver the message. Ha ha ha, why did you stop fighting? The purifier's laughter rang out, and at that moment, Tianqing's ship equipment had been completely destroyed. Little fox, weren't you very fierce? Seeing that Tianqing made no further moves, the purifier landed on the sea and walked towards Tianqing. Lord Amagi. Another unnamed Shipgirl stood in front of Amagi. She wanted to protect Amagi even though she had no ship equipment, but the purifier showed no mercy and opened fire, sinking the Shipgirl. What? You're saying my sister was attacked again, or that she encountered a purifier? The Shipgirl who went back to report the news had already informed Akagi. Yes, Lord Akagi, Lord Amagi is fighting the purifiers. This older sister is really a handful. Last time she encountered the Siren flagship, and this time she encountered the evolved beings. Chi-chung was genuinely worried. Last time it was because he encountered Ning Lu, but this time Ning Lu didn't go out to sea. Summon all high-ranking members of Sakura Empire. Chi-chung gave a shout and headed towards the port. By the way, inform Commander Ningle. Chi-chung didn't know what was wrong with her. She had this inexplicable feeling that she wanted to tell Ningle everything that happened. Don't worry, I won't sink you. You're still very useful to us. Amagi was restrained by the purifier and was currently being suspended from the ship's equipment, flying towards the depths of the sea. Sister, I probably won't see you again this time, and neither will Commander Ningle. Issue a temporary mission to save Tianqing. Amagi's affinity with you has reached 90. You can make an oath only after completing the character quest and raising the affinity to 100. Commander, it's time to put you to the test. Save the heavenly city, marry the great fox, and reach the pinnacle of life. Ning Lu was suddenly interrupted by a system notification while he was still figuring out how to complete the main system task. System, you finally spoke. Why didn't you just give me a task without saying anything? Chapter 56 Departure. Ning Lu was still studying the task the system had given him when he suddenly found that Tianqing's favorability had reached 90. What Ningle didn't know was how desperate Tianqing felt when he was taken away by the purifiers. This world contains the sirenification of Shipgirls. Once a Shipgirl is sirenized, she will become a siren. Even in this desperate situation, Tianqing's first thought was not of his sister Chi-chung, but of Ningle. The first time I met Ningle was when Tianqing was being chased by the Siren flagship. At that time, Ning Lu was like a heavenly soldier descending to earth, giving himself hope and despair. She initially thought he was just an ordinary commander, but the more curious she became about Ning Lu, the more she realized she couldn't figure out the boy in front of her. Powerful mental strength, dual commander skills. What intrigued Amagi the most was the ability to modify Shipgirls. Unbeknownst to him, Amagi's curiosity about Ningle grew stronger and stronger until he saw his sister achieve such a terrifying feat under Ningle's control during the Dragon King Cup. Amagi finally understood that the commander in front of him was the commander he had been waiting for all along. Even now, when he is in danger, the first person he thinks of is Ning Lu. Is this the end? Am I going to become a siren? Amagi thought helplessly to himself. Don't look so dejected, okay? We're not going to eat you if we take you back. Seeing the despair on Tianqing's face, even the evolved beings standing to the side couldn't bear to watch any longer. We are simply inviting you to the siren's base. It's not what you're thinking. However, at this moment, Tianqing was completely deaf to what the evolved beings were saying. Ningle also received news that Tianqing had encountered the purifiers. The purifier? I remember it being that siren whose head was kicked around like a ball, right? That's right. In Ning Li's impression, the evolver was the kind of silly personality that comes from the animation. But how could she possibly capture Amagi? There's no time to explain. Commander Akagi-sama of Ningle has already set off towards the port. You should hurry over there too. Wait, Chi-chung told me this. Ning Lu was increasingly confused. He couldn't quite understand Chi-chung's current state. In the game's setting, Akagi is the #1 yandere in the port, who likes to monopolize the commander, but now Akaji gives him the feeling of a standard leader. Just that sincere expression you had in the operations archives that night. Even if Chi Chung didn't ask him to come, Ning Lu still planned to go and save Tian Chung. Just kidding. I've been longing for you for so long, and as long as I complete the mission and get 100% affection, I can make a vow. Ningle had no reason not to go, so he called Saratoga and Warspite, and they set off towards the port. When they arrived at the port, Akaji and the others had already set off. Jia, Warspite, deploy the hull. Ningle didn't need Akaji's exact location. The moment Saratoga deployed her hull, all the Shipgirls within a 300-kilometer radius were within his detection range. Commander, the big fox is over here. Okay, follow them. Despite their large size, the Saratoga and Warspite are surprisingly fast. The Warspite could reach a top speed of 29 knots, while the Saratoga could reach a terrifying 33 knots. Soon, Chi Chung and the others who had set off first came into Ning Li's view. How desperate are they to save their sister? Why did they send out so many Shipgirls? Ning Lu was speechless for a moment. In his eyes, at least half of the high-level combat power of the Sakura Empire was here. Chapter 57 Clash with the Purifiers. Are the Purifiers really that powerful? Is it worth mobilizing more than half of Sakura Empire's high-ranking forces? At this moment, Ning Lu had caught up with Chi Chung and the others who had set off earlier. Kaga, Tosa, Ziwa, Shokaku. All the Shipgirls whose names you can recall from the game, Ningle's past life, are here. Sister, Commander Ningle has caught up. At this moment, all the Sakura Empire Shipgirls are sailing in their ship equipment. This would allow them to sail at a higher speed, but would greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. Is that Ning Lu? He caught up with you so quickly. Chi Chung was surprised. He hadn't expected that such a large aircraft carrier and battleship would catch up, especially since they had set off first. The roar of aircraft engines filled the air overhead. It was Saratoga's Tomcat flying low. This is Commander Ningle. My carrier-based aircraft can go and provide support first. Tell me the coordinates of the attack on Amaji. Ningle's voice came through the radio channel. Lord Amaji, he is the royal commander at this time. There's no time to hesitate. Only Ningle's carrier-based aircraft can support Sister Tianqing now. Chi Chung ignored the reminder from his attendant and replied. The area where my sister was attacked is 150 kilometers to the northeast. Commander Ningle, I request that you go and provide support. At this moment, Chi Chung no longer spoke in that superior tone, but instead spoke to Ning Lu with a hint of pleading. Last time, Chi Chung almost lost her sister. This time, she absolutely cannot allow that to happen again. No problem. Having obtained the exact location, the three Tomcats engaged afterburners and flew northeast. At the same time, a clear signal can be seen in the northeast direction on the Saratoga radar. Little Fox, don't be so discouraged, smile. At this moment, Amaji was being chained upside down by the purifiers and suspended from under the ship's equipment. Amaji's clothes were tattered, and his ship equipment had been destroyed. Amaji struggled to lift his head and glance at the purifier. What exactly are you plotting? Tianqing was certain that the purifiers had a conspiracy in mind when they captured him. Otherwise, why would they sink two unnamed ships but save themselves? It really was just an invitation to visit. Why won't you believe me? The purifier scratched his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. Search. You're so heavy, little fox, you need to lose weight. Just as the purifiers were still struggling to drag the injured Tianqing, 3 sonic booms came from above. What is that? It's huge. The purifier was puzzled, so it raised its floating cannon and aimed it in the direction from which the sound came. The enormous sonic boom was from Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. No one appeared in the direction the purifier was aiming, because at this point, the male cat had reached twice the speed of sound. When you hear the sound, the plane is already behind you. Prepare for attack, Saratoga. Ningle's mental focus was entirely on the 3 carrier-based aircraft. As they got closer to the radar detection location, Ningle's attention became highly focused. Just as the Tomcat had approached to within 2 kilometers of its target, 2 figures suddenly appeared in its line of sight. One of them was floating in the air, its body covered in gold and black ship equipment. The other was bound in chains and dragged in the sea. Found it. That must be the purifier. The Tomcat flew very fast, but Ningle was certain that it was the goofy purifier from the anime in his previous life. Oh, no matter how fast you fly, I'll still shoot you down. The purifier let out a burst of maniacal laughter, and its floating cannons were aimed at the direction the Tomcat was flying. 2 golden rays of light appeared in Ningle's field of vision. Laser cannons? Siren's advanced technology. Ningle was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Sirens to attack using laser weapons. We can't delay any longer. Prepare the harpoon missiles. Ningle dared not gamble. He only had these 3 Tomcat carrier-based aircraft at his disposal, and he had to delay the Purifier's advance as much as possible. Emission. The missile, trailing white smoke, flew towards the Purifier. Huh? It's a missile. Have Shipgirls evolved into missile-making machines? The Purifier murmured to himself, but his hands did not stop moving in the slightest. He controlled the floating gunship in his hand and aimed at the incoming harpoon missile. Compared to the Tomcat's ability to fly at supersonic speeds, the harpoon missile's performance was far less impressive, with a paltry speed of only Mach 0.8. A missile was intercepted by a laser and detonated in midair. Fortunately, Ningle launched 2 missiles at once, and the other missile struck the Purifier while skimming the sea surface. Good hit, Commander. Black smoke billowed, completely enveloping the Purifier in the smoke from the explosion. No, the signal on the radar hasn't disappeared yet. Ningle dared not relax at all at this moment. He needed to use 4 anti-ship missiles to hold back the evolvers. The second batch of carrier-based aircraft has taken off and is heading towards the evolvers. Chi-chung, we've found your sister. She's been captured by the Purifiers. My carrier-based aircraft are trying to buy time. Ningle informed Chi-chung immediately upon engaging the evolved beings. Where's my sister? How is she? Chi-chung's first thought was for his sister's safety. Tianqing is fine. He was just captured alive. That's good. That's good. My sister is all right. Chi-chung also breathed a sigh of relief. The destroyer unfolded its hull. Everyone stowed their ship equipment and boarded the destroyer. Chi-chung was also afraid of encountering a battle unexpectedly, and upon hearing Ning Li's news, he knew that now was not the time to be cautious. So the Sakura Empire crew traveled on a destroyer. Suddenly, Chi-chung and the others sped up considerably, quickly leaving Ning Li behind. Sigh, it seems I need to get a destroyer too. Ningle thought to himself as he watched the destroyer speed away. Commander, what are you thinking about focus on the battle? Saratoga pointed out that she had noticed her control over the carrier-based aircraft was weakening, clearly indicating that her commander was not paying attention. Soon the second batch of carrier-based aircraft arrived at the sea area where the Purifiers were located. Thanks to Ning Li's efforts, the evolved beings did not lead Tianqing forward, but were instead held back by themselves. Look, isn't that Lord Amaji? Akaji and the others, traveling aboard the destroyer, moved much faster and arrived at the sea area where Amaji was located in just 1 hour. Ningle's carrier-based aircraft continued to harass the evolvers, launching anti-ship missiles at them. Oh, reinforcements have arrived. The Purifiers also discovered that Akaji and the others had already arrived. Everyone deploy your ship equipment and prepare for battle. Purifier, let go of my sister. At this moment, Chi-chung stood at the forefront of the crowd, confronting the evolved beings. Looks like we can't keep playing like this. Trouble is coming. Seeing the scene before them, the Purifiers realized they had gone too far. More than 20 high-level Shipgirls, even she couldn't easily deal with them. Moreover, her mission was to bring Tianqing back to the base, not to fight against the others. I don't have time to play with you guys. Let's leave it to these mass-produced ships. Just as the evolver finished speaking, rolling water splashed around Chi-chung and the others. What's going on? There seems to be something underwater. Swish, swish, swish. While everyone was still in a daze, one after another mass-produced siren ships emerged from the seabed and surrounded them. Let these mass-produced ships keep you company. I'm leaving now. The Purifier left a message and took Chi-chung with him as they departed. Oh no, Akaji and the others are tied up. Ning Lu also witnessed this scene. He thought that as long as he could hold off the Purifiers, he could save Tianqing once Chi-chung and the others arrived. How did she do that? Can a siren of the Evolver level summon mass-produced ships at will? Chapter 58 Warspite, Invincible in Close Combat. Purifier, don't run away, put my sister down. Chi-chung shouted angrily, but the Purifier ignored him and left with Chi-chung. Commander, that siren has taken the big fox away. Saratoga said somewhat anxiously. Chi-chung and the others are in trouble. We need to find a way to stop the Purifiers from leaving. This is not the time to worry about the loss of carrier-based aircraft. This time, almost half of the carrier-based aircraft that had taken off launched an attack towards the Purifiers. At this moment, Ningle is only 20 kilometers away from the Purifier. War-weary fire. Saving Tianqing can instantly raise my favorability rating to 100. That's the big fox I've always dreamed of. Having pursued the older sister for so long, how could Ning Lu possibly give up now that he only needs to save Tianqing to form a contract with her? There's no need to worry about Ning Lu on Akaji's side. A group of high-level Shipgirls, all above level 50, can easily handle some mass-produced sirens. Ning Lu, please save my sister, okay? This is the voice of sincerity. It wasn't on the command channel, but rather it resonated in Ningle's mind through a mental connection. A temporary task has been issued, a sincere request. Chi-Ching's affection level with you has reached 90. You can make an oath only after completing the character's mission and raising the affection level to 100. System, you know me. I'll take on this task. These are two big foxes. Who could resist the temptation of two big foxes? At this moment, Ningle was like he had been injected with chicken blood, controlling the Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft on one hand and Warspite on the other, bombarding the Purifier. What's with the Shipgirls? The Purifier was puzzled. Hadn't he trapped all of Sakura Empire's pursuers? What is that? Looking in the direction of the shelling, the Purifiers spotted Warspite and Saratoga in the distance. I've never seen a Shipgirl like this before. Is that carrier-based aircraft that can launch missiles? The Purifier's interest was rekindled, and instead of dragging Tianqing away, it flew towards Ningle's direction. Commander, that siren is coming towards us, Saratoga said anxiously. Ningle had previously thought that higher-level Shipgirls would differ from lower-level Shipgirls in strength, but essentially, the only difference was in their ability to control the ship. Just like how a level 80 Akagi can fully operate 10 carrier-based aircraft, the damage and defense of a level 80 and a level 10 Akagi are the same. Then what do I have to be afraid of? Who can compare to me in terms of manipulation? Ning Li's confidence surged instantly. War-weary, stow the hull and deploy the ship's equipment. At this moment, the Purifier clearly intended to engage Ningle in close combat. This kind of work naturally can't be done by aircraft carriers, so the Royal Navy's healthcare service comes into play. At this moment, Warspite is holding a knight's sword, with 4 massive 419mm naval guns mounted behind him. Ningle, don't take risks. We can't defeat low-level battleships. Amagi fell behind the Purifiers, taking in all of this. At that moment, he saw Warspite retract its hull, unfold its ship equipment, and assume a close combat stance. This made Amagi instantly realize that Ningle wanted to fight the Purifiers using his ship-mounted form. Low-level Shipgirls cannot unleash their full potential when using their ship equipment. Most low-level Shipgirls, in their ship equipment form, can only barely use their melee weapons to fight. Not to mention that the opponent is a terrifying Purifier. Warspite had already slung his knight's sword behind his back and charged toward the Purifier. At the same time, the Purifiers also aimed their floating cannons at Warspite. Run, Ning Lu, you're no match for him. Even if you have strong mental strength, the difference in Shipgirl level can't be overcome. Amagi shouted. Warspite's massive ship equipment looks terrifyingly powerful, but considering that Warspite is only level 5, it can at most deploy one of its cannons to attack. Don't worry, Amagi, I will bring you back. Ning Li's voice entered Tianqing's mind through the mental connection. Commander Ningle, you. Tianqing thought Ningle was planning to fight the sirens in front of him to the death. They actually went to this lengths for me. Tears welled up in her beautiful purple eyes. Tianqing hadn't cried even in her most desperate moments, but because of Ning Li's words, she actually cried at this moment. Who said I can't control the Shipgirls in their ship equipment forms? The commanders in this world only have some expertise in controlling the Shipgirls' hulls for combat. But no commander would ever control a Shipgirl to fight in ship equipment form. In ship mode, you only need to control the weapons on it to aim and then launch an attack. Shipgirls in their ship-equipped form not only use the weapons on their ship-equipped gear to attack, but also need to move around and engage in close combat. This is not even in the same league. What do I have to do with the other commanders? I have absolute control over them. Akagi, who was besieged by the mass-produced sirens, was also watching this scene closely. To think that, even knowing they couldn't win, they didn't back down. What an excellent commander. The thought that Ning Lu was helping him save his sister made Chi-Ching's feelings for Ning Lu grow even stronger. Chi-Ching's favorability has increased, as has Tianqing's. Since both have reached 90% favorability, a task needs to be completed to further increase it. These two Sakura Empire sisters have started their own self-conquest again. Ningle's spirit had entered his war-weary body. The feeling of absolute control that Akagi and Amagi had previously experienced was not an illusion. Under the mental connection, Ningle could truly control both their ship's hull and their bodies. Ningle is currently controlling the warware to launch an attack on the Purifiers. How could a level 5 battleship like you possibly defeat the Great Purifier? The Purifier's quirky voice rang out, and the muzzle of a floating cannon was already aimed at Warspite. Bang! Without hesitation, 2 golden laser beams shot towards Warspite. He dodged it. That's lucky. Warspite simply slid slightly to the side and dodged the two laser cannon attacks. At this moment, Warspite placed his knight's sword at his side, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, and assumed a standard upward thrusting stance. Bang bang. The two main cannons opened fire instantly, and 6 shells flew toward the purifier in the distance. Huh? How did he do that? Faced with the purifier's bombardment, Amagi, who was bound behind him, and Akaji, who was engaged in fierce battle, both had the same thought. Are all level 5 ship girls this strong now? Chi-Chung seemed to recall when he was level 5, and was still smug about being able to control aircraft in ship-equipped mode. The current war-weary enemy is already capable of dodging artillery fire and retaliating while maneuvering at high speed. That wasn't all. Warspite moved quickly and had already arrived in front of the purifier. The upward strike, which had been gathering power in both hands, was launched instantly towards the purifier before him. How could you possibly attack me? The purifier was only slightly taken aback before leaping backward to dodge the upward slash. Warspite sheathed his sword and leaped in the direction the purifier was retreating. The entire ship girl leaped more than 20 meters into the air, and the other two main cannons were also aimed at the purifier in midair. This is level 5? Akaji, who was far away, was even hit in the face by a shell from a mass-produced siren ship while he was watching the battle. Even if I'm level 80, I probably can't do that. Chi-Chung could hardly believe that he had sent the siren who had ambushed him into the sea. The purifier in midair had no way to dodge. 6 shells slammed straight into the siren's ship's rigging. Smoke filled the air, but Warspite did not stop its offensive. The purifier was thrown away by the explosion, and the chains binding Tiansheng were also broken. War-weary charged forward and slashed with his sword. You think you're so tough, little destroyer? The purifier mocked, but did not slacken his actions in the slightest. The floating cannons were aimed at Warspite again, and this time Warspite did not dodge. 2 laser cannons blasted straight into the massive rigging behind Warspite. Haha, it's on fire. The purifier laughed when he saw that his attack had worked. Ning did not rush to use the bamboo shoots, but instead observed the effects of the siren's attack. The 2 laser cannon shots caused 5,000 damage and also set the area on fire. It's probably equivalent to a 406mm naval gun. Ning made a rough estimate of the combat strength of the purifier in front of him. Ning immediately used damage control and controlled Warspite to continue the attack. Chapter 59 Nagato Crisis. Not Ning Crisis. Just kidding, the Royal Greatsword is no mere empty name. Damage control was activated, and the flames on Warspite's body were immediately extinguished. The 6 cannons that fired first were also fully loaded. 2 more cannon shots rang out, and 6 shells flew toward the purifier who had just regained his footing. Sister Wah. Akaji and his team also dealt with the mass production of sirens. Chi-Chung immediately rushed towards his sister at lightning speed. At this moment, Amaji's ship equipment had been destroyed, and her purple kimono was tattered. The black stockings hidden under the clothes were faintly visible. My sister is all right. Go quickly and support Commander Ning his. Just as Tiansheng was planning to send Chi-Chung to support Ning. If you're going to act tough, I'll make you fly, and I'll cut your head off. The purifier was no longer the composed person he had been just moments before. Under constant attacks from the Warspite, the purifier could only keep dodging. His ship equipment was cut in several places and charred in several spots. Just like being immune to injury, War-weary can withstand laser cannon attacks, and the shells it fires also hurt a lot when they hit its body. If everyone could see the purifier's health bar, they would know that the purifier now only has less than 30,000 health points left. That's right, the purifier, as a battleship, only has a total HP of 100,000, which is equivalent to the level of a Tier 10 battleship. TCH, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Little Fox, I'll invite you to the Siren base next time. The purifier also realized that if he didn't leave, he might very well perish here. Although I won't die, rebuilding my body is still quite troublesome. Water surged all around, and a large number of mass-produced siren ships reappeared. However, this time the purifier did not stand by and watch, but instead fled quickly into the distance. Don't even think about escaping. Just as Akaji was about to give chase, a large swarm of mass-produced sirens pounced on him. Damn it, the purifier escaped. There was no way around it. There were just too many sirens being mass-produced. Complete the mission and save Tiansheng. The maximum affinity level has been unlocked. Chi-Chung's affinity level can be increased to 100, and Tiansheng's affinity level can be increased to 100. Great! I can catch the big fox now. Am I finally going to have a big ship? Ning thought excitedly to himself. Thank you, Commander Ning. Once you return to Sakura Empire will not treat you unfairly. Chi-chung struggled to support Tian-chung, expressing his gratitude to Ning Lu. Ningguo could tell that Chi-chung and Tian-chung's affection for him had reached its peak at this moment. However, because there were other Sakura Empire shipgirls nearby, she was too embarrassed to express it. Let's take Miss Amaji back for treatment as soon as possible. And so, the large group of people returned to the Sakura Islands in a grand procession. Commander, is there torpedo tempura at the royal banquet? Saratoga was tugging at Ningguo's sleeve when she asked. So you really are a destroyer, huh? Why do you love torpedo tempura so much? Ningguo was speechless. Saratoga wanted to eat torpedo tempura everywhere she went, but this time she was able to successfully rescue Amaji, thanks to Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. If he hadn't held off the purifiers, Tianqing would probably have been taken away long ago. Commander, is it really okay for us not to bring Nagato? He looked so pitiful. War-weary, walking on the other side of Ningguo, felt somewhat indignant for Nagato. There's no way around it. If Nagato is recognized, she'll definitely be taken in by the Sakura Empire. Didn't that happen back in the Royal Navy? Warspite, Saratoga said from the side. At this moment, Nagato was in the inn, staring at the ceiling with some boredom. I really want to go out with the commander. Why is Sakura Empire reclaiming Shipgirls? Nagato was also helpless. He wanted to stay by Ningguo's side, but he also understood his own identity. As the second flagship of Sakura Empire, if he showed up, he would definitely be taken away by the higher-ups of Sakura Empire. Little sister, is it really okay for us to come here like this? Sister, do you really want Ning Lu to leave like this? But you are the flagship of the Sakura Empire, just like that? We are Shipgirls, and we have the right to pursue our commanders. Besides, the Sakura Empire also has Kaga and Tosa. They are more than enough to handle it. Nagato, lying in his room, heard hushed conversations coming from next door. What's going on? It's not the commander's voice. Nagato instantly became alert, peering through the crack in the door towards the next room. Aren't those Akagi and Amaji? What are they doing in the commander's room? To his surprise, Nagato discovered through the crack in the door that Akagi and Amaji were hiding in Ningguo's room. Could it be that my identity has been exposed, and they're going to take me back to Sakura Empire? Nagato's ears perked up instantly, sensing the approaching danger. No, I need to hide and notify the commander first. She opened the wardrobe next to her, stuffed her entire body inside, and closed the wardrobe door. Commander, something terrible has happened. My identity seems to have been exposed. The dinner party had long since ended, but instead of returning to the hotel immediately, Ningguo took Saratoga and Warspite for a walk on the beach. Commander, why did Akagi and Amaji leave so early? I thought they would give us some supplies or something. Saratoga pouted, looking a little unhappy. Didn't they promise to deliver it tomorrow? There's no rush. Warspite was somewhat helpless. Despite being the fleet's flagship, Saratoga's mentality was the same as that of a destroyer, and he couldn't do anything about it. It's all right. Fighting the sirens is the commander's duty. Ning Lu, on the other hand, acted with great righteousness and awe. Commander, come back and save me. Someone's trying to capture me. While the three were still taking a walk, Ning Lu received a message from Nagato. What happened? Ning Lu immediately straightened his expression and responded. It's Akagi and Amaji. They seem to be doing something in your room right now. Nagato's voice was cautious, tinged with nervousness. Chi-chung and Amaji? Ning Lu thought with some doubt. Even if Chong Min is exposed, it's impossible for Chi Jin and his sister to personally go and capture him. Besides, I'm their savior. What's wrong with keeping a little fox as a pet? Suddenly, Ningguo remembered the look on Chi Cheng's face when he looked at him at the banquet. No, it can't be that Akagi has awakened. Chapter 60. The commander actually hides a little fox? Didn't Ning Lu and the others leave a long time ago? Why haven't they come back yet? Chi Chung was getting impatient and asked Amaterasu, who was standing to the side. Could it be that we've been exposed? This really isn't good, sister. He's the Royal Navy's commander. How can we force him to stay in Sakura Empire? That's right, sincerity has awakened. The commander I've chosen can only belong to me. How can I let him slip away? Chi Chung no longer possesses the noble air she had at the banquet. With her hands supporting her chin and her face flushed, Akagi said to Amaji, I must get Ningguo tonight. And of course, you can share the commander with me too, he. Speechless, his face was completely speechless. Amaji didn't know why his sister had become like this, but to be honest, Amaji also wanted Ningguo to stay in Sakura Empire and become his commander. Commander, they are plotting to keep you in Sakura Empire. Don't come back. Hiding next door, Nagato heard Akagi's eerie laughter and felt a chill run down his spine. We can't let the commander get captured. Given Chi Cheng's current state, I wonder what he'll do when he sees the commander. Nagato, worried, shifted her body closer to the wardrobe door wanting to hear more clearly. Smack. Not good. Nagato was careless. In an attempt to hear more clearly, he accidentally pushed open the wardrobe door. The cabinet door slammed heavily against the wall with a loud bang. Sister, there's a noise next door. Akaji's ears twitched, like a cat spotting its prey. Commander, are you hiding next door? Hee hee. Akaji is here to find you. Upon hearing Akaji's voice, Nagato sensed that things were going badly and quickly reached out to close the cabinet door. Bang! Just as Nagato closed the wardrobe door, Akaji entered the room next door. Commander, what should we do? I'm about to be discovered. Nagato knew that this time he probably couldn't escape it. She wanted the commander to come back and save her, but she was also afraid that the commander would be captured by Akamai. Commander Ningle, don't be afraid. I am Chichung, the flagship of Sakura Empire. I will not do anything excessive to you. The room was spacious, with only a bed and a wardrobe. Wah, come quick and save Nagato. Nagato was genuinely scared this time. The thought of being forcibly released from her contract and leaving her commander made her nose sting, and she almost burst into tears. Oh, it was in the cabinet. Just as Nagato managed to hold back her tears, the cabinet door was violently yanked open. So the commander had been secretly keeping a little fox. At this moment, the red eyes of the crimson-orange figure were emitting a red glow, which put immense psychological pressure on the young Nagato. Ah, don't grab me. I don't want to leave the commander. Nagato screamed, wrapped her arms around her tail, and shrank back into the corner of the wardrobe. Wait a minute, little sister, who is this? Amagi, standing to the side, recognized Nagato. This is Nagato, the goddess of the Sakura Empire. Nagato, the divine child. Chichung seemed to have just realized what was happening and muttered to himself. So it's the Sakura Empire's flagship Akaji and Amagi. What brings you here as guests? Just when Nagato thought she was about to be captured by the two Shipgirls in front of her, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Commander, it's the commander. Nagato has finally escaped being taken away, but she is also worried about the commander. They won't take me away, but they will take the commander. That Akaji wants to possess the commander. Having just calmed down, Nagato turned her gaze to Ningle's direction. Chichung's favorability rating has risen to 97. As expected, his honest character hasn't changed. The sincerity before him was exactly the same as the red-orange one that Ning Lu was familiar with in his previous life game. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes revealed a strong possessiveness. What? What do you intend to do to the commander? As if sensing Chichung's gaze, Warspite stood between Ning Lu and Chichung. Ahem, Commander Ningle, I'd like to speak with you privately. Chichung also noticed Warspite and Saratoga beside Ningle, and coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, Warspite and Saratoga still looked at Akaji with wary eyes. This fox is dangerous. He's going to do something horrific to the commander. The same thought popped into both of their minds. They couldn't let the two foxes be alone with the commander. Commander Ningle, we really have something very important to discuss with you. Chichung was still suppressing his emotions, while Amagi, standing to the side, appeared more composed. Commander Ningle, we really have something very important to discuss with you. It's about Nagato. Ninglu then realized that Tianxing had been exposed. All right, Warspite Saratoga, you take Nagato and go out first. But the commander and the other two. Warweary said worriedly from the side. Go out. The Shipgirls won't harm the commander. When Ning Lu first transmigrated, Wang Jie's nameless Shipgirl could throw Ning Lu a great distance away. Although the Shipgirls are young girls, their actual strength is comparable to that of the main battleship. But things are different once you become a commander. To a commander, a Shipgirl is just an ordinary girl. The three little girls went out and closed the door. Please sit down, you two. Ning Lu was the first to walk into the room. This is Sakura Empire, where people don't sit on chairs, so Akaji and Amagi knelt down. Ning Lu, however, was still not used to this sitting posture and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, Ningle was unaware of the impending danger. Ningle, you can become my finger. Just as Akaji was about to speak, Amagi interrupted him. Sister, we'll talk about that later. We need to discuss Nagato first. Amagi interrupted Akaji with an extremely serious tone. Amagi, you're such a spoilsport. If we just take you both away, we can talk about Nagato later, right? Ninglu thought to himself, but he couldn't show it on his face. I'm curious why Sakura Empire is so obsessed with retrieving wild Shipgirls. Since arriving in Chongying, Ninglu has had this question. Although the Royal Navy also recruits relatively rare Shipgirls. But that's because a weak commander can't protect his Shipgirls and will attract the covetous eyes of others. Sister, you explain it. Amagi didn't speak, but instead tossed the question to Akaji, who was standing to the side. If it's Commander Ningle, then it's not impossible. Ningla, what's going on? This big fox is starting to scheme against itself again. Tiancheng. It's over, my sister's gone crazy. She's lost all her principles. Chapter 61 The Truth About Sakura Empire, Clues to the Yamato Class. Little sister, we're talking about serious business. Amaji, feeling helpless, slapped Chi-Ching on the back. Pain. Amaji's slap was quite heavy, and Akaji came to his senses. Explain to Commander Ningle why we need to reclaim the Sakura Empire's Shipgirls. I'm speechless about this younger sister, Amaji. I knew he had feelings for the commander in front of him, but I never expected that Akaji would turn out like this when he met the right commander. Well, I don't know what's wrong with you, sister. Whenever I see Commander Ningle, a lot of strange thoughts come to mind. Chi-Chung felt much better after being hit by Tian Chong, but the way he looked at Ning Lu was still very strange. That's right, Commander Ningle, a long time ago. In the past, Sakura Empire also allowed commanders to form contracts with rare shipgirls, until an item called the Oath Ring was sold in the shop. This item allows you to make a vow with a shipgirl after reaching a certain level of affection, which is what you humans call marriage. The appearance of the Oath Ring has led many commanders to stop studying how to improve combat effectiveness and instead think about how to salvage ships. But after their tests, they found that ordinary nameless ships could not swear an oath. Only warships like ours with historical names could. Therefore, many commanders do not study combat, but instead study how to befriend shipgirls and how to salvage ships. As a result, the Sakura Empire's fighting strength grew weaker and weaker, so my sister and I issued a decree that all Sakura Empire shipgirls must be handed over. Chi-Chung explained the reason for the matter. However, Commander Ningle is different. If Commander Ningle is willing, my sister and I can. Bang! Battleship elbow strike. Amaji couldn't believe that his sister had turned out this way. Before Chi-Chung could say those embarrassing things, they violently interrupted him. No wonder Belfast didn't mention anything about oaths in the basic courses. It turns out she was afraid of delaying the commander trainees' improvement of their strength. Ningle was still worried that since there was no such thing as an oath in this world, would marrying a shipgirl make him an enemy of the world? But to everyone's surprise, this was just something the shipgirls had kept hidden. Commander Ningle, since you are not a commander of the Sakura Empire, this decree does not apply to you. Does that mean I can take Nagato with me? Ning Lu was about to speak when Tian Chung changed the subject. However, Nagato's identity is special. He is the Nagato, the divine child of Sakura Empire. Now that no Yamato-class ships have appeared, it is Sakura Empire's highest flagship. Having said that, Ning Lu understood Tiancheng's meaning. Please understand our difficulties, Commander Ningle. Sakura Empire cannot be without a flagship. Akaji played a significant role in Sakura Empire's current strength. On one hand, he is constantly suppressing human commanders to prevent them from randomly acquiring shipgirls. On the other hand, a large number of rare Sakura Empire shipgirls were concentrated in the hands of Sakura Empire itself. So what you mean is, Ningle asked somewhat uncertainly, unless the Yamato class appears, Nagato will have to remain in the position of inheriting the flagship of Sakura Empire. Amaji said seriously. Late at night. Sister Amaji, why don't we hand over the flagship position to Tosa? Doesn't he really enjoy managing Sakura Empire? Wouldn't it be better if the two of us just stayed in Ningle as shipgirls? Akaji and Amaji returned to the Sakura Empire shrine, but they did not take Nagato with them. I wanted to, sister, but we can't just leave such a large family of Sakura Empire here. Without the Yamato-class destroyers to suppress them, those human commanders will definitely salvage the ships. Tiancheng was also helpless. He wanted to be with Commander Ningle, but he couldn't because of his responsibilities. It seems the problem lies with the Yamato-class destroyers. Ningle was not asleep, but was lost in thought. If I want to take the two big foxes away, I need to find the Yamato class, but the system is telling me to build it. Where am I going to get so many Rubik's Cubes? Before Ning Li's time travel, only Shinano and Musashi had appeared in the Yamato class. These two enormous foxes are legendary figures at sea. They're not even in the construction pool. Unable to sleep, Ning Lu simply opened the system and started browsing. I currently have 3 shipgirls: Saratoga, who has undergone modernization, Warspite, who has been upgraded to a Conqueror hull, and Nagato, who has not undergone any modifications. By the way, I wonder what Nagato will be like after his modification. Ning Lu has been busy with missions lately and hasn't had time to check on the shipgirl's subsequent modifications. First up is Saratoga. Ford-class modification plan. Length, 337 meters. Width, 77 meters. Full load displacement, 112,000 tons. Power system, 2 times A-1B nuclear reactors. Speed 30 knots. It can carry 75 carrier-based aircraft of various types. Weapons: 2 phalanx CIWS, 3 active phased array radars, maximum detection range 1,000 kilometers. 3 electromagnetic catapults. I wonder if Saratoga's size will change now that it's reached 100,000 tons. Ning was speechless. After the warship was modified, at least its size changed. But the Saratoga was clearly an 80,000-ton aircraft carrier, yet it still looked like a destroyer. However, the conversion to nuclear power did increase the size of Saratoga's hangar considerably, but the strength of an aircraft carrier ultimately depends on its carrier-based aircraft, so the Saratoga's modifications were put aside for now and were not in a hurry. Let's look at war weariness again. Conqueror missile battleship. Displacement: 120,770 tons. Length: 340 meters. Beam: 48 meters. Maximum speed: 31 knots. Main guns: 3 twin-mounted 457mm main guns, carrying guided projectiles with a range of 60 kilometers. Missiles: 24 vertical launch systems, capable of carrying Tomahawk cruise missiles with a range of 600 kilometers for anti-ship purposes. Weapons: for phalanx CIWS, 2 active phased array radars, maximum detection range 800 kilometers. Missile: it's a missile. Ning had long considered that since he could upgrade the Shipgirls' hulls, the strongest anti-ship weapon of the new century, the anti-ship missile, would definitely appear. Only, unlocking the ship requires 100,000 experience points. As expected, will I need to invest resources to unlock it later? I know this system all too well. Ning was speechless. At first, he thought he could unlock the ship's hull simply by consuming experience, but he didn't expect that the system would ultimately cost him a lot of resources before he could upgrade the Shipgirl. Let's come and see my adorable Chongming instead. What's going on? Yamato-class renovation plan. Displacement: 72,810 tons. Length: 263 meters. Width: 36.9 meters. Speed: 27 knots. Armament: 3x triple 460mm to 45mm Type 94 main guns, 4x triple 155mm to 60mm main guns. Wait, is there any possibility that I can transform Nagato into Yamato to complete the mission? Ning shuddered. Does the system's instruction for me to build the Yamato class mean that I'm going to transform Nagato into a Yamato? Chapter 62 Nagato. You don't want anything to happen to the commander, do you? The next morning, system unlocks Nagato's modified hull. The Yamato-class refit plan has been unlocked. Unlocking the subsequent hull requires 100,000 resources. So you're the only one with 200,000, Saratoga? You ate the most, but got the smallest result. Of the 3 Shipgirls, Warspite has grown to 1.4 meters tall due to the remodel, and her figure has changed from A to B. Only Saratoga has not changed at all. It still looks like a 1.3-meter destroyer. Nagato, you must live up to expectations and grow from a small exile into a great fox. Ning encouraged himself. System, materialize the Nagato ship hull. After consuming 100,000 resources, the commander has 33,000 resources remaining. The adorable Chongming emanated a faint white light. Commander, why do I feel like my ship has changed? At this moment, Chongming looked at Ning with a blank expression. You really disappointed me. Chongming, you haven't changed at all. Why don't you learn from Saratoga instead of learning from him? Ning's focus differed from Nagato's. Nagato focused on its own ship hull, while Ning focused on Nagato's hull. If you look like that and claim to be the Yamato, how many people would believe you? You're not even as tall as Yudachi. With Ning's transformation completed, Nagato remained unchanged as the 1.3-meter tall animal-eared lowly. However, Nagato is indeed a Yamato-class being now. Commander, please submit the mission as soon as possible to make the Yamato class the flagship of the Sakura Empire. What? Making Nagato the flagship? Doesn't that mean separating me from Nagato? The entire Sakura Empire mission wasn't a big problem for Ning, but the one thing he couldn't do was separate himself from his Shipgirls. Commander, I'd like to try deploying the ship. Nagato tugged at Ning, who was standing there lost in thought. Looking at Nagato's innocent and dazed expression, Ning still couldn't make up his mind. No, we can't let Nagato become the flagship. It will remain in Sakura Empire. Nagato, the ship can't be deployed right after the modification. You need to familiarize yourself with it for a while. Also, you can't let Akagi and Amagi find out, understand? Every Sakura Empire ship girl recognizes the Yamato class's iconic 460mm guns. Ning was certain that even if Nagato simply deployed her ship equipment, she would be recognized immediately. All right, Commander. Nagato was somewhat disappointed, but he remained obedient. This is troublesome. I could refuse Amaji's request before, but now I actually have a Yamato-class battleship. Shigasakura Shrine. Does my sister really want to do this? Amaji's tone was helpless. Sister, this is the best way. It can keep the commander in Sakura Empire and also retrieve the flagship. Kaga, is everything ready? Don't worry, sister. Everything's here. In the darkness, 3 pairs of fox ears twitched slightly. All right, I'll wait for you at the shrine. In the darkness of the night, 2 figures, one in red and one in white, raced toward the hot spring in where Ning Lu was. Commander, I'm done washing. Please help me dry my tail. In her previous life, Ningle was always curious about how the Sakura Empire's shipgirls dealt with their tails after taking a bath. It can't possibly be waterproof, can it? I didn't know there were such high-tech things as hair dryers in this world. I'm so out of touch. Ning Lu was waiting in Nagato's room, holding a hairdryer in his hand. Every day after soaking in the hot spring, Nagato would come to Ning Lu to help dry her tail. At first, Ning Lu had some wild fantasies. But Nagato's destroyer-like appearance made it impossible for him to bring himself to do it. However, the fluffy tail has a unique feel to it. Knock knock. Nagato finished washing up so quickly. Hearing the knock, Ning Lu stood up and opened the door. What do you mean? Gotcha, Commander, A burlap sack was put over Ning Li's head, and he immediately felt his limbs being tightly bound, and his body felt like it was being lifted into the air. Commander, I'm all washed. Blow dry my tail. Huh? Where's the commander? After taking a bath, Nagato returned to his room, but did not find Ningle, so he asked her through a telepathic connection. The commander has something to attend to, and will be leaving for a bit. You can air dry it yourself. Ning Lu felt a mix of emotions. I felt a mix of excitement and fear. What excites me is that it was Chi Chung who kidnapped me, which as a lane player hasn't fantasized about being kidnapped by Akaji and then doing some horrible things to her. He was afraid that Chi Chung might do something too outrageous to him. I am the commander. The rule of Shipgirls is that they cannot harm the commander. What do I have to be afraid of? Thus, in this struggle that was both blissful and painful, Ningle was sent to the Chongying Shrine. Knock knock. Sister, I've brought the commander back. Chi Chung knocked twice on Tian Cheng's door. Upon opening the door, Chi Chung was shrouded in a black robe, with a huge sack slung over his shoulder. Kaga followed behind Akaji. Okay, put the commander down. Ning Lu felt his body roll over, and he found himself sitting in a chair. It really is you, Chi Chung. Only Akaji would do something as outrageous as kidnapping the commander. Ning Lu also wanted to see how Chi Chung intended to resolve this matter. He's in a dilemma. If he completes the mission, he'll have to part ways with Nagato. If he doesn't complete the mission, he'll never be able to continue the main storyline. Moreover, if they don't hand over Nagato, Sakura Empire will be without its flagship, and they won't feel at ease taking the Fox sisters with them. Commander, have you thought about Akaji yet? Akaji's true nature was fully exposed. Amaji's room was already dimly lit, and at this moment, Akaji's face was flushed, his hands were supporting his chin, his eyes were emitting a faint red light, and his tail was still wagging incessantly. Bang! Battleship Iron Fist. Amaji couldn't bear to watch anymore. She was speechless at the sight of her younger sister in this state. Commander Ningle, we will not harm you. We will release you as long as Nagato agrees to become the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Amaji explained. Ningle noticed that Kaga was also looking at him. Unlike Akaji and Amaji, Kaga's hair and tail are both rare silver, especially the 2 ears on its head, which look pink and tender from the front. When Kaga met Ning Li's gaze, his eyes became somewhat unnatural. Is this the really powerful commander that my sisters mentioned? He doesn't seem any different. Kaga observed Ningle for a while, and found that apart from his attractive aura, this human was no different from any other shipgirls. Kaga's affection level has increased to 40. What's going on? My favorability rating increased just from looking at you. As expected, none of the foxes in Sakura Empire are normal. Ningle was also a little nervous facing these 3 big foxes. You didn't capture me just to get Nagato, did you? Yes, Commander Ningle, my sister and I both plan to become your shipgirls, but Sakura Empire cannot be without a flagship, and Nagato is the most suitable one. Amaji spoke first. What? Nagato has appeared. Kaga was shocked. Neither Akaji nor Amaji had told him this news. Also, his 2 older sisters were going to become the shipgirls of the commander in front of him. You're all level 80 super rare shipgirls, and you just gave them away like that? Originally, Akaji's plan was to kidnap a commander tonight, but the plot has become so complicated. You know I won't agree. Ninglu began to speak. Of course, we know the commander won't agree, but getting the Shipgirl's consent is also possible. Even if the contract isn't terminated, it's fine as long as Nagato stays in Sakura Empire. Chi-chung, who was standing to the side, spoke up and then prepared to leave. I want to see if that little fox will abandon her commander. Ningle, no, you really don't know that the commander can communicate telepathically with Shipgirls? Or is it that foxes in love generally have lower IQs? Foxes are very cunning. Ningle thought these three foxes would come up with some brilliant ideas, but they just kidnapped the commander and coerced the Shipgirls. If you're going to kidnap me, at least tie me up. You're just leaving me sitting in this chair. If I wanted to run, I could just walk out. It seems that even foxes in love have lower IQs. Akaji was quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was back at the hot spring inn. Knock knock. Has the commander returned? Nagato had dried his tail and was about to go to sleep. Hearing the knock at the door, she thought it was her commander returning and hurriedly went to open it. Commander, Nagato wants to be held while sleeping. Red sincerity. Nagato thought it was Ning Lu at the door, but when he opened the door, he was surprised to find that it was actually the Sakura Empire's flagship, Akaji. Hee, little fox, we meet again. Akashi's terrifying laughter reminded Nagato of unpleasant memories. Yes, it's Chi-chung. What do you want to do? Nagato was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and kept backing away. Even though Nagato's strength is now far greater than Akaji's, the psychological trauma Akaji left on Nagato before was too great. Nagato, don't you want to know where the commander went? Chi-chung walked into the room, turned around, and closed the door. Commander? What did you do to the commander? Don't worry, your commander is safe, but I can't guarantee that if you don't come with me. Akashi walked into the room and came to Nagato, who was sitting on the ground. Nagato, you don't want anything to happen to the commander, do you? A fox-like smile graced Chi-chung's face. What you up to? Nagato forced a calm reply. As long as you come with me, I won't make things difficult for the commander. Chapter 63 The Sakura Empire Tournament. Nagato shocks everyone. Interesting, really interesting. Ning Lu was watching this scene through Nagato's mental connection. Nagato, don't be afraid. Everything is under control. Is that the commander? Nagato was surprised. Commander, weren't you kidnapped by Akaji? Hearing that her commander was all right, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she became puzzled. What was her commander going to do? You should cooperate with Akaji and go with her. Nagato was on the phone with Ningle, but in Akaji's eyes, Nagato was now terrified of him. Have you thought it through? Little fox, do you want to come back with me? Or do you want to never see your commander again? I'll go with you, just don't hurt my commander. Nagato feigned a pitiful appearance and cooperated with Ning Li's plan. Ha, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. You're coming to be the flagship of Sakura Empire, and I'm going to keep my commander company, ho ho ho. Chi-chung's expression grew increasingly frantic. He was already fantasizing about his future life with Ningle. Why can't I lift it? Akaji had imagined carrying Nagato in the same way she had taken Ningle away, but she never expected that the little girl in front of her would be so heavy. Just kidding, my Nagato isn't that Nagato anymore. This is an 80,000-ton Yamato hull. How could your 40,000-ton aircraft carrier possibly lift it? Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Akaji held Nagato's hand, and the two foxes, one big and one small, walked towards the Sakura shrine. That's it. Nagato Shinko. There's no mistake. Shinko has appeared. It's the flagship. She's found the divine child. Even though it was night, there were still many high-ranking Shipgirls at the Sakura Empire shrine. They all saw Akaji leading Nagato back to the shrine. That's great. With Lord Nagato here, Lord Akaji can finally relax a lot. Knock knock. Sister, I'm back. Amaji opened the gate, and his younger sister was standing at the entrance, holding Nagato's hand. Nagato has agreed to come to Sakura Empire, so we can now form a contract with Ningle. Akaji couldn't wait any longer and went into the room to tell her sister, Amaji, the news. There was no change on Tianqing's surface, but Ningle's system had already reacted. When Akaji's affection level reaches 100 and Amaji's affection level reaches 100, a contract can be formed. Ha. After waiting for so long, we can finally make a contract. Ning Lu smiled faintly, which Chi-chung and Tianqing also saw, but neither of them paid any attention. Commander, I'm finally going to have you. My sister and I will become your Shipgirls tonight. As for you, Nagato, you will stay in Sakura Empire and manage this place for me. Akaji told Ning Lu about his plan, and at the same time, as if delivering a verdict, he spoke to Nagato. Akajine, are you willing to give up Sakura Empire for the commander? Kaga was shocked that her two older sisters had such plans. Oh right, and Kaga too. You'll be assisting Nagato, so make sure to build up our Sakura Empire well. Akaji glanced at his younger sister and said somewhat nonchalantly, "Akaji, you just sold your sister like that?" However, this is also in line with Akaji's character, since the commander is the most important person in his eyes. Notify all Sakura Empire shipgirls to prepare for a meeting. I am announcing that Nagato will be serving as the acting flagship. Akaji said to Kaga, who was still somewhat stunned. Oh well. Kaga only then realized what was happening and left Amaji's room to inform the Sakura Empire members. Late at night, in the council chamber of the Chongying Shrine. Why are you having a meeting so late? What urgent news could it be? Several small destroyers, still in their pajamas, sat yawning in the audience. Stop complaining. Lord Akaji summoned us urgently, so it must be something very important. The numerous shipgirls in the audience were buzzing with discussion. Quiet. Tosa shouted, and everyone present stopped talking. Then Akaji and Amaji led Nagato through the main entrance of the council hall. Who is that? Lord Nagato. That's right, it's the Divine Child. The Divine Child has appeared. Nagato held a very special position. Before the Yamato-class destroyers appeared, Nagato was the Sakura Empire's primary flagship. However, during the years that Nagato was absent, Akaji served as the flagship, so Akaji's words carried more weight than Nagato's in Sakura Empire. Everyone is here. I've called you all here so late because I have something important to announce. At this moment, 3 shipgirls are kneeling at the head of the table. The one in the middle is naturally Akaji, the one on her right is Amaji, and the one on her left is Nagato. Everyone had their own guesses. It was probably about the newly appeared Divine Child. From today onwards, Nagato will assume the position of acting flagship. I will be carrying out a very important mission, and the management of Sakura Empire will be handed over to Nagato. The announcement caused an uproar among those present. Lord Akaji, Nagato's son has only just been born, isn't that a bit? This person was interrupted by Akaji before he could finish speaking. You can rest assured that Kaga and Tosa will assist Nagato in managing Sakura Empire. Through his spiritual connection with Nagato, Ning was able to hear everything that was happening in the venue. TCH, all that talk about carrying out a secret mission is nothing more than coming here to keep your commander company. You're something else, Akaji. You even gave up Sakura Empire just to get the commander. Ning thought to himself, but he had to admire Akaji's method. This way, the strength of the Sakura Empire is preserved, and it doesn't prevent him and his sister from spending time with him. Akaji, you've designed so much, but you never thought that the Nagato in front of you is not just that Nagato. Ning sneered inwardly. Nagato, do as I just said. As if a switch had been flipped, Nagato, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have something to announce. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, everyone's attention turned to him. Divine Child, you have only been in Sakura Empire for a short time and do not know much about things here. You can discuss any decisions with Kaga and Tosa. If it weren't for your status as a Divine Child, why would we have appointed you as the flagship? Just cooperate with Tosa and Kaga in managing the Sakura Empire. You don't have so many decisions of your own. Akaji was somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected that Nagato, who seemed so easy to bully, would be so tough. Shut up, you rude scoundrel. I am the flagship of the Sakura Empire. How dare you question me? Nagato's tone was calm, but what he said stunned everyone present. She actually dared to question Lord Akaji. Although the Divine Child is also qualified to become the flagship, the current flagship is still Akaji. Ultimately, Nagato's status was only on par with Akaji's, and without a popular base, he was even lower in status than Akaji. Oh, listen carefully. You're just a flagship agent. You're not qualified. Before Akaji could finish speaking, Nagato had already deployed his ship equipment. Unlike the ship equipment of the many shipgirls present, Nagato's ship equipment was enormous, resembling a small castle. The 3 triple-mounted 460mm naval guns exuded a terrifying aura. At the same time, a red-armored samurai phantom slowly appeared behind Nagato. Amidst the shocked and terrified gazes of the crowd, Nagato aimed his 3 main cannons at Akaji before him. The samurai phantom behind him looked at the crowd, finally settling on Akaji. How terrifying. That's a Yamato-class naval gun. Chapter 64 mission completed, with abundant rewards. I am now the Yamato class, and from today onwards I am the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Whoever agrees or disagrees, so be it. Nagato's expressionless face, combined with the enormous, ferocious samurai phantom behind her, completely intimidated all the Sakura Empire ship girls present. Commander, is this all right? I feel so ashamed saying these things. Nagato wasn't good at this kind of thing, but it was the commander's order, and she had no choice but to do it. You did very well, Nagato. You have the demeanor of a flagship. At the same time, a A system notification sound also rang. The main Sakura Empire quest line is complete, and the Yamato class has become the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Mission rewards: 1 Sakura Empire skin gift box, 1 random T0 tier tech equipment. The next mission has been activated, Royal Defense. Please go to the Royal faction to activate the next mission. The moment Nagato announced his appointment as the flagship commander, Ningle's mission was already complete. They actually gave us a skin and a tier 0 item. System, open the skin gift box. This is a Sakura Empire skin gift box. If I get a yukata or a white kimono, I'll equip Akagi and Amagi with it. Ning thought to himself that these 2 big foxes would not be able to escape his grasp tonight. After the skin extraction was completed, I obtained the Shrine Maiden outfit. The system randomly selects T0 technology equipment. Seeing the Shrine Maiden outfit reminded Ningle of his own attribute module, and he had a bold idea. T0 technology equipment extraction completed, electromagnetic railgun obtained. Installation requirements. Total power generation capacity of the ship must be greater than 20 megawatts. Electromagnetic railgun, that's cutting-edge technology. In his previous life, Ninglu had only ever seen the power of this weapon in movies. Electromagnetic railguns are weapons that can launch projectiles without using explosives, with a range of over 100 kilometers. Crucially, the projectiles fired by these weapons can reach speeds of more than 10 times the speed of sound. Sirens have laser weapons, so it's quite reasonable for them to have their own electromagnetic cannon. But this requires a 20 megawatt power generation capacity, which is difficult to achieve. Currently, apart from Saratoga, no one can equip it with one. You can't just equip an aircraft carrier with an electromagnetic railgun. The thought of little Jujia holding a huge electromagnetic cannon and aiming it at Ningle gives me a headache. It seems there's still a long way to go. While Ningle was happily drawing lots in the Sakura Council Hall. At this moment, neither the Shipgirls below the stage nor Akagi and Amagi on the stage dared to make the slightest move. Battleships are right up against us. What can an aircraft carrier do? It's a 460-meter ship, one shot, and its core is destroyed. The Divine Child is only level 1. Why aren't Akagi and Amagi rebelling? Some people in the audience whispered among themselves. This was also the point of confusion for the other Shipgirls present. Yes, it's already quite difficult for a level 1 Shipgirl to deploy her ship equipment and move her guns. It's almost impossible for her to engage in combat. But Akagi and Amagi on the stage knew very well that Nagato's commander was Ning, the man who could repel the purifiers with a level 5 warspite. Akagi and Amagi had no doubt that Nagato would be able to control them immediately if they made any move. If no one objects, then I hereby declare. Seeing that the situation at the scene had been brought under control, Nagato spoke up. From today onwards, Tosa will serve as the flagship of the Sakura Empire, with Kaga as his assistant. Alright, everyone, meeting adjourned. The voice was young, but the message it conveyed made everyone present dare not disobey. Congratulations, Tosa-sama. Some Shipgirls had already come to congratulate Tosa, but seeing that Nagato on the stage had not left, no one dared to make a move. Bring Akagi and Amagi to me. With Ning Li's main quest completed, the subsequent arrangements for the Sakura Empire have also been made. Well, now it's time for me to enjoy the fruits of my labor. And so, Akagi and Amagi were brought back to the room where Ningle was. At this moment, the roles are reversed. I am the commander. Even if you are Akagi, I cannot let you take the lead. Seeing that Akagi and Amagi were looking at him nervously, Ning chuckled inwardly. In fact, when Ningle was modifying Nagato, he had already thought of using Nagato's Yamato class status to appoint her as the new flagship of the Sakura Empire, and then taking Akagi and Amagi away. Unexpectedly, Chi-Ching took the initiative, which accelerated Ningle's plan. Commander Ningle, what do you want to do? At this moment, Tianqing looked somewhat uneasy. He found it increasingly difficult to understand the commander before him. Although she really wanted to become his Shipgirl, her original plan was to leave Nagato in Sakura Empire as the flagship while she and her sister would accompany the commander away from Sakura Empire. But unexpectedly, Nagato became the Yamato-class flagship, directly overruling objections and appointing Tosa as the new flagship. Haha, didn't you two say you wanted to become my Shipgirls? Now Sakura Empire has a new flagship. Ningla looked at Chi-Ching and Tianqing with a very greedy gaze. Even the usually Yandere Akagi shuddered. So, I, Royal Commander Ningle, invite Amagi and Akagi to become my Shipgirls. I wonder if you two would accept. As Ningle extended the invitation, 2 streams of spiritual energy also entered Akagi and Amagi's bodies. Once the two accept Ningle's invitation, they will become Ningle's Shipgirls. I agree. Akaji did not hesitate at all. She never expected that all Ningle had done was just to invite the two sisters to become her ship girls. This is the same idea Akaji had back then, except that the current flagship is not Nagato, but Tosa. However, as long as I can be with the commander, none of this matters. Just as Akaji was about to accept Ningle's contract. Wait, sister, if Nagato doesn't stay in Sakura Empire, Tosa won't be able to control those greedy commanders at all. Amaji's words instantly brought Akaji to her senses. Yes, if she and her sister left Sakura Empire, those greedy commanders would definitely launch a massive manhunt for Sakura Empire's shipgirls. Oh, which commanders did this? Ninglu countered with a question about Tianqing. At this point, no difficulty can stop me from rescuing you too. If I'm worried about a commander riot, I'll just destroy their port area tomorrow morning. He had endured a month of torment in Sakura Empire in preparation for this day. You've seen the commander who's leading the group before? He's the same Commander Wang Ba from the Dragon King Cup. Wang Ba's port is very powerful, with more than 100 nameless shipgirls. At the same time, he is also searching for rare ships, mainly for the purpose of making oaths. Amaji recounted the story of the Sakura Empire commander in detail. This Wang Ba is the representative of the ship-collecting faction. As long as my sister and I leave, it will spare no effort to collect the Sakura Empire's shipgirls. Is it Wang Ba again? I was planning to deal with you after dealing with the Siren Tide, but it seems I have to strike now. Ninglu had already made up his mind to deal with this powerful port area before leaving Sakura Empire. Would getting rid of this Commander Wang Ba make those commanders who have ulterior motives towards the ship girls behave themselves? Ninglu countered with a question. The two sisters looked at each other and nodded. You can rest assured about that. I will take care of Wang Ba before I leave. With my strength, it will be very easy. Ninglu revealed a confident smile. Including Amaji and Akaji, he had 5 capital ships at his disposal. Such strength would easily overwhelm a commander whose entire fleet consists of nameless shipgirls. In that case, Commander, I am willing to become your shipgirl. From today onwards, Akaji belongs to the commander. Chapter 65 Big Sister Gone. System, you've tricked me. Ninglu felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Finally, he had obtained the great fox he had been longing for. A new ship girl has been detected under the commander's contract. She is not compatible with the system module. Commander, please make adjustments. What's going on? There's a problem with the module system. The level 4 unlocked module panel allows you to adjust the appearance of the ship girls, which is a feature that Ninglu really likes. Akaji. Current character design. Adult ship, large thunderbolt, brown hair, Kemonomami, animal-eared girl. Foxtail, Yandere, obsessive, possessive. Skin slots are empty. Amaji. Current character design. Adult ship, large thunderbolt, brown hair, Kemonomami, animal-eared girl. Foxtail, sickly, gentle. Skin slots are empty. Detecting abnormal attributes, large thunder, and adult ship. Ninglu. System, you're targeting me. You're targeting me. I finally managed to catch this big fox. You can't do this to me. Commander, please read the system manual. You have not read it yet. Would you like to read it now? When did we start having an instruction manual? I didn't know that. Just as Ninglu was about to read the system manual, the system took action first. Bang, bang. 2 plumes of white mist enveloped Qiqing and Tianqing. The smoke dissipated. Sister, why have you shrunk? I've shrunk too. Akaji asked in surprise, while looking at her commander. Little sweet orange, little Akaji? The commander's pillar of support? Ninglu was stunned. He never expected the system to pull this trick on him, confiscating the big fox and replacing it with 2 small boats. What's going on, Commander? Nagato also looked at Ninglu with a puzzled expression. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. Ninglu opened the system's instruction manual. Shipgirl Command System File Version. Rule 1. Commanders can only obtain juvenile ships through this system. Rule 2. Contracted shipgirls will have their attributes confiscated and be turned into infant ships. Rule 3. Commanders can spend cubes to unlock attributes that do not conform to the system. Does this mean my goal of salvaging a large ship is doomed to fail? The big fox I finally managed to catch. Ninglu collapsed. Commander, why have we shrunk? Xiao Tianqing asked in confusion. The little Amaji and little Akaji have been transformed into destroyers measuring 1.3 meters in length. Commander, what happened? How did Akaji and Amaji become like this? Nagato also looked at Ninglu with a puzzled expression. The one who was most shocked was Akaji. No wonder, the commander's shipgirls are all large ships of tens of thousands of tons, but they are all the size of destroyers. So that's his hobby. Little Akaji covered her mouth and chuckled, revealing an I understand expression. What are these things? I don't want a small boat. Ning Lu was in despair, never expecting the system to deliver such a blow when he was so close to his older sister. If I can't think of a way to explain it, I won't explain it. This is the commander's secret. Don't worry about the details. Get some rest tonight. There are combat missions tomorrow. There was no other way. Given their current condition, Akagi and Amaterasu could not return to Sakura Empire. They could only follow Ningle back to the Hot Spring Inn. The next day, Wangba's port is located at the northernmost tip of Sakura Empire, very close to the sea area where he last encountered the Purifier. Commander, this is it. At this moment, Ningle was standing on the bridge of the Saratoga, watching the radar display screen. Beside them, little Qiqing and little Tiansheng looked at the huge screen in front of Ning Lu with curiosity. Commander, what are these? Why are these green dots moving? Little Akagi stood on tiptoe and asked in confusion, fiddling with the green dot on the screen. This is called radar. It can detect the movements of enemies 300 kilometers away. Only Saratoga in the entire fleet has it. Saratoga put his hands on his hips and said with a smug look on his face, Commander, could you get one for Akagi too? Both Akagi and Amagi were shocked to hear that the enemy could be detected 300 kilometers away. Little Akagi boldly grabbed Ning Li's arm and started to act coquettishly. Once we have enough supplies, we'll renovate it for you. Ning Lu patted Xiao Qiqing's head. Ningle accepted the system's settings. There was no other way. Little Amagi and little Akagi were just fine. They were the commander's pillars of support. However, he can't escape the accusation of being a lolicon. As fellow aircraft carriers, Akagi was very curious about Saratoga's hull. Upon arriving in Saratoga, Akagi kept asking questions. Modernized aircraft carriers have many weapons that are quite different from those used in World War II. Knowing that the Ningle contract with Little Red City meant Saratoga was in great danger. That idiot commander stops thinking when he's around older women. I have to keep an eye on him. But now, seeing the tiny Akagi and the tiny Tinjo before him, Saratoga wore a smug expression. She didn't know why all the shipgirls under her commander's contract turned into such lowly-like figures, but Saratoga's sense of crisis instantly decreased. Hee, if you're older sisters, I can't do anything about you, but with a figure like that, I won't lose to you. These carrier-based aircraft are so big, how do they take off? This is called the F-14 Panda. It's a jet-powered carrier-based aircraft, and it's the exclusive carrier-based aircraft for the Saratoga. What are these? Why are there only 2 secondary guns? This is called the Phalanx close-in weapon system, and it's Saratoga's exclusive equipment. Little Akagi kept asking, and Saratoga was answering. Saratoga felt a great sense of accomplishment from seeing that naive, unworldly demeanor. Carrier-based aircraft are approaching. Saratoga was instantly jolted awake and shouted loudly. Distance 130 kilometers, altitude 2,000 meters. Saratoga immediately went into combat mode and went to the radar. Commander, shall we launch the carrier-based aircraft? Upon hearing that the enemy had been discovered, Koichijo immediately requested permission to engage in battle. But when you can clearly hear the enemy's distance. Wait, my carrier-based aircraft can't find planes that far away. So, Akagi's attention shifted to Saratoga. 2 Panda aircraft take off, carrying air-to-air missiles. Ninglu gave the order. The Saratoga is now capable of controlling 2 carrier-based aircraft for basic combat. Jet aircraft have a significant advantage over propeller aircraft. As long as you can lock onto the target, you can complete the attack. Kojiro was also very curious. He had only seen the Saratoga battle from afar before and had never had the opportunity to observe this carrier-based aircraft up close. With a wingspan of 19 meters, it is very imposing when viewed from the bridge, coupled with the huge roar of the jet engines. With Saratoga in control, the 2 carrier-based aircraft entered the catapult slots. Ready to launch. With Saratoga's command, the massive carrier-based aircraft launched towards the bow of the ship. This takeoff speed is faster than the maximum speed of my carrier-based aircraft. Akagi looked on in surprise the whole time, while Saratoga looked smug. Focused on controlling its carrier-based aircraft, Saratoga maintained an altitude of over 8,000 meters, an altitude that propeller-driven aircraft could not detect. As Ningle slowly approached, it also entered the reconnaissance range of the propeller plane. These are the shipgirls of Commander Wangba. You have entered the waters controlled by my port. Please state your identities. A clear voice came through the radio. Ninglu looked at the little Akagi standing to the side, and the little Akagi seemed to realize it as well, and stepped forward to speak into the microphone. This is the Sakura Empire flagship. Hello, Akagi. We suspect that Commander Wangba has violated regulations by keeping Sakura Empire ship girls privately. There was no reply on the radio, but after a while, a response came from the other end. Please don't be silly, Shipgirl. Lady Akaji's voice isn't that childish. Little Akaji then realized that she had shrunk and was no longer the same Akaji as before. Chapter 66 Raid on Wangba Port. Commander, it seems unlikely that he will let us in. Little Akaji said with a hint of helplessness. He is no longer the flagship of the Sakura Empire, so using his identity to enter the port won't work. It's okay, we never intended to resolve the issue peacefully in the first place. As a commander, especially one who wants to keep swearing oaths to Shipgirls, how could I possibly hand over Shipgirls so easily? Nagato, Warspite, deploy your ships. Akaji and Amaji, you two will provide cover at the back. This time, Ning Lu planned to send Nagato and Warspite to the front as the main offensive force. Saratoga serves as a support. Harpoon anti-ship missiles had very limited damage to armored warships in World War II. Even though they could crush sirens in the past, they still had to be cautious when facing a human-commanded fleet. In comparison, Warspite's 419mm guns and Nagato's 460mm guns could easily overwhelm the armor of most warships here. The downside is that battleships have very weak anti-air defenses. However, the F-14 Tomcat currently deployed in the Saratoga is essentially an air superiority fighter. Gaining air superiority is a piece of cake. Yes, don't worry about leaving it to me, Commander. Warspite patted his chest and assured Ningle. Yes, Commander. Nagato remained expressionless, but both of them were obedient and had already reached the surface of the sea to deploy their ship. The 270-meter Warspite and the 260-meter-long Gate, like two giant steel beasts of the sea, sailed towards Wangba's port area. This is bad, Commander. A fleet has been spotted approaching our port area. It consists of 2 warships and 3 aircraft carriers. The aircraft carrier Shipgirl conveyed the situation here to Wangba through a telepathic connection. Do you really think I, Wangba, am made of clay? Hide this destroyer, and the rest of you Shipgirls, come with me. At this moment, a community resident with a full head of silver hair was hiding in Wangba's captain's cabin. This is a destroyer that Wangba just built, intending to build a bond with it. You ruined my plans. I was hoping to get a taste of this destroyer tonight. 2 Tomcats, 1 diving, approached the carrier-based aircraft group in front of Ningle. 4 carrier-based aircraft were still circling over the Ningle fleet. We can't afford to have these carrier-based aircraft break down in the next operation. Let Saratoga take care of them. Yes, sir. Saratoga saluted Ninler before launching 4 Sidewinder missiles from 2 Tomcats. What's going on? Where are my carrier-based aircraft? Just moments ago, this unnamed ship was controlling its carrier-based aircraft to monitor Ning Lu and his crew's movements. But in an instant, all 4 of its carrier-based aircraft were shot down simultaneously. Commander, my carrier-based aircraft has been shot down. Just as the nameless Shipgirl finished her report, she heard a whooshing sound coming from the distant sky. What's that? A cannonball. The test station and Nagato opened fire. A large-caliber high-explosive shell slammed into the deck of the nameless Shipgirl's aircraft carrier, instantly leaving the deck riddled with craters and rendering it impossible for carrier-based aircraft to take off. This round of bombing not only caused a fire, but also reduced the nameless Shipgirl's health by half. Commander, I'm under attack. The ship is on fire. The nameless Shipgirl panicked and turned to flee towards the port area. The troublesome fly is done. Now it's your turn. Ningle watched all of this on the radar. Ningle not only has combat experience in naval gunnery, but also modern combat experience that can overwhelm the world. Seizing air superiority is the key to winning a naval battle. Ningle took control of Saratoga and launched 20 Tomcats, all equipped with Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. The airspace is now safe. You can do whatever you want with Little Red City and Little Heaven City. This time, Ningle only strengthened the spirit of the Shipgirls, but did not control their ship bodies. This is also a process of getting the fleet in sync. Little Akaji and Little Amaji have just become their own Shipgirls and are not yet familiar with the combat methods in the fleet. That familiar feeling again, it's the commander's aura. Because Ning Li's spirit entered Akaji's ship, Akaji began to go mad again. There's no way to deal with this little vixen. Even if she turns into a mini Akaji, she'll still be the same. At this moment, Ning Lu was even somewhat relieved. If there really was such a big fox in the fleet, he really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Listen up, everyone, we are now assigning combat missions. Saratoga, you take control of the airspace and shoot down all the carrier-based aircraft that take off. Little Akaji and Little Amaji, you are responsible for attacking cruisers and destroyers to prevent them from getting close to the fleet. Warspite, Nagato, re-equip with armor-piercing shells and focus on attacking enemy aircraft carriers and battleships. Ning Li's arrangement caught Xiao Tianqing's eye. As a former strategist of the Sakura Empire, he also commanded many battles. However, under Ning Li's novel tactics, Tianqing could only say that the battles he had commanded before were nothing. The commander's combat capabilities are amazing. He's put each of us in the most suitable position. Amaji's soft voice rang out in the fleet channel. Haha, of course, my commander is the best. Hearing someone praise Commander Saratoga, he looked proud. We'll talk about that when we get back. Their carrier-based aircraft have taken off. Ningle interrupted everyone. He had already seen on the radar a dense swarm of carrier-based aircraft rushing toward his fleet. According to Ning Li's calculations, this squadron has at least 50 carrier-based aircraft. Saratoga is watching your performance. Yes, Commander. Originally, Saratoga could only control 2 carrier-based aircraft, but with the support of the Ningle spirit, Saratoga can now easily control 20 carrier-based aircraft. Hold on tight. 20 Tomcats engaged afterburners and charged toward the distant group of propeller planes. Huh? What's that? Although most of the Shipgirls in Wang Ba's game are unnamed ships. However, these Shipgirls are all of high level, generally above level 40. These aircraft carrier Shipgirls immediately spotted several strange planes approaching from a distance. Commander, we have spotted enemy carrier-based aircraft approaching us. Oh no, it's Ningle's carrier-based aircraft. Run, those aircraft are on the move. Before Wang Ba could finish speaking, all 20 Tomcats launched all of their Sidewinder missiles. A barrage of missiles rained down on the group of aircraft. No, get out of the way quickly. Sidewinder missiles travel at speeds of Mach 3 or higher, covering distances of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. 80 air-to-air missiles came crashing down, and the carrier-based aircraft were shot down before they even had a chance to react. The commander's carrier-based aircraft have all been shot down. The aircraft carrier girls' voices trembled slightly. They had never encountered such a terrifying enemy before. Not even the sirens had ever felt such pressure. Damn it. Keep taking off. We can't let them enter the port area. Commander Wang Ba was genuinely afraid. He had witnessed Ning Li's carrier-based aircraft during the Dragon King Cup. At the time, there were only 2 of them, yet they managed to manipulate the top-tier aircraft carrier Shipgirls of their 9 commanders. There are now 20 of them here. These strange carrier-based aircraft cannot be allowed to approach the port area. Chapter 67 Attack on the Port Area, Dragon Fist. The enemy has been cleared out, Commander. At this moment, Saratoga had taken control of the sky. As soon as a Shipgirl takes off from the Wangba port area, a missile will fly in from a distance and shoot her down. What if the commander's carrier-based aircraft are shot down by flying torpedoes as soon as they take off, and they can't take off? At this moment, the Shipgirls in Wangba port looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The loss of numerous carrier-based aircraft has left their hangars empty and rendered them combat ineffective. Damn it, where are the cruisers? Shoot down those planes. As the fleet's air defense experts, the cruisers are responsible for the airspace security of the entire fleet. No, our anti-aircraft guns can't keep up with those planes at all. Damn it, didn't the destroyer find the enemy? No, Commander. As soon as we leave the cruiser's air defense range, a large number of carrier-based aircraft will chase after us and attack us. Everything is progressing steadily according to Ning Li's plan. Besides his strong ability to control Shipgirls, I didn't expect the commander to have such a strong command talent. At this moment, Xiao Chinking was looking at his commander with an admiring gaze. Unfortunately, Ningla couldn't see any of these. At this moment, Ningle was focused on controlling Warspite and Nagato, aiming at the enemy's aircraft carriers and battleships. The older female characters in these fleets generally stayed at the very back of the fleet, and Nagato and Warspite would expose their positions once they opened fire. Therefore, you must be certain of hitting the target before firing. We've located the enemy's aircraft carrier, Commander. Nagato's voice came through the command channel. Good. Long-range artillery fire cannot be left to these little Shipgirls. Their gunnery skills are not as refined as Ningle's. To achieve the effect of Dragon Fist, Ningle herself has to take the lead. Ningle then controlled the Nagato to slowly rotate its turret. 9 460mm naval guns slowly pointed towards Wangba's port area in the distance. Keep an eye on Nagato. This is called Dragon Fist. 9 naval guns fired simultaneously, accompanied by a resounding boom, as 9 460mm armor-piercing shells flew toward an aircraft carrier in the distance. The shell traced a graceful trajectory through the air before landing on the aircraft carrier Shipgirl's deck. At the same time, Nagato opened fire, exposing himself to the enemy's view. Commander has spotted the enemy battleship. A cruiser Shipgirl reported to Wang Ba. Very good. Everyone concentrate your firepower and prioritize attacking that battleship girl. Just as Wang Ba and the other shipgirls were adjusting their cannons to turn towards Nagato, a huge explosion rang out behind them. Ah! A scream echoed throughout Wang Ba's mental space. This is the sound that only a shipgirl makes when she is sunk. Commander, it's that battleship. She completely outclassed the aircraft carrier in the brief introduction. The shipgirls, who were still adjusting their cannons, felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this news in the mental channel. Keep in mind that the aircraft carrier was a full 20 kilometers away from the battleship that fired the guns. It's incredible that it hit at such a distance, and even managed to kill instantly. Wow, that's amazing, Commander. Nagato's eyes were filled with stars at that moment. Previously, when Ning performed the devastating attack, Nagato had not yet been built. This was the first time he had killed an opponent from 20 kilometers away. Haha, your commander has many more impressive qualities. Even Saratoga, standing beside him, cast an admiring glance his way. Ning thoroughly enjoyed the adoring looks these naive shipgirls gave him. As the commander of the Azur Lane world, in addition to having the right to rule over the shipgirls, he also enjoys their admiration. That's why so many people dream of becoming a commander. Nagato's favorability has increased to 75. The system also expressed its approval of Ning. All right, Nagato, now prepare to face the baptism of gunfire. Before Nagato could understand what Ning meant, he felt a tickling sensation all over his body. A large group of cruisers approached Nagato and began unleashing their firepower. However, these light guns, with a maximum caliber of only 203 millimeters, could not cause any damage to Nagato. Except for the weak points, the armor distribution of the Yamato-class ships is excellent. A 203 millimeters naval gun like that can only scratch the surface of the Nagato. Oh no, Commander Nagato is on fire. However, the biggest weakness of the Yamato class is that it is very vulnerable to being set on fire. At this moment, two flames had ignited on Nagato's body. Unlike Warspite, she had not awakened any skills. Nagato's current ship hull is the pure Yamato class hull from the game. Nagato, with only a regular repair team, cannot easily resist fire damage like Warspite. But, Nagato, look at your current health. The sound of the name entered Nagato's mind. My health points? 100,000. This is the Yamato-class battleship, which is famous for its high HP and ample lightning protection. Definitely a super big ship girl. Of course, Ning wouldn't let Nagato get beaten up like that for nothing. War-weary troops also opened fire. However, Warspite's target was these cruisers in the front row. Boom. Devastating strike. Oh, Commander, how's it going? Warspite has also delivered a devastating blow. The Conqueror's 419mm high-explosive shell is the most powerful high-explosive shell in the entire game. Warspite's main guns are even more terrifying than Nagato's 460mm guns against lightly armored targets. A salvo of 12 missiles, if more than half of them hit, can instantly kill all the cruisers present. Oh, war weariness is really something. Warspite, the battleship with the longest range of hits in history, was a testament to design talent. Ning only taught Warspite a few times, and Warspite was already able to skillfully aim at distant enemies. I was able to achieve this result thanks to the commander's individual instruction. Warweary said modestly. Commander, could you teach Akagi a lesson? Upon hearing Warspite mention individual instruction, Akagi immediately became interested. However, it is clear that this interest is not in teaching, but in individual practice. Even after being transformed into a small boat, Akagi remained true to her nature. Okay, but it can only be done after you finish the modifications. Ning has also gotten used to the current Zyakaiking. Although it's not as big as a ship, a destroyer is still pretty good. Military police warning. Ahem, little boat, be obedient. With the cooperation of Warspite and Nagato, the unnamed destroyers also fled towards the port area. No, Commander, we simply can't withstand those two battleships. They're too tough, and their guns are incredibly accurate. Several of our sisters have already perished at sea. At this moment, Commander Wang Ba was already slumped in the captain's cabin. He knew he couldn't withstand Ning's fleet, especially after that enormous and terrifying battleship appeared. After identification by their own shipgirls, it was confirmed that it was a Yamato-class battleship. Faced with such top-tier Sakura Empire shipgirls, no amount of nameless ships would be of any use. Commander, why don't we leave first? We can rebuild the port if it's gone. The Overlord, standing nearby, offered a reminder. As the initial ship for the King of Hegemony, the safety of the commander must be taken into consideration first. Damn it, we've really bitten off more than we can chew this time. But don't get cocky. Once I get in touch with the other commanders, we'll take over the entire Sakura Empire. Wang Ba said viciously. Let's go? So, escorted by several shipgirls, Wang Ba headed towards the port. The commander has found that Wang Ba. Saratoga's voice rang in my ears. This Wang Ba is definitely not the kind of commander who would stubbornly defend the port area. Therefore, Ning Lu had long been prepared for Wang Ba to escape. He had the 2 Tomcat carrier-based aircraft from Saratoga monitor the activities in the port area well in advance. At this moment, Wang Ba was wearing a white naval uniform, surrounded by 4 shipgirls, one of whom was the overlord that Ning Lu had seen before. Saratoga, harpoon anti-ship missiles ready. Did you think anti-ship missiles couldn't hit you on land? You're surrounded by shipgirls, and shipgirls are warships. That's right, the 2 Tomcats that Ningle arranged were not equipped with Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, but with 2 harpoon anti-ship missiles. This was specifically designed for decapitation operations. If the shipgirl unfolds her hull, these 4 harpoon anti-ship missiles will be completely ineffective against the battleship's thick armor. But now Wang Ba and the shipgirls around him are not under the protection of armor. Then, Chapter 68, Capturing Wang Ba Alive, Unexpected Gains. 4 harpoon anti-ship missiles flew toward Wang Ba's location. Oh no, Commander, run. The overlord was the first to react. The unprecedented whistling sound of missiles sent chills down his spine. A sense of danger made him instinctively push Wang Ba away. Bang! The enormous explosion reverberated throughout the entire port area. All the shipgirls heard it and felt that their 3 shipgirl companions had left them. Anti-ship missiles have a very high explosive power. If it weren't for the overlord pushing Wang Ba away, he would probably have been blown to pieces with his human body. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, damn Ningle. Coming to his senses, Wang Ba hurriedly went to check on his shipgirls. He had already sensed that 3 shipgirls had left him. However, the connection to the overlord still exists. Commander, run. The overlord looked extremely disheveled at that moment. Just as the anti-ship missile approached him, he pushed Wang Ba away and deployed the ship's rigging, thus withstanding the immense power of the anti-ship missile. However, he was also seriously injured at this moment, with only a few thousand health points left. Your current condition requires treatment. Wang Ba was already small and thin, but at this moment he suddenly unleashed tremendous strength, holding the girl in his arms and running away from the port area. This is an air raid shelter, which is also a warehouse for storing supplies in the port area. Once they reached a safe place, Wang Ba used his skills to begin healing the overlord's injuries. As a level 4 commander, Wang Ba has the ability to restore 20% of a shipgirl's HP. At the same time, Wang Ba also felt that his shipgirls were still leaving him one after another. The interrupted signals told him that he had lost this battle. Can't humans like shipgirls? Wang Ba simply liked cute shipgirls and wanted to spend his life with them, which is why he came up with the idea of making a vow with the shipgirls. Because after making an oath, the shipgirls become just like humans. But in the end, I couldn't resist the temptation. Having one shipgirl isn't enough. We need a second and a third. To this day, he already has 10 sworn shipgirls in his port. We can't let these girls die in vain. Looking at the weakened overlord before him, Overlord knew he had to make a decision. Shoot a signal flare, and we surrender. The news quickly reached a cruiser engaged in battle with Ningle. The Shipgirl obeyed the order, fired a red signal flare, and raised a white flag while waving it on the deck. At the same time, the other Shipgirls also received orders to cease fire. Commander, they've surrendered. Saratoga, who was controlling the carrier-based aircraft, was the first to spot the surrendered Shipgirl and spoke to Ningle. Ningle breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little reluctant to harm the adorable Shipgirls. Everyone, be on alert as we approach Wang Ba Port. Ningle gave the order to move closer. At this moment, Commander Wang Ba had already returned to his port office. He designed this place to be extremely luxurious. Wang Ba was once a commander who was extremely passionate about Shipgirls. But later he began to develop an interest in the bodies of the Shipgirls. Once he learned how to swear an oath to a Shipgirl, he became completely obsessed. Ning Lu and his group have arrived at Wang Ba's port area. Is this the port? Commander, when will we have our own port? Nagato looked around, puzzled, and asked. This question really stumped Ning Lu, who had only attended the Commander's Academy for a few days and had never actually learned this knowledge. Once the Commander is capable of handling things independently, we can apply to the Royal Navy. Xiao Qicheng, walking beside him, seemed to sense Ning Li's embarrassment and replied. Ningle did not allow Sarato to join Warspite and accompany him to the island. He needed to ensure his own safety, so Saratoga continued to control the entire airspace, while Warspite aimed his cannons at the gathered Shipgirls. "Hello, Commander Wang Ba. Please terminate your contract with the Shipgirls and come with us." At this moment, Akaji put away the expression he had shown towards the commander and spoke to Wang Ba with a serious face. "Who are you?" Looking at the beast-eared lowly in the red kimono in front of him, Wang Ba asked with some confusion. "Ahem, I am Akaji, the flagship of the Sakura Empire." Wang Ba then realized that the beast-eared lowly in front of him did indeed resemble the former queen somewhat. But why is Akaji, who is clearly an older sister type, transformed into this beast-eared lowly? "You don't need to know any of this. Just leave the Shipgirl section and come with us." "Lord Akaji, could you please preserve my contract with the commander?" Standing next to Wang Ba, Ba Wanghao said with a pleading expression. "I am the commander's initial ship. Can I retain my contract with the commander?" The Overlord was just an unnamed ship and could not swear an oath with its commander. This is also a regret in the heart of the Overlord, who clearly loves his commander very much, but cannot be together with him. He cannot accept the termination of the contract now. "There's nothing I can do, Overlord. This is what I deserve. I violated the rules of Sakura Empire," Wang Ba said somewhat dejectedly. "But Commander, I am your initial ship. I have been with you for so long, and I really don't want to leave." Overwhelmed with emotion, Overlord threw himself into the commander's arms and burst into tears. Is this the bond between Shipgirls and commanders? Something that transcends even affection levels. Seeing the scene before him, Ning Lu felt a little soft-hearted. For a long time, Tosa arrived with the Coast Guard. Wang Ba was also taken away by them, along with his Shipgirls. Shipgirls whose contracts are terminated will become wild Shipgirls again, and can choose to work in Sakura Empire or find a new commander. "We're leaving now. Sister, you and your commander are in charge here." Tosa gave Akaji a knowing look. This is a veteran commander. There's still a warehouse full of resources in the port that haven't been taken away. Tuzwa also knew that his two older sisters had already followed the commander in front of him, which could be considered as a dowry from the Sakura Empire. "Okay, let's go back to Tosa. Leave this place to us." Little Akaji stretched out her delicate pink hand, stood on tiptoe, and patted Tosa's shoulder. "Sister, are you sure it's okay for you to become like this? Your commander doesn't have any special hobbies, does he?" As they left the port, Tosa thought with some ill intent. He had also heard that some commanders particularly liked small boats. The soft and small appearance of characters like Akaji and Amaji is very popular with the commanders. Well, since it's the sister's choice, there's nothing we can do about it. "Achoo, do you have a cold, Commander?" Xiao Tianqing asked with concern. Although it's a small boat now, Xiao Shenqing still shows the gentleness of an older sister. "It's nothing, my nose is just itchy." Maybe some fat dinosaur is missing me," Ning Lu thought to himself. This trip to Sakura Empire was originally just to complete the main quest, but I didn't expect to gain so much. Moreover, the sirens will not arrive at the royal palace for another 2 months, so I have plenty of time. "Commander, there are still many supplies to collect in Commander Wang Ba's port area. We need to hurry." After seeing Tosa off, Kotenki came back skipping and hopping. "Okay, let's tidy it up then." After finishing speaking, Ning Lu began to organize the items in Commander Wang Ba's command room. There's not much here, just a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. Ninglu rummaged through the wardrobe for a long time and found only some basic commander books. This Wang Ba is clearly a very capable commander, but I didn't expect his command room to be so shabby. Ninglu complained. "I picked up an anchor ornament from the table." "Huh? Why can't I pick it up?" So Ninglu twisted the anchor ornament in front of him with force. "I just don't believe it." Just as Ning Lu used all his strength to twist the anchor ornament in front of him. Squeak. A mechanical whirring sound came from behind Ning Lu. Could this be the legendary secret chamber? A hidden door appeared behind Ning Lu. Clearly, the anchor ornament that Ninglu had just moved was the mechanism to open the secret door. "There's a treasure room, Commander," little Akaji said excitedly. "I knew that such a lecherous commander would be hiding some treasures, maybe even Shipgirl skins." "Little Akaji, even if you turned into a small boat, you'd still be driving. The wheels are practically hitting my face," Ning Lu thought to himself. When he discovered the treasure room, he thought it would contain some Rubik's cubes or supplies. But after being provoked by Akaji, he began to imagine some disgusting items that might appear in this secret room. What could it be? Ning Lu was getting more and more excited. The door to the treasure room wasn't very heavy. He could push it open with one hand. Behind the door was a staircase leading downwards, and Ninglu walked to the end of it to a small room. I never expected that Wang Ba would be so cunning, actually keeping a mistress in a golden house. She's a silver-haired lowly with animal ears. Chapter 69 Rescuing the Shipgirls, Wang Ba's secret. It's Yudachi, from the southern hemisphere. The ship girl appearing in the basement at this moment is none other than Cerberus's Yudachi. Don't come any closer. Upon seeing the man before her, Yudachi trembled and shrank back. Having just been taken to the office by that commander named Wang Ba, Yudachi had already foreseen her fate. But something seemed to have happened. The commander tried to lock himself up again. Yudachi also planned to escape, but for some reason, the collar around her neck made her completely powerless. The current Yudachi wears a collar around its neck, with the other end attached to an iron ring on the wall. Such collars shouldn't be able to restrain ship girls at all, but for some reason, after being put on the collar, she felt completely powerless. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. I won't hurt you. Ningle raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. However, Yudachi did not let his guard down. His red eyes watched Ning Li's every move. Ning Li stepped forward and untied the rope that was tied to the wall. The movements were slow, as if afraid of disturbing Yudachi in front of him. The moment the rope loosened, Yudachi lunged at Ningle. With fingernails extended, it reached out to grab Ning Lu. You despicable humans, I will never trust you again. Ning Lu reacted quickly, grabbing Yudachi's hand that was swinging at him with one hand and grabbing his shoulder with the other. He pressed Yudachi to the ground. Although Yudachi is cute, it's not worth getting injured because of this. The sounds coming from the basement alerted Tianqing, who was waiting outside. When the city entered, it saw its commander pinning a white-haired destroyer to the ground. There are even shipgirls. Amaji exclaimed in surprise. If it weren't for the fact that the shipgirl's superhuman strength is useless in front of the commander, it would be Ningle who is pinned to the ground right now. Huh? Isn't this Yudachi? Didn't you go out to sea on a mission? What are you doing here? Amaji was puzzled, but then she realized that the ship in front of her was the Sakura Empire's Yudachi destroyer. Let me go? Now that you know my identity, once I return to Sakura Empire and tell Lord Akaji what happened here, you will all die. Yudachi felt a glimmer of hope when she realized she had been recognized. Yudachi had never seen this ship girl before, but she was certain that she wasn't one of Commander Wang Ba's ship girls. Oh, report to Lord Akaji. Yes, I am Lady Akaji's right-hand man. If she knew what you did to me, she would definitely make you pay the price. Yudachi was pinned to the ground. She was still struggling, but Ning Lu felt that she was very weak, almost like she was being coquettish. Little Akaji, come in here for a moment. There's a capable assistant of yours here. Ningle contacted Xiao Qicheng, who was still out searching for supplies, through a telepathic connection. My capable assistant? Yes, Commander, I'll be right there. A moment later, the sound of footsteps approached. Commander, how could any of my men be here? I am. Little Akaji suddenly froze halfway through his sentence, because she saw that her commander was currently on top of a ship girl. What? How can the commander touch other ship girls? Little Akaji, come and meet your capable assistant. Upon hearing Akaji's voice, Ning Lu and Udake turned to look. Isn't that Yudachi? What's she doing here? Little Akaji exclaimed in surprise. Commander, she is my subordinate, Yudachi. Who are you? Who are your subordinates? Upon hearing Akaji's words, Yudachi was initially angry, but was held down by Ning Lu and unable to get up. Little Akaji then realized that he was no longer that big fox. I am Akaji, Yudachi, don't you recognize me? Little Akaji stepped forward, reached out, and wanted to pat Yudachi's head. Seeing Akaji's outstretched hand, Yudachi showed resistance and locked her head. But then he stuck out his nose and smelled it again. It really tastes like Lord Akaji. Lord Akaji, how come you've turned into a child? A moment of silence fell over the scene. Let her go, Commander. Xiao Qicheng said to Ninglo. Yudachi beneath him was clearly less agitated than before, and Ningle loosened his grip on her hands, though he still held onto the leash around her neck to prevent her from doing anything. Yudachi, weren't you supposed to be on a mission? What are you doing here? Akaji remembered that Yudachi had received a very rewarding mission 3 days ago, so why was he being held here now? Lord Akaji, that mission was a trap. I was captured by this commander named Wang Ba not long after we set sail, and then I was imprisoned here. Yudachi touched the collar around her neck and said somewhat dejectedly. That commander named Wang Ba has long since defected to the Sirens. He captures a large number of ship girls, keeps some who are willing to submit to him, and sends the rest to the Sirens for experiments. Because I am a rare ship girl, Wang Ba intends to contract me, but I disagree, and he was just threatening me in the office. Yudachi wanted to jump into Akaji's arms like she used to, but Akaji was now as tall as her. Thank goodness, Lord Akaji, you came to save me. Otherwise, I would have been sent to the Sirens too. Yudachi's downcast expression vanished, and she returned to her lively self. Speaking of which, Lord Akaji, how did you turn into a lowly? After recounting what had happened to her, Yudachi looked at Akaji with curiosity. I never imagined that the aloof and high-ranking Lord Akaji would have such an adorable side. Thinking of this, Yudachi walked up to Akaji and looked him up and down. Yudachi, I am no longer the flagship of Sakura Empire. The current flagship is Kaga, and I already have a commander. Xiao Qiqing looked at Ning Lu beside him. This is my commander, Ning Lu. I was able to rescue you this time, thanks to my commander, who was able to defeat Wang Ba. Yudachi turned to look at the commander who had just been very rough with her. Lord Akaji, are you saying that this commander defeated the entire port area of the king's empire? Yudachi looked at Ning Lu with disbelief in the eyes of the crowd. To be precise, there are only 5 of us Shipgirls. Xiao Tianqing stepped forward and explained. Yudachi also noticed Amaji standing to the side. This is Amajine, who is also Ningle's Shipgirl. Little Akaji explained. To think that this commander could recruit both of Sakura Empire's flagships as Shipgirls, just how strong is he? Yudachi has become curious about you, and her affection level has increased to 45 points. Yudachi's gaze toward Ningle changed, from wariness to admiration. Oh, by the way, did you capture Commander Wang Ba? He has something very dangerous in his possession. As if the sound had just started, Yudachi quickly reminded him. Something dangerous? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 70 Crisis, Emergency Support. That commander named Wang Ba is colluding with the Sirens and is conducting a very dangerous experiment. The Sirens looked serious upon hearing this. Just as everyone was waiting for Yudachi to tell them what happened next, a huge explosion was heard outside. The port area was also affected by the explosion, and even the people in the basement felt a tremor. What's going on? What's the situation outside Saratoga, the warspite? Once he had regained his footing, Ning Lu immediately sent out a telepathic communication. Commander, an explosion has occurred in the distance. That area is now shrouded in a purple energy cloud, making it impossible to see clearly. The sky was filled with Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft, and no movement in this sea area could escape her surveillance. Come on, let's get out of here quickly. When the group arrived at the port, they saw the huge ball of purple energy that Saratoga had mentioned. From Ning Li's perspective, it was a purple energy entity resembling a warship. However, this warship was strange, as it had a hint of white showing through its purple color. That's the direction Tosa and the others left in. Little Akaji said with some concern. Tosa and his group had only left a few minutes ago, and based on their speed, they should be near the purple energy cluster now. Upon hearing this, Ningle took control of the Saratoga carrier-based aircraft, lowered the altitude, and intended to conduct reconnaissance. Just as Ningle was controlling the Tomcat carrier-based aircraft to fly at low altitude, a large amount of snow and electronic interference appeared on the aircraft's targeting screen. What is this? Electromagnetic suppression. How can there be electromagnetic suppression in this world? These are all Shipgirls from World War II. Ningle was surprised, knowing that electronic warfare suppression in naval warfare was not common until the new century. Unexpectedly, this purple energy body in front of me could also perform electromagnetic suppression. Commander, the anti-ship missiles cannot target the objective. Saratoga's voice reported. Ningle also discovered this problem, but fortunately, electromagnetic suppression only affected the use of airborne weapons and did not affect the flight of the Tomcat fighter jet. These early carrier-based aircraft did not yet use a large number of electronic components. Ningle then continued to descend the flight altitude, intending to observe visually. The purple energy warship is a semi-transparent warship. Preliminary estimates suggest that it is at least 400 meters long and 80 meters wide. I don't know if this huge energy body is real or just an energy phantom. Da-da-da. While still flying steadily, the Tomcat launched a short burst of fire from its dive bombardment at the massive energy warship in front of it. A volley of machine gun bullets fired at the energy warship. Ding ding ding. A spark suddenly appeared. It seems that this energy is real. Nagato deployed his ship, as did Amaji and Akaji, while Ningle returned to Saratoga's ship. Commander, that warship. Commander, what are you doing? Saratoga was about to report to Ningle when he saw Ningle, but he was startled by Ningle and Yudachi behind him. What's wrong? Saratoga, don't be nervous. This is Yudachi from Sakura Empire. Ningle thought Saratoga would be nervous about encountering an unfamiliar Shipgirl, but he didn't expect this. Does the commander like this style? Upon hearing Saratoga's words, her face instantly turned red. Ahem, you've misunderstood, Jejia. These are the Shipgirls that Commander Wang Ba kidnapped, and we just rescued them. Ningle reached out and took the collar off Yudachi's neck. Yes, as expected, Yudachi is a large destroyer. It's stronger than some aircraft carriers. Because of his height, Ningle noticed it when he removed the collar from Yudachi's neck. At this moment, pink hearts appeared on Ning Li's body again. Ahem, Commander, what are you looking at? Ningle then realized what was happening and looked at Saratoga with an embarrassed expression. Ahem, focus on the battle, focus on the battle. What a strange aura. How come it's so similar to that of the Purifier? Little Sky City also launched its carrier-based aircraft, which are currently observing the energy warship. This statement reminded Ning Lo. This sea area seems to be the place where Tianqing encountered the Purifiers before. This is definitely not a coincidence. Purifier. How could a boss-level siren come here so easily? While everyone was still studying the energy warship in front of them, suddenly, the warship underwent a new change. The originally illusory and transparent crystals began to solidify, and gradually huge turrets and a bridge appeared. Look, those are the Tosa people. Little Akaji spoke up. Compared to jet-powered carrier-based aircraft, propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft fly at slower speeds, allowing for better observation of details. At that moment, Akaji noticed several people lying on the deck of the massive, now solidified warship. It was Tosa and his men who were escorting Wang Ba. However, they were all unconscious and lying on the deck. Where is Commander Wang Ba? Ning Li's spirit entered the carrier-based aircraft of Shao Qiqing, and he also saw the scene before him. We haven't seen the commander, but our immediate problem is how to deal with this warship. It is 400 meters long and 70 meters wide, with 12 triple-mounted 410mm naval guns distributed on it. There are countless other secondary guns and anti-aircraft guns. This weapon configuration is equivalent to that of a Siren flagship. Commander, that warship seems to have spotted us. The massive turret began to rotate, slowly turning towards the port area where Ningle was located. Bang bang bang. A series of chaotic cannon shots rang out. 36 large-caliber naval guns flew toward Wang Ba's port area. Wang Ba's port area was not large to begin with, and after this round of shelling, not a single intact building could be seen in the port area. Luckily, I boarded the ship early. Ning Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By the time the warship was discovered, Ningle had already returned to the Saratoga. At that moment, he realized that the warship was aimed at him and his group. Everyone, prepare for battle. Saratoga, Akaji, Amaji, away from the combat zone. Nagato, draw fire. Warspite, prepare for artillery fire. In Ningle's fleet, each shipgirl now has her own designated position. Aircraft carriers are responsible for providing vision in the struggle for air superiority. Warspite and Nagato were in charge of the artillery fire. However, there are no heavy cruiser shipgirls in their team who can absorb damage, so they can only let the tough and durable Nagato temporarily fill in. Yudachi stood behind Ningle. He looked at the commander in front of him with a very surprised expression. He's so cool. I feel like he knows more about combat than the shipgirls. This is understandable, as the commanders in this world are more like caregivers. Commanders like Ningle, who can both control shipgirls and direct battles, are extremely rare. Warspite fired the first shot. The distance between Ningle and the giant Siren warship is only 18 kilometers. This distance has entered Nagato's closest detection range. So hiding is completely useless. The key is to fire first. Why doesn't the commander use high explosive shells? Don't you always have to ignite them before you can fire anymore? In his mental world, weary of war and filled with doubt, he asked Ninglu. That warship's armor looks incredibly tough. While your high explosive shells are quite effective at penetrating, they definitely won't be able to penetrate that warship's armor. This was not Ningle's conjecture, but rather observation based on his data panel. In Ning Li's data panel, the armor of the warship in front of him could be described as monstrous. The deck armor reached a terrifying 200 millimeters. The lateral cord is an even more terrifying 1,200 millimeters. High explosive shells cannot penetrate armor of this thickness and cannot even cause damage. Therefore, the ignition tactics commonly used by the Warspite were not applicable. The 419 millimeters armor-piercing shells landed on the deck of the massive Siren warship, sparking a burst of sparks, while several shells also penetrated the armor and entered the warship's interior. This warship is too monstrous. Not only is its armor unusually thick, but it also has so much health. The moment the damage was dealt to the giant Siren, the manned warship's health information appeared on Ningle's panel. Giant Siren battleship, HP, 300,000. Even if every round of shelling hits the core, it would still take 3 rounds of salvo to clear that amount of health. Chapter 71 Desperate Situation, Doghead Strikes. Just seconds after Ningle opened fire, the giant Siren warship launched another round of bombardment. This time, The target was Warspite, who had just fired at them. Bang bang bang. High explosive bombs rained down on the war-weary enemy. It crashed onto the deck, sending up thick smoke. Fire 4. Oh no. Commander, I feel like my whole body is on fire. This round of high explosive bombs has caused significant damage to Warspite. 10 out of 36 shells hit their targets, and 4 fires were set ablaze. At the same time, the 80,000 HP also decreased to 60,000. We can't go head-to-head like this. A blood transfusion is simply not worth it. Ningle realized that the huge Siren warship in front of him was not as bad as the mass-produced warships before him. It possesses extremely strong combat capabilities, and its shooting accuracy far surpasses that of the Siren flagship. Change course. It seems we can't rely on battleships for output this time. The position of the main warship will be revealed when the battleship fires. This is very dangerous. Even if Warspite had the Royal Sword, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a dense barrage of shells. The two battleships began to adjust their course to move away from the massive Siren warship. No, Commander, we can't shake off that warship at all. Warspite and Nagato are both operating at full capacity, but they found themselves still exposed to the other side. Meanwhile, Warspite and Nagato were hit by several more rounds of shelling, and their health was reduced to half. Another round of artillery fire came, this time targeting Nagato. When they attacked the Uha port area, Nagato's repair team had already been used up. He still has 2 flames burning on his body, and his health is less than 30,000. Commander skill activated. Nagato's health is in grave danger, so Ningle can only use his one and only commander skill to restore Nagato's health to 80,000. With a recovery rate of 50, it's very strong. In a normal battle, that's enough to secure victory. But when faced with an enemy that is impossible to defeat or escape from, all they can do is delay the time it takes to be sunk. We need to think of something. Ningle can't let them keep chasing us like this. Ning Li's mind raced, but in this situation, escape was the only option. Is sacrificing one ship, girl, the only way to leave? If nothing else changes, either Nagato or Warspite will be sunk, but that's not what Ningle wants. Impossible. I will not abandon any ship, girl. Ning Lu was still thinking of a solution, his gaze wandering aimlessly around the command room. Wait, there's a destroyer here. Ning Li's mind suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. Uridachi. Ning Li's shout startled Yudachi. Yudachi, only you can save us in this situation. Commander Ningle, I'm just a destroyer. Ningle's gaze was incredibly intense, even making the usually cheerful Yudachi feel somewhat uncomfortable. No, destroyers are very important. The entire fleet could hear the conversation between Ning Lu and Yudachi at that moment. Everyone was connected to a fleet channel. Yudachi, do as the commander says. Little Akagi spoke up. He also realized that in this situation, at least one of Warspite and Nagato would have to be sunk, and little Akagi was already Ningle's ship girl, so of course, she didn't want to see her comrades sacrificed. But what can I do? Hearing Akagi say that, Yudachi was no longer as resistant as before, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Could this commander be sacrificing me to ensure the safety of others? As if sensing Yudachi's doubts and worries, Ningle explained. In this situation, we need to find a way to block the giant Siren warship's line of sight and slow its advance. Only destroyers can do this job. Ningle explained his thoughts. Block their vision? I didn't know I had that ability, but I can certainly slow down the enemy. Yudachi was still very confused. They did not understand Ningle's ideas. I can't explain the details to you, but please trust me. His determined gaze combined with Ning Li's powerful aura. Even Saratoga, who was standing nearby, was infected. The commander looks so handsome now, he's nothing like the sleazy commander he used to be. Saratoga cried out in his heart. Another burst of cannon fire followed. At this moment, Nagato's health has dropped to 50,000. Yudachi had already deployed its hull next to Saratoga. Compared to the massive Saratoga, the Yudachi's hull is much smaller. The 100-meter-long Yudachi stands beside Saratoga like a tugboat. Are you ready, Yudachi? I'm about to initiate a mental connection. Ningle's voice came through the radio. Don't worry, Commander Ningle, I'm level 85. You just need to tell me what to do, and I can fight on my own. Ship girls like Amagi, Akagi, and Yudachi, who are over level 80, can fully control their own ships. For example, Akagi can control 10 fighter jets at once for combat. On ordinary ship girls, only when the commander reaches level 4 can they have the same effect. However, high-level ship girls can achieve this without the commander's bonus. Yudachi was somewhat unconcerned. Just how strong could a human commander's mental power be? Just as Yudachi had this thought, a powerful surge of mental energy suddenly entered his ship. Compared to aircraft carriers or battleships, destroyers have smaller hulls and can accommodate less spiritual energy. Just moments ago, Yudachi was standing with her hands on her hips, radiating confidence, but now she was slumped on the ground. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ningle was not on the Yudachi ship and did not see this scene. He only felt that Yudachi's consciousness was becoming blurred, but he didn't care, since he was the one controlling the ship anyway. Chapter 72, Banishing the Smoke. Controlling the hull of Yudachi, they advanced towards Warspite and Nagato. Warspite, Nagato, come closer. Just as Ningle guessed, he also possessed the skills from the game when he was controlling the destroyer. The Yudachi features standard R-Series smoke and afterburner. R-Series smoke is characterized by its large smoke range and long duration. Following Ningle's orders, Warspite and Nagato moved closer together, while a destroyer was approaching them from their field of vision. Yudachi had just recovered from the mental torment inflicted by Ninglo. The feeling of fullness in my body was still there, but it wasn't as painful as before. This commander's mental fortitude is too strong. Is he even human? Yudachi felt dizzy and slowly stood up, leaning against the cabin wall. As soon as he stood up, he saw himself rushing towards two enormous ships in the distance, and without stopping, he continued to sail towards the giant siren warship. Ah, Commander Ningle, what are you trying to do? I'm just a destroyer. You're not going to use me as bait, are you? Yudachi was yelling in Ningle's mind, but Ningle didn't have time to pay attention to it. Ningle was keeping a close eye on the giant siren warship in the distance, while also calculating the time. Now, sizzle sizzle. A sound like water leaking rang in Yudachi's ears. What's that sound? Why is my butt smoking? Smoke was rising not only from Yudachi's hull, but also from Yudachi's body in the command room. Smoke generator, start. Ningle erected a smoke barrier between the giant siren warships and Nagato Warspite. Unlike in the game, the smoke here doesn't disappear over time. It depends on the wind direction at sea. The sea is calm now, and this wall of smoke will surely last until Warspite and Nagato withdraw from the giant siren's attack range. How did the commander do that? Can destroyers be used like that? Could this be the commander's skill? Including this skill, the commander has already used 4 skills. Xiao Tianqing said in surprise. She also wanted to help Warspite and Nagato fight the giant sirens, but Ningle did not give such an order, for the reason that your cannon caliber is too small to cause any damage. Even the usually gentle Xiao Tianqing was furious upon hearing this. You can say the Shipgirls are stupid or ugly, and these girls don't care, but the thing they hate most is being called small. Both gunboats and aircraft carriers prefer large-sized, large-caliber, and large-tonnage vessels. However, this made Xiao admire his commander even more, as he was able to accurately estimate that his cannons would not cause damage to the giant siren warship. If any other commander were in this situation, they would definitely send all the Shipgirls to meet the enemy. Yudachi was initially worried about why she was smoking, but she also noticed that the giant sirens that had been attacking the 2 battleships had stopped firing. But the momentum of the voyage did not diminish. I didn't even know I had this ability, Commander Ningle. Did you do this? Yudachi's earlier doubts about Ning Lu were replaced by admiration. Yudachi's favorability has increased to 49. The system also affirmed the changes made by Yudachi. System, Yudachi should be considered a small boat, right? Once I reach 50 affection points, I can form a contract with her, right? Yes, Commander. Receiving the system's affirmation makes Ningle's efforts worthwhile. That's not all, Yudachi. Want to experience what it's like to take on a siren one-on-one. Before Yudachi could react, Ningle activated Afterburner, and Yudachi's ship charged toward the giant sirens in the distance. Oh no. Commander Ningle, Yudachi doesn't want to die? Stop. Stop. Yudachi tried her best to control her ship, but to her surprise, she found that she could not control it at all. Even when she tried to use the rudder to change the ship's course, her body was restrained. I can't move at all. And so, Yudachi could only watch as she approached the giant siren warship in the distance. The location is almost there. Ningle, controlling the hull of Yudachi, advanced to a position 7 kilometers from the giant sirens. This position ensures that the Yudachi remains undetected while also guaranteeing the torpedo's hit rate. Upon reaching this position, Ningle chose to stop the ship and turned its course so that the stern was aimed at the giant siren warship in the distance. Torpedo loading. Yudachi uses 2 quadruple 610mm torpedo launchers. The 610mm torpedo has extremely high damage. A single hit can cause 20,000 damage. However, it is unclear how strong the lightning protection zone of the giant siren will be. According to calculations based on Ningle's data panel, The lightning protection zone of the giant siren will not be less than 80. Just kidding. A side armor plate more than a meter thick is definitely very strong. Ningle aimed the 2 torpedo tubes at the giant heat sink in the distance, where the aiming baseline had already appeared in front of him. This is a judgment made by the system based on the speed of the warship in front of it. As long as the warship being targeted does not change its speed and course, it will hit the target 100% of the time. Puff, puff, puff. With a loud thud as something heavy fell into the water, the 8 torpedoes were almost aligned in a straight line. It was launched towards the front of the giant siren warship. "Commander, don't do anything reckless. How could you possibly hit him at this distance and angle?" You shouted in Ningle's spiritual connection. In this world, destroyers will use a wide-area fan-shaped attack to ensure a high hit rate when they want to hit other warships with torpedoes. Ningle's method of launching 8 torpedoes in a way that concentrated almost all of them at one point was tantamount to gambling. The torpedo, hidden underwater, silently made its way towards the giant siren warship in the distance. Ningle controlled Yudachi, maintaining a distance of 8 kilometers, a distance that allowed him to see the giant siren warship without being detected. This commander is really reckless. It seems like he doesn't have any destroyers in his fleet. No wonder he doesn't understand destroyer warfare at all. Yudachi complained, but soon, with a series of huge explosions, his thoughts came to an abrupt end. They actually hit, and all 8 shots hit. At that moment, a series of explosions could be heard from the middle of the giant siren's cabin. The 8 torpedoes hit almost the same spot on the giant 3-man warship. That wasn't the end of it. With the torpedo hitting its target, the giant siren warship was damaged, and its speed began to decrease. "Yay, it's leaking." Yudachi cheered. For a destroyer, a torpedo hit is already a very happy thing. Not to mention anything that could cause leaks in a giant warship. It's important to know that unless you have a special skill, the leaking effect will persist, continuously reducing the warship's speed and also deducting health. Unless it withdraws from battle and transforms into a Shipgirl, this warship can only sink at sea. Chapter 73: War Weariness and Near Death. Sure enough, this lightning protection belt is a bit abnormal. During this time, Ning kept his eyes fixed on the panel in front of him, until the giant 3-person warship was hit by a torpedo. 90% lightning protection belt. The Yudachi just hit the midsection of the ship, which can damage the core area of the warship and is also more prone to leaks. Even so, the 8 heavy torpedoes only caused 16,000 damage. This is equivalent to each torpedo causing only about 2,000 damage. I thought I could steal this giant siren with my dog-headed Yudachi, but it seems that's not going to work. However, Yudachi was not Ningle's means of breaking the deadlock. During this period, Warspite was hidden behind smoke, so firing its cannons would not reveal its position. Ningle continued to have Warspite bombard the area, and at this point, Warspite's reconnaissance aircraft were ready to fire. War-weary reconnaissance aircraft take off. The seaplane at the tail of the Warspite was launched and began to circle at high altitude. At the same time, the power station's field of vision was also elevated to the position of the carrier-based aircraft. "I'm coming in person this time." Ningle only had 4 volley opportunities. Hitting an enemy during the skill's duration will not refresh the skill. Ningle didn't know how long the smoke at sea would last, so he had to make sure that all 4 rounds of mounted archery damage hit the core of the giant siren within those short 120 seconds. The base damage of the Warspite armor-piercing round is 12,000. Now the siren's health is less than 180,000, which means that as long as the core is hit 15 times, this giant siren can be sent back to the sea. The giant siren warship did not attempt to evade it by maintaining a constant speed, so Ningle had a high chance of hitting it. The key issue is that a 200 mm thick plate, if penetrated at a larger angle, could very likely cause ricochets. We can only hope that Lady Luck is on our side. Bang, bang, bang. Ningle took a quick aim and fired a volley. Hit core 5. Hit core 6. The 2 rounds of mounted archery inflicted terrifying damage on the giant siren warship. On a typical battleship, such damage would be enough to send it back to sea 2 or 3 times over. It's the final round. If we hit 4, we win. Ning stared intently at the screen. Only 10 seconds remained before the skill ended. Bang, bang. With the final salvo fired, Warspite's line of sight returned to a position parallel to the ship's hull. It has to hit. Ningle prayed in his heart. Hit core 2. Damn it. I'm still short of 20,000 HP. As luck would have it, a sea breeze suddenly blew up at that moment, dispersing the smoke that had been obstructing the view. After being hit by 3 volleys of mounted archery, the giant siren warship seemed to have found a target to vent its anger on, and concentrated its firepower on the Warspite. "Everyone, Concentrate your firepower on the giant sirens. With 20,000 HP, even if we were left with only half a wound, we could still kill him by scraping him. A barrage of artillery fire was concentrated on the giant siren, including large-caliber naval guns, aerial bombs, and anti-ship missiles. Clusters of fire exploded, and the giant siren warship's health was also being reduced. How could this be? The group's damage was quite effective. But just when the giant siren warship's health was down to only a few thousand, it suddenly began to regenerate health. However, it only has a pitiful 10. But these 10 units also have 20,000 health points, which is enough to support at least 2 rounds of volley fire. Warspite couldn't withstand 2 rounds at all. Its health was now less than 2,000, and it had used up all its royal greatswords. As the siren's cannons were already aimed at Warspite, and even the Shipgirls felt that Warspite might be silenced here. Bang bang bang. A burst of cannon fire came from the giant siren warship in the distance. I'm sorry, Commander Warspite has to take his leave first. Warspite is prepared to remain silent. Shipgirls that are sunk will return to the construction pool to await being built. The commander hopes we can meet again. Wah, Commander, please save Warspite Gadja. I don't want Warspite to be sunk. Upon arriving in this world, Ning Lu had always believed he was invincible thanks to the system's advantages, but now he realized that even with the system's support, he was still helpless when faced with powerful enemies in this world. Ning Li's feelings changed as he watched his favorite ship girls sink before his eyes. He used to just want to come to this world to collect some ship girls, build his own port, and live a simple life. However, achieving these things requires extremely strong capabilities. I'm sorry, war weariness is because the commander doesn't have enough strength. Just when everyone thought Warspite was about to be sunk, the shells didn't fall. Instead, the giant siren warship in the distance exploded again. The explosion was incredibly violent. Several of the giant siren's turrets were even blown into the air. What's going on? It wasn't the giant siren firing its cannon. Ningle then noticed and quickly switched his view to the carrier-based aircraft of the little Akaji. The propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft are not fast, which allows for better observation of the giant sirens. Several small figures stood on the deck of the giant siren, watching the carrier-based aircraft in the sky. That's Tosa, the Tosa commander. Akaji was the first to spot the figures and happily told her commander. You mean that after the commander named Wang Ba took out a black Rubik's Cube and pressed it onto the Overlord, their ship's hull turned into that shape, and you all fell unconscious? At this moment, everyone had gathered on the bridge of Saratoga. Yes, sister. That commander named Wang Ba is colluding with the sirens and is actually developing technology to turn ship girls into sirens. Tosa began to explain what had happened along the way. We had Wang Ba with us, and not long after we left the port, he said he wanted to build the Overlord. He only agreed to terminate the contract on our last meeting. I didn't stop them, so I let them meet. I never expected this. Tosa felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about it. Unexpectedly, Commander Wang Ba pulled out a black Rubik's Cube from his pocket and pressed it against the Queen's chest, which caused the Queen to turn into a giant siren warship. A huge shockwave erupted at the time, and I and the other ship girls were knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself on the deck of that giant siren. I deployed my ship equipment and attacked the core, which is how I defeated it. Ningle sincerely wanted to thank Tosa. If it weren't for Tosa, who woke up in time and sank his warspite with the giant sirens, he might not have made it back. Thank you so much, Tuzwa. If it weren't for you, my ship girl might have been sacrificed. Ninglu walked up to Tosa and said with a sincere expression, It's nothing. It's our duty as ship girls to fight against the sirens. Chapter 74, Raiding the House, A Bountiful Harvest. Even after a major battle, Ningle never forgot his primary purpose in coming here. That's right, they're here to raid our property. I only found a dog-headed Yudachi in the captain's cabin before, and I haven't checked the supply depot yet. But once it was opened, the scene before him stunned Ning Lejeune on the spot. The room was filled with supplies piled up like a small mountain, and 4 brand new Rubik's Cubes were neatly arranged on a shelf at the very back. We've struck it rich. When have we ever fought such a lavish battle? Ning Lu roared inwardly and casually waved his hand, storing all the supplies in the room into his system space. Current experience, 33,000, resources, 2.7 million, Mind Cube 4. This is the first time in Ningle's history that it has possessed so many supplies and Rubik's Cubes. Use the system to view the renovation plans for Tianqing and Qiqing. The fact that Warspite was almost sunk earlier made the previously complacent Ningle more vigilant. To live a happy life with your ship girls, you must have extremely strong abilities. And his biggest advantage is of course the modification system. Right now, the only ship girls that haven't been modified are Little Amagi and Little Akaji. When Ning Lu made the contract with the two sisters, he thought he would be able to live a life where he could have two beautiful foxes on his left and right. Unexpectedly, the system tricked him badly, and he only gained two lowly beast-eared girls. Haha, this time we must go all out. After Akaji is remodeled, our back row of cannons will be fully equipped. Back at the Sakura Empire's Hot Spring Inn, Ning Lu opened the modification system and first brought up Amagi's modification plan. Heavy Gun Battlecruiser Conversion Plan. Displacement, 81,000 tons. Length, 310 meters. Width, 35.9 meters. Speed, 32 knots. Armament, 3x twin 510 millimeters naval guns. Damn, I never thought Amagi could be equipped with a 510 millimeters naval gun. That must be the largest caliber naval gun in human history. In the game, only the Fukushima and Satsuma ships are equipped with this 510 millimeters gun. Its terrifying caliber can almost crush the upper decks of all ship girls. Furthermore, its core damage reached a terrifying 19,400. With such damage combined with terrifying penetration, as long as the aim is accurate enough, it only takes 4 hits to kill an average battleship. Unfortunately, Amagi is still a strategic cruiser, and its armor protection remains its Achilles heel. Despite its massive caliber, the modified Amagi still couldn't match the defensive capabilities of a standard battleship like Nagato. However, I am now a man of 510, so I approve of this modification plan. After that, Ning Lu initiated the renovation plan for Chiching. Yamato-class aircraft carrier. Displacement, 71,890 tons. Length, 266 meters. Width, 41.5 meters. Speed, 27.3 knots. Armament, 8x twin-mounted 127mm Type 89 anti-aircraft guns, 12x 28 mounted. Isn't this the modification plan for the Super White Fox? Could it be that Akaji will turn into Shinano after the modification? The image of the perpetually confused White Fox instantly flashed into Ning Li's mind. Hey system, why won't you allow Big Sister and Big Thunder? Ning Lu was complaining about the system. Such an enticing attribute, yet my system doesn't allow it. This is a system-level setting, please understand, Commander. I just can't do anything with you. Since you've gained power, you'll naturally have to lose something, like delay. The renovation plans for Xiao Qiqing and Xiao Tianqing are not very expensive. They only require 10,000 experience points and 100,000 resources to complete. As the two little girls flashed with white light, the modification of their ship was announced to be complete. Ninglu is not lacking in supplies, but rather in experience. After Ning Lu finished transforming the Snack City and Little Sky City, he only had 13,000 experience points left. However, the experience required for the second transformation was more and more outrageous. Both Saratoga's Ford-class conversion and Warspite's missile battleship conversion require 100,000 experience points. Yang Fan hasn't done any missions during this time, so he hasn't gained any experience at all. It's not just about modification to improve strength. I also have a shopping mall system. Ninglu wouldn't fall into that trap. While modifications can certainly improve the strength of Shipgirls, the various equipment in the shop system also greatly enhances them. The first step is to upgrade the aircraft carrier-based aircraft of the Saratoga. This time, Ninglu discovered that Saratoga's attacks on warships were very limited. Harpoon anti-ship missiles were very effective against cruisers and destroyers, but had little effect on heavily armored targets such as heavy cruisers and battleships. After browsing through the purchase list, Ninglu finally settled on the B-1B Lancer naval version. B-1B Lancer carrier-based version. Maximum takeoff weight 216 tons. Maximum payload 32 tons. Range 12,000 kilometers. It can carry 3 modified Super Heavy Tomahawk cruise missiles, each weighing 10 tons, or 30 JDM joint guided bombs, each weighing 1 ton. Price, 300,000 resources. Damn it, Lancers are on board. A 200-ton behemoth can actually be used as a carrier-based aircraft. Ninglu was also shocked. These long-range strategic bombers basically take off from land-based airfields. Even if they can take off from an aircraft carrier, landing is still a problem. But that's the absurdity of the Shipgirls in this world. The 10-ton Heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missile, even without considering the data, is heavy enough to make it stand out from the crowd. Heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missile, range 1,200 kilometers, armor penetration, equivalent to 1,500 millimeters, damage 30,000, flight speed, Mach 1.5. Such data is quite astonishing even if placed in the front room, and with a weight of 10 tons, Are you sure this isn't a small launch vehicle? However, such terrifying damage and extremely long range are accompanied by extremely terrifying resource consumption. This piece of ship equipment requires a whopping 300,000 units of resources. There's no other way. If we encounter another giant heat source, we'll have to have high damage, high penetration weapons, and equipment. After stealing my heart and making a decision, I still bought it. Saratoga, come to my room. I have a nice gift for you. Ning said in the fleet command channel. Yes, Commander. Jia is on her way. Saratoga arrived at Ninler's room shortly afterward. What good stuff do you have for me, Commander? Saratoga seems like a different person these past few days. She's not as lively as before, but has become very well behaved. It's probably because another Yudachi has checked into the hot spring inn. That's right. After returning to Sakura Empire, Yudachi followed Ning back to the hot spring inn. He was Akaji's subordinate, and now that Akaji has become Ning's shipgirl, Yudachi naturally followed. However, Yudachi's affection level remained at 49, making it impossible to form a contract with her. However, Yudachi's arrival made Saratoga feel a sense of crisis. A real destroyer would be far more popular than this fake one. Especially since Yudachi has the advantage of being located in the southern hemisphere, it stands out among all aircraft carriers and battleships. What Saratoga found most unacceptable was that her commander's eyes were frequently fixed on Yudachi's deck, which made Saratoga feel a sense of crisis. Damn it. I'm clearly an aircraft carrier, with such a much larger tonnage and deck, yet I'm no match for a destroyer. Among all the shipgirls with A-rank ratings, Yudachi's C rank stands out. Even little Akaji and little Tenjo couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Chapter 75 Weapon Testing. Saratoga finally stands up. Ning Lu exchanged the ship equipment from B1B and held it in his hand, playing with it. The data, which appears to be so enormous, is only the size of a palm in Ning's hands. However, such a small aircraft could unleash terrifying power in Saratoga's hands. That damn little Jia is powerful now. He can even launch heavy anti-ship missiles. Ning Lu flipped his hand again, and an anti-ship missile, no bigger than a pin, appeared in his hand. I never expected that a 10-ton anti-ship missile could be so small when mounted on a ship. The heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missile did not exist in the previous version. It weighs 10 tons, has a range of 1,200 kilometers, a penetration depth of 1.5 meters, and can cause 30,000 damage. If Saratoga had had this equipment when dealing with the giant sirens, it would have only needed to launch 2 aircraft to defeat that giant siren warship. At this moment, several shipgirls are licking the ship in the port. No, we're admiring the new hulls of Amaji and Akaji. Needless to say, the little Amaji is a battlecruiser that is much longer than a battleship, and with its massive 510mm guns, even the Nagato was envious. Little Akaji felt he was doing well again. His current ship is also a Yamato class, which is on par with Nagato. Little Akaji and Little Amaji are enjoying the admiration of many Sakura Empire shipgirls. Wow, Lord Akaji has gotten even bigger. And Lord Amaji, your ship's gun caliber is now larger than that of the Yamato class. Yudachi's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Little Akaji and the Little Amaji before her. Hee. Of course, this is the new hull that the commander just gave me. Little Akaji crossed his arms, tilted his head back, and said with a smug look on his face. However, out of the corner of his eye, Akaji glanced at Yudachi's chest. Damn it, I was so big before, but now I'm not even as big as a destroyer. Although she ended up with the commander, Akaji lost something she was proud of. However, Ning's modification of the ship's hull earned him considerable goodwill. The commander is biased. Everyone else got a new ship. Why didn't I? Saratoga felt somewhat depressed. Could it be that the commander really likes animal-eared girls that much? Saratoga looked at the ears on the heads of little Akaji and little Tenjo and the fluffy tails behind them. It does look really tempting to touch. Jia, come to my room. Ning plans to equip Saratoga with AB-1B to test its power, and coincidentally, the Siren Raid is now on cooldown. Yes, I'm here, Commander. It seems the commander hasn't forgotten me. Saratoga skipped and hopped back to the spa hotel. Commander, are you going to modify Gaga? Gaga is ready. Saratoga had just returned from the port and was very envious of others who had new ships. No, Jia, but... At this point, Ning paused deliberately, intentionally whetting Saratoga's appetite. But what? Commander, the teacher said that destroyers are not allowed. This is what he learned at Sakura Empire Kindergarten. The commander's strange requests cannot be granted. Ning was speechless. You really think you're a destroyer? Aren't you an aircraft carrier? Ning was speechless for a moment, but still explained. No, it's for your new ship equipment. After saying this, Ningle handed B-1B over to the Sarato family. This is Gaga's new bomber, and these are its munitions. Ningle then handed over JDAM aerial bombs and heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missiles to Saratoga. Looking at the new ship equipment in her hands, Saratoga was no longer as depressed as before. However, I still feel a little unbalanced. What's wrong, Jejia? Why aren't you happy about the new ship equipment? He should have been very happy to receive new ship equipment from Saratoga in the past. It's nothing, Commander. Jejia really likes the new ship equipment. The commander showed favoritism by modifying both Akagi and Amagi, but I only got one piece of ship equipment. As if sensing what Saratoga was thinking, Ningle quickly explained. Don't underestimate this plane, it's very powerful. You'll be the main force of the fleet from now on. Saratoga perked up immediately upon hearing that she was to become a mainstay of the fleet. It's important to know that in the world of Azur Lane, aircraft carriers are inferior to battleships. In this world, aircraft carriers mainly serve the roles of reconnaissance and auxiliary damage. Is it really that powerful, Commander? Saratoga is now behaving normally after receiving her new ship equipment. Her eyes are full of little stars, which is quite adorable. Of course, let's go. Let's run a dungeon and get you familiar with it. After saying that, Ningle led Saratoga to the port. At this moment, the ships of Little Akagi and Little Amagi are still in the port, where many Sakura Empire shipgirls are watching. Oh, so it's because I saw that Akagi and Amagi have new ship hulls. Saratoga unfolded its hull and carried Ningle to the open sea. What is the commander going to do? Upon realizing that Ning Lu hadn't invited them, Xiao Qiqing quickly inquired via telepathy. Let's take Saratoga out to test the weapons. Do you want to come along? Want? The little shipgirls answered in perfect unison. All right, let's go, let's follow together. Several little girls boarded the Saratoga's hull, but there was one outlier among them. Which one? Commander Ningle, may I come along? Yudachi said weakly. He was becoming increasingly curious about the commander in front of him. After becoming his shipgirls, Akagi and Amagi had both experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Amagi-sama became the largest caliber warship in the Sakura Empire. The pink-haired shipgirl in front of me is this commander's flagship, and it's also a test of a new weapon. I must go and see her. Ningle really wouldn't have brought any other shipgirl with her. But what I see before me is Yudachi with a dog's head, and her affection level has already reached 49. Just a little more, and I can form a contract with her. Yudachi isn't some older sister. Once you have enough affection for her, you can just snatch her away. Okay, you can follow. Yes, thank you, Commander Ningle. Yudachi's tail kept wagging, expressing its feelings. The puppy is nice too. Upon arriving at the open sea, Ning Lu accepted Zhou's mission. In an instant, Saratoga was enveloped in a mirror-like sea. Its sirens, Commander, we've encountered the mirror sea. Seeing this, Akagi and Amagi wanted to rush out and deploy their ships, but Warspite stopped them. Don't worry, Commander, you can handle it. This is not the first time that Warspite has entered the mirror sea. He was also very curious, as his commander seemed to know where the mirror sea was, and even that the sirens there weren't very strong. But since the commander doesn't say anything, the shipgirls won't force a kiss. They'll treat it as the commander's secret. Chapter 76, Shocking Strength, Terrifying Anti-Ship Missiles. Jejia, it's time to test the new equipment. As Ningle finished speaking, a giant carrier-based aircraft, more than 40 meters long, appeared on the huge flight deck of the Saratoga. The battleship is currently in a retracted swept-wing configuration, with a width of only 20 meters. However, the sight of it through the glass of the captain's cabin is still quite awe-inspiring. They actually have such huge carrier-based aircraft. Little Akagi stood on tiptoe, holding onto the glass, and looked out. At that moment, her adorable little face was filled with longing and curiosity. As the swept wings of the B-1B slowly unfolded, the entire aircraft almost completely filled the spacious deck. Prepare for takeoff. The B-1B is not a carrier-based aircraft, but a standard strategic bomber. With Saratoga's current Tier 5 strength, a plane of this size is simply impossible for a single person to control. Therefore, throughout this weapons test, Ningle was actually controlling Saratoga and was just learning from the sidelines. Commander, can we give one of these carrier-based aircraft to Akagi? As B-1B slowly passed the captain's cabin, Akagi's eyes never left the enormous bomber. No, Akagi, you don't even have a catapult. You can't use such a large carrier-based aircraft. Before Ningle could speak, Saratoga, who was standing to the side, offered his explanation. Saratoga spoke in a tone that seemed to be lecturing a younger person. Just now at the port, he envied the feeling of being surrounded by people like Akagi. Now it's time to have some fun. However, Saratoga is right. The ships of Akagi cannot be equipped with strategic bombers, let alone the F-14 Tomcats that Saratoga has. Commander, do you want Akagi? Please. Upon hearing Saratoga's words, little Akagi's eyes lit up and she immediately ran to Ningle's side and began to act coquettishly. She was holding Ningle's arm and shaking it back and forth, her big red eyes looking at Ningle pitifully. Once the commander has gathered all the materials, we'll modify little Akagi. Ningle reached out and touched Qiqing's head, especially his small fox ears. Seeing Ning Lu touching it so enthusiastically, Xiao Qiqing secretly approached Ning Lu and whispered something. If the commander likes to touch, Akagi can come to your room tonight and touch your ears. Cough cough. The commander said it was the kindergarten teacher. Okay, I know. Ning Lu ignored Xiao Qiqing and was afraid he would lose control of himself. Xiao Qiqing was just too adorable. The tail nozzle of the B-1B began to spew flames, and the power of the aircraft engine had reached its maximum. Take off. With a thought from Ning Lu, the aircraft's anchoring devices disengaged, and the catapult emitted a plume of white smoke as the massive B-1B shot off like a drawn sword towards the bow of the ship. Just as B-1B detached from the deck, everyone felt the ship float upwards noticeably. Just how heavy is this plane? Shili blurted out. It's not that heavy, only a little over 200 tons. Everyone was shocked. Only 200 tons. Yudachi stood there stunned. For the Shipgirls of this world, a carrier-based aircraft weighing 5 tons was already a very heavy weight. But the huge carrier-based aircraft in front of us weighs 200 tons. Keep in mind that this is a world set against the backdrop of World War II, where even the heaviest carrier-based aircraft, the Skypea, weighed only 8 tons. While everyone was still marveling at the sheer size of the carrier-based aircraft, by the time they realized what was happening, B-1B was already out of sight. How come it's so fast? The question was asked by Akagi. As one of only 2 aircraft carriers in the fleet, Akagi has always been jealous of Saratoga, both of her relationship with the commander and the modifications the commander made for her. However, the commander also modified himself, so it evened things out. But the carrier-based aircraft in front of him made him feel unbalanced again. It has a huge takeoff weight and extremely high speed, but its power is unknown. Everyone turned their attention to the radar screen in the Saratoga's captain's cabin. This screen is quite old and can only display the positions of both sides. On our side of the radar screen, there are 2 bright spots, one large and one small. These are the main body of the Saratoga and the Lancers that have just taken off. On the other side, there was an enormous point of light and more than 10 smaller points of light. Enemy cruiser spotted, enemy battleship spotted, enemy aircraft carrier spotted, siren flagship spotted. A series of system notifications rang in Ning Li's mind, and at the same time, Ning Li's Shipgirls also received the message. 5 cruisers, 3 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, and 1 siren flagship, similar to the enemies we've encountered before. War Weary said, well, this quantity is barely enough for Saratoga to test the data for various weapons. What? What do you mean by barely able to test? This siren fleet is already very strong. Little Akagi said excitedly. Yes, such a siren fleet requires at least a full squad of Shipgirls at level 50 or above to deal with it, and even then, there's no guarantee of annihilating them all. As a strategist, Xiao was very knowledgeable about combat. Under normal circumstances, the enemy in front of him, with only 1 warship, Saratoga, would be no match for him. Just you wait and see. If the commander says it can be done, it can be done. Saratoga looked at everyone, then at her commander. Little Akagi, you've just joined the fleet. A commander's strength isn't just reflected in his control abilities. As if to verify Saratoga's words, B-1B emitted an even smaller dot of light on the radar. The dot of light moved at an extremely fast speed and flew towards a battleship in the distance. Then the small point of light met the large point of light that represented the battleship. Immediately afterwards, boom. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard. It should be noted that the Saratoga was 30 kilometers away from the battleship being attacked. Even at such a distance, the explosion was still very loud. Is this an attack that carrier-based aircraft can cause? It's even more terrifying than my Type 510 naval gun. After the modification, Xiao also tested his own ship cannon. Its power was undeniable, with a single shell weighing 1.5 tons. Even his own heavy cannons did not have such an effect. Look what that is. Yudachi pointed to the distant sea horizon. That's where the siren battleship exploded. At this moment, a dark cloud appeared on the once calm sea and was slowly rising. It's a black mushroom. Holy crap, is the heavy battle axe really that powerful? It even created a mushroom cloud. Ningle exclaimed in shock. At this moment, what was in front of everyone was a small black mushroom cloud slowly rising. Ningle was also shocked by the power of the missile. Looking at the radar screen again, the dot that had been marking the location of the Siren battleship had disappeared. Clearly, the anti-ship missile had instantly destroyed a Siren battleship. Instant kill? That was a Siren battleship. Gone just like that. Little Akagi murmured. He's been blown away by Saratoga's new equipment countless times today, and he's starting to feel numb to it. 2 more small points of light shot out and headed towards the remaining 2 battleships. It was also an instant kill, and the B-1B, having emptied all its ammunition, returned to the deck of Saratoga. Tada! As soon as B-1B came to a stop, Akagi pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and ran onto the deck. Even when docked on the deck, the B-1B was a full 4 meters high, and little Akagi could only look up at the behemoth in front of her. Wow, that's amazing. It's really amazing. Little Akagi looked the B-1B up and down. Its streamlined fuselage and huge swept wings attracted the little fox's attention from every angle. Hee, aren't you envious? I'm the fleet's flagship. Only I get this kind of treatment. Sarato, refueling in the captain's cabin, looked at Akagi, who was still looking him up and down on the deck, with a disdainful expression. Load the ammunition. Ning Li's thoughts flashed, and a mechanical sound rang out from B-1B's body. Shipgirls are all unscientific carrier-based aircraft that use a void-based missile replenishment method. After a pause of about 5 minutes, the B-1B returned to the ejection position. This time, the B-1B carried the Jet Dam Joint Guided Bomb. The so-called Joint Guided Bomb is an aerial bomb with an added kit to improve its hit probability. This time, the B-1B carried a total of 30 such bombs, each weighing about 1 ton. A massive figure emerged from the bow, and B-1B deployed its enormous swept wings, flying toward the distant Siren fleet. Throughout the entire process, Akagi just stared blankly. Chapter 77. Take Yuli away. Compared to the immense power of anti-ship missiles, the Jetum bomb is much less powerful, but it should not be underestimated. Upon arriving over the Siren fleet, the pop-up window opened, and bombs were dropped by the B-1Bs like rain. Then, 30 bombs were launched in free formations of 10 each to bombard the 3 cruisers. The signals of the 3 cruisers also disappeared from Saratoga's radar screen. Heavy anti-ship missiles are better suited to dealing with high-value targets that are heavily armored, and they are also quite effective against guided bombs that target miscellaneous enemy ships. The current Saratoga configuration is practically unbeatable. Having the F-14 heavy air superiority fighter can help seize air supremacy. Against a large number of lightly armored ships, the enemy can use guided bombs to bombard them. Against heavily armored battleships with high health, heavy anti-ship missiles can be used. The effect is very good. Let's go back. Saratoga's affection level has increased by 90, and Yudachi's affection level has increased by 51. I can finally get Yudachi's head. Yay! Ning Lu was delighted. Ningle doesn't care about the so-called affinity level for juvenile ships, because as long as it reaches 50, he will form a contract with them. Instead, they care a lot about how much they like the older women. But system, why are you taking away my right to contract with my older sister? Ning Lu was speechless about this system, but the last item in the system description caught his attention. Rule 3. Commanders can spend cubes to unlock attributes that do not conform to the system. Ningle believes he can purchase the ability to turn a small boat into a large ship, but it will cost him a magic cube. That's definitely worth it. I don't need any more Rubik's cubes. Who wouldn't love to experience being with an older sister? Ningle focused intently on piloting the Saratoga. Behind him, Yudachi stared unblinkingly at the commander in front of him. In Yudachi's heart, the shock that Ning Lu brought him was growing. This made him increasingly curious about the commander in front of him. He wanted to understand, and at the same time, he wanted to be transformed like Lord Akagi. Yudachi, do you also want those advanced equipment? Ningle turned around and asked Yudachi, who was still staring at him. I want it. Ning Li's words came somewhat abruptly, and Yudachi stammered in response. Be my shipgirl, become my shipgirl, and all of these are yours. Ningle smiled and extended his hand to invite Yudachi. Haha, Commander, you're so greasy. You look like a weird old man who kidnaps little girls. Little Akagi covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Even if Ning Lu hadn't invited little Akagi, she would have wanted to bring Yudachi along. How can a fleet be without destroyers? Even though our shipgirls are very powerful, there are some tasks that only destroyers can do. Just like when we encountered the giant sirens before, buying time to escape the war was a task that only destroyers could accomplish. Yudachi was still somewhat hesitant. He has so many powerful ship girls. Won't he neglect me? I'm just a destroyer, not one of those older sisters. Destroyers are the easiest to obtain among all ship girls, and also the easiest to feel inferior in the fleet. Every year, the number of nameless destroyers abandoned is the largest among all sword types. Commanders only pursue older female characters, but ignore the importance of destroyers. Looks like we'll have to use our trump card. Ning searched through the system. Found you. It's the Type 93 pure oxygen torpedo. It cost 100,000 resources to exchange for it. Ning flipped his hand over, and a torpedo appeared in his hand. It is about 20 centimeters long and emits a faint, colorful glow. Become my ship girl, and this colorful torpedo is yours. After speaking, Ning shook the colorful torpedo ship equipment in his hand. In an instant, Yudachi's eyes lit up, even though he had been hesitating. Colored equipment. Can I really have this? Yes, the commander is fair to every ship girl, and Yudachi will also receive good equipment. As if sensing Yudachi's worries, Ning took out a piece of colored equipment first. Yes, I agree. As Yudachi finished speaking, the spiritual connection that Ning had passed on was accepted. Ship girl module attributes. Chili. Current module. Lava ship. Sea. Southern hemisphere. Puppy girl. Gluttonous. Cute. Skins unavailable. As expected, Yudachi did not have any attributes that violated the system rules. The other ship girls also welcomed Yudachi's joining. Looking at the group of little ship girls in front of me, so happy. Among the fleet, the most enviable thing is not the 510mm large caliber naval gun, nor the B-1B Lancer strategic bomber. It's the noble southern hemisphere and the sea attribute that even aircraft carriers would envy. Ning thought to himself. The fact that I can adjust the appearance of ship girls is currently only known to Warspite Nagato and Saratoga. Wait, Saratoga. Ning only noticed the ship girls behind him and didn't pay attention to Saratoga standing next to him. At this moment, Saratoga's gaze was fixed on Yudachi, while he glanced at his commander out of the corner of his eye. Oh no, Saratoga probably didn't expect this. Chapter 78 Siren Attack. News from the royal family. Commander, can't you change the appearance of ship girls? Could you give Jejio a chance to experience Yudachi's attributes? Saratoga stared at Ning with her big, watery eyes. By this time, everyone had returned to the hot spring inn. Ning had been in Sakura Empire for a month and a half, and he never expected that doing the main quest would take so long to leave the royal family. The next main quest is with the Royal Navy. Does that mean I'll have to find the Royal Navy's flagship? There is no doubt that the Royal Navy's flagship is the Queen Elizabeth. Compared to Sakura Empire, which is known for its kemonomy, animal-eared girls, the royal family is known for its maids. But the thought that even if he made a contract with Belfast or Sirius, he would still end up as a small boat named Ning made him speechless. Having arrived in the Azure world, I find I can't even own a large ship. Commander, are you listening to me? Seeing Ning staring blankly, Saratoga shook Ning's arm hard. Stop thinking about it, Jejia. If I swapped her attributes with yours, wouldn't Yudachi be at a huge loss? Are you really that dissatisfied with your own attributes? Ning was also a leader. He had once met a ship girl who felt inferior because of her small hull or small caliber guns, but he had never seen a ship girl who felt inferior because of her own bad attributes. The commander is biased. Warspite and Nagato both grew taller after their modifications, so why can't little Jaga grow up? Upon hearing what Ning said, Saratoga said with great grievance. Currently, apart from Yudachi, who just joined the fleet, Saratoga is the shortest member. Well, if you include the height of the ears, Saratoga is the shortest. This greatly displeased little Jejia, who was the flagship. You can't blame me, Jejia. After the modification, the ship girls' bodies change, which is beyond my control. Ding ding ding. The commander has a letter for you. The knocking broke the awkward silence. Warspite arrived at Ning's room with an envelope in his hand. It must have been sent from the royal family. It still bears the royal seal. This is the second letter the royal family has sent to Ning. I warned in a previous letter that the activities of the Nim or sirens were becoming more and more frequent, and I didn't expect that only a week later, they would write to me again. How could this be? The siren's attack has come ahead of schedule. Ning glanced at the contents of the letter. This time, the letter was not so formal and went straight to the point. Ning, the siren's advance fleet has arrived off the Royal Navy's coast. We have suffered considerable losses. Please return to the Royal Navy as soon as possible. In short, the royals are under a lot of pressure. Ning frowned. The royal family says they've suffered significant losses, so the situation there doesn't look good. It reminds me of how formidable they were, and of the royal maids. It seems my vacation in Sakura Empire is coming to an end. It's time to go back. Ning carefully put the envelope away and then told the Shipgirls about it. Commander, what did the commander say in his letter? Saratoga asked curiously from the side. When he met Ning, his expression remained grim after reading the letter, indicating that something might have happened to the royal family. Something has happened in the royal army camp. We need to go back as soon as possible. The straight-line distance from the Cherry Blossom Empire to the royal palace is at least 8,000 kilometers. This distance would require a full week of travel even at the speed of our own Shipgirls. Wait, don't I have strategic bombers? This thing can reach a flight speed of Mach 1.2, and it can travel 8,000 kilometers in just 5 or 6 hours. With that thought in mind, Ning stopped worrying and pulled Saratoga toward the port, while also calling out to all her Shipgirls. What is it, Commander? Yudachi has just joined and is curious about everything. The royal family has been attacked by sirens. I need to return to provide support. Isn't the sirens' attack still a month and a half away from the sirens' tide? Xiao Tianqing asked in confusion. When I wrote to Tianqing last time, I also received a letter from the royal family. That letter clearly stated that the sirens' tide would not arrive for another month and a half. It's the sirens' advance team, but it seems to be quite troublesome. The royal family wants me to go back now. Everyone get ready. There might be a fierce battle when we get back. Commander, we don't have much to prepare. Let's just set off. Yudachi was very excited to hear about the opportunity to fight and couldn't wait any longer. Although Ning's methods seemed somewhat crude and made Yudachi uncomfortable, Ning knew that Shipgirls were weapons, and they would feel good if they were used by a powerful commander. Yes, let's set off now. We should arrive at the royal palace around this afternoon. Just as Yudachi was about to jump off the ship and unfold it, he heard Ning's words and froze. Before he could even unfold the ship, he fell straight into the water. Did I hear that right? The commander will arrive at the Royal Navy this afternoon. It's at least a week's journey from here to the Royal Navy. Little Akagi and Little Amagi were shocked. Yes, Commander, our average speed is only about 27 knots. It will take at least a week to travel 8,000 kilometers. Nagato, who had been silent all along, also reminded Ning. Ning didn't explain further, but instead had Saratoga deploy its hull and simultaneously launched B-1B, which landed at the airport next to the port. This place was originally where the aircraft carrier girls practiced taking off and landing carrier-based aircraft. Suddenly, a huge machine landed, causing the girls who were still practicing to stop what they were doing. What kind of plane is that? It's huge. Is it really a carrier-based aircraft? In Azur, there is no concept of land-based aircraft. All the aircraft are carrier-based. Yes, the wingspan of this plane is wider than my deck. The entire aircraft was completely surrounded by a group of aircraft carrier Shipgirls. Ahem. Everyone, please make way. A clear and childlike voice rang out behind everyone. Please keep your distance from my carrier-based aircraft. She's the owner of the carrier-based aircraft. What a terrifying big sister she must be to be able to stop such a large carrier-based aircraft. All the aircraft carrier Shipgirls turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. Huh? Who just said that? His gaze swept back and forth, but he did not spot the mysterious aircraft carrier girl. Ahem, everyone. Please move aside and stay away from my carrier-based aircraft. The sound rang out again, and this time everyone finally saw the owner of the carrier-based aircraft. At that moment, Saratoga was holding her head high with a smug look on her face. For aircraft carriers, their massive carrier-based aircraft are just as important as the large-caliber naval guns of battleships. They are a source of great pride. What a joke, you're clearly a destroyer. Instead of being applauded by the crowd, a ship girl who was close to Saratoga blurted out something. Whose destroyer is this? Don't talk nonsense. If you offend this aircraft carrier, you'll be in big trouble. The Sakura Empire's carrier Shipgirls hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Saratoga was clearly angry. Never mind them, Jejia, we're in a hurry. Standing behind Saratoga, Ning said, leading a group of 1.3-meter-tall little girls toward the distant B-1B. Commander, let me remind you that you are not allowed to touch other people's carrier-based aircraft without the Shipgirl's permission. It was the same carrier Shipgirl who had just mocked Saratoga. He stepped forward and kindly offered a reminder. Ning didn't pay any attention. His Shipgirls were all smaller in size, but larger in tonnage. No one would have guessed that the small destroyers they were talking about were all more than twice their size. Chapter 79 Lancer Raid, Saving the Unicorn. Upon reaching B-1B, Ning gestured to Saratoga to open the boarding stairs. Put the ladder down and added. Before Saratoga could answer, the aircraft carrier girl spoke again. He's putting on such a convincing act. How could he possibly be? Before the aircraft carrier girl could finish speaking, the massive side boarding stairs of the B-1B slowly descended. Ning Lu and the others ignored her and boarded the aircraft one by one. Is it really an aircraft carrier? Impossible. How could there be such a small aircraft carrier? But all of this proves that the little girl, who is only 1.3 meters tall and looks more like a destroyer than a destroyer, is indeed an aircraft carrier Shipgirl, and she is larger than everyone else present. The start of B-1B's engine immediately generated a heat wave, driving away the Shipgirls who were gathered nearby. At the same time, the nose of the plane turned towards the runway. The flight has taken off. Everyone, please be seated. With Ning Li's mental control, the plane began to accelerate, and the huge roar could be clearly heard outside the airport. If carrier-based aircraft are this big, how terrifying must that little girl's ship be? What faction does that little girl belong to on her aircraft carrier? These aircraft carrier Shipgirls were filled with questions. As nameless ships, they did not recognize the historical warships. All knowledge about the nameless ship must be acquired through learning. The B-1B quickly increased its speed to Mach 1.2, and Saratoga also deployed two F-14 Pandas for escort. Ningle watched helplessly as Saratoga unfolded his toy-like ship rig, then took out two palm-sized F-14 Tomcats and tossed them outside the aircraft. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a massive 14-meter-long fighter jet. The Shipgirls are really unscientific. Strategic bombers are certainly not as comfortable as passenger planes, and the cabin is very noisy, but Warspite Nagato and Amagi both look out the window with curiosity. As battleships, they rarely experience the feeling of being in the field of vision from an aircraft. Especially now that the plane is at an altitude of over 8,000 meters, the view of the sea from here is even more expansive. You asked why Yudachi didn't go to see it? At that moment, Yudachi was trembling and clinging to Ning Li's arm. It seems that Dog's fear of heights is innate and cannot be overcome. Seeing Yudachi's frightened expression, Ningle gently placed his hand on Yudachi's head. Yudachi, there's nothing to be afraid of. We're currently at an altitude of over 8,000 meters, so there's no danger. 8.8 kilometers? How can it be that high, Commander? Ning Li's words had no effect. Instead, Yudachi hugged him even tighter. For more than 5 hours, Ningle enjoyed the embrace of Yudachi. The size of Yudachi is just right. It can be held in one hand, and it feels very nice. It's soft. Ning Lu, of course, did not go so far as to physically assault Yudachi. Instead, he gently stroked Yudachi's head with one hand, comforting her who was terrified of flying. Commander, look, there are Shipgirls fighting down there, Warspite said, looking down from the window. Ningle also turned his gaze to the window. At this moment, several small black dots appeared on the distant sea, accompanied by flashes of fire. Saratoga turned on the radio and asked who the other party was. It's clear that one of the fleets is a Siren fleet, and they've already reached the vicinity of the Royal Navy. As the Royal Navy's commander, it's only right that I take action. Yes, Commander. This is the USS Saratoga aircraft carrier. Do you need our support? The radio signals spread, and Saratoga, having undergone modernization, had an exceptionally wide communication range and radar detection range. Below the Ningle aircraft. This is a fleet consisting of 2 battleships, 2 aircraft carriers, and 3 cruisers, whose mission is to guard the security of the Royal Navy's perimeter. Damn it, how come we've run into a Siren fleet here? The Formidable maneuvered his ship left and right, dodging and weaving. Sister, the Sirens are too close to us. We need to find a way to get out of here. The Unicorn was also trying to control its ship and move away from the Sirens. Their patrol was originally just a routine external patrol. Due to the appearance of the Sirens' advance party, a large number of Sirens' flagships appeared near the royal palace. This resulted in the deaths of a large number of unnamed Shipgirls. Unnamed Shipgirls would be instantly killed if they encountered the Siren flagship. Therefore, the Royal Navy's High Command formed a stronger patrol team of 2 high-ranking Shipgirls to guard the Royal Navy's perimeter. These Siren warships just appeared out of thin air. There wasn't even time to deal with them. This patrol team consisted of Formidable, Unicorn, and 4 unnamed Shipgirls. They have finished their patrol for the day and are returning towards the Sakura Empire port. Unexpectedly, a swarm of Sirens appeared out of nowhere right in the center of their fleet. Upgrading an aircraft carrier would significantly reduce its combat effectiveness and make it extremely dangerous. The key point is that this group of Sirens actually includes a Siren flagship. At this moment, the 2 aircraft carrier Shipgirls retreated towards the Royal Navy, while the 2 battleship Shipgirls bombarded the Siren flagship. As for the 2 cruisers, they had long been destroyed by the Siren flagship and were now sunk into the sea. The 2 aircraft carrier girls could only watch helplessly as the Siren's sword approached them, shells raining down on them and whittling away their health. Oh no, I'm on fire. The unicorn cried out in alarm. In this situation, starting a fire was tantamount to a death sentence. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this fire would be enough to burn away the HP of Shipgirls 1 to 3. The unicorn is a light aircraft carrier, and its 60,000 HP is now less than half, plus the hull is on fire. The situation is critical. The support aircraft carrier skill was activated, restoring some health to Unicorn, but the situation is still not optimistic. If the Siren's flagship continues to attack, neither of the two carrier girls will be able to escape. If Ningle were here, his skills could put out fires. In such a critical situation, that towering figure echoed in Weiwei's mind. What am I thinking? Ningle is in the cherry blossom country, thousands of miles away. How could that be? This is the USS Saratoga aircraft carrier. Do you need our support? Saratoga's cute and innocent voice came through the public radio channel. It's reinforcements, sister. They heard someone shouting on the radio channel, and it was clear that they had discovered the fighting situation there. This is the Royal Unicorn. We have been attacked by sirens and need reinforcements. The unicorn answered over the radio in its soft, cute voice. A unicorn? It's my sister. Ningle immediately perked up. During the few days he spent studying at the Royal Navy, he didn't get to meet all the Royal Navy shipgirls. Aside from the maid troop, the most popular member of the royal family is undoubtedly the little sister in front of us, the unicorn. In the previous game, after the unicorn was modified, it reached its peak in both strength and popularity. Of course, what Ningle likes most is the unicorn's soft personality and the repeated calls of Oni-chan. This is Commander Ningle. Please take care of your safety. Support will arrive soon. Chapter 80 Airborne Battleships. Turn on the bomber's radar and scan the sea surface. The Siren fleet consists of 1 Siren flagship, 2 Siren battleships, and 1 Siren aircraft carrier. Moreover, these Siren fleets were less than 5 kilometers away from the unicorns. Given the aircraft carrier's poor stealth capabilities, it must have been detected at that distance. The Siren flagship and 2 battleships were firing their cannons at the 2 aircraft carriers, while the Siren carrier was interfering with 2 unnamed battleships. Ningle's only means of attack now is the 3 heavy anti-ship missiles carried on the B-1B. Even if these 3 missiles could destroy a warship instantly, at least one would still be left standing. Any one of these sirens would pose a threat to the unicorns if left behind. In Ningle's view, the unicorn and the other aircraft carrier had less than 30,000 HP, while the 2 unnamed battleship girls had relatively healthy HP, around 50,000. However, once the sirens discover that reinforcements have arrived nearby, they will definitely launch a frenzied attack, or even a suicide attack. Ningle's brain was working at lightning speed. I wish my own battleships could participate in the war. Wait for the battleship. War-weary, Nagato, Amagi, prepare for battle. The 3 little shipgirls were stunned for a moment after being called. How are we supposed to fight? Commander, we're in the sky. As a strategist, Xiao Tianqing knew that his commander was about to use a new tactic. I will throw you into the sea in a moment. The 2 groups below are too close. If the sirens spot us, we will definitely launch a suicide attack. Therefore, we must kill all the sirens at once in order to save the ship girls below. When Ningle explained, B-1B was already descending. I will open the bomb bay door in a moment and reduce the speed of the aircraft. You will then jump onto the sea and deploy the ship. The physical strength of the ship girls is unrealistic. This kind of operation, jumping from an airplane onto the sea, is very easy for ship girls. As long as the altitude isn't too high, they can land steadily on the sea surface. Therefore, Ningle controlled the flight altitude of the B-1B to 20 meters, which is only about the same height as the side of some shipgirls' ships. The swept wing is angled to its maximum to provide sufficient lift. At this point, the B-1B's flight speed was about the same as that of a regular propeller plane. Are you ready? Ready, Commander. The hatch slowly opened, revealing the sea. At this moment, the B-1B is approaching the distant battlefield by flying at low altitude. Sister, someone has come to our aid. The unicorn said excitedly. Great, where are they? The formidable ship was still trying to steer the vessel as far as possible to avoid the incoming artillery fire. They didn't say. The formidable words stumped the unicorn, who could only tell them to hold on, and that reinforcements would arrive soon. However, it was not specified when the support would arrive. We can only hold out for another 5 minutes at most. It looks like we're going to sink here. Kuwei had guessed that the other side might support him in any way, but according to his observation, the sea around him was calm, and there were no warships in sight. You fearless sister, unicorns are not afraid. The unicorn tightened its embrace around Yuchan and said with a determined look in its eyes. All right, then let's fight to the death. The Formidable was already prepared to ram the sirens. A collision can cause enormous damage, but at the same time, the ship's own hull will also suffer the same damage. But for now, the silence between myself and the unicorn is already inevitable. Would Ningle be sad if he knew I was silent? At this moment, Ning Li's image reappeared in Kuwei's mind. Buzzing. The formidable ship was ready to die. Just as the two aircraft carrier Shipgirls began to adjust their hull angles in preparation for the collision, a huge buzzing sound came from afar. They had never heard this sound before, and it was unlike any sound they could recall from any carrier-based aircraft or warship. Sister Kuwei, look. The unicorn had barely finished speaking when a huge shadow loomed from behind the formidable figure. It was accompanied by a terrifying buzzing sound and a strong wind. What is this? A colossal creature swept past less than 5 meters above the imposing hull. It is extremely fast, almost as fast as a formidable carrier-based aircraft. Is this an airplane? Kuwei couldn't believe his own guess, his gaze following the trajectory of this behemoth. Someone fell down. Under the imposing gaze, 3 figures jumped off the incredibly huge plane. Just a few seconds later, 3 figures landed on the sea, and Kuwei was able to see their identities. It's Warspite Senpai. Formidable immediately recognized one of the Shipgirls as Warspite, who had left the Royal Navy a month ago. However, I don't recognize the other 2 Shipgirls, but their body shapes are similar to Warspite's. After landing on the sea and regaining their footing, the 3 dispersed in 3 different directions. Just kidding. These 3 Shipgirls have hulls that are all huge, nearly 300 meters long. With a flash of white light, 3 steel behemoths appeared between the Formidable and Siren fleets. War-weary, Conqueror modified. Nagato, a modified Yamato-class destroyer. Amaji, a modified version of Yamato 510. The appearance of the 3 battleships divided the battlefield, and the Formidable and the Unicorn were temporarily safe. Meanwhile, Saratoga launched 2 F-14 Tomcats that arrived above the 2 unnamed battleship girls. Saratoga is going to seize air superiority. A cute voice uttered domineering words. The 2 Tomcats launched 4 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, shooting down all the carrier-based aircraft present. We're saved. What's that? It's flying so fast. The 2 nameless Shipgirls sighed and looked towards the direction of the Formidable and the Unicorn in the distance. What a terrifying hull. And that's a 510mm naval gun. My God, am I dreaming? In the Royal Navy, 381mm was already considered a large-caliber naval gun, and large-caliber naval guns like those equipped on Nagato and Amaji were unheard of. The 3 battleships deployed their hulls and immediately aimed their guns at the 2 Sirens battleships and 1 aircraft carrier. The 2 sides are now only 4 or 5 kilometers apart, at which distance the damage from large-caliber armor-piercing rounds reaches a terrifying level. With the added support of Ning Li's spiritual power, the 3 Siren warships were instantly destroyed after a salvo. At this moment, only the Siren flagship remained on the field. Before anyone could react, 3 torpedo-like weapons trailing white smoke flew toward the distant Siren flagship. This is the heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missile carried on the B-1B. This is Ningle's tactic: airdrop battleships to overwhelm the enemy, then use anti-ship missiles to instantly destroy the Siren flagship, save the aircraft carrier, and snatch the Unicorn. Cough cough. It means reaching the pinnacle of life. Chapter 81, Awe-Inspiring Shock. Return to the royal family. Unfold the ship, Saratoga. After eliminating the enemy, Saratoga jumped into the water, exposed himself to the bottom, and retrieved B-1B. So big. Saratoga's hull is 300 meters long, twice the length of the Unicorn. The sheer size of the ship, combined with the massive aircraft carried by the B-1B, drew incredulous glances from both the Formidable and the Unicorn. Thank you for your help, Commander. I am the Royal Navy's Formidable. May I ask which faction you are commanding? After recovering from the shock, Kuwei was certain that the commander in front of him was definitely a big shot, and might even be the governor of another faction. Although he didn't recognize the aircraft carrier, he could tell from its massive size and the terrifying carrier-based aircraft that it was definitely a flagship-level aircraft carrier of the faction. The Unicorn beside them also realized this, tightened its grip, and became a little nervous with Yuchan in its hand. At this moment, the Unicorn had already folded up its hull and come to the Formidable deck. Sister Kuwei, it was this commander who saved us. Should we go and thank him? Unicorns are still quite shy when facing strangers. Okay, let's go over there. Kuwei is also waiting for the other party's response. Teacher Wei has already forgotten about me. I've only been gone for a month. A familiar voice came through the radio. Is it Ningle? Kuwei said, somewhat incredulously. It's no wonder that Kuwei reacted this way. 3 top-tier battleships, and such a huge aircraft carrier. No one would associate them with Ning Lu, who was just a trainee a month ago. With a mixture of doubt and caution, Kuwei arrived on the deck of Saratoga. When I saw that familiar figure and that petite pink-clad girl, I finally felt relieved. It really is you, Ning Lu. I am both relieved and happy. Fortunately, he was not sunk by the sirens, and he finally met the commander he had been longing for. The fearsome's favorability rating has risen to 80. How come my favorability rating increased the moment we met? Hello, I am the unicorn. The unicorn timidly hid behind the fearsome and greeted Ningle. Hello, unicorn. My sister is indeed my sister. She gives off a soft, cute, and adorable vibe. Ningle shifted his gaze from the formidable creature to the unicorn beside him. She had long purple hair, wore a white dress, and was holding a doll in her arms. My face screamed, please don't bully me. Yes, a typical cute little sister. Ningle made his own assessment. Teacher Kuwei, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be leading the aircraft carrier class? The only aircraft carrier instructor in the entire Royal Academy is formidable. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Royal Navy only had one aircraft carrier, the Formidable, built. Rather, it's because other aircraft carriers are used for teaching other courses. A lot has happened in the royal family while you were gone. Let's go back to the royal family and talk about it there. The group sailed toward the royal port. The menacing gazes that followed did not fall on Ningle, but instead remained fixed on the massive aircraft carrier beneath their feet. The BB that had just been on the deck of the Saratoga was now parked at the very back of the deck, with a dozen or so F-14 Tomcats parked on either side. As an aircraft carrier, the Formidable One is naturally very interested in these carrier-based aircraft. In the recent battle with the Sirens, he had already witnessed the torpedo-like weapons launched by these massive carrier-based aircraft. The sheer power of the sword, capable of instantly destroying the Siren's sword, made him click his tongue in amazement. He had also seen the smaller planes standing nearby. The weapon, which trails white smoke, flies at extremely high speeds and has a strong ability to suppress other carrier-based aircraft. They were certain that their carrier-based aircraft could not evade those flying weapons. And then there's the sheer size of this ship. The Formidable is already one of the larger aircraft carriers in the Royal Navy. But the Saratoga in front of him is twice as wide and more than 50 meters longer. When he learned from Ning Lu that the aircraft carrier in front of him was the same Saratoga from before, Kuwei's gaze was filled with complex emotions. It's hard to understand, and I can't believe it. Is the ship's tonnage no longer proportional to the size of the Shipgirl? According to the author's understanding, the larger the tonnage of an aircraft carrier girl, the fuller her figure. Just like their illustrious class aircraft carriers, each of them has a huge flight deck. But Saratoga isn't even as big as a unicorn, yet you weigh twice as much as me. As expected, the White Eagles do possess some advanced technology. We must study it carefully. Throughout the journey, Kuwei kept asking why Ningle Saratoga had become like this. This time, Saratoga didn't have the smug look she had before. Instead, she looked serious. Hearts are emanating from the commander again. And what are you looking at? Saratoga was filled with resentment, and Ningle's gaze never left the formidable wooden planks. Royal. Commander, I want to go see Elizabeth. After informing the royal war-weary and Ningle, they went to the royal palace. As Elizabeth's sister, Warspite still cared about her older sister. Ningle did not stop him, but royal war-weary was also a senior figure in the royal family, and it was impossible to make things difficult for him. Ningle, you have so many shipgirls already. When Ningle's shipgirls retracted their ships, Kuwei was surprised to find that Ningle had 4 more animal-eared Lolas. Wait a minute, where are your battleship girls? Kuwei discovered something was amiss. Those are battleships that are no less large than him. They should be voluptuous older sisters at least. Ahem, formidable teacher, these Lolas in front of you are indeed battleships. Oh right, this one is an aircraft carrier. Ninglu also reminded her that Akaji had not participated in the battle just now. Upon seeing Ningle and her group of shipgirls, Formidable looked at Ningle with a strange gaze. Ningle, you don't have some strange hobby, do you? Why are all your ships like this? Saratoga and Warspite can only be considered coincidences, but why are all the shipgirls you contract with Lolas? There's nothing we can do, but we can't ask too many questions about shipgirls. Since Ningle has returned to the Royal Navy, why don't you take the shipgirls to register? By the way, you are now a formal commander, but I still suggest you attend the group class this afternoon. Group courses are usually taught by human commanders, and these courses will cover topics such as port management and how to cultivate relationships between shipgirls. Of course, this kind of course does not require bringing shipgirls. Okay, thank you, Professor Kuwei. I'm going to listen to the lecture now. Chapter 82 Commander, here is the Royal Army. Commander, this is my first time in the Royal Navy. I'd like to take a look around the area. As the former flagship of the Sakura Empire, Little Akagi naturally did not leave the Sakura Empire Islands many times. The architectural style is quite novel compared to that of the Sakura Empire. Amagi and Nagato, who were standing nearby, were also very interested. Commander, Nagato would like to take a look too. Commander, Yudachi wants to go see it too. Nagato was also very curious, but he wasn't good at expressing his feelings, so he could only look at Ning Lu with his innocent big eyes. Yudachi, on the other hand, couldn't stay still and kept looking around ever since he left the port. There's nothing I can do. As your older sister, I'll have to look after you. Commander, you can go to class without worry. As expected, Xiao Tiancheng is the older sister, which gives Ning Lu a headache. Ning Lu is very interested in the group class and wants to listen to it. But they were also worried that their ship girls might cause trouble if left unattended. With Xiao Tiancheng watching over Ning Lu, he felt at ease. Commander, Jejia is going back to the dormitory now. I'm exhausted after flying for 5 hours. Saratoga looked exhausted, and there wasn't much to see at the Royals either, so he planned to go back to his dormitory in Ningle to rest. Okay then, be careful. I'll come find you guys after class. After saying that, Ning Lu walked towards the Royal Teaching Building. Sister, Nagato, the architecture here is completely different from that of Sakura Empire. As Little Akagi walked, he curiously looked at the nearby buildings. The three little foxes walked hand in hand down the Royal Street. Sister, does the heart shape on the commander's hat mean he has feelings for the ship girl? On the way back, Xiao Qiqing also noticed that when Ning Lu looked at Ku Wei, hearts kept emanating from his body. Maybe the commander likes that kind. The kind of ship girl who's on the fuller side. Amagi paused for a moment when he answered. He was certain that his commander liked the older sister type. But why did the commander turn us into these little boats? This preference is so contradictory. You should know that before Akagi and I shrunk, we were both big sisters, and in terms of size, we were in no way inferior to the fearsome royal family. But when Yudachi is with the commander, she also gets those pink hearts, though they're very faint. Yudachi jumped out from the side and said. At this moment, the eyes of the three little foxes all fell on Yudachi's chest. Before Xiao Qiqingyu and Xiao Tiancheng shrank, Yudachi's size was only passable. But now they've become this little boat, and their eyes are filled with envy as they look at Yudachi. As expected, the commander is contradictory. Does he like small-sized but well-built ship girls? The four little ship girls strolled around the Royal Navy streets, discussing their commander. Ningle sighed. As expected, how could you bring ship girls to this kind of class? I was wondering why Belfast didn't mention the oath ring and said that there's no future for humans and ship girls. At this moment, the commander on the podium is enthusiastically sharing with the young trainees below how to gain the favor of ship girls and make vows. Dear students, when your affinity with the ship girl reaches a very high level, you can use an oath ring to swear an oath to the ship girl. After speaking, the commander took out a gift box from his pocket and opened it to show it off. These oath rings and wisdom cubes appeared at the same time, but the Royal Navy ship girls are doing their best to keep this news secret. After swearing an oath to a ship girl, the ship girl's strength will be improved, and many new functions will be unlocked at the same time. At this point, the commander on the stage gave a knowing look that everyone present understood. Previously, some commanders had tried to have something happen with the ship girls, but they were unable to enter due to insufficient permissions. However, after making the oath, the ship girls will be able to unlock permissions and strengthen themselves. Yes, ship girls will be strengthened after making an oath. The direction of the strengthening will vary. Some ship girls will be strengthened in terms of artillery firepower, while others will be strengthened in terms of the control of carrier-based aircraft. What followed was utterly unbearable. Ningle was certain that if any of the ship girls heard this, they would arrest all the commanders present and take them to the military police. This group class is quite long, lasting until 7 p.m. We seem to be lost, Amagine. Little Akagi said somewhat awkwardly. The group strolled along the royal streets for a while, found nothing particularly special, and decided to return to Ningle's dormitory. It was getting dark, and beast-eared girls were very rare in the royal family. The four little girls walking on the street attracted a lot of attention. Those must be the ship girls from Sakura Empire. They're all little foxes. That white one is so cute. Is it puppy food? I wish I had a destroyer like that. The little foxes are the best. These three little foxes must be sister ships, right? Does Sakura Empire have destroyers like these? Xiao Qiqing and the others also heard the whispers of the people around them. I finally understand how Saratoga felt. Little Akagi said with a hint of helplessness. These are clearly terrifying steel behemoths with their hulls fully extended, yet they are being called destroyers by others. Don't worry about that, little sister. Let's find our way back first. Xiao Tianqing comforted him from the side. You little sisters can't find your way home. A somewhat neutral voice rang out. Four little girls turned around. A short-haired ship girl dressed in a gothic leather outfit stood before them. The side-swept bangs covered one eye, giving off a very cool and stylish vibe. Let's go. I'll take you to find the commander. This person is none other than Royal Arkansas, known as a friend of destroyers. Royal Arkansas is quite tall, standing at 1.7 meters, making her appear incredibly imposing compared to the several little girls who are only 1.3 meters tall. Oh, thank you for your help. Our commander is at the Royal Academy. Could you take us back? Yudachi was delighted to hear that someone was leading the way. The other three had no objections, since the Shipgirls were all kind and wouldn't have any malicious intentions. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to find the commander. Royal Arkansas reached out, and Jiangxi Lito was in his arms. He tried to hug Nagato with his other hand. Why can't I lift it? Royal Arkansas was immediately embarrassed. She put down Yudachi, whom she had already hugged, and placed both hands under Nagato's armpits, pulling upwards. Strange, why can't I pick it up? Royal Arkansas didn't think much of it. With one arm around Yudachi and the other holding Nagato and the others, they walked towards the commander's academy. Yudachi is a typical destroyer, and she is very curious about everything. Sister, what's your name? Are you an aircraft carrier or a battleship? Because she was holding Yudachi with one hand, Yudachi's two arms were wrapped around Royal Ark's neck. Thus, a happy expression remained on Royal Ark's face. Royal Arkansas chatted happily with the four little ship girls along the way. Stop! Release that destroyer. Just as the group was crossing an intersection, a shout came from the alley. Huh? Oh no, it's the military police. Everyone recognized the other person's identity. The military police are also composed of ship girls. Its main responsibilities include standardizing the commander's guidelines and handling emergencies. Therefore, military police exist in every faction, and they represent the rules of that faction. Akaji and the others recognized the military police in front of them. They were legally identified and remained calm. Not good. But Royal Arkansas panicked. At that moment, he had one arm around Yudachi and the other holding onto Amaji. Upon seeing the military police, he immediately squatted down and used his free hand to hug Xiao Tianqing, who was standing nearby, as if he wanted to lift him up. But then he stumbled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Are destroyers sinking this much these days? Stop right there, don't run away. The military police in the distance shouted and ran towards the Royal Arkansas. Upon seeing the Royal Arkansas, they immediately put Yudachi down and made no attempt to escape with Amaterasu. Just as the Royal Arkansas was about to rush out, it felt its hand being held by a small hand. He didn't think much about how much power a destroyer could have. But when he tried to rush out, the little hand suddenly unleashed a terrifying force, pulling him off balance and causing him to fall to the ground. You'd better explain why the military police are chasing you, Shipgirl. Chapter 83. Ning Lu leads the people, fellow prisoners on the Royal Arkansas. Royal Arkansas rubbed his eyes, looking on in disbelief. Have I been absorbing too many destroyer images lately? How did I get pinned down by a destroyer? At this moment, the Royal Arkansas was being held by Nagato and Akaji, one of their shoulders pressed to the ground. Royal Arkansas was certain that the opponent's tonnage was definitely more than twice its own, given the immense force it possessed. Indeed, the Royal Ark's full load displacement was only 28,000 tons, while the little Akaji and Nagato were both Yamato-class ships. Their full load displacement is all over 70,000 tons. Not to mention little Sky City, who was standing right in front of them, interrogating the Royal Arkansas. The nickname Fat Fox isn't given lightly. With a displacement of 81,000 tons, it stands head and shoulders above the rest. You're not destroyers? Royal Arkansas suddenly understood. Then he turned his gaze to Yudachi beside him. I can't be that unlucky, right? Of the four Lolas, only this one looks the biggest and is actually a destroyer. A wave of dizziness washed over Royal Arkansas. He had just come out of the military police station. He had been sent there as a pervert for stealing from a destroyer, and he was caught again shortly after being released. Royal Arkansas came out of the military police station intending to return to the Royal Palace, but he encountered Little Sky City and his group, who were lost. In addition, there were several little foxes that were just too cute. He only planned to take them to the Naval Academy, and he would be satisfied if he could take a couple of peeks along the way. But unexpectedly, I am an aircraft carrier, and those two are battleships. Little Heavenly City replied. When the military police arrived, they saw the Royal Arkansas being pinned to the ground by two little foxes, with another little fox questioning it in front of it. What's going on? The Royal Arkansas has been captured by a destroyer. Military police. You mean, the Royal Arkansas didn't intend to kidnap you, but just take you back to find the commander, right? Inside the military police station, York was holding a notebook and asking questions. Yes, our commander went to Sakura Empire on a mission and just returned. We're not familiar with the Royal Navy's terrain, which is why we got lost. As the older sister, Xiao Tianqing naturally took on the role of the person in charge. Well, we understand the basic situation now. Honestly, you guys shouldn't be running around outside like that. It's easy to run into strange people. York felt helpless looking at the 4 beast-eared girls in front of him. It's important to know that ship girls with animal ears are already rare in the Royal Navy, yet this is precisely the attribute that many commanders like. I will contact your commander to come and pick you up. York closed his notebook and went outside. Sister, that little girl is calling us destroyers again. Why? Little Akaji said somewhat angrily. Having arrived here, he had been mistaken for a destroyer more than once. At this moment, he felt immense sympathy for Saratoga's feelings. Despite being an 80,000-ton supercarrier, she had always been treated like a destroyer. What's the use of explaining? What we need to do now is not to cause trouble for the commander. Xiao Tianqing also looked helpless. As the largest gunnery ship in the fleet, he was also angry when others told him that he was a destroyer. But he knew that explaining would be useless unless they went to the port to unfold the ship, so that these ship girls from other factions would know that he was telling the truth. Why isn't the commander here yet? Yudachi is hungry. Yudachi rubbed her belly and said with a hint of resentment. All you ever think about is eating, Yudachi. Akaji said helplessly, as he knew Yudachi very well, having been her former subordinate. Gluttonous and mischievous. Your commander will be here soon after class. If you're hungry, have some of this first. York walked in, carrying several lunchboxes. Actually, Amaji, Akaji, and Nagato were also hungry. However, as the older sisters, they were too embarrassed to say it. Oh, there's food. You're so kind, sister. Yudachi jumped up, took the lunchbox from the guest, opened it, and started eating. Seeing how much Yudachi was enjoying his meal, the other 3 little foxes also took over the lunchboxes. But when they opened it, their expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. Why are there torpedo tempura and torpedo sushi? Little Akaji glanced at the lunchbox in little Amaji's hand, then at the one in Nagato's hand. I'd rather go hungry. I don't want to get diarrhea. As battleships and aircraft carriers, they were not equipped with torpedoes, so they would definitely not be able to digest a torpedo. If you can't digest it, you'll naturally get diarrhea. If you're not going to eat it, I'll eat it all. Seeing that the others were not moving, Yudachi collected all the lunchboxes from their hands and started eating. After class, Ning Lu rushed to the military police station. He was speechless when he learned that his ship girl had almost been kidnapped by Royal Arkansas. Fellow inmate, you really aren't picky about food. You can't even tell the difference between a destroyer and a battleship. However, this cannot be blamed on Royal Arkansas, since he did not recognize the Sakura Empire's ship girls. The main reason is that Ningle's ship girls are all so small, it's hard not to misunderstand. After picking up Xiao Tianqing and the others, the group headed straight for the cafeteria. Akaji, Amaji, and Nagato ate their meal with particular relish. It wasn't that they were particularly hungry, but after watching Yuritsu stand there eating for over an hour, even if they weren't hungry, they would still want to eat something. The events of the afternoon also reminded Ning Lu of his goal. I'm after older women, not just big boats. System, how do I exchange for Shipgirl attributes? Once the commander reaches level 5, the attribute shop will be unlocked, where you can use cubes to unlock different attributes for the Shipgirls. The reason why Akaji and Amaji turned into small boats is that their attributes do not match the system. However, the ones that can be exchanged from the shop can be used. Chapter 84, Grinding Experience, I want a big ship. Commander, Saratoga, is exhausted. It's only been a few days, Jujia. The battle will be over soon. Just hold on for a few more days. Ning Lu said, his forehead covered in sweat. But why does the commander keep making Jujia fight? It's so tiring. Saratoga said weakly. There's no other way. You're the only ship girl who can launch long-range attacks. Hang in there a little longer. System notification. Commander has arrived at the Royal Navy. Activating the Royal Navy main quest. Royal Glory. As the former strongest naval faction, we must restore our glory. Mission. Eliminate the threats in the waters surrounding the Royal Navy and repel the Siren Tide. Reward. T0 weapon gift box. Upon returning to the Royal Court, Ningle also received a notification about the Royal Court's main questline. After class, he immediately contacted Saratoga and dispatched both B1BS. To equip the large strategic bomber B-1B, Saratoga's hangar only had 20 F-14 Pandas. Unfortunately, the mission required clearing out threats in the surrounding waters, and it was clearly unsuitable to assign this task to other shipgirls. That's why Nindler made Saratoga work continuously. At this moment, Ningle was sitting in Saratoga's captain's cabin, while Saratoga unceremoniously sat in Ningle's lap, claiming that she was tired of standing. For a whole day, Ningle used B-1B bombers to conduct reconnaissance of the sea area, clearing out the entire 300-kilometer sea area within the Royal Navy's territory. Your Highness, today the patrols reported that no trace of sirens had been found in the vicinity, as if they had vanished. The patrol team also noticed this strange situation. Before Ningle returned, the area near the Royal Seas was full of mass-produced siren ships. In order to complete his mission, Ningle almost wiped out all the sirens. This included a large number of ordinary mass-produced ships and several siren flagships. Keep patrolling and don't let your guard down, as this could be a sign of an early siren tide. The Prince of Wales was very cautious, and this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Every siren tide was extremely dangerous. Current resources, 2.2 million. Experience, 650,000. Ningle accumulated a lot of experience after grinding monsters all day. System, upgrade commander level. The system had previously stated that once you reach level 5, you'll be able to purchase Shipgirl attributes. You see, my fleet is now full of little shipgirls. I've been longing for older sisters for so long, and today I've finally seen the light of day. Consuming 50,000 experience points, the current commander level is 5, and 60,000 experience points are needed to reach level 6. Unlock the Shipgirl module shop, and unlock the T0 level weapon shop. A system notification sounded, and 2 more shop options appeared on Ningle's panel. First is the Shipgirl module shop, which sells attributes of the shipgirls themselves. For example, Kemonomami, animal-eared girls, Sundara, blonde or silver-haired girls. Of course, Ningla didn't care much about these attributes. He scrolled to the bottom of the system and finally found what he was looking for. Girl, the thickened splint has finally been found. Both attributes cost 2 cubes, but Ninglu doesn't lack shipgirls right now. When I was organizing the Wangba port area before, I also got 4 Rubik's cubes, which I can use here. System exchange for girl attribute and thickened splint attribute. Purchase successful. Finally, my shipgirls aren't all little shipgirls anymore. Ning Li's lips gradually curled up into a smile. Commander, what strange thing are you thinking about now? There aren't any older sisters here. Whenever Ningle has a strange idea, pink hearts appear around him, and Saratoga always reminds him of this. Ahem, it's nothing, Jejia. It's so late, we should go back. On the way back, Ninglu was already reviewing the modification plans for the shipgirls. He now has 600,000 experience points and 2.2 million resources, enough for a large-scale transformation. The second modification of Saratoga did not bring any significant improvement. The second refit of the Saratoga only resulted in a larger hull, and the Warspite was similarly only with the addition of more anti-ship missiles. But now Ningle possesses powerful weapons like the B-1B and heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missiles, which is sufficient to deal with most situations. What Ningle needs now are shipgirls who can revolutionize the battlefield. Upon completing the Sakura Empire mission, Ningle obtained an electromagnetic cannon, but it limited the power generation of the shipgirl's hull. Then the focus of the next transformation will have to be on Nagato and Amagi. The renovation plans for Nagato and Amagi are quite different. The subsequent modifications to Nagato focused more on artillery fire, improving the ship's defense and the power of its artillery. However, without modern modifications, it could not be equipped with electromagnetic guns. The next renovation plan for Tianqing is quite interesting. Large battlecruiser. Displacement, 122,000 tons. Length, 350 meters. Width, 42.9 meters. Speed, 32 knots. All-electric propulsion, generating capacity of 40 megawatts. Armament, 1X triple 510 millimeters naval gun. Missiles, 24 universal vertical launch units. Defensive weaponry, for phalanx CIWS systems, 2 active phased array radars, with a maximum detection range of 600 kilometers. There's no improvement in combat performance, but the key is that the modified Amagi has all-electric propulsion, meaning it can be equipped with the electromagnetic cannon that Ningle obtained. I'm sorry, Akaji, your sister will become a powerful ship girl before you. Ninglu has already made plans to renovate Tianqing tonight in order to better prepare for the upcoming missions. Late at night, all the little ship girls had gone to sleep. Since Ningle already has several Shipgirls, the Academy has also applied for separate dormitories for them. At this moment, Xiao Tianqing arrived at Ning Li's door. Ding ding ding. Come in. Ningle told Xiao Shencheng in their mental connection that everyone should come find him after they had gone to sleep. Little Tianqing, of course, obeyed his commander's orders. After his sisters fell asleep, he came to Ningle. Is there something you need, Commander? Sitting opposite Ning Lu, Tiancheng spoke first. Yes, you should all know about the royal family's situation. The Siren Tide is coming soon, and the royal family will have a hard time dealing with it with its current strength. I understand, Commander. The Sardinian forces have already been defeated by the Sirens, so it's clear that this Siren Tide is anything but simple. Upon learning of the Siren Tide, Amagi was also worried about the situation in Sakura Empire, but if the Sirens wanted to reach Sakura Empire, they had to pass through the royal family. Clearly, as long as the Royal Navy Sirens horde can be held off, the Sakura Empire will be fine. Yes, so I'm going to modify you to deal with the upcoming Siren Tide, Ning Lu said with a solemn expression. But what I was really thinking was, if we don't modify you, how can we improve our combat effectiveness? Chapter 85 Tonight, the big fox will arrive. Upon hearing that he was to be reformed, Amagi sat up straight. Libra was already very impressed with his commander for modifying his gun caliber from 410mm to 510mm. He even boasted to Nagato for a long time that his caliber was larger than that of the Yamato class. Upon hearing that the commander was going to modify him again, Amagi could already guess how strong he would become after the modification. Shipgirls, especially battleship shipgirls, have reached a fanatical level of love for large-caliber naval guns. Yes, this time your weapon will be modernized, just like the Saratoga. Amagi also realized that Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft and Akagi's carrier-based aircraft were not products of the same era. I never imagined I'd be possessing a weapon that was beyond the comprehension of shipgirls. Yes, I'm ready, Commander. Xiao Tianqing's soft voice rang out, and Ning Lu was already eager to see Tianqing. He was also preparing to carry out the transformation. Spend 100,000 experience points to unlock the ship's hull, and spend 1 million resources to materialize the ship's hull. Ningle is now incredibly wealthy and doesn't even blink an eye at these expenditures. Of course, the most important thing comes after that. The system will transfer the attributes of Big Sister and Big Thunder to Little Tianqing. Xiao Tianqing was still sitting there, but he felt warm, which was different from his previous transformation. Immediately, Amagi's body was enveloped in white light. Is there no difference? Wait, my body has returned to normal. When Amagi became a Ningle shipgirl, she felt awkward for a long time because her body had shrunk. Many things that used to be easy have become very awkward. However, Amagi didn't care that much at the time. She was satisfied to become Ningle's shipgirl, and she didn't mind if she continued to look like this little boat. But which shipgirl wouldn't want her commander to take a second look at her? Amagi was especially jealous when her commander looked at other shipgirls and a pink heart appeared on his face. Tianqing, how are you feeling now that you've recovered? At this moment, Amagi had reverted to her older sister form. She wore a purple kimono with a red coat over it, and the oil paper umbrella she was holding reappeared. This was originally my body, but Commander, why did I turn back? Amagi was also puzzled. If her commander could turn the shipgirls back to their original size, why not turn her sister Akagi back as well? It's probably Akagi's personality. If she reverts back, it will cause a lot of trouble for the commander. Tianqing's psychological guesses. Amagi, only shipgirls that have undergone modernization can revert to their original forms. Ning Lu made up a reason. That's Saratoga? Ahem, that's just how Saratoga is. Ning Lu felt awkward. Saratoga, who was sleeping while hugging Nagato's tail, sneezed. Commander, now that the modification is complete, Tianqing will go back to rest. Amagi's face flushed slightly because he saw that pink hearts were appearing on his commander again. Tianqing, it's too dangerous for you to go back alone. Stay here with me tonight. Just kidding. Ning Lu has been waiting for this day for a long time. How could he let the big fox in front of him get away? The next morning. Oh no, Commander Amagi Nichin has gone missing. Early in the morning, Ning Li's spiritual connection with Xiao Qiqing was loudly proclaimed. The shipgirl and Ning Li's rooms were not far apart, only about 10 meters apart. Bang! Ning Li's door was kicked open, and Xiao Qiqing rushed in anxiously. Commander, Amagi Nichin. Akagi suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A familiar figure was lying on his commander's bed. Sister Tianqing, how did you turn back? Little Qiqing even overlooked why Tianqing was in Ningle's bed. Tianqing was also a little dizzy. He had gone to bed too late last night, and his mind was in a complete mess. Yes, the commander modified me last night, so I turned back. It's me. Amaji explained. Remodeling? Upon hearing about the method to turn back, Xiao Tianqing immediately jumped onto the bed and straddled Ning Lu. Commander, do you not like Akaji anymore? Akaji wants to turn back into her original form too. The existence of the Sakura Empire Oath Ring is no secret. Not to mention shipgirls like Akaji. After shrinking, he never mentioned the oath again, since the commander had promised that the small boat would be sent to the military police. Commander, wake up. Ningel was also busy until very late last night, not because of strengthening the shipgirls, but because, with such a soft and fragrant fox lying next to me, who could fall asleep? The key is that you can enhance your strength if you don't make a date. Who can resist that? So Ningel could only indulge his urge by playing with Tianqing's tail a few times before falling asleep. Little Akaji, the commander has run out of supplies and cannot proceed with any further modifications. Ningel was clearly lying. However, there's no other way around it. After the aircraft carrier undergoes modernization, its main combat power comes from its carrier-based aircraft. However, the price of carrier-based aircraft reached astronomical figures in the later stages, which Ningel simply could not afford. Moreover, with the sirens approaching, what I need to do is improve my strength first, instead of having my mind filled with thoughts of older sisters and big foxes. However, we must admit that there is a reason for its large tonnage. The size of Tianqing is definitely not inferior to that of Tianqing. Ningel picked up little Qiqing and comforted him. Akaji, wait a little longer. The commander doesn't have enough resources right now. The commander will be mine sooner or later, so I'll let my sister keep an eye on him for me for now. Little Akaji was a little angry. He was very jealous of the current Amaji. However, since the commander cannot swear an oath to a shipgirl without a ring, I still have a chance. In yesterday's group lesson, the commander also mentioned that oath rings are extremely difficult to obtain, and the market price has even reached the point where 10 cubes can be exchanged for one oath ring. Of course, besides exchanging cubes for rings, you can also exchange them in shops of other factions. For example, at the Akashi shop that Ningel visited before, you could exchange supplies for the oath ring. I should have just swapped a few for them. Looking at the large fox in front of him, Ninglu felt very uncomfortable, as he could only look at it, but not eat it. However, returning to Sakura Empire was obviously not a realistic option at the moment. The first wave of the sirens is about to arrive. Commander, please prepare. You've arrived so quickly? Now that we've dealt with the mobs on the perimeter, it's finally time to fight the boss. Chapter 86. Modification Successful, Electromagnetic Cannon Roars. Originally, the news from the Sardinian camp indicated that the siren tide consisted of only about 500 siren warships. Kenningle saw in the system that this first wave of siren attacks numbered more than 300 ships. Such a number isn't particularly large for the Royal Navy, but it's still a formidable opponent, requiring at least all of their high-ranking shipgirls to deal with. Want to try it in the water, Amaji? Ningel, who was lying on the side, was so engrossed in enjoying himself after the modification last night that he didn't even remember that the ship's hull hadn't been deployed yet. Yes, of course. Commander, I feel that my ship has become much bigger, and there are some weapons that I am not very good at using. I almost forgot, Tianqing isn't equipped with anti-ship missiles yet. The modified Amaji only has launch units, but these launch units do not contain corresponding missiles. Upon opening the system, Ningel now has 1.2 million worth of supplies remaining. The heavy anti-ship missiles like the Saratogas are just a freebie from B-1B and cannot be equipped on other shipgirls. Of course, a 10-ton anti-ship missile is not very suitable for launch from a missile silo. System, exchange for harpoon anti-ship missiles. 200,000 worth of supplies will be deducted upon successful redemption. Currently, the most suitable anti-ship missiles for the battlefield are small-sized, high-speed, medium-sized anti-ship missiles. Heavy anti-ship missiles like the Granite and Zircon are not suitable for engaging hordes of enemies. After its upgrade, Amaji has 24 launch units, meaning it can launch 24 anti-ship missiles at a time. As for replenishing ammunition, as long as there is enough oil, the shipgirl's ammunition is unlimited. Ningel gathered all her shipgirls and arrived at the port. Naval cadets are already taking classes here, and Wei is also teaching students in the aircraft carrier class. The carrier squad currently consists of only Razor and his wide-eyed giant. Upon seeing Ningel arrive at the port, he essentially gave him a greeting. Oh, it's Ninglo. Are you here for class? Ningel is already a formal commander and doesn't need to attend classes, but Kuei still joked about it. And who is this? Soon, Kuei noticed Tianqing standing next to Ningel. I'm a shipgirl from Amaji Ningel. We've met before. What happened? Amaji's answer completely baffled Kafu. Are you the little fox from before? At that time, when they were attacked by the sirens at sea, It was Amaji Nagato and Warspite who stood in their way. Aren't you a little girl? What's wrong? Kuwei looked up and down at the heavenly city before him. Although I don't want to admit it, the figure of the ship girl in front of me is in no way inferior to mine. Underneath that tightly wrapped kimono must be a massive warship. Kuwei glanced at Tianqing's chest, then at himself, before turning his gaze to Ningle beside him. Ningle, how did you do that? Saratoga asked the same question this morning. Ningle could swear that this was the most adorable Saratoga he had ever seen in his life. Commander, you're being unfair. I was your first love, so why didn't you make me your older sister? Razor watched everything unfold. I never expected that Ning Lu would have so many ship girls in just 1 month since she left. And judging by their size, this should be an aircraft carrier. Warspite, Saratoga, and this unfamiliar ship girl, Ningle's back row of ship girls, is now complete. Razor sized up Ningle's ship girls. There are 2 more destroyers over there. It seems Ning Lu is no ordinary guy either. Razor thought to himself. Akaji, I'm sorry, I look like a destroyer. After chatting for a while, Ningle had Saratoga unfold the ship and led the others away from the port. That's about enough. Amaji, you can deploy the ship now. Throughout the journey, Tianqing was eager to try, but his mature personality prevented him from showing it. Upon hearing his commander order him to deploy the ship, Amaji eagerly glided slowly across the water, reaching a position about 500 meters away from the others. As a white light flashed on the sea, the massive hull of the Amaji appeared before everyone. In this world, apart from the Siren flagship, Amaji is currently the largest ship girl in the entire Azur Lane world. It is 350 meters long, 40 meters wide, and has a displacement of 120,000 tons. Yes, it is indeed very big. Ningle confirmed it last night, but unfortunately it's not possible to enhance the ship girls. Equip this Amaji. The Amaji and Saratoga were very close together, and compared to the Saratoga's wide hull, the Amaji's hull was quite long. Its angular appearance reduces radar reflection, and its thick armor can withstand large-caliber naval guns. The most eye-catching feature on the deck is the triple 510mm naval gun and the 24 missile launchers neatly arranged behind the deck. Ning Lu gave Tianqing that T-0 electromagnetic gun and harpoon anti-ship missiles. The 2 ship rigs fell into Amaji's hands. With a flash of white light, the 2 palm-sized rigs disappeared. At the same time, the huge main cannon at the front of Amaji's ship also lit up with white light. Is that a naval cannon, Commander? Nagato asked curiously. Yes, that's something even more powerful than a 510mm naval gun. Ningle explained, his gaze fixed on the bow of the Amaji. Nagato's eyes flickered as she looked at herself and then at Amaji in the distance. As expected, the commander likes big ships. The triple 510mm naval gun on the bow of the Amaji gradually transformed into a single naval gun in the white light. However, this naval gun is quite peculiar, with an unusually long barrel at the front. Why is the cannon barrel square? Can a cannon barrel like that fire shells? The ship girls were very curious about the strange weapons on the Amaji ship. Let's test the power of the cannons in Tianqing. Ningle's spirit connected to the hull of the Amaji, controlling the electromagnetic cannon and aiming at the distant sea surface. According to the data, this electromagnetic gun can reach 16 times the speed of sound, has a range of 80 kilometers, and can cause a terrifying 120,000 damage. That's right, it's 120,000. A typical Siren flagship can be sunk with just 1 shot if its core is hit. In addition, electromagnetic railguns have almost no downward trajectory, and their flight speed is more than twice that of ordinary artillery shells. Such performance could almost instantly destroy any warship he could see. Under Ning Li's mental control, pale blue electric arcs began to emerge from the barrel of the massive electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic railgun is beginning to charge. Electromagnetic guns do not have a reload time, but they need to accumulate energy before each shot. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. At 20 seconds, the light blue lightning turned golden yellow, and the square muzzle opened to both sides, making the confining magnetic field visible to the naked eye. Old man. As a warship enthusiast, Ning Lu had seen this kind of electromagnetic gun weapon in his previous life. However, it didn't have such a cool effect back then. Unlike the deafening roar of artillery firing, the sound of an electromagnetic gun firing is completely different, like water droplets falling into water, but with a huge echo. Immediately afterwards, a huge blue beam of light shot towards the distant sea surface. Chapter 87 Royal Participation in the War. The Sirens have reached within 200 kilometers of the Royal Navy. Commander, please prepare to engage them. This mission requires maintaining a royal integrity level of 80 or higher. You've come at just the right time. I was wondering where to test the power of the electromagnetic railgun. Judging from the effects that Tianqing is showing now, it doesn't look like an electromagnetic cannon at all, but rather like a laser weapon. Because electromagnetic railguns do not produce this blue trajectory, but after Amagi fires it, the railgun's clear trajectory can be seen. Ningel was located only a dozen kilometers away from the royal palace, and he needed to send news of the siren's arrival back to the royal palace. What, Ningel? You mean the sirens have reached less than 200 kilometers from the royal perimeter? Kuei covered her mouth in surprise. Yes, formidable teacher, Saratoga's radar can detect distances of 300 kilometers, and the sirens are now 200 kilometers from the royal. No, this matter must be reported to Her Majesty the Queen. Kuei ran towards the royal palace in a panic. Ningel is also making pre-battle preparations. The first wave of sirens was relatively easy, consisting of only 300 mass-produced ships. You will lead the main force in the Battle of Amagi. Warspite and Nagato, you are responsible for eliminating the sirens who have escaped Amagi's attack. Akagi, Saratoga, you are responsible for the fleet's air defense and security, and destroy the sirens' carrier-based aircraft. Commander, what about me? Seeing that Ningel hadn't assigned her any tasks, Yudachi raised her hand and asked. Ningel almost forgot that he also had a destroyer. However, destroyers that have not undergone modernization are not very effective in the face of such large-scale troop operations. Seeing Ning Lu remain silent for a long time, Shili said somewhat dejectedly, Commander, have you forgotten about Yudachi? Of course not. Yudachi has a very important mission. Ningel reached out and patted Yudachi's head. Yudachi has to protect the flagship Saratoga. Yes, don't worry. Commander Yudachi will protect you and Saratoga. The atmosphere in Ningel's fleet was very relaxed. Even without the modified Tianqing, it would only be a matter of time before Ningel could manage to produce 300 mass-produced sirens. When the royal family learned that the sirens had reached the royal seas, the entire palace was in an uproar. How did we get here so quickly? Elizabeth, sitting on her throne, was so shocked by the terrible report that she nearly fell off. Yes, it was Ning Lu who reported it. He said his Shipgirls can detect situations 300 kilometers away. Even Kuei was somewhat skeptical. How could a Shipgirl possibly detect something 300 kilometers away? Even if an aircraft carrier deployed its carrier-based aircraft, its maximum detection range would only be around 50 or 60 kilometers. Since it was Ning Lu who said it, it must be true. Upon hearing the news from Ningel, Elizabeth's expression grew even more grave. During the few days she spent in contact with Warspite, Elizabeth clearly sensed that Warspite was different from herself. As sister ships, Warspite was a class larger than Warspite in both tonnage and gun caliber. However, Warspite did not reveal anything about Ningel, but Elizabeth had already guessed that this commander was definitely not simple and must have some way to make the Shipgirl stronger. The Prince of Wales has gathered all the royal forces to prepare for battle. Radiance, have all commander trainees return to port and await orders. The Royal Navy is on high alert. With 300 mass-produced siren ships, it would be impossible for them to be defeated without taking any damage, even if all the Royal Navy's Shipgirls were combined. While the royal forces are still assembling, Ningel has already set sail. Commander, shouldn't we talk to Teacher Formidable? Sitting in Ninler's lap, Saratoga asked in confusion. In these battles, Ningel had become accustomed to commanding from the captain's cabin of the Saratoga. Saratoga also enjoyed sitting in Ninler's lap. We told Formidable, but he will only stop us from going to sea. Besides, the commander needs to earn resources and experience to upgrade you. Oh, okay. Saratoga responded and continued to take control of the ship. Before setting sail, Ningel had considered giving the flagship position to Tianqing. After all, the captain of Amagi is very high-ranking, and there are only two people, Ning Lu and Amagi. Saratoga saw through Kenninger's plan at a glance. Commander, Amagi is at the very front of the fleet. How could you design it as the flagship? The flagship should be in the rear command post. Saratoga once again played to her strengths, acting cute. She held Ning Li's arm with both hands and looked at him with her big, pitiful eyes. TCH, sister, you actually ran away. Once I turn back into a big fox, I'll bewitch the commander to death. Little Akagi has had a dark expression on his face since this morning. I never expected that my sister, a lady from a respectable family, would sneak away and turn back into a big fox, and even spend a night with the commander. With no other option, under the wary and warning gazes of Little Heaven City and Saratoga, Ningel had no choice but to compromise. Located 60 kilometers from the Siren Tide, this place is now within the firing range of Amagi's weapons. While the standard Harpoon anti-ship missile isn't as overpowered as the heavy Tomahawk, its 120-kilometer range is sufficient to launch attacks from outside the sight of the Shipgirls in this world. The commander has detected that the Royal Navy has engaged the Sirens. The Saratoga's B-1B is essentially a strategic bomber, and its radar is also very powerful. At this moment, two B-1Bs are circling over the Sirens, observing the situation there. On the Royal Navy side, there are a total of 30 Shipgirls, which is almost all of the Royal Navy's high-level combat force. Meanwhile, the Sirens' 300 mass-produced ships have also spotted the Royal Navy's fleet. Don't rush into an attack. Ning had never seen how the high-level Shipgirls of this world fought. Since arriving here, he has been crushing opponents with his overwhelming strength, or unleashing the full potential of the Shipgirls with his immense mental power. Normally, the limit for aircraft carrier girls in this world is 10 carrier-based aircraft. Commanders like Ning who can empty the hangar of aircraft carrier girls do not exist. As for battleships, they can only fire salvos at level 50, and even then, the landing point of the shells cannot be guaranteed. Shipgirls capable of precise aiming are at least level 60. Her Majesty's forces have assembled. At this moment, the distance between the Sirens and the Royal Fleet was less than 15 kilometers. Bang bang bang. Both sides entered the area that was forcibly illuminated, and the guns of various battleships and cruisers roared. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen, she destroyed a mass-produced Siren ship with a single volley. Queen Elizabeth's rating is 87, the highest among all Royal Navy battleships. You're not bad either, Prince of Wales. On the Royal Navy's side, each Shipgirl can fight against at least 2 mass-produced Sirens, but there are simply too many Sirens. All warships retreat. This is also a common tactic used by the Royal Navy. Every time there is a Siren swarm, they first eliminate the Sirens in front of them. If they cannot withstand the attack, they retreat while fighting. At the same time, the carrier-based aircraft will be used to harass the Sirens. Her Majesty's firepower is too strong. The cruiser can't hold on any longer. In the past, the number of Sirens in a Siren swarm was at most only 60 or 70, but this time there were as many as 300. Moreover, most of the previous Sirens were cruisers and destroyers, but this time, more than half of the 300 mass-produced Sirens are battleships. This resulted in heavy losses for the Royal Navy's Shipgirls, especially cruisers, with almost every one of them bearing injuries. The destroyers will cover the rear. Everyone else will retreat towards the Royal Navy. Elizabeth had not expected the Sirens to be so terrifying. The Sirens' battleships had a caliber of 380 millimeters, which could easily crush the bow and stern armor of most Royal cruisers. Cruisers and destroyers dropped torpedoes to delay the Sirens' attack. But there were simply too many Sirens. Chapter 88, Saving Belfast. Commander, are we not going to provide support? Saratoga's B-1B circled over the battlefield, and Ning had a thorough understanding of the entire situation. Now is not the time. Ning is taking it easy. This is only the first wave of the Siren tide. If we can eliminate all these Sirens in the open sea, the royal family won't be on high alert. Saving ships is nothing to be ashamed of. What commander wouldn't want a royal-made corps? However, Ning was very sensible. Whenever the royal side suffered a defeat, he would intervene and take over the battlefield. The Sirens are pursuing us too closely, Headmaid. Sirius reported in the Royal Fleet Channel. As a cruiser, its job at this moment is to cover the rear. Royal Navy cruisers were generally equipped with torpedoes and were very fast, which made them better able to escape the Sirens' pursuit. However, this time, there were simply too many Sirens, and a few cruisers were simply not enough to stop these mass-produced Sirens. You all retreat first, I'll draw these Sirens away. If no boss-level Sirens appear in the Sirens, these mass-produced ships will only instinctively chase after Shipgirls. But Belfast, what about you? Sheffield asked. At this moment, the only 4 maids present in the royal household are Belfast, Sirius, Dido, and Sheffield. As royal maids, they were responsible for both the daily work of the royal family and the duties of royal guards. My speed is very fast, don't worry. You follow the main force to retreat first. As the head maid, Belfast naturally had to obey the other maids' orders on the battlefield. Don't worry, Belfast is so fast, it will definitely catch up with us. Dido comforted everyone. Belfast then broke away from the group and charged toward the Sirens. Your Majesty, Belfast has broken away from the group and lured the Sirens away. Illustrious witnessed all of this through his carrier-based aircraft, and at the same time, he was worried for Belfast. Oh, how could Belfast do this? What will happen to himself after he distracts the Sirens? Belfast, I order you to return immediately. This siren tide was indeed very strong, but no one on the royal side was killed. The number of historical warships in each faction is very limited, so the shipgirls in each faction cherish their companions very much. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my speed is very fast. These sirens cannot catch up with me at all. The Belfast hull was getting further and further away from the group. The royal fleet was now safe. This position is about right. It's time to return to the main force. Belfast kept himself at a distance from the sirens that allowed him to be detected, yet also to escape at any time. As the ship's speed gradually increased, Belfast was about to escape the siren's reconnaissance range. It seems Belfast is out of danger. Ning was also worried for Belfast. If the sirens concentrated their fire on Belfast, the 30 Jetta missiles carried on the B-1B would fall directly, wiping out the area of sirens. The crisis for the royal family has been resolved. Once they withdraw to the royal family, I will be able to test the weapons. The main issue is that the electromagnetic cannon's effect is very similar to the siren purifier's laser cannon, which can easily cause misunderstandings. Ning didn't want to be branded as a siren commander. But the sirens are quite nice too. They all have silver hair. I am Belfast. I have lured the sirens away and am preparing to return to the royal palace. After giving his report, Belfast turned the ship around, intending to circle back to the Royal Navy. Bang! The engine is severely damaged. Just as the French ship turned, the area of the target suddenly increased, but it had already reached the farthest range of Belfast's detection range, so Belfast didn't pay any attention to it. But it was this moment of carelessness that caused him to be shot. Unfortunately, the shot hit the engine room, causing it to lose power. Not good. Belfast, which was accelerating away from the siren's range, lost power and returned to the siren's range. In an instant, a massive barrage of artillery fire rained down on Belfast. The ship caught fire, the turrets were damaged, and the torpedo launchers were damaged. A series of alarms sounded, and by this time, there was no part of the Belfast's hull intact. Even the communication antenna was broken, and its health dropped to below 10,000. Ahem, I was careless. The damage to the ship was reflected in Belfast's maid outfit, which became tattered and torn. Belfast, you're so unlucky. The point is about to go out. Ning knew it was time for him to make his move. Saratoga is ready to be bombed. Ning issued the combat order. All right, Commander. TCH, it seems this maid can't escape the commander's clutches either. Amaji was like that before, and now it's happening again. Saratoga also understood Ning's temperament. This tactic of using a hero to save the damsel in distress to gain favor with shipgirls was something Ning had tried and failed to get right. 1BS quickly approached the siren's tidal wave, and their altitude decreased from 3 kilometers to 2 kilometers. From this vantage point, the roar of the engine could already be faintly heard from the ground. I'm sorry everyone, I have to break my promise. At this moment, all of Belfast's weapons were damaged, and without power, he could not even escape. Belfast's gaze drifted towards the distant royal palace. I hope a commander will rebuild me. The shipgirls are not afraid of sacrifice. As warships, they yearn for battle from the moment they are born. At this moment, Belfast could only feel regret that he had no weapons to use and could not fight back. Boom, boom, boom. What was that sound? Belfast was prepared to be sunk, and a second later, a tremendous roar resounded overhead. Looking up, I saw 2 carrier-based aircraft. This is a bit too big, isn't it? The wingspan of this carrier-based aircraft must be at least 50 meters, right? Belfast stared blankly at the 2 carrier-based aircraft in the sky. In his understanding, carrier-based aircraft have a wingspan of only about 20 meters, and carrier-based aircraft with a wingspan of more than 50 meters simply do not exist. To Belfast's astonishment, 2 massive carrier-based aircraft flew toward the distant sirens, dropping a pile of what looked like bombs. It's really possible to hit the target when thrown from such a height. Belfast was so captivated by the unusual scene before him that he forgot he was in danger. The next moment, the bombs that were dropped suddenly unfurled a pair of wings in the air and adjusted their posture to glide. The bombs, which had been clustered together, flew toward their respective targets. Ning located the 60 sirens closest to Belfast on radar. As long as these sirens are killed, Belfast's vision will not be exposed to them. The JDM bomb was not propelled by gunpowder, but guided by a glider. In just over 10 seconds, a JDM-guided bomb had reached the top of the siren warship. Bang! A 1-ton bomb landed heavily on the siren's deck and exploded. The massive fireball even snapped the siren's hull in half. Belfast watched helplessly as the nearest siren warship was instantly destroyed. What kind of weapon is this? Before Belfast could react, The sound of explosions continued to echo in the distance. The 60 siren warships pursuing Belfast were almost simultaneously destroyed by Ning's guided bombs. Chapter 89. The commander is salvaging the ship again. Wah, what do we do? The headmaid's radio isn't responding. What was that explosion just now? It was terrifying. After the royals were out of danger, they immediately called Belfast, but received no response. Just as everyone was about to go back to see what had happened, an explosion was heard. All the people saw were bursts of fire flashing on the distant sea, accompanied by a series of booming sounds. What was that sound? Queen Elizabeth looked at the sky with curiosity, as if searching for an answer. Is that Ning? It seems Belfast is all right. Kuwei was very familiar with this sound. When he encountered the siren flagship before, it was this kind of bomb dropped by planes that instantly destroyed the siren flagship. Yudachi, go and bring Belfast over. This is where the role of the destroyer becomes apparent. At this point, if any of Peningle's ships were to pass by, they would be exposed. This behemoth, over 300 meters long, has a concealment range exceeding 20 kilometers. Yes, Commander. Mission accomplished. Yudachi replied, then broke away from the fleet and headed towards Belfast. Ning's fleet and the royal fleet were positioned on either side of the Siren's Tide, while Belfast had moved into the center of the Siren's Tide in an attempt to draw them away. There was no way to return the way we came, so Belfast could only wait for rescue. Yudachi was very fast, and with the boost from Ning's skill, she arrived in Belfast in half an hour. You're the Belfast, aren't you? From a great distance, Yudachi could see the Belfast's hull. Having been bombarded by sirens, there was almost no intact part of the ship's hull. The turret was damaged, and the communication antenna was also blown off. Who are you? Belfast asked somewhat warily. He didn't recognize the shipgirl in front of him, but he was certain that she was a shipgirl, so he wouldn't be in any danger. I'm Ning's shipgirl. You should know our commander, right? Ning. He's the commander personally appointed by the Queen. Belfast suddenly thought of Ning. I remember that I taught Ning Lu his basic courses myself. Yes, I know your commander. Belfast retracted its hull and stood at sea in its ship's rigging. However, due to the severity of the injury, her ship equipment was tattered, and there was almost no intact fabric on her maid outfit. He was helped onto the ship by Yudachi, but instead of returning to Royal Yudachi, he headed back towards the Ning fleet. Shall we not return to the royal palace? Belfast asked weakly. I don't know. The commander just told me to pick you up. Belfast still trusted Ning. After all, he was the royal commander. Yudachi was incredibly fast, and Belfast could hardly believe it when it returned to the Ning fleet's position. This is too big. This is the sigh that every shipgirl utters when she sees Ning. Among Ning's fleet, Warspite was the smallest in size. Previously, when Warspite went to see Elizabeth Belfast, she also saw Warspite's hull. It gave him quite a shock at the time. Both being Queen Elizabeth-class Warspite and HMS Elizabeth, the Warspite's displacement is almost double that of HMS Elizabeth. The cannon's caliber reached a terrifying 419 millimeters. Belfast thought this was Ning's most powerful warship, but when he saw all of Ning's shipgirls, he underestimated them. Upon arriving aboard the Saratoga, Belfast finally saw the large carrier-based aircraft that had just rescued him. With a wingspan of over 40 meters and a fuselage height of nearly 5 meters, it can even carry those terrifyingly powerful bombs. What is that? Belfast then noticed the F-14 male cat parked to the side. It also has the same variable sweep wing, but the Panda is much smaller than the B-1B next to it. Oh, it's Professor Belfast. We meet again. Belfast's gaze was still fixed on the novel fighter jets on the deck, and Ning didn't want to interrupt, but Belfast was still seriously injured, especially given his current clothes. Commander's got pink heart fever again, Saratoga. Standing to the side, you pointed to Ning in the distance and said to Saratoga, you'll get used to it. The commander always does this when he sees the older sister shipgirls. Saratoga was already used to Ninler's way of doing things. Thank you, Ninglo. If it weren't for you, I would have sunk just now. Belfast placed his hands in front of him and bowed slightly to Ning. Ahem, Professor Belfast, let me treat you. Ning Lu roared inwardly. Belfa, don't you know your current situation? You can't hide it at all. Ning turned his head away and said to Belfast, then I'll have to trouble Commander Ning. How can I cooperate with you? You can be healed by opening your mind to my commander's skill. Belfast did not hesitate and immediately released his mental connection with Ning. Oh. Ning Lu was certain that he hadn't done it on purpose. It was all controlled by the system, and he had no control over it at all. The terrifying mental energy surged into Belfast's body, and even the level 80 head maid couldn't withstand it for a while. His already weakened body was now unable to stand, and he fell forward. "Commander, if you don't let go, I'm going to tell Amaji." While Ningle was still enjoying himself, Saratoga, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him via telepathic communication. "Ahem, is Professor Belfast all right?" Ningle gestured to Saratoga in the distance, who quickly ran over and helped the weakened Belfast. "It's all right, Commander Ningle. Why is your mental strength so immense?" Belfast was certain that Ningle was the most terrifying commander in terms of mental strength among all the commanders she had ever encountered. Belfast even had the illusion that Ningle could control his own body if he wanted to. "Oh, because I'm already a level 5 commander." Chapter 90 Weapon Testing 5. Level 5 Commander. A level 5 commander is equivalent to the level of a royal governor. It's worth noting that when Belfast met Ningle, Ningle was just a freshman at the university, and in just half a month, he reached the pinnacle of being a commander. Ningle didn't explain much, but instead used the repair team. A few sparks flew off Belfast. As expected, Formidable was right. "You are not a rookie commander." Looking at the sparks rising from his body, Belfast said with a smile, "You were the one who treated the terrible injuries I sustained in the Mirror Sea, weren't you?" Belfast looked at Ningle with a smile. It has to be said that Belfast's smile is very infectious. It's the kind of smile that makes you want to approach her the moment you see it. "Don't you already know the answer?" Ningle did not answer directly, but responded with a smile in return. Belfast had suspected this when she was teaching Ningle's basic courses, but at the time it was just a tentative exploration. He was now certain that the commander in front of him was definitely not a newcomer. "Commander Ningle, aren't we going back to the Royal Navy?" With the help of damage control, Belfast's weapons and engine systems have been repaired, but his clothes remained unchanged, still somewhat tattered. At that moment, Belfast crossed one arm over her chest and said somewhat shyly, "Okay, let's deal with these sirens and then go back." "What?" Belfast gaped in disbelief upon hearing Ningle's words. "Commander Ningle, I know your shipgirls are strong, but even the Royal Navy wouldn't dare say they could wipe out all of these sirens." Belfast clearly thought Ningle was exaggerating. He had seen many commanders like this. Show your strength to the shipgirls to increase their favorability. Ningle is clearly not that kind of person. "Don't worry, Professor Belfast won't be gone for long." After saying that, Ningle turned and went back to the captain's cabin of the Saratoga. The commander did a great job. No pink hearts appeared on him. Back in the captain's cabin, Ningle sat down. Saratoga then skipped and hopped into Ninler's arms. "We are in the midst of a battle, so the commander must prioritize the overall situation," Ning said with a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. "Ahem, next time commander says something like that, could you please take your hand off Saratoga's leg? That would be more convincing," Saratoga said with a mischievous grin. "Ahem, take off B-1B carrier-based aircraft." Ning cleared his throat twice to defuse the awkward situation. Belfast, who remained on deck, was still stunned and frozen in place. The Royal Navy deployed all its fleets and fought for several hours, but still failed to eliminate the sirens. Ning said it wouldn't be long, and he said it so casually. Moreover, Belfast felt that Ningler's words did not seem to be a lie. Rumble, rumble. While Belfast was still in a daze, B-1B on the Saratoga deck had already reached the catapult position, ready for takeoff. With a whoosh, B-1B deployed its swept wings and, under the immense force of the catapult, launched itself toward the bow of the Saratoga. The strong winds made Belfast, who was standing on the deck, lose his balance. After finally regaining his balance, he heard a strange sound coming from afar. Buzzing. This sound is unlike anything a warship could make. Belfast was certain that the sound came from the battleship not far away. At this moment, Amaji's electromagnetic cannon is accumulating energy. Ningle's main objective this time was to test the power of the electromagnetic railgun. Electromagnetic gun charging 80. Ningle had witnessed the awe-inspiring scene of the electromagnetic gun being fired in previous tests. If it weren't for system limitations, with Ningle's ability to modify things, he could have directly turned the royal family into his own harem. You can choose whichever shipgirl you want to farm. The shipgirl's obsession with weapons has reached an extreme level. A single colorful thunderbolt could snatch away a Cheshire man. It's not a dream. Electromagnetic gun charged to 100%, target locked. 60 kilometers from the Ningle fleet, a large number of mass-produced Siren ships were gathered here, including a few Siren's flagships. The Siren flagship has 100,000 HP, making it a perfect target for the electromagnetic cannon. Radar locked, ready to launch at any time, Commander. Amaji's fire control radar had locked onto its target, a Siren flagship in the Siren Tide. It can be launched at any time. At this moment, Ningle switched his perspective to be 1B, a position from which he could better observe the damage the electromagnetic railgun was inflicting on the warship. As Ning Lu gave the order, the barrels of the electromagnetic guns on the Tianqing suddenly opened in all directions, and golden currents flashed. Thump! Like the echo of a drop of water hitting the surface, a beam of blue light shot out into the distance. Belfast, standing on the deck of Saratoga, witnessed the entire event. His worldview was completely overturned by Ningle's fleet, whether it was the huge carrier-based aircraft or the cannons he had never seen before. The lethality is quite good. At Mach 13, flying over 60 kilometers takes only a few seconds. From the aerial view of Ningle, a beam of blue laser light shot out from the distance from the Siren's fleet. The laser beam destroyed all the Siren warships it passed, eventually landing on a Siren flagship. By the time it reached its end, the beam of light had grown to a terrifying diameter of over 20 meters. Unlike ordinary artillery shells, electromagnetic railguns do not rely on explosive damage to destroy ships. Instead, it relies on extremely high speed and enormous kinetic energy to cause damage. The fact that the shells passed over the destroyed mass-produced Sirens said it all. The area struck by the shell had melted into molten iron. Almost none of the mass-produced Siren's ships were intact. In particular, the Siren flagship that was hit had a circular hole with a diameter of 20 meters melted in its core area. The seawater is already visible in it. Clearly, this electromagnetic cannon pierced through the Sirens. The damage effect is quite good. Let's try the anti-ship missile. Ninglu did not expect that Tianqing's electromagnetic gun could not only kill a single target, but also cause good damage to targets that the projectile passed through. Unfortunately, it can only damage enemies in a straight line, and it's not as effective against densely packed enemies like swarms of Sirens. Belfast hadn't recovered from the shock of the electromagnetic cannon when she heard another whooshing sound. The sound was coming from the hull of Amagi. A small hatch on the stern deck of Amagi opened. One by one, weapons resembling torpedoes flew out from it. However, these torpedoes did not fall into the water, but instead flew straight into the sky. A flying torpedo. Belfast covered her mouth with both hands, watching all of this in astonishment. 24 anti-ship missiles were launched, heading towards the 24 mass-produced ships of the Sirens in the distance. The anti-ship missiles are also very effective at clearing out the enemy ships. The weapons have been basically tested. Now Saratoga can clear the field. Everyone, return to base. Having returned to the battlefield, Ningle was very satisfied with the results of this weapons test. Mission accomplished, intercepted the first broadcast of the Siren Tide. Mission, defeat the Arbitrator Daiburlu clone. Dubalu clone, 300,000 HP, battleship type, heavy armor unit. Should we directly attack the Arbitrator? Although it's a clone, its strength is incomparable to that of an evolved being. The Siren's power is divided into an arbitration body and an experimental body. Evolvers are members of experimental agencies and are more inclined to research and intelligence gathering. Unlike Daiburlu, he is a pure arbitrator, a professional combat unit of the Sirens. Chapter 91 Royal Mobilization. Notify all command trainees to assemble in the main conference room. Upon returning to the royal court, Queen Elizabeth immediately summoned all naval cadets and commanders. At this moment, it is necessary to unite the entire royal family's strength to fight against this Siren Tide. What the crowd didn't know was that the Siren Tide, which had been causing them so much trouble, had already been dealt with by Ningle. Everyone, this Siren Tide is extremely terrifying. Our royal forces are simply no match for it. On the podium, Queen Elizabeth delivered a passionate pre-war mobilization speech. At this moment, hundreds of commanders and commander trainees are sitting below the stage. This swarm of Sirens numbered as many as 500, with the vanguard consisting of 300 mass-produced Sirens. Elizabeth explained the general situation to everyone. Each time a piece of news was announced, a collective gasp of surprise rippled through the audience. If we don't fight, then the royals will become the next Sardinia. Gentlemen, fight for the royal family. Queen Elizabeth spoke passionately on stage, but the scene in the audience was quite different. What should I do? I don't want to die in the royal palace. I want to go home. Yes, none of us are commanders of the royal army. I don't want to die here. This is also the tragedy of the Commander Academy. The Commander Academy does not restrict the faction of the commander. This is an agreement between all factions. Humans can choose to enroll in the nearest Commander Academy, and after graduation, they can take the Unified Commander exam to become the commander of that faction. In order to have better teaching conditions and obtain more IOUs, many commanders choose to send their children to other factions and then have them return to their own faction to take the exams. For example, the The Royal Navy is better at teaching how to operate battleships and aircraft carriers, while Sakura Empire is better at teaching how to operate destroyers and cruisers. However, this disadvantage becomes apparent at this point. Apart from the 40-plus commanders present, almost none of the other trainees were from the Royal Army. The audience was completely silent. Needless to say, the Royal Navy commanders were willing to fight to protect their port and homeland. But the students who come here to study are different. They all have their own backgrounds. Commanders and cadets who wish to remain in the battle should now assemble at the port. Elizabeth also saw this, and instead of forcing anyone, she chose the principle of voluntariness. The commanders stood up in unison and headed towards the port. The commander cadets hesitated for a while. A small number went to the port, but most chose to return to their dormitories. The royal family won't make things difficult for these students, but the moment they leave the royal family, they will no longer be royal family students. They can only re-enter the Naval Academy of another faction as freshmen. There's nothing we can do, Your Majesty. It's just human nature, the Prince of Wales said with some sadness. It's all right. Many commanders have already chosen to stay. We should at least give it a try, right? Queen Elizabeth, on the other hand, was very optimistic and believed that as the royal flagship, he would fight for the royal family to the very end. Why didn't Ning come? Queen Elizabeth was very interested in this mysterious commander. Ningle hasn't returned yet. He should be out at sea right now. After Ningle returned from Sakura Empire, Elizabeth took a great deal of interest in this commander. He was particularly envious of the brand new warships after Warspite was refitted. Let me know when Ningle comes back. Queen Elizabeth also had no time to search for Ningle. With the sirens close at hand, she had to organize a resistance force. With 50 commanders and 50 shipgirls, that should be enough to resist 300 mass-produced siren ships. Port. The commander and some of the trainees gathered here. The teachers are taking account of the students who stayed. Teacher Kuwei, has Ning Lu also chosen to leave? Razor asked the formidable one standing there. Kuwei stood there lost in thought, still replaying the scene of Ning Lu supporting the Royal Navy with AB-1B. Ninler is no longer a trainee. He is now a full-fledged commander. Upon hearing Razor's words, Kuwei finally came to his senses. Really? He's really amazing. That's what Rezel said from the bottom of his heart. TCH, they've probably already run away. A mocking voice came from behind. The two looked over and saw an extremely lewd man standing there, with a ship girl beside him carrying a large package on her back. It's Wang Jie, the one who stole Ning Li's ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Chen Xinran was still standing next to Wang Jie, and her ship girl was also carrying a huge package on her back. Wang Jie, please watch your words and actions. But he warned me sternly. TCH, what right do you have to tell me what to do? I'm no longer a Royal Navy Academy student. My father is the official commander of Sakura Empire, with his own port. Yes, Ning Lu is only fit to stay in the royal family. Now we don't know if he's run away or hiding. Chen Xinran also mocked from the side. You. Kuwei pointed at Wang Jie and Chen Xinran, his eyes wide open. Sorry, Mr. Kuwei, we'll be going now. Never mind, formidable teacher. That's just how the commanders of Sakura Empire are. Razor, who was standing nearby, offered some words of advice. Many people nearby overheard the conversation. They also remembered the student that Wang Jie had been targeting when they enrolled. When Wang Jie was mentioned, everyone present felt a wave of disgust. His father was a powerful commander in Sakura Empire, and it is said that his port had hundreds of ship girls. Although everyone present had family backgrounds as commanders, few possessed the strength of Wang Jie. Who is talking badly about me? Just as everyone was discussing in hushed tones, a discordant voice rang out. Ningle, you're back. Ningle was standing on the port, with several of her ship girls standing beside her. But what surprised everyone the most was that Belfast was standing behind Ningle. It's Belfast. The maids, who were still organizing the royal commander, all rushed over as soon as they saw Belfast appear unharmed. Because of her injury, Belfast's maid outfit was in very tatters, so Ningle had no choice but to give Belfast his own navy uniform. At this moment, Belfast wore a naval uniform draped over her shoulders and looked tired. It was the headmaid. He rescued the headmaid. News of Belfast's disappearance had already spread among the royal commanders. None of the commanders present did not want to rescue Belfast. When they learned that Belfast was in trouble, they all applied to go out and rescue her. But in the end, it was just talk. Nobody wanted to go and die. I'm fine. Commander Ningle rescued me. What's going on here? Belfast was somewhat surprised by what she saw at the port. Almost all the Royal Navy's commanders and shipgirls were there. We intend to mobilize all of the royal forces to fight against this siren tide. Sirius began to explain. then your preparations may have been in vain, as Commander Ningle has already wiped out all the sirens. Belfast's voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it clearly. What a joke, that's a full 300 siren-produced ships. Wang Jie was the first to break the silence. How is that possible? How could a commander with only destroyers possibly fight against so many sirens? Behind Ningle, apart from Amaji, there were no ship girls whose figures looked like large ships. This led many commanders to believe that Ningle's first impression was that his fleet consisted entirely of destroyers. Yeah, you're a commander with no background at all. Where did you get so many cube-built ship girls? You must have tricked all these destroyers into coming from someone else. Chen Xinran also stood up to mock them. As Ningle's ex-girlfriend, he knew very well that Ningle had no commander background at all, and that he must have lured these ship girls there. Destroyers are easy to fool. Hey, who are you talking about as a destroyer? Sarato's joining Akaji completely ignited the conflict. With two ships totaling over 100,000 tons, being constantly referred to as destroyers by others, who could stand that? Oh, so he's rebelling now. Go teach him a lesson. Wang Jie's Shipgirl is a heavy cruiser, so facing this small destroyer is like picking up a chick. Ningle is already a commander, so the Shipgirl's superhuman strength doesn't apply to him. But his Shipgirls are different. Their strength is completely tied to the strength of their own ship. Get out of here. Bang. Wang Jie's Shipgirl had just stepped forward, intending to teach Akaji and Saratoga a lesson. But the hot-tempered Akaji didn't tolerate him and kicked his heavy cruiser Shipgirl into the sea. The snack bar didn't hold back at all, kicking Wang Jie's Shipgirl more than 30 meters before she fell into the water. What's going on? Are destroyers this powerful now? The port was quiet at that moment. Listen carefully, we are both aircraft carriers. Chapter 92 Royal Shock. No one believed Saratoga's explanation last time, but this time it was different. With a wave of his hand, Saratoga conjured a colossal and terrifying aircraft carrier in the harbor beside him. It really is an aircraft carrier. It wasn't until Saratoga unfolded its hull and appeared on the scene that everyone believed it. We have to thank Saratoga for destroying 300 mass-produced sirens in one go this time. Ningla didn't forget to deliver the final blow. 300. Eliminate them all at once. This was beyond the comprehension of all the commanders and ship girls present. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Belfast, who was standing to the side, slowly spoke. Of those 300 mass-produced sirens, apart from a few sirens' flagships that were destroyed by this commander's battleship girls, the rest of the mass-produced sirens were taken down by Saratoga. Belfast's words plunged the room into silence once again. Impossible, you're talking nonsense too. Wang Jie couldn't hold back any longer. In his opinion, Ning Lu was just an ordinary civilian. How could he possibly possess such a powerful ship girl? Wang Jie, it's been a long time. I even saw your father when I went to Sakura Empire. He looks exactly like you. Ning Lu came into this world without any reservations about anyone, but Wang Jie was an exception. Sharp-tongued and unrestrained in targeting oneself. Oh, you actually know my father. At this moment, Wang Jie's Shipgirl also climbed out of the sea, soaking wet and looking like an injured chick, and stood trembling beside Wang Jie. Since you know my father, you should know that he is the most powerful commander in Sakura Empire. Now, if you give me this aircraft carrier Shipgirl, I can have my father give you a port in Sakura Empire. At this moment, Wang Jie was looking at Saratoga with a greedy gaze. I never thought that this piece of trash would actually find a treasure. If I get my hands on this aircraft carrier, I'm sure I'll be highly valued by my father. Wang Jie was unaware that his father had been thrown into the sea by Ning Lu. Haha, your father's name is Wang Ba, right? I'm sorry, we're not acquainted. Ning Lu, on the other hand, adopted a very indifferent attitude. To be honest, if there weren't so many people here, he really wanted to send Wang Jie to meet his father with one shot. TCH, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. Take his aircraft carrier ship girls. Wang Jie gave an order to the ship girl beside him. But, Commander, the ship girl was already a little scared. She looked up at Saratoga's huge hull and then at Akaji, who was rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Useless. Ning Lu, you remember this. Your ship girls are mine. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be a commander. After uttering a harsh remark, Wang Jie left with his ship girls. Brother Jie, are we just going to let this go? Chen Xinran and Wang Jie arrived at the distant dock, where the ship girls unfolded their hulls. Let this piece of trash be buried with the royal family. My father is the most powerful commander in Sakura Empire. Getting a commander's position, there will be a piece of cake. Wang Jie said with a smug look on his face. Jie, let's feed them to the fish once they leave the royal territory. Ship girls are not allowed to attack the commander, but they can attack other people's shipgirls. At this moment, Wang Jie and Chen Xinran are sitting on the hull of their shipgirl. Little did they know that a massive bomber was following them from thousands of meters in the air. The commander and the others have already left the Sakura Empire's territory. That despicable guy dared to call me a destroyer to my face and insult my commander, Saratoga said angrily. At this moment, the B-1B had already opened its huge bomb bay, and a heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missile had been dropped. When we get to Sakura Empire, Brother Jie will have to give me an identity too. Chen Xinran pounced on Wang Jie and said with a charming smile, "Of course, you and your shipgirl will serve me together then." Before they could finish speaking, the warship they were on was engulfed by a huge mushroom cloud. After dealing with Wang Jie's matter, Ning Lu went to the royal palace at Belfast's invitation. Since Ningel had annihilated the Siren's advance force, there was no need for the group to muster a final force to resist. At this moment, Ningel became a royal guest, arriving at Elizabeth's palace surrounded by a group of maids. Chapter 93 Secrets of Ancient Times. What? Commander Ningel, are you sure this information is reliable? Elizabeth invited Ningel to the palace to thank him for eliminating the Sirens. However, Kinninger revealed that the arbitrators were coming soon. The arbitrators are the Sirens' top-tier fighting force. How could we possibly defeat them? Kuwei stood aside, covering his mouth in amazement. Wait, are you afraid of the arbitrator? Information about the plot of Grand Blue Fantasy is already very scarce. The strength of the arbitrators is also very unclear. Dai Burlu only appeared in the short film and did not demonstrate his abilities. However, compared to the purifiers, Ningel felt that Dai Burlu's strength shouldn't be too great. Judging from the behavior of the royal family members, they seem to have a great fear of the arbitrator. Commander Ningel, you may not know this, but any arbitrator has the power to oppose an entire faction. Elizabeth said with a serious expression. The Sirens we usually fight are mass-produced ships and Siren flagships. Sirens of the arbitrator level appeared a long time ago. When the Shipgirls and Sirens first appeared in this world, the Shipgirls were not as weak as they are now. Ningel was also very curious, as the Shipgirls' strength shouldn't be so high. For example, an aircraft carrier reaching level 80 could only control 10 carrier-based aircraft, and a battleship could only launch a salvo at level 50. Commander Ningel, you are the only human I have ever met who can be called a commander. What's the meaning? Ningel was somewhat bewildered upon hearing Elizabeth's words. There were only 4 commanders initially, and each of them commanded hundreds of historically famous ships. Moreover, each of their commanders has absolute control over the Shipgirls. Elizabeth was the flagship of the royal family not only because of her status as queen, but also because of her incredibly long existence. At the beginning, the Shipgirls could perfectly control the ship. It wasn't until the 4 commanders died that the Shipgirls started to lose control of the ship. The many Shipgirls present listened attentively. They had never heard of these things before. Elizabeth continued her sermon. In that era, the Shipgirls were strong enough to rival the Sirens' arbitrators, and the main fleets of these 4 commanders could each hold their own against an arbitrator. How is that possible? 6 Shipgirls can fight against 1 arbitrator. Belfast appeared several decades later than Elizabeth, making her a veteran Shipgirl of the Royal Navy. He had witnessed the power of the Siren arbitrators firsthand. Ordinary Shipgirls cannot harm it in the slightest, while each attack from the arbitrator can sink a Shipgirl. The most terrifying thing is that the arbitrators are all covered by a shield, which can negate the attacks of the Shipgirls. Belfast vividly remembers that if he hadn't been lucky, he would have been sunk at sea by the arbitrators. This is not an exaggeration. In that ancient era, Shipgirls with commanders had that kind of strength. Each Shipgirl can use skills from the very beginning of her life, and she has more than one skill. Elizabeth had never told any of the Shipgirls this information, and everyone present found it hard to believe. Former commanders could fully control Shipgirls, modify their hulls, change their weapons and equipment, and most importantly, they could contract Shipgirls without limit. These news stories sound completely unbelievable now. In a world where commanders can only control a portion of the weapons and equipment, and the number of contracted Shipgirls is related to their level, Elizabeth's news is nothing short of a bombshell. In the past, battleships did not need to reach level 50 to fire salvos, and aircraft carriers could launch a massive swarm of aircraft. After Elizabeth finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Ningel. Why are you all staring at me? Ningla had a bad feeling. Belfast's favorability rating has increased to 50. Sirius's favorability rating has increased to 50. Dato's favorability rating has increased to 50. Hood's favorability rating has increased to 50. Elizabeth's favorability rating has increased to 50. Suddenly, news of Ning Li's improved favorability kept popping up in his ears. Everyone, you should understand what I just said. In other words, all the commanders currently existing in this world are not commanders in the true sense of the word. They are just ordinary humans. And the only one who can truly be called a qualified commander is Ningle, who is standing right in front of us. A series of gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. I knew I had such a strong liking for this commander. It turns out he's the truly qualified commander in every sense of the word. Suddenly, as if remembering something, everyone turned their gaze to Kuwei. Why are you all looking at me like that? Kuwei covered his chest with his hands, as if it would give him a sense of security. Fearsome, last time you and Ning Lu were trapped in the Mirror's Sea, was it Ning Lu who manipulated you to resolve the battle? Elizabeth asked seriously. Kuwei glanced at Ningle, who had told him to keep the secret. Tell them, you formidable teacher. Ning Lu acquiesced. Previously, Ning Li's strength was insufficient to protect himself, but now it was different. Yes, at that time, Ning Lu controlled my ship to launch all the carrier-based aircraft, and also used the commander skill to extinguish the flames on my ship. How many carrier-based aircraft did Commander Ningle launch? Radiant grabbed Fear's shoulders with both hands and asked anxiously. All of them, he took off. All of my carrier-based aircraft. Think. Another gasp of cold air followed. Truly formidable. Tell me, what is it like to be connected to Ningle? Although the shipgirls present were all wild shipgirls, they had also established contact with human commanders. How should I put it? I feel that Ning Li's spirit has penetrated into every part of the ship, and my body feels full. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but Ningle's mental connection can easily make shipgirls addicted. It's a feeling that comes from physical instinct. Yes, I had the same feeling. After my antenna was destroyed by the sirens, Commander Ningle connected my ship to repair it. Belfast also said, Commander Ningle connects with my spirit. Queen Elizabeth wanted to confirm that he had established a mental connection with the 4 former commanders, a feeling he was intimately familiar with. No need for testing, old woman. My commander exists just like the 4 commanders of the past. Standing next to Ning Lu, Xiao Qiqing said impatiently. We can't continue like this. I feel like they'll steal the commander from us. Akagi was also the flagship of the Sakura Empire, and he was familiar with that period of history from ancient times. However, he understood that once his identity as a commander was exposed, a large number of shipgirls would want to form a contract with him. Given Akagi's personality, she definitely wouldn't want to share a commander with so many shipgirls. Chapter 94 Commander's Great Crisis. Akagi returns. Who are you to speak so rudely? The Prince of Wales stepped forward and reprimanded him. Elizabeth also cast a curious glance at him. She was certain she had never seen this little girl with animal ears before. I am Akagi, the flagship of the Sakura Empire. Akagi stood with her hands on her hips, looking superior. Silence fell over the palace. It wasn't that no one believed Akagi's words. Rather, they simply couldn't believe them. Everyone present was a high-ranking member of the royal family and was familiar with the appearance of the flagships of each faction. Akagi clearly has the air of a mature woman, but the beast-eared lowly in front of her is nothing like a mature woman at all. Why don't you believe me? I'm truly sincere. By the way, Commander, how about we transfer the attribute to Akagi? As if remembering something, Xiao Qiqing looked at Ning Lu beside him. After Tiansheng returned to normal, Xiao Qiqing kept asking Ningle about these things. Ning Lu didn't hide anything and told Akagi that he could adjust the shipgirl's attributes. This incident also made Akagi realize that her commander definitely had some special hobby. Ning Lu did not refuse. He wanted to see what kind of effect the collision between the flagships of the 2 camps would produce. The system will transfer the attributes of Big Sister and Great Thunder to Akagi. The attributes have been adjusted. With a thought from Ning Lu, the giant fox Tiansheng instantly transformed back into the adorable animal-eared lowly. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiqing, who was looking at Ning Lu with pitiful eyes, suddenly flashed with white light. She transformed into Akagi, the one who struck fear into the hearts of commanders. See, another gasp of cold air was heard. This was already the umpteenth time that the numerous shipgirls present had gasped in shock. Ningle's series of actions are incredible. Does the old woman believe it now? Akagi's voice also changed from that soft and cute one back to that alluring and mature female voice. Akagi, how did you become Ningle's shipgirl? Did Sakura Empire find the Yamato class? Elizabeth asked incredulously. The Yamato-class destroyer is here. Nagato, who had been silent all along, raised her little hand in a gesture. You're a Yamato-class? The Royal Arkansas said in disbelief. When he first met those little girls, he even touched Nagato's beast ears. The texture can be described as soft, chewy, and bouncy. Unexpectedly, this adorable animal-eared loli is actually a legendary Yamato-class creature. That's the largest caliber battleship known to exist. Everyone was amazed by Ning Li's strength. But the queen on the throne had a different focus. It can actually change the appearance of Shipgirls. No wonder this commander was able to get Saratoga. Queen Elizabeth knew Saratoga. It had existed in ancient times, but unfortunately, it was sunk. Saratoga was very dissatisfied with her figure at the time and was always called a foul monster by other shipgirls. Old woman, the Royal Navy shouldn't get any funny ideas about my commander. As if guessing Elizabeth's thoughts on the throne, Akagi warned. Elizabeth knew Akagi's personality well, and after giving Ningle a meaningful look, she did not answer. Gentlemen, if the arbitrator really does come, as Ningle said, then only Ningle in the entire royal family can deal with him. Therefore, from today onwards, the entire royal family must cooperate with Ningle to deal with the upcoming siren attack. After saying this, Elizabeth left. Elizabeth's words caused an uproar throughout the royal family. Cooperate? How do we cooperate? Do we need to become Ningle's shipgirls? Although I hate to admit it, only Ningle can save the royal family. The shipgirls dispersed, but their gazes toward Ningle had changed slightly. Belfast's favorability rating has increased to 60. Die Duo's favorability has increased to 60. Radiance's favorability has increased to 60. Raise the Awesome's favorability to 90 to trigger the exclusive quest, the redemption of a non-dinosaur. Ning Li's mind kept replaying the system prompts. I need to get back to the dorm quickly. Alarm bells rang in Akagi's mind. He sensed a dangerous glint in the eyes of the nearby ship girls as they looked at their commander. Especially that teacher of Ningle. Commander, we must leave quickly, it's not safe here. Because of her increased size, Akagi became much stronger and grabbed Ningle's hand, running towards the dormitory. Aren't the Royal Navy's ship girls supposed to be all ladies? What's with all those looks on their faces? On the way back, Akagi remained highly vigilant. He pulled Ninglu back to the dormitory and locked the door from the inside. Commander, it's dangerous outside. Don't go out at night. Akagi locked the door, checked that the windows were closed, and drew the curtains. Don't be nervous, Akagi. The Royal Navy's ship girls know their limits. Commander, haven't you noticed that the way those ship girls are looking at you is strange? Akagi looked serious as she peered out through the gap in the curtains. No, right now I'm the only one who can stand up to the arbitrator, Daiburlu. They wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Ninglu was also very pleased, as he hadn't expected Chi-Chung to care so much about his safety. Wait a minute, something feels off. Saratoga and Warspite had just tried to come in, but Akagi stopped them outside. Ningle was lying in bed, intending to rest for a while. Recalling the journey back, he realized that Chi-Chung was acting very strangely. First, she kept all the other ship girls outside, and then locked the door from the inside. The door can't withstand the ship girls' monstrous strength. Could it be? Ninglu seemed to realize what was happening and raised his head slightly, trying to get up, but suddenly a hot body pressed down on him. Haha, Commander, it's dangerous outside, but Akagi is here to protect you, so you don't need to be afraid. At this moment, Chi-Chung straddled Ningle, resting his chin on his hands, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. The 9 foxtails behind it were swaying incessantly, and the ears on its head were twitching. Damn it, I forgot that Akagi has the attribute of being a commander with exclusive control. However, it is certain that Ninglu is not in mortal danger. Akagi, we haven't made a vow yet. Nothing can happen. Ninglu remained remarkably calm as he considered what might happen next. I've already tried it on Tianqing, but it can't be enhanced. I don't have the authority. Hee, Commander, you're too naive. There are many other things you can do besides those. Upon hearing Chi-Chung's words, Ninglu was first taken aback, and then a chill ran through him. I almost forgot, this is Akagi. Second floor. Akagi really doesn't need to be so wary. Saratoga lay on the bed, swinging her legs aimlessly. You can't entirely blame Akagi. He's seen how crazy shipgirls were about their commanders back then. Tianqing has transformed back into the soft and adorable little Tianqing, and is currently sitting in his room making tea. Because Ningle has a lot of shipgirls, the academy assigned her a separate dormitory. The dormitory is divided into 2 floors, with 2 rooms on each floor. As the commander, Ningle naturally chose the largest room on the first floor, where the battleships Warspite and Nagato also lived. This way, the 2 battleships can reach the commander's room immediately in the event of danger. On the second floor, there were 2 rooms, one for Amagi and one for Saratoga, while the other for Akagi and his old subordinate Yudachi. However, these past few days, because Little Sky City has reverted to Sky City, She has been sleeping in the commander's room, which has made Saratoga very unhappy. Every night, the red hearts that the commander sends out almost float up to the second floor, so I can tell he's doing something indescribable downstairs. Why do I feel like I can't breathe? Xiao Tianqing, is the light in the room broken? At that moment, Saratoga felt a suffocating sensation in the air, and the entire room turned a deep red. No, it should be the aura emanating from the commander. Saratoga was certain that this was the strongest aura Ningle had ever exuded since he had met the commander. The whole room seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, with a faint pink hue in the air, and hearts floating slowly. Commander, you wouldn't be doing something really bad with Akagi, would you? Saratoga wasn't worried about Ningle's safety. She just subconsciously made a sarcastic remark. Maybe so. Tianqing has always given people the feeling of a friendly older sister next door, but at this moment, she was completely speechless. What on earth is this little sister doing? If this keeps up, will the commander even be able to get up tomorrow? Chapter 95 Upgrade, Red Tip. The next morning. Good morning, everyone. Ningle arrived in the living room full of energy and greeted all the Shipgirls. A somewhat tired Akagi followed behind. We could consider contracting both Taiho and Ron. It seems there wasn't a little Ron in the game from my previous life. Ningle was certain that his mental strength had been enhanced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong control over the Shipgirls, but he didn't expect that his mental strength would be enhanced in all aspects. This is why Ningle spent the whole night studying this discovery. Akagi looked a little tired, but you could see her undisguised joy. Ha ha ha. Finally, the commander belongs to Akagi alone. Chicheng was still savoring the lessons he had learned the previous night, but the next second, bang! With a flash of white light, the former veteran Shipgirl transformed back into that adorable little animal-eared loli. Akagi, you're cuter when you're small. To be honest, Ningle really likes Chicheng. But if Akagi is kept in this state of being a veteran Shipgirl, who knows if it will affect the training effect? Instead, she felt more at ease in trusting the only older sister attribute to Amagi. Just as Ningle was about to do that, Saratoga grabbed Ningle's arm and started to act coquettishly. Commander, please, Saratoga wants to grow up too, okay? Her big, watery eyes looked at Ning Lu, looking pitiful. Well, it's not impossible. Saratoga went through so much in her past life. What's wrong with her just wanting to grow up in a world full of mature Shipgirls? Ningle then opened the panel and tried to transfer the attributes of the older sister and the thunder to Saratoga. This character has a 100% incompatibility with this attribute and cannot be used. I'm sorry, Judgia. It's not that the commander doesn't want to help you, but as the mascot, you can only maintain the status quo. I explained to Saratoga that this become mature attribute can only be used by Shipgirls who were originally mature. This left Saratoga feeling quite frustrated. Arbitrator Dibber Road will arrive at the Royal Outer Sea in 12 hours. Prepare for battle. The system notification interrupted Ning Li's thoughts. The arbitrators arrived so quickly. I checked my experience and resources on my system. 1.3 million experience points, 2.7 million resources. By eliminating the Siren's advance force, Ningle gained a large amount of supplies and experience. We must increase our strength as much as possible before the arbitrators arrive. What Elizabeth said doesn't seem to be false. Being able to fight against an entire camp of arbitrators means we shouldn't underestimate our strength. Elizabeth's words led Ningler to make an extremely bold guess. However, this speculation still needs to be verified. The system has upgraded my commander level. Commander level upgrades require 60,000 resources to reach level 6 and 70,000 resources to reach level 7. Commander level is increased to level 10, new commander skills are unlocked, the Shipgirl star system is unlocked, the Shipgirl level cap is increased to 110, the skin shop is unlocked, and the Oath gift box is unlocked. Ning Lu rose through the ranks in one go, and the system notification sounded continuously for level 5. First, there are the new commander skills. Extract. Unlock skills and repair warships. Shipgirls returning to port will consume resources and automatically undergo repairs. Commanders need to obtain their own port to unlock this feature. Current skill. Skill 1. Group Heal. Restores 50% HP to the fleet, 3-hour cooldown. Skill 2. Battleship Repair. Shipgirls returning to port will consume resources to automatically perform repairs. This skill can only be unlocked when the commander has their own port. I can't use this skill. How can I obtain my own port from the system? Ningle was happy to see that he could repair Shipgirls, but he didn't expect that the prerequisite was that he had to own a port. Commander obtains this world port area, or commander level increases to 15. After checking that he still had 1.9 million experience points, Ning Lu ultimately decided not to upgrade. Are you kidding? The sirens are about to attack. What's the point of leveling up? We need to increase our strength. In addition to unlocking new skills, Ningle also unlocked the star system. This is easy to understand. All Shipgirls are built as 2-star ships and need to be upgraded using the same Shipgirl or a Beauty Shipgirl. At this moment, Ning Lu focused his attention on his Shipgirl. Why are they all 2-star? Ning Lu was shocked to see that even high-level Shipgirls like Akaji and Amaji were only 2-star at the moment. System, how do I obtain Brie? Ningle had a premonition that the Shipgirls could not fully control the combat and star rating of their own ships. Unlocked when Commander reaches level 15. The system's cold notification shattered Ning Li's plans. It seems that increasing strength by raising star rating is not a viable method. The system also offers level-up rewards, but Ning Lu isn't in a hurry, since leveling up in this world doesn't directly increase the Shipgirl's strength. We've finally reached the spiritual pillar for commanders playing the game. Skin Shop and Oath Gift Box. You should know that in the past, besides playing games with Shipgirls to clear stages, the most important thing was of course buying skins. As the only 2 items in Azur Lane that require red tips to consume, these are the dreams of many commanders. Upon opening the skin shop, Ningle already had a set of skins in his inventory. The Shrine Maiden outfit is a reward given to Ningle for completing the Sakura Empire main storyline. Ning Li's lips curled up slightly as he carefully observed the specific instructions. The skin is compatible with all Shipgirls. This one sentence struck a chord with countless commanders. Ningle scrolled through the entire skin store, which contained almost every skin he had ever seen. But the price is also quite painful. And it actually requires consuming red tips. How do I get this red token from the system? Besides purchasing skins, purchasing contract gift boxes also requires the use of red tips. Ning has been in this world for so long, yet he has not discovered how to obtain the red tip, nor has he even received any related information. Chapter 96 Remodeling. That wicked red tip. Ning Lu complained, somewhat speechless. System, how do I get the red tip? Red tips are the currency in the Akashi shop and can only be unlocked after the commander obtains Akashi. Wait, do I need to win over the landlady to get the red tip? Ning Lu looked surprised. System, you're really something. Does this mean that if I make a pact with the landlady in this world, all her resources will be mine? By activating the Shipgirl modification system, Ningle aims to maximize the Shipgirl's strength before Daiburlu arrives. What's going on with this Dibero clone in the system? Ningle carefully observed the system's task and discovered that this Daiburlu was not the original body like the previous evolved beings, but a clone. The clone has 30 times the strength of the original and drops rewards upon defeat. TCH, only 30 strength? That's a piece of cake. If I can resolve this crisis within the Royal Navy and raise the affection levels of all the Royal Navy Shipgirls to 100, wouldn't the Royal Navy become my queen? Thinking of this, pink hearts popped up all over Ning Lu again. Which commander doesn't want a maid core? Which commander doesn't yearn for the illustrious class? Upon opening the modification system, Ning Lu still had 900,000 experience points and 2.7 million resources. System Modify Yudachi. As the only destroyer in the fleet, Yudachi plays a crucial role, especially given that Ningle currently lacks frontline Shipgirls. There are no plans for further modifications to this Shipgirl. Wait, what does the system mean? Is Yudachi impossible to modify? Yes, there are no further modification plans for this Shipgirl. The system's cold notification sounded again. Ning Li's face stiffened as he looked up at Yudachi, who was eating at the table. What's wrong, Commander? Yudachi was eating the torpedo tempura and torpedo sushi that had been delivered to him, his mouth already full of food, when he asked in a muffled tone. It's nothing. Eat slowly, Yudachi. Ning Lu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. What's going on? Why doesn't Yudachi have any follow-up modification plans for the system? If all the Shipgirls in your fleet have undergone modernization, and only Yudachi is still at the level of World War II, does the commander dislike Yudachi? Why can the other sisters be modified to have suction power, but not her? Just thinking about how they would look at me with those pitiful eyes. This Shipgirl is already at the most advanced stage of her model. Commanders can purchase universal modification plans in the shop to modify the Shipgirl. A general solution? Why didn't you say so earlier, system? Ning Lu breathed a sigh of relief, then opened the system and found the general solution. Damn it, system, why didn't you tell me about the universal modification solution sooner? Ningle couldn't believe what he was seeing. 055 renovation plan, 054 renovation plan, 052 renovation plan, 001 renovation plan. All the modern warship modification plans he himself interpreted are actually here. These renovation plans are all very appealing, but they are also quite expensive. Even the cheapest 052 modification plan requires 1 million in materials and 100,000 in experience. Furthermore, after the modification, the ship will not have any weapons on board. Anti-ship missiles and carrier-based aircraft will need to be purchased separately. There are advantages to being expensive. This is a missile destroyer, a single one capable of destroying an entire fleet. Having thought of this, Ning Lu no longer hesitated. The hull design will be based on the 052E refit design. The anti-ship missile chosen is the YJ-12 anti-ship missile. The artillery selected is a 130mm multi-purpose naval gun. The anti-aircraft gun selected is the Type 1130 close-in weapon system. The entire cost is only amount missing. Cough cough, 3 million. Is this system joking? How can it be so expensive? If I were to acquire Ning Li's equipment, I would need to obtain 300,000 worth of supplies. How am I supposed to get 300,000 worth of supplies? I can't exactly ask Elizabeth for them. The thought that the favorability ratings of the Royal Navy Shipgirls were still rising made Ningle afraid to go out. Who knows what these Royal Navy Shipgirls will do? This is the only way. Ninglu operated the system for a while. How are things? Are you getting used to the new hull of Yudachi? Wow, Commander, how did you do that? How did Yudachi grow up? Saratoga asked with an incredulous expression. At this moment, Yudachi is covered in a layer of white light, and his body is still growing. In the end, Ningle spent 2.4 million, but due to insufficient resources, he had no choice but to cut off the main gun. However, even though only a portion of it was modified, the changes to Yudachi are still quite noticeable. First of all, his appearance has changed significantly. He was originally 1.4 meters tall, but has now grown to 1.6 meters. I should have a D by now. So why hasn't the system revoked the attribute yet? Ningle opened Yudachi's module panel. Chile. Current mod. Girl ship. D. Southern Hemisphere. Puppy girl. Gluttonous. Cute. Skins unavailable. Even though it's all D, it's not a major disaster. System. How do you define this attribute? Ning Lu was somewhat speechless, but then he thought back to how he felt last night. It seems that the characteristics of a food court are definitely gone. Forget about it. What will happen when the puppy grows up? Cough cough. Doesn't this mean we can test the weapons? That's right. The first thing Ningle wanted to do was to test Yudachi's fighting ability. The weekly tasks for this month have just been refreshed. Let's go, Yudachi. Let's go out and test your new hull. Yudachi said with a hint of helplessness, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Commander, why has Yudachi gotten bigger? The ship feels heavier, which makes it less maneuverable. Saratoga, standing to the side, looked resentful. You can give it to me if you don't want it. Indeed, Yudachi, you've grown a lot bigger. Everyone, pack up. We're going out to test Yudachi's new hull. This is Ningle's first guided missile destroyer. Although the main gun has been downgraded, once resources are acquired, the Yudachi will definitely be refitted. Ningle led a group of shipgirls to the port. I'm really looking forward to seeing what modifications the commander made to Yudachi. The food court was still reminiscing about last night. When he saw that Yudachi's body had grown after being modified, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Looks like we need to act quickly, or the little expulsion will beat us to it. At this moment, Saratoga is still the flagship, and everyone is staying in Saratoga's captain's cabin. System, receive weekly tasks. The mirror-like sea unfolds. Ning Lu accepted the mission, and after a burst of purple light, the group entered the mirror sea. Expand the ship, Yudachi, and test the weapon effects. Yes, Commander. Yudachi skipped and hopped out of the captain's cabin and landed on the sea. The phantom of the warship, enveloped in white particle effects, slowly unfolded. Huh? Commander, where are my main guns and torpedo tubes? At this moment, the hull of Yudachi has transformed from its former state of being full of illegal structures into a streamlined design. An integrated mast with straight front and rear decks. It didn't even have a main gun. Ahem, don't worry about the details. Your main weapons are no longer torpedoes and naval guns. Ningla didn't dare to explain. He couldn't very well say that he hadn't bought naval guns for Yudachi because he was poor. Yes, Commander Yudachi, let's go. With its engine at full power, the 8,000-ton ship approached the distant sirens at a speed disproportionate to its size. Enemy cruiser spotted, enemy destroyer spotted, battleship spotted, enemy aircraft carrier spotted, enemy siren flagship spotted. Destroyer 3, cruiser 3, battleship 2, aircraft carrier 2, siren flagship 1. The siren fleet encountered this time included almost all ship types, which was equivalent to a comprehensive test for Yudachi. I didn't expect that the Type 052 frigate is so big, yet its concealment range is only 4 kilometers. It's really unscientific. The Type 052 destroyer adopts an integrated hull design and has a radar reflective coating on its surface, which is why the detection range of the Yudachi is reduced so much. Yudachi was already very close, but the Siren fleet opposite them was completely unaware. Wow, Commander Yudachi can see so far. He can even see the farthest Siren flagship. As a destroyer, Yudachi had never experienced such advanced technology as radar. Its original hull could only locate enemies visually, and its only electronic device was a radio. However, the current Yudachi is a fully modern destroyer, equipped with an active phased array radar, which allows the Yudachi to have a detection range of up to 300 kilometers. While its detection range might seem insufficient compared to Saratoga and Amagi, Yudachi boasts the most impressive air reconnaissance range in the entire fleet, 3,000 kilometers. With such a detection range, once the Yudachi is deployed, the entire Royal Navy's airspace will be under his control. Yes, it's just that there are no anti-aircraft missiles for the time being. Ning was also speechless. The air defense missiles were ridiculously expensive. The cheapest HQ-9B missile cost 1 million in supplies, the same price as the Yudachi ship's hull. However, it must be said that the anti-aircraft missiles produced by the system are truly extraordinary. The original HQ-9 missile had a range of only about 200 kilometers, but in this world, it has increased to a terrifying 500 kilometers. Not to mention the improved models that followed, each one more outrageous than the last. When will the commander renovate the food court again? I don't know who the food court learned from, but ever since last night, Ning has felt that the food court is sticking to him a lot. Ning Lu was sitting above the captain's rank when Akaji walked over and sat in Ning Li's lap. He kicked off his wooden clogs and curled up in Ning Li's arms. The fluffy tail complements her petite body. Saratoga, you should learn from this. Saratoga, oh right. Commander, have you touched him enough? Ning Lu held Xiao Qiqing's little feet in one hand and gently stroked Xiao Qiqing's head with the other. Ning controlled Yudachi, and his radar locked onto all the Siren warships present. Chapter 97 Test, Discovering a New Continent. Yudachi stood in her control room, fascinated by the electronic instruments around her. At this moment, Yudachi was in the hands of Ning Lu, while Yudachi was studying diligently on the side. Radar has locked onto the missile and is ready to launch. Ning gave the order to attack, and immediately the hatch of a missile launcher was ejected from the bow of the Yudachi. A plume of white smoke rose as a massive anti-ship missile soared into the sky from the launch unit. When it reached a distance of 50 or 60 meters, a cloud of smoke billowed from the side of the anti-ship missile. The anti-ship missile, which had just been ascending vertically, made a 90-degree turn and rushed toward the Siren's fleet in the distance. Is that an anti-ship missile too? It can even turn. Beside Ning Lu, Tiancheng asked in surprise. After its refit, the Amagi-class ships were also equipped with anti-ship missiles. However, unlike the YJ-12, the Harpoon missiles did not fly close to the sea, but instead attacked the enemy with a high-angle trajectory. However, they are about the same size. A distance of more than 10 kilometers takes only a few seconds at the supersonic speed of the YJ-12. Bang! Bang! Good, Commander Yudachi hit. Yudachi celebrated happily. In the past, destroyers could only perform reconnaissance and raids. Unexpectedly, Yudachi has now become a main force in the fleet. Fire! Fire! Wipe them all out. Yudachi also learned how to use anti-ship missiles. All he needed to do was aim at the target and launch, without needing to control anything else. Oh no, Commander Yudachi has been spotted. A plane is coming. Yudachi was 30 kilometers away from the Siren fleet, but he had already been exposed because of his attack. Fortunately, even the battleships with the longest range can't reach Yudachi. Just because battleships can't reach them doesn't mean aircraft carriers can't. 2 Siren aircraft carriers took off, and 20 carrier-based aircraft flew towards Yudachi. They were natural enemies of destroyers and carrier-based aircraft during World War II. Without strong anti-aircraft firepower and a sturdy hull, a fragile destroyer can be sunk with just one aerial bomb. Seeing Yudachi so flustered, Ning decided to tease the little destroyer. Then run. If Yudachi gets blown up, we're doomed. Ning spoke in the fleet channel, his tone slightly flustered. TCH, Commander, you're so naughty, I love it. Little Qiqing chuckled softly in his arms and kicked Ning with one of his little feet. Little Akaji, what you're doing is very dangerous. Ning had to admit that Qiqing was truly capable. Every move captivated the commander's heart. Wah, The commander's plane is coming. Please help Yudachi. Yudachi hurriedly steered the ship toward Ningle. Commander, I'm going to launch the Tomcat. For Saratoga, these few carrier-based aircraft are just a matter of taking off a few Tomcats. No need, just watch. Ningle stopped Saratoga. Just kidding. Yudachi is the strongest anti-aircraft weapon in the fleet, and the power of the 1130 close-in weapon system is no joke. The Siren's carrier-based aircraft were still approaching, and poor Yudachi had already burst into tears. Wah, Commander, please save Yudachi. At this moment, Yudachi hid in the corner of the cockpit, trembling with her hands covering her head, as if this would prevent her from being detected by the carrier-based aircraft in the sky. The bomb has been dropped. Commander, please save Yudachi. Saratoga, watching from afar, also witnessed this scene. He initially thought Ningle was merely teasing Yudachi, but to his surprise, Ningle made no move even after the Sirens dropped their bombs. Keep an eye on Yudachi. From now on, the entire fleet's air defense will be in your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of intense artillery fire rang out. It was less the sound of artillery fire and more the sound of a continuous roar. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system opened fire on the carrier-based aircraft high in the sky and the bombs being dropped. The 1130 can even intercept anti-ship missiles, so a mere aerial bomb is no problem for it. 3 aerial bombs were detonated in midair, and the dense barrage of bullets shot down several carrier-based aircraft in the sky. At this moment, all the Shipgirls in the fleet watched this scene in astonishment. With such a high rate of fire, is that really an artillery piece? This is even faster than the rate of fire of the Phalanx CIWS on my ship. The ships of Amagi and Saratoga also have close-in weapon systems, but they are much less effective than the 1130. In this world, the 1130 close-in weapon system has been modified. In the original world, close-in weapon systems only had a defensive range of a few kilometers, but in this world, the 1130's defensive range has reached a terrifying 20 kilometers. It can intercept 20 targets simultaneously within 5 seconds. Such terrifying interception efficiency means that even a large group of carrier-based aircraft can only hold out for a few more seconds. Wow, that's amazing. Commander Yudachi wants to try it too. Seeing that he was all right, Yudachi started again. Try maneuvering the Type 1130 frigate gun on the ship to strafe the aircraft in the sky. Chapter 98, A Terrible Request. Haha, isn't Commander Yudachi amazing? Praise Yudachi. Yudachi controlled the close-in weapon system and shot down all the incoming carrier-based aircraft. At this moment, only 2 battleships and a Siren flagship remained on the battlefield. Anti-ship missiles have a long range and great power, but their shortcomings are also obvious. Their armor-piercing effect is very poor. The armor-piercing power of the YJ-12 and Harpoon can only penetrate up to 50 millimeters of armor. Compared to the armor of battleships that are hundreds of millimeters thick, ordinary anti-ship missiles are just a tickle to battleships. However, the test was quite successful. Yudachi's air defense and reconnaissance capabilities are sufficient to deal with the upcoming Sirens. Amagi, take care of those 2 battleships and the Siren flagship. A huge blue pillar of light appeared. Amagi fired almost one shot at a time, sending the last 3 Siren warships into the sea. Rewards settled. 33,000 resources, 33,000 experience points, and 1 wisdom cube. The only way Ningle can obtain Rubik's Cubes now is through weekly quests. The Rubik's Cube is crucial to Ningle, as it is used not only to build Shipgirls, but also to unlock Shipgirl modules. How can one big fox suffice? Ning Lu, of course, needs everyone to be a big ship. Saratoga is an exception, it doesn't fit this attribute. Thus, a world where only Saratoga was injured was born. Commander, how long are you going to keep hugging me? At this moment, Ningle had already left the Mirror Sea and returned to Royal Harbor. Ningle did not put down the little Chichung in his arms. I must say, Akaji's jade feet feel amazing, so soft. And then there's the fluffy foxtail. But this made Saratoga, who was standing nearby, a little unhappy. Ahem, little Akaji, don't disturb the commander as he sets sail. Ning Lu coughed twice, put Xiao Chichung on the ground, and helped him put on his wooden clogs. Oh, if the commander likes the food court, you can sleep at the commander's place tonight. The snack bar whispered in Ning Li's ear. You vixen. As luck would have it, Saratoga overheard this remark. TCH, I am a fox. The food court gave him a victorious smile. Commander, next time, you can touch Saratoga too. Saratoga sneaked up to Ningle, tugged at Ningle's clothes, and whispered in his ear. Saratoga had seen what Ningle had just done. Ningle neither agreed nor refused, but simply smiled and patted Saratoga's head. Being a commander is definitely the best job. Returning to the royal palace, there are only 10 hours left before the invasion of Diverlu. However, Ningle wasn't worried. Although he didn't have any heavy cruiser shipgirls, he had Nagato and Warspite. Nagato has 100,000 HP and possesses the strongest lightning resistance. Warspite possessed the royal sword, making it essentially a floating shipyard. Needless to say, the output from the back row is also impressive. A single shot from Tianqing deals 120,000 damage, and if it's accurate, Diverlu can only withstand a maximum of 3 shots. There's also Saratoga's heavy Tomahawk cruise missiles. 3 hits would be enough to wipe out Debero. Moreover, even if a large number of mass-produced Siren ships interfere, there are anti-ship missiles from Udachi and Amagi to deal with it. Ningle can be said to be in an invincible position. Commander Ningle, why are you only just getting back? Ninglu opened the door, and a haughty voice rang out. Terrible teacher, what brings you here? In Ningle's dormitory, Kuei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, clearly having been waiting for a long time. Didn't Her Majesty say yesterday that the royal family would fully cooperate with you? I'm here to ask what you need from the royal family. He spoke somewhat reservedly upon meeting Ning Li Kuai. The current favorability rating of Kuei towards Ningda has reached 90, and you can directly obtain the ship by completing the character-specific quest. However, the formidable exclusive quest has not been triggered yet. If you don't complete the task, your favorability rating won't increase. I really need some help from the royal family. Ning Li's eyes darted around, clearly indicating that he had thought of something. I need a lot of resources and cubes to upgrade the Shipgirls and expand the fleet. This is also Ning Li's pain. He has always wanted a heavy cruiser shipgirl. During the Sakura Empire era, I always wanted to get a heavy cruiser shipgirl. But none of the good shipgirls appeared, especially when they returned to the Royal Navy. All I want is the research ship Cheshire. But as Ning Lu had predicted, no research-oriented shipgirls appeared in this world. Therefore, the Royal Navy did not have the shipgirls that Ningle wanted. Well, excluding those you catch yourself. What I lack most right now are supplies and Rubik's Cubes. That's no problem. The royal family also has 500,000 worth of supplies and 3 mind cubes. His tone was imposing, tinged with pride. For an average commander, 500,000 units of supplies was an astronomical figure. Not to mention the incredibly rare mind cube. How much? 500,000 for 3 Rubik's Cubes. Ningbo's words were tinged with surprise. Surprised, aren't you? 500,000 worth of supplies is more than an average commander could earn in a lifetime, and Rubik's Cubes are extremely rare. Kuei thought Ningle was shocked that the royal family had provided so many supplies. But what Ningle was thinking was something else entirely. The royal family is too poor. The port area of Wangba provided me with more than 2 million worth of supplies, while your royal family, a major faction, only provided 500,000 worth of supplies. Cough cough. Ning Lu coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. Please convey my thanks to Her Majesty the Queen. I will accept these supplies and the Rubik's Cube. 500,000 is not a small amount. There are also 3 mind cubes, plus 1 that Ning Lu has, enough to exchange for another big sister. Yes, Belfast will send over the supplies and Rubik's Cubes later. After finishing his official business, Kuei suddenly seemed like a different person, his face flushed as he spoke. Commander Ningle, can I speak with you alone about something? Chapter 99. The formidable favorability quest triggered. Huh? What's going on? It was terrifying that one hand was gripping the other arm. Ning Lu swallowed hard and spoke. Ahem, everyone, please step outside for a moment. I have something to say to Teacher Kuei. Ningle's inner matrix. Looking at the fearsome man in front of him with a shy expression, Ningle was looking forward to what the fearsome man would say to him. TCH, so commanders really do like big ones. Saratoga and Akagi spoke together. And so, a group of little girls, led by their older sister Tianqing, temporarily left Ningle's dormitory. Speak, what does Teacher Kuei want? After the group left, the dormitory fell silent. However, the departure of the others did not make Kuei relax his restrained expression. On the contrary, his face turned even redder. Commander Ningle, do you like small boats? Kuei was somewhat hesitant to look at Ningle. After all, it was like a girl confessing her feelings to someone when the ship girl asked other commanders what kind of ship they liked. Why would you think that, you fearsome teacher? Ningle countered with a question. Damn system, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been mistaken for a Lulican. Ningle roared inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. The system had made his ship girl stronger, but at the same time, it had shrunk. Commander Ningle, the entire Royal Navy is currently dealing with the arbitrators, but the Royal Navy's high command knows that relying on those Royal Navy commanders and ordinary ship girls is simply not enough to withstand them. So, at this point, Kuwei's face turned even redder, and Ningle could even see wisps of white steam rising from Kuwei's head. So please let me become your ship girl. It was as if Kuwei had used all her strength. It was like confessing her feelings to someone, which was incredibly difficult for Kuwei, who usually had a proud and arrogant personality. Kuwei kept his eyes tightly closed, as if waiting for Ningle's response. Once the ship girl's affection mission is triggered, rescuing her formidable older sister, Illustrious, will raise her affection level to 100. Ninglu looked completely bewildered. What's going on? System, can you please stop trying to save someone's sister every time you get a favorability task? Ninglu didn't want to complain anymore, but then he remembered Chi Cheng's favorability quest. But it would be great to take Formidable and Illusion away. Both Little Illusion and Little Formidable are very cute. Suddenly, Ninglu broke out in a cold sweat. What am I thinking? Why do I think the little boat is nice too? Don't I like older sisters? System, is the Glorious in some kind of danger? The system has prompted that the Glorious is currently conducting a reconnaissance mission in the open sea and has been attacked by the Siren flagship. Commander, please proceed to its rescue. Countdown, 30 minutes. A countdown timer appeared in front of Ninglu. At the same time, the location of this radiant moment appeared in his field of vision. 30 kilometers. We need to hurry. Kuwei was still waiting with his eyes closed for Ningle's response. You're such an idiot. How could you say you wanted to become someone else's ship girl? Kuwei was struggling internally. He regretted being so proactive, and he was also afraid that Ninglu would reject him. Ningle's ship girls are all cute little boats. I wonder if he wouldn't like an older sister like me. Kuwei was still struggling internally, and he tightened his grip on the other arm. Come with me. Before Kuwei could react, Ningle grabbed Kuwei's hand. Move down a little, Saratoga. I can't see you anymore. Keep your voice down, someone will hear you. Several pairs of eyes peered through the crack in the door at the situation inside the room. What are you waiting for, Commander? Agree now. Saratoga spoke softly from outside the door. The more ship girl commanders there are, the more energy they will have to be diverted. Little Akaji grinned mischievously. TCH, the commander doesn't like older women at all. Saratoga refuted Akaji's words, but this time Akaji did not answer. Naive Saratoga, you have no idea what the commander truly likes. At this moment, Akaji's mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Wow, the commander has made his move. Look, Nagato, who was hiding at the bottom, said in a low voice. Bang. Saratoga, prepare to depart. Everyone was still anticipating what indescribable things would happen next when Ninglu pulled up Kuwei and pushed open the door. Oh. Several little ship girls fell to the ground in a panic. Ninglu was speechless, but he didn't have time to care about that. With one hand holding onto Kuwei, he grabbed Saratoga and tucked her into his arms with the other. Just kidding. With 2 illustrious-class destroyers in one go, there's no time to worry about these things. With one hand supporting the Formidable and Saratoga tucked under his arm, Ningle raced toward the port. What happened, Commander? After recovering from her shock, Saratoga asked Ningle. Glorious is in danger. We have to go save him. Commander, how did you know? Ningle stopped him halfway through his sentence. Never mind how I know. If we're too late, Glory will sink. Kuwei, who was still looking at Ninglu with resentful eyes, heard this and quickly pulled Ninglu back. Commander Ningle, please explain to me what happened to my sister. At this moment, the 3 had arrived at the port, and Saratoga was unfolding the ship's hull. Kuwei looked at Ningle with a solemn expression. Judging from his anxious demeanor just now, Ningli's words didn't seem to be false. There's no time to explain. Your sister is in danger, and we have to go save her. Everyone else, board Yudachi's ship and follow. With the formidable Ningle on board, they were the first to board the Saratoga and head towards the area where the incident occurred. The other ship girls, after receiving Ningle's mental communication, immediately boarded Yudachi's ship and followed behind Ningle upon arriving at the port. Why does this feel so familiar? Xiao Qicheng felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was Ninglu who saved me before, and that's how you got away. Amaji looked up at the sea and said to Akaji, Yeah, damn it, we've been tricked by the commander. Little Akaji said somewhat angrily, Yeah, but it feels pretty good to be with the commander. The thought of Ninglu being so powerful and being the legendary commander Akaji suddenly made me feel like I wasn't at such a bad deal. I need the commander to turn me back to normal tonight. Little Akaji has already devised a way to take revenge. Despite its massive size, the Saratoga was surprisingly fast. 2B, 1BS have already taken off, heading towards the sea area where the Tejas was attacked. Everyone retreat immediately. At this moment, on the sea, Belfast, Deadless, Sirius, and Radiance are resisting the Siren's attack. Wasn't it said that the outer patrols were all wiped out by Ningle? How come sirens are still appearing? I don't know. None of the other squads have encountered sirens. At this moment, Belfast was both fending off the sirens' attack and calling for reinforcements from the royal headquarters. But for some reason, there was no response from the radio signal. Bang! Fire! A shell landed on the deck of the Radiant Glory, and a fire instantly spread. However, as an armored carrier, Illustrious still has a lot of health, but the fire on the deck prevented his planes from taking off. We need to find a way to get reinforcements. The Siren's flagship on the other side has too thick armor. We can't penetrate it at all. Glorious held down his wide top hat with one hand and rested his other hand on the control panel. The Siren's cannon fire created huge waves on the sea. This time, the Siren's flagship was different from the past. Its caliber was not 380 millimeters, but a terrifying 410 millimeters. Such naval guns are not only more powerful, but when loaded with high explosive shells, their explosive power is even more terrifying. Release smoke. Belfast activated her skill, releasing a cloud of smoke. However, Belfast's smokescreen ability has a very limited range, barely enough to keep her 3 cruisers out of sight of the Sirens. Because of its massive size, even when hiding behind the smoke, the Illustrious was not out of the Siren's sight. Bang! Bang! Belfast, you guys go first, I'll cover you. Under the bombardment of heavy artillery, Glorious had numerous bullet holes and several points of ignition. I might not be able to leave. Chapter 100 Electronic Warfare Aircraft appears. How can we abandon our comrades? Glorious? Let's go together. At this moment, Belfast and his companions were out of sight of the battle because they had taken cover in the smoke. Belfast and the others stowed the ship's hull and deployed its equipment, making it easier to maneuver. I can't transform into ship equipment mode if I don't leave the field of vision. Such a large hull simply can't move. Glorious said weakly. His health was now less than 30,000, and a few rounds of fire from large-caliber naval guns would reduce his health to 0. Belfast and Dato jumped onto the deck of Radiant, supporting the weakened Radiant. No use, Belfast, you should leave now. Her radiant body was covered in burning ash, and her snow-white dress was tattered. Bang bang bang. Another round of shells came. Powertrain damaged. This salvo hit the engine room of the Radiant, and now it can only move slowly forward due to inertia. I'm not going anywhere this time. You guys go back quickly. Glorious pushed the 2 Shipgirls beside her away, but fell to the ground. I can't go back anymore. Tell Kuwei not to be sad for me. As if giving his last words, Glorious spoke to Belfast. 10 minutes until Glorious sinks. Did you find it? Saratoga. Ningle's eyes were fixed on Saratoga's radar. Logically speaking, a detection range of 300 kilometers should cover almost the entire Port Royal area. Ningle searched the radar for a long time, but couldn't find Glorious. You can't see it from the bombers either. There's very strong electromagnetic interference in this area. Saratoga reported this. Ningle, what happened to my sister? Seeing Ning Li's anxiety, Kuwei knew that something was amiss. Your sister has encountered a Siren flagship and is about to be sunk. What? Where is my sister now? Kuwei, somewhat dazed, leaned gently against Ningle. Ningle no longer had the leisure to appreciate the beautiful scenery, because he found it. Indeed, the warship was not visible on the radar. Through visual reconnaissance by the B-1B, Ningle spotted the Illustrious. If it weren't for the B-1B Ningle high in the sky, they wouldn't even have been able to spot the Radiance. No wonder there is electromagnetic interference. Only then did Ningle notice a strange black plane circling in the sky above the sea where Guanghui was located. This is a large carrier-based aircraft with twin propellers, and a huge disc is mounted on top of the fuselage. Ning Lu stared in astonishment at the scene before him, somewhat incredulous. That's an electronic warfare aircraft. This kind of airplane, which is not expected to appear until the 21st century, has been mastered by the Sirens in the world of Azur Lane. Ningle can now infer that this fighter jet has the capability to jam radar. F-14 Tomcats take off from Saratoga. Ningle took off immediately without much thought, his F-14s armed with Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. At the same time, the 2 B-1Bs opened their bomb bays, and the heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missiles inside were ready. Surrounding the Radiant were 7 Siren flagships. Amagi, deploy the ship. The 2 B-1Bs only have 6 anti-ship missiles each, but given the current health of the Illustrious, not a second can be wasted. All the Sirens' flagships must be destroyed immediately. Meanwhile, on the sea 50 kilometers away. Received, Commander. Upon receiving Ning Li's order, Amagi jumped onto the sea and deployed the ship. At the same time, the massive electromagnetic gun began to charge up and adjust its direction. Bang! A huge blue beam of light shot into the distance, passing over Saratoga's head. This is. A huge blue beam of light illuminated the entire sky, and also made the fearsome look into the distance. 6 enormous mushroom clouds slowly rose, accompanied by a huge explosion. 2 minutes until Glorious sinks. I finally made it. Ning Lu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. In the past few minutes, his mental control had reached its peak. While controlling 6 anti-ship missiles, he also had to use Amaji's main gun to aim at the remaining Siren flagship. Warning. Radiant is on fire, and her health is still decreasing. At this moment, Ningle could already see the Glorious ship billowing black smoke in the distance from the secret chamber. Great. It's Commander Ningle. We're saved. In the end, Belfast did not choose to leave Glorious. At this most desperate moment, a huge blue beam of light ripped through the sky and tore a Siren flagship in the distance in two. At the same time, a whooshing sound came from the sky as a huge anti-ship missile swept over the Glorious and landed on the other 6 Siren flagships in the distance. At the same time, an F-10 Panda got its jaws on an electronic warfare aircraft circling in the sky, and 4 Sidewinder air-to-air missiles were fired simultaneously, shooting down the aircraft. Ningle? Is this Ningle's Shipgirl? Glorious stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Shipgirls cannot resist the allure of powerful weapons. This is even 10 times more attractive to girls than fancy jewelry. Yes, this is the shelling from Ningle's ship, Girl Amaji. The missiles flying in the sky are the weapons of Ningle's aircraft carrier ship, Girl Saratoga. Hearing about the aircraft carrier ship Girl, Illustrious, immediately piqued my interest. With the help of Belfast and Dado, he slowly stood up. You mean, these attacks were launched by Ningle's Shipgirls? Glorious could hardly believe her own eyes. The Siren flagship, which even her 4 high-level Shipgirls couldn't defeat, was so easily defeated by Ningle's Shipgirls. Radiance, quickly establish a mental connection with me. Once they were within visual range, Ningle immediately sent a mental connection invitation to Guanghui. This is Commander Ningle. During the Glorious ceremony, I felt a spirit extending a connection request to me. Your ship is still on fire. My commander skill can repair your ship. Quickly establish a mental connection with me. Ningle was somewhat anxious. At this moment, Glorious' health was down to only 2,000, but the flames on the ship's hull were still burning fiercely. Only then did Glorious realize that her ship was still on fire. Well, then I'll leave it to you, Commander Ningle. A radiant voice emanated from the spiritual connection, gentle and kind, giving one a very comfortable feeling. But the next second, Ning Lu rudely destroyed this gentle feeling. Glorious let out a cry of surprise and collapsed again in the captain's cabin. This level of mental strength is terrifying. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. The moment I established a mental connection with Ningle, I felt as if my entire body was being controlled, and even a screw on the deck was under Ningle's control. Glorious felt as if the keel of the ship was burning. But the next second, a cool sensation entered my body. In an instant, the fire on the ship was extinguished, and sparks began to emerge from the bullet holes pierced by the large-caliber shells. At the same time, Radiant felt his health points continuing to recover, and his dress began to regenerate. Damage control, fleet restored. Ningle used damage control and command skills. Damage control can repair damaged ship hulls and also extinguish fires. Ningle's commander skill can restore 50 HP to the Shipgirls with whom he has a spiritual connection. Chapter 101 Rescuing Glory. It feels amazing, doesn't it? Commander Ningle saved me in the same way last time. By this time, Glorious' injuries had basically healed, and he was able to stand up on his own. Belfast also put away her ship equipment and looked at Illustrious with a smile. Is this the legendary commander's power? When Ningle possessed the same abilities as the 4 commanders from ancient times, Glorious was somewhat dismissive. His understanding was that he would have better control over the Shipgirls, but it wasn't much different from other commanders. However, when he personally experienced being controlled by Ning Lu, this thought was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. The words brutal and wild and warm and peaceful appeared simultaneously in Radiant's mind. That's the feeling Ningle gave him. His spirit was so immense that it caused his already injured body to tremble the moment he connected to the ship. However, when I truly connected with Ning Lu on a spiritual level, I felt his spirit was incredibly warm and peaceful. The brilliance now emanates from within, unconditionally obeying Ningle's commands. This is why Ning Lu now gives the Shipgirls a feeling of unconditional trust. Mission complete. Ku Wei's favorability rating has increased to 100. Radiance's favorability has increased to 90, unlocking favorability quests. Ning Lu breathed a sigh of relief, while inwardly complaining. System, Do you really enjoy letting my sisters take all the credit? Why call it the file monster system? Just call it system then. Of course, the system did not reply to Ning Lu. It simply displayed a cold notification. There are 6 hours left before Diverlu arrives. Commander, please prepare accordingly. So fast. Judging from this time, it should be 8 p.m. tonight. Thank you, Commander Ningle. Radio communications were restored after the electronic warfare aircraft was shot down. It's Belfast. If it weren't for Commander Ningle's support, the Glorious would have been sunk to the bottom of the sea this time. Belfast thanked Ningle. Just as Ningle was about to try and improve his relationship with Belfast, he felt a soft touch behind him. You are a formidable teacher. If a ship girl does not form a contract with a commander, she will not have much physical contact with the commander. But the fearsome one, whose favorability rating has reached 100, doesn't care about all that. Seeing that his sister was all right, Kuwei's emotions finally erupted. Kuwei wrapped his arms around Ning Li's back and threw himself onto her back. Hey, what are you doing, you fat dinosaur, ambushing my commander like that? The awe-inspiring act startled Saratoga, who was standing nearby. However, seeing that Kuwei did not take any further action, he calmed down. Saratoga then saw pink hearts begin to appear on Nimler's body. However, Saratoga did not give a warning this time. Commander, when it comes to salvaging ships, I only admire you. This happened last time when I was trying to get Akaji and the Amaji sisters, and it happened again this time when I was trying to get Radiant and Formidable. I reckon there will soon be 2 more little girls in the fleet. Saratoga was also somewhat exasperated as to why her commander always used such a ridiculous and cliched approach to salvaging ships. But this tactic is very effective. The formidable situation before our eyes is proof enough. Damn it. Let go, I can't breathe. After Ningle previously speculated that the contract path was formidable, what would her module be? Ning Lu measured the attributes of the Great Thunder last night. But Ning Lu was certain at this moment that the terrifying attribute was definitely more than just the level of a Great Thunder. Ningle, thank you, thank you. The fearsome face buried in Ningle's back, sobbing softly. At the same time, the hands that were embracing Ning Lu slowly released their grip. Ningle turned around and helped Kuwei wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Don't cry, Teacher Kuwei. If your sister Guanghui sees you crying, she'll think I'm bullying you. Although she has the figure of an older sister, she has a baby face. Ningle controlled the Saratoga and rendezvoused with the Radiant. I didn't expect Commander Ningle to come. Fearless immediately went to check on Glorious injuries, while Belfast was more concerned about why Ningle was there. Saratoga's radar detected something unusual here, and my carrier-based aircraft saw you being attacked, so we came over. Ning Lu told a lie. He couldn't just say he was going to be a hero and rescue Kuwei. However, it must be said that the combined destructive power of Formidable and Radiant is definitely no less than that of Akaji and Amaji. Looks like I'll have to collect more Rubik's Cubes from now on. My shipgirls can't stay little Lolas forever, can they? Ningle now has 4 Rubik's Cubes and can transform a small boat back into the big sister. However, Ning Lu was in no hurry. Everything would have to wait until the arbitrators were eliminated tonight. By the way, the Belfast arbitrators will be arriving soon. Aren't you going to make some preparations in advance? Ningle asked, puzzled. The Royal Navy has activated war mode, and all the commander trainees and commanders who are willing to stay are ready. At this moment, a war council is being held in the Royal Palace. Chapter 102 Saratoga's New Equipment. Your Majesty, we simply cannot overcome the arbitrators' surrender. No way. This is the royal port, our port area. We will defend it to the death. Inside the palace, the wild shipgirls and the commander were arguing fiercely. Don't you know the strength of the arbitrators? Even if the entire royal fleet were to come together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. The speaker was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. With a full head of blonde hair and blue eyes, he had the typical features of a Westerner. This man was named Lavis, and he was the royal governor. You don't need to explain any further. If His Excellency the Governor is speaking on behalf of the commander, then you may leave. Elizabeth said in a serious tone. But Elizabeth, if she stays to resist, she will only sacrifice herself in vain. The governor attended the meeting as the representative of the human commanders. The entire meeting revolved around the question of whether to stay and fight the arbitrators. According to our intelligence, Sardinia was wiped out by the arbitrators in one fell swoop. Not a single shipgirl could withstand the arbitrators' attack. Lavis knew that staying would only lead to his death, so he figured he might as well leave the royal family as soon as possible. I don't want to say it a second time, Lord Lavis. If this is the stance of human commanders, then you may leave. Elizabeth's tone grew increasingly cold, clearly indicating that the negotiations had broken down. Bang! Lavis slammed the door shut and left the conference room. "Your Majesty, are we really going to stay and fight against the arbitrators?" the Prince of Wales asked, and the other shipgirls present also looked at HMS Elizabeth with puzzled eyes. "This is the royal headquarters. If this place falls, the royal family will cease to exist. Besides, the legendary commander has already appeared, so defeating the arbitrator is not impossible." At this point, the image of that tall and imposing figure appeared in the minds of everyone present. "Still no news from Glorious and the others?" "They've been found. They were attacked by the sirens, but Ningle rescued them. Glorious was supposed to come back here for a meeting, but suddenly the entire Royal Navy's radio system went down. I didn't expect the sirens' technology to be so much more advanced than ours. When the sirens and Shipgirls first appeared, their strength levels were almost equal. The sirens' main warships were also battleships and aircraft carriers. However, after hundreds of years of development, the technology on the sirens' side is no longer the same as it used to be. What's going on? This doesn't fit the plot. How come the sirens even have electronic warfare aircraft? Ningle pondered this question throughout his journey back. According to the images transmitted back by the F-14, Ningle could clearly see that the sirens' electronic warfare aircraft was very similar to the forward-looking E-2 early warning aircraft. However, its function is limited to shielding radar and radio signals. If it truly reaches the level of an electronic warfare aircraft, its own anti-ship missiles and air-to-air missiles will become ineffective. Ningle has no electronic warfare suppression capabilities, and its anti-ship missiles would be like blind men in the face of wide-range signal interference. At that point, we'll have to go back to the era of naval gunnery. System, open the store. The emergence of early warning aircraft served as a wake-up call for Ningle. If an early warning aircraft like this or an electronic warfare aircraft stronger than this appears when fighting Dibber, then our most powerful weapons will be ineffective. I browsed through the system's purchase list. The EA-18G electronic warfare aircraft, codenamed Roarer, can perform electromagnetic suppression and deception within a target range. It is priced at 300,000 resources. After upgrading Udachi, Ningle only had 300,000 supplies left. He had planned to use them for emergencies, but at this point, without a weapon advantage, it would be impossible to defeat Daiburlu. System redemption, EA-18G Roarer. With a thought, Ninglu produced another mini airplane model in his hand. Saratoga, put this equipment on. Saratoga, focused on navigating the ship, came over when she heard Ninle's call. Is Saratoga getting new equipment again? Commander, you're so kind. Saratoga's favorability has increased to 90, triggering a favorability quest. Saratoga took over the Roarer and immediately equipped it onto the ship. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared on the deck and a fighter jet, entirely silver-white with two huge electronic warfare pods hanging under its wings, appeared on the runway. Commander, this plane doesn't seem to have any missiles. Saratoga sensed that the Growler did not have the missile-carrying capability of the F-14. This is called an electronic warfare aircraft. The Siren fighter that previously blocked the Illusion and Royal Communications was an electronic warfare aircraft. Upon hearing Ning Li's words, Saratoga suddenly remembered. The Siren commanders don't communicate via radio. That's right, the Sirens in this world use a more advanced means of communication than radio. But EA-18G Growler provides electromagnetic interference over a range of 200 kilometers, capable of jamming and blocking radio and radar signals. Special ability, Electromagnetic Pulse, disables mass-produced sirens and carrier-based aircraft within a 200 kilometers radius for 3 minutes. This is the reason why Ningle exchanged for the Roarer. Daiburlu is not difficult to deal with, but there is no guarantee that Daiburlu will not summon a large number of mass-produced siren warships and an overwhelming number of siren carrier-based aircraft. At that point, the Roarer's abilities will come in handy. Moreover, even if Ningle encounters Siren's electronic warfare aircraft again, he can still conduct electromagnetic suppression if he has similar types of aircraft. This is already the most advanced equipment in the White Eagle faction. If we want more advanced equipment in the future, we will have to rely on the general store. When Ningle was modifying Udachi, he discovered that some factions' Shipgirls had no further modification options after reaching a certain model. Similarly, each faction's weapons also have a technology cap. For example, the most advanced carrier-based aircraft in the U.S. Navy are only the F-35 and the F-18 Super Hornet. There were no subsequent models. However, the situation is different in the general store, where the equipment is all ultra-modern and can even rival the performance of T0 level equipment. However, the resources required for these equipment are astronomical. We still need to hurry up and complete tasks to gather resources. There is 1 hour left until dive road appears. A system notification sounded. At this moment, all the Royal Navy's shipgirls are ready to depart from the port. They still haven't come? Ningle arrived at the port, where there was only a group of shipgirls on the bustling port, and no commander in sight. Those cowards who were afraid of death all ran away. I am furious, Kuei said, then turned to Ning Lu with a pitiful look. You won't leave, right? Seeing Kuei's expectant expression, Ningle reached out and patted Kuei's head. Rest assured, as the commander of the royal family, I will never back down. I never expected that Kuei would have such a vulnerable side. I thought he would always be that arrogant and aloof person. Ninglu was confident in his abilities and had a good grasp of the situation. A mere 300,000 HP is nothing, even for the Siren's arbitrator. Everyone, deploy the ship. Ning Li's appearance drew all eyes to the audience. The Royal Navy's historical ships present had all seen Ningle's shipgirls, but the nameless ships were unaware of how powerful Ningle's shipgirls were. Why are they all destroyers? Didn't Her Majesty say that this commander is our last hope? Yes. Are we really going to rely on a single destroyer to fight against the powerful Siren arbiters? A group of nameless ships whispered among themselves. Chapter 103 Departure, Destination, D-Bay Road. Ninglu didn't bother to explain. He was already used to such disdainful looks. Why is it that in this world, shipgirls are judged by the size of warships? Everyone, deploy your ships and prepare for battle. The central dock of the port has been cleared out for 1 kilometer. Many unnamed ships originally wanted to dock here, but the Royal Navy shipgirls informed them that this spot was reserved for Ningle. TCH, a group of destroyers doesn't need such a large space. It forces us to retract our ships and wait on the shore. The nameless ships were somewhat dissatisfied, but the next second they all shut their mouths. First up is the Saratoga, which looks most like a destroyer. When his ship unfolded, all the aircraft carrier girls were dumbfounded. It is 320 meters long and 76 meters wide, almost 3 times the size of the aircraft carrier ship girl present. That wasn't the end of it. Next, Nagato unfolded her ship. Needless to say, the Yamato-class ships possessed the largest 460mm caliber naval guns in the fleet. The large caliber naval guns exerted a strong sense of pressure on the ship girls present. That's a 460mm naval gun. This is a Yamato-class destroyer. Many of the ship girls present recognized Nagato's identity. This is the flagship of the Sakura Empire. How did it end up in the hands of this commander? At this moment, these nameless ships had forgotten their initial doubts and instead looked at the commander in front of them with admiration. The ship that unfolded after that was Warspite. The Warspite's hull was longer and more slender than the Nagato's, and it had more guns. The same 419mm large caliber naval gun also drew envious glances from many of the battleship ship girls present. Next was Ningle's only destroyer, the Udachi. As a destroyer, the Udachi arrived at the forefront of the Ningle fleet and deployed its hull. This should be a destroyer in the fleet. Judging by its size, it must be quite large. The unnamed shipgirls were making various guesses. Currently, Udachi is the smallest in the Ningle fleet in terms of tonnage. However, in terms of physique, he is the second largest in the fleet. If Ninglu hadn't changed Amaji's module, Udachi would definitely have become the object of admiration for many Lolas. Udachi arrived at the forefront of the fleet. The eyes of the nameless ships in the harbor all followed Udachi's figure, until Udachi arrived at the forefront of the fleet and deployed her ship. What happened? It just disappeared. What's going on? Where did that destroyer's hull go? Everyone was searching for such a large destroyer. How could it have simply vanished into thin air? The destroyer must have been able to conceal itself at a distance of 4 kilometers. An unnamed ship girl who looked very experienced explained. What? The ship girl's voice wasn't loud, but all the nameless ships present heard it clearly. 4 kilometers? That means I could be right in the enemy's face and they wouldn't even notice me. For destroyers, the closer the distance, the higher the hit rate of torpedoes. At the same time, the ability to disengage from combat also increases. Before everyone could finish being shocked, Akagi also deployed its hull. Like Nagato, it uses the Yamato-class hull, but Akagi is an aircraft carrier. Yamato-class. This commander actually possesses 2 Yamato-class ships. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Amaji slowly walked to the position of the fleet flagship. As the only older sister in the fleet, Amaji stands out. How big will this ship girl's hull be? Those little lowly ships are already so huge. Then this big sister in front of me must be. The eyes of the nameless ships followed Amaji's footsteps as she slowly arrived at the port. Tianqing leaped and landed on the distant water, followed by a flash of white light. The technologically advanced hull of Amagi appeared before these shipgirls. Wow, it's so big. With a displacement of 120,000 tons and a length of 350 meters, Amagi can be considered the largest shipgirl in the entire Azur Lane world. The shipgirls are very sensitive to the physical data of other shipgirls and can tell the specific data at a glance. How come such a large ship only has one main gun? When everyone came to their senses from the massive sword-like structure of the Amagi, they suddenly realized that the entire Amagi only had one main cannon and the rest of the ship was bare. If I become Ning Li's shipgirl, will I get a new ship hull? Kuei stood behind Ningle, watching all of this with a dazed look. This battle was extremely dangerous. After all, it was the arbitrator who could single-handedly destroy an entire faction, and even Kuei was somewhat unsure whether he could survive this battle. Just as Nimler was about to ascend Saratoga to prepare for battle, a mental connection was established. This is a formidable contractual request. Ning Lu was surprised that Kuei would be so proactive. When Ning Lu turned around, Kuei was looking at him with a blush on his face. Let's wait until the battle is over. I don't want you to turn into a little lowly right now. Ningle returned a smile and boarded the Saratoga's deck without looking back. Commander is in position, fleet ready to depart. With the sound of a ship's horn, Ningle's fleet slowly sailed away from the port. Can he really come back? Kuei finally came to his senses. What did he mean by saying he didn't want me to become a little girl? Your Majesty, I will take charge of this battle against the arbitrators. You will take care of the other siren warships. Ningle delivered the operational orders over the radio. But Commander Ningle, the arbitrator, is very powerful. Can you really handle it alone? Queen Elizabeth asked with concern. If I can't fight back, I'll retreat, and then you guys can take over. This has nothing to do with the mission anymore. The system's description clearly states Daiburlu's strength. Heavy armored battleship. The Royal Navy's shipgirls are simply no match for them. It's questionable whether they can even withstand a single attack. But the situation is different on my side. The 2 battleships and 1 battlecruiser all have around 100,000 HP, and there's also the skill of my commander. The mission requires me to defeat the siren arbitrators, so I can't let these Royal Navy shipgirls ruin my mission. Chapter 104 Electromagnetic Pulse. Arbitrator DeBarrow clone arrives. Unit. Heavy armor battleship, 300,000 HP. The system notification sounded as Ningle arrived at the Royal Outer Sea. A blood-red vortex suddenly appeared on the originally calm sea surface. The whirlpool was 100 meters in diameter, and the seawater near it was also beginning to boil. A blood-red vortex appeared between Ningle's fleet and Elizabeth's royal fleet, directly separating the 2 sides. Meanwhile, in the nearby boiling seawater, mass-produced siren ships had already emerged from the surface. It's about to begin. A slightly playful voice rang out. However, this was not issued by the shipgirls present. The sound originated from that blood-red vortex. At this moment, the mass-produced siren ships on the periphery have begun attacking the nearby shipgirls. From within that crimson vortex, a massive battleship slowly emerged. The ship is 300 meters long, 35 meters wide, has a displacement of 91,000 tons, and has 300,000 HP. Armament: 3 twin 410mm naval guns, 34 missile silos, and 1 shield generator. At this moment, Daiburlu's data appeared before Ningle's eyes. As expected, the Siren's weapons have evolved to a level that is on a completely different level from the shipgirls of this world. When Ningle saw the electronic warfare aircraft, he was only guessing, but after seeing the weapons on Daiburlu, he became even more certain of it. The Daiburlu before them was merely a clone, possessing 30% of the original's abilities. However, Ningle could sense that even a Daiburlu with 30% combat power could easily overwhelm all the Royal Navy's shipgirls. The anti-ship missiles launched from those 34 vertical launch silos could instantly destroy all the Royal Navy ships present. As the entire hull of the DeBarrow appeared in this area of water, the red vortex instantly closed. At the same time, blood-red patterns appeared on the massive hull of the Dibran. A hexagonal halo particle effect extended from the bow to the stern of the ship. Fire! The Royal Fleet struck first. At Elizabeth's command, a group of battleships and battlecruisers opened fire on the direction of Doubler. Shells rained down, engulfing the nearby mass-produced siren ships. At the same time, dozens of shells fell towards the direction of Daiburlu. The area where the sirens were located was instantly engulfed in explosions. The siren arbitrators are nothing special. Elizabeth stood with her hands on her hips on the turret of her ship. Even now, he still maintains that noble queenly demeanor. But when the smoke and dust from the explosion on the distant sea dissipated, Elizabeth, who had been calm all along, almost fell off the turret. That's all. The ethereal voice rang out again. The moment Daiburlu finished speaking, the hatches of the 34 missile launch silos at the rear of the ship opened one by one. The warheads of the anti-ship missiles also emitted a blood-red glow. Swish, swish, swish. Like fireworks, 34 anti-ship missiles shot into the sky, tracing a graceful arc and performing an almost right-angle maneuver as they hurtled toward the Royal Navy. Oh no, it's an anti-ship missile. The appearance of Ningle made the Royal Navy aware of the power of anti-ship missiles early on. This weapon has a longer attack range and higher accuracy than naval guns. The anti-ship missile launched by Daiburlu emitted a red glow from its warhead and reached a speed close to the speed of sound. There's no way to avoid it. We can only tough it out. Compared to missiles that approach the speed of sound, warships are incredibly slow. It's impossible to dodge missiles by maneuvering, so the only option is to take the hit. Just as the Royal Navy shipgirls were preparing to be hit. Old man. A chill ran down everyone's spine, and even the short-haired shipgirls had their hair standing on end. Activate skill, electromagnetic pulse. It's Saratoga's EA-18G Roarer's skill, electromagnetic pulse. A massive electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire battlefield. This attack did not distinguish between friend and foe, and in an instant, the royals were unable to contact their comrades. But this has no impact on Ningle, since Ningle's shipgirls are connected through Ningle's spirit. At the same time, the red light on the surviving mass-produced sirens nearby also went out, clearly indicating that they were paralyzed. Interesting, it's an electromagnetic pulse attack. Daiburlu spoke slowly. At the same time, the attack was redirected towards Ningle. The Daiburlu clones have very weak combat awareness and are merely acting on instinct. When a more threatening target is discovered, the attacker subconsciously changes the target. At this moment, 3 twin-mounted 410mm naval guns were aimed at Ningle. Bang, bang, bang. With a roar of artillery fire, 6 large-caliber shells flew toward Nimble, aiming directly at the flagship Saratoga. Oh no, Commander, what do we do? They're after Jaja. Ningle sat in the captain's chair on the Saratoga. Saratoga, too, seemed a little nervous, just like Akaji. Saratoga originally thought this was just a simple battle, but unexpectedly, the opponent deviated from the expected pattern and directly attacked the flagship. Oh no, Ning Lu is in danger. Elizabeth, who was in the distance, also saw this scene and calculated that the 6 shells were heading towards Ningle's flagship. Sunrise. Ning Lu did not panic, but instead mentally took over the 1130 close-in weapon system on the Udachi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden bullets streaked across the dark night sky. 6 fireballs exploded in the sky above the Ningle fleet. It can actually intercept artillery shells. Elizabeth was still worried that if Ningle were hit by those 6 shells, the Saratoga would definitely catch fire. But to everyone's surprise, the most inconspicuous ship in the Ningle fleet, the Udachi, had such anti-aircraft capabilities. It's important to know that artillery shells typically travel at 2 to 3 times the speed of sound, making it virtually impossible to intercept them with close-in weapon systems in the world of shipgirls. However, it was quite easy for the Udachi class or the Type 052 destroyer. Even in its previous life, this type of destroyer's anti-ship missile defense system could easily intercept approaching anti-ship missiles. Not to mention this is the Azur Lane world, where all the shipgirls' strengths have been drastically modified. Counterattack. Ningle issued the battle order, and immediately the 2 battleships and 1 battlecruiser in the fleet slowly turned their guns toward Daiburlu in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of large-caliber naval guns echoed throughout the entire sea area. The armor-piercing projectile, carrying enormous kinetic energy, flew towards Daiburlu in the distance. Meanwhile, Amaji's electromagnetic cannon was still charging. Bang, bang, bang. Is that all? Daiburlu's ethereal voice rang out once more. The large-caliber armor-piercing shell landed on Daiburlu without any doubt. He did not move at this moment. For such a stationary target, Ningle's artillery skills were almost always accurate. The armor-piercing bullets landed on Daiburlu but did not cause any damage. In fact, the armor on the deck was not even damaged. The moment the armor-piercing shells touched the hull of the Dabero, hexagonal shields appeared, neutralizing the attacks. Daiburlu's shield absorbs damage from kinetic weapons, ignoring weapon attacks with kinetic damage less than 30,000. Ningle didn't see Daiburlu's health decrease. Instead, he saw this notification on the system. Holy crap, what does that mean? It's not damage under 30,000? That's insane. Chapter 105 The Sacrifice of Belfast. Elizabeth and the others were prepared to receive the missiles, but to their surprise, Ningle's electromagnetic pulse quickly destroyed the anti-ship missiles. Gentlemen, The time for our counterattack has come. Elizabeth raised her scepter and pointed it toward Dibe Road in the distance. Fire! Elizabeth shouted, and huge plumes of white smoke billowed from the muzzles of the battleships around her as shells rained down on Dibur. Great, it hit. The entire flight of the shell went very smoothly, and as expected, Diverlu was hit squarely by the shell. The smoke from the explosion buried the entire ship. Well done, keep up the attack. Elizabeth smiled smugly. But in Ningle's eyes, Diverlu was not harmed at all, and even the shield on his body did not ripple. 30,000 damage is not something that ordinary shipgirls can achieve. Armor-piercing rounds in this world generally deal around 20,000 damage. Some shipgirls who are not good at shelling deal even less damage with armor-piercing shells, only a little over 10,000. Therefore, it is very difficult to break through Diverlu's defenses. Sure enough, hexagonal shields of light slowly emerged from Dibelu's body, blocking the incoming shells and preventing Dibelu from suffering any damage. How so? Elizabeth said in disbelief. Your Majesty, Diverlu's shield is too strong. We simply cannot break it. Belfast said anxiously from the side. Most of the Royal Navy's shipgirls have fought against the Sirens, but only Elizabeth and Belfast are currently capable of fighting the arbitrators. They are all veterans, existing since the last century. Damn it. If the legendary sea creature were here, it would definitely be able to break through this shield. Elizabeth glanced at her ship and sighed helplessly. When Ningle upgraded to level 5, she investigated all the shipgirls she had ever seen. Almost all of the Royal Navy's shipgirls are 2-star, with only Queen Elizabeth and Belfast reaching 4-star. Shipgirls can be upgraded to 5 stars, while colored shipgirls can be upgraded to 6 stars. This sea legend that Elizabeth mentioned does not refer to colorful shipgirls, but rather to those that have reached the 5-star level. The legendary shipgirls of the Queen have long since disappeared into the annals of history. Having said that, Belfast seemed to have made up her mind and broke away from the fleet, heading towards the distant Dibe Road. What are you doing? Belfast, come back now. Elizabeth realized what was happening and quickly gave the order. But the Belfast had already driven several hundred meters and couldn't stop at all. The only way now is to destroy the shields by ramming them with warships. When shipgirls collide, they will suffer damage equal to their own health points. And of course, the shipgirls themselves will sink. Belfast has a full 80,000 HP, and if it hits Dibur, it can break through the shield. But if that happens, Belfast will also perish at sea. Come back to Belfast, you're just throwing your life away. At this moment, Elizabeth had already made the decision to abandon the Royal Navy. In the face of the invincible arbitrator, preserving the lives of the shipgirls was the most important thing. The Royal Navy can be rebuilt elsewhere, but if these shipgirls are gone, it's anyone's guess when it will be possible to rebuild them all. There is no other choice, Your Majesty. If we don't eliminate Diverlu here, he will keep chasing us. Belfast has made his decision. He will sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for his comrades to attack. On the other side, Commander, a battleship has broken away from the Royal Navy's fleet and is heading towards Diverlu. Saratoga reported. At this moment, only Saratoga's howler was able to scout the battlefield. The entire battlefield was paralyzed, with both radar and communications rendered inoperable. What is Belfast trying to do? Ningle wondered, what damage could his cruiser possibly do to a Siren battleship? Are they going to launch a torpedo right at our face? Ningle considered this possibility, but Belfast's torpedoes didn't have 30,000 damage, so they couldn't possibly harm Diverlu. Oh no, could it be? Ningle considered a possibility. In World of Warships, besides using weapons to damage other warships, another tactic is to ram the enemy ship and destroy it together. This kind of damage can often instantly kill the enemy's warship, provided that your own warship has more health than the enemy's. Is Belfast planning to sacrifice himself? After this thought came to mind, Ning Ruo realized that Belfast's movement didn't seem like he was going to throw a torpedo. Instead, he was heading straight towards Dibur Road. As expected of the head maid, I never thought she would choose to sacrifice herself. Commander, the skill has ended. The moment Saratoga's voice rang out, communication was restored across the entire fleet channel. This is Ningle, Belfast. What do you want? As soon as communication was restored, Ningle contacted Belfa. This is the only way, Commander Ningle. I've seen that kind of shield before. Unless a legendary level shipgirl can break it in one go with high damage, we'll never be able to attack Diverlu's main body. Belfast's speed increased further, reaching 32 knots. Belfast, come back soon. Elizabeth's anxious voice also came through the radio channel. However, Belfast did not reply, but continued rushing towards Dibur Road. Belfast, come back. I have a way to deal with Diverlu's shield. As soon as Ningle spoke, The voices of the ship girls who were trying to persuade Belfast suddenly stopped. The noisy radio channel fell silent instantly. Impossible, Commander Ningle. I know your ship girls are strong, but it's almost impossible to deal damage like a legendary ship girl, unless... Please believe me, Belfast, please don't sacrifice yourself in vain, okay? Ning Li's words had changed from initial anxiety to gentle persuasion. I know you want to defeat the enemy and protect your comrades, but you don't have to give your life to do that. Ningle's tone grew increasingly gentle, and the Belfast's speed gradually decreased. Please believe me. As Ningle finished speaking, he simultaneously sent a request for a mental link to Belfast. You are truly an amazing commander, Ningle. Chapter 106 Shock, a Legend at Sea. After receiving Ningle's connection, the familiar sense of control returned. This time, Belfast was prepared, but her body still trembled for a moment before the entire warship gradually slowed down and began to turn around. At the same time, Diverlu also recovered from the electromagnetic pulse. It can even interfere with radio and radar, and it has also severed my connection with the mass-produced sirens. Although the Diverlu in front of them was just a clone, the strength of the siren shield was no different from that of the original. However, the clones were clearly not very intelligent, and as soon as they discovered that their radar was working again, they immediately began to lock onto the Royal Navy's Shipgirls. Electromagnetic gun firing. With Ning Li's command, a massive blue beam of light shot towards Diverlu in the distance. Sparks flew everywhere, as if a stone had been thrown into a large pond. The originally indestructible shield was actually pierced by Tiancheng's electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon projectile, carrying immense kinetic energy, struck Diverlu's armor, creating a huge crater in the otherwise smooth surface. It didn't even penetrate. Ninglu witnessed all of this. It should be noted that the electromagnetic cannon of Tiancheng had a penetration depth of 1,500 millimeters and a terrifying damage of 130,000. Minus 6,000. The damage from this attack popped up in front of Ningle's eyes. Everyone, the siren's shield has been broken. Concentrate your firepower. Once the siren shield is broken, it takes 2 minutes to recharge, during which time damage can be dealt to Diverlu's main body. When the Royal Navy ship girls saw the red shield on Diverlu disappear in the distance, their fighting spirit surged again. I never expected that Commander Ningle's fleet would contain a maritime legend. Back then, the 4 commanders only had 3 or 4 legendary shipgirls at sea. I never imagined that after a century, I would witness a maritime legend once again. Elizabeth seemed lost in thought. She wasn't once the Royal Navy's flagship. In that era, the world was controlled by 4 commanders, and Elizabeth was just an ordinary shipgirl under their command. He once had an immense longing for maritime legends and even fantasized about becoming one himself, standing by the commander's side. But in the end, Elizabeth never had the chance to become a maritime legend until the commander disappeared. It can be said that the legend of the sea is a dream of these ship girls who have survived from ancient times. Bang bang bang. The shell landed on Diverlu, and this time there was no siren shield to protect him from the damage. However, even with a large number of shells falling on Dibber, the damage was minimal. Minus 300. Minus 200. Minus 4. As expected, the sirens have advanced technology that can withstand projectiles fired at 16 times the speed of sound. Ningle was not surprised that siren technology was ahead of the shipgirls. In the game, the siren's technology is far ahead of that of the shipgirls. Whether it is the ability to create jammers for mirror sea areas or the ability to mass-produce a large number of sirens, these can be considered cutting-edge technologies. Bang! A huge black mushroom cloud slowly rose from the location of D-Bay Road. Anti-ship missile hit. Take my big torpedo. Saratoga laughed happily. That's not a torpedo, it's an anti-ship missile. Saratoga, you're not a destroyer. How can you launch torpedoes? Saratoga, nestled in Ning Li's arms, was somewhat unhappy upon hearing this. Minus 12,000. Holy crap, how can the damage be so high? Ningle, whose attention was entirely focused on Saratoga, suddenly froze. Saratoga's heavy battle axe dealt tens of thousands of damage. The standard damage of a Saratoga-class Tomahawk heavy anti-ship missile is 100,000. That's enough damage to instantly kill a siren flagship. Anti-ship missiles are primarily responsible for their explosive power, and their armor-piercing capability is insufficient. Ningle had thought that the attack would at most cause some damage to Diverlu, but he did not expect that the anti-ship missiles could cause such high damage. Well done, Jejia, keep attacking. Seeing the commander praise Saratoga, she became even more enthusiastic and controlled the B-1B to launch all the heavy anti-ship missiles. Minus 10,000. Minus 14,000. Holy crap, The damage is so high. Ningle was also shocked. He did not expect that Saratoga's heavy anti-ship missiles would deal 14,000 damage, which was almost the total damage dealt by the entire Royal Navy fleet. Is Daiburlu more afraid of high explosive attacks? Ningle intended to verify his conjecture immediately. The war-weary ship took over the control of the mine and replaced the half-loaded armor-piercing shells with high-explosive shells. What are you doing, Commander? War-weary asked in bewilderment. Arbitrators have one key characteristic, an extremely low ignition rate. Normally, war-wearing soldiers use high-explosive shells for attacks, but when facing the arbitrators, they have to switch to armor-piercing shells. Ningle did not reply, but instead began to aim at Daiburlu in the distance. Bang bang bang. 12 large-caliber 419mm shells flew toward Daiburlu in the distance. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,400. Minus 2,400. A series of numbers burst out. Previously, when Warspite was loaded with armor-piercing rounds, it could only deal a few hundred points of damage to Daiburlu, but when it was switched to high-explosive rounds, the damage increased tenfold. Everyone, Daiburlu is vulnerable to high-explosive shells. Quickly change your ammunition type. Ning Li's shouts immediately rang out in the fleet channel. After hearing this, the Royal Navy Shipgirl was stunned for a moment before sending an inquiry. Sirens have a very low ignition rate. Attacking them with high-explosive bombs will not cause them to catch fire. You'll find out once you attack it. Although the Royal Navy's Shipgirls didn't have a system, they could clearly see the effects of armor-piercing shells hitting the enemy. Even the 460mm armor-piercing rounds from the Nagato of Ningle could only create a dent in the armor of the Daiburlu. However, Saratoga's heavy anti-ship missiles and Warspite's salvo of high-explosive shells left several huge craters on Daiburlu. But the molten metal in the air was still emitting blue smoke. Everyone, follow Commander Ningle's orders to replace the high-explosive shells. A moment of silence fell over the battlefield as all the Shipgirls changed their shells. The aircraft carrier Shipgirls have also replaced armor-piercing bombs with high-explosive bombs. But after a few seconds of silence, an even more intense artillery barrage followed. Each of the shells that hit Daiburlu this time could cause at least several hundred points of damage. Target locked. Daiburlu may not be very intelligent, but he can still tell who poses a greater threat to him. The high-explosive shells that Ningle just fired had reduced his health by almost half. Thus, this round of 34 anti-ship missiles, which had just cooled down, locked onto the direction of Ningle. In an instant, anti-ship missiles rained down on Ningle's fleet. Each anti-ship missile flew close to the sea, leaving a trail of white smoke behind it. Chilly. Ningle quickly issued the order, and the Udachi ship maneuvered at a large angle to face the incoming missile. The Type 1130 close-in weapon system unleashed a dense barrage of bullets, shooting down incoming missiles one after another. Bang! Udachi had tried his best to intercept the incoming missiles, but one still landed on Amagi. Minus 24,000. Amagi! Ningle exclaimed in surprise that although the anti-ship missile did not hit the core of Tianqing, it still caused astonishing damage. It should be noted that almost half of the 120,000-ton Amagi's hull was devoted to armor. Even this heavily armored battlecruiser was hit with such high damage. It's all right, Commander. Amagi's voice came through. The shell hit his flank, creating a huge hole. The Siren's anti-ship missiles did not explode. Instead, they struck Amagi and formed a huge ball of energy that engulfed part of the ship. Erosion Warhead. This scene reminded Ning Lu of a setting from another Shipgirl anime. The warship in that artwork was also covered with an energy shield similar to the Siren shield, which could withstand weapon damage. At the same time, the damage caused by anti-ship missiles and torpedoes is also the same as now, corroding a part of the ship's hull. Ningle used Amagi's damage control to repair this part of the ship, but the amount of damage lost remained unchanged. Luckily, I have the system, otherwise a normal Shipgirl would have to withdraw from the battle after taking this shell. While the holes formed on the warship won't sink the Shipgirl, they will cause the ship to tilt and reduce its speed, which is almost fatal on the battlefield. Chapter 107 Devastating Strike. Daiburlu's attack had no effect. Only Tianqing suffered some damage. Whatever you do, don't get hit by this kind of anti-ship missile. This was the first thing that came to mind for everyone in the royal family. The enormous sphere of light was 50 meters in diameter. If it hit a smaller cruiser or destroyer, half of the ship would be destroyed. Larger battleships can also be in danger due to hull damage. Not to mention the terrifying damage. It dealt 24,000 damage to a Shipgirl like Amagi, who has a particularly high HP, let alone these unmodified Shipgirls. Old man. Amagi fired again. The pale blue electromagnetic cannon traced a graceful arc through the air and struck the same spot where the previous electromagnetic cannon had landed. This time, it didn't just create a dent, it pierced through Dibaru's side armor. Beneath the light gray armor lies a layer of silvery white, crystalline structure. From the perspective of controlling the Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft, Ningle moved closer. This should be the core of Dibaru. Dibalu, who had 300,000 HP, now has less than 100,000 HP. Under the relentless bombardment from the Royal Navy Shipgirls and Ningle, almost no part of Dibalu's armor remained intact. The entire warship was riddled with craters from the high-explosive shells. Tianqing, I'm coming. Ningle took control of the Amagi electromagnetic gun. If this shot goes through this hole, then this crisis will be over. Keep in mind that a shell landing in the core area causes 100 damage. Amagi's electromagnetic cannon shot dealt a whopping 130,000 damage, enough to send Dibaru, who currently had less than 100,000 HP, back to the sea. As if they had detected Ningle's actions, Dibaru launched another round of missile attacks. These 34 missiles were specifically aimed at the Amagi. Buzzing. The 1130 close-in weapon system at the forefront of the fleet almost left after images. The sky was almost entirely covered by black missiles and a golden barrage of 1130 bullets. The missile that was hit exploded in midair, and bursts of fire erupted above Yudachi. Unfortunately, even though Yudachi used all his strength, 2 anti-ship missiles still landed on Amagi. Minus 30,000. Minus 24,000. Amagi was nearly dead and collapsed in the captain's cabin. Damage control team, fleet skill activated. With only 30,000 HP remaining, Amagi's HP was quickly increased. The damage control team restored some of his HP, and Ningle's commander skill restored another 50,000 HP for him. Bang! Immediately, Amagi retaliated against the electromagnetic cannon controlled by Ningle, aiming at the exposed core of Dibaru. A huge light blue beam shot out and arrived at Dibaru's hull almost instantly. Bang! Minus 130,000. Devastating blow. Without any mistakes, this shot hit Dibaru's core position, dealing a high damage of 130,000. Instantly, the ship of Dibaru caught fire and began to collapse. Defeat the Siren Arbiter, the clone of Dibaru. Royal Mission Completion Rewards. 1 Tier 0 random weapon and 1 skin gift box. The moment the Dibaru ship exploded, the mass-produced sirens that had been summoned nearby also turned into a mass of black mud and disappeared into the sea. Thank you all for your hard work. Ningle breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lay down on the captain's chair. We've won. We've won. Elizabeth's voice came through the fleet command channel. Meanwhile, the Royal Navy Shipgirls erupted in thunderous cheers. Back at the naval port, the Royal Navy Shipgirls lined up on both sides to welcome Ningle's return. Commander Ningle, thanks to you, the royal family was able to weather the siren tide safely this time. Elizabeth stepped forward and bowed to Ningle. This is all thanks to everyone, Your Majesty. Ning Lu answered modestly. Everyone has worked hard tonight. Go back and get some rest. After exchanging pleasantries, Elizabeth dismissed everyone and Ningle returned to his dormitory. Tonight's battle was extremely dangerous. If I hadn't possessed the commander skill, Amagi would likely have been sunk. If a mere copy of number 30 possesses such power, what kind of terrifying being would the real Dibaru be? Ningle believed that with his ability to modify shipgirls and possess modern weapons, he could crush the shipgirls and sirens of this world. Unexpectedly, the sirens possessed even more terrifying advanced technology. Terrifying corrosive warheads, an indestructible siren shield. These are not modern technologies. They should be considered ultramodern. The system will extract a T0 level technology box. The last T0 level tech crate brought Ningle an electromagnetic cannon. This made him realize just how terrifying T0 level weapons were. Those are futuristic weapons and equipment that surpass modern technology. During the draw, you obtain the legendary carrier-based aircraft Stuka Helldiver. What? Shouldn't the system give you futuristic weapons and equipment? How come Stuka is showing up instead? The Stuka was an excellent carrier-based aircraft during World War II. Compared to the terrifying carrier-based aircraft of modern technology, the Stuka is clearly no match. Needless to say, this is a T0 level equipment. How could you possibly get an old antique from World War II? Stuka Helldiver, T0 grade equipment. Weapon, 500 kilograms corrosive aerial bomb, capable of creating a 30-meter diameter erosion zone, causing 120,000 damage. Speed, 320 kilometers per hour for flight, and 450 kilometers per hour for maximum dive speed. Skill, Hell Dive. During the dive attack phase, ignores damage, and performs a spatial jump back after the attack. Painting an old cucumber green? System, have you turned World War II carrier-based aircraft into something this unscientific? After reading Stuka's description, Ningle realized that this piece of equipment was definitely a T0 level item. He envied the corrosive warheads that Diverlu had just used, which could ignore enemy armor and cause large area damage to the ship's hull. Furthermore, these corrosive projectiles will be very useful in future battles when encountering enemies with siren shields. Saratoga, you should be secretly happy. You've got new equipment again. Note, this carrier-based aircraft cannot be used on modern aircraft carriers. Just as Ning Lu was about to give the equipment to Saratoga, a system notification suddenly popped up. What's going on? They're even restricting the types of aircraft carriers they can equip. However, the system's notification made Ningle realize that he had been too biased towards Saratoga. The Akagi, also an aircraft carrier, has only undergone one refit. Saratoga now has more than one new carrier-based aircraft. Little Akagi, come to my room, Ningle said in a telepathic communication. A short while later, there was a knock on Ning Li's door. Commander, are you in such a hurry? Quickly turn Akagi back. Last night's crazy little Akagi is still not over. Ahem, you're overthinking it, little Akagi. This is your new equipment. Ningle took out the T0 level colored equipment. The commander finally remembered to equip Akagi with new gear. Chapter 108 Saratoga's desire to grow bigger. Why isn't it one of those jet fighters? Little Akagi held the Hell Diver in his hand and examined it for a while, then said somewhat dejectedly, don't underestimate this propeller plane. It's a T0 level weapon, just like an electromagnetic railgun. Ninglu placed his hand on Xiao Qiqing's head and stroked it. Is it the same weapon as my sister's? Commander, you're so kind to Akagi. Taking advantage of the moment Ning Lu bent down to touch her head, Xiao Qiqing threw herself into Ning Li's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and hung on Ning Li's body. Yes, the commander is the best to Akagi. Little Akagi released his grip and slowly landed on the ground. Commander, aren't you planning to turn me back to normal tonight? It was almost evening, and Ning Lu still felt a little unsatisfied thinking about the craziness of the previous night. But then he thought about how seriously Tianqing had been injured in the battle today and had just fallen asleep. If he changed the module himself, he would inevitably wake Tianqing up. No, your sister is already asleep. Ningle continued to pat his head, and he had to admit that little Akagi's two fox ears felt really nice to the touch. Somewhat dejected, Xiao Qiqing walked to Ning Li's door, but instead of leaving, he leaned against the door and closed it. Commander, then Akagi will not change back to Akagi. The room was dimly lit, and little Akagi's eyes glowed with a faint red light, while the foxtail behind him swayed slightly. With her hands behind her back, she looked incredibly alluring, as if she were ready to be picked at will. Ahem, I don't want to be taken away by the military police. Go back now, Akagi. Ningle coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. What are you thinking, Commander? Little Akagi just wants to sleep with you. Little Akagi feigned surprise, then revealed a wicked grin. All right, just this once. Ninglu was helpless. The next morning, that night, little Qiqing didn't do anything, but her little feet were very restless, keeping Ningle from falling asleep until very late. Poor Commander, another night of being tormented by Akagi. Saratoga lay bored on the table, fiddling with his aircraft carrier equipment. The Roarer's appearance is in no way inferior to the F-14 Tomcat, and little Jujia often manifests it to play with it. Ahem, Commander Ningle, you should take care of your health. Looking in the direction from which the voice fell, there was none other than Kuei, who had come to find Ning Lu much earlier. Oh, it's Teacher Kuei, arriving so early. With a 100% affinity rating, a contract can be formed. Ningle could have signed the contract yesterday, but it was postponed due to the attack by Diverlu. Commander Ningle, shouldn't we? Kuei was somewhat shy, and with her hands behind her back, her large chest was even more prominent. Oh, formidable. Would you like to become my shipgirl? After explaining the mental connection, Ning Lu sent it over. The new shipgirl in the contract, Formidable, has discovered a module that conflicts with the system. Fearful. Current mods. Big Sister, Holy Grail, Sundara, Lady, Fat Dinosaur, Royal Dress. No skins available yet. Kuei felt the connection with Ningle, but the next second, the Formidable module has been adjusted and the contract has been completed. Fearful. Current mods. Larva Ship, Lolita, Sundara, Lady, Fat Dinosaur, Royal Dress. No skins available yet. As expected, the Radiant level is definitely more than just the level of the Great Thunder. Fortunately, Ninglu didn't exchange for these two attributes in the shop beforehand, Otherwise, the rare Holy Grail attributes would have been wasted. How amazing! Does becoming your ship girl turn me into this lowly-like form? Xiao Kuei looked at his shrunken hands, then at Ning Lu in front of him, and said in confusion, "Well, it can turn back, but that depends on how well Little Fear performs." Little Chi-Ching walked out of Ningle's bedroom and said with a playful expression, "Aren't you Akaji? How come you've shrunk again?" "How frightening," he asked in surprise. Previously in the palace, Ning Lu transformed Little Chi-Chung back into Chi-Chung in order to prove Chi-Cheng's identity. However, because Akaji had gone too crazy the night before, Ningle switched the attribute back to Amaji. Performance? Does that mean you're going to talk to the commander? Bang! The little girl's face turned bright red instantly, and steam rose from her head. "Commander, you can't use small boats. The military police will arrest you." Little Fear took 2 steps back, but tripped over something and fell flat on his backside. Thump! Instantly, the entire dormitory shook violently. The shipgirls present stared blankly at the formidable girl sitting there. "This little guy isn't even half my size, but why does he feel like I am?" Saratoga cast a shocked glance his way. "It's not because I've gained weight. I've already turned into this little boat shape." Seeing that Xiao Kuei's face turned even redder under everyone's gaze, he struggled to stand up and hid behind Ning Lu. System exchange for Big Sister and Holy Grail attributes. There are not enough Rubik's Cubes. The Holy Grail attribute requires 3 Wisdom Cubes to exchange. Ningle originally intended to turn the formidable back directly, but he did not expect that the Holy Grail's attributes would require the consumption of 3 Mind Cubes. It truly is an existence above the Great Thunder. Don't worry, little formidable one. Once the commander has collected enough cubes, he'll turn you back into your original form. Ningle picked up the little dinosaur. Although it had non-dinosaur attributes, the commander was omnipotent, and picking up a fat dinosaur was a piece of cake. Currently, among the ship girls with high affinity with Ningle, Illustrious and Saratoga have both reached 90, triggering affinity quests. The next main experimental mission hasn't been unlocked yet, so I'll take this time to raise Saratoga's favorability to 100 and also get Glorious. In the dimly lit conference room. Is the news reliable? Completely reliable. The message was sent back by U-556. A ship girl with long blonde hair, dressed in a black naval uniform, sat back in a chair. "I never expected that a true commander could be born among humans. I need to find a way to bring him back to Sangvis Ferry." "Yes, Bismarck." The Royal Navy's latest siren swarm is known to all factions in the entire Azur Lane world. Several factions have indicated they will send fleets to help. Unexpectedly, the sirens launched a surprise attack. However, Ironblood had already dispatched submarines to monitor the area near Royal Navy waters long ago. As a submarine, U-556 can not only operate underwater, but also stealthily infiltrate port areas. During his days of royal surveillance, he received a startling intelligence. The legendary commander has actually appeared. It's important to understand that the commanders in the current Azur Lane world are essentially just babysitters for the ship girls. They have no real role in combat. The ship girls around him are all very powerful, so we have no chance to attack. Sitting opposite Bismarck, said the girl with silver twin tails. "Looks like I'll have to make the trip myself." Saratoga's favorability quest involves granting Saratoga 1 wish. Just as Ning Li's hand touched Saratoga's head, the system notification sounded. "Is it that simple? Don't I need to go and save his sister?" Ningle thought he was going to buy aim to find Lexington, but he didn't expect Saratoga's mission to be so simple. "Everyone has made contributions in this battle. Tell us what you wish to achieve or what requests you have. The commander will grant them." There was no other way. In order to complete this mission, Ning Lu had to bleed a little. "We can't just show favoritism towards Saratoga, can we?" "Oh, Commander Akaji wants to." The numerous ship girls present were immediately speechless. "Little Akaji, do you want the commander to stay in the military police headquarters?" Warspite shook his head and said with some helplessness, "I think you should go to the military police, Akaji." Nagato said expressionlessly, "Ahem, let's talk about Xiao Qiqing's wish later." The ship girls all expressed their wishes, which were all quite simple. For example, Yudachi wants the commander to lift her up high. Yudachi possesses the noble attributes of the Southern Hemisphere, and this action was significant. Ningle saw it all clearly. "Ah, Yudachi, that's cheating. You're clearly rewarding the commander." Akaji said somewhat sullenly. "Yudachi is just a destroyer, yet she's bigger than me." Everyone's wishes were fulfilled, except for Saratoga, who hadn't yet expressed his wish. "Jia, what is your wish?" At this moment, Ningle's attention was entirely focused on Saratoga. Saratoga looked eager to try. Commander Saratoga doesn't want to be a flat-bottomed ship, Saratoga wants to grow bigger just once. Chapter 109 Contact with Ironblood. Wah? Commander, you're being too cruel to Yudachi. Oh, don't be so stingy. Just let me experience it for one day. At this moment, Saratoga stood with his hands on his hips and his chest held high. Yes, we are witnessing history at this moment. Saratoga, who was originally a file monster, has finally reached the sea level. Unfortunately, it was Yudachi who was injured. Last time, Ning considered giving Saratoga the attributes of delay, but they didn't match. So this time, Ning settled for second best and gave Saratoga the attributes of the sharp sea. The favorability quest is complete, and Saratoga's favorability has increased to 100. Ning felt a sense of relief after completing the task. However, nothing changed. Saratoga remained as clingy to Ninler as ever. Yes, Saratoga's touch has definitely improved. Trigger the main quest, the glory of Ironblood. Revitalize the Ironblood faction. The current mission is to contact the Ironblood ship, Girl U-556. What's going on? I'm still in the royal family, and this has already triggered a mission from the Ironblood faction. However, finding a submarine shouldn't be too difficult. Keep in mind that Yudachi is an improved version of the Type 052 destroyer, and its submarine detection capabilities are far superior to those of any World War II Shipgirl in this world. Ning then activated the sonar system on the 052. An invisible sound wave emanated from Yudachi. Bite. The sound waves spread slowly, and Saratoga and Amagi both sensed them. What's going on, Commander? Have we spotted the enemy? The two asked the same question simultaneously during their telepathic connection. It's nothing, just testing Yudachi's sonar. Only shipgirls that have undergone modern modifications can detect the presence of sonar in the fleet. The sonar was still spreading but had not detected anything. Strange, isn't U-556 in the Royal Navy's port area? When it came to U-556, the first thing Ning thought of was to use sonar for detection. However, the current situation is clearly a failure. Ning has not found any trace of U-556. Wait, this is a harbor. Sonar is only effective in seawater. Ning slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. Although sonar can be used in the air, it is far less effective than when used in water. Moreover, there is too much interference here at Royal Port. The entire Royal Port area covers tens of square kilometers, making it impossible to locate using sonar. Ning once again maneuvered the sharp hull and activated the radar for detection. This time, a discovery has finally been made. An unusual reaction was observed opposite the Ning dormitory. The commander has detected a ship girl nearby, but cannot identify her ship type. It's a type we've never seen before. Yudachi quickly reported. Of course I've never seen one. There have never been any submarine ship girls in the Royal Navy in Azur Lane. So how could you possibly have seen one here? Now that we've found them, the next step is to make contact with them. In Ning Li's memory, U-556 was a little blue-haired girl who often followed behind Bismarck. Yeah, and they're also wearing very little clothing. Cough cough. However, it was unexpected that the submarine ship girl also had the ability to conceal her identity. According to Ning Li's observation, U-556 was just hiding in a patch of grass, but the ship girls walking by on the street seemed to be unable to see him. Having located the other party, Ning Li left the dormitory and walked across the street. The person being monitored is perfectly normal. Wait, he's coming out and walking towards me. U-556 was holding a small walkie-talkie and reporting Ning's movements. Don't let the target spot you. Don't worry. Without sonar, ordinary commanders won't be able to detect me. Tap. Little girl, who are you talking to? At this moment, Ning Lu was crouching next to the bushes where U-556 was hiding. He reached out and poked U-556's cute face. Ah, how did you see me? Oh no, you've been found out. EU-556 moved very quickly, leaping out of the bushes as soon as it was spotted, trying to run towards the crowd in the distance. But the moment that petite figure burst out of the bushes, her head was pressed down by another small hand. Commander, we've captured a spy destroyer. Energizing bared its fangs and wagged its tail behind it, one hand pressing down on U-556's head, and the other hand pinning U-556's hands behind its back to the ground. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yudachi deployed her ship equipment, with a vertical launch unit positioned to the side of her, pointing directly at U-556. The other ship girls from Ning also rushed over and couldn't help but fall into deep thought when they saw U-556 on the ground. How come there are Ironblood ship girls here? Xiaokuei squatted down and looked at U-556's face. The Royal Navy is quite open. Ship girls from other factions can enter the Royal Navy's port at any time as long as they register. But the small submarine in front of them was clearly up to no good. sneakily monitoring their commander. What's wrong with you 556? Speak up. On the ground, the small walkie-talkie started making noise. I have captured your U-556. Ning picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke. Meanwhile, the Growler electronic warfare aircraft controlling Saratoga took off to track the enemy's signals. Who are you? You'd better let go of U-556. A slightly serious voice came from the other end, but it was clear that the voice belonged to a young girl. In other factions' ports, engaging in this kind of investigation mission would be considered espionage, and there's only one fate for spies. Ning paused for a moment, waiting for the other party's reply. There was no sound from the other side, but the U-556 on the ground started yelling. It's no use. I won't tell you I'm here to spy on you. Ning looked utterly exasperated. You've already said it, okay? The commander has been found. Within minutes, the roarers detected the other party's radio signal. It is located at a remote dock in the royal area. Let's go take a look. Oh, right. Bring this little submarine with you. U-56 was thus pitifully carried towards the royal's remote dock. Damn it, U-556 messed up. We have to find a way to save him. Chapter 110 Z-23 Surprise. Who are you going to save? Ning's voice came from beside the ship girl. Wah, Nimi, please save me. Z-23 was about to rescue U-556 when, unexpectedly, the other party appeared beside him. The body reacted instantly. Z-23 jumped backward, landed on the water from the port, and quickly deployed its ship equipment. It's Nimi-chan. The three starter families have finally appeared. I've only been in the world of Granblue Fantasy for 2 months, and I didn't expect to meet the main characters so soon. Compared to the game, the Nimi in front of us looks very capable, with short golden hair and a tough military uniform. Especially the shark-shaped ship behind them, whose turrets were now pointing directly at Ning Lu and his men. Commander Shinchan. Amaji blocked Ning's path and unfurled its massive ship rigging. The ship equipment of a Shipgirl is related to the tonnage of her main warship. The Tianqing has a displacement of 120,000 tons, and its ship equipment is like a huge steel fortress blocking Ning's way. This steel fortress has only one main gun, but it is unusually large. Even in its ship-mounted form, it makes Nimi feel like she is facing a formidable enemy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amaji's electromagnetic cannon began charging, and a massive burst of electric light illuminated the entire battlefield. Tick-tock. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Z-23's cheek. There's no need for that. I just want to escape with U-556. There's no need to point a gun of that caliber at me. U-556 reported every battle in Ning this week to Z-23. G-23 naturally knew that the ship girl in front of her possessed the ability to rival the Siren's arbitrators. Nimi, having retracted her ship equipment, slowly walked to the dock. He knew the gap between the two sides was too great. If the other side wanted to keep him here, there was no way for them to fight back. We did not twist the commander maliciously. Let me introduce myself. I am Z-23 from Ironblood. Nimi put away her ship equipment and put on a gentle expression. What is your purpose in spying on me? Ning countered with a question. Although the system required him to contact Ironblood, Ning was also very curious about Ironblood's purpose in monitoring him. I'm sorry, I can't say that, but I can tell you that we have no ill intentions. After speaking, Z-23 turned his gaze to U-556 who was standing to the side. Can you let go of my companion? We won't run away. U-556 is still under Yudachi's control. During this time, U-556 tried to escape, but was bitten twice by Yudachi, which stopped it. The 2 red teeth marks on her face proved it all. Let him go, Yudachi. Ning felt a little sorry for U-556. After being bitten by Yudachi, U-556's face looked swollen. Wah, that destroyer Z-23 actually dared to bite me. The moment she released U-556, the petite figure threw herself into Z-23's arms and began to cry. I am very sorry, Commander Ning, for meeting in this way. Z-23 comforted U-556 and then said to Ning Lo, we at Ironblood received news that a legendary commander has appeared in the Royal Navy, so we came here to investigate further. Wild Shipgirls don't lie, and Shipgirls are not allowed to attack their commanders. Ning is certain of this. Okay, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ning Lo, and I am the Royal Commander. Ning extended his right hand in a gesture of friendliness. Seeing this, G-23 breathed a sigh of relief, extended his right hand, and shook hands with Ning Luo. Mission accomplished. Contact with Ironblood Shipgirls. The Ironbloods were once incredibly glorious, but now they are extremely weak. Please proceed to the Ironbloods to begin the next quest. Having completed so many system missions, Ning Lu had a rough idea of what the main mission of Ironblood would be this time. I guess the mission is to help them find their flagship or ward off some kind of crisis. Commander Ningle, on behalf of Ironblood, I extend a formal invitation to you. Would you be so kind as to visit Ironblood? As soon as Z-23 finished speaking, Little Fear stood up from the side. Impossible. The commander is from the Royal Navy. How could he go to the Ironblood? After shrinking, Cowie's height was less than 1.3 meters. Ninglu estimated that the little Cowie was only 1.2 meters tall. That royal white dress, combined with little Kawei's soft and weak appearance, was clearly not very convincing. Yes, of course. See, I told you the commander would refuse. Wait, Commander, what did you say? Kuwei breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the commander would refuse the invitation. But to my surprise, the commander agreed. In Granblue Fantasy, the Ironblood faction has never had a good reputation. The main reason is that their ship equipment is extremely powerful, and each of them is a battle maniac. This also led to the Ironblood faction not choosing to retreat like other factions during the last Siren Tide, but instead choosing to confront the Sirens head-on. This is why, although Ironblood has managed to retain its port, its strength has been greatly diminished. However, Ninglu knew that these tough girls were all amazing. No, they are all very trustworthy. Then, Your Majesty, I will be leaving for a while. Please rest assured. By the way, Kawei, I'm taking the aircraft carrier class with me. You might need to find a new teacher. He left behind 2 sentences and boarded the B-1B bomber in Saratoga with Z-23 and U-556. Ningle increasingly felt how right it was to exchange for strategic bombers in the first place. In a world where ships are the primary mode of transportation in Azur Lane, this long-range strategic bomber can be considered a revolutionary means of transport. When U-556 and Z-23 saw the enormous size of B-1B, they were also taken aback. I never imagined that this bomber would be so big up close. U-556 exclaimed. During the previous battles, U-556 only dared to hide underwater and observe Ning Lu and the others from a distance. There is no intuitive sense of the size of B-1B. This plane is very large and flies very fast. It's about 10,000 kilometers from here to Ironblood. We should be able to get there in half a day. Ning Lu spoke in a very calm tone, but 23 and U-556 gaped in astonishment. Half a day. It took us 2 weeks to get here. Z-23 said in surprise. In order to reach the Royal Navy's port, the U-556, aboard the Z-23, relied on the Z-23's high speed and arrived at the Royal Navy's port in 2 weeks. The Royal Navy and Ironblood factions are 10,000 kilometers apart, and most shipgirls choose to sail during the day and rest at night. Even so, at a speed of 35 knots, it took a full 2 weeks to reach the Royal Navy. Of course, my carrier-based aircraft are capable of supersonic flight. Ever since Saratoga switched to the sea attribute, she has never lowered her head and has always stood tall with her chest out. When it encountered Z-23, it looked at the other's chest with a very disdainful gaze. TCH, it's just a destroyer. How could it possibly compare to an aircraft carrier? It must be said that Yudachi is quite capable, and it stands out among the destroyers. Chapter 1:11 An encounter with the Siren flagship. There weren't many seats in the B-1B bomber, so everyone had to squeeze into the cockpit. 9 people were crammed into the driver's cab, which has only 4 seats. Hee, I'm number 1. I've secured a favorable position for the commander. As soon as Ning Lu sat in the driver's seat, Xiao Qiqing jumped into Ning Li's arms, looking very proud. Little Akaji is not allowed to monopolize the commander. Saratoga, not to be outdone, squeezed into Ninler's arms. Amaji smiled at everyone, then hugged Nagato and Yudachi into her arms. Little Fearless and Warspite sat in the chairs behind Ningle. The chair in the wheelhouse was large enough to seat 2 small boats. Z-23 and U-556 sat in the passenger seat next to Ninglua. At this moment, Z-23 and U-556 are peering out the window through the glass with curious expressions. Hold on tight, everyone, we're about to speed up. As Ningle controlled the B-1B's swept wings to tighten, the aircraft engines activated their afterburners. Old man. As the plane broke the sound barrier, a layer of white mist appeared on the surface of the wings. Wow, that's fast. Z-23 opened his mouth wide in surprise. As a destroyer, she had never experienced the feeling of flying in the sky. U-556 was even worse off, huddled in Z-23's arms, too afraid to look out the window. We didn't expect Commander Ningle's carrier-based aircraft to be able to fly so fast. Our intelligence is still lacking. Based on my observations over the past few days, I knew that the aircraft carrier's carrier-based aircraft were fast, but I never imagined they were this fast. What shocked Z-23 even more was that it was a full 10,000 kilometers away from the Ironblood camp, and even Shipgirls would need to bring some supplies to complete the journey. Unexpectedly, Ningle's bomber arrived directly without any resupply. Little Akagi, your foxtail is making me so itchy, take it off. Little Akagi and Saratoga each sat on one of Ninler's legs. Saratoga was very well behaved. He needed to turn on the radar to detect the sea area. Meanwhile, little Akagi was quite restless, constantly teasing Saratoga with his tail. At the same time, a pair of small, black stocking feet were also rubbing against Ning Li's thighs rather restlessly. Ahem, Commander Ningle, let me remind you, I am a military police officer. Seeing this, Z-23, who was standing to the side, became a little uneasy and coughed twice to remind him. Both of my shipgirls are aircraft carriers. Do you think the military police are in charge of aircraft carrier matters? Ningla said innocently. Commander Ningle, I'm reminding you that liking small boats is fine, but don't go overboard. Z-23 could only offer a reminder. Ninglu was speechless and speechless. What do you mean I like small boats? It's just that my boat happens to be a small boat. Commander has spotted a siren flagship. Just then, Saratoga's radar detected a siren flagship nearby. Where? What place? Z-23 tensed up immediately upon hearing the name of the siren flagship. For destroyers like them, the siren flagship is like a boss. That's a force that would require at least 3 capital ships to contend with. But when she thought of the commander sitting next to her, the powerful ship girl fell silent again. He then looked in Ning Li's direction with a curious gaze. 530 kilometers away. Commander, should we sink it? Saratoga reported the enemy's exact location. What? 530 kilometers? I didn't expect this aircraft carrier to not only be so powerful in combat, but also have such a wide detection range. In a world set against the backdrop of World War II, radar, an advanced weapon, was still in its infancy. Most battles can only be judged by sight. But if you tell the shipgirls here that you can detect enemy activity 600 kilometers away, they'll definitely look at you like you're an idiot. But such an unbelievable scene unfolded before our eyes. Okay, launch an anti-ship missile and sink it. Ningle issued the combat order as casually as saying, I don't drink cola, thank you. Wait, are they attacking from here? That's over 500 kilometers away. Z-23 had very limited intelligence on Ningle, having only obtained some basic data through a few battles. Z-23 has no information regarding the specific data on Ningle weapons. Commander Ningle, may I ask how far the anti-ship missile you mentioned can reach? If you talk to a ship girl about pretty clothes and exquisite jewelry, she might not be interested. But if you bring up the weapons in your equipment, they'll talk about it for ages. Which ship girl wouldn't be curious about a weapon that can shoot over 500 kilometers away? Or a weapon that only needs one shot to take down a siren flagship? Oh, you mean this? The very next second after Z-23 asked the question, the sound of machinery starting up came from the cabin of B-1B. Immediately, Z-23 witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A massive torpedo, 20 or 30 meters long, flew out from under the bombardment of the B-1B, trailing white smoke as it flew toward the distant sea. This is called a heavy anti-ship missile. It can cause 100,000 damage and has a relatively short range of only 1,200 kilometers. Ninglu spoke lightly and casually, but to Z-23 it sounded like something else entirely. One of these torpedoes can kill a ship girl instantly, even a battleship one. At this moment, Ningle undoubtedly became a terrifying devil in Z-23's eyes. How terrifying. Z-23 didn't even realize he had blurted it out. But the next second, a disdainful voice came from behind D-23. TCH, what's so special about that? Yudachi also has anti-ship missiles. Yudachi said proudly, puffing out her chest as she did so. But now Yudachi's sea has been given to Saratoga, so? It's just a mere destroyer. And your missiles can only reach 400 kilometers, which is nowhere near as far as mine, okay? Saratoga jumped off Lin Li's lap and stood in the aisle of the driver's cab, puffing out his chest and proudly addressing Yudachi in the back seat. Commander, all you do is bully Yudachi. Why did you give my succulent to Saratoga? Seeing Saratoga like this, she threw herself into Ningda's arms and started crying. It's just a one-day experience for your sister Saratoga. Don't be so stingy. Saratoga snapped out of her daze and realized that she was only able to possess sea thanks to the destroyer in front of her. But this seemingly ordinary scene shocked Z-23. What? His destroyer also has such a terrifying weapon that can shoot 400 kilometers away. Z-23 couldn't believe it. According to what he had gathered, this destroyer named Yudachi was a destroyer that excelled at air defense. Its anti-aircraft guns have an incredibly high rate of fire, capable of intercepting incoming shells. But he never expected that this destroyer could also launch such a terrifying weapon. We must take out our notebooks and write this down. Everything here must be reported to the flagship. Z-23's favorability increased to 40. Ning Lu was still trying to mediate the fight when he heard a system notification. Could it be that I am truly the legendary chosen one, and that Shipgirls will fall for me on their own? B-1B was still flying steadily, and soon the group arrived at the Iron Blood Camp C area. The system has indicated that you have arrived at the Iron Blood Faction C area and will begin the next mission. Chapter 112: The Unorthodox Port System. The Iron Bloods, once the front line against the Sirens, were weakened after being attacked. Revitalize the Iron Blood Army's morale. Commanders must acquire a colored Iron Blood Shipgirl and upgrade her to the legendary rank at sea. System, your mission is becoming increasingly unreliable. This is even more difficult than the mission to resist the Sirens. Ning Lu fears most missions that rely on luck or searching for clues. I'm not afraid of combat missions because I won them. I can defeat even the most terrifying Sirens with my overwhelming strength. But once they're put together and twisted, they lose confidence, especially when it comes to blocking the Shipgirls. The time before last, when I was in the Royal Navy, the system issued a mission for Ningel to build the Yamato-class destroyer. If it weren't for Nagato, it could have been directly converted into the Yamato class. Otherwise, Ning Li's main quest would be stuck at the Sakura Empire. Let's forget about the mission for now. We came here to salvage the ship, so let's save up some cubes and build a big ship. With that thought in mind, Ning Lu calmed down and opened the system. Ningel. Level 10. 900,000 experience points. 0 supplies. Mine Cube 4. Group Heal. Restores 50 HP to the fleet. Cooldown 3 hours. Warship Repair. Shipgirls returning to port will consume resources to automatically perform repairs. Commanders need to obtain their own port to unlock this feature. Ningel still has 900,000 experience points, but he doesn't have the resources needed to build Shipgirls. Let's unlock the purchasing privileges for Bree first. Breaking through to the Sea Legend level will require quite a few Bree. System Upgrade, Commander Level. Consuming 110,000 experience points, the Commander level has been upgraded to level 11. The Commander level was upgraded to level 16 after consuming 810,000 experience points, with 30,000 experience points remaining. Ningel used up all his levels to raise his Commander level to 16 in one go. Unlocking item purchase permissions grants access to the all-powerful Bewley, allowing you to upgrade Shipgirls to star level and become maritime legends. Unlock the port area and unlock the scientific research system. Currently, without Akashi's wife, the Oath gift box cannot be unlocked, and the diamond acquisition permission cannot be unlocked. That wicked merchant. I never thought he'd still try to rip me off after I transmigrated to the world of Azur Lane. Ning Lu stared at the system's prompt, utterly speechless. You need to win over the boss lady to get diamonds, but thankfully, it unlocks the port area and the research system. Ningel is most interested in the port area. When I have more Shipgirls in the future, I'll definitely have to arrange a home for them. We can't just drift between different factions. Immediately, a virtual projection of the port area appeared in Ning Li's field of vision. Similar to the game in my previous life, but without those complicated features, this is just an ordinary island. The port system is like the Red Alert game Ning Li played in his previous life. You can build structures on it. This includes living quarters such as canteens and dormitories, and combat command facilities such as armories and shipyards. Of course, there are also the unique buildings of each faction. For example, there are Royal-style gardens, Iron-blooded-style taverns, and White Eagle-style kindergartens. And a brothel in the style of the Sakura Empire? System, come out and explain what this brothel thing is. Instead of providing an explanation, the system displayed a notification. This type of building is a scenic building where commanders can interact with Shipgirls. Ning Li's face remained expressionless, but he made a mental note of the building. Of course, in addition to buildings, the port area also includes various defense systems. Examples include missile silos, command centers, and heavy coastal defense artillery. Port areas can be freely deployed and relocated, but there is a 1-week cooldown period. This means that Ningel can place the port area anywhere in the entire Azur Lane world, and can also move it. The construction of the port area requires the consumption of resources. The cost is not particularly high, but it is obviously of little use to Ning Lu, who currently has no resources at all. Next is the scientific research system. The most attractive aspect of the game's research system for many commanders is undoubtedly the ability to obtain research Shipgirls through research. The research Shipgirls are divided into 2 tiers. the highest tier plan, and the final battle plan. The highest tier option corresponds to gold-grade Shipgirls, while the final battle option corresponds to the rarest colored-grade Shipgirls in the game. Many of the Shipgirl designs were Ning Li's favorites from his previous life. Ning Lu opened the research system at this moment. System, is your research system legitimate? The familiar Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 designations did not appear. Ning Lu saw only one option: deep development of Shipgirls. With a critical mindset, Ning Lu clicked on this option. Consuming Rubik's Cubes and research plans allows you to draw Shipgirls from the corresponding faction. Currently available faction, Ironblood. Research Plan 1. The Shipgirls created through the research project are not affected by the system's attributes. The research system here is somewhat similar to the construction system, but it requires a research plan and the corresponding number of cubes for the ship type. Wait, system, repeat the last sentence. Does unaffected by attributes mean that? Ningle asked somewhat excitedly. Yes, the Shipgirls that commanders obtain through the research system don't have to be shoddy. It doesn't have to be a file monster. It doesn't have to be a file monster. These words kept echoing in Ning Li's ears. Instead of gambling with Rubik's Cubes on that vague maritime legend, let's gamble directly on the research system. You should know that Ironblood's research components are all older women. Well, Prince Ruprecht and Schubert are exceptions. But the probability is still quite high, okay? It's a 7 to 9 chance. I'm definitely not that unlucky. Ninglu had already made up his mind. Then, system, begin research on the Ironblood breeding program. It must be a decisive battle plan. It must be a decisive battle plan. The final battle plan is all about older sisters, Ningle prayed incessantly. Consumes 2 Rubik's Cubes and 1 research plan. This research will take 24 hours. All that's left is to wait. How can we obtain this research plan for the system? Commanders must obtain Akashi to unlock the master shop before they can acquire it. Well, it's that shrewish proprietress again. Looks like I'll have to go back to Sakura Empire after this Ironblood mission. This is Z-23 requesting to land. Although Ironblood's strength has weakened, it is no exaggeration to say that it was once the strongest faction. Ironblood's port construction is in no way inferior to that of Royal Navy and Sakura Empire. The wide land-based airport runway is a training ground specifically for aircraft carriers. Is Z-23 back? Did it return by carrier-based aircraft? I haven't seen it before. A response came from the control tower. We still have 400 kilometers to go before we get there. As a modern aircraft carrier, Saratoga also has a communication range of 600 kilometers. If it weren't for the planet's curvature, Saratoga's communication range could be much greater. Wait, you flew back? You flew all 10,000 kilometers back. The Shipgirl over there said, sounding very unsure of herself. I'll explain after I land. To be honest, no matter how Z-23 explains it now, the opposing Shipgirls won't believe it. They'll naturally believe it when they see such a huge carrier-based aircraft. Chapter 113 Arrival. Bismarck, come quick. Z-23 is back, and he's brought back that legendary commander with him. Tirpitz hurriedly knocked on Bismarck's door. How did the Z-23 manage to do that? On Bismarck's desk were still some information about Ningle. At that moment, he was still studying this mysterious commander. It's true. I heard that the commander asked to come to Sangvis Ferry. Let's go take a look. Putting down the documents in his hand, Bismarck arrived at the Ironblood airport. There weren't many Shipgirls at the airport at the moment, but as soon as they saw their flagship arrive, many Shipgirls wanted to come and see what was going on. Did Z-23 say what kind of carrier-based aircraft it returned on? Bismarck asked the Shipgirl in the control tower. I don't know. The second and third statements only say that they departed from the Royal Navy in carrier-based aircraft and will be here soon. Flying directly from the royal family would take 10,000 kilometers. Turbis said in disbelief. Perhaps the aircraft carrier girl changed her carrier-based aircraft midway through the journey. How could any aircraft possibly fly continuously for 10,000 kilometers? The Shipgirl in the control tower shrugged, indicating she couldn't quite believe it. Soon, to everyone's anticipation, a small black dot appeared in the distance. The black dot over there gradually grew larger and larger. Huh? Why is it still zooming in? In this world, a wingspan of 20 meters for a carrier-based aircraft is already considered very large. But the B-1B is a strategic bomber with a wingspan of 41 meters, which is twice that of a regular carrier-based aircraft. My God, such a large carrier-based aircraft really exists. Bismarck had already learned about the Ningle Shipgirls, but she never expected them to be so huge when she saw them in person. Z-23's intelligence report states that Ningle's aircraft carrier Shipgirls use a giant carrier-based aircraft that can carry huge bombs to attack the Shipgirls. I never imagined that this carrier-based aircraft, besides being incredibly powerful, could also travel long distances. The B-1B landed slowly on the runway, its massive fuselage taking up 2 runways. We finally arrived. I'm exhausted. Saratoga was the first to jump off the plane. Having been engaged in carrier-based flight operations, Saratoga was exhausted and stretched out a big yawn as soon as she got off the plane. That must be the aircraft carrier girl of this plane. Z-23's intelligence report stated that Ning's Shipgirls are all very small in size, but their tonnage is huge. Take this pink-haired lowly in front of you, for example. She looks like a destroyer, but her actual body is a massive 80,000-ton aircraft carrier. Saratoga is too unreliable. You are the fleet's flagship. Following closely behind Saratoga was Akaji. Is this the Iron Blood? This is my first time here. Little Akaji, with his large forehead and big hands, looked around. This ship girl wasn't mentioned in the intelligence report, but it's safe to say she's an aircraft carrier ship girl. Then, Amaji slowly descended the gangway. Compared to the lively little lowly ship girls, Amaji is very composed and has a Yamato Nadeshiko temperament. This must be the battleship girl mentioned in the intelligence report who killed the arbitrator. Bismarck's gaze was focused on Amaji. From her appearance, Amaji looks like a very ordinary Sakura Empire fox. But after Bismarck observed it closely, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling was strange, as if the other party could kill me instantly with a single shot. An illusion must be an illusion. The other shipgirls also stepped out of the plane one after another. Then, Saratoga waved her hand, and the huge B-1B bomber shrank to the size of her palm and landed in Saratoga's hand. Bismarck, mission accomplished. Z-23 walked up to Bismarck and gave a standard military salute. Big sister, we're back safely. U-556, on the other hand, was more casual, rushing directly into Bismarck's arms. He was almost eaten up by Ning's destroyer, and now that he has finally returned to Iron Blood, he naturally wants to seek comfort from his eldest sister. Yes, it's good that you're back. Bisman placed a hand on U-556's head and looked at Ning. He wasn't particularly handsome. He was just an ordinary human commander. But the more Bismarck looked, the more uneasy he felt. Beneath Ning's harmless expression lay the air of a seasoned veteran. It feels like this commander has experienced at least tens of thousands of naval battles. Of course, Bismarck's feeling was not an illusion. Ning had fought tens of thousands of battles in his previous life. Hello, Commander Ning. I am the flagship of Bisman Iron Blood. Bismarck gave a standard, iron-blooded military salute. Hello, Bismarck, my name is Nimmler. Ning also recalled a standard military salute. After leaving the airport, the group arrived at the headquarters of Iron Blood. How to describe the headquarters of Iron Blood? It has a very Iron Blood-like style. It possesses both royal elegance and iron-blooded rigor. I've already told you about Z-23, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Before landing, Z-23 reported the situation in Ning to Bismarck. Those are legendary commanders. It is said that the 4 commanders in ancient times each had hundreds of shipgirls under their command, and each of them had several legendary-class shipgirls. We know that Commander Ning is the commander of the Royal Navy. Iron Blood doesn't have any unreasonable demands, but we hope that Commander Ning could consider placing the port near Iron Blood. The commander of this world can choose the port according to their own ideas. Of course, this requires the commander to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they can only follow the arrangements of their faction. We can turn it now. With this level of strength, we can choose any port in the entire Azure world. After all, the ability to take on an arbitrator one-on-one speaks volumes. I'm very curious about Bismarck. What exactly is Bismarck's purpose in investigating me? Is it just out of curiosity? In the game, many shipgirls have feelings for the commander, but very few are curious about him. If we're talking about the Iron Blood faction, then it's probably only Ron. Ron's behavior wasn't curiosity, it was Yandra. Commander Ning, the royal family didn't tell you anything about the ancient times, did they? Chapter 114 Confirmation. Yang Fan also learned about the ancient commander from Queen Elizabeth, but his knowledge was very limited. Queen Elizabeth told him that there had only ever been 4 commanders in the world. The fact that every human could become a commander later on was only because no other commanders emerged after the deaths of those 4, which led the shipgirls to compromise. Commander Ning, may we establish a mental connection? The flagships of each faction are almost all survivors from ancient times. They had all witnessed firsthand how powerful the commanders of that era were. Ning, of course, would not refuse and immediately sent over the mental connection application. Is it okay for you to do this, sister? Tirpitz, who was sitting to the side, stood up excitedly. Bismarck is Iron Blood's flagship. So how could she easily establish contact with the commander? It's okay, I just wanted to confirm. With that, Bismarck agreed to the Ningle connection. This terrifying mental power. Bismarck, who had been sitting there with a dignified expression, was now slumped over the table. If the table hadn't cushioned the impact, this person would have crashed directly onto it. It feels like we've been stripped of control of the ship. Bismarck's face turned red, and he spoke in a trembling voice. From the overall control of the ship to the bullets fired by each anti-aircraft gun, Bismarck's favorability increased to 40. It seems that it's not just the Sakura Empire's shipgirls who can conquer themselves. The Ironblood shipgirls are just as good. If I modify his dragon ship equipment, will my favorability be maxed out immediately? In the previous game, the ship equipment of the Ironblood faction shipgirls became increasingly large due to the improvement of the character artists in the later stages. Even some destroyers have adopted that iconic dragon-shaped hull armor. As one of the early adopters of the game, Bismarck's ship equipment did not incorporate the Ironblood dragon elements because it was created relatively early. Furthermore, Bismarck also possesses the only made outfit in the Ironblood faction. This has led many players to jokingly say that Bismarck works as a maid to earn money to buy the dragon ship armor. Wait, the Royal Mission skin bundle hasn't been opened yet. System has opened the skin gift box. Congratulations on obtaining the maid outfit from the skin gift box draw. System, you really know your stuff. You can make whatever I want. But this is very royal. What the royal family produces most often is maids, of course, the frivolous kind. Unlike the Sakura Empire, where Akagi took over in the absence of the Yamato-class destroyer. In terms of lineage, Bismarck is definitely the sole shipgirl of Ironblood, both from a historical perspective and from its own strength. Ningle's commander system was surprised to find that Bismarck was a 4-star shipgirl when it looked at her. In other words, just 2 common brioche can make you a maritime legend. The fabric here is universally compatible regardless of color or quality. After adjusting herself, Bismarck smoothed her long golden hair, but the flush on her face did not fade. This familiar feeling fascinated him. Compared to ordinary human commanders, those who are so fragile that even a slight struggle could backfire on their mental strength, Bismarck preferred the feeling of absolute control that Ningle had over him. Commander Ningle, now I can be sure that you have the same strength as those 4 before. Bismarck paused for a moment, then smiled and said, in other words, you are the only one in the entire Azur Lane world who is qualified to be the commander of the Shipgirls. Besides Bismarck, Turbis was also in the meeting room. After Bismarck finished speaking, Ningle noticed that Tirpitz's gaze towards him was also strange. What's going on? I have a creepy feeling. Seeing Ningle looking at him, Tirpitz avoided Ningle's gaze and handed a document to Bismarck. She glanced down at the document, and her already flushed face turned even redder. So this is what the commander likes. This is a bit tricky. After saying this, Bismarck placed the document face down on the table. Commander Ningle, now that you've come to Ironblood, why not stay a few more days? We've already prepared accommodations for you. Bismarck changed his previous attitude and spoke in a formulaic manner. It seems that the shipgirls of Ironblood are much more normal than those of Sakura Empire. Ninglu thought to himself, if I were in the Sakura Empire now, all sorts of strange things would definitely happen. Then I'll have to trouble you guys from Ironblood. Ninglu made a polite remark and then prepared to leave. By the way, Commander Ningle, do you have any Ironblood shipgirls you like? I can arrange it for you. Ahem. No. I'm here at Ironblood. I can wander around by myself. Nimmler was almost choked by Bismarck's words. Looks like I was overthinking it. Ironblood is just like Sakura Empire, right? A lot of strange things will happen to them. After Ninglu left, Sister, this commander has some rather unusual preferences. It seems that it will be difficult for us at Ironblood to arrange for Jinliang to join us. Tirpitz sat down next to Bismarck and began to speak. Indeed, I didn't expect him to like this type of shipgirl. Bismarck reopened the documents in his hand. Ninglu, suspected to be the legendary commander. Originally an ordinary student of the royal family, he received a mission to go to Sakura Empire and returned a month later to fight against the Sirens and defeat the Siren Arbitrator. The commander's shipgirl is very different from other shipgirls of the same type, with a huge hull and advanced weapons. The commander also has extremely strong control. Hobbies. I like small battleships and small aircraft carriers. Special hobby. During battle, he likes to sit in the command chair. It seems like Ironblood doesn't have any shipgirls that meet this requirement, right? Bismarck pointed to the words battleship or aircraft carrier with a lowly-like figure. No, perhaps this commander just prefers small boats. The documents mention that he only has 1 destroyer. Tirpitz turned to the next page of the document. Let's ask Z23 for details. This document is the data collected during Z23's observation of Ningle. Ningle never dreamed that the Ironblood Shipgirls would start researching his system. Ironblood is the most unique of all the factions. The commander's uniform is not white, but a combination of black and red. Compared to the pure white Navy uniform, the combination of black and red looks cooler. Perhaps that's why Ironblood Shipgirls always give people a feeling of being unapproachable. Commander, buy an Ironblood uniform. This black and red color scheme suits you very well. Amaji walked to a shop window, pointed to the naval uniforms inside, and said to Ningle, "Yes, there are no commanders in white uniforms here at Ironblood. Your appearance is too conspicuous, and it will be very inconvenient." Ningle also discovered along the way that his commander's uniform was easily recognizable as belonging to another faction. Although it doesn't affect his actions, others always look at him with a strange gaze. Ahem, let's wait a bit. Let's go out to sea first. Ningle did want to experience the black naval uniform. The black and red color scheme was indeed much cooler than white, but the key issue was, I don't have a single penny of supplies left. Chapter 115 Research Shipgirls. Obtained resources, 33,000 experience points, 33,000 mind cubes. Fortunately, Ninglu hadn't done his weekly mission, which allowed him to replenish some supplies. Ningle. Level, 16. 123,000 experience points. 33,000 supplies. Rubik's Cube 3. Skins, maid outfit, shrine maiden attire. With ample supplies, Ninglu returned to the clothing store. Of course, the shop owner was also very hospitable. In addition to the commander's uniform, he also recommended Shipgirl outfits to Ningle. Shipgirls can also wear human clothes, but when they unfold their ship equipment, their original clothes will be destroyed and replaced with the Shipgirl's default skin. Ningle's skin no longer hurts, allowing the Shipgirls to continue wearing it during battle. After looking at the Ironblood style clothes, Ninglu wasn't particularly satisfied. After browsing around the Ironblood store, Ninglu returned to the dormitory he had been assigned. The next day, there are 3 hours left until the research is completed. Ninglu lay in bed and began to fantasize about which tough older sister he would have. If I could get Eggle, I'd be rolling in it. The Emperor is pretty good too. The main problem is that there are just too many older female characters in Ironblood. Even the destroyers have figures similar to Yudachi. Wah, Commander, Saratoga doesn't want to be a file monster. Early in the morning, Saratoga burst into Ningle's room, lay on top of him, and started sobbing. Saratoga's sea was returned to Yudachi by Ningle, which made Saratoga, who had just gained some confidence, come to Ningle's place early in the morning to cause trouble. Once we have enough commander cubes, we'll exchange one for Saratoga too. That one has the sea attribute of Yudachi. After breakfast, Ninglu did not choose to go out, but stayed in the dormitory. Because there are 10 minutes left until the research is completed. Ningle is finally going to have its first research vessel. Commander, why don't we go out for a walk? Yudachi sat to the side, her arms slumped on the table, exuding a melancholy aura. Because we're going to welcome new companions, let's wait a little longer, Yudachi. Ningle comforted him. Iron and blood research completed. As the system prompted, a white light appeared in front of him, slowly coalescing into a human shape. Beautiful, but not a small boat in terms of figure. Ningli's heart was already half at ease. The Emperor, Eggle, Hindenburg, Mainz, Odin, and August are all gentle older sisters. If I draw the Emperor, I can completely relax. Ningle felt a headache coming on when she thought about the group of shipgirls at home who looked like destroyers but were actually all large ships. They'll cause you trouble every now and then. But if it had that maternal aura, the land would be different. That maternal aura could suppress a whole host of small destroyers. Needless to say, Egypt and Hindenburg are both great. Who doesn't love a succubus? Mainz and Odin are both very trustworthy shipgirls. Needless to say, August is the only cat-headed member of the Ironblood faction. Wait, did I forget someone? As the white light gradually solidified, a gentle voice rang out. The Ironblood cruiser Rune only existed in the design concept stage in history. Commander, I see it. There's a similar part of me in your heart. Oh no, the house is going to explode again. What Ningle feared most was that the Emperor had arrived, not the Egyptian Emperor, nor Egypt or Hindenburg. However, it was also a heavy cruiser. Welcome to the team, Ron. Although I hate to admit it, I really like any older sister shipgirl, Ningle. Ron's loyalty and gentleness towards the commander are very attractive. However, a slight Yandra element later on is acceptable. I'm so happy. I finally got to see the commander. Ron's favorability is 50. Ron's arrival added the first cruiser to Ning's fleet. Although cruisers are no longer seen in modern naval warfare, in Ning's system, the combat power of cruisers after being heavily modified is in no way inferior to many modern warships. For example, there's a design in the blueprint shop that's perfect for Ron right now. Ironblood Close Combat Cruiser Modification Plan. This design strengthens the cruiser's hull and hit points, giving it heavy armor comparable to that of a battleship. However, this comes at the cost of sacrificing the artillery's range. But this plan is very suitable for Ning now. Ning's fleet is not lacking in shipgirls that can attack from a distance and deal high damage. The only thing missing is a shipgirl who can withstand damage and also engage in close combat. Ron's arrival perfectly filled this gap. However, the problem is that Ning is currently running out of supplies. The remaining 3 boxes of supplies were obtained from yesterday's weekly mission. It's really strange that there aren't many sirens for me to kill here. I can't see a single siren warship in the waters near Ironblood. Ning was somewhat puzzled. Since entering the Ironblood Sea, Saratoga had kept her radar activated, keeping her within range of 600 kilometers. There wasn't a single mass-produced siren ship within that radius. Why don't we finish the mission first, and then go to Sakura Empire to bring the landlady back? Akashi's favorability has reached 40. A little bribery with equipment will allow her to directly enter into a contract. But Akashi has her own shop, so whether she can come with me is another matter. Commander Ning, come to the Ironblood Command Center. When any commander enters the territory of any faction, they will automatically connect to that faction's public radio channel. At this moment, the voice of the Ironblood flagship Bismarck can be heard on the channel. Okay, I'll be right there. Iron-Blooded Command Center. I'm warning you, Bismarck. I am the Iron-Blooded Governor. When did it become your place to make decisions on your own? An elderly man with a full head of silver hair, probably around 60 years old, sat in the center of the command room, roaring at Bismarck below. Governor, please recognize your place. I am not your subordinate. Bismarck did not back down at all, and said with a serious expression, Impossible. I would never allow a commander from another faction to place the port on Ironblood territory. The governor remained in office and argued his case based on reason. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I'm not asking you for instructions, but rather informing you. After saying that, Bismarck got up and left. You bitch. When did it become your place as shipgirls to make the decisions for Ironblood? The governor slammed his fist on the table in anger, then his gaze fell on the map on the wall. Since you shipgirls are disobedient, there's no need to keep you here. Notify all commanders to convene a meeting. Reception room. Commander Ning, I know this request is a bit abrupt, but Tai sincerely invites you to place the port here with us. Bismarck, sitting opposite him on the sofa, looked sincere. But Bismarck is the commander of the Royal Navy. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Ning Li's tone was somewhat hesitant. What the royal family can give, we, the Ironbloods, can also give you. And I can assure you that you are not bound by the governor's orders. In other words, you are a free commander. This really impressed Ning. It is important to know that the governor has a great deal of control over the commanders. When the governor summons a commander, the commander must obey the orders given by the governor, and the commanders must comply. Previously, when the Royal Navy resisted the sirens, it was the Royal Navy's governor who led the escape, which resulted in only the Royal Navy's wild shipgirls and Ning participating in the battle against the arbitrators. The attitude of the royal governors and commanders toward Ning is now quite delicate. He didn't want to offend him, but he also wanted to win him over, yet he also wanted to get rid of him. Okay, I'll think about it when I get back. Chapter 116 Stay, I choose this place. Commander, how could you join Sangvis Ferry? Your sister will be heartbroken if you leave Royal Navy. Ning returned to the dormitory and discussed Bismarck's invitation with the other shipgirls. But if I return to the royal family, the royal governor will lead the other commanders to target me. Ning said helplessly, Commander, come to Sakura Empire. You can farm any of their shipgirls you want. Bang. Ouch. Why did you hit me, sister? Standing to the side, Xiao Qiqing heard that Ning Lu did not want to become the royal commander, and immediately felt that his opportunity had come. As long as the commander is tied to Sakura Empire, no one will compete with you for the commander. When Tosa and Iga become Ning's shipgirls, the 4 of us sisters will have an absolute advantage. Little Akagi has already decided to sell all of her sisters. Little Akagi, do you think I don't know what the Sakura Empire is like? With you here, would I still dare to go to the Sakura Empire as a commander? Although Ning Li's mental strength had been enhanced, he couldn't stand that every day. Commander, I still approve of you becoming the commander of the Ironblood. Bismarck has already said that you are not under the governor's control, so you are very free. Since her appearance, Rune has given the other ship girls a very gentle and virtuous feeling, especially when paired with his soft voice and sweet smile. Commander Rune is right. Back in Sakura Empire, the commander will definitely be drained dry. Wah. Yudachi was interrupted by Akagi, who covered her mouth halfway through her sentence. Have you forgotten whose subordinate you are? Little Akagi whispered a threat into Yudachi's ear. No need to say anything more, everyone. I have decided to stay with Sangvis Ferry and become its commander. I knew Ron's decision was right. Yudachi called Ron Nichin very affectionately. Yudachi, you don't know that Ron is black when it's cut open. You'll regret calling it that later. Ning Lu was also somewhat speechless. When he returned and discussed things with the ship girls, he was simply informing them. This man said he wanted Ningle to become the commander of Iron Blood, but in reality, he just wanted Ningle to place the port on the Iron Line, without any other restrictions. This man believed that since Ningle's port was in Iron Blood, his heart would remain there, and it was only a matter of time before he became an Iron Blood commander. Little did they know that the port area system initiated by Ningle allowed for the free movement of the port islands. Iron-blooded conference room. The people sitting here at this moment are not Bismarck and other ship girls, but the Iron Blood governor. Everyone, the wild ship girls of Iron Blood are no longer trustworthy. We must find new partners. Governor, our research with the sirens has yielded new results, and we can now basically mass-produce the Black Cube. Very good. Keep it a secret. We need to speed things up. Bismarck has received news that Ningle has agreed to stay. Sister, I told you, the conditions I offered were absolutely tempting. Holding the information in his hand, Bismarck showed it off to Tirpitz. It's just a promise to stay, sister. Whether you're willing to help us modify the ship's hull is another matter. That's right, this is Ironblood's plan. When Ningle arrived at Ironblood, he also found that there were very few wild Ironblood ship girls here. Besides Bismarck and Tirpitz, there were also Z-23 and U-556, which I had seen before, as well as the rarely seen Prince Eugen. The rest are almost all nameless Ironblood ship girls. This is why Ironblood's strength has become what it is now. During the last Siren Tide, Ironblood's desperate defense of its base resulted in the sinking of a large number of ship girls. Today, Ironblood is barely holding on with just a few historical ships and a large number of nameless ship girls. Oh, and I have some good news too. Can you guess what it is? At this point, Bismarck left everyone in suspense. Stop it, sister. How could I possibly guess? Tirpitz was Bismarck's only sister in this world, and the two could talk about almost anything. In front of Tirpitz, Bismarck also abandoned his arrogant demeanor. Nindler carried out a construction and built Ron. Ron? Is she Prince Eugen's sister ship? Tirpitz sat up straight immediately. Yes, sister. Do you still remember that the construction probability of those 4 legendary commanders was quite high? If we provide Ningle with enough cubes and supplies, the Ironblood faction ship girls might become powerful again. Bismarck had already begun to fantasize about the powerful Ironbloods of the past reappearing in this world. Ahem, let me remind you, the ship girls that my sister built are not wild ship girls. They are all Ning Li's ship girls. TCH, at worst I'll become his ship girl too, and then I'll revive Ironblood in the port. Bismarck's face flushed slightly, but he spoke with great righteousness. Hey, sister, just say you want to be rescued. Tirpitz's face broke into a wicked grin. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just looking after the Ironblood girls. Besides, aren't there Sakura Empire flagships among Ningle's ship girls? Tirpitz also remembered the little fox with animal ears. It seems that becoming a ship girl in Ningle will cause you to shrink. Can you really accept that, sister? It's just shrinking, and besides, that commander seems to really like his shrunken ship girls. Bismarck remembered the photograph that Z-23 had given him. Ningle in the photo seems more interested in his small boat. Ningle's fleet includes older sister ship girls, but when Ningle was riding in a bomber, she did not choose to be with Amagi, but instead chose to hold Akagi and Saratoga. This is enough to prove Ningle's fondness for small boats. Chapter 117, Z-23's Teacher Skin. Ningle never dreamed that the iron-blooded Bismarck would think of him as a lullicon. Z-23 changed his clothes and accompanied Ning Lu to stroll around Tieshue in the afternoon. That's right, the Iron-Blood ship girl that Bismarck arranged to approach Ningle was Z-23. The original plan was to assign U-556, but U-556 is, after all, a submarine, and the submarines in this world are seriously underestimated by the commander. Many commanders dislike submarine ship girls. Therefore, Z-23, who was associated with Iron-Blood and lowly, became the only contact target. Very well, Bismarck. Z-23 answered somewhat shyly. At this moment, Z-23 had changed into a backless business suit and was wearing a white shirt that was seriously out of proportion to her figure. Her legs were encased in black stockings. Wait, something's still missing. Bismarck then took a pair of half-rimmed glasses from the table and put them on Z-23's face. That's good enough. Now let's spend some time with our iron-blooded commander and show him around. Bismarck looked Z-23 up and down and nodded. Bismarck, does that commander really like this style? Z-23 was also looking at it from head to toe. A powerful commander like Ningle would be favored by any ship girl. Especially after learning that Ningle really liked small boats, the Z-23, as a destroyer, felt even more confident. Yes, we have studied this commander's preferences. One of the aircraft carriers in his fleet was once his teacher, which proves that Commander Ningle is very fond of the teacher attribute. In addition to the photos you brought back last time, Commander Ningle is also very interested in black stockings, so I chose this outfit. At this moment, Z-23 is wearing his teacher's skin. It has to be said that Z-23 is the most valuable of the 3 starter phones. Despite bearing the name of a destroyer, it has the tonnage of a light cruiser. Hearing Bismarck say this, Z-23 gained confidence. In ancient times, there was no such thing as wild ship girls. All ship girls belonged to those 4 commanders. This also led all the ship girls that were created afterward to have a certain longing for that former commander. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Z-23 arrived at Ningle's dormitory. Take me out for a walk? Sure, but I've already seen the Ironblood commercial street. Are there any other places? Of course, with Commander Ningle, Ironblood is the best faction in all the seas at controlling the sirens. There aren't many sirens gathered around here, and the scenery on the island is quite nice. Z-23's tone carried a hint of pride. I'll also help you find a suitable location to build the port area. I immediately became interested when the port area of Ningle was mentioned. With the port area, Ningle will be able to repair the ship girls herself. Ironblood does not have any historical repair ships, nor do they have legendary ship girls like Akashi or Vestal. However, there are also repair ships for the nameless ship girls here, but their repair efficiency is very low. It would take at least a day to repair a ship girl like Amagi with 100,000 HP. Moreover, repairing ship girls can also bring considerable benefits to Ningle. These girls of mine become huge resource consumers in the later stages, with each piece of equipment costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of resources. Let's go. We were in a rush when we came here and didn't get to appreciate the coastal scenery of Ironblood. Ning set off with a group of ship girls of all sizes. This time, Ningle chose the Nagato as the flagship instead of the Saratoga. As one of the few warships in the Ningle fleet that still retains its World War II heritage, Nagato is strong enough to protect Ningle's safety without attracting the attention of the Ironblood ship girls. However, Nagato's hull was, after all, a large battleship of over 70,000 tons. The 460mm naval gun, in particular, still attracted a lot of attention when it was deployed in the port. You can't be mistaken, that's a 460mm naval gun. This is a Yamato-class ship. Bismarck was observing all of this from a distance through his telescope. As a battleship himself, he had a strong obsession with ship equipment. Even the smallest ship equipment in Ironblood, Z-23, has a dragon head, but he doesn't. In addition, the Ironbloods inherited 380mm main guns meant that, apart from the Royal Navy's Queen Elizabeth, the flagships of other factions all had guns with much larger calibers than the Bismarck. How did he manage to capture the Sakura Empire's flagship? Tirpitz stood to the side and said curiously, "He's a legendary commander. Once you've been mentally connected with him, you'll understand what that feels like." Bismarck's tone suddenly softened. Do you want to become his ship girl's sister? Upon hearing Bismarck's words, Tirpitz put down his binoculars and quipped, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the flagship of Ironblood. How can I become the commander's ship girl?" Bismarck spoke loudly, but his words clearly lacked conviction. "Sister, we're the only wild ship girls left in Ironblood. Yes, it's just a few of us left. Now, Ironblood only has these 6 historical ships left, including Rune, which Ningle just built." The two watched as Ningle sailed away from the port. In the captain's cabin, "Commander, is Nagato really comfortable sitting like this?" At that moment, Ningle was sitting on the captain's chair in the captain's cabin, and Nagato, imitating Saratoga, kicked off her wooden clogs and sat in Ningle's lap. Why didn't the commander choose Saratoga as the flagship? Saratoga objected to this, took off her shoes, and climbed into Ninler's arms. "Jejia, it's not that the commander doesn't want you to be the flagship, but deploying your massive ship here would cause a lot of trouble." Ninglu explained helplessly. Then take your hands off Nagato's feet. Saratoga clearly did not believe Ningle's words. It hung around Ning Li's neck and wouldn't let go. As expected, this commander really likes small boats. Nearby, Z-23 took out a small notebook and was taking notes. Ron looked at the scene before him with tender eyes. The commander is very kind to everyone. Amagi sat in a chair in the captain's cabin on the other side, deploying the radar to detect the sea area. Unfortunately, the Nagato's hull is too old, and it doesn't have any radar equipment, making it unable to conduct large-scale sea area reconnaissance. Soon the group arrived at the outer sea of Ironblood. If it were the Royal Navy or Sakura Empire, you would already be encountering mass-produced siren ships here. But the sea was calm in Tieshua, with several small islands appearing and disappearing in the distance. If you didn't know that this was the Azure world, Ningle would even think that he had returned to the world he once knew. Commander Ningle, the scenery of these archipelagos is quite nice. There are many natural harbors on that small island over there. We can go and take a look. Z-23 acted like a tour guide, introducing the situation of the Ironblood Outer Sea to Ningle. All faction commanders' ports are built on natural islands. Some islands have terrains that are ideal for building ports, making them the first choice for high-ranking commanders. Some islands are surrounded by cliffs, with only one road leading into the island. Small islands with poor terrain can only be assigned to faction commanders with average abilities. Ningle, as a legendary commander, must be among the top. Z-23 brought Ningle here, which is one of the best islands in Ironblood suitable for establishing a port area. Chapter 118 Construction. A battleship has been spotted. Can we confirm that it's that legendary commander's battleship? It's confirmed that he didn't change ships after leaving the port. It is 12 kilometers away from the twist. An unnamed submarine Shipgirl is lurking here. Send the message to the governor. In a conference room. Very good. I didn't expect the legendary commander to actually exist. People like him who can overturn the world must either be won over or eliminated. After his talks with Bismarck broke down, the iron-fisted governor began to closely monitor Ningle's actions. The Ironblood faction is the weakest of all the factions, but it still wields the same power as the governor during its time in the faction. This greatly displeased many of Ironblood's commanders and governors. It's important to know that Ironblood's current strength is entirely due to the commanders present and their Shipgirls. The Ironblood faction is strange. The commanders here are simply unable to build the Ironblood's historical sword. The Shipgirls they contracted with were all nameless Shipgirls from Ironblood. Although they are all nameless ships, the nameless Shipgirls of Ironblood are almost as strong as the historical Shipgirls of other factions. This also caused the Ironblood commanders to stop being obsessed with historical swords and instead spend more time on their nameless Shipgirls. Keep an eye on this commander. He's heading in this direction. He's probably looking for a location to build the port area. This area of sea is full of natural harbors, which many Ironblood commanders have long coveted, but Bismarck disagrees with these commanders settling in and instead keeps all these good islands. Received from the governor, I will continue to monitor the situation. If Commander Ningle has any islands he likes, Ironblood will fund the construction of their infrastructure. As if sensing Ningle's concerns, Z-23 spoke up. Really? Then I'll have to choose carefully. Ningle originally disdained these islands, but with the port system, he could adjust the shape of the port according to his own ideas. So Ningle activated the port system while sailing forward. The system places the islands in the port area here. The system is connected to Tiancheng's radar, which currently has a reconnaissance range of 600 kilometers. Within this 600-kilometer range, Ningle can place his port area anywhere. The container has been placed in the port area. A cooling-off period of 1 week is required before it is retrieved. On the sea, 200 kilometers away from Ningle, the once calm sea was suddenly illuminated by a flash of white light. Just like that, an island suddenly appeared on the sea. The islands within the port area system cover a very large area. It covers several hundred square kilometers. But that's not the point. The point is that there's a high mountain in the middle of this island, and there's even a little snow on the top. The most outstanding aspect of Ningle's port system is not the construction of the port areas, but the depiction of the landscape. This small island is not suitable as a port, but its scenery is absolutely stunning. Let's choose this place. When we were 30 kilometers from that island, Ningle said to Z-23. Yes, Commander Ningle, this small island. The second and third flipped through the notebook in their hands, wanting to introduce the specific situation on the island. But after searching for a long time, he found no records related to the island. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. All the islands here are recorded. Could I have overlooked something? The second and third were still flipping through their notebooks. No need for introductions. Z-23, let's go straight to the island and take a look. The island provided by the system has a small bay that can probably accommodate 5 or 6 warships. Compared to the islands that Ningle had just seen, which were either C-shaped or T-shaped and suitable for conversion into naval ports, this small island had absolutely no advantages. If there's an advantage, it's that the island boasts exceptional natural scenery. The island's shallows have a large expanse of golden sand, a stark contrast to the islands Z-23 chose as suitable for naval ports, which are mostly surrounded by reefs and lack such beautiful beaches. Yes, this is what port life is like for a commander. Sunshine, beaches, and bikini-clad shipgirls. To outsiders, Ningle's survey of the surroundings appeared to be an inspection of the island, but Ningle was thinking of something else entirely. Commander Ningle is so serious. He's surveying the environment around the island to choose where to build the port. Z-23's mind raced with wild fantasies. If we have too many shipgirls, we'll divide the dormitories according to their faction. This area is perfect for planting cherry blossoms, so let's assign it to the Sakura Empire shipgirls as their dormitories. There are also hot springs here. It would be nice to build a small hot spring hotel. Ning Lu wandered around the island, looking here and there intently. The commanders in this world have no concept of strategy or terrain advantages. Their principle for choosing a port area is simple. It must have a natural harbor and deep water. Ningle is completely different from them. Ningle only cares about how many beautiful buildings can be constructed on the island and how many entertainment facilities can be built. Commander Ningle, this open space is perfect for turning into a natural airfield. Z-23 pointed to a clearing on the island, which was only covered with weeds and had a flat terrain. Yes, indeed. This place is so flat, it would be perfect for turning the destroyers into a playground. If Z-23 were to hear what Ningle was thinking, his glorious image would surely crumble. Commander Ningle, you have excellent judgment. Iron Blood didn't even discover this island before. After touring around, Z-23 was very satisfied with the port that Ningle had chosen. Z-23 felt that the strategic location and the difficulty of construction here were both excellent. We've decided on this place. Z-23 should be able to go back and report to Bismarck, right? After going around in circles, the group decided to return to Iron Blood. No need for that. I can officially inform you, Commander Ningle, right here that this island is now your port. There are only 5 shipgirls in Iron Blood's history, so Z-23 has a lot of power. Moreover, before Bismarck left, she told Z-23 that she could choose any island and tell us the location, and we would send people to build it. Governor, it seems that Ningle has chosen the port area and is now returning to Iron Blood. The submarine was still reporting the situation here to the governor. Yes, establish an observation post near that island. As soon as Ningle officially takes up residence in the port area, I need to know his every move. Chapter 119, Ron Awakens. So these are the people Bismarck sent to build this place? There are quite a lot of them. At this moment, a large group of nameless shipgirls arrived at the small island chosen by Ningle. In addition, a large amount of building materials are being transported up there. Commander Ningle, after these shipgirls have built the port and shipgirl dormitories, you will have to carry out the construction yourself. Z-23 was holding a laptop while checking the goods that had been moved up. Well, that's already pretty good. In this world, port construction basically involves discarding human labor, so why would shipgirls be involved in port construction? This also shows how much the Iron Bloods valued Commander Ningle. The port was only reinforced with some wooden planks and steel bars, and the dormitories for the shipgirls were even simpler. Ningle only had 8 shipgirls, and there were only 9 people, including Ningle. Building such a dormitory would only take the shipgirls a morning's work. Commander, these shipgirls look like they're working so hard building the dormitories. Xiao Qiqing approached Ning Lu and spoke. Yes, that's right. Shipgirls are born for battle, so they are naturally not good at building them. How about this? Commander Akaji can sleep with the others, so let them build one less dormitory room. After Xiao Qiqing finished speaking, he went up before Ning Lu could agree. Yeah, who said Akaji only has Yandra traits? She's also very caring towards others. Ningle really liked little Qiqing, whether it was the big fox or the tiny little Qiqing. After all, who wouldn't love a Kimonamami, animal-eared girl? G-23, you've worked so hard building the dormitories. You don't need to give each of us a single room. A small ship girl like me can sleep with the others. Ning Lu, who was watching all this from a distance, smiled with satisfaction. It seems we can consider making Akaji the flagship in the future. I imagine the kind-hearted Akaji managing a group of small destroyers. But Xiao Qiqing's next sentence shattered Ning Li's idea instantly. Little Akaji usually sleeps with the commander. Bang! It sounded like something had broken. Z-23 was completely stunned at that moment, looking at Ningle in the distance with an incredulous gaze. This is to be sent to the military police. Don't forget that Z-23 is the iron-blooded military police. Ahem, wait a minute, Z-23, let me explain. 10 minutes later. I see. Commander Ningle is truly amazing. No matter how Ningle explained it at first, Z-23 insisted on putting Ningle in the military police station. Having no other choice, Ningle had to turn Xiao Qiqing back into Qiqing. This amazing scene even made Z-23 forget that Ningle had been sleeping with the small boat. Yes, when I'm with the commander, I still act like a big sister. Akaji covered her mouth and chuckled. Far away. What? The commander has already been stolen and eaten? Ron stared wide-eyed at Akaji and Ningle in the distance, his face filled with disbelief. Rune, a research shipgirl, arrived at the port relatively late and was unaware of what had happened in Ningle. He only thought that Tiansheng was the only older sister in Ningle. Judging from Amaji's gentle demeanor, it's clear she shares the commander's personality with the other shipgirls and might even help the commander take care of the other shipgirls' emotions. Ron also had a good impression of Amaji. However, what made him somewhat wary was that the shipgirl named Little Akaji always gave him a strong sense of crisis. The truth has finally come true. I never imagined that the commander would sleep with such a little shipgirl at night and then secretly turn the little lowly into a big fox. Ron's mind began to conjure up a series of obscene images. We can't let the commander fall into the fox's trap. We have to act tonight. Meanwhile, Akaji, who had finally transformed back into an older sister, clung to Ningle's arm and acted coquettishly. Commander, please don't turn Akaji back to normal, okay? We can't give my sister this chance to grow bigger. She won't be able to seize it. Didn't Akaji do a great job last time? Akaji glanced at it, and then her sister, who had transformed into little Amaji, spoke to Ning Lu. Meanwhile, Xiao Shenking watched Akaji's performance with a dark expression on his face. Similarly, Ron's eyes turned very gloomy, as if he had grasped some information. Last time, could it be that the commander has already been eaten? No, I am the only one in the fleet who can monopolize the command. Ningle could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Ron, even from a great distance. Has Ron awakened? Commander, can you explain what's going on? Janning looked at Ron, who had adjusted his expression and returned to his gentle and virtuous demeanor as he approached Ning Lu. That's right. Shipgirls who have a contract with the commander will turn into small boats, but the commander can use a cube to turn the shipgirls back into their original form. Before Ning Lu could answer, Qiqing stepped forward and spoke first. This shipgirl is definitely not simple. There must be something hidden beneath that gentle mask. Akaji also sensed that Ron's aura was somewhat different, yet strangely familiar. Soon the nameless ships finished building their dormitories and left under Z-23's leadership. At this moment, only Ningle and his 8 shipgirls remained on the entire island. Are you sure all the Ironbloods have left? They have all left the governor. On the sea outside Ningle port, a periscope emerged from the sea, observing every move made by Ningle. Very good. Send someone up to negotiate. Remember to be discreet. It was still the same conference room. For the past 2 days, Ning Li's every move had been under the surveillance of the iron-blooded governor. If Ningle had Yudachi activate her sonar at this moment, she would have discovered that a submarine shipgirl was lurking outside the port area. The closest port is Commander Kale's. He'll be there soon. It was almost evening, and the shipgirls and Ningle had finished tidying up and were preparing to rest in their dormitories. Commander, a cruiser has been spotted approaching our port. As the fleet's flagship, Saratoga kept its radar on almost 24 hours a day. Okay. Make contact via radio and identify yourselves. I am Commander Kale of the Ironblood, and on behalf of the Ironblood Governor, I extend my greetings to the newly appointed Commander Ningle. Commander, were they sent by the Ironblood Governor to come here? Saratoga had barely sent the message when the other party responded to his radio inquiry for their identity. He only has one cruiser? Let him come over. An unnamed cruiser girl posed no threat whatsoever to Ningle's fleet. Even a single ordinary YJ-12 anti-ship missile from Yudachi could easily sink it. Chapter 120 The Heartbroken Little Warrior. Hello, Commander Ningle. My name is Kale. I am the commander of Ironblood, located 130 kilometers away from your current port. I am here to greet you on behalf of the Ironblood Governor. Carly is a gentlemanly-looking man, 30 years old, with a blonde slicked-back hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Combined with Ironblood's black naval uniform, he gives off a cool yet elegant vibe. Yes, from now on they'll be neighbors, Commander Kale. Ningle extended his hand and shook hands with Kale as a gesture of goodwill. Kala's Shipgirl is an unnamed ship from Iron Blood, but in terms of hull, she is in no way inferior to those historical famous ships. The ship is armed with 3 twin-mounted 203mm naval guns and 4 torpedo tubes on each side of the hull. With a displacement of 11,000 tons, it belongs to the standard heavy cruiser class. This is my Shipgirl, and also my initial ship, the Kala. Hello, Commander Ningle. Carla was dressed in a standard Iron Blood female uniform, her long silver hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, and she greeted Ningle with one hand on her chest. Hello, Karai. First of all, welcome to the Iron Blood faction. Our Iron Blood faction has almost no restrictions on commanders. As long as you go to the governor's office for a meeting every month, you can be fine. Kale told Ningle some of the iron-fisted rules, and Ningle listened attentively. Now that he had become the official commander of Iron Blood, Ningle couldn't very well ignore these things. I feel somewhat sorry for Queen Elizabeth, as I owe my official command to her. Yes, I've noted all of that down. Thank you, Commander Kale. We'll be neighbors from now on. Callie left a good impression on Ningle. She didn't look down on her Shipgirl or belittle her. Yes, we all started as rookie commanders. The Iron Blood faction's waters are safe, but further out you'll find Siren mass-produced ships. Commander Ningle, please be careful. After saying that, Calais didn't linger, as it was already quite late, and he boarded the Calais and left. Commander, let's get some rest too. Akaji is so tired. Seeing that annoying human had left, Akaji quickly grabbed Ningle's arm. Ahem, Akaji, can you please not act so anxious? There are other people watching. Ningle was a little embarrassed. The Shipgirls present were used to eating like this, but the newly joined Little Formidable and Rune were unaware of it. What? How can you sleep together without making a vow? Xiao Kuei's eyes had turned into mosquito coil eyes. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he slept with Ning Lu in this state. Previously, Illustrious had also talked to Formidable about the human commander's oath Shipgirls. The commander is actually going to sleep with other Shipgirls. A faint black aura emanated from Ron's head, clearly indicating that he had begun to turn evil. Akaji, let's talk about it after the port is built. You don't want the other Shipgirls to hear, right? Ningle was genuinely afraid that Ron would turn to the dark side faster. Of course, he knew how loud he would be at night. Besides, the current port area consists of temporary housing, so soundproofing isn't very good. TCH, fine, Commander. Akaji knew that today was not a good day, so he went back to his room to sleep with Koten. Late at night. Commander, are you asleep? Ninglu was just getting sleepy in bed when there was a knock on the door. They haven't come in yet. The door was pushed open. A small, silvery white head peeked in. Is it Little Kuei? Can't sleep. Little Kuei, dressed in a white nightgown, stood at Ningle's door, holding a pillow as tall as herself. Yeah, I can't sleep well in this new place. Commander, can I sleep with you? Little Kuei stared with wide eyes, half his face buried in the pillow, looking at Ningle with longing. All right. To be honest, Ningle was completely charmed by the adorable Shipgirl, Kokoro. Who would refuse such a simple request? The only Shipgirl who has spent the night with Ning Lu so far is Akaji. As for the process. However, Little Formidable is clearly not like Little Akaji, a Shipgirl who lies obediently in bed. Is the commander asleep? A few minutes later, Little Fear's voice came. You're not asleep? What's wrong? Ningle could hear a hint of hesitation in Ku Wei's voice. Commander, can I ask you something? Ning Lu nodded, signaling to Xiao Kuei to continue. Why did the commander leave Royal Navy to become a commander in Sangvis Ferry? Was it because Royal Navy was bad? When asked the final question, Xiao Kuei's voice even sounded a little tearful. Ning Lu was taken aback for a moment. It turned out that Xiao Kuei had been concerned about this all along. Haha, you little warrior, I'm only temporarily joining Iron Blood right now. I'll still go back to Huangjia. How could Ningle possibly abandon the maid troop? Belfast has arrived. Who would refuse to have a head maid and a group of maids in their harbor? The commander is clearly lying. He has already chosen to establish the port here. Clearly, Xiao Kuei did not believe Ning Li's words. Ning Lu was also helpless. He couldn't very well tell Xiao Kuei that he had come here because he had accepted the main quest of Iron Blood. Moreover, one's own port area can also be reclaimed from the system. Little fearsome one, your commander is different from the others. The port area can be packed up and taken away. Ningle patted Xiao Kuei's head and comforted him. I can assure you, Little Fearless, that I will definitely return to the royal family. However, I have a special mission right now and must come to Iron Blood. Ningle didn't know if Little Formidable would believe him, but that's how Shipgirls are. They will unconditionally believe their commander. Don't worry, Little Formidable, I will never abandon any Shipgirl. As if he felt his words lacked persuasiveness, Ningle gently hugged Little Fearless. Feeling the warmth emanating from his commander, Little Fear dispelled his doubts and leaned against Ningle. Commander? Commander, are you asleep? A question came from outside the door. Hearing someone outside, Xiao Kuei let out a scream, but Ning quickly covered his mouth. Shill, don't speak. Ningle didn't want the Shipgirls to think he really liked small boats, except for little Akaji. Even though little Akaji had become a small boat, it didn't affect her destructive power against Ningle at all. Squeak. The door was gently pushed open, and a small head peeked in through the crack. At this moment, Ninglu had his back to the door, holding Xiao Kuei in his arms. Could it be that one of the Shipgirls is planning a night raid on the commander? Xiao Kuei had some guesses in his mind. Thinking about the way the commander looked at Akaji, and then thinking about myself now. If I were still the same commander with the same physique, I would definitely not remain indifferent. Little Formidable was quite confident in her previous figure, but now, even with the commander holding her in his arms, she had no other thoughts. Sobbing. The corner of the blanket was gently lifted, and a soft body slipped inside. Commander, it's Akaji. Are you asleep? Chapter 121, Let's Steal Food from the Commander. Chi-Ching reached out and hugged Ningle from behind. It's over. Ning Li's heart skipped a beat. Akaji has the attribute of monopolizing the commander. If she knew she was holding little Kigo in her arms. Chi-Ching's hands were very restless, groping towards Ningle's front. Why have the commander's hands become so small? Finished. What Akaji was touching wasn't the commander's hand. It was clearly the hand of the little fearsome one. Wrong. Akaji pulled back the covers and saw Ning Lu holding little Kuei in his arms, one hand covering Kuei's mouth. Kuei, feeling a bit suffocated from being under the covers, already had tears welling up in his eyes. Commander, how could you do such a thing behind Akaji's back? If you like small boats, you can shrink Akaji. Chi-Ching threw herself into Ningle's arms and cried so bitterly. It's not Akaji, let me explain. Ning Lu sat up abruptly, pulled Chi-Chung into his arms, and covered his mouth. The soundproofing in the temporary dormitory is terrible. If other Shipgirls hear this, what kind of commander will they think they are? It's not as sincere as you think. Ning Lu explained to Chi-Chung why Xiao Kuei had come to find him. TCH, what's so great about the Royal Navy? If the commander comes to Sakura Empire, you can choose any of their Shipgirls. Chi-Ching spoke with a proud expression, but Ningle looked completely speechless. Is this how you use your identity as the flagship of the Sakura Empire? Akaji finally quieted down, but still refused to leave. Sleeping with the commander is especially sweet. Akaji doesn't want to leave. Just as Ningle was about to fall asleep like this. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, are you asleep? Then, oh no. Commander, everyone has disappeared. Early in the morning, Saratoga, Nagato, and Warspite rushed into Ningle's room without even changing out of their pajamas. Ram was following behind him. Hearing the commotion, Yudachi was also awakened. When she realized that everyone was gone, she quickly ran to the commander's room. Bad commanders, everyone. The 5 people entered Ning Li's room and were immediately stunned. After Chi-Ching entered, Xiao Chinking also came to find Ningle. During the few days at the royal palace, Ningle slept with Tianqing, which meant that Tianqing couldn't fall asleep at night without holding Ningle. Commander, you need to be mindful of your image. Even though this is your own port, it wouldn't be good if you got caught by the military police. Warspite covered her face and reminded him. Yeah, I should have come too. Nagato, you've gone bad too. Has everyone secretly come to see the commander? The black aura emanating from Ron's head intensified, and faint pink specks appeared in his eyes. Ahem, well, everyone just moved to a new dorm and isn't used to the new rooms, so they've all come to my place. We have a lot of work to do today, so go have breakfast. Ningla quickly changed the subject. Everyone can understand Akaji. After all, everyone knows about his affair with the commander. But what's with Little Sky City and Little Fearless? Both of them are small boats. As a ruthless commander, there's not much you need to do. You just need to hold off the sirens attacking from the open sea. Kenningle was located relatively close to the center, and the sirens outside were dealt with by other commanders. This is troublesome. If we can't kill the sirens, we won't be able to obtain supplies. In Ningle's fleet, Ron and Little Formidable have not yet undergone modernization. Is it going to be a battle so soon, Commander? As a ship girl who has just joined the fleet, Rune has not yet been under Ningle's command. As a research vessel, it was built to be a 5-star level vessel. After arriving in this azure world, Ningle had too many questions. Take, for example, the legend of the sea. In this world, only colorful ship girls can be called maritime legends after reaching 5 stars. Ningle has been here for so long, and he has only ever seen one 3-star ship girl, Elizabeth. Even Akaji and Bismarck, who are also flagships, are only 2-star. Ron, however, was different. He was created as a 5-star character. Soon, the group arrived at the open sea aboard Saratoga's ship. We need to build an island airport as soon as possible, otherwise it's really too inconvenient to go to sea by relying on ships. Although it was only a few hundred kilometers, Ning Lu and his group spent a whole morning on it. Ron, today's main purpose is to get you used to ship-based combat, Ningle said to Ron. But Commander Ron knows how to fight. Ron looked puzzled by Ningle's words, but he did not hesitate to go to Saratoga's hull and unfold his own ship. Ron, I'm about to establish a mental connection. Please bear with me. Ningle would remind her every time she connected with a new Shipgirl, since her mental strength was too great and many Shipgirls couldn't withstand it. Yes, Ron is ready, Commander. With Ron's consent, Ningle's spirit connected to Ron's ship. Something feels different. Yes, Rune's ship hull is different from all the other Shipgirl hulls. Ningle could clearly feel that her spirit was very abundant inside, unlike the cramped and confined feeling of other Shipgirls. Commander Ron didn't scream. Saratoga, standing next to Ningle, said in surprise. You should know that he spent the most time with Ningle, and every time his commander connected, the Shipgirls would be overwhelmed by his immense mental power. But the blonde woman in front of me was different. She acted very naturally. Commander, a mass-produced siren ship has been spotted 20 kilometers ahead. Saratoga's radar is always on whenever combat is in progress. This is a good opportunity to test Ron's strength. Rune is an Ironblood heavy cruiser, so dealing with a mass-produced siren ship is naturally not a problem for him, especially since he has a group of modern Shipgirls supporting him. Yes, Commander. Ron was somewhat excited at this moment. Although it was his first battle, Ningle could clearly sense that Ron had a wealth of combat experience. Is this the difference between a 5-star Shipgirl and a 2-star Shipgirl? Ningle adjusted Ron's course, setting up a salvo angle. The Ironblood's 203 has an extremely long range of up to 21 kilometers and excellent dispersion. Saratoga also deployed F-14 Tomcats to provide high-altitude visibility for Ningle. At this moment, Ningle, using the bureaucratic system on the Rune and the vision transmitted back by the Saratoga carrier-based aircraft, aimed at the mass-produced sirens in the distance. This operational method of allowing cruisers to operate unlimited surface reconnaissance aircraft is something Ningle has just figured out. This not only allows for the detection of enemies at greater distances, but also improves the accuracy of artillery fire. Chapter 1, 22 5 stars. Terrifyingly powerful. Bang. Ningle was certain that this was the most stable Shipgirl in terms of mounted archery ability among all the Shipgirls he had ever controlled. The 6 203mm cannons fired their projectiles almost simultaneously, the sound of which was perfectly synchronized. Immediately after the launch, before Ningle even gave the order to reload, Ron had already begun the operation. 3 seconds, my god. Is this the power of a 5-star Shipgirl? Under normal circumstances, the fastest reload time for the Ironblood's twin-mounted 203mm naval guns is at least 10 seconds, and this requires the addition of magic. Ron's reload time is only 3 seconds. You're already on the same level as Des Moines next door. Ningle roared inwardly, but Ron's strength was not limited to this. The angle of the siren's mass production key is excellent. It's a straight side view. At this angle, once attacked, the shells will basically penetrate vertically, meaning they can directly pierce the warship's core. Devastating strike. Wow, Commander, you're amazing. You hit the target so accurately. Ron said excitedly. This was his first battle, and the first time he had defeated the sirens. However, Ningle was even more excited than Ron at this moment. Just one shot. Just one shot. Despite calling it a devastating blow, Ron only managed to hit the mass-produced siren ship with one armor-piercing shell. The other armor-piercing shells almost all overpenetrated. Overpenetration means that the armor-piercing projectile penetrated 2 layers of armor and then fell back into the sea, essentially penetrating the warship from both sides. But this is too outrageous. Keep in mind that even the 460mm armor-piercing shell, which has the highest damage among all armor-piercing shells in the fleet, only deals less than 30,000 damage, but this mass-produced siren ship has a whopping 50,000 HP. Ningle then noticed that Ron's shells were surging and his health was increasing. The Rune has 120,000 HP and deals 50,000 damage with armor-piercing rounds. What the hell? Your mid-level ship has more HP than Amagi, and this armor-piercing shell damage is 50,000. That's 50,000. What's wrong with Magic Route? How can the damage from 5-star Shipgirls be so outrageous? Now Ningle finally understood why those four commanders in ancient times were able to keep the sirens in check. If a 5-star heavy cruiser is already like this, then wouldn't a 5-star Amagi be able to launch a nuclear missile? Currently, Amagi's electromagnetic cannon deals 120,000 damage. If it's upgraded to 5 stars with Ron's level of enhancement, it could deal at least 300,000 damage. Moreover, its armor-piercing ability will also be improved. Ningle is certain that if a 5-star Amagi encounters a Diverla clone, it will be instantly killed by a single shot. We must get Bree quickly, you cunning boss lady. Come to my bowl. The seabed in the distance. The governor's commander has gone to sea, and his shipgirls have destroyed a mass-produced siren ship. The submarine Shipgirl reported. Specific combat data is being transmitted back for close monitoring. Soon, the specific data on Ningle's battle was transmitted back to the iron-blooded governor. A single salvo can wipe out a mass-produced siren ship? How did his shipgirls manage that? The governor was somewhat incredulous. Your Excellency, I must remind you that he is a legendary commander. According to our information, the shipgirls of those four commanders in ancient times were more than 10 times stronger than the shipgirls of this Commander Ningle in front of us. The governor's adjutant gave a reminder. The Ironblood faction possesses the most information on ancient commanders among all human factions. This is also because the Shipgirl force of the Ironblood faction is very weak, which leads to the faction being basically controlled by human commanders. Ningle was very satisfied with the test, and was especially eager for the 5-star Shipgirls. However, the biggest problem right now is that Ningle's supplies are running out. If it weren't for the weekly task Ningle completed yesterday, which earned him 30,000 resources, Ningle wouldn't have had a single penny to his name. Why don't we build the land-based airport first? The cost of a land-based airport within the port area system is 100,000 units of materials. Various types of fighter jets can take off from the port area. This includes long-range strategic bombers and transport aircraft. Although the Saratoga could also take off and land B-1B bombers, the poor little Saga only had 2 strategic bombers, which was far from enough to satisfy Ningle's desire to acquire large quantities of supplies. In fact, Ningle's initial plan was to exchange the land-based missile silos in the port area. This way, we can strike any area of the ocean in the entire Azure world. But seeing the staggering consumption of resources made him abandon the idea. There's no other way, we're too poor. Even if they choose to build an airport, Ningle still needs to prepare more than 70,000 units of supplies. How about we borrow some from Bismarck? But when Ningle thought about the current situation of the Ironblood Shipgirls, he gave up the idea. If that doesn't work, we can go out to sea little by little and kill the mass-produced sirens. Each mass-produced ship costs 1,000 resources, so we only need to kill 700 mass-produced sirens. 700 ships? This was not a big deal, but when Ning Lu did calculate it, his vision went black. Fortunately, there are weekly tasks to do, which means Ning Lu only needs to do 2 weekly tasks. For the next 2 weeks, Ningle continued to go out to sea to kill sirens. The little tail behind it kept following and collecting Ningle's data. No, we must win over Ningle. After a carpet bombing of Ningle with B-1B bombs, the governor finally made up his mind. That time, Ningle was fortunate enough to encounter a production line of 20 sirens, including battleships and aircraft carriers. To prevent these mass-produced sirens from escaping, Ningle immediately dispatched 2 B-1B bombers carrying JDAM-guided bombs. 60 guided bombs easily wiped out the siren fleet, and all of this was seen by a submarine in the distance. Your Excellency, I understand your feelings, but Commander Ningle has not contacted us at all. Bang! The iron-fisted governor slammed a photograph on the table in anger. Look at this strength. If we don't win him over, and we become enemies, how many shipgirls do you think we'll need to take him down? The sea in the distance in the photo is engulfed in flames, and dozens of wrecked siren warships of various sizes can be seen. Based on the state of the burnt remains and the extent of their sinking, they were killed at almost the same time. The adjutant and his advisors all fell silent. They were certain that they had absolutely no chance of winning if they faced Ningle. Ningle's strategic bombers are too abnormal. Not only do they fly fast, but they also have a huge kill range and carry weapons that look like flying torpedoes. After years of cooperation with the sirens, they were certain that this was an anti-ship missile, and an extremely advanced one at that. Some measures must be taken, the iron-blooded governor said with a serious expression. Chapter 123 Airport Construction. There are still quite a few mass-produced siren ships in the open sea. This place is located 2,000 kilometers away from Ironblood Port. Some of the mass-produced siren ships were just drifting on the sea. This is why there isn't much communication between the different factions. Each faction's safe zone is limited to 2,000 kilometers within the area of its own port. This sea area is within the range that Shipgirls can cover, and they can also periodically clear out mass-produced sirens. As for ranges exceeding 2,000 kilometers, the Shipgirls are powerless to help. Commander, take a rest. Saratoga is exhausted. Ning sailed to Saratoga to a position 500 kilometers from the Siren's production ships. This distance is the optimal operational range for modern aircraft carriers. In one morning, Saratoga launched hundreds of Tomcat and B-1B sorties, virtually clearing out all the Sirens within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Let's go back to the port. Ning issued the order to return. I didn't expect that killing Sirens would allow us to accumulate resources so quickly. In just one morning, Ning earned more than 70,000 units of supplies, enough for Ning to build a land-based airport. With an airport, Saratoga wouldn't need to travel so far to kill the Sirens. At the same time, some non-carrier-based bombers can also be redeemed. For example, the Tu-160 is a large land-based bomber. These strategic bombers can carry a large number of bombs and anti-ship missiles. If they drop them all into a sea full of Sirens, Ning can obtain a large amount of supplies. In this world, besides killing Sirens, you can also collect resources by building resource-gathering devices on the sea. However, that was too slow for Ning. It would be faster to build a land-based airport and then fly to dangerous waters to clear out the Sirens. Back in Saratoga, I went straight to my dorm to rest. The intense battle that morning had left him exhausted. System, construct the port area airport. After Ning Lu gave the order, a burst of blue particle light suddenly appeared on the previously open ground. Then a dozen or so huge wooden crates appeared out of thin air. Just when Ning thought that a large amount of machinery would be found in these wooden crates, and that construction of the airport would begin. Bang! Chirp, 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 chirp. The box door opened, and a chattering sound came out. A yellow chicken. It's actually a yellow chicken. Ning was also curious when he came into this world. Why were there no little yellow chicks? The yellow chicken is an important element in Azur Lane, and it often appears in the beautiful skins of the Shipgirls. Moreover, the yellow chicken also performs many of the daily tasks in the port area. The little yellow chicks, each carrying various construction tools and pushing a small cart behind them, began to clang and bang on the open ground. When it comes to construction work, Huang Ji is the real expert. In just a few hours, a huge open space was cleared out, and the yellow chickens began mixing asphalt and leveling the ground to lay the airport runway. However, even if the airport is completed, Yongfan currently does not have enough resources to exchange for large strategic bombers. The exchange price for the Tu-160 heavy strategic bomber is the same as that for the B-1B, both costing 300,000 resources. However, compared to the B-1B's 30-ton payload and 12,000-kilometer range, the Tu-160's payload and range are far superior. With a payload of 85 tons and a range of 17,000 kilometers, if equipped with the same weapons as the B-1B, the Tu-160 can carry 8 heavy Tomahawk anti-ship missiles or 85 JDAM-guided bombs. Such a terrifying payload capacity is enough to destroy all the mass-produced Siren ships in an entire sea area. Similarly, exchanging for MAP 160 will also include 2 types of bombs with the plane. One of them is a modified granite anti-ship missile, with a single missile weighing 20 tons. The other one is a high-explosive aerial bomb called the father of all bombs. The explosive yield is equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, and its weight is a terrifying 80 tons. A nuclear bomb. This is practically a nuclear bomb. The explosive power of a 10,000-ton TNT bomb is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, and this aerial bomb also has guidance capabilities. If a large group of Sirens is found gathered together, dropping a bomb of this power would be enough to instantly destroy a large number of mass-produced Sirens. Looks like I'm in for a busy day. This time, we can't just send Saratoga out on a mission. If Saratoga were to farm 300,000 worth of supplies by herself, how long would it take? Then, Your Excellency, Commander Ning has been clearing out the Sirens, and has already cleared out all the Sirens within a 5,000-kilometer radius of his port area. What? What is he going to do? Looking at the information before him, the governor fell into deep thought. He knew Ning was very strong, but he never imagined he was so strong that he could clear out all the mass-produced Sirens within a 5,000-kilometer radius of a port area. Intelligence has also come from the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy's Siren tide was dealt with by the commander in front of us. It is said that a Siren arbitrator was killed directly by this Commander Ning. The adjutant's report plunged the room into an eerie silence. You mean this Ningle can single-handedly fight the Siren Arbitrator? The governor's face broke into a very wicked smile. Do you think he has a chance of winning against our arbitrator? It's best not to speculate about such things, Your Excellency. If that person finds out, it will affect our cooperation. The adjutant adjusted his glasses and reminded him. Continue monitoring. We need more intelligence on this commander. Ironblood Headquarters, Flagship Office. I didn't expect Commander Ningle to be so motivated. He cleared out all the sirens in the vicinity as soon as he took office. Z-23 approached Bismarck with a stack of reports in hand. The report details Ning Li's various actions over the past few days. I underestimated the legendary commander. I didn't expect him to have such strength. Bismarck looked at the report handed to him by Ningle with delight. As the commander of the Iron Blood unit, Ningle was required to report the battle to the Iron Blood unit after each engagement. According to Ning Li's report, he destroyed nearly 1,500 siren warships in the past 3 days. This number is almost equivalent to the total number of kills in the entire Iron Blood organization for a month. How is the contact with Ningle going? Bismarck then changed the subject, his tone becoming slightly sarcastic. Yes, Commander Ningle seems to really enjoy building his own port area. He hasn't come out since he went there, and I haven't had a chance to contact him. Z-23's face was slightly flushed. Z-23's current favorability rating is 40. With a few more interactions, it will reach the level of a contract. This is also what Iron Blood wanted to see. Bismarck wanted to bind Ningle to Iron Blood. It's clearly impossible for Iron Blood to recover on its own. It can only increase its strength by having powerful commanders join its ranks. The last Iron Bloods suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the high-end combat Shipgirls were wiped out, leaving only a few wild Shipgirls such as Bismarck and Tirpitz. The Iron Bloods are able to use their current strength because of Bismarck's policies, which involved recruiting a large number of commanders. But how can ordinary commanders compare to Ningle? According to Bismarck's observations over the past few days, as long as Ningle can be kept in Iron Blood will become the strongest force among all factions. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that Ningle can modify Shipgirls, and the Shipgirls' equipment can also be modified. This is a pain that will never fade in Bismarck's heart. As the flagship of Iron Blood, how could it be without a dragon? Chapter 124 The White Swans Deployed, The Governor's Conspiracy. Commander, Akaji has been working so hard. Shouldn't we reward him tonight? Akaji piloted a Stuka bomber and dropped an erosion bomb on a siren flagship. Old man. The explosion of the corrosive bomb produced a huge, blood-red sphere of light. The siren flagship, enveloped in a sphere of light, was completely swallowed up. Isn't it only right to obey the commander's orders? Xiao Kuei stood beside Ning Li, hands on his hips, and said with some dissatisfaction. Little Fear hasn't been in a good mood these past 2 days. Apart from Ron, the only other member of the fleet is formidable, and neither of them have been modified. Crone is a 5-star Shipgirl, and her power is in no way inferior to other capital ships after their modification. The Formidable was different. Although it was an aircraft carrier during World War II, just like the Little Akaji was a Yamato-class carrier and had the support of Stuka bombers, making its combat capabilities on par with the Saratoga. Amaji and Ron stood to the side, both with gentle smiles on their faces. Amaji is because he is really gentle, and Ron is. At this moment, Ning Li's system already has 350,000 units of supplies. This is the result of 3 days of hard work by the Shipgirls and Ningle. Exchange for 2 160 strategic bombers. In an instant, Ning Li's hard-earned 350,000 supplies dwindled to only 50,000. At the same time, a huge model airplane appeared in Ningle's hand. Wow, what a big airplane. Is it for Jejia? Saratoga stared at the 2 160 in Ningle's hand with eyes full of wonder. Both the 2 160 and B-1B are variable sweep-wing strategic bombers. However, the 2 160 is much larger than the B-1B, and its payload is nearly twice as large. This isn't for Jejia, it's for our port area. Ningle explained. Hey Commander, don't be so stingy. Why don't you give it to Jejia? Saratoga then resorted to her signature move, acting cute and charming. Stop joking, Saratoga. That plane is too big. It's not something an aircraft carrier can carry. Little Akaji pulled Saratoga back, who was still shaking Ningle's arm. Let's go back to the port area first. The group returned to the Saratoga and set off towards the port. Spend 50,000 to build a dormitory for Shipgirls. The Shipgirl dormitory left behind by Z-23 was just a simple wooden hut. Now that Ningle has supplies, he certainly can't let his Shipgirls suffer. Each dormitory built by the system costs 50,000 and has 2 floors with 8 rooms on each floor. Each room can accommodate 2 shipgirls. All modern buildings were constructed in accordance with naval standards. The advantage of this type of dormitory is that it is easy to manage and easy to build. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. The style is monotonous, and the shipgirls are not soldiers. The commander is supposed to interact with the shipgirls. This is also the second type of dormitory in the system, faction dormitory. Create areas with different faction styles, where shipgirls of that faction can choose rooms. But these can only be built when Ning has the money later. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. The wooden house is so cold at night. Ning lay in bed and sighed. Ning closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the system. System, dispatch 2-160 bombers to conduct air strikes over the outer seas. Ning is severely lacking in supplies. After working hard for several days, all I got was a dormitory room and a bomber. Fortunately, once the combat mission is set, the 2-160 will execute it automatically. He loaded the 2-160 with 85 Jetum-guided bombs and set the order to attack any Siren production ships that were spotted. Then Ning fell into a deep sleep. What? His port area has actually built an airport, and large bombers have appeared there. The next morning, a photograph was placed on the governor's desk. The governor's eyes were filled with a mixture of delight and gloom. I'm going out for a bit. The governor picked up his hat from the table and left the office. Go to the lab. Upon arriving at the port, the governor boarded a submarine and left his port area. The information you provided is very useful, human. A girl with a full head of silver hair and several purple-gray tentacles behind her was playing with the documents in her hand. This person's appearance will affect our plans, observer. Either we win over this commander, or we eliminate him. In a laboratory, such a bizarre scene unfolded before them. A human commander is talking to a siren. Observer, you must understand that our plan is beneficial to both sides, but the appearance of Ning will destabilize our cooperation. The iron-blooded governor spoke with a grim expression. Interesting. It seems like they possess extremely strong control abilities, just like those previous commanders. The observer did not respond to the governor's words, but instead examined the documents in his hand with great interest. You go back first. I need to verify the authenticity of the information. The governor did not linger and turned to leave. The governor had very limited time to meet the observers, and he was also afraid of making any mistakes that would be discovered by others. I never imagined that after all these years, a true commander could still emerge from among humanity. The evolver placed Ning's information on the table beside him, and then picked up a Rubik's Cube from the table. If they weren't worried about the extinction of humanity, why would they invent a way to make ordinary humans commanders? After speaking, the observer dripped a bottle of blue reagent onto the mind cube in front of him. The Rubik's Cube emitted a faint blue glow before returning to stillness. Lavos, go and bring this man back. Behind him, a young woman with a full head of silver hair, wearing a transparent white gauze dress, took Ning Li's information. It would be best if you could bring it back, but if you can't, don't harm the commander. The observer's expression suddenly turned serious. Understood, observer. Could this commander really be the one? Lavos's voice was very pleasant, clear, and languid. I don't know either, but if he really is the commander, then we must not hurt him. Ning slept very well that night, stretched, and opened the system panel. What happened? How did the supplies suddenly increase to over 1 million overnight? And where did these 10 Rubik's Cubes come from? Ning slept very well that night, but things were in an uproar on the Iron Blood side. All gone. Bismarck arrived at the office in his pajamas. At this moment, Tirpitz, Z-23, U-556, and Prince Eugen had already arrived at the office. Is the news reliable? The news is true, Bismarck. There is no trace of any mass-produced sirens within a 2,000-kilometer radius of Iron Blood. This should have been good news, but everyone in the office looked extremely grave. Have you found out what happened? Bismarck's expression remained solemn. The information we found is that an incredibly huge bomber dropped a large number of bombs, destroying the mass-produced sirens. And it happened more than once. Chapter 125 Bismarck, I'm going to have a dragon? This huge bomber always disappears every time it appears in this area of the sea. On the map, Z-23 pointed to a sea area and said, "This is Commander Ning's port area, so we suspect that this giant bomber belongs to Ning's Shipgirl." Z-23's voice was calm, but the expressions of the Shipgirls present grew increasingly surprised. Bismarck put down the photograph in his hand and began to speak. How is that possible? This carrier-based aircraft is wider than the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. Even the largest aircraft carrier in Ning, the Saratoga, cannot take off. Bismarck said with certainty. Judging from the pictures, The Tu-160's wingspan has reached 60 meters, which is more than twice the width of many Shipgirls' hulls. What's this? Bismarck noticed that several documents were tucked underneath the photo. This is a survey about Commander Ning's preferences for Shipgirls. Name: Ning Lu. Preferred Shipgirls. Shipgirls that appear to be small boats, but are actually large ships, and who like animal ears and black stockings. Bismarck blushed upon seeing the investigation report. Don't show me everything anymore. Just put this kind of thing in your personal file. The main purpose was to investigate whether the commander was loyal to them, and whether he had any special hobbies that might threaten the small boat. Let's go to Ning's port area. Ning Lu was unaware that his actions overnight had caused quite a stir among the Ironblood flagship and the governor. Now that Ning has a large amount of supplies, the first thing he thought of was, change the attributes. It has to be a change of attributes. Keep in mind that Little Formidable is currently still in the small boat form, but he is a ship girl who possesses the Holy Grail. Ning now has 10 Rubik's Cubes, enough to exchange for these attributes. Ning spent 5 Rubik's Cubes to exchange for the Holy Grail and the Big Sister attribute, but he was in no hurry to equip it on Little Fear. This kind of thing should definitely be saved for later, to be enjoyed secretly. Of course, Ning didn't just think about these strange things. 1 million worth of supplies and 90,000 experience points are enough for a complete upgrade. Opening the system panel, Ning's only unmodified ship girls are Little Formidable and Rune. Ron's strength goes without saying, and he doesn't need any modifications for the time being, so the only option is Little Formidable. Open the Formidable modification panel. Displacement: 28,620 tons full load. Length: 229.6 meters. Width: 32.5 meters. Speed: 30 knots. Carrier-based aircraft: 36. Despite being called a fat dinosaur shipgirl, her displacement is the smallest in the fleet, only 10,000 tons more than a destroyer. The system has opened up a formidable modification plan. Invincible-class naval combat platform. Required resources: 5 million. Experience points: 500,000. What is a maritime combat platform? Wait, what is the cost? Ning stared at the string of zeros and fell into deep thought. A sea-based combat platform sounds incredibly bulky, but it actually suits the image of a fat dinosaur quite well. Unfortunately, the next modification plan for the Formidable was too expensive, so Ning could only choose to modify Ron. But don't worry, Little Fearless will turn you back tonight and reward you handsomely. Ning then opened Ron's modification panel. Displacement: 21,311 tons full load. Length: 221 meters. Width: 23 meters. Speed: 32.5 knots. Armament: 3x triple 203 mm L, 60 SKC, 34 naval guns. Rune is a standard Ironblood heavy ship girl, a 5-star ship, whose 203 mm guns can perform the function of a 510 mm gun. Check Ron's modification plan. Eggel's renovation plan. Displacement: 35,720 tons full load. Length: 257.85 meters. Width: 30.68 meters. Speed: 33.5 knots. Armament: 3x triple 305 mm, 56 SKC, 39 main guns. So Ron really turned into Egypt after the modification? This is also Ning Li's speculation. In the previous game, the Prince Eugen modification that players had been looking forward to never appeared. The commanders then speculated that Eugen's refitted hull should be similar to that of the Egyptian. It makes sense that Rune, which belonged to the same Graf spell class heavy cruiser as Prince Eugen, used the Egyptian hull after its refit. The modification requires 10,000 experience points. Ning also figured out the cost of the renovation. To modify a warship of the same class as those from World War II, you would need approximately 10,000 experience points and 100,000 resources. Modernization or ultra-modernization would be costly. For example, converting a small aircraft into a maritime platform requires 5 million units of materials and 500,000 units of experience. Ning is certain that the fat dinosaur could definitely be transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex after modification. However, the amount of resources consumed was truly staggering. He called Ron to his side. He had always been curious whether Ship Girl modification changed the ship's hull all at once or gradually. Ron, deploy the ship's equipment. Ron came to Ning's side, still wearing a gentle smile on his face. Yes, my commander. A flash of white light appeared behind Ron, revealing his ship rigging. As an early research ship girl in Ironblood, Rune also lacks a dragon head in her ship equipment. However, compared to Bismarck's identity, Rune's ship equipment naturally didn't attract much attention. Most people focus on Ron's Yandere tendencies. Compared to the Prinz Eugen, the Rune used a triple-mounted 203mm naval gun. The total number of cannons is 3 more than that of the Prinz Eugen. However, both ships have the same hull, which can be seen from their size. Ningle refocused his attention on the system. The system will modify Ron. After spending 10,000 experience points, the current commander has 80,000 experience points remaining. Commander, would you like to spend 100,000 resources to materialize the ship's hull? Current resources, 1 million. Yes. After giving the confirmation order, Ningle looked at Rune's ship equipment. At this moment, Ning Li's curiosity had been completely aroused. At this moment, Bismarck led a group of Ironblood Shipgirls to Ningle's port area. Shipgirls can travel on the sea in their ship equipment form. This is also how most Shipgirls travel when they are not accompanied by their commander. Bismarck, Tirpitz, and Prince Eugen arrived at the port of Nimel. Z-23 and U-556 remained at the Ironblood headquarters. I didn't expect Ningle to have changed so much in just a few days. The 3 of them did not come to find Ning Lu immediately, but instead wandered around the island. What were originally simple wooden dormitories have been transformed into reinforced concrete dormitories. There is also a small square in front of the dormitory. Of course, what attracted the Shipgirls the most was the huge airport built in Ningle. At this moment, the Tu-160 is lying in the hangar and is not parked on the runway. However, Bismarck and his team had already guessed that the huge hangar must contain the massive strategic bomber in the photo. It seems we came to the right place. Let's go find Ningle. Bismarck strolled around the island, and apart from these 2 places, the rest of the island remained undeveloped. Ningle discovered them when Bismarck and his team were about 600 kilometers from the island. However, Ningle did not react. Instead, he let them onto the island. Saratoga had already recorded Bismarck's radar signals, and Ningle didn't bother with them after learning their identities. Bismarck and the others arrived at the dock, just as Ningle had given orders to modify Ron. As Rune unfolded her ship equipment and stood there, enveloped in a burst of white light, her ship equipment began to disappear. It wasn't like a ship girl retracting her ship equipment. It was more like data reorganization. This is... Bismarck stopped in his tracks, and the 3 of them stared blankly at Ron in front of them. Rune's modification lasted only a few seconds before a white light flashed again, and Rune's new ship equipment appeared. My God, why has Ron's ship equipment changed? Eugen said in surprise. He recognized the hull of the Graf Spear-class ships, as they were sister ships. That's a dragon. It's a dragon. Bismarck and Turbis paid no attention to what Eugen said. Their attention was already drawn to the massive dragon-headed ship rigging behind Ron. Bismarck's favorability +1+1+1+1+1. Tirpitz's favorability +1+1+1+1. Chapter 126 Bismarck's Cellar Operations. Tirpitz, do you still have that report about Ningle's preferences? Bismarck stared blankly at her sister beside her, while her eyes were fixed on Ron's dragon ship armor. Yes, it should be in Ning Li's file. At this moment, the Bismarck sisters had a surprisingly similar idea, to become Ningle's Shipgirls. What's going on? Are Ironblood Shipgirls also good at self-conquest? On Ningle's system, Bismarck and Tirpitz's favorability ratings have been steadily increasing. Bismarck's favorability rating has reached 80, while Tirpitz's is even more impressive, reaching 85. Ningle had considered showing off his modification skills to Tirpitz and Bismarck, showing that he could transform ship equipment into a giant dragon. But no one expected that such a simple operation would attract so much attention from the 2 sisters. Ahem, Bismarck, is there something you need from me? Ningle coughed twice, which snapped Bismarck out of her daze. Commander Ningle, you destroyed the mass-produced sirens, didn't you? There are no more mass-produced sirens appearing within a 2,000-kilometer radius of Ironblood now. Bismarck also remembered why he had come here, but it seemed certain that it was all Ningle's doing. Yes, that's right. Ironblood gave me a port district, so of course I have to repay them. They've just returned, and the airport is already under construction, and they're already planning to test the bomber's power. Ningle answered casually, but to Tirpitz and others, Ningle was in Versailles. Commander Ningle, there are some things I need to discuss with you privately. Bismarck hadn't expected Ningle to admit it so readily. Each commander has their own secrets, such as speeding up the leveling of Shipgirls or improving their maneuverability. Without exception, those commanders would not easily tell others. Bismarck didn't know why he asked the question, but the attraction of Ningle made him afraid to even lie in front of Ningle. You want to ask about modifying the ship's rigging, right? Do you want to modify your ship's rigging to create a giant dragon? Ningle grinned mischievously, looking at Bismarck with amusement. Like a girl whose thoughts had been read, Bismarck's face turned red instantly, and she covered her face, not daring to look at Ningle. No, I was just curious. I don't really want the dragon ship equipment. It has to be said that Ningle rarely pays attention to the ship girl Bismarck in the game. However, upon arriving in the world of Grand Blue Fantasy, Ningle discovered that beneath the tightly wrapped iron blood uniform, Bismarck's figure was also quite well endowed. Especially Bismarck's shy demeanor. This size is in no way inferior to the fearsome one, and it also has the rare blonde Sundra attribute. Bismarck definitely has huge potential for modification. Compared to the Shipgirls that came out later in Iron Blood, Bismarck gives people a serious and earnest feeling. If any Shipgirl could represent Iron Blood, it would definitely be Bismarck. Commander Ningle, what a coincidence that Bismarck's flagship is here too. What a coincidence, Kale, what brings you here? The port area of Kale is right next to Ningle, only 20 or 30 kilometers away. Standing on a high point in the port area, you can see the other port area directly. Yes, I'm here on a mission. This is an invitation from the Governor General for the annual banquet for senior commanders. Upon seeing outsiders, Bismarck dropped her shy demeanor and reverted to her cold and ruthless appearance. Ning Lu took the invitation and opened it. The notice stated that commanders would be invited to attend the commander exchange meeting tomorrow, with each commander accompanied by 2 shipgirls. Now that the goods have been delivered, I'll be leaving. After saying goodbye to Ningle, Kale left. I didn't expect a newcomer like you to receive an invitation. Bismarck was surprised, as lower-ranking commanders were usually not invited to such gatherings. Only commanders with a certain level of strength in the Ironblood faction can receive an invitation. Yes, I was also surprised. I didn't expect to be able to attend such an important gathering so soon after becoming the commander of the Ironblood. This banquet for high-ranking commanders is probably similar to the annual party in my previous life. Ningle received the invitation on only the second day after arriving at Ironblood. Clearly, the governor of Ironblood was aware of Ningle's strength and had even conducted a background check. Since it's the governor's invitation, I can't really say anything. But Commander Ningle, please note that the Ironblood faction is very lenient in managing the governor's faction of commanders. I won't interfere in anything they do. At this point, Bismarck paused, his eyes filled with melancholy. So please be careful. You are the hope of all the Ironblood shipgirls. Bismarck's favorability +1 +1 +1 +1. Bismarck's favorability, 85. Ning Lu sensed a confession in those words. At the same time, a system notification sound also rang. Wait, Bismarck wouldn't be going to. Ning Li's mind went blank for a moment. Does Bismarck intend to make all the Ironblood girls my shipgirls? When Bismarck said that you are the hope of all the Ironblood shipgirls, this speculation kept growing in Ningle's mind. Yes, don't worry, I'll be careful, Bismarck. Ningle knew that this fantasy was somewhat unrealistic, but Bismarck gave him a feeling that was more and more like what he had guessed. The two returned to the crowd, and Bismarck gave a few instructions before leaving with Tirpitz and Prince Eugen. Commander, Bismarck didn't do anything strange to you, did she? As soon as she returned, Akagi looked around anxiously, as if afraid that her commander would be kidnapped by the shipgirls. What are you thinking, Akagi? She's Ironblood's flagship. Warspite couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to reprimand him. TCH, I'm also the flagship of Sakura Empire. The commander is so strong and so alluring, any shipgirl would like him. Warweary gave an awkward laugh. All right, I have a banquet to attend tomorrow, and I need to bring 2 shipgirls with me. Ningle took out the invitation and showed it to everyone. The group of shipgirls focused their attention on the invitation and then looked at Ninglu. Even Akagi, who is usually the most lively, fell silent at this moment. Ningle did not forget Bismarck's last words. The fact that the royal commanders abandoned the royals when they faced the most dire situation with the undead left Ningle with a very bad impression of the commanders in this world. Commander, will this trip be very dangerous? As the strategist of the fleet, Amagi was the first to speak and asked the question. I don't know, but there must be something wrong with the fact that a newly appointed commander like me would be invited directly. Ning Lu replied with a solemn expression. You don't need to think about it anymore. This time I plan to take Amagi and Yudachi with me. Everyone agreed with Ning Li's decision. Yudachi possesses the strongest anti-air defense and anti-ship attack capabilities and is also the fastest shipgirl in the fleet. Amagi goes without saying. The power of her electromagnetic cannon is undeniable, and most shipgirls can't even withstand a single shot. The next morning, Commander, you'd better come back soon. Little Akagi has a surprise for you tonight. Little Chiching tiptoed to help Ning Lu straighten his clothes. You don't need to worry too much. The governor's port is only about 100 kilometers away from here. In case of any emergency, a B-1B from Saratoga can arrive in a few tens of minutes. This is the first time the Shipgirls have been separated from Ning. Saratoga, in particular, looked very reluctant to leave. When he reached Saratoga, Ning knelt down and patted Saratoga's head. Take good care of the home. You are the fleet's flagship, so you need to act like a big sister. Yes, Jia is an aircraft carrier, the flagship and big sister. She will definitely help the commander take good care of the port. And so, Ning Lu and Amaji set off aboard the Yudachi ship. Chapter 127 Mocking me. Please come in, Commander. The governor and the others are already waiting for Ning inside. Safar is a seasoned, ruthless commander. He was 40 years old when he barely qualified to attend this commander's gathering. Just as Ning had expected, this banquet was of a high standard, and only the top 20 commanders of Iron Blood were qualified to attend. Commanders ranked further down can also come over, but they cannot enter the governor's mansion. Safar worked his whole life to get the job of a doorman. He knew that even a glimpse of what the governor and these ruthless senior commanders were talking about could change his fate. This dinner party was less of a banquet and more of a meeting for commanders to exchange ideas. Besides showing off their ships, the commanders shared their intelligence. Of course, you can also exchange intelligence with others, but this is only for commanders ranked in the top 20. It's Commander Calais. Please come in. Please come in. Ning's neighbor, Calais, is no ordinary commander. He ranks third in Iron Blood. Kale didn't even glance at Safar, simply grunting indifferently before going inside. Commander Calais still exudes the same strong sense of oppression. Safar took off his hat and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just making eye contact with the other person made Safar feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Kale's gaze was cold and deep, giving off an air of superiority that was completely different from his approachable demeanor when he interacted with Ning. Commander, their shipgirls are all so small, much smaller than Amaji-nichan. At the port of the governor's palace, one battleship and aircraft carrier after another is docked. The invitation said to bring 2 shipgirls, but it was really just an opportunity for each commander to show off their ship. Most commanders arrive at the appointment aboard light cruisers or destroyers, as these are shipgirls that move relatively quickly. The other spot is reserved for the older female members of the fleet, which means it's for the commanders to show off their ships. You can't say things like that, Yudachi, it'll cause trouble. Having become a Ning Lujian shipgirl, Amaji's understanding of ship hulls became somewhat vague. Among the shipgirls in Ning, the smallest battleship is Warspite. However, Warspite also had a displacement of over 70,000 tons, which was among the highest for a battleship. Not to mention Amaji, which now has a displacement of 120,000 tons. The governor's port was quite spacious, and each of the 20 invited commanders had a dedicated berth. This was Ning Li's first time visiting the governor's mansion. Compared to his own still unfinished port governor's mansion, it was much more impressive, even more magnificent than the Iron Blood headquarters. Very much in the Iron-Blooded style. Let's go in. Ning Lu did not choose to dock the shipgirls at the pier, but instead led Amaji and Yudachi into the governor's mansion. Commander, your positions are outside. Only commanders invited by headquarters can enter inside. Ning Lu was about to enter the governor's mansion when he was stopped by a middle-aged man at the entrance. Huh? What's going on? They invited us over, but won't let us in. Ning Lu was puzzled. The man's eyes revealed a sense of contempt and disdain, which made Ning Lu very unhappy. The invitation from Kale to Ning clearly stated that the banquet would be held inside the governor's palace. Commander Rand, please come in. Just as Ning Lu was about to go up and argue with him, a ruthless commander walked in from behind. The commander was about 50 years old, with a gray beard, and a ship girl followed behind him. It's Safar. I didn't expect you to be in charge of the reception this time. Rand was gentle and mild-mannered. As the person second only to the iron-blooded governor, Rand had no temper with these ordinary commanders and was very kind to them. That's all thanks to Commander Rand's care. With a fawning expression, Safar led Rand into the governor's mansion. Hey, why can he go in but we can't? Beside Ning Lu, you said with some dissatisfaction. Where did such an ill-mannered rookie commander come from? Doesn't he know that rookies are only fit to wait outside? Yes, it's an honor to be noticed by such a big shot, and you even want to attend the banquet. Kid, only the top 20 commanders can enter the governor's mansion to attend the banquet. We ordinary people should just wait outside. The people in charge of reception are usually very familiar with the top 20 members of Iron Blood, so they don't need to check their invitations. As for the other commanders, tables and chairs were also arranged outside the governor's mansion so that they could sit down and rest. These ordinary commanders come here partly hoping to connect with these big shots, and partly to show off their ships to their colleagues. Commander, please discipline your ship girls. If you don't know how, I can help you. Sappho spoke sarcastically, and as soon as she finished speaking, an unnamed ship girl stepped out from beside her, already displaying her ship equipment. Some people still need to know their place. If they want to be recruited by a big shot, they'd better stay obediently at the door. Sappho ignored the irritable Yudachi and instead stood at the door, looking at Ningle with a wary gaze. Haha, what's wrong with all the new commanders these days? They're so arrogant and ignorant. Behind Ningle, the commanders who had not received invitations began to mock him. You'd better show some respect to my commander. Yesterday, everyone saw on Ning Li's invitation letter that it clearly stated that they would be attending a banquet inside the governor's mansion. But at the door, he was stopped by that wretched Sappho. Besides Saffron, the nameless ship girl saw that Yudachi was about to step forward, so she pointed the ship-mounted cannon on her shoulder at Yudachi. Little guy, if you dare to come any closer, I can't guarantee that my ship girls won't open fire. Yudachi was being pointed at with a cannon by an unnamed ship girl. Could Ningle tolerate this? Chapter 128 The Deterrence of the Electromagnetic Gun. Amaji. Ningle made no move. For some reason, this Sappho was targeting him. He gave Amaji the order to deploy his ship equipment via telepathic communication. Compared to the white light that ordinary ship girls emit when they unfold their ship equipment, Amaji's ship equipment is light blue after undergoing modernization. Amaji's ship equipment is divided into two parts. On his side is his huge and terrifying electromagnetic railgun, which is now connected to the ship equipment behind him by a mechanical arm. On the other side were his 24 anti-ship missile launch units, which were also connected to the ship's hull behind him by a robotic arm. The 4 phalanx CIWS on the ship's hull, which had been split in two behind it, were now only the size of a thermos. However, the power of the ship's equipment is the same as that of the ship itself, and Amaji's air defense capability remains unmatched within 5 kilometers. Buzzing. The sound of electromagnetic pulses reverberated throughout the governor's palace. The electromagnetic cannon beside Amaji began to charge, with blue arcs of electricity dancing on its barrel, turning golden in just a few seconds. Commander, please keep your ship girls in check. Ningle returned those words verbatim. However, compared to the small cannon barrel of the ship girl Sappho, which is only as thick as an arm, Amaji's electromagnetic cannon has a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 3 meters when fully charged. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the electromagnetic cannon after it was charged blew up Amaji's clothes, and crackling sounds reverberated in the air. What should the commander do? Sappho's voice trembled slightly. Compared to the massive electromagnetic cannon, this ship girl's weapon looks like a toy. What kind of weapon is that? It has a terrifying aura. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the back of one of the commander's ship girls. If the caliber of the ship's equipment is already this large, how terrifying must the hull itself be? The ship girls have a far greater understanding of weapons than these commanders. Similarly, they are extremely sensitive to the data of ship girls. My God, this ship girl weighs 120,000 tons. When the ship girl finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the field. Just moments ago, people were advising Ning Lu not to cause trouble here, but now those voices have all stopped. 120,000 tons, that's almost 4 times the size of a battleship girl. And that cannon too. I've never seen anything like it before, but its power is terrifying. Sappho was also frightened by Ningle's actions. I never expected that this young commander would possess such powerful ship girls. You should know that the last commander who was stationed in the bustling downtown area of headquarters is now buried with grass growing 2 meters high. As an ordinary commander, I can only come here once a year. As one of the top 20, they can come whenever they want. These 20 big shots are equivalent to 80% of the combat power of the entire Ironblood commanders. Each of these top-tier commanders could individually rival all the ordinary commanders present. What's the situation outside? Amaji's electromagnetic cannon was fully charged, and golden lightning surrounded him. As long as Ning Lu gave the order, Amaji would send this nameless ship girl directly back to the furnace. Lord Rand, a new commander is causing trouble outside. Sappho, as if grasping at a lifeline, reported to the official who came out from behind him. When Rand walked out of the governor's mansion, he was also shocked by what he saw. What kind of weapon is this? It has such power. Beside Rand, his ship girl stood in front of him, while simultaneously deploying her ship equipment. Commander, this ship girl is in danger. Rand's ship girl looked at Amaji with a wary expression. He also sensed the threat of death from Amaji's weapons. SAVR, what's going on? The first thing Rand asked was about Sappho, who was hiding beside him. Lord Rand, This commander wanted to attend the banquet at the governor's mansion, but as a newcomer, he wasn't invited at all, so I intervened to stop him. I didn't expect him to. Safar immediately played the victim and accused Safar first. In his mind, no matter how strong this new commander was, he couldn't be stronger than Rand, the second strongest in Iron Blood. His Shipgirl is level 90, and compared to other level 90 Shipgirls, Rand's Shipgirl is even stronger. He's talking nonsense. Our commander clearly came after receiving an invitation. Seeing that Safar was making false accusations first, Yudachi couldn't sit still any longer and loudly defended himself. Commander, please calm down. Rand was a veteran commander, but he had never felt this way before. The feeling he got from the Shipgirl in front of him made him certain that his own Shipgirl couldn't withstand this shot at all, and even the entire governor's mansion behind him couldn't withstand it. Emoji. Ningle spoke directly instead of using telepathy this time. Emoji, that's a historical ship. Ning Li's words were not loud, just loud enough for everyone present to hear, but the effect they had left everyone present deeply shocked. I remember Amaji was the older sister of the Sakura Empire's flagship. I never expected that this commander would be able to get such a Shipgirl. Rand was also stunned, not expecting that this seemingly young commander would actually possess a historical ship and be so powerful. Upon hearing the words, historic ship, Safar's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had assumed Ningle was just an ordinary rookie commander, and even when Tiansheng deployed his ship equipment and aimed his electromagnetic cannon at him, he did not feel any fear. But historical ships are different. They represent the rights of a faction, especially since this Shipgirl is the older sister of the Sakura Empire's flagship. If Amaji returns to Sakura Empire and says just a few words, Amaji's life will be ruined. What's there to be afraid of? He didn't have an invitation. It was only right for me to stop him. Safar comforted himself and suddenly felt a surge of pride. Lord Rand wanted to go in without an invitation, and I stopped him out of courtesy. Safar explained with a wronged expression. You're talking nonsense. You never asked us for an invitation. You're clearly targeting us. Before Safar could finish explaining, Yudachi interrupted him. How could a young, rookie commander like you possibly have an invitation? Just when Safar thought his explanation was perfect. Ning slowly reached into his pocket and took out a black invitation. Is this what you mean? He actually has an invitation. The commander closest to Ningle shouted in disbelief. These commanders present would never have seen such an invitation in their entire lives. Yet this commander, who was younger than them, casually pulled one out of his pocket. Well, since you have an invitation, please come in. Rand was the first to come to his senses. When he saw Ningle take out the invitation, he didn't want to cause too much trouble at the governor's mansion, since many commanders were still watching. Amaji, Yudachi, let's go in. Ningle didn't even look at Safar, who was standing there dumbfounded. He's actually a commander ranked in the top 20 in terms of strength? When did this happen? Safar stood there, stunned, muttering to himself in disbelief. Ningle ignored the clown, but he made a mental note of him. Activate the port area system and deploy 160 strategic bombers. Chapter 129, The Arbitrator Arrives. Rand looked at the boy in front of him with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Ningle was only about 17 or 18 years old. At that age, she should still be at the Naval Academy learning how to control Shipgirls. At an age when he's still basking in the glory of acquiring a Shipgirl, this commander already possesses strength comparable to many top players. Commander Ningle, please come in. The meeting is about to begin. Accompanied by Rand, Ningle entered the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion doesn't have the red and black color scheme of Iron Blood. Instead, it looks more like White Hero or Royal Household. Several paintings hung on the silver-white walls, and the windows were made of ordinary transparent glass without any carvings or decorations, but they gave a very clean feeling. The carpet felt hard underfoot, clearly indicating it was quite old. Upon reaching the conference room door, Rand turned around and spoke to Ningle. Young man, I know you are very strong, but here, the governor's strength is everything, which is incomparable to that of us ordinary commanders. Although Tiansheng's strength surprised Rand, in Rand's view, Ningle's strength was nothing compared to the governor's. Squeak. The conference room door was pushed open, and it was clear that Rand and Ningle were the last to arrive. The conference room had a long table, and although it was called a banquet, there was no lavish dinner on the table. It looked more like a meeting. Everyone is here, so the annual governor's senior meeting will now officially begin. Rand was seated first to the right of the governor, while Ningle was seated at the very back of the table. Clearly, based on strength, Ning Lu was classified as the weakest. Each commander has their own Shipgirl standing behind them. Whether it's due to the rules of this world, or because every faction is like this, ordinary human commanders rarely manage to contract with historical ships. If their initial Shipgirl isn't a historical ship, then they'll never have the chance to own one in their lifetime. When everyone saw Ning Lu enter, they guessed that the huge electromagnetic fluctuation outside the door must have been caused by the Shipgirl of the commander in front of them. Everyone turned their attention to Amaji and Yudachi. Isn't Amaji a battlecruiser? And this Yudachi should be a destroyer. So who emitted that terrifying aura just now? The straight-line distance between Ironblood and Sakura Empire is 15,000 kilometers, which means that the two factions have almost no communication. The commanders present were unaware that Ningle had taken away almost all of Sakura Empire's top lieutenants, leaving only Kazuru and Tosa to hold the Sakura Empire's leadership together. Gentlemen, as the highest fighting force of Ironblood, you represent the highest will of Ironblood. The governor began to exchange pleasantries, which made Ning Lu feel drowsy, but Amaji and Yudachi behind him looked very serious. Amaji and Yudachi had attended many serious meetings like this, and their demeanor at this moment was completely different from the carefree and jovial person they were in front of Ning Lu. Next, let's talk about the issue of joint defense of the sea. After a long, pointless speech, the governor finally got to the point. However, Ningle also found it quite boring, as the situation on the Ironblood side was similar to that of the royal side. As commanders, it is their duty to clear the sirens near the port. However, some sea areas without a commander's port can only be cleared by the faction's historical ships. However, Ironblood is a special case. Ironblood only has 5 historical Shipgirls, so most of the power in Ironblood is in the hands of the Ironblood governor. Only by eliminating the sirens can the faction gain more benefits and ensure the safe passage of merchants across the seas. Everyone, the sirens are spawning at an increasingly faster rate. According to our observations, mass-produced sirens will spawn every 3 days, with an extremely small chance of spawning a siren flagship, and at this point, the governor paused and looked at the crowd. And we also have sirens arbitrators here. A chorus of exclamations rose and fell. Everyone even forgot to catch their breath, waiting for the governor to say something next. Therefore, all port commanders shall establish a joint defense mode starting today, and go to support the siren arbitrators as soon as they are discovered. Next was the information exchange session, where commanders shared the various intelligence they possessed in exchange for intelligence from others. How come there are sirens arbitrators in Ironblood? It's like they're free. Ning Lu thought to himself. According to the historical records of this azure world, the appearance of the arbitrator always brings a bloodbath, and it is an existence that every faction has to mobilize all its Shipgirls to resist. Elizabeth revealed that in ancient times, the 4 legendary commanders only needed 2 full squads of Shipgirls to fight against one arbitrator. Impossible. His invitation must have been stolen. Sappher sat among the commanders, cursing loudly. Maybe he's the governor's illegitimate son. Aren't Shipgirls supposed to have children with commanders? At this point, all the commanders became interested. As ordinary commanders in Ironblood, their daily lives are actually quite monotonous, mostly consisting of leading their Shipgirls to clear out mass-produced sirens at sea. After spending a lot of time with these beautiful girls, human girls naturally no longer catch their eye. Almost all the commanders present had sworn Shipgirls and lived like local tyrants in their own ports every day. Savra, I heard you recently acquired a Sakura Empire Shipgirl. Everyone turned their attention to Sappher, who was still standing there, angry. Let me tell you, the Shipgirls of Sakura Empire are really different, especially those animal ears. At this point in the conversation, Sappher's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a lewd smile. The high-level meeting in Ningle ended quickly. These iron-fisted commanders all had their own circles, and they left as soon as the meeting was over. When the group of senior commanders walked out of the governor's mansion, the ordinary commanders who had been lounging around outside immediately sat up straight. Sappher, who was still discussing body jokes, stopped and hurriedly went to the governor. Your Excellency, the meeting has concluded. Shall we arrange a banquet? No, I have some things to do. Headquarters declined the banquet, but the high-ranking commanders were different. They all had their own circles, which was why they invited these ordinary commanders in the audience. As long as they could establish a connection with a high-ranking commander, they could obtain countless resources. Let's go, Amaji. Ningle did not choose to associate with these rabble, nor did he want to have too much contact with the iron-blooded commanders. Just kidding. Once I take the Ironblood flagship, the entire Ironblood faction will be my port. Yudachi unfolded the ship's hull, and Ningle and Amaji boarded it. Brother Sappher, that guy named Ningle is gone. At the port, a commander reported Ningle's departure to Sappher. Okay, I understand. Upon learning the news, Sappher made an excuse to leave the banquet. Kid, You're still too green. How dare you mess with me, Safra? The governor was not the only commander who had connections with the Sirens. As the host for this conference, Safra was naturally one of the governor's men and had also been exposed to some information about the Sirens. It must be said that the Sirens' technology is far ahead of that of the Shipgirls, which makes the Ironbloods' overall strength superior to other factions. Although Ningda's Shipgirl is a historical ship, Safra is even more aware of the attraction that historical ships hold for the Sirens. Chapter 130, Leaving No Trouble Behind. I wonder what will happen to your historical ship after it's captured by the Sirens. Saffron pulled out a communicator. Compared to the Shipgirls who were still stuck in the era of radios, Saffron actually pulled out a cell phone. After holding the phone to my ear and hearing a series of beeps, "Is this the Observer? I am Saffir, your most loyal servant." Saffir immediately transformed into a sycophant, bowing and scraping even over the phone. "Oh, it's Saffron. What's the matter?" The Observer's somewhat languid voice came through. "I've encountered a commander who owns historical Shipgirls. I wonder if the Observer would be interested?" After saying that, Saffir told the Observer that Ningle had 2 historical Shipgirls in his possession. Amagi? Your information is very useful, Saffir. Your number of Rubik's Cubes will increase by 1 this month. The Observer's voice remained languid. Upon hearing this, Saffir immediately showed a delighted expression. "It is my honor to serve the Observer. I will accept these Rubik's Cubes and will report back as soon as there is any follow-up news." After hanging up the phone, Saffir did not linger but instead returned to her port aboard a Shipgirl. "Commander, your information has been leaked to the Sirens." Saratoga's voice echoed in Ningle's mind. "Okay, I understand. We'll talk about it when we get back to the port." Ninglu had made ample preparations before attending the banquet. The Howler electronic reconnaissance aircraft continued to circle over the governor's palace, detecting radio signals throughout the airspace. Ningle originally thought that revealing the strength of Tiancheng would make these commanders behave themselves, but he did not expect that they would reveal his information to the Sirens. "Bismarck, your troops are difficult to lead. There are traitors among these commanders." Thinking of Bismarck, who appeared aloof in public but became shy and adorable in front of him, Ningle felt worried for him. "Let's nip this potential threat in the bud and see the power of the father of all bombs." A 10,000-ton TNT equivalent is equivalent to the power of a tactical nuclear weapon. If such a powerful explosive were dropped on a port area, it could level an entire port. Figure 160 has arrived over the governor's port area, taking over the task of monitoring Saffir from the roar. Ningle needs to know where Saffron's port is. If the previous deployment of 160 was just to teach Saffron a lesson, then this time Ningle really wants to eliminate the threat completely. While the Siren Girls are cute, it wouldn't be good if they threatened your Shipgirls. Saf was still imagining how painful it would be for Ningle to lose his Shipgirl, but he never expected that 10,000 tons of TNT would be hanging over his head, sending him back to the sea as soon as he returned to the port. It must be said that the Tu-160's loiter capability is really strong. It hovered in the sky around Saffron for 4 or 5 hours. Finally, as evening approached, Saffron returned to his port. The area of this port is similar to that of Ningle Port, and its infrastructure is also very well developed. At this moment, Ning Lu remembered Commander Wang Ba from before. He felt heartbroken for the Shipgirls in this world, and he didn't know why there wasn't a single kind person among the humans in this world. Ningle came into contact with so many commanders. First, there's Wang Jie, who was arrogant and domineering, stole his predecessor's girlfriend, and is now targeting him. Then Shin Shinran stole his Rubik's Cube and conspired with Wang Jie. Then Ningle went to Sakura Empire and encountered a commander named Wang Ba. Finally, there was the collective betrayal of the royal commanders. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but I have to do this for the safety of the girls. Ningle was piloting the Tu-160, which was currently flying at an altitude of 12,000 meters. Compared to the flight altitude of carrier-based aircraft in this world, this was already close to outer space. "Girls, I'm back." Saffir returned home and greeted the Shipgirls there. At this moment, Saffir was completely unaware that a Grim Reaper had arrived above him. Bomb. Ningle controlled the Tu-160, opened the fuselage, and a huge bomb, 20 meters long and 5 meters wide, lay quietly in the bomb bay. Clang. That was the sound of the bomb being disengaged. Under the cover of night, the massive father of bombs flew in an arc and fell toward the port of Saffir. Ningle Control Chart 160 lowered its altitude to collect specific explosion data. Although it is known that this bomb is extremely powerful and causes great damage, the exact explosive force is not clear. Boom. From the air, the port area of Saffra is just a small black dot, not noticeable at all. Even now, With the Tu-160 still at an altitude of over 8,000 meters, the small island of Nafer is clearly visible. A huge flame suddenly appeared in the darkness, illuminating almost the entire sea area. The white light vanished in an instant, followed by a red cloud slowly rising. The explosion came quickly and went quickly, with smoke and dust rising slowly and creating huge waves on the sea. Disappeared? Ningla hadn't expected the bomb to be so powerful. It must have hurt a lot to hit an arbitrator with a bomb of that power, right? But the news has already spread, and I estimate that sirens will come looking for me in a few days. I knew the enemy was coming to ambush me. How could I possibly give them a chance? Ningle issued an order for the Tu-160 to return to base. A few hours later, Ningle also returned to the port area. Ningle had always believed that there was still a sliver of kindness in the human world. Ningla did not sleep well that night. This was the first time he had intentionally killed someone. However, I felt no remorse. If such a person were kept around, he would always be a potential threat. Ding ding ding. Is the commander asleep? Ningle's door was gently pushed open, and a pair of furry animal ears peeked in. Oh, it's Akaji. Can't you sleep? Upon seeing those fox ears, Ninglu immediately guessed the other party's identity. Has the commander forgotten? Entering the bedroom and closing the door, Akaji stood with her hands on her hips, looking somewhat unhappy. Commander, have you forgotten what Akaji said before you left? Ningle then noticed that Akaji was not wearing her usual kimono, but rather a transparent nightgown. What are these pajamas? Ninglu was puzzled, because he had never bought any skins for Xiao Qiqing. I asked Z23 to buy this for me. What do you think? Does the commander look good in it? Jian Ningle turned his attention back to himself, and Xiao Qiqing came to Ningle's bedside and circled around. Little Akaji had considered buying it himself, but he had to stay with his commander, so he could only tell Z23 about his needs. When Z23 heard that Akaji wanted to buy such a transparent silk nightgown, she immediately blushed. However, Z23 still bought the clothes for Akaji and secretly reported the matter to Bismarck. Chapter 131. The hospital is completed, and the nurses are on. Even if Akaji shrinks, she's still a vixen through and through. After returning to port, the Ningle rang Tu-160 loaded ammunition and continued to clear the siren production ships in the vicinity of the sea area. The next morning, current resources, 1.3 million. Experience, 200,000. That night, Tu-160 acquired another 400,000 worth of supplies and 110,000 worth of experience. Open the port area's construction panel. Currently, the only combat building in the port area is an airport, and the only combat mode is Figure 160. The message Saffir delivered to the sirens made it clear that the sirens seemed to be collecting historical shipgirls. This can be seen from the fact that during the Sakura Empire era, the Evolvers kidnapped Amagi, demonstrating that historical shipgirls had a special role in dealing with the sirens. System, move all defensive buildings out of the port area. The system screen flickered. 300,000 units of equipment for the Aegis missile defense system, 300,000 units of equipment for 460mm coastal defense guns, and 300,000 units of equipment for defense radar stations. These are the three types of defensive buildings that Ningle can currently afford to exchange for. It wasn't that Ninglu didn't want to exchange the others, but rather that their prices were all outrageous. What attracted Ningle the most was the device called the shield generator. As its name suggests, this device can envelop the port area in an energy shield, absorbing external damage. However, a single shield generator requires 10 million resources and a large amount of electricity to activate. Currently, the port construction in Ningda is still in its very early stages, and the price of a single power station is 200,000 yuan. To support the shield generator, at least 50 power plants like this would be needed. With no other option, Ninglu had to settle for second best. The system has exchanged 2 Aegis missile defense systems and 1 radar station. Ningle's consideration was that once his port area was threatened, no matter how many coastal defense guns he had, it would only be at death throes. Once surrounded by sirens, the best course of action is to reclaim the port and escape. The sirens are equipped with missiles, and if they are extremely fast-flying missiles, then Ningle would not be able to recapture the port area from the system in advance. Therefore, the most suitable option for Ningle is still missile defense systems and radar, given the current situation. The Aegis missile defense system can strike flying units within a 300-kilometer radius, and its interceptor missiles can intercept any flying unit traveling at speeds below Mach 3. Needless to say, the port's defense radar has a detection range of 1,000 kilometers, compared to the radar on the Saratoga's hull. This almost covered half of the Iron Blood faction's territory. Any aircraft or ship that appears within this range will be detected by radar. Furthermore, the radar in the port area can be shared by the Shipgirls, which greatly reduces the pressure on Saratoga and Amagi. Ning positioned the two missile defense systems at the southernmost and northernmost points of the port area, while the radar was placed on the small hill at the highest point of the port area. That should be about right. Keep the rest of the supplies for emergencies. Lavos has gone out to find that mysterious commander. It seems I'll have to go there myself to find this historical ship girl. As an experimental sirens, the observer's combat strength is no match for that of the sirens in the Arbitration Authority. However, dealing with ordinary historical ship girls is still quite easy. I never imagined that the ship girls are so weak now. If this were 100 years ago, they would probably have been captured alive. The sirens in the experimental facility were mostly responsible for experimental tasks. For example, the observer is responsible for research on the mind cube. This also means that the sirens ship girls need a large number of historical ship girls as experimental subjects, which is why the evolvers kidnapped Amagi before. The location of Ningle Port is no secret within the Ironblood faction. Saffir naturally also found out the exact location of the Ningle Port area and handed this intelligence over to the observers. That's so far. Looks like we've got quite a journey ahead. Ningle's port area is located on the edge of Ironblood, while the Siren's base is on the opposite side of Ningle, a distance of 3,000 kilometers between the two. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Lavos won't be back for a while. So the observer made the worst decision of his life, to go and capture the ship girl alone. Ningle has just finished installing the radar and defense system. With the remaining supplies, Ningle plans to build several repair docks and warehouses. While these infrastructure facilities may not enhance the overall strength of Ningle Port area, many tasks would be impossible without them. For example, repairing shipgirls. Previously, Ningle's awakened commander skill allowed her to repair shipgirls, but this required her own port. Now Ningle finally has its own port area. As long as a dock is built, the battle-damaged shipgirls can be repaired. However, Ning Lu was speechless when he looked at the strange building in front of him. System, are you serious? Why is this repaired dock such a small room? The repair dock is a 2-story building with only about 8 or 9 rooms. Yes, it's not a real shipyard. Strictly speaking, it should be called a shipgirl hospital. Please don't doubt the system. This is the shipgirl repair dock. The system's explanation makes sense. The shipgirls are all humanoid girls. If the repair station were built on their original bodies, the injuries on the shipgirls would gradually heal, but it still feels very cruel. The shipgirl, covered in wounds, was left in the command room, while her hull was placed on the slipway for repairs. Or, like in the present situation, let the injured shipgirl retract her ship and then lie in a hospital bed to slowly recover from her injuries. The latter seems more humane. Commander, please appoint a shipgirl as the nurse in the repair dock. This shipgirl can also be deployed in battle, but she must be present when other shipgirls are being repaired. That makes sense, but the problem is, who should be chosen to help the nurses here? The image of a shipgirl flashed through Ning Li's mind. First, she has to be an older sister, and second, she has to be emotionally stable. Ningle's idea first ruled out all small boats. That leaves only Amagi and Ron. Tianqing is very unstable. Sometimes it will turn into a smaller Tianqing, and then there will only be one outcome. Does the commander want me to be the nurse? Ron looked at his commander and said somewhat uncertainly, well, the port hospital has just been built, so it's not really appropriate for the small boats to be nurses. Only you and Amagi are suitable. Tianqing might become a small boat due to special circumstances, so it can only be you. Looking at the pristine white nurse's uniform in front of him, Ning Lu felt somewhat helpless. Ron appears to be an intellectual older sister, but once her affection level with the commander reaches 100, she will awaken a possessive and scheming personality that allows her to exclusively control the commander. But right now, Ron is the nurse's first choice. The strength of the 5-star shipgirl makes Rune less likely to get hurt, and coupled with the ship's high HP and attack power, she is definitely the most powerful in the fleet. Chapter 132 Port Secretary Ship, Saratoga, is the best. Commander, this nurse's uniform is way too small, especially around the chest area. It feels so tight. When Ningle set Rune as a nurse in the healing dock, a nurse outfit was added to Rune's shipgirl attributes under the skin category. System, you really understand me. Are you sure this nurse's uniform is legitimate? Looking at Roninger in front of him, he asked speechlessly, is Commander Laurent handsome? At this moment, Ron placed one hand on his chest to prevent his tight clothes from being stretched open, and used the other hand to pull on his bodycon skirt that barely covered his thighs. Yeah, it's definitely better to have an older sister as the nurse. Smaller boats just can't take care of people. Very good, Ron. You're obviously a ship girl who knows how to take care of people. Ninglu gave a thumbs up in encouragement. Really? Commander, then Ron will be wearing this nurse's uniform from now on. Ron was very happy to hear his commander praise him. Ahem, Ron. Although you look great in this nurse's uniform, it's better to wear it here in the shipyard. It's not really appropriate to wear it outside. Ningle's excuse was lame. He simply didn't want his ship girls to be seen by others in such revealing clothes. Yes, Commander. From now on, Ron will only wear these clothes at the ship maintenance department. Ron nodded in agreement, his face gradually flushing red. Ron walked up to Ningler and whispered something in his ear. You can also wear it when you go to see the commander at night. Ninglu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect Ron to be exactly the same. At this moment, Ron's attribute module on the Ningle commander system is Ron. Current attributes: Big Sister, Big Thunder, Short Blonde Hair, Cook, Gentle and Virtuous, Dual Personality. Current skin is a bodycon nurse uniform, special scene skin. Ron's attributes all point to her being a gentle older sister, but this dual personality is what worries Ningle the most. In the game, Ron's affection level reaches 100, and after he makes an oath, he will develop a second Yandere attribute. That was a being in no way inferior to Akaji. But Ron is really good now. If he doesn't awaken his second personality, he would be a really good secretary ship. After letting Ron familiarize himself with the work of ship repair, Ningle returned to his room. Ninglu still has 50,000 units of supplies. The rest have been used to repair shipyards and build defensive facilities. However, 50,000 supplies were not enough, so Ninglu planned to build himself a temporary office first. He couldn't work in his bedroom all the time, could he? System: how many supplies are needed for the cheapest commander's office? The port area office needs 40,000 worth of supplies. On Ningle's system, a 3D model of a 2-story building appeared. The building had 8 rooms on 2 floors, 4 on each floor. The office in the very center of the second floor is Ningle's office, while the 2 rooms on the first floor are combined to form a small operations conference room. Next to the commander's office is a smaller office. This is the room built by the secretary. It's basically sufficient for commanding battles. System: begin construction. With Ning Li's order, several large wooden crates appeared on the open ground of the port area. With the chirping and chattering of the little yellow chicks, Ning Li finally had his own command room. Commander, please appoint a secretary ship. Does this building also require a ship girl slot? Ning had also thought about this. He already had his own port area, so why hadn't the system prompted him to appoint a secretary ship? Saratoga is appointed as Secretary General. Although Jujia is a bit small, I'll give you this secretary part as my initial ship girl at a discount. As soon as Ningle finished speaking, the mental connection with Saratoga was established. Please proceed to the port command center to change into your secretary's uniform. Huh? Who's speaking? Is it the commander? Saratoga was exhausted these past few days, having to keep the radar on every day. He finally managed to get some rest, but a notification in his head woke him up. Jujia, come to the command center. Ning Li's familiar voice came through. What was that mechanical voice you just heard, Commander? Saratoga was relieved to hear Ningle's voice. The ship girls in this world have no idea what a system is. It's nothing. That's our port area's steward. You come to the command center now. Saratoga arrived at the command room on Ningle's orders, where Ningle was already seated in the commander's chair. This command center is not large, with an area of about 30 square meters. The room has a huge floor-to-ceiling window that offers a view of the port area outside. The floor-to-ceiling window serves as Ning Li's desk, where he is currently sitting and fiddling with the combat system in front of him. What? Commander Gaga is still resting. It's nothing. From now on, you'll be the secretary, and the room next door is yours. After saying that, Ning Lu took out a secretary's uniform. It has to be said that the system has a really bad sense of humor. After each ship girl takes up a position in the port, the system will issue her a set of uniforms. Secretary Jin's uniform was very ordinary. A leather miniskirt paired with a white shirt. Her lower body consisted of black stockings and black high heels. This reminded Ningle of the teacher skin that Yuchio wore, but the thought of such a skin on Saratoga felt somewhat incongruous. Does the commander like this style? Saratoga's affection level is also 100, but Xiao Jujia is not as unrestrained as Chi Cheng. Even when she turns into a small boat, she is still very clingy to Ninglu. Saratoga became even more arrogant after her affection level reached 100. Although there are no gift boxes, the ship girls cannot be strengthened. But in Xiao Jujia's heart, she felt that she was not as good as Xiao Qiqing. Is it beautiful, Commander? Saratoga leaned forward slightly with her hands behind her back. Although she was petite and not particularly well endowed, She looked quite adorable in this business attire. Her original pink pigtails were combed back into a high ponytail, and she even wore a pair of half-rimmed glasses. This adds a mature touch to Saratoga, which was originally a cute and girlish style. Yes, bodycon business attire is indeed the best. Even Saratoga looks incredibly alluring in it. Ning Lu commented in his heart, and a faint pink heart appeared behind him. So, the commander does like this style after all. When Saratoga saw pink hearts appearing behind Ningle, her already shy face flushed red. Commander, don't think about bad things. It's daytime now. Saratoga's office was right next to Ninler's, and the two offices were connected by a door. Ahem, Judgia, from now on, all Shipgirls will rotate through the secretary's ship position. You can familiarize yourself with it first, and then the specific work will be handed over to the other Shipgirls later. Ning Lu cleared his throat twice, composed himself, and assigned tasks. Yes, don't worry, Commander, Judgia will definitely complete it carefully. Chapter 133 The Observer Arrives. As expected, the clones of the arbitrators don't seem to be very smart. The observer sailed on the sea in the form of a ship, muttering to itself. The task assigned to the Lavos clone is still not completed. It would be great if the clone had half the intelligence of the original. That's right, Lavos here is also a clone. This is a high-end technology of the sirens that can replicate the arbitrators of arbitration bodies, but the replicas only have 20% to 50% of the original's abilities. There's been no news from DeBarrow on the royal side either. It seems the replication technology still needs an update. The observer instructed the Lavos clone to search for Ningle, but several days have passed without any news. Unfortunately, we're short-staffed with observers. We can't expect mass-produced sirens to capture history. This should be the area. Let me take a look. With a wave of his hand, the observer saw a huge red dot appear on a transparent light screen in front of him, clearly marked as the port area of Ningle. We're almost there in 50 kilometers. These days, historical ships are all 2-star level. If this were 100 years ago, I would have been just handing them over to the enemy. The map observer continued to head towards the port area of Ningle. The sirens in the experimental facility were not good at fighting, just like the purifier that Ningle had defeated before. They drove the purifiers away using only Saratoga and warspite. The observers continued their journey toward Ningle's port, completely unaware of the approaching danger. A powerful energy fluctuation of sirens was detected 50 kilometers to the northwest. A system notification sounded in my mind. Once the radar station is established in the port area, it will be able to conduct reconnaissance over a radius of 1,000 kilometers. However, the observer was sailing in ship-like form at the time, which is why it evaded radar detection. Okay, Judgia, deploy the ship. Bang. Yes, Commander. A heavy thud came from Saratoga's room. Saratoga, with tears streaming down her face and her head in her hands, then entered Ninler's room. Are you all right? Seeing Saratoga's state, Ningle asked with concern. It's nothing, Commander. I was just hit by a file. Saratoga rubbed his head and quickly recovered. The radar has detected signals from advanced sirens. We need to go check it out. After saying that, Ningle pulled Saratoga along and raced toward the port. The massive aircraft carrier unfolded, and the Howler electronic warfare aircraft was launched. It really is a siren radar signal. Ningle collected signals from the high-level sirens during his battle with Diverlu, which will help him detect enemies earlier when fighting in the future. It should be a siren at the level of an arbitrator. Saratoga's expression was serious. He too could sense the powerful siren aura emanating from the other party. At this moment, the observer was still leisurely maneuvering the ship's equipment, heading towards Ningle. They were completely unaware that they had been discovered. Controlling the roarer to descend, Ningle wanted to get a clearer view of the siren's appearance. As a long-time Azur Lane player, I can still name those familiar sirenings. As the roarer gradually descended, Ningle also recognized its identity. That tentacle, that animal ear headdress, and that full head of silver hair. There's no mistake, this is the observer. Ning Li's expression gradually became serious. He had previously come into contact with the siren's experimental agency when Amagi was captured by the purifiers, and he led Saratoga and Warspite to rescue her. However, what puzzled Ningle was that the purifiers did not seem to be very strong in combat. The only problem was that they could summon mass-produced sirens. However, for Ningle now, the human wave tactic is completely ineffective. However, Ning Lu remained extremely cautious. Everyone, assemble at the dock and prepare for battle. Immediately, all the Shipgirls gathered at the dock and unfolded their ship hulls. Has the commander discovered an enemy attack? Seeing that Ning Lu looked serious and didn't come up to joke, Xiao Qiqing immediately asked. Yes, Commander. What kind of enemy is so powerful that you need to be so vigilant? As the strategist of the fleet, Amagi immediately took on the role of the fleet's strategist upon hearing of enemy activity. The attackers are Siren's observers. Judging from their course of travel, they are coming for us. Ron had just joined and was unaware of Ninggu's previous battles. I fought against the purifiers from the experimental agency when I rescued Tiancheng last time. The evolved human is not very strong, but he can summon a large number of mass-produced sirens and can also use laser weapons. Ning Lu revealed all the intelligence he had gathered. Now begin assigning combat missions. Yudachi, you're in charge of providing reconnaissance coverage. As a destroyer in the fleet, Yudachi has a terrifying concealment range of 4 kilometers, meaning that the Yudachi's hull cannot be seen from more than 4 kilometers away. Ningla didn't know how unscientific this setting was, but Yudachi did have this kind of concealment effect. Received, Commander. Yudachi's tail wagged incessantly, and it casually gave a military salute. Ron, you are the only frontline soldier in the fleet. You will be the first main force in this battle against the observers. Don't worry, I'll take care of the commander. Ron clenched his fist and held it down to his chest. This is a traditional military salute, a symbol of iron-willed discipline. Nagato, Warspite, you are responsible for protecting the rear carriers. Previously, the damage-absorbing work was done by battleships, but now Ningguo has the heavy cruiser Rune, and she is a 5-star Shipgirl. After the modifications, the Rune's hull was now an Agar-class ship. Its health has reached a terrifying 120,000. This is clearly the strength a 5-star Shipgirl should have. Moreover, after the modification, Ron's output capability is also very strong. When using armor-piercing shells, the power of hitting the core reaches 30,000, which is the highest in the entire fleet. Of course, this excludes the Amagi electromagnetic gun. Saratoga, Akagi, you two stay in the rear and provide support with carrier-based aircraft. Amagi, you're behind the aircraft carrier, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the observer at any moment. Ninggu's well-organized arrangement left the Shipgirls present stunned. The commander is so handsome. Little Chicheng looked at Ninggu with stars in his eyes. As the flagship of the Sakura Empire, the commanders he encountered were utterly useless compared to Ninggu. Those commanders only ordered the Shipgirls to charge blindly during battles, and they couldn't even give orders in time when the Shipgirls were attacked. This is why Sakura Empire is so hostile to human commanders. Indeed, I still have a lot to learn from the commander. Amagi was also shocked. Big sister, would you like the commander to give you some private tutoring? Upon hearing her sister's words, Akagi gave a knowing smile. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not as good as you. And besides, the commander didn't give me a gift box. Amagi, taking advantage of his height, chopped off Akagi's head with a single blow. Ouch, sister, that hurts. Akagi squatted down with his head in his hands, but quickly raised his head again and tugged at Amagi's clothes. The tacit understanding between the two over the years made Amagi know that Akagi had something to say to him. Sister, you can do a lot of things without an oath. Go to the commander's room tonight, and I'll teach you. Chapter 134 Battle, Unexpected. Bang. Visibly, Amagi's face flushed red instantly, and wisps of steam rose from his head. Where did you learn all this? No wonder your level is increasing so slowly. Amagi clenched his fists and slammed his thumbs hard into Akagi's temples. Ouch, sister, it hurts so much, I'm going to die. Seeing this, Ning Lu naturally guessed that Xiao Qicheng must have been driving in front of Tiancheng. However, Ningguo also found it strange that Amagi, who was clearly Akagi's older sister, was very shy. Tiancheng has been quiet these past few nights, and Ningguo hasn't acted like Xiaoqicheng. Alright everyone, deploy the ship according to the formation. Saratoga will once again serve as the flagship this time. It's not that Ningguo is biased, but compared to Tiancheng, Saratoga has a more modern hull, and as an aircraft carrier, it's easier to command. We're finally almost there. It's been quite a long way. The observer had been sailing on the sea for a day and a night, and at his speed, he was now more than 4,000 kilometers away from his base camp. After capturing the Shipgirls, they'll take them back. I wonder if this commander will throw a tantrum after having his Shipgirls taken away. The observer gave a wicked smile. The observer lay lazily on his ship's rigging, surrounded by tentacles that formed the shape of a recliner, in which he sank. One of the tentacles occasionally twitched playfully. I'm so tired, I really want it to end soon. Just as the observer was idly making his way, he suddenly noticed a black dot rapidly approaching him. Huh? What's that? To conserve energy, the observer did not turn on his radar. The moment he did, he shuddered. 1, 2, 3 for anti-ship missiles. Wait, why are there anti-ship missiles here? The Siren's technology is ahead of that of Shipgirls in terms of anti-ship missiles, as the observer naturally knows. In fact, some of the anti-ship missiles were even developed by them. But this was the first time he had ever seen Shipgirls using modern weapons like anti-ship missiles. Just as the observer was trying his best to break free from the anti-ship missile's lock, the anti-ship missile, which was flying at Mach 1, suddenly accelerated and began to dive towards the observer's position. Granted, anti-ship missile. After being modified in the world of Azur Lane, this weapon, which was a heavy anti-ship missile in its previous life, has become even more terrifying here. Each missile weighs 20 tons. With a length of 20 meters and a diameter of 1.5 meters, this anti-ship missile is almost the size of a small carrier rocket. This was Ning's first wave of attack, consisting of 4 heavy granite anti-ship missiles dropped from a Tu-160. At the same time, Saratoga's Growler electronic warfare aircraft also carried out electromagnetic suppression over the entire sea area. The moment the observers spotted the missile, a large amount of static appeared on the radar screen. What's going on? My radar is being jammed. Even though the observer only briefly detected 4 anti-ship missiles, he still clearly remembered the specific data displayed on his radar. A 20-meter-long anti-ship missile. That's going to kill me. Boom. 4 anti-ship missiles landed one after another at the observer's location. Although not as devastating as the Tsar Bomba, the warhead of the Hwaging heavy anti-ship missile still has a damage capacity of 5 tons and a terrifying 200,000. Ahem, is this really the strength of a human commander? As the smoke cleared, the observer landed on the water. His face was blackened by the smoke and dust from the explosion. Call. The observer clearly knew he had met his match and had to summon mass-produced sirens to buy himself some time. He no longer dared to think about bringing this historical Shipgirl back. He was discovered as soon as he arrived at the outer sea of the port area, which clearly showed that the commander also had radar technology. Moreover, judging from the electromagnetic suppression of steel, radar technology is even more advanced than that mastered by the sirens. As the observer gave the order, countless streams of water rose around him, and within seconds they coalesced into mass-produced siren ships. Go, buy me some time. After giving the order, the observer ran away into the distance without looking back. Commander, that siren is trying to escape. At this moment, Yudachi is located on the only way for the observer to escape. The Type 052D destroyer's performance, whether in stealth or radar, is unmatched by any Shipgirl in this world, and its super-fast speed also allows it to perform maneuvers such as flanking maneuvers. Huh? Running away? Ning Lu was completely stunned. In his mind, a Shipgirl of the Siren Observer class should be very strong. Back in the Royal Navy, a copy of Daiberlu almost caused Ningle to lose his job. Keep your distance and don't get spotted. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Yudachi is operating in ship-mounted form. With its already strong concealment capabilities, Yudachi is 6 kilometers ahead of the observation vehicle. This position can both prevent the observer from escaping and ensure that the observer remains undetected. Everyone, give chase. The port's radar covers a radius of 1,000 kilometers, within which there are no other enemies besides the dozens of mass-produced sirens that the observer just summoned. Saratoga is in your hands now. The 2B-1BS were already fully prepared and ready to go. The cabin was filled with precision-guided bombs. These 60 precision-guided bombs are specifically designed to target mass-produced ships. Those mass-produced sirens' ships did nothing to hinder Ningle's advance. When these mass-produced sirens were still 20 kilometers away from Ningle, the B-1B had already destroyed them all. What happened? They're all gone so quickly. The observers were starting to panic. Normally, if the commanders were faced with such a large number of mass-produced sirens, they could at least hold out for an hour. Commanders with slightly weaker abilities might even be eliminated by these mass-produced keys. However, to the observer's perception, all of these mass-produced ships disappeared from signal at the same time. Something's not right. This time it's not just kicking a brick wall, it's probably kicking a steel plate. Although the observer was somewhat flustered, he was not afraid. All high-level sirens are immortal. Even if it is sunk, as long as its consciousness returns to the siren's headquarters, a new body can be created. Chapter 135, Capturing the Tentacle Girl Alive. Commander, the sirens are getting faster and faster, and they're about to catch up with me. Yudachi maintained a 5-kilometer lead over the observers, relying on its speed of 38 knots to keep a considerable distance between them. But at this moment, the observer suddenly accelerated. Saratoga, stop it. 4F-14 Tomcats carrying 8 Harpoon anti-ship missiles flew toward the observer. It seems like we've really gone too far this time. Observers could already hear the terrifying roar of the 14 Tomcat's engine. 4 Tomcats flew in front of the observer and began to circle overhead at an extremely low altitude of less than 1 kilometer. The roar of engines and sonic booms echoed through the sky. Oh dear, there's no escaping it now. At this moment, the observer's radar and radio signals were blocked by electronic warfare aircraft, and the sky in front was also blocked by Tomcat. The massive missiles under the fuselage indicate that this aircraft possesses anti-ship strike capabilities. The observer had no doubt that as long as he continued to flee, those anti-ship missiles would fly towards him. At the same time, the moment the observer stopped, Yudachi also slowed down and fell in front of the observer. I am Commander Ningle, the iron-blooded commander. Disarm and surrender. Ningle's voice rang out on the public channel, a warning to observers that if they tried to escape, he would have to take drastic measures. Ningle? That name sounds familiar. Upon hearing the warning, the observer did not resist, but instead became very interested in the other party's identity. Wait, isn't this the legendary commander that the iron-blooded governor mentioned? The observer's beautiful golden eyes widened in surprise. He never imagined that he would encounter the commander he had been searching for so long. Seeing that the other party had stopped and given up resisting, Yudachi slowly approached the observer. At this moment, the observer was completely oblivious to the direction of the Ningle fleet, while a destroyer was approaching from behind. Due to radar failure, and the fact that Yudachi was fighting in ship-mounted form. It wasn't until Yudachi was less than a few meters behind that the observer realized there was another destroyer behind him. Yudachi has no main gun. Its ship rigging consists of miniature rigging with 4 missile launch tubes on its shoulders. The 4 missile silos, pushed up by the robotic arm behind Yudachi, were now aimed at the observer's back. Zatachi, disarm him. The observer is actually quite similar to the Shipgirl. Once the ship equipment is put away, it loses most of its combat capabilities. The 2 missile silos of Yudachi were positioned against the back of the observer as he gave the order. Put the hull back up. When? The observer then realized that a destroyer was hanging far ahead of him, which he had not noticed all along. The observer became even more curious about Ningle. He had only learned some information about Ningle from the iron-blooded governor, and he thought that the other party was just a commander with strong mental power. But when he focused his attention on Yudachi, he realized that it was completely different from the destroyers of this era, and its modern ship equipment was even more advanced than that of the Sirens. Young lady, I won't be able to stand on the sea after I remove my ship equipment. Are you sure you want to do this? The observer remained completely calm, certain that the young girl in front of him had no way to deal with him. The observers clearly underestimated Yudachi's experience. In Sakura Empire, Yudachi is a veteran, and naturally, she has experienced things like arresting shipgirls. Wear this on your body. Yudachi casually pulled out an adorable yellow chicken swimming ring from her hand and tossed it to the observer in front of her. Hey, can you throw me a decent swimming ring? What Yudachi threw to the observer was clearly a children's swimming ring, not the kind of rescue swimming ring used by the Navy. As is well known, every warship is equipped with a certain number of swimming rings for sea rescue. Yudachi was simply bringing the cruise missile closer to demonstrate its stance. You've stumbled upon this by mistake. You're blatantly insulting me. The observer protested, but to no avail. Yudachi just stared at the observer, but the ship's rigging behind her moved even closer. With no other option, the observer had to slip his body into the yellow chicken swimming ring and remove his ship's rigging. The next second, the observer, who was standing on the sea surface, suddenly fell into the sea. Her long silver hair was also scattered on the sea surface, making her look like a large jellyfish from a distance. Ning Lu arrived a dozen minutes later, but he couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him. The observer is just an ordinary, cute girl, but with that yellow chicken swimming ring, she gives off a rather comical feeling. A good opportunity. Just as Ning Lu was still looking the observer up and down, a mental connection suddenly came through. Ningle's eyes immediately went blank. Haha, how could a mere human commander meet with sirens? You're still too young. The observers laughed, and the hands that had been on the swimming ring were now crossed over his chest, and he looked smug. But this caused the observer to lose his balance and fall headfirst into the sea. It struggled for quite a while before regaining its balance. Ahem, now I order you to have all your shipgirls leave. The observer looked arrogant, but Ningle's shipgirls didn't react at all. What happened? The observer looked on with curiosity. He had used this tactic countless times before, and the human commander's weak mental energy was simply no match for his intrusion. Kenning's current reaction is clearly that he is being controlled by his own mind. How could this be? Ninglo was indeed very surprised. Because the system prompted him. The siren observer has established a mental link with the commander. Should it be forcibly controlled? Ning Lu did indeed sense the observer's mental strength. When they first established contact, he could feel a strong impact from the mental energy, but it was nothing compared to his own mental strength. System, do you mean I can control not only ship girls, but also sirens? In the game from the previous life, the siren girls were also very popular. The adorable and lazy observer and the mischievous purifier are both beloved by commanders. Compared to villains in other games, the villains in Azur Lane always give the impression of playing around with the commander. I never expected that after coming here, I would actually be able to catch a siren. While the observer was still trying to give the order for Ning to release him. What happened? I can't move my body. The observer could only helplessly float on the sea surface with the help of the swimming ring, completely losing his previous arrogant demeanor. Yudachi, take him with you. Let's go back to the port area. Ning grinned mischievously and turned back into Saratoga's cabin. Damn it. How come this human commander's mental strength is so strong? Yudachi showed no mercy. As a siren hostile to the Shipgirls, Yudachi didn't even unfold the ship. She picked up a steel cable, tied the observer up tightly, and carried her behind her. It's over. We've been captured alive. We can't even die if we want to. Chapter 136, Yudachi's New Skin. The observer looked utterly hopeless. He was unable to deploy his ship's equipment, and his body was under control. He wanted to send a message for help, but the electronic warfare aircraft in the sky were constantly suppressing him with electromagnetic interference. His radar was completely unresponsive, and radio communication was out of the question. I never expected to capture the famous observer alive, and in his true form at that. Ning saw from the commander's panel that the observer in front of him was not a clone like Daiburlu, but a genuine siren observer. As a member of the experimental apparatus, the observer was responsible for surveillance and scientific research, which is why Ning was able to capture him so easily. Upon returning to the port area, Ning Lu immediately accessed the port area system. System, construct the military police. The main job of the military police is to manage those unruly commanders and ship girls. Of course, the military police also had cells for detention. The establishment of the military police force consumed 100,000 units of supplies. Ning Lu did not hesitate at all. He had 950,000 units of supplies at his disposal, so this amount was nothing to him. A dozen minutes later, in the port area of Ningle, another two-story building appeared. The building has 2 floors, one above ground and one underground. There are 4 rooms on the ground floor, an interrogation room, a military police office, a storage room, and an equipment room. There are also 4 rooms underground, which are 4 prison cells. The military police force has been established. Please appoint a captain for the military police force. The military police are a very important institution in the port area, and the security of the entire port area is the responsibility of the military police. Most of the military police in the port area are deployed by destroyers because destroyers are flexible and can better perform the duties of military police. Yudachi is appointed as the captain of the military police. The next second, Yudachi received a notification in her mind. Please proceed to your post at the military police. What's going on? Is that the commander? The unfamiliar voice in Yudachi's mind made him very wary. Yudachi, don't be afraid. Come to the military police station. Yudachi was still cautiously observing his surroundings when Ningle's voice came, at which point he lowered his guard. Bring the observers along too. Observers along the way were taking a close look at Ningle's Shipgirls and his port. Unlike the opulent style of other commanders, Ningle's port area had very low-rise buildings, but it gave people a very warm feeling. Similarly, the Shipgirls in Ningle also give people a relaxed feeling, unlike the Shipgirls in other ports who are full of hostility and have serious faces. Staying here seems like a good idea. The environment is nice. The observer's mood had just eased a little when, a second later, Yudachi picked him up again and brought him to the military police station. As soon as he arrived at the military police station, Ning Lu took out a set of clothes and handed them to Yudachi. Yudachi, you're going to be the captain of the military police from now on. Change into this uniform, and then lock the observer in the basement. Ningle did not relinquish his mental control over the observer, but the mental power controlling the observer had no effect on Ningle. As long as Ningle did not issue an order, maintaining this state of mental control was entirely done automatically by the system. Yudachi sent the observer to the basement, and without much thought, immediately changed the skin there. But the next second, foolish, this commander is definitely a fool. The observer's face turned completely red. Ningle had made a very good first impression on him. Having powerful ship girls, yet not indulging in pleasure, and with Ning Li's mental power giving him an extremely strong feeling, he was actually quite comfortable being controlled by Ning Lu. Unexpectedly, this commander gave his ship girl a skin. This dress is so small. Is it really meant for Yudachi? After the modification, Yudachi's stats have reached D, and each Shipgirl skin has its own style and characteristics. This means that different Shipgirls will have different effects when they change to the same skin. Take, for example, Yudachi's military police skin. It was just an ordinary light blue shirt, but the design was extremely small. He could barely fasten the second-to-last and third-to-last buttons. However, all of that was fine. What was most unacceptable to observers was that this shirt only had 3 buttons. The hem of the shirt only reached Yudachi's elbows, completely exposing his ribs and below. In addition, there's the same kind of bodycon skirt and black stockings combination as Saratoga. Are you sure this is a legitimate military police unit? The observer was internally screaming, already able to foresee his future fate. This commander definitely has some weird costume-changing tendencies. Why is it taking so long? Is Yudachi still not ready? Just as Ning was complaining. Commander, the observer has been deactivated. At that moment, Ning was sitting in the military police office, completely unaware that Yudachi had already come up in front of him. When he heard Yudachi's voice, Ning looked up. System, what's with this skin you gave me? Ning looked up at Yudachi, but the next second, his gaze became vacant. The scene skin is designed to match the Shipgirl's attributes. The destroyer Yudachi has the noble southern hemisphere attribute, so the scene skin she equips will be biased in that direction. Ahem, Yudachi, this skin can only be worn in the military police. You absolutely must not wear it outside. Ning coughed twice before managing to calm himself down. Huh? Why? Commander Yudachi has to patrol the port area in this outfit. Yudachi looked at her clothes and didn't find anything strange about them. Even the animal ears on her head twitched. Yudachi, you should listen to the commander. It's for your own good. Just kidding. If the iron-blooded military police found out about the clothes Ning changed Yudachi into, he'd be spending his whole life in a military police cell. Especially considering that the Yudachi was just a destroyer, this accusation was directly confirmed. Okay, Commander. Yudachi, of course, had no idea how tempting he was to the commander at that moment. However, all he had to do was obey the commander's orders and do whatever the commander told him to do. After returning the military police office to Yudachi, Ning went to the cell in the basement. At this moment, the steel cables binding the observer have been removed, and under Ning's mental control, the observer's combat power is that of an ordinary girl. Chapter 137 The Truth. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll die right here. The observers were very excited to see Ning arrive. Advanced sirens are immortal. Even if their physical bodies die, their consciousness will be transmitted back to the siren headquarters and manifest a new body. What's even more terrifying than death is that if you encounter a deranged commander, the observer can't imagine what he might do to you. What's even more terrifying is that at this moment, control of his body is in the hands of this perverted commander. He wouldn't dress me in those weird clothes and then do those weird things, would he? Then Ning saw the observer, whose eyes were lifeless and who lay there like a salted fish. Huh? What's wrong with the observer? Why does he look so lifeless? Ning was puzzled. Hey, why do you look so lifeless? You've only been captured. I'm not going to kill you. Ning's tone was indifferent, but the observer showed no reaction whatsoever. Oh no, is he going to take out one of those weird clothes? Ning dared not enter the cell and just stood outside the door, watching the observer's lifeless appearance. He probably guessed his fate and just gave up. Ning couldn't help but guess, but in his impression, the observer was the siren strategist, a sirens who were very good at scientific research and strategy. Having no other option, Ning decided to leave after failing to get any information from him. Wait, you're just leaving like this? Aren't you going to do anything to me? Seeing that Ning was about to leave, the observer felt somewhat disappointed. He didn't want to be locked up here like this. Although it was just a military police cell, it felt very dark. Even sirens like observers disliked this environment. What? You're not going to answer a single word. Do you expect me to stay here with you? A commander as simple-minded as you. Wouldn't you do something strange to me? I'm completely at your mercy right now. The observer looked puzzled, but judging from Ning's expression, he didn't seem to be the kind of commander he had imagined. What's going on? Has the observer been corrupted by Akaji? Is his mind filled with this kind of stuff? Ning was speechless. He hadn't expected the observer to come in looking so lifeless, as if he suspected that Ning would do something to him. Ahem, I'm not that ruthless. I'm just curious. What's the difference between sirens and shipgirls? And why is your technology so much more advanced than that of shipgirls? This is also what Ning has always been puzzled about. He always felt that the sirens in this world were so much more technologically advanced than the shipgirls, Yet they did not eliminate the Shipgirls. Aren't they enemies? How could you ask such a question? Your Shipgirl technology is far more advanced than ours. The observer's reply left Ning look completely bewildered. You've already developed high-tech weapons like energy shields and erosion bombs. So why do you say my technology is more advanced than yours? Ningle felt that the two seemed to be on different wavelengths. When fighting the clone of Dibber, he could clearly feel that the opponent's technology far surpassed his own. Those energy shields and erosion bombs can only be unlocked with T0 technology in their own system. Your electromagnetic suppression technique is way ahead of ours, okay? My radar and communications are completely cut off from headquarters right now. The observer's tone was helpless. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if Ningle, with his technological prowess, attacked the Siren's headquarters. That's only one aspect. How did you manage to master such advanced technologies as energy shields and corrosive warheads? Ningle did not answer the observer's question, but continued to ask. This is a long story. It probably goes back to several hundred years ago. There used to be only 4 commanders in Azur Lane. You should know this history. Ningle did not answer, but simply nodded. He had heard Elizabeth tell this story, but Elizabeth's information was very limited, and it seemed to be hearsay. There were only these 4 commanders on the entire sea, and there were never any nameless Shipgirls. At that time, there were only 2 forces in the entire world, Shipgirls and Sirens. The observer interrupted at this point. How is that possible? Then what's going on with those nameless ships now? Upon arriving in this world, Ning Lu was most shocked by the sheer number of nameless Shipgirls under the command of the world's commander. Even though most of the Shipgirls produced in the game were white and blue, they still had their own names and were all genuine historical ships. Don't interrupt me, you perverted commander. The observer's tone carried a hint of helplessness. How did I become a perverted commander? Explain yourself clearly. Humph, dressing the Shipgirls in those weird clothes and still saying he's not a perverted commander. The observer was no longer as reserved as before, turning his head to the side and pouting arrogantly. That's not something I can decide. Go on. Ningle quickly steered the conversation back on track, clearly indicating that the observer knew a great deal of information that Ningle himself did not. Janning Lu brought the topic back on track, and the observer, instead of continuing to be arrogant, said, unlike these useless humans of today, those 4 commanders not only possessed extremely strong naval combat experience, but also. At this point, the observer paused, gave Ningle a strange look, and then continued. And they all possess the same powerful mental strength as you. The observer sounded somewhat helpless at this point. The commanders he encountered when capturing historical Shipgirls previously relied on their mental strength to easily control all of the other party's Shipgirls after establishing a connection. Unexpectedly, things went wrong this time, as they encountered Ning Lu, whose mental strength was so powerful. Do you know about Shipgirl star levels? The observer wore a smug expression, and the conversation with Ningle had put him at ease. At this moment, his inherently mischievous and lazy nature was revealed. Yes, I know. All the Shipgirls are 2-star level. How do you know all this? It's impossible that you can't even determine the star rating of a Shipgirl. The observer's smug expression froze on his face. The relaxed look on his face was gone, replaced by one of disbelief. Is that strange? Seeing such a significant change in the observer, Ningle also became serious. Of course, these so-called commanders don't even deserve to be called commanders. They are just babysitters for a group of Shipgirls, or rather, playthings for us Sirens. Because. The observer's expression was solemn, and his tone was serious. Because only the true commander can see the Shipgirl's attributes. Chapter 138. The truth gradually becomes outrageous. The observer's words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky for Yang Fan. What do you mean, observer? I am the only commander, so who are the other commanders? Ningle had considered that his conversation with the observer might involve many secrets, but he never expected it to completely overturn his worldview. Don't overreact. It may sound absurd, but it's true. The observer spoke seriously, not at all like he was joking. Wait, how do you explain the commanders of those contracted Shipgirls? Just because they can't see the Shipgirls in the system doesn't mean they aren't commanders. Ningle voiced his doubts. Even if what the observer said was true, this point was inexplicable. The commander could contract Shipgirls, but he could only see more of the Shipgirls' attributes than others. Have you ever come into contact with those historical Shipgirls who made contracts with ordinary humans? This question stumped Ning Lu. To be honest, he hadn't made any connections with the commanders of this world since he came here. Those historical Shipgirls who made contracts with ordinary humans can easily break free from their commander's control. As for the nameless Shipgirls. Cough cough. The observer coughed twice, as if he were hiding something. You just need to know that you are special, and that you are unique in this world. Having learned about Ningle's situation, the observer's gaze towards Ningle changed. It wasn't the same look he gave me before, like I was a pervert. Instead, it was more like, it's like a ship girl looking at her commander. Wait, am I imagining things? Why does the observer seem so handsome? Ning Lo must admit that in the world of Azur Lane, both ship girls and sirens are very attractive. Take the observer in front of me, for example, golden pupils and long silver hair that almost reaches his calves. It gives people a strong urge to protect it. Especially the observer's personality, how should I put it, is mischievous and a bit naughty. In short, Commander Ningle, your situation is very special. Although you are very strong now, please be careful, because we sirens are not the only ones who know this. Having said that, the observer stopped talking to Ningle and went to sit down in a corner of the cell. Don't forget to bring me food. If I starve to death, I'll be reborn at the siren base, and then you won't be able to catch me. His languid demeanor made it seem as if he wasn't in a prison cell, but rather on vacation. Yeah, that's really casual. Ningle shook his head and returned to the first floor of the military police station. Wow, is this the office? What's this on the desk? It looks delicious. Yudachi looked curious as she fiddled with the computer on the table. Yudachi, you can't eat this. Suddenly, Ning Li's voice came from behind Yudachi. Wah, Commander, you scared me. Yudachi was still curiously examining her office, completely unaware that Ningle had already returned. Okay, keep an eye on this siren, and remember to send him food regularly. Ning Li left a few words of instruction and then returned to his command room. At this moment, Saratoga has taken on the role of Secretary Ship and is organizing recent data. The small figure was busy in the command room, carrying a stack of documents taller than himself. No one told me that Secretary Jian had to do so much work. I feel so tired. Saratoga wiped the fine sweat from his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of complaint. In his memory, the Secretary Ship's job was simply to accompany the commander and help manage the other ship girls. No one told him that he was responsible for organizing the port's data. Once you have a port, you need to report to your faction regularly. This includes resource production, reconnaissance of the sea area, and the elimination of the sirens. Ningle was too impatient and wiped out all the mass-produced siren ships within the entire area of iron filings in one go, which caused Saratoga's workload to increase dramatically. Commander, where did you go? Gaga worked so hard all by herself. Upon seeing Ningle return, Saratoga put down the documents in her hand and went to greet her. Yes, I've gone to interrogate that siren. Commander, you mustn't do anything strange to the sirens. Upon hearing Ningle's words, and recalling the thought of Ningle being alone with that girl, Saratoga's alarm bells rang loudly. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Ningle, he looked as if he were lecturing someone. Managing the personal affairs of the Secretary General is also one of his responsibilities. What are you thinking, Jijia? I've only been gone a few minutes. How could it be that fast? Ningle lightly flicked Saratoga's forehead, and the girl winced in pain, crouching down to cover her head in defense. Ouch, Commander, it hurts so much. Ning Li frowned as he looked at the pile of documents on his desk after arriving at his seat. How can there be so many? Ningle picked up a document at random. It was a battle report on the elimination of the sirens. The report was very detailed, specifying the model, level, location, and timing of the key to eliminating the sirens in mass production. I never expected the follow-up work to be so troublesome. It should be noted that Ningle destroyed hundreds of mass-produced siren ships in the past 2 days, which is why it has so many resources to modify ships and build port areas. Yes, Commander, you don't know that Gaga has been busy all day. Saratoga approached Ningle with a hint of resentment in her voice. Thank you for your hard work. Commander Jejia is here to help you. Ningle patted Saratoga's head with a touch of tenderness. It was indeed very difficult for a 1.3-meter tall girl to organize all of this. Commander, stop touching it. Jejia isn't a destroyer. Saratoga's face flushed slightly as she enjoyed Ninler's caresses. Despite trying hard to appear mature, Saratoga still can't escape the setting of an aircraft destroyer. Come on, let's do it together. Saratoga felt a sudden weightlessness, and when she came to her senses, she was already sitting in Ningle's lap. Come on, Jejia, let's cheer each other on. Saratoga's outfit is a bit too conservative. If Yudachi wore this business attire, Ningle would hardly be able to concentrate on his work. It looks like a lot, but as a college student in his previous life, organizing documents was naturally no problem for Ning Li. Finally done, I'm exhausted. After several hours of busy work, Saratoga sat in Ninler's arms. In fact, Saratoga didn't really help much. She just stared wide-eyed as her commander's hands flew across the keyboard. Documents that would normally take me a day or two to process, the commander finished in just a few hours. Saratoga just stared blankly, which caused her neck to ache terribly. Saratoga was still stretching his aching neck when a pair of strong hands landed on his thin shoulders. You've worked hard, Jejia. Commander, let me give you a massage. Commander, be gentle. After holding this position for several hours, Saratoga's shoulders were already sore. It hurt a little at first, but Ning's massage technique was quite good. Saratoga felt a tingling sensation in her neck, and the soreness gradually disappeared. At the same time, the soreness made Saratoga let out a comfortable groan. Chapter 139 Misunderstandings in the Office. The commander is really something. How could he teach Saratoga to be a secretary ship? She has never handled this kind of routine work before. Xiao Qicheng held a report in his hand, which had just been delivered by Z-23. It was an appointment document for Ning Lo. What's that sound? Upon arriving at the command room, Akaji was about to knock on the door when her hand froze in midair. Commander, be gentle. You're hurting Jaja. That's normal. It's always like this the first time. Just bear with it, and you'll feel better soon. Jejia, your body is so stiff. Upon hearing this conversation, the boy at the door revealed a very lewd smile. So this is what the commander likes. No wonder he made Saratoga his secretary ship. I never imagined it was for this reason. Little Akaji wanted to peek through the crack in the door to see what style the commander liked, so she peered into the office through the crack. Why isn't the door crack facing the commander? The commander is sitting in a chair, so where is Saratoga? Could she be hiding under the table? Little Akaji was almost lying on the ground, but he still couldn't find a suitable angle. What are you doing, little Akaji? A gentle voice came from behind Akaji. The person behind him made Akaji shudder and almost cry out. Little Akaji turned around and found that the person who came was Ron. At that moment, Ron, still wearing the nurse's uniform, did not return it. New clothes. When did the commander give them to Ron? Little Akaji asked in confusion, a hint of envy in his eyes. Commander, you're busy. Is there anything I can help you with? Little Qicheng immediately stood up and spoke with righteous indignation. Because she couldn't see anything and the sounds coming from the office were terrible, Akaji started to fantasize about what was happening inside. At this moment, Akaji's face was slightly flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Then I'll come back later. Ron didn't have anything urgent to do, and when he heard that Ningle was busy, he decided to leave. Ouch, Commander, that hurts. Just as Ron turned around, Saratoga let out a soft moan from the office behind him. Ron, who had just turned around, trembled slightly, then slowly turned back to look at Akaji, who was standing there with a tense expression. The commander is indeed busy, so I'll head back now. Little Akaji breathed a sigh of relief. She felt a strange attraction to this Ron. I feel like this rune is somewhat similar to me, but judging from her gentle appearance, she doesn't seem like the kind of ship girl who would monopolize the commander. It's just my imagination. This Ron is so gentle. She must be a gentle ship girl like her older sister. Little Akaji breathed a sigh of relief, just as Ron turned his head, out of little Akaji's sight. The commander is doing very comfortable things in the office and secretary's room. So the commander likes this. Does he like spending the day in the office with his secretary ship? A faint pink light emanated from Ron's eyes, and black mist rose from his head. Phew. Thank goodness Ron left quickly. No, I have to get the secretarial work done next week. The commander is in the office every day, and Akaji gets very excited just thinking about spending time alone with the commander every day. Couldn't this damn crack in the door be moved a little to the side? Little Akaji pressed her face against the door, shifting her view from side to side, trying to get a clearer look. The 9 foxtails behind him kept swaying, making him look like a ball of fur lying at the door of Ningle's office from a distance. Oh dear, what happened? Another gasp of surprise rang out. The sound was closer this time, and little Akaji quickly stood up, trying to cover the mouth of the person behind him. It's Z-23. Why didn't you leave? Little Akaji was only concerned with telling the other party not to disturb the commander, but she didn't expect that the other party was actually Ironblood's Z-23. Upon recognizing the other party as Akaji, he released his grip, but still pulled the other party to a location a little distance away from the commander's office. I'm here to retrieve the recent battle reports. Weren't all the sirens in the vicinity wiped out by Commander Ningle? I've come to take the battle reports and report them to the flagship. This is also Z-23's daily work. Ironblood's history key only has 5 digits, so each ship girl has multiple roles. That commander isn't here. Come back later. Little Akaji's eyes darted away, but she still managed to come up with a reason. Alright then, I'll have to trouble Ning Lu to have the commander send someone to Iron Blood. Z-23 had no doubts and planned to leave. Ah, that feels so good, Commander. Just as Z-23 was about to leave, Saratoga's soft moans came from the office. Of course, Saratoga. Would you like to try a different position? At that moment, Saratoga was sitting in Ningle's lap, while Ningle's hands were gently massaging Saratoga's shoulders. Saratoga's two responses gave off a very ambiguous and sticky feeling. Although the sound was very soft, Z-23 was a ship girl, and after noticing the situation, the faint sound naturally did not escape his ears. What is Commander Ningle doing in his office? Z-23's face turned red instantly. When Akatsuki asked him to buy a see-through nightgown, he was already wary of Commander Ningle. These transparent pajamas are very popular among Iron Blood commanders, but what they're used for is common knowledge. In addition, he made such a strange sound when he came to Ningle's office this time. Wait, is that Saratoga inside? You should know that in Z-23's memory, Saratoga was a lowly ship girl who was even shorter than herself. Even though it's an aircraft carrier, as long as the ship girls are willing, the commander and the ship girls' interactions won't interfere. But the Saratoga is a special kind of aircraft destroyer. It was something that resembled a destroyer even more than a destroyer. The military police, we must arrest the military police. Z-23's eyes had turned into mosquito coil-like eyes, and then he looked at Akaji's blushing face. This commander is too wicked. He even made the ship girls keep watch for him. Then, Commander Ningle, on behalf of the iron-blooded military police, I hereby formally arrest you. Z-23 pushed open the door to Ning Li's office, but the gaps between his fingers that didn't cover his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Behind Z-23, Akaji also poked his head in, curious about what his commander was doing with Saratoga. However, that terrible scenario did not occur. Why didn't you do anything? At this moment, Saratoga was sitting in Ninler's chair, while Ninler stood behind Saratoga, gently massaging his arms and shoulders. Saratoga is a little tired from being a secretary for the first time, so I'll give him a massage. Ning Lu was also confused, but when he saw Z-23's blushing face and Akaji's expectant gaze behind her, he immediately understood. Ahem, Commander Ningle, I apologize for my rudeness. Realizing that he had misunderstood, Z-23 quickly lowered his hands, bowed, and apologized to Ning Lu. It's nothing. Z-23, what brings you here? Chapter 140 Commanders Unite, Siren Arbitrators appear. Everything was ready, but when I came in, I saw a picture that was not suitable for children. But it turned out to be just a routine interaction between the ship girl and the commander. It seems I was overthinking it. I really should read fewer comics from the Sakura Empire. Z-23 mentally criticized this idea of his. Yes, Commander Ningle, I'm here to deliver your appointment documents and to collect the combat reports from this period. Seeing that Ning Lu had changed the subject, Z-23 stopped dwelling on it and went straight to the point. Oh, I was planning to send a ship girl to Sangvis Ferry, but I didn't expect you to come directly. The report is already in here. Ning Lu pointed to the several file folders piled up on the left. All done. So fast. It's important to know that Ningle destroyed hundreds of mass-produced sirens in one go. He certainly hadn't collected the data on these warships, but no one expected him to have compiled it so quickly. Yes, the commander is very capable. What would take Jaja several days to finish, the commander did in just a few hours. Seeing the incredulous look in Z-23's eyes, Saratoga felt a surge of pride. Envy me, this is my commander. Z-23 went to the table and looked at the contents of the file. Yes, it's very detailed. It even includes the weapon used to hit the sirens and the specific damage values. This wasn't because Ningle had an exceptional memory, but because Ningle's system contained logs about battles. What surprised Ningle the most was that this data could be directly imported into the electronic devices of this world. Ning Lu was speechless. The world had already invented computers and printers, but not portable communication devices like mobile phones. They still use traditional radio for communication. Okay, Commander Ningle, I'll take these documents back with me. By the way, Commander Ningle has recently encountered an arbitrator. Bismarck would like you to come over and discuss how to deal with the arbitrator. Z-23 looked serious, which is why he made a special trip. An arbitrator is an extremely terrifying force for any faction. During the Royal Navy's reign, a mere clone of Daiburlu nearly wiped out the entire Royal Navy fleet. If it weren't for Ningle's appearance, the Royal Navy would have ended up like Sardinia. At yesterday's high-level commanders meeting, the Ironblood governor also mentioned something similar, but he told all the commanders to cooperate and to report the arbitrator's presence immediately upon discovery. However, the Ironblood governor did not mention how headquarters would handle the situation should the arbitrators attack Ironblood. Yes, eliminating the sirens is a commander's duty. If Bismarck needs my help, he can come to me anytime. Ningle is not one of those foolish, iron-willed commanders. Why not raise your Shipgirl's affection level and try to get historical ships? What's more, this is Ironblood, and Ironblood has no shortage of great thunder Shipgirls. Cough cough, Shipgirls with powerful stats. How could Ningle possibly abandon such a good ally? I bid farewell to Ningle with the documents in hand. However, before leaving, Z-23 turned around and noticed Saratoga straightening his shirt, his eyes looking somewhat evasive. Could it be that Commander Ningle and Saratoga really did something happen in the office? I like see-through pajamas, office play, and business attire. These should all be written into Ningle's file. While everyone was still worried about the arbitrator, no one knew that Ningle had captured a high-ranking siren official alive. On the sea, Lavos was idly piloting his ship, searching for Ningle's whereabouts. As a clone of Lavos, the clones are inherently not very intelligent and can only repeat simple commands. The observer simply gave Lavos a radar signal, and Lavos simply kept the radar on as he searched the sea. They casually sank any Shipgirls they encountered, and even summoned a large number of mass-produced sirens. Fortunately, Lavos is currently 3,000 kilometers away from Ningle's port area, which is outside the detection range of Ningle's radar. Otherwise, Ning Lu would have rid the people of this scourge. Can the observer hear that this is Lavos 1? Lavos has called the observer more than once, and has been unable to reach the observer since yesterday afternoon. There was nothing he could do. Lavos was merely a clone created by the observer. All he could do now was carry out the observer's final orders and locate Ningle based on radar signals. The arbitrator's orders were solely for battle, so he began relentlessly summoning sirens. At this point, the number of mass-produced sirens around Lavos had reached over 1,000. From a distance, it has already formed a dark, dense swarm of sirens. Governor, we really can't hold on any longer. Several of the ordinary commanders on the outskirts have already lost their ports to the sirens. The governor's secretary ship was holding a report and reporting to the governor. Never mind how well those useless troops are assembling. The governor leaned back in his office chair, gazing at the scenery outside the window. The annihilated commanders did not stir any emotion in him. We have now gathered 700 high-level Shipgirls, all above level 50, but... The secretary paused upon seeing this, and the governor gestured for him to continue. It's just that we don't have a single historical ship joining our forces yet, I'm afraid. To increase our recruitment leverage, we need at least 10 historical ships to fight against such an enemy. The governor frowned slightly, suddenly remembering a commander. Was the commander named Ning Lu invited to the last high-level meeting? There is no governor yet. He is too inexperienced and has only been assigned to the port area for less than a month. The secretary's ship's tone carried a hint of doubt. She hadn't expected her governor to care about a newly promoted port commander. Go and contact him. He has a very powerful historical ship. If we can get it, it will greatly enhance our combat strength. Chapter 141 Seeking Help. What should we do? The siren tide has begun to form, and this time it's larger than ever before. Tirpitz's expression was solemn. At this moment, all 5 historical Shipgirls from Ironblood had gathered in the conference room. Can't we rely on those commanders as we used to? Z-23, clinging to a sliver of hope, asked Tirpitz. This time is different. In the past, the siren tide consisted of only a few hundred mass-produced siren ships, but this time there are over 1,000. Moreover, the price offered by the governor is too high, and we simply cannot afford it. Tirpitz threw out a report. The report clearly states that killing a mass-produced siren ship requires a payment of 3,000 resources. The siren flagship has 10,000 supplies. The siren arbitrator provides a quote based on actual consumption. Why is it so high? Usually it's only a few hundred supplies. Why is it so high this time? Z-23 hesitated, then looked at Bismarck. Bismarck sat there calmly from the very beginning, but the doubt and confusion in his eyes betrayed him. There's nothing we can do. There are just too many sirens this time, and the mass production of siren ships isn't like it used to be. Tirpitz then produced another picture. Normal mass-produced sirens' keys are entirely black with red patterns, but this time the mass-produced siren's key is different. It's also entirely black, but the patterns are purple. These mass-produced siren ships are what we call advanced mass-produced siren ships. Their combat power is more than 5 times that of ordinary red mass-produced siren ships, and their combat power is almost on par with that of the sirens. Moreover, this siren tide has also seen the emergence of arbitrators. According to warnings from the royal court, The Siren Arbitrators possess the power to easily overthrow an entire faction. 5 times? Z-23 exclaimed in surprise. There's no other way. With Ironblood's current strength, if we don't cooperate with the human commander, we can only run away. Tirpitz's explanation revealed a sense of powerlessness. All eyes were on Bismarck, the flagship of the Ironbloods, and everyone was waiting for him to make his final decision. Do we have any other choice? So many sisters have given their lives for the Ironblood faction. How can we abandon them so easily? Tell headquarters that we can bear any cost. Each faction's headquarters is a massive resource production base. Factions like Ironblood, with their vast territories, have hundreds of resource extraction wells on the island alone. Every year, the output of materials amounts to tens of millions. However, in the world of Granblue Fantasy, each faction has such a rule. The headquarters of the faction must belong to the Shipgirls, and the resources produced there shall also be under the control of the Shipgirls. This is why Sangvis Ferry was able to gather so many human commanders. Compared to commanders of other factions, Ironblood gives his own faction's commanders more than 3 times the annual allowance. This attracted a large number of human commanders to the Sangvis Ferry, allowing the previously weakened Sangvis Ferry faction to regain its strength. However, compared to the Ironblood's former combat power, which consisted of a large number of historical ships, the Ironblood's main combat power is now entirely composed of humans. These humans are truly insatiable. Prince Eugen usually does not speak at meetings. But this time, those human commanders really angered him. There's nothing we can do. It's a problem with our own capabilities. Tirpitz restrained the irritable Eugen. Over the years, they had been searching for a solution, but had never found a way out. Without these human commanders, the Predator faction will be in a power vacuum. At that point, they won't be able to deal with the Sirens, let alone eliminate them at sea. They won't even be able to deal with the Sirens near Predator headquarters. Wait, don't we still have that commander? Z-23 seemed to remember something and ran out of the conference room. A few minutes later, Z-23 returned with a stack of documents. He destroyed over 100 mass-produced Sirens in one night, and he also has a high level of affection for Shipgirls, so he doesn't use them as weapons. Z-23 laid the documents out on the table and began explaining. If we ask him for help, he will definitely agree. All eyes were drawn to that handsome, yet slightly immature face. Ningle, a graduate of the Royal Naval College, he is now a commander of the Ironblood Army. Currently, records show that 215 mass-produced Siren ships have been destroyed. Port area location. It features 8 Shipgirls, all of which are historical warships. It is extremely friendly to Shipgirls, and the Shipgirls in the port can get along well with the commander. Special hobbies. After reviewing Ning Li's information, everyone's eyes lit up. This is what Z-23 has collected in the past few days. Bismarck recently instructed Z-23 to improve her relationship with Ningle if she could win him over to the Ironblood Shipgirls side. But when everyone saw the Special Enthusiasts section, their expressions changed. This section is very detailed, even compiled into several pages on its own. Is this commander really alright, Z-23? Shouldn't someone like him be locked up in the military police? Yeah, liking lowly-type Shipgirls. What's the difference between that and those commanders who would target destroyers? The military police arrested the commanders who targeted the destroyers because these commanders took advantage of the destroyers' immaturity and susceptibility to being manipulated by their commanders, leading them to do strange things. However, this rule does not apply to large ships. For example, aircraft carrier and battleship Shipgirls are relatively mature in their thinking. It's different. This commander has no ideas about his destroyers. He just likes to dress the Shipgirls in weird clothes. At this point, Z-23 couldn't help but blush. He remembered the Shipgirl in Ningle asking him to buy those pajamas and the strange clothes he had changed for the Shipgirl in Ningleport. Yes, Ningle is indeed our solution, and Z-23, you have also investigated that Ningle has the ability to defeat the Siren Arbiter on his own. Everyone turned their gaze toward Bismarck. The meaning of this statement is clear. Ningle is also a good choice for them. Why don't we go talk to Commander Ningle? If he can help us fight the Sirens, then we can refuse the human commander's offer. Bismarck and the others didn't ask for much. They just wanted Ningle to agree to protect the Ironblood headquarters. As for the other commanders' bases, they couldn't be happier that the Sirens would wipe out all those parasite commanders. Okay, let's go. It's still early. Let's go to Ninglina. Chapter 142, Establishing a Hot Spring. Commander, how about we build a hot spring? I want to soak in a hot spring. Little Cheeching kept shaking Ning Li's arm. A few tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. Commander, please grant Akaji's request. She wants to soak in a hot spring too. Nagato remained expressionless, but the longing revealed in his large golden eyes was simply irresistible. For some reason, the two little foxes grabbed Ningle's arms on either side of him as soon as Ningle finished dealing with the commander's work, demanding that Ningle build a hot spring. Are the Sakura Empire's shipgirls really that obsessed with hot springs? If it were just Xiao Qicheng coming to find him, Ninglu would only assume that Xiao Qicheng was lusting after his body. But Nagato, who is usually very well behaved, has come to ask me for help this time, which is very unusual. Commander, it's time to build a hot spring in the port area. Everyone has not had a proper bath in weeks. Ningle then realized that since leaving the royal family, the group hadn't had a proper cleaning. Although the shipgirls are not real girls, they don't sweat and don't have much of a smell, they always feel dirty and uncomfortable. Build a large bathroom, the kind with a hot spring. Build the shipgirl bathroom, Sakura Empire style. This building is a scene-based structure. After entering the building, the shipgirls can change into special skins. 100,000 resources are required. Construction confirmed. To be honest, Ningla hasn't been to a hot spring in a long time. Back in the Sakura Empire, Ningla stayed at a hot spring inn, where he could go to soak in the hot spring every night. Ningla has always missed that warm, cozy feeling. Now that I have my own port area, it's great to enjoy a hot spring after a long day of work. At the foot of that mountain in Ningle port area, more than 20 large wooden crates appeared out of nowhere, and chattering sounds came from some of them. 3 hours later, as the chicks opened the wooden crate and began moving the supplies inside, the process was completed. Wow, Commander, this hot spring has a very Sakura Empire vibe to it. The hot spring bathhouse is built in the style of a hot spring hotel, with several private rooms and a large hot spring pool. The hot springs here are also illogical. The water is clearly flowing, yet Ningle clearly remembers his port appearing out of thin air. The island doesn't actually have any hot spring sources. The construction was quite a commotion, and soon the other ship girls arrived as well. It's a hot spring. I've never experienced what a hot spring feels like before. The first to arrive was Little Formidable. As a native Royal Navy ship girl, she had never experienced the Sakura Empire's hot springs before, but she had heard from some sources that these hot springs were very comfortable and could relieve fatigue. What's a hot spring, Commander? Ron asked, puzzled. He has no memory of hot springs. This is called a hot spring. After a battle, or when you're tired from work, you can come here to soak in the hot spring and relax. As for the others, they were either people who had been to Sakura Empire with Ningle, or they were ship girls from Sakura Empire. Ninglu pulled Xiao Kuei along and went inside first. These past few days, Akagi and Ron have been keeping a close eye on me, and I haven't had a chance to be alone with Koki. Last time I managed to exchange for the attributes of the Big Sister and the Holy Grail, but I haven't found a chance to equip them on Little Fearless. This is a great opportunity. Even if we can't eat here, we can at least see it. This is a hot spring. Little Kiki has entered the hot spring area. Should we change its skin? As soon as I entered Wenquan Ningle, I received a system notification. Hot springs. Skin. Ningle immediately thought of the extremely popular hot spring skin in the game from his previous life. Wait a minute. There's nothing interesting to see with Little Kuei right now. When the attributes of the older sister and the Holy Grail are transferred to the Formidable, the Little Formidable is enveloped in white light. 1 second later. Commander, my body has actually recovered. Kuei stared blankly at her recovered small hands and the breasts on her chest. Of course, the commander won't let you be a small boat forever. Ningle really likes older sisters and big ships, but the system forces him to do so. Otherwise, he would definitely have turned all his ship girls into older sisters. Who are you? Just as Kuei was examining his own body, a cold voice came from behind him. Ron had already unfurled his massive dragon ship cannons, aiming them directly at the fearsome creature that had just transformed back into its original form. Don't worry, Ron, this is Little Terror. He just turned back into his original form, so you haven't seen him before. Ningle quickly stepped in front of Kuei. The rune's naval guns were quite terrifying. After being converted into an Egyptian hull, the caliber of the guns reached 305 millimeters. Coupled with his terrifying 5-star level, this one shot would likely send him straight back to the furnace. After Ningle explained, Ron put away his ship equipment, but his gaze toward Kuei was even more hostile. This size is definitely larger than mine, and this dress is too. Ron's gaze was fixed on the ribbon on Formidable's chest. It has to be said that this outfit looks good on everyone, especially ship girls like Rune Amagi, who have the Thunder attribute. However, Ron was certain that with his own physique, wearing this outfit would not have the same effect. Could it be something beyond the Great Thunder? How terrifying. Does Ron change his skin when he enters the hot spring area? At the same time, Ningle heard a notification from Ron about changing his skin. The other Shipgirls also came in, and Ningle heard the prompts in her ears. System, confirm skin change. Just after Ningle gave the order, the Shipgirls suddenly discovered that their clothes were emitting a faint white light, and were then replaced by a bath towel. System, is that all? Ningle thought it would be some kind of explosive skin crack, but he didn't expect it to be just this little change. However, the system did not respond, which clearly indicated that being wrapped in a bath towel was the right way to care for one's skin in a hot spring. Everyone, stop standing there and come in for a feel for it. The Shipgirls were curious about the change in their clothes, but they soon realized that it was just that their clothes had been changed into a bath towel, and there were no other changes. Great, we can soak in the hot spring now. Little Akagi pulled Nagato along and went inside first. For some reason, Akagi and Nagato's relationship has been getting better and better these past few days. After that, the others also entered the hot spring one after another. Yeah, I've been really tired lately. I'll go in and have a soak. But when Ninglu tried to enter the hot spring, he suddenly froze. System, explain to me why there's only one pool available in this hot spring. Normally, hot spring hotels in Koningal have separate baths for men and women, but this hot spring in the Koningal port area only has one hot spring pool. Activate scene/story. The system did not reply to Ninglu, but instead displayed a notification. What's going on? Ninglu curiously touched it with his hand, but the next second. Commander, what are you doing here? Chapter 143 Terrible, but not bad enough. Ninglu felt a sudden dizziness as he was enveloped in scalding hot water. Just as I was about to get up, I felt as if I had grasped something soft in my hand. This touch feels familiar. Ninglu adjusted his body position and popped his head out of the water. Only then did he see it. TCH, it was just a tail all along. Ninglu looked disappointed. He had expected a scene as delightful as those in anime. Little did he know that he had only caught Tianqing by the tail. It's the commander. When did he come in? Ron pointed to Ning Luxiang, who was lying in the water, and the girls quieted down when they heard that it was their commander. Great, it's the commander. Commander, would you like to shower with Yudachi? Upon seeing that it was her commander, Yudachi immediately pounced into Ningle's arms. I didn't expect the commander to like this environment. It's nice that everyone is happy together. Little Akagi revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes conveying a knowing look. Ahem, don't misunderstand. It was just an operational error. Ninglu put Yudachi down from his arms, but he had to admit that although Yudachi was a C rank, her feel was definitely no less than that of delay. Ninglu just stood up, intending to leave the bathroom. The story is about to begin. Commander, please prepare. The next second, Ningle felt a chill behind him. What should have been a warm hot spring gave Ningle a creepy feeling. Commander, where do you want to go? Just as Ninglu stood up, he felt a charming voice behind him, and a soft body pressed against his back. This size is Tianqing. Wait, Amaji wouldn't speak in that tone. Ninglu was still wondering when Tianqing rested his head on Ning Li's shoulder, his breath coming out in warm air. Commander. Tianqing had always given Ningle the impression of a gentle older sister. Even in private, she's the kind of girl who gets shy easily. Could it be that Tianqing was infected by Xiaoqiqing? Ninglu sensed something was wrong and forcefully turned around, pushing Tianqing away. Only then did Ningle realize that the group of Shipgirls, who had seemed perfectly normal before, now had hearts in their eyes. Even Nagato, who is usually the most adorable, had a terrible expression on his face at this moment. Hey, system, explain this to me. What's going on? This is the scene-based commander. The commander can only automatically leave the scene after completing the scene-based interactions with the Shipgirls. Then, Amaji's favorability has reached 100 and cannot be increased further. Please make an oath. If Akaji's affection level reaches 100 and cannot be increased, please make an oath. Saratoga's affection level has reached 100 and cannot be increased further. Please make an oath. The formidable favorability level has reached 100 and cannot be increased further. Please make an oath. Nagato's favorability rating has increased to 85. War Weariness's favorability rating increases to 90, triggering a personal favorability quest. Yudachi's affection level has increased to 90, triggering a personal affection level quest. Ron's favorability rating has increased to 70, and his second personality has awakened to 50. And so it was afternoon. The system story missions are quite good. Ningla felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. It's a pity that little Akagi is still in the small boat state, and he's missing 2 more Rubik's Cubes. Once all his attributes are exchanged, he'll be perfect. After the story mission ended, the Shipgirls all regained consciousness. The group is currently sitting in the rest area of the hot spring. The Shipgirls changed into comfortable yukatas, which gave Ningle another visual treat. At that moment, Ningle was using a hairdryer to dry Tianqing's tail. What just happened, Commander? At this moment, Tianqing's face flushed slightly as he asked Ninglo. This is a way to enhance the relationship between the commander and the Shipgirls. Ninglu wore a smile on his face, but he was overjoyed inside. The so-called scene storyline is the interaction between the Shipgirls and the commander to increase their affection level. However, Ningle has not yet made an oath. If she had, it would have strengthened the Shipgirl. This brings us to the fact that even obtaining the oath gift box from scattered items is difficult. Ningle also tried to buy oath gift boxes from the store, but the system kept saying that these oath gift boxes could not be used to swear oaths to Ningle's Shipgirls. Therefore, Ningle can only make an oath after unlocking the master shop. After completing the main mission for Ironblood, I still need to go back to Sakura Empire. You cunning boss lady, come into my bowl. Just as Ningle and his Shipgirls were enjoying a pleasant afternoon, Commander Ningle didn't disturb your rest, did he? Bismarck and his crew arrived at Ningle's port, but did not find Ningle or his Shipgirls. With no other option, they had to start searching throughout the port area. They eventually discovered that the sound was coming from this hot spring, which had a distinctly cherry blossom theme. So Bismarck and his men came in. Thank goodness the story ended quickly. Ning Li's behavior would be nothing unusual for other commanders. After all, which commander hasn't had friendly interactions with their Shipgirls? Among the Shipgirls in Kinningle, there are small boats. I'm not referring to destroyers, but rather lowly-like Shipgirls like Saratoga and Nagato. This kind of thing will definitely get you locked up by the military police, and it's 5 people at once. It's the flagship. Let's go to the office and talk. Ning Lu changed his clothes and came to the office, where everyone else had also arrived. I never imagined that Commander Ningle's port area would be built to such an extent in just a few days. Bismarck's journey wasn't exactly breathtaking, but the port of Ningle was certainly very appealing to him. Compared to the other commanders' ports, with their palace-like buildings and the simple dormitories where the Shipgirls lived, Ningle was like paradise. The commanders in this world mostly arrange standard dormitories for the Shipgirls, which are 4 people per room and are all very simple. Only Shipgirls who have made their own oaths can live with the commander. But Ningle is different. Not only were dormitories built for the Shipgirls, but also a hospital and a military police station. There are really not many people like Commander Ningle who understand how to build a port area. This was not a compliment, but a heartfelt praise from Bismarck. He increasingly felt that his decision was right, and the evidence before him proved that the commander was definitely different from other human commanders. But he never imagined that just an hour before he arrived on the island, Ningle was still interacting with the Shipgirls in the storyline. This is nothing. The port is where Shipgirls and commanders will live for the rest of their lives. How can it be built haphazardly? The two exchanged a few compliments. Commander Ningle, I've heard that you've made significant contributions and even managed to defeat the Siren Arbiter on your own. Bismarck's expression turned serious, no longer as casual as before. The iron-blooded Siren tide has also formed, and its scale is even larger than that of the royal family. Bismarck grew increasingly uneasy, unsure whether the commander before him would help them. Therefore, I hope Commander Ningle can step in and help us resolve this Siren crisis. Chapter 144 Request. Bismarck's beautiful golden eyes revealed anticipation. He desperately wanted Ningle to agree, but he also knew why Ningle wouldn't. With the abilities of a single commander, one must contend against thousands of mass-produced sirens and a single siren arbitrator. Any other commander would have thought Bismarck had gone mad. Ningle knew how terrifying it would be for a faction without a large number of historical ships to have all the power in the hands of the commander. The faction's flagship possesses a large amount of resources, but lacks the corresponding strength to protect them. Then it wouldn't be surprising if these human commanders did anything to their faction's flagship. Clearly, this is exactly what Bismarck was like. Ironblood's headquarters has a large number of resource mining wells. The daily output of supplies there would be an astronomical figure for any commander. Ningle also found it hard to imagine why these commanders didn't unite to completely sideline Bismarck. Perhaps they are considering the opinions of other factions. Once other factions learn that the Ironblood faction has undermined the status of the historical ships, it will definitely attract attacks from other factions. Previously, when Bismarck and Ningle discussed these matters, they would at least outwardly present the appearance of the flagship. But this time was different. It was clear that Bismarck was making a request of himself. Looking at Bismarck's pitiful eyes, Ningle had no reason to refuse. Bismarck's favorability reaches 90, triggering a favorability quest to save the Ironbloods. The iron-blooded pride Bismarck has become my Shipgirl just like that? Ningle was somewhat incredulous, But then he realized that he was the last hope of the Iron Bloods. He could tell from Bismarck's expectant eyes how disappointed Bismarck would be if he refused. Moreover, several thousand mass-produced siren ships were not a major threat to Ningle. Not to mention the arbitrators, even the observers of the experimental facility were locked up by themselves. Tirpitz and Prince Eugen remained silent throughout, hoping that Ningle would agree. As one of the few historical ships in Iron Blood, they witnessed the entire process of Iron Blood's rise and fall. Agree to it, Commander Ningle. If you don't take action, Iron Blood is doomed. Z-23 kept praying in his heart. Ningle had already agreed in his heart, but he just gave his consent so easily. Seeing that Ningle was still hesitating, Bismarck's heart was also pounding. Shouldn't we show some sincerity? Bismarck's mind raced, but he couldn't think of anything that Ningle would be interested in. Oh, by the way, Ningle is very interested in small boats, isn't he? Thinking of this, Bismarck suddenly understood and turned her gaze to Z-23 beside her. Ahem, Commander Ningle, you don't need to agree so quickly. Z-23 will stay in your port area to assist you for the time being. If you agree, have Z-23 come back and tell us. Upon hearing Bismarck mention his Z-23, he was initially startled, but after understanding what Bismarck said, he quickly refused. Bismarck, I still have a lot of work to do. I'll stay here. I will delegate your work to someone else. Your most important task now is to assist Commander Ningle. If Commander Ningle agrees, report the news to me immediately. Before Z-23 could finish speaking, Bismarck interrupted him. Commander Ningle has a lot on his plate, so we won't bother you any longer. Before leaving, Bismarck called Z-23 to a secluded spot. Bismarck, what do you mean? Why are you leaving me here in Ningle? Z-23 was unaware that he had been sold out by Bismarck and still thought that he had been given some important task. Z-23, the future of Iron Blood is in your hands. As long as you can become Ningle's Shipgirl, Ningle will definitely not stand idly by if Iron Blood headquarters is attacked. Given his love for small ships, he will definitely not refuse you. Bismarck spoke with a serious expression, but Z-23's face grew redder and redder as he listened. Bismarck, what do you mean by this? Am I just a tool for exchanging benefits between factions? Z-23's tone carried a hint of anger, but Bismarck could tell that Z-23 also had a good impression of Ningle. On the Ningle system panel, Z-23's affinity level has already reached 40. With a little more effort, a contract can be formed. Tirpitz and Bismarck have a favorability rating of over 80. If it weren't for the limitations of the Ningle system, he would have already extended invitations to Bismarck and Turbis to form a pact. Z-23, we won't leave you alone. Once we've dealt with this Iron Blood crisis, my sister and I will join Ningle's port. What? Z-23 was completely stunned. Those words were like a bolt from the blue. The flagship and its sister are both going to join Ningle's port area, so counting my own Iron Blood, only Prince Eugen and U-556 are left. Doesn't that mean that Iron Blood's port headquarters has become Ningle's port? Z-23 blushed even more as he thought about these things. Bismarck, how could you do this? You're willing to give up the entire Iron Blood headquarters for the commander you like. Z-23's eyes had turned into mosquito coils. He couldn't believe that Bismarck was such a ship girl. Cough cough, what's the big deal? It's great to become Ningle's Shipgirls. Commander Ningle is so outstanding, so gentle to Shipgirls, and so powerful. Commander Ningle's port area will definitely have more historical ships than these in the future. So Z-23, if you join earlier, you can also become a veteran. Bismarck couldn't even imagine what would happen if the other Iron Blood Shipgirls found out about her. Would they think she was a lovesick fool? There was a strange feeling about Ningle, an inexplicable urge to get close to him. Moreover, when Bismarck saw that Ningle could modify Shipgirls, her feelings for Ningle became uncontrollable. That's a commander who can create giant dragons, and he's so gentle with Shipgirls. My little sister must really want the dragon ship armor too, so I'll understand why I'm doing this. After learning of Bismarck's plans, Z-23 was no longer so casual in front of Ningle. Instead, he became reserved. Commander Ningle, is there any work I can do? Ningle was puzzled. He didn't know what Bismarck and Z-23 had talked about, but something seemed off after Z-23 returned. Z-23, who should have been confident and meticulous in her work, stood there shyly, not even daring to look at herself. Could Bismarck have caught Akaji's strange idea and be telling Z-23 some weird things? Ningle began to speculate wildly. He had a feeling that the Shipgirls in the port area had been acting strangely lately. Yes, indeed, Z-23, I do have some things I need you to do. Ningle went to the office door, closed it, and returned to his chair. In his past life, Ningle liked to close the door when he was alone in his room. On the one hand, he prefers quiet, and on the other hand, he doesn't want to be disturbed by outsiders. But this casual action took on a different meaning in Z-23's eyes. Why did Commander Ningle close the door? Could it be that all the information he collected was true? Does he really have a special fondness for small boats? Should I cooperate in a moment, or should I firmly refuse? Oh my god, I'm not even his ship girl. How dare he attack me? Puffs of steam rose from Z-23's head, and its eyes scanned the floor as if searching for something. Z-23, come here. Ning Lu returned to his desk and began to speak. Is it coming? Chapter 145, a virus called Akaji. Z-23, are you not used to it? Seeing that there seemed to be no reaction from Z-23 when he called it over, Ning Lu asked. No, nothing, Commander Ningle. I was just thinking about something. Z-23 composed himself and approached Ningle. Are they going to make a move? Should I refuse or put up a fight? Ningle didn't make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he unfolded a map on the table and began discussing with Z-23 the issue of eliminating the Siren Tide. Z-23's attention was not on the map at all, but on Ningle's profile. Indeed, Commander Ningle has a kind of charm that is very attractive to Shipgirls. Z-23 stared at Ningle's profile until Ningle noticed that Z-23's attention was not on the map and then spoke up to remind him. Z-23, did you hear the plan I just mentioned? I'm sorry, Commander Ningle, please say it again. Z-23 then realized that he had been completely engrossed in watching it. Okay, let me repeat it again, listen carefully. This is the headquarters of the Iron Blood. Bismarck's message to me is that the Siren Tide has already formed 1,500 kilometers to the north. Ningle marked the two locations on the map with a red pencil. The ports closest to the Sirens should have already fallen, based on the Sirens' spread rate. When Z-23 came to his senses, he realized that what Ningle had said was completely beyond his comprehension. Ningle could even estimate the time it would take for the scattered horde to reach the Iron Blood headquarters and the time it would take for other commanders to resist the Sirens by using ocean currents. Based on this calculation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Sirens will reach within 100 kilometers of the Iron Blood headquarters in 72 hours. This is the final engagement distance. Once they are below this distance, the Sirens' weapons will attack the Iron Blood headquarters. Z-23 could only stand silently to the side, noting down all the data, unable to get a word in edgewise. As Iron Blood Shipgirls, they possess the most extensive knowledge of naval warfare among all factions. Compared to human commanders who only know how to salvage ships and act as caretakers for Shipgirls, Iron Blood Shipgirls are definitely strategists. Z-23 was certain that his naval combat experience was not as rich as Ningle's, and even less than Ningle's 1 to 10. Iron Blood could only roughly estimate the direction of the Sirens' attack and the approximate time of the battle, but not as precise as Ningle, who could calculate down to the hour. Report this information to Bismarck and give him my next battle plan. Ning Lu is still struggling with how to complete the Iron Blood main quest and revive the glory of Iron Blood. The system task simply states that you need to build a 5-star Iron Blood Shipgirl, and Rune perfectly meets that requirement. Kinningle did not receive news of the mission's completion. So, literally speaking, the mission to restore Iron Blood's glory should be to restore Iron Blood to its former strength. Well, it's unlikely that we can restore our strength, but if we bring Bismarck to our own port and absorb Iron Blood, wouldn't that be a way to revive Iron Blood's glory? Thinking of this, Ning Lu felt a surge of joy. Finally, there was some progress on the main storyline of Iron Blood. Z-23 is gone, and the infatuation I had earlier with Ningle has now turned into work mode. He was deeply attracted by Ningle's professionalism and understanding of war. Although Shipgirls have the appearance of young girls, they are not interested in talking to you about beautiful clothes and exquisite jewelry. You can talk to them about tactics and weaponry, and these girls can chat with you all day long. My plan is, Ning Lu kept drawing on the map with red and blue pencils, even recording the attack methods and the end time of the attacks in detail. Z-23 became increasingly engrossed in the audio, and in order to see the map better, it even leaned its entire body against Ningle. Finally, I will lead the fleet in a final battle against the Sirens' arbitrators. The entire explanation of the battle left Z-23 feeling incredibly excited. Commander Ningle, you are truly a genius. Z-23 admires him from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Z-23 was looking up at Ningle with a longing and yearning look in its eyes. Ning Lu also lowered his head, and their eyes met. Z-23 then realized that he and Ning Lu seemed to be getting a little too close. Z-23's face turned bright red instantly, and Ning Lu noticed it too. Z-23's favorability has increased to 60. Ningle's face slowly approached, and Z-23 seemed to sense what was about to happen. Z-23 never imagined that she would have such strong feelings for a human commander. Is it going to happen like that? But I don't have a contract yet. Z-23 closed his eyes slightly and turned his face toward Ning Lo. Hey, Z-23, did you write down my battle plan? Ning Lo had been sitting for a long time and his body was a little numb, so he got up slightly and moved his numb body. But to his surprise, Z-23 blushed and closed her eyes slightly, as if she were waiting for him. Could it be that Akagi really has a virus that can be transmitted to other Shipgirls? It's one thing for Bismarck to pursue herself, but Z-23 is the same way. Ning Li's words suddenly pulled Z-23 out of his reverie. I've written it all down, Commander Ningle. Z-23 wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. After tidying his clothes and quickly organizing his notes, he left Ning Li's office. Could it be that all the Shipgirls in this world develop feelings for the commander? Ning Lu was speechless. He felt that his life was becoming increasingly dangerous. On the Sakura Empire side, there's also Taiho, and judging from the performances of Z-23 and Bismarck, there are more than just those 4 Shipgirls who are obsessed with the commander. Forget it, I wasn't planning on taking advantage of everyone I met anyway. I'll just leave it to fate. According to Ningle's plan, it had less than 10 hours to prepare for battle. We still have 750,000 supplies and 90,000 experience points. Ningle must seize the time to build its own port area. Chapter 146 Ultimate Weapon. The advent of the Tsar Bomba made Ningle increasingly fascinated by this powerful aerial bomb. A 100,000-ton TNT equivalent can overturn a port area. So could 1 million tons be enough to solve this siren tide? So Ningle started searching in the system store. A fusion warhead that releases enormous energy through a chain reaction. The explosion has a diameter of 120 kilometers and causes 30,000 damage. It costs 500,000 in resources. This is the cheapest nuclear weapon sold in the system. It has a large coverage area, but insufficient damage. It will also produce a huge mushroom cloud and will not leave any residual radiation. The problem is that this fusion warhead only has a power of 30,000, which can only be used to wipe out mass-produced sirens. However, this damage is sufficient. Without any hesitation, Ningle exchanged for the fusion warhead and replaced the warhead of the Tsar Bomba. The Tsar Bomba with a fusion warhead has a larger blast radius, but less power, which is exactly what Ningle needs right now. It needs the ability to clear out large numbers of grunts. If relying solely on 160 bombers carrying jet dam bombs for bombing, they can only carry 85 bombs at a time. It would be almost impossible to clear out thousands of mass-produced siren ships with just 160. Simply increasing the number of bombers cannot solve the problem of so many mass-produced sirens. Therefore, Ningle could only choose weapons with a larger coverage area. There are indeed a few T0 level weapons in the system that are suitable for large-scale combat, but their exchange prices are all exorbitant. After searching for a long time, Ningle finally found that only this fusion warhead was suitable. Next, we just need to wait for the sirens to gather together. On the other side, Z-23 held the combat report in his hand, his face full of excitement. Great, Ironblood is saved. He only had time to say goodbye to Ning Lu before unfolding his ship equipment and returning to the Ironblood camp. Back at Ironblood Harbor, Z-23 stowed its ship equipment and headed towards the headquarters building. Z-23, why are you back? As soon as Z-23 stepped onto the port, he encountered a dejected-looking U-556. When they came to Ningle, U-556 did not come with them, but chose to stay at the Ironblood headquarters to guard the place. He felt a pang of disappointment when he learned that Z-23 had been left behind in Ningle Port. I never expected that resolving the Ironblood crisis would require sacrificing Z-23. That commander named Ningle is indeed a Lilicon. When U-556 returned, he asked Bismarck where Z-23 had gone, but Bismarck's answer was vague, only saying that Z-23 had stayed in Nimler to help with some things. Considering Ning Li's formidable strength and the fact that his Shipgirls were all small boats, this made U-556 wonder. Could it be that Bismarck and Ningle reached some shady deal? Nimler helped Ironblood resolve the Sirens crisis, and the exchange was Z-23. U-556 immediately pictured Z-23 looking humiliated, hiding in a corner of Ningle's office, while the commander named Ningle approached Z-23 with a lewd expression. Wah, Bismarck, you can't do this. How can you trade Z-23's freedom for something else? U-556 grew increasingly angry, so he went to the port to clear his head. Why can't I come back? The mission is complete. Of course I have to come back. Z-23 looked at U-556 with a puzzled expression. Wah, that's great. Z-23. That Ningle didn't do anything weird to you, did he? You know, that kind of thing. U-556 sniffed around on Z-23, as if searching for something. What are you doing? U-556, nothing happened between us. The thought of how he had closed his eyes and imagined Ning Le kissing him made his face turn red again. Wah, as expected, that Ning Le definitely did something to you. U-556, who had stopped crying, started crying again. Hey, it's not what you think. Ningle didn't do anything to me. This port is full of nameless shipgirls. If they find out, Z-23 might as well quit Ironblood. Oh, it's Z-23. You're back so soon. A playful voice rang out. Wah, Eugen, Z-23 she. U-556 hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. He just went to Ningle to discuss combat missions. It wasn't what you think. Eugen explained seriously. Come with me. Bismarck is waiting for you. Eugen then left with Z-23. How are things? How's your relationship with Ning Le? After Eugen took Z-23 out of U-556 sight, her expression immediately changed. What could it be? We just discussed the battle plan. When Eugen brought up the matter between himself and Ningle again, Z-23's face turned red again. Oh, really? Eugen is not a child like U-556. In the entire Ironblood Eugen, she is one of the shipgirls who knows the most. He could tell that Z-23 blushed when he mentioned Ningle. Something must have happened. However, he did not point it out, but instead brought Z-23 to Bismarck's office. Bismarck, this is the battle plan that Ningle gave me. Upon seeing Bismarck Z-23, he immediately went into work mode and handed over the prepared battle plan. The entire operation plan was only a few pages long, but Z-23 recorded it in great detail, and the data in it made Bismarck nod repeatedly. Z-23, what does this mean by prematurely carrying out a large-scale annihilation of the mass-produced Siren ships? After reviewing the entire battle plan, Bismarck had some questions. This Commander Ningle said he had a weapon that could clear out large areas of Sirens. There were some details that Z-23 didn't have time to record, so he could only keep them in his mind. Then how do you explain using the Amaji to instantly kill the arbitrator from a distance? This was also what Bismarck was most concerned about. According to previous intelligence, they knew that the Nimmler-class battleship Amaji possessed an incredibly terrifying weapon, which the Bismarck, also a battleship, was very interested in. I didn't quite understand this part either, but Commander Ningle only said that after breaking the Siren's shield, they should use Amaji's weapons to kill them instantly, and he didn't go into the details. Z-23 scratched his head awkwardly, completely absorbed in the comfortable feeling of being next to Ningle and Ningle's extensive combat knowledge. He didn't care about these loopholes and secrets at all. Commander Ningle's battleships are all very strong after the modification. I wish I could become his shipgirl. If Ningle extends an invitation to me after this crisis is over, should I accept? Would it be too early? However, I really want that cannon from Amaji. Although Bismarck maintained a serious expression, his mind was elsewhere. She's even started fantasizing about whether she should take the initiative after the battle and become Ningle's shipgirl. Sister, have you finished reading? Turbis noticed that Bismarck's gaze had been fixed on the blank space in the report for a long time. Oh, I finished reading it. It has to be said that Bismarck's self-control was really strong. As the flagship, he was thinking about himself and Ningle, but his face remained expressionless. Chapter 147 Intervention. What's wrong with the Sirens? Didn't they say they wouldn't attack the Sangvis ferry? The iron-blooded governor angrily smashed the cup in his hand. Several reports lay scattered on the governor's desk. These brainless bastards completely disregard our cooperation. These reports in front of me are reports of the destruction of the Ironblood Commander's port area. Each sheet of paper represents the destruction of a port area. Your Excellency, we've lost contact with the observers, haven't we? The governor's adjutant looked extremely nervous. As the governor's adjutant, he also participated in related collaborations concerning the Sirens. This is why the commanders of the Ironblood faction are so much stronger than the commanders of other factions. Never mind all that, just fight back. The iron-blooded governor interrupted him sternly, his eyes bloodshot. I don't care about cooperation or not, but if we don't resist, we'll be the next ones to perish. The governor's somber eyes swept over the battle map on the wall. At this moment, a huge red shadow had already enveloped half of the Ironblood's territory. Issue combat orders to all commanders to fight the Sirens with all their might and destroy all mass-produced Sirens that can be seen. The governor was filled with regret. The various factions within the Ironblood organization check and balance each other, but no matter what, they are still Ironblood's forces and fall within the sphere of human influence. The previous cooperation with the Sirens went very smoothly. Ironblood provided the Sirens with experimental materials, and the Sirens provided some of their experimental results to Ironblood. But this peace was broken. Yes, the Ironblood faction is not simple. They have already established many collaborations with the Sirens. This is something that other factions are unaware of. By establishing cooperation with the Sirens regularly allow a number of mass-produced ships to operate within Ironblood's territory, without a large number of enemies. This is why the Ironblood Sirens were the best governed. Order. All commanders shall immediately report to the nearest port area and resist the enemy upon encountering them. If they are unable to resist alone, they are permitted to retreat and coordinate with each other. Each commander in Ironblood has at least 200 to 300 unnamed Shipgirls under their command. This is equivalent to more than 4 times that of commanders from other factions. Over the years, Ironblood has never lacked mind cubes. Its cooperation with the Sirens has allowed Ironblood to acquire a large number of mind cubes, which it has even sold to other factions. Based on past combat experience, 3 or 4 commanders can form a combined fleet of 500 Shipgirls. This fleet size is more than capable of handling a typical swarm of 200 to 300 Sirens. However, this time, the Sirens' mass-produced ships were different from the previous ones. The light red light turned into a deep purple, and their combat capabilities were 5 times that of normal Sirens' mass-produced ships. Moreover, there was an arbitrator this time. Arbitrators are not in the same league as ordinary Sirens. Sirens are beings capable of destroying an entire faction. The shadow of war loomed over the entire Ironblood. Fusion strike in place. Ning's 160 has arrived over the Sirens. The Siren swarm stretched for thousands of kilometers, almost completely surrounding half of the Ironblood faction. This is not on the same level as the Sirens tide that the royal family encountered. The number is definitely in the tens of thousands. Looking down from the air, there was a dark mass of Siren production ships below, which, even though it was night, illuminated the entire fuselage of the 160. I wonder if Bismarck would despair if he saw such a scene. Ning thought to himself with a wicked grin. Bismarck's appearance embodies the image of a proud, cold, and iron-blooded flagship. But beneath this noble image lies Bismarck's clumsy, girlish heart. Bismarck was not good at expressing her true feelings, especially after developing feelings for the commander. His clumsy appearance was even worse than Saratoga's. Even if you've already sworn an oath in the game, you're the kind of person who'll blush if you touch them. In real life, she would be the kind of domineering female CEO, but she has never been in a relationship. If I take all these photos and show them to Bismarck, I wonder what his expression will be. Ning thought mischievously and recorded it all. That's about right. Ning Li's photography skills are quite good. He captured the oppressive feeling of the Sirens perfectly. The mass-produced Siren ships stretched to the horizon, a dense mass of purple light and shadow. Combined with the somber feeling of darkness, it gives one a sense of indifference to what is about to happen. Conduct a fusion strike. After taking the photos, Ning got down to business. In the bomb bay of the Figure 160, a black aerial bomb, only 5 meters long and 2 meters in diameter, is currently hanging on a rack large enough to hold 3 heavy granite anti-ship missiles. Compared to the granite towers that are over 10 meters high, this bomb may seem unremarkable, but this small warhead represents another dimension of technology. Clang. The mounting bracket was released, and the black bullet slowly fell. The 160 drew a graceful arc in the air, with its wings at their lowest angle, and engaged afterburner to return to the port area of Ning. Under the cover of night, the mass-produced Sirens were unaware that death was about to fall upon them. 120 mass-produced Siren ships were destroyed. The system's announcement sounded. A coverage area of 120 kilometers could completely cover a large island if placed on land. It can be used for combat on the sea, but this is only a tiny fraction of the entire ocean area. The Sirens stretch for thousands of kilometers in width and are boundless in length. However, Ning's attack was quite effective, clearing a vacuum zone right in the center of the Siren's tide. A violent energy fluctuation has been detected. The very end of the Siren tide. Lavos deployed its ship equipment and slowly drifted towards the Ironblood faction. As Lavos walked across the sea, splashes of water rose up and soon formed a mass-produced Siren ship. This is one of Lavos's skills, allowing him to control more mass-produced Sirens compared to other Sirens arbitrators. At this moment, the number of mass-produced ships that Ironblood has experienced in this Siren tide has reached tens of thousands. This is no longer something that 1 or 2 factions can resist. At this moment, the horde of iron-blooded Sirens has reached a terrifying level. Is this really true? Bismarck covered his mouth with one hand, staring at the photograph in disbelief. This is the frontline situation sent by Commander Ningle. The information is definitely true, but Tirpitz paused halfway through his sentence. But with such a large number of sirens, I'm afraid Iron Blood is doomed this time. Tirpitz's tone was dejected. For Bismarck and his comrades, the Iron Blood headquarters was not just a port, but the home that their former comrades had protected with their lives. I don't want to say much about Bismarck, but this time, as long as the Iron Blood Shipgirls are still here, Iron Blood will remain. Turbis didn't say those words, nor could he bring up the decision to make Bismarck abandon Iron Blood headquarters. Is this how the Iron Blood army, which our sisters protected with their lives, is going to end? Bismarck did not answer, but stared blankly at the photographs on the table and Ningle's report. Wait, we still have Ningle. Ningle's report consists of 2 parts, a photograph and several paper documents. However, the impact of that photo was so great that everyone's attention was focused on it. Only then did Bismarck refocus his attention on the paper report. According to estimates, the number of mass-produced sirens this time is in the tens of thousands. According to the operation plan, the number of mass-produced sirens should be reduced to less than 1,000 before entering the Iron Blood headquarters by 800 kilometers. Ning Li's statement was completely unadorned. It was simply a statement of his battle plan. But these words were like a lifeline, giving Bismarck renewed hope. Bismarck continued looking down, his expression growing increasingly grave. How is that possible? It's impossible to destroy 9,000 mass-produced sirens with bombers. Bismarck initially had some faith in Ningle, but Ningle's battle plan was so bizarre that it was hard to believe. No, we can't put all our hopes on Ningle. Let's call everyone here for a meeting. Chapter 148 Ningle's Plan. Dropping 1 nuclear bomb is equivalent to 120,000 units of supplies and experience. Each sortie takes an hour and a half. While Figure 160 was still on its way back, Ningle had already begun making plans. The system will redeem 2 more Tu-160s. A flash of white light appeared, and 2 Tu-160 airplane models appeared on Ningle's table. The 2 aircraft models were placed into the port area system. The next moment, 2 Tu-160s appeared out of thin air on the runway of Ningle Airport. At a rate of 1 sortie per hour and a half, 3 Tu-160s would deliver 360,000 units of supplies and experience in a single sortie. This is Ningle's plan. For Ningle, those troublesome mass-produced sirens were merely his resources and experience. Based on this calculation, it would only take 37 hours to reduce the number of mass-produced siren ships to below 1,000. Ning calculated in his mind, but this calculation had no consequences. Damn, if we wipe out all 10,000 plus mass-produced siren ships, we can earn over 10 million in resources and experience this time. Ning was still troubled about where to get the modification materials for Fat Dinosaur and Warspite. Modifying the 2 of them would cost 5 million. Who would have thought that such a terrifying swarm of sirens would become a tool for Ningle to farm resources and experience? Figure 160. Continue takeoff with missiles loaded. After issuing the automatic attack order, Ningle opened his commander panel. Ningle. Level 16. 210,000 experience points. 270,000 supplies. Rubik's Cube 2. Skins. Maid outfit. Shrine maiden attire. Commander skills. Group heal. Restores 50 HP to the fleet. Cooldown 3 hours. Warship repair. Shipgirls returning to port will consume resources to automatically perform repairs. The system is upgrading the commander's level. Commander level increased to 17. Thus, while directing the 2 160s to clear out the mass-produced sirens, Ningle began upgrading his own systems. Since arriving in this world, Ningle has not paid much attention to his commander skills. In this world, commander skills are arguably the biggest difference from the previous world of Granblue Fantasy. After several observations, Ningle discovered that his commander skills were more similar to those in World of Warships. I wonder what skills will be unlocked at level 20. The Siren Tide is 1,200 kilometers away from the Iron Blood headquarters. We can't wait any longer, everyone. Although we are outnumbered, we will fight for Iron Blood this time. Bismarck was giving a pre-war pep talk. Has it come to this? Prince Eugen thought to himself. He had anticipated that this Siren Tide would be extraordinary, as it concerned the very survival of the Iron Bloods. Has there been no news from Ningle? Prince Eugen finally voiced his doubts. When I met Commander Ningle before, I had a very different feeling about him. Unlike Bismarck and Tirpitz, Prince Eugen is a ship girl who has existed since ancient times, just like Queen Elizabeth. Ningle gave him a very different feeling. Even in ancient times, the aura of those 4 commanders was not as strong as Ningle's. Therefore, He had no doubt that Ningle could resolve the crisis. Ningle did indeed send over the battle plan, however. After saying this, Tirpitz handed Ningle's report to Prince Eugen. How is it possible to destroy 9,000 mass-produced siren ships in such a short time? Prince Eugen was increasingly surprised as he looked at the photograph provided by Ningle. The endless swarms of sirens filled people with despair and helplessness. It's not that I don't trust Commander Ningle. It's just that this battle plan is truly unbelievable. The other is the iron-blooded governor. Your Excellency, we have suffered heavy losses. The vanguard of mass-produced sirens was almost completely overwhelmed, and our commander was simply unable to resist. The adjutant reported tremblingly. These useless trash are wasting all their energy on Shipgirls. The governor angrily swept all the documents on the table onto the floor. No news yet from the observer? We cannot reach the governor. The governor's face grew even more somber. We can't wait any longer. Gather all the commanders we can contact and prepare to retreat. That's right, even the iron-fisted governor has to run away. Compared to stubbornly defending this isolated island, as long as the Shipgirls and those commanders are still around, he still has the ability to make a comeback. Send a message to Iron Blood headquarters. Our human commanders have formed a coalition and need a Shipgirl to take temporary command. The governor's words startled the adjutant. Your Excellency, can you help us? Go and deliver the message. The governor interrupted, and the adjutant went down to contact the Iron Blood headquarters. Each faction's flagship must be a historical Shipgirl. To rebuild the Iron Blood faction, there must be at least one historical ship in the faction. Given the personalities of those historical Shipgirls, they'd probably fight to the death. How naive. The iron-blooded governor had already devised a plan for retreat. All he needs to do is take one historical Shipgirl with him, find a sea area, and rebuild Iron Blood. Although the resources here are not as abundant, Iron Blood is actually easier to control if there is only one historical Shipgirl. Okay, we'll be right there. Bismarck also showed a delighted expression after receiving the message from the governor. I didn't expect that the Iron Blood commanders would still choose to stay at this most critical moment. Bismarck was well aware of the situation at the front. The commanders' ports near the sirens were being wiped out one by one, and they were simply unable to resist. However, he was unaware of the extent of the sirens' rear. Mushrooms were everywhere there. Chapter 149 Conspiracy. Ningle is having a great time bombing, as the Tu-160 can use its high altitude and high speed to penetrate deep into the sirens' rear to launch attacks. This was also Ningle's battle plan. If the bombing started from the front of the sirens, it would easily cause friendly fire. Although Ningle didn't have a good impression of the commander of this world, how could he face anyone after the reputation of slaughtering nameless Shipgirl spread? Iron Blood is different from Royal Navy. Royal Navy has become a Shipgirl creation. All the royal commanders from the last siren tide escaped, and even the governor's whereabouts are unknown. I need to step up my efforts and continue upgrading the system. Commander skills are unlocked when the commander reaches level 20. Once the skill is obtained, it can be deployed to the battlefield. Teleports Shipgirls who have left combat back to the battlefield within sight, with a 48-hour cooldown. This skill is great, a recall skill. Ningle had considered that in the future, as his Shipgirls grew more numerous and stronger, they would be unable to return to the port for a long time once they left during expansion. But with this battlefield delivery skill, things will be different. As long as you have a field of vision, you can teleport your Shipgirls to the battlefield anytime, anywhere. Moreover, it can provide support in critical moments. Imagine you've surrounded a cruiser girl in Ningle and are about to destroy her, but unexpectedly, she directly deploys an entire battleship squadron. It's a pity that it can only be used out of combat, otherwise it would be a pretty good life-saving skill. Ning Lu wasn't greedy. Providing support was already quite good for him. With his strength, few people in this world could pose a threat to him unless he encountered the arbitrator himself. The sirens will be almost wiped out in 7 hours. It's time for the Shipgirls to take action. This was Ningle's battle plan. Using two 160s equipped with nuclear warheads, a large number of mass-produced siren ships could be destroyed. Afterwards, she sent out her Shipgirls to fight the arbitrator in a final battle. The battle with Diverlu gave Ningle some understanding of the arbitrator clones. In addition, there has been severe torture over the past few days. Observer, wah, I'm not clean anymore. Ningle learned from the observers that the arbitrator this time was a clone of Lavos. It possesses the strength of a level 30 original. As for Lavos's abilities, the observers are also unsure. The experimental unit is only responsible for replicating the arbitrator's hull. The control and power come from the original ship. Judging from the current situation, Lavos's ability is definitely related to summoning mass-produced sirens. According to the observers, all siren arbiters can summon mass-produced ships. However, the maximum number of summons is limited. Like De Barrow, the arbitrator clone can only control 300 mass-produced sirens. If there are too many, they won't be able to be summoned. However, this is also good news. If one of Lavas's abilities is to summon more mass-produced sirens, then his own combat capabilities will definitely not be very high. Is the commander about to launch a final battle? Gaga can't wait any longer. Saratoga is eager to try out the tunnels. This is the conference room in the port area. The meeting room and Ningle's office are located in the same building. Okay, we're about to go on stage. Let me explain the battle plan. Ron, Yudachi, you two stand in the front row. Ron is responsible for taking the hits, and Yudachi, you are responsible for providing reconnaissance and air defense. Ningle looked at Ron sitting there and Yudachi lying on the table next to him, looking bored. When the commander called his knees, he immediately perked up. Yes, Commander. Mission accomplished. Yudachi answered energetically. Yes, leave it to me, Commander. Ron's voice grew gentler, and his eyes were misty as he looked at Ningle. If outsiders didn't know, they would definitely think that Rune was a gentle ship girl like Illustrious. But in reality, Nagato, Warspite, you are positioned in the middle of the fleet. Disperse the firepower for Rune. As a battleship from World War II, it could be considered to be tough and durable. Their ability to withstand damage is in no way inferior to Ron's. Only their mobility is somewhat lacking. Yes, Commander. When the topic of war came up, Warspite immediately became serious and unsmiling. Nagato blinked his golden eyes, indicating that he had received the message. Amagi, you provide long-range firepower for the fleet behind Nagato and Warspite. Roger that, Commander. As the fleet's strategist and the strongest artillery force in the fleet, Amagi had long known his role. Rather than charging into battle, Amagi preferred to stay in the rear and advise the fleet. However, Amagi's knowledge of naval warfare was limited, while his commander clearly understood naval warfare better. Saratoga, Akagi, you two will stand side by side with Amagi and be responsible for the overall air support of the fleet. Yes, Commander. Saratoga was not his usual jovial self. Instead, he appeared quite serious at today's meeting. Perhaps because he is the secretary's ship, he is dressed in a business suit and half-rimmed glasses, giving him a very mature look. Yes, Commander. As Akagi agreed, his gaze fell upon Saratoga. It'll be my turn next week. Destroyers are just destroyers. They don't know how to use their advantages at all. After the establishment of the port area in Ningle, the function of the secretary's ship can also be used. Ningle's plan is for each ship girl to take turns on duty for 1 week, and next week it will be Akagi's turn. To be able to spend time alone with the commander while wearing such alluring clothes, Saratoga completely misunderstands the commander's heart. Little Akagi gave a regretful look and shook his head helplessly. A business suit, a pencil skirt, and those black stockings. If I wore that, I'd definitely make the commander swoon. I'll find a reason to make the commander grow bigger. Then I can have the commander all to myself for a week. Ning Lu was unaware that this battle was not his greatest ordeal. The secretary's ship next week would be. Everyone knows their location now, right? We'll meet at the port in 1 hour. Once in the commander role, Ningle was like a completely different person. Sister, I'll go to the governor's office myself. You need to stay at headquarters. Tirpitz began. The Ironblood ship girls never expected that at this most critical moment, the Ironblood governor would actually step forward. The news of the royal commander's complete defection had already spread throughout the entire Azure world. Faced with the Siren's tide, those commanders actually chose to collectively betray the royal family and abandon it. On the other hand, even though the number of Sirens was hundreds of times that of the royal Sirens during the previous swarm, the Sangvis ferry commanders did not give up. This brought Tirpitz a sense of relief. In that case, the pressure on Ningle will be much less. Bismarck's first thought was not the safety of the Ironbloods, but Ningle. Sister, then you'll have to make the trip. We don't need to interfere too much in the human commanders' battles. I guess this is mostly symbolic. Bismarck guessed. I've never heard of a ship girl commanding a human commander before. Sister, you keep a close watch on the Ironblood base. I'll let you know as soon as there's any news. And so, Tirpitz set off. Everyone thought the iron-blooded commanders were going to fight to the death, but little did they know that it was all a conspiracy by the governor. Chapter 150 The final offensive begins. Your Excellency, Tirpitz has arrived. The adjutant reported to Ironblood's headquarters. Okay, take him to the conference room. We're almost ready here. At this moment, in the Ironblood governor's office, several nameless ship girls are packing up the governor's belongings. The situation was similar in the ports of other commanders. Everyone received orders from headquarters to evacuate their port area within 1 hour. Are we really leaving like this? I'm really a little unwilling. The commander had just been withdrawn from the front lines, where they were utterly powerless against the mass-produced purple sirens. Commander, are we just going to abandon the port like this? What will we do then? The shipgirl's voice was slightly tearful. This place had been his home since he was born, but they dared not disobey the commander's orders and could only pack their things and prepare to leave. There's nothing we can do. We simply can't withstand the siren tide, and besides, the governor has given us orders to retreat. This commander had no attachment to this place. He was a free agent who chose to stay because the Sangvis ferry offered him better treatment. Compared to commanders from other factions, he had absolutely no loyalty to the Iron Blood. Pack your things, let's go. This scene unfolded in every port district, large and small, of Iron Blood. Some of the shipgirls, with dejected looks in their eyes, packed their personal belongings, while the younger ones began to cry. However, none of this changed their intention to leave. Why are all these commanders starting to retreat? Don't they want the port anymore? The two 160s in Ningle are still carrying out bombing missions, and now the number of mass-produced sirens is less than 300. However, the disturbances in Figure 160 did not stop. Due to the appearance of Ningle, a large number of mass-produced sirens sank, and Lavos, located at the rear of the siren's tide, was summoning mass-produced sirens at an increasingly faster pace. The clones are not very intelligent. They only fight instinctively based on commands. One of Lavos's abilities is to summon a large number of special siren mass-produced ships. These mass-produced ships, radiating a purple glow, are 5 times more powerful than ordinary mass-produced ships, which is why the Iron Blood faction suffered such a rapid defeat. How come so many mass production keys have disappeared? Even with his low IQ, Lavos realized this and thus accelerated the process of summoning mass-produced ships. Finally found you. During this time, Ningle was also constantly searching for Lavos's true form. However, the siren production fleet was so large that even with the help of radar, finding Lavos was extremely difficult. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the location of Lavos. The mass-produced sirens that had just been summoned sank back to the bottom of the sea. Attacked, begin to fight back. Ningle attacked Lavos, which allowed him to see detailed data about Lavos. Lavos clone. 520,000 health points. Type, aircraft carrier, with artillery fire. Skill, Siren Shield, ignores kinetic damage up to 100,000. Siren Summoning Enhancement. As an aircraft carrier, Lavos has the ability to summon more mass-produced siren ships and can enhance them. Equipped with weapons. The Standard Siren Fighter Jet. Siren Standard Torpedo Aircraft. Siren Heavy Bomber. Siren Laser Cannon. 520,000. No wonder it's an aircraft carrier, and it's even equipped with laser cannons. This reminded Ningle of the yellow laser cannons he used when fighting the Purifiers. When he first saw this weapon, which had only appeared in science fiction movies, in reality, he was deeply shocked. Strictly speaking, the Siren's laser cannon is a laser particle beam containing kinetic energy. If lasers are used as weapons, it is extremely difficult to penetrate armor several meters thick. However, Ningle was unclear about the specific damage output of Lavos's weapon, which was why he did not rush into a decisive battle. Based on its ability to summon a large number of mass-produced siren ships, Ningle speculated that it was likely a large warship, such as an aircraft carrier or a battleship. Little Akaji, it's your turn to appear. Despite its World War II-era aircraft carrier hull, the Little Akaji is equipped with the Stoker Hell Diver, the only weapon capable of using corrosive warheads. World War II propeller planes were able to use T-0 level technology and were invincible during dive bombing. The damage from aerial bombs can reach as high as 120,000. Upon receiving the order to launch, Akaji immediately arrived at the port and began unfolding its hull. Is the commander coming up too? This time, Ning Lu did not remotely control Xiao Qicheng, but instead went to Xiao Qicheng's command room. Well, this is your first time using the Satuka. Let me teach you how to dive and drop bombs. As they were talking, Ning Lu had already arrived at the control room of Xiao Qicheng. This was Ning Li's first time boarding the hull of the Xiao Qicheng. To my shame, I didn't get a proper look at the other girls' ship hulls. Well, I've already seen the true forms of the Shipgirls. The command center of the Little Akaji doesn't have the same advanced equipment as the Saratoga, but the captain's chair is larger and more comfortable. This is the first time the commander has boarded the ship of the Little Akaji. Ningle sat in the captain's chair and began maneuvering the Stuka for a ski jump takeoff. Little Qicheng sat directly in Ningle's lap and took off her wooden clogs. Commander, please teach me slowly later so that I can learn it. I have to say, Akagi is really good at it. Whether it grows bigger or smaller, it has many advantages. It can only be said that Akagi has its advantages, and Sochigi has its own wonders. Reverting to her fox form, Akagi is the kind of alluring and seductive fox spirit. After becoming a mini Akagi, Akagi is practically a C-class brat. Each time, Ning Lu was left completely bewildered. "All right, Commander," Ningle reminded him. Little Akagi stopped moving. 3 Stuka Helldivers flew toward Lavos. Propeller planes are naturally not as fast as jet fighters, and it took Ningle half an hour to reach the sea area where Lavos was located. At this moment, Akagi stopped fooling around and focused all his attention on his 3 carrier-based aircraft. Besides powerful cannons and huge ships, the Shipgirls were also very interested in this tactic. For example, when Ningle first used the dive bombing method in combat, he was completely immersed in Ningle's miraculous tactics. At this moment, Stoka has reached a position 3 kilometers above Lavos. This area is now within bombing range. Begin the dive. With the dive brakes on both sides deployed, the 3 Stukas began to dive downwards at almost a right angle. The buzzers on the landing gear emitted a sharp roar, and Lavos, on the sea, also noticed the situation high above. It's an enemy plane. For the past few hours, Lavos had been searching for enemies to attack his fleet, but Ningle wouldn't give him that opportunity. Each time a nuclear bomb was dropped, the Tu-160 flew at an altitude of over 9 kilometers. At such an altitude, it would be impossible for ordinary radar to detect it in this world. Even the less intelligent Lavos clones were quite annoyed. Chapter 151 Trap. T0 level technological equipment are all revolutionary weapons. Even the seemingly old Stuka bomber, which looks like just an old propeller plane from World War II, is actually equipped with incredibly sophisticated electronic equipment inside. To penetrate thicker armor, the speed at which the bomb falls must be increased as much as possible. At this moment, Ning Lu is carefully explaining the key points of dive bombing. "Yes, Commander." Little Akagi listened very attentively. Ning Li's control over carrier-based aircraft and his innovative tactics were very attractive to any shipgirl. The Stuka bombers had reached within 500 meters of Lavos. At that moment, a large amount of anti-aircraft fire came towards the Stuka bomber. Lavos' own anti-aircraft guns, along with the anti-aircraft guns of the mass-produced sirens around it, created a dense network of firepower in the air. But these projectiles landed on Stuka, who was diving, without causing him any damage. "Is this the equipment the commander gave me? It actually has such capabilities." Little Akagi doesn't use dive bombing, so he never used Stuka's invincible skill. The previous battles had only tested the power of the corrosive bombs, but the power of those bombs alone was enough to make Akagi fall in love with the fighter jet. But when the true power of the Stuka bomber was revealed, Akagi grew to love the aircraft even more. The way he looked at Ning Lu was almost dripping with tears. Little Akagi's affection level has increased by 20, currently at 100, and cannot be increased further. "Please make an oath. I am indeed the protagonist of destiny. I can easily win the hearts of the shipgirls by simply showing a little bit of my talent." At this moment, Ning Li's face remained expressionless, but in his heart, he was practically grinning from ear to ear. Bomb. The dive bombers had come within 500 meters of Lavos. After Ningle gave the order to drop the bombs, 3 500-kilogram aerial bombs came crashing down on Lavos. Meanwhile, 3 bombers that had completed their bombing missions were approaching within 100 meters of Lavos. There was absolutely no room at that distance to pull the nose up again. If it were any other carrier-based aircraft, these 3 planes would already be considered scrapped by now. Buzzing. The 3 sounds resembled the sound of water droplets falling on the surface of water. It wasn't the sound of bombers hitting the water. Rather, the 3 planes simply vanished into thin air. Minus 20,000, minus 30,000, minus 40,000. Lavos's siren shield has been activated. However, based on the damage assessment, the damage from these 3 bombs was all over 100,000. As expected, 3 aerial bombs landed on Lavos, causing terrifying damage. "Commander, this plane is amazing. It can even return to the ship after dropping its bombs." Little Akagi thought that the 3 carrier-based aircraft had crashed. Unexpectedly, when he looked out the window at the deck, he discovered that the 3 Stuka dive bombers had appeared out of thin air on his deck. Of course, the carrier-based aircraft that the commander gave you are the most powerful. Ning Lu felt a surge of pride and gently stroked Xiao Qiqing's head. At this point, Ningle had pinpointed Lavos's location, and the final battle was about to begin. On the other side, at the Iron-Blooded Governor's mansion. "Your Excellency, on behalf of the entire Iron Blood, I express my gratitude to you." Tirpitz was already seated in the conference room, where several commanders had gathered. As the governor entered the conference room, Tirpitz was the first to stand up and bow deeply to the governor. It's nothing. Tirpitz is just doing what a commander should do. The governor, with an air of righteous indignation, winked at the three nameless ship girls behind him. The three understood each other and came up behind Tirpitz. Everyone, I've gathered you all here today because you all know what's going to happen next. This swarm of sirens is enormous. It is simply impossible to resist with the strength of one or two commanders. So I have gathered everyone here to tell you something very important. The governor spoke very seriously, and the many commanders below the stage listened attentively. Seeing this scene, Tirpitz felt his blood boil. The governor is going to gather all the commanders and fight the sirens to the very end. This scene reminded Tirpitz of many years ago, when the Ironblood sisters also decided to live and die together with the Ironblood at a similar meeting. Therefore, I hereby formally announce that all commanders are abandoning the port and leaving Ironblood. The commanders' faces remained expressionless, but Tirpitz stood there dumbfounded. What? What do you mean? Tirpitz stared blankly, unable to believe that the Ironblood governor, who had just been determined to fight the sirens to the death, had actually ordered the abandonment of the Ironblood. Governor, what do you mean? Tirpitz slammed his hand on the table, smashing the solid wood table to pieces. But the next second, two hands pressed down on Tirpitz's shoulders, and a cannon was pressed against the back of his head. Relax a little, Tirpitz, there's no other way. Please cooperate with us. Sensing the threat behind him, Tirpitz calmed down. However, his face still showed that look of disbelief. Governor, are you really going to give up on Ironblood like this? Tirpitz questioned angrily, and the aura she exuded sent chills down the spines of the three nameless ship girls behind her. With a level of 81, Tirpitz is undoubtedly a battleship, larger in tonnage than these three cruiser ship girls. However, Tirpitz is not currently deploying its ship equipment, and apart from being stronger, it poses no real threat. We will not give up our lives for a pointless will. Cooperate with us well, and once we find a suitable place, Tirpitz, you will be the next Ironblood flagship. As soon as he finished speaking, the governor revealed a very wicked smile. Wait, I'm going to be the flagship? What about my sisters and the others? At this moment, Tirpitz was on the verge of a breakdown. Let those brainless ship girls perish along with this Ironblood headquarters. Lieutenant, keep an eye on our flagship. Let's retreat. The governor left the office without any hesitation, and the other commanders followed him out. How could this be? The governor is actually going to abandon the Ironblood headquarters. He had realized that the governor had invited the Shipgirls here entirely for the purpose of rebuilding the Ironblood faction later. Each faction's flagship must be a wild shipgirl. This is the rule of the Azur Lane world. As long as headquarters maintains firm control over Tirpitz, he can rebuild the Ironblood faction anywhere in the Azur Lane world. But by then the entire faction was under the control of the Ironblood governor, and the only so-called flagship was the historical ship Tirpitz. How could you do this? Why betray me? Tirpitz sat back down in his chair, stunned, tears welling in his eyes. What about my sister and the others? Tirpitz's mind was filled with memories of Bismarck, from their birth to their subsequent battle in the Iron-Blooded War. Then, the last 5 Ironblood shipgirls were used to rebuild the faction. Throughout this journey, everyone's sole purpose has been to protect Ironblood's stronghold. Chapter 152, The Desperate Swarm Attack. Tirpitz seemed to have lost her soul, sitting there blankly, not even noticing when the 3 shipgirls took her away. The governor still has one commander he cannot contact. Who? Governor's Palace Pier. An aircraft carrier shipgirl has already deployed her hull. The governor and the other shipgirls are preparing to board the ship. It's a commander named Ning who just joined the Ironblood. He has not responded to our order to retreat. The adjutant replied, looking at the documents in his hand. It's that kid. Never mind him. The governor answered nonchalantly, noting that the other 19 senior commanders had already begun their evacuation. These were the people who had given him the means to establish himself in this world. Ning. Tirpitz, who was already distraught, widened his eyes when he heard the name Ning. Even the 3 shipgirls escorting him from behind sensed it. Yes, and Ning Lu, that legendary commander. Ning has already promised to resolve this siren tide. But can Jai Ning really handle the mass production of tens of thousands of sirens? Okay, I trust you, Ning. If you can protect the Ironblood headquarters, I'll become your shipgirl. At this moment, Ning had become Tyr's hope for supporting each other. Tirpitz's favorability plus 100. Current favorability is 90 and cannot be increased. Please complete the favorability task. The mission is to increase Tirpitz's favorability by protecting his most important home, the Sangvis Ferry headquarters, and rescuing it from the Sangvis ferry governor. What happened? Tirpitz has been kidnapped. Ningdu has assembled its fleet and is preparing for a decisive battle with Lavos. Unexpectedly, the system displayed this message. What happened that suddenly increased my favorability by 100 points? This is equivalent to a ship girl you don't know at all offering herself to you because of something. Has something happened with the iron-blooded governor? Without time to think, I piloted a 160 towards the governor's mansion. Ningle has reached a position less than 30 kilometers from Lavos. At this moment, a large number of mass-produced sirens appeared on the sea, but under the firepower of Ningle's Shipgirls, these mass-produced ships posed no threat whatsoever. During this period, Little Akagi had been conducting dive-bombing raids on Lavos, but each attack only dealt tens of thousands of damage. We can't reach the core area, Commander. Little Akagi complained. Indeed, the power of a 500-kilogram corrosive aerial bomb is terrifying. Its armor-piercing capability is only SOSO. Ningle was also in a difficult position, as the damage calculation rule for corrosive projectiles was that only damage caused after penetrating armor could be included in the damage calculation. In other words, if the armor cannot be penetrated, then even corrosive aerial bombs will not be able to cause any damage to the sirens. This Lavos is really tough. The thickness of its plates must be several meters. I wonder how big the plates on the Shipgirl's body would be. In the design of Shipgirls, the thickness of their body plates is almost proportional to their bust size. This is why Saratoga is known as the File Monster. Even before its refit, Saratoga was one of the largest aircraft carriers in World War II. But in reality, compared to the Royal Navy's Radiant class and the British Essex class, their hearts can only be described as broad-minded. Yes, I found it. The 160 sent to the Iron Blood Governor's mansion found Tirpitz's movements. Why is the entire governor's mansion completely empty? Ningle can be seen from high altitude through the observation field of Figure 160. The governor's mansion was completely deserted at this moment. You have to understand that the sirens were invading, and the governor's mansion should have been the busiest place around the clock. Wait, could it be that the old bastard led the way in running away? As the plane ascended, it quickly spotted a fleet in the opposite direction from the sirens. This should be it. This is easy to judge. The sirens are coming, and transport ships simply cannot appear in this area. But before them, 10 large transport ships, surrounded by a group of battleships and cruisers, were sailing in the opposite direction from the sirens. Due to the presence of transport ships, the entire fleet speed was only a dozen knots. There should be enough time. Let the 160 continue to monitor Ningle. The most important task now is to eliminate Lavos. As Ningle drew closer, the system notification sounded. Discover the Siren Arbitrator. This notification means that Ningle has come into the arbitrator's field of vision. Buzzing. Just as Ningle was about to make a move, a buzzing sound came from the direction of Lavos in the distance. Like a disturbed swarm of bees, even from more than 20 kilometers away, the dense buzzing sound could still be clearly heard. Commander, those are carrier-based aircraft. Based on radar readings, Yudachi in the front row deduced that the enemy's swarm of aircraft, resembling a beehive, consisted entirely of sirens. My God, there are so many. Ron exclaimed in surprise, as Ron's defense and artillery capabilities were top-notch, as a supercruiser. But what truly terrifies all cruisers is their carrier-based aircraft. Ron's air defenses weren't terrible, but against such a large number of carrier-based aircraft, it had absolutely no chance of survival. Leave it to Yudachi. Seeing the surprised look in Runa's eyes, Yudachi smiled smugly. The Type 052D destroyer was designed specifically for air defense. Upon learning that the Siren's arbiter they were facing was an aircraft carrier, Ningle immediately equipped Yudachi with anti-aircraft missiles. This also caused Ning Lu a great deal of pain. The 10 million resources he had painstakingly accumulated by killing more than 10,000 Siren mass-produced ships were suddenly spent by 2 million. HQ-9 multi-purpose air defense missile. With a range of 260 kilometers and an interception altitude of 27,000 meters. It can be equipped with a variety of warheads and attack methods. Both in terms of range and interception altitude, the HQ-9 is worth its price of 2 million. But when Yudachi saw the number of enemy carrier-based aircraft, he froze in place. This is going to kill Yudachi with exhaustion. There must be over 1,000 carrier-based aircraft. Yes, Lavos launched over 1,000 carrier-based aircraft this time. Like a swarm of bees, they rushed toward Ningle in a massive stampede. Chapter 153 Lavos' second form. Yudachi, prepare for air defense. Ning Lu calmly issued the combat orders. Yes, Commander. Air defense artillery teams are on full alert. In an instant, the anti-aircraft guns on the Shipgirls were all aimed at the Siren carrier-based aircraft in the distance. Saratoga, launch your electronic warfare aircraft. We're buying you time. The only way to break this deadlock is Saratoga's EA-18G Howler. Electromagnetic pulse, EMP, technology can instantly disable all electronic devices, including carrier-based aircraft. Udachi fired first, and as the core of the fleet's air defense, its attack efficiency was simply terrifying. A golden barrage streaked across the sky, sweeping a vacuum zone through the carrier-based aircraft formation. The HQ-9 missile silos have also been opened, and the anti-aircraft missiles are ready to attack high-threat targets. Buzzing. Like a swarm of startled bees, the carrier-based aircraft swarmed toward Ning's fleet. The fleet consisted mostly of torpedo bombers and bombers, whose bombs and torpedoes could inflict terrifying damage on large surface ships. Even the heavily modified Shipgirls of Ning will be injured if they are hit below the waterline. The Phalanx CIWS also unleashed a barrage of golden bullets, but compared to the dense rate of fire of the 1130, the Phalanx CIWS was far less effective. Commander, the Howler is in position. An invisible electronic pulse spread outward from the surface of the EA-18G's body. At the same time, the sirens that were still roaring in the sky lost power one by one and began to fall. Phew, it's not too late. Ning couldn't imagine that once so many torpedo bombers and bombers arrived above the fleet and began dropping bombs, all of her Shipgirls would perish here. Concentrate your firepower on Lavos. Ironblood headquarters. It's bad, Bismarck. The mass-produced sirens are almost at Ironblood headquarters. Z-23 rushed to Bismarck's office. How is that possible? Hasn't the iron-blooded governor already begun his counterattack? The message coming back from U-556 is that no Shipgirls have intercepted the mass-produced sirens. Z-23's tone grew increasingly anxious. What should we do, Bismarck? With the strength of just a few of us, we simply can't stop these mass-produced sirens. Only Bismarck and Eugen remained in the meeting room. Don't rush, I'll contact Tirpitz. Bismarck opened the ship's rigging and contacted Tirpitz by radio. Huh? What's going on? After waiting for several minutes, Bismarck did not receive a reply from Tirpitz. Governor, this is the flagship. Please respond if you hear me. Having no other option, Bismarck contacted the iron-blooded governor, but the governor also did not reply. Could it be? Bismarck had a bad feeling. Could it be that even the iron-blooded coalition couldn't withstand the siren's tide? If the governor couldn't be contacted, and neither could his own sister, then it could only mean one thing. Something must have happened to the governor. But Bismarck had no choice. At this moment, the only Shipgirls available to Ironblood headquarters were Z-23 and Prinz Eugen. U-556 was monitoring the siren's movements at the front, while Tirpitz was sent to the Ironblood governor's side. Oh, and Ning too. Turbis almost forgot about Ning, who, according to the battle plan, should have been engaged in a decisive battle with the siren's arbitrators at this time. But why are so many mass-produced ships still attacking the Ironblood headquarters? Bismarck, the mass-produced siren's ships at the front have all been destroyed. Z-23 rushed over to report again. Don't rush, tell me slowly. I don't know how to say it, this is a photo. Z-23's body was trembling slightly, and Bismarck was also curious about what was causing Z-23 to be so terrified. But the next second, what kind of weapon is this? The photo was taken by U-556 using a periscope. There are 3 photos in total. The first photo shows the mass-produced siren ships sailing towards the Ironblood faction. There were several hundred mass-produced ships, each radiating a purple light. These were the enhanced mass-produced sirens. However, in the second photo, a huge white light enveloped the entire fleet of mass-produced sirens. Could this be the weapon Ning was talking about that could wipe out a large number of sirens? Bismarck's body also began to tremble. Then I saw the third photo. That was the huge mushroom cloud formed after the explosion, and there was no trace of the sirens on the sea. Ning hadn't forgotten that Bismarck's favorability mission was to protect the Ironblood headquarters. 1-2-160 was monitoring the fleeing Ironblood governor, while the other 2 hovered overhead at Ironblood headquarters. As soon as the siren fleet gets close to these 2-160s, they will be dispatched immediately to destroy them. Bismarck was unaware that his sister had been captured. After witnessing Ning's strength, he felt that the siren tide should be over soon. Damn it, why am I not losing health? Ning thought that this mission of Ironblood was about to come to a successful conclusion. A few minutes earlier, the carrier-based aircraft that took off from Lavos were all disabled by Saratoga's electronic warfare aircraft, leaving Lavos with no room for retaliation. As an aircraft carrier with gunnery capabilities, its main strengths lie in its carrier-based aircraft. Those laser cannons with a caliber of only 100 millimeters posed little threat to the Shipgirls. Even when Ningle had approached to within 15 kilometers of Lavos, the enemy did not fire. Since you're not going to make a move, then I'll have no choice but to be impolite. Immediately, Amaji's electromagnetic cannon began charging, and a blue beam of light flew towards Lavos. Bang! The center of the ship's side hull. The shot hit the aircraft carrier's weakest point on the side, which is the core area of Lavos. To Ning Li's surprise, the electromagnetic cannon shot failed to penetrate the shield. What's going on? Corrosion bombs can cause damage, so why can't electromagnetic railguns? At this moment, Lavos seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, and instead of attacking Ningle, he began to flee in the opposite direction from Ningle. Try using anti-ship missiles. A B-1B took off from Saratoga, and a Tomahawk cruise missile flew toward Lavos. Why is there still no damage? Is it only corrosive aerial bombs that can be effective? Ningle refused to believe this superstition and ordered the Stuka from the winged city to continue the attack. Minus 30,000 to 20,000. Is it really only corrosive warheads that can cause damage? That's troublesome. The corrosive warhead is powerful and deals high damage, but its weakness is also obvious. Insufficient armor-piercing capability. Lavos has entered melee mode and can only be damaged when within 10 kilometers. While Ning Lu was still wondering, the system popped up to explain. So the boss has entered a mechanic phase. Ron, go over and try. Upon receiving the order, Ron began to accelerate. The very next second after Ron entered Lavos at 9.99 kilometers, a flash of white light appeared. Lavos's few inconspicuous small-caliber cannons fired a large number of white beams at Ron. Careful. Immediately, Ningle controlled Ron's ship to reverse, but the white laser beams still hit Ron's hull. -50, 000-30, 000-30, 000. Ah! Ron's scream rang out. This attack directly reduced his health by 110,000. Keep in mind that Ron currently only has 130,000 total health points. If he gets hit by another shot, he'll sink to the bottom. Group recovery. Without hesitation, Ningle used a group healing skill, which restored Ron's health from 20,000 to 80,000. But this sudden attack caused Ron to fall unconscious in his captain's cabin. Chapter 154: The Shock of the Nuclear Bomb. Ron, what's wrong? Even the upgraded 5-star Shipgirl rune couldn't withstand Lavos's attack. Ningle arrived on the deck of Saratoga, took control of Ron's ship, and moved it toward the fleet. Please make sure nothing happens to you. Because Ron had fallen into a coma, he was no longer able to control the ship to return to port. After more than 10 minutes, Ron's ship finally approached Saratoga. Immediately, Ningle jumped onto Ron's deck and rushed towards the captain's cabin. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ron lying unconscious on the floor. There was no damage in the captain's cabin. Rune's condition was entirely due to the mental damage caused by the large amount of injury she suffered in a short period of time. After picking Ron up and returning him to Saratoga's hull, Ningle then took control of Ron's hull and retrieved it. Even Ron, who has the highest defense, is in this state. Is there really no way out? Ningle has no way to deal with Lavos now, but the good news is that Lavos is no longer approaching the Iron Blood headquarters. Lavos has entered its second form. In this form, it cannot launch carrier-based aircraft, and its entire hull is covered with various small-caliber cannons, making it look like a hedgehog. Now is not the time to hesitate. Lavos won't be taken down anytime soon. Ningle pondered for a moment. Yudachi, you stay here and keep an eye on Lavos. As an improved version of the 052D, it possesses extremely high stealth and speed, and even if Lavos suddenly reverts to Yudachi, it can still escape. Go and rescue Tirpitz first. Lavos is extremely slow in this form and poses no threat to Sangvis Ferry headquarters. Focus attention on the Iron Blood Governor's fleet. The Iron-Blooded Governor's fleet is still fleeing towards the open sea. Hehe, do you still want to take my Shipgirl with you? Battlefield deployment teleports a fleet that has disengaged from combat to within sight. Cooldown, 48 hours. This is why Ningle didn't rush to rescue Tirpitz immediately. Figure 160 can keep an eye on the Iron Blood Governor, so why would they be afraid of escaping? In an instant, all the Shipgirls and Ningle were enveloped in a faint golden light, except for Yudachi. Yudachi, if any problems arise, retreat immediately. Don't worry, Commander, Yudachi is the fastest runner. After giving instructions to Yudachi, Ning Lu and the others disappeared from the spot after a flash of white light. I really don't understand how those historical Shipgirls are thinking. They choose to defend to the death even when they can't win. the governor complained. In the governor's mind, nothing was more important than life. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't choose to stay and perish with the Ironbloods. Now that I have a historical ship and so many commanders following me, all I need to do is find a place where the sirens won't bother me, and then rebuild the Ironblood forces. The governor had been thinking about this for a long time, and if it weren't for the sirens' invasion, he didn't know how much longer he would have had to wait. Without the limitations imposed by historical shipgirls, the governor would definitely cooperate with the sirens. Over the years of secret cooperation, the iron-blooded governor has gained many benefits. To put it simply, the sirens can provide a large number of mind cubes, which makes it impossible for the iron-blood governor to refuse. But when he thought of the sirens, he also thought of the observer. I don't know what's wrong with that little girl. We were working together so well before. Why didn't she tell me before coming to the siren tide? The governor stood in the command room, gazing at the distant sea. Inside the cabin, Bismarck was being guarded by 3 shipgirls. How could this be? Why was the governor convicted? Why did this happen? Tirpitz muttered to himself, unable to believe it. His long-held belief crumbled. The shipgirls were there to help humanity fight the sirens. But the ruthless humans abandoned their homeland, chose to flee, and even cruelly kidnapped themselves. Ningle, the fate of my sister and the other shipgirls is in your hands. Now, Ningle is Tirpitz's last hope. To prevent Tirpitz from escaping, the shipgirls bound his hands behind his back with chains and pinned him to the ground. Upon noticing the change in Tirpitz's expression, the 3 nameless shipgirls immediately tensed up. If they hadn't struck first, once Tirpitz deployed its ship equipment, they wouldn't have had enough lives to fight back. Swish swish. A whooshing sound came from the air. What's going on? Tirpitz was greatly shocked. He had heard this sound before. It was the sound of those large jet bombers in the port area of Ningle. Could it be Ningle? What about my sister? Just as Tirpitz had this idea, a loud bang was heard, and the transport ship began to shake violently. What's going on? Have we encountered sirens? The 3 shipgirls sensed something was wrong, but seeing Tirpitz lying on the ground, they did not choose to go out. Instead, they asked the governor through telepathic communication. Commander, what's going on outside? Do we need to go out? No, that's not necessary. Just keep an eye on Tirpitz. Upon receiving the order, the 3 shipgirls did not hesitate and diligently guarded Tirpitz. On the governor's side. Damn it, what's going on? The governor looked extremely disheveled. The explosion had thrown him up to the ceiling and then slammed him heavily to the ground. I don't know. Just now, a carrier-based aircraft flew over our transport ship and its propulsion system was destroyed. Have all commanders prepare for air defense. The governor gave the order and simultaneously commanded all his shipgirls to deploy their hulls. In an instant, the fleet that had originally consisted of only a dozen or so transport ships and a few battleships escorting them transformed into a large escort fleet of hundreds of ships. A large number of battleships and aircraft carriers appeared, and the aircraft carriers had begun to launch their carrier-based aircraft and conduct reconnaissance in the surrounding area. Commander, no enemy activity has been detected. A dozen minutes later, the governor's shipgirl reported. The entire sea was filled with the governor's carrier-based aircraft, but even after searching the entire area, they couldn't find any targets to attack the merchant ships. Commander, the target merchant ship is already disabled. The attack just now was caused by Saratoga controlling an F-14 Tomcat using a Harpoon anti-ship missile. The heavy Tomahawk is so powerful that even with the most accurate aim, hitting a damaged ship can sink it entirely. What Kenningle needs to do is to make the other side stop first, and then find a way to eliminate all of the other side's guards. Well done, Jejia. Chapter 155 The rescue operation begins. Step 1 is complete. The next step is to find a way to rescue Tirpitz. This kind of work should be done by light cruisers or destroyers. However, the only suitable person, Yadachi, was currently monitoring Lavos, and Ron was also seriously injured and had fallen into a coma. Well, I guess I'll have to trouble Amagi. Ningle controlled the Amagi to retract its hull and deploy its ship equipment, while also controlling the Nagato nuclear power plant to fight in ship equipment form. We can use battleships even if we don't have destroyers. In this way, Ningle used Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft to hunt down these aircraft carrier girls. Commander, my carrier-based aircraft has been shot down. Commander, I've been hit. Target not found. The ship girls' reports could be heard everywhere, but the enemy was still nowhere to be found. Damn it, where is the enemy? The governor had already realized that several of his ship girls were no longer able to fight. The weapons on the ship were either destroyed or the ship was leaking. They could only pack up the ship and hide in the cabins of other ship girls. Meanwhile, Ningle launched an attack from 30 kilometers away from the Iron Blood governor using carrier-based aircraft. Saratoga, have you found Tirpitz's location? While the governor was in a state of panic, he was completely unaware that an airplane was circling overhead. No signal source detected. Tirpitz has not deployed its ship equipment, so I cannot lock on. It seems the iron-blooded governor is very shrewd. Tirpitz was captured before he could even deploy his ship equipment. Ningle shook his head, but without Tirpitz, he couldn't formulate a battle plan. We need to put some pressure on him. Ningle controlled an F-14 Tomcat and approached the transport ship where the governor was located. At the same time, a Harpoon anti-ship missile also locked onto the merchant ship's aft cargo hold. The Harpoon anti-ship missile only deals 17,000 damage, so even if it hits Tirpitz, it won't cause fatal damage. Let's not hit it. It's already my ship, and I still feel bad about it. Ningle's shot was very tricky. The anti-ship missile almost grazed the bridge of the transport ship before finally landing at the stern. Bang! A fireball exploded. Damn it, this transport ship is sinking. Battleship, come pick me up. This time, the governor did not use telepathy, but instead spoke directly over the radio. Yes, Commander, I'll be right there. Soon a battleship docked next to the sinking merchant ship, and the two ships were quickly connected by a gangway. Immediately afterwards, Ningle saw the iron-blooded governor arrive at the battleship in a disheveled state from the transport ship. At the same time, Ningle saw Tirpitz being escorted out of the ship's hold and onto the battleship. Yes, I found it. That was Ningle's method. He was willing to bet that Tirpitz was definitely with the governor. And they must be on the largest transport ship. Therefore, Ningle sank the transport ship directly. They're betting they'll find Tirpitz when they change ships. The target location has been determined. We can proceed. Exhausted by war, Nagato and Amagi boarded the Saratoga and got into B-1B. Another airdrop? Commander, Nagato is scared. Ningle only learned later that Nagato, the flagship of the Sakura Empire, was actually afraid of heights. Yes, don't worry, the commander has prepared this for you this time. Ningle took out a parachute pack from behind him. This was generated from the logistical supplies of the port area after Ningle was established. Military supplies such as toiletries, compressed rations, and parachutes used by Shipgirls can be produced after the port area is established in Ningle. Looking at the parachute in her hand, which resembled a small school bag, Nagato was still somewhat afraid. Nagato, let's jump together. Seeing this, Amagi stepped forward and patted Nagato on the shoulder. The Shipgirls themselves are quite petite, and one parachute pack can easily support the weight of two Shipgirls. Nagato nodded and gave Amagi a grateful look. All three B-1Bs were deployed. That was all the bombers Saratoga had. The mission of B-1B was to clear out all other Shipgirls near this battleship. To this end, the 3 B-1B were equipped with 96 jet dam-guided bombs. As the 3 B-1Bs dropped their bombs, the three battleships simultaneously hopped out and deployed their parachutes at low altitude. With the guided bombs taking priority, 3 Shipgirls followed closely behind and stormed into the battleship's cabin to rescue Tirpitz. Perfect, I'm simply a genius. Ningle praised him in his heart. Once Amagi and the others board the battleship, Saratoga can deploy F-14s to control the entire sea area. Any Shipgirl who tries to get close to this battleship will be attacked. If anyone tries to get close at the risk of their life, Zyoshinshinking can instantly kill them with erosion bombs. It's best if there aren't any blind fools around, otherwise I'll have to be ruthless and destroy them. The Ironblood Governor's Shipgirls are quite impressive. There were more than 170 battleships and more than 200 aircraft carriers. As for destroyers and cruisers, there were more than 500 of them in Ningle alone. With such strength, you still chose to run away. You're such a fool. Ningle also looked down on this iron-blooded governor. With such strength, resisting the Siren's tide was not an easy task, but they were certainly capable of putting up a fight. This time, the 3B-1Bs did not conceal their presence. With a maximum flight speed of Mach 1.2, there is no Shipgirl in this world who can intercept them. Flight altitude 1,500 meters, begin bombing. The bomb bay opened, and bombs rained down one after another. Upon reaching 1 kilometer, the bomb deployed a pair of gliders and flew toward its target. At the same time, 3 Shipgirls jumped off B-1B. Nagato covered his face the whole time, not daring to look down. Ninglu also felt very sorry for Nagato. Judging from his current appearance, you could tell how much psychological trauma the last battle had left on him. Don't worry about Nagato. The commander is here. Ning Li's voice rang out in Nagato's telepathic communication, which calmed the little fox's restless heart. However, Nagato still kept her eyes closed and dared not look down. Boom, boom, boom. Oh no, Commander, it's an air raid. This time, Ningle no longer attacked only one or two shipgirls occasionally, unlike when she first used anti-ship missiles. Instead, they launched a simultaneous attack on all 90 warships near the governor. These steel warships on the sea surface were engulfed in huge flames. Who would have thought that, surrounded by hundreds of shipgirls, enemy shipgirls would still manage to break into the flagship's position? Brush. Upon reaching an altitude of 200 meters, the two golden paraglider packs opened. It also has a cute little yellow chick's head printed on it. Amagi and Warspite controlled the direction of their gliders, flying towards the battleship where the Iron Blood governor was located. The two did not deploy their ship equipment, so their ship weight was just the weight of an ordinary girl. But just when Warspite was only 4 or 5 meters away from the battleship's deck. Brush. Warspite immediately cut the parachute and deployed the ship's equipment. Bang. A deafening roar filled the sky. Warspite landed on the deck of the battleship Girl, smashing a deep crater into the deck. Ship equipment refers to the attributes of the ship Girl's base level 1 to 10. That is to say, the current Warspite weighs more than 6,000 tons. If Warspite hadn't managed to stabilize herself just before landing, her weight would have surely smashed through all the decks. The covert operation has begun. Chapter 156 Stalemate. As the ship's equipment deployed, Amagi's massive electromagnetic cannon began charging, and an unnamed shipgirl who tried to approach was blasted away by the cannon, which was only half charged. Commander, a shipgirl has landed on the ship. The battleship Girl reported to the governor. As its own hull, it can be sensed by anyone who boards the warship. Oh, just as the shipgirl finished her report, a scream rang out. Is it war weariness? Because the force was not controlled properly, it smashed a large crater in the deck. This is equivalent to an armor-piercing shell landing on the deck. Even Warspite's landing caused damage. The governor was still unaware of what was going on when another shipgirl reported the same thing. Commander, I've been shot down, and the ship is severely damaged. This was the shipgirl who charged towards Amagi and was directly blasted away by the electromagnetic cannon that had been charged for 2 seconds. Everyone to the deck. The governor was getting a little anxious. A shipgirl capable of damaging a battleship's deck must also be a battleship. Moreover, its tonnage is even larger than the battleship beneath its feet. This is his largest battleship Shipgirl. Although it is an unnamed ship, its displacement is over 50,000 tons. Amagi didn't even put Nagato down from his arms. A series of fluid movements resolved the crisis. Meanwhile, Warspite climbed out of the crater he had been thrown into. Haha. Sorry, I lost control of my strength a bit. This is the first time that Warspite has deployed its ship equipment on the hull of another shipgirl. Compared to veteran shipgirls like Amagi, his combat experience is still too limited. After organizing its equipment, Warspite replaced its shells with high-explosive shells more suitable for the battlefield. All I'll be facing are shipgirls in their ship-equipped form. Armor-piercing shells need to hit vital organs to disable them, but high-explosive shells are different. They can knock shipgirls away with their explosions. Moreover, the Warspite was built on the hull of the Conqueror, and the most famous Y-class warships were the Royal Navy's large-scale maintenance equipment and the terrifying high-explosive shells. Although Amagi only had one electromagnetic cannon, it simply charged up the charge and fired in 2 seconds. This firing rate was in no way slower than that of the Warspite's 12 cannons. The key issue is that Amagi doesn't dare to fully charge the electromagnetic cannon. With 120,000 damage and the terrifying aftershock of the ballistic trajectory, a battleship hit by this shot might leave the shipgirl intact. But if it were a cruiser or destroyer, Amagi's shot could turn this shipgirl to ashes. Ning Lu wasn't such a cruel person. As long as he ensured that these nameless shipgirls couldn't continue to resist, that would be enough. The real culprit was the governor. So many have come. Soon a large group of shipgirls surrounded them and had already deployed their ship equipment. Bang bang bang. Warspite fired first, launching 12 419mm high-explosive shells at the group of shipgirls in front of her. Amagi was not to be outdone. Electromagnetic guns were meant to deal with heavily armored units like battleships, but anti-ship missiles were a better option for the destroyers and cruisers in front of him. The massive ship's rigging behind it opened 24 square holes, from which flew an anti-ship missile the size of a pen. However, the projectile is only the size of a pen, but its power is by no means inferior. Seize them and protect the governor. An unnamed shipgirl charged towards the two first, followed closely by more than 50 other shipgirls. But what awaited them was the terrifying high-explosive bombs of the Warspite. Bang! Bang! The high-explosive shells detonated in one go, shaking the shipgirls and sending them sprawling. Damn it, it's a large-caliber battleship, everyone scatter. This unnamed ship girl was clearly more experienced in combat. Although she was also a battleship, she had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge when faced with high explosive shells with a larger caliber than herself. The formation that the group had formed suddenly dispersed, surrounding Amagi and Nagato. Just as the group of nameless ship girls dispersed, an anti-ship missile hurtled towards them. Damn it, what is this thing? The size of the anti-ship missile was even smaller than that of the carrier-based aircraft, and no one had ever seen such an advanced weapon as an anti-ship missile before. The anti-ship missile, trailing a long plume of flame, shot towards the cruiser ship girl who had charged to the front. Bang! The explosion barely engulfed the ship girl's body, and just when everyone thought that the power of this anti-ship missile was nothing more than that, the next second, when the smoke cleared, the cruiser ship girl had removed her ship rigging and was slumped on the ground, unconscious. A collective gasp of cold air followed. Everyone, be careful. Seeing such power, everyone became more wary of Tianqing. Everyone initially thought that the other side was a historical ship and might only have advantages in weaponry and defense. Unexpectedly, the opponent's weaponry was far superior. Looking at the remaining 23 launch cells on the ship behind the other side, a cold sweat broke out on everyone's back. Are you kidding? The enemy has 23 weapons with that kind of power. The ship girls have no fear of battle, but when faced with an invincible enemy, they will not foolishly continue to attack. Nagato, it's your turn to move out. Ningle issued the order. When the city and the war-weary landed on the deck, Ningle took control. This was the first time Ningle had ever used battleship girls in close-quarters combat. However, Ningle wasn't nervous at all. I've played Call of Duty before, so this kind of mission where you use ship girls to rescue hostages is a piece of cake for me. However, Ningle also knew that it was naturally inconvenient for ship girls to conduct indoor operations. For example, Amagi's electromagnetic gun, even when mounted on a ship, is 3 meters long, making it impossible to operate indoors. Even entering the ship's cabin is difficult. Warspite was alright, but the 419 naval gun was 1.2 meters long in its ship-mounted form, so it could only be barely used for indoor combat. This is why Ningle brought Nagato with him. The Yamato's 460mm guns have a large caliber, but their drawbacks are also obvious. The barrels are not long enough. This led to Ningle generally not using Nagato for long-range strikes in fleet operations. However, this is also an advantage of Nagato. The gun barrels are short on the hull, and when it is mounted on the ship, the gun barrels will be even shorter. The Nagato's 460mm naval gun is only 0.9 meters long in its ship-mounted configuration, a length that is very suitable for indoor use. In addition, the Nagato had Type 3 shells, which were large-sized shot. Amagi and Warspite have essentially brought the situation on the deck under control. Even with weapons of such power, the ship girl captains dared not advance and simply stood in a standoff. Commander, the enemy is too strong. We can't fight them. The unnamed ship girl leading the group broke out in a cold sweat. He had just witnessed Nagato destroy a cruiser with a single anti-ship missile. This means that Nagato can take down 24 targets in an instant. And that doesn't even include his enormous electromagnetic cannon, which makes even the ship girls tremble. With just 2 seconds of charging, it crippled a cruiser ship girl on the spot. And there's Warspite on the side. These ship girls were blasted back by an explosion as soon as they came out, and the terrifying heat wave still lingers on the deck. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. The governor cursed and then contacted nearby ship girls for support via telepathic communication. All the ship girls are moving toward my flagship in their ship outfits. There was no need to be on guard at this point. They hadn't even located the enemy's attack position, and the enemy's ship girls had already boarded the ship. Just then, a weak voice came from behind. Commander, I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 157, I'll lose you, Nagato. The governor turned around and looked at the ship girl behind him. This is the ship girl of the flagship that the governor is riding on. At that moment, he was barely breathing, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. The high explosive volley fired by Warspite caused him great damage. Even if the damage in ship-mounted form is only 1 to 10 of the original, these 12 large-caliber high-explosive shells still caused a terrifying 30,000 points of damage. The nameless ship girl's attributes were already lower than those of the historical ships. After suffering damage from Warspite and being attacked by high-explosive shells, this ship girl's health was reduced to less than 10,000. Damn it, send a battleship to pick me up. With no other option, the governor had to choose to change the flagship once again. This must be that commander named Ning. No wonder we couldn't contact him. It turns out he defected to the Iron Blood historical ship. The governor had met with Ning Lu and Tian Chung at the last high-level meeting. The governor at the time was quite envious that Ningle could have a historical ship girl. Since you're no longer on humanity's side, I have no reason to hold back. Your historical ship girl is certainly very strong, but what will you do when facing a dozen or so battleships of the same level? The governor spoke in a sinister tone, while simultaneously beginning to mobilize his ship girls via telepathic communication. Soon, Ningle noticed that the previously scattered patrol fleet on the sea was beginning to converge and gather towards the battleship where the Iron Blood governor was located. The fish has taken the bait. Ning Lu revealed a wicked grin. All of this was within his calculations. What Ningle needed to do was to force the governor and Tirpitz out of the cabin and rescue Tirpitz the moment they appeared. A growler was circling above the fleet, and Ningle's view was focused on observing the movements of the entire battlefield. The only way for ship girls to communicate with each other is through radio, and the most important function of electronic warfare aircraft, besides releasing electromagnetic pulses, is to decipher radio signals. However, telepathic communication cannot be intercepted, but judging from the other party's various movements, the governor is probably going to change his flagship. Nagato, prepare to deploy your ship equipment. Meanwhile, Ningle controlled Tianqing and was ready to throw Nagato at any time. Ningle's attention was completely focused on the roarer in the air. From a high vantage point, a massive battleship was approaching the one carrying the governor. Received, Commander. The two answered in unison. The situation on the deck remained deadlocked, with neither side daring to make any unnecessary moves. Ningle was waiting for an opportunity. The nameless ship girl was completely stunned by Amaji's strength. Should we take action? The nameless ship girl asked the governor for instructions. No need. As long as the other side doesn't make a move, you shouldn't act rashly either. The governor was still waiting for the battleships that would come to meet him. Take Tirpitz with you, we'll change ships. Finally, the battleships that had come to meet them arrived at the governor's flagship. The two ships were less than a meter apart, something only ship girls could achieve. In my previous life, such a distance would have caused the two ships to collide. So you finally decided to come out? First up is the Iron Blood governor, who is currently being escorted by two ship girls as he walks toward the battleships that are there to meet him. Behind the governor were Tirpitz, whose hands were bound behind her back with iron chains, and three ship girls guarding him. Amaji, throw it. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Lu gave the order. At the same time, the mental connection took over control of the two anti-ship missiles in Tianqing. Nagato, who was caught under Amaji's arm, suddenly jolted and felt a tremendous force coming at his waist. By the time Nagato realized what was happening, he had already taken to the air and was flying towards the battleship that had come to meet him. At the same time, Ning Lu controlled the launch of two anti-ship missiles from Tianqing, which were also heading towards the iron-blooded governor. Nagato landed first, followed closely by two anti-ship missiles that attacked the two ship girls behind the governor. Commander, be careful. The two ship girls reacted quickly and noticed the approaching danger. Unfortunately, there was no way to intercept the Harpoon anti-ship missile, as its speed exceeded Mach 1, making it impossible with the technology of World War II. The two ship girls could only push their commander forward to prevent him from being hit by the anti-ship missiles. Boom. Before the governor could react, he felt someone push him from behind, and his body fell toward the deck of the battleship that came to meet him. The governor, who had landed on the deck, struggled to his feet, and then realized that the two ship girls guarding him had been engulfed in the explosion. At the same time, he noticed that a beast-eared ship girl was standing in front of Tirpitz. It was Nagato. The ship equipment of the three guards of Turbis was always deployed. Upon seeing Nagato land, they immediately aimed their cannons at her. Nagato was not to be outdone and instantly deployed her ship equipment. Due to the short barrels, even in the passageway connecting the two ships, the three main guns could turn flexibly. You'd better think this through, because this is a 460mm naval gun. When Nagato uttered those words, the other party guessed Nagato's identity. You are the Yamato. As the battleship with the largest caliber in the world in theory, these people had all heard about Nagato's various specifications. Even if all three ship girls fired a volley that hit the core, it wouldn't be enough to kill Nagato in front of them. But Nagato was different. With a 460mm caliber and the Type 3 shell, a single hit from it could shatter the hulls of several cruisers. Commander, what should we do? The iron-blooded governor took in the whole moment. When he learned that the other party was a Yamato-class destroyer, he knew he couldn't take Tirpitz with him. Without looking back, she ran off into the distance, simultaneously using mental control to order three ship girls to fire at Nagato. Bang bang bang. The three men were out of control as a round of armor-piercing bullets hurtled towards Nagato's massacre of his entire clan. Careful. Tirpitz, who was being held by 3 men, shouted loudly, trying to warn Nagato. There was nothing they could do. The shells were just too fast. But Nagato didn't care at all, and didn't even retaliate. Ning Lu, who controlled Nagato, let out a silly laugh. You think you can penetrate 400 millimeters of armor with a 200 millimeters naval gun? That's ridiculous. Nagato is known for her iron chin. In her ship armor form, Nagato faces everyone directly, while in her ship hull form, she is essentially facing the enemy from the side. The burst of armor-piercing shells only left a few sparks on Nagato's body, and then there was no further impact. Seeing the enemy open fire, Nagato didn't hold back either, and a terrifying burst of cannon fire followed. For a moment, the governor felt that his 3 ship girls had lost their sense of touch. This time, it wasn't that Ningle was holding back. Rather, he was genuinely afraid that these 3 cruisers would harm his Tirpitz. That's right, Tirpitz is mine now. Chapter 158. The Iron-Blooded Governor is simply inhuman. Nagato, how's it going at Iron Blood headquarters? Once Tirpitz was safe, the first thing he asked was about the Iron Blood headquarters. Being captured by the governor wasn't what devastated Tirpitz the most. What truly broke him was the Iron Blood. The governor had abandoned his sister and the others to fight the sirens and the arbitrators alone. Yes, everything is fine now. You'll have to ask the commander for details. After the governor escaped to another battleship, he immediately ordered the ship to set sail. The governor can have as many nameless shipgirls as he wants, but he only has one life. Set sail quickly. The governor's spirit connected with the battleship girl beneath his feet, and he directly issued the order to set sail. They didn't even notice that they were so close to another battleship girl, and wondered if such a speed might cause damage. Sizzle. A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out. The battleship girl, already teetering on the brink of collapse, let out a scream as her remaining few thousand health points were completely wiped out in the collision. Brush. Amagi also noticed the battleship ship girl beneath her feet. It was clearly about to sink. Nagato deploys its hull. The moment the ship girls beneath Amagi and the others disappeared, Nakato's ship unfolded. The ship girls who were confronting Amagi fell into the water one after another. However, since they were all in their ship-equipped form, they were standing steadily on the water. With his hands tied behind his back, Tirpitz was unable to unfold the ship and was standing on the deck of Nagato, staring blankly at everything. It's so big. Tirpitz stared in shock at the hull of Nagato. This was the first time he had observed Ningle's shipgirls up close. Previously, I only knew from photos and data that Ningle's shipgirls were much larger than other people's shipgirls. But when he saw all of this with his own eyes, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. If I become Ning Li's shipgirl, will he modify me like this too? A blush crept onto her delicate face, and Tirpitz could hardly believe her own thoughts. She actually longed to become Ningle's shipgirl. Complete the shipgirl affinity mission to rescue Tirpitz. Tirpitz's favorability increases by 10. With a current favorability of 100, a contract can be formed. Once Tirpitz was safe, Ningle received a system notification in his mind. It seems like it's always the same. They rescue the younger sister first, then the older sister. This was the case when salvaging Chi-Chung, and it was also the case when salvaging Kuei. Thinking of the formidable Ningle reminds me of his sister, Guanghui. Yes, and there are also cute unicorns. However, when I think of that awful system, it says that as soon as you contract a shipgirl, it will confiscate attributes like Great Thunder and Big Sister. No, I still don't have enough Rubik's Cubes. After rescuing Turbitzninger, there were no more concerns. Saratoga, make your move. The 3B-1BS had been waiting in the air for a long time. 2 of the 3B-1BS, which were circling in formation, began to descend and open the bomb bays under their bellies. The next moment, a hail of aerial bombs rained down on the ship girls surrounding Amagi and Warspite. Meanwhile, the remaining B-1B also opened its bomb bay, but instead of bombs, it carried anti-ship missiles. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a commander at all, choosing to abandon the sweet and soft ship girls. Ningle was furious. How could anyone abandon their ship girls? Such people should not exist. The 3 anti-ship missiles began to fall, and their engines ignited when they were about 10 meters away from the B-1B. Damn it, that Ning Lu ruined my plans. The governor wiped the fine sweat from his brow and slumped onto the deck. I never expected that my perfect plan would be ruined by a mere kid. Without any Ironblood shipgirls at his disposal, the Ironblood governor is no longer able to rebuild the Ironblood faction. With so many shipgirl factions, isn't it all about being a commander wherever you go? The governor has already come up with a solution. Didn't the royal commanders all defect? Why don't we go there? With a large group of commanders and followers, the iron-blooded governor was relieved. With such strength, even if he surrendered to the royal family, he could still retain his position as governor. Once we control the Royal Navy's flagship, won't we still be able to get whatever we want? However, just as the governor had made his next plans, a whooshing sound came from midair. Immediately afterward, an explosion was heard, and the governor lost consciousness. A single Tomahawk anti-ship missile can cause 80,000 damage, so 3 would cause 240,000. With the subsequent aerial bombardment, the iron-blooded governor was beyond dead. Even the flagship of the Sirens couldn't withstand it. Scumbag. Ning cursed inwardly. The moment the iron-blood governor died, the nameless Shipgirls seemed to have lost their souls and were in a daze for a while. Then he regained consciousness. He's free. The iron-blooded governor is dead. The Shipgirl who was confronting Amaji suddenly spoke up. Sisters, we are finally free. The numerous nameless Shipgirls present all wore expressions of joy, showing no trace of the sorrow one would expect from the death of their commander. What's going on? Their commander is dead, and they're so happy about it. Ning saw this scene through Tianqing's perspective and was very puzzled. Thank you for getting rid of that scumbag who has been exploiting us. The leading Shipgirl thanked Amaji. This made Ning even more confused. As if sensing the other party's confusion, the Shipgirl explained. We were all built by the governor, and essentially, we had no choice. The leading Shipgirl recounted her story in detail. It turns out that the iron-blooded governor used his resources to collect a large number of Rubik's Cubes to build Shipgirls. The Shipgirls he built are not affected by affection levels. Even if their affection level is 0, they will not disobey his orders. They will only show annoyance towards the commander when they are not fighting. However, the emotions of these Shipgirls could not affect the iron-blood governor. He only used them as tools. Scumbag, absolute scumbag. After hearing this, Ning once again praised himself for his decisive action in eliminating the root of the problem. I guess I've done this on behalf of heaven, he. Of course, those who do good deeds should be rewarded. Little Tirpitz, here I come. Chapter 159 Tirpitz the Younger. Nagato and the others have successfully rejoined the team, and Tirpitz's favorability rating has reached 100. Upon seeing Ning, Tirpitz could no longer contain his emotions and rushed over. The commander before me is fighting the Siren Arbiters alone and has also rescued himself from the clutches of the iron-blooded governor. Commander Ning, sob sob sob. Feeling the girl trembling in his arms, Ning placed his hands on Tirpitz's back and patted her gently. It's all right, I'm here. Ning's voice wasn't deep. It even sounded somewhat immature, yet it gave Tirpitz the feeling that he trusted him completely. At the same time, Ning also initiated a contract application. Tirpitz, who was in Ning's arms, shuddered as he sensed Ning's spiritual power. Without any hesitation, he accepted Ning's invitation to form a contract. Tirpitz was detected. The Holy Grail's attributes conflict with the system and have been confiscated. Before Ning could even savor the feel of Tirpitz, the next second, Tirpitz in his arms transformed into a 1.3-meter tall white-haired lowly. Commander, what's going on? Why have I shrunk? Tirpitz looked at Ning in surprise. Akaji pulled Tirpitz aside. Little Tirpitz, you'll understand later. This is the commander's special hobby. At this point, Xiao Qiqing turned around and glanced in Ning Li's direction. Seeing that Ning wasn't paying attention, he continued. The commander can turn Shipgirls into little Lolas, and of course, he can turn them back. It all depends on the commander's preference. What Ning didn't know was that Xiao Qiqing had explained the settings of his system so poorly. Tirpitz's face grew increasingly red. Even as the older sister, she had never seen such a nasty commander. In just over 10 minutes, Ning's lofty image in Tirpitz's mind collapsed instantly. Commander, this is over. We should go back and deal with the arbitrators. Upon seeing that Tirpitz had been rescued, Saratoga, serving as the secretary ship, came out to remind them. Yeah, that's true. Let's go. It's time to deal with that Lavos. If long-range attacks are ineffective and close-quarters combat is impossible against Lavos, then carrier-based aircraft can be used. Even if little Akaji's Helldiver has low damage, it can still slowly whittle down Lavos's health and kill him. Ning sat down in Saratoga's captain's chair again. As soon as Ning sat down, Saratoga habitually jumped into Ning's arms, kicked her high heels to the ground, and rubbed against Ning's arms like a kitten. Ning was already used to this. Whichever Shipgirl you pilot, she will habitually sit in your lap. This scene seemed quite ordinary to the other Shipgirls and Ning, but to the newly joined Tirpitz, it instantly made his face turn red. Does my commander really like tiny Shipgirls? He looked at his own body, then at Saratoga and Ning Li's arms. Does that mean I can be modified just by sitting in the commander's lap like this? Seeing Saratoga's performance, Tirpitz Jr. was also eager to try. Tirpitz saw hope in Ron, hope of obtaining the dragon. Yudachi had been monitoring Lavas's actions. Since Ningle left, Lavos has made no moves, instead traveling in the opposite direction from Ningle at a speed of only 1 or 2 knots. Stare. Yudachi kept a close eye on Lavas's every move, but dared not approach him easily. Even Rune's Hyperseeker hull couldn't withstand the laser cannon attack, let alone the fragile Yudachi. Yudachi thus kept Lavos within his concealment range. Commander, you're done? Yudachi sensed Ningle's spirit entering his ship and immediately perked up. It's over. How's the situation on Yudachi's side? Everything is normal, Commander. Lavos is fleeing into the distance, and at an unusually slow speed. Ningle was already on his way back to the battlefield, and was now less than 50 kilometers away from Lavos. The bombing of Koakiji has begun. The ship, Little Akiji, carried 40 Stuka dive bombers. Ningle took off with all of them at once and flew towards Lavos. It feels familiar. Little Chiching hasn't been controlled by Ning Lu so violently in a long time. Since the Little Tirpitz had not been modified, its speed could not keep up with Ningle's fleet. Fortunately, Ningle allowed the Little Tirpitz to ride on the hull of the Little Akiji. Are you alright, Akiji? Tirpitz asked worriedly. No, it's nothing. You'll know what it feels like once you've been controlled by the commander. Little Akiji's face was flushed, her foxtail was wagging incessantly, and one of her fox ears on her head was twitching. Why does this Little Akiji seem so strange? Should I stay away from him? Little Akiji's words only made Tirpitz more curious. Could it be that Ningle's control of the Shipgirls would make them feel comfortable? Faint white smoke was already rising from the deck of the Little Akiji. 40 stirs flew in formation of 10 towards Lavos. Wong. -0, -0, -0. What's going on? I can't deal any damage. The first wave of corrosive bombs hit Lavas's deck, but to Ningle's surprise, the attack did not cause any damage. The second round of Stukas has also arrived and dropped corrosive bombs. -0, -0, -0. Does this mean that carrier-based aircraft attacks also cause no damage? Just as Ningle was wondering why he could no longer harm Lavos, a red shockwave spread outwards from Lavos. In the blink of an eye, the gaze swept over Ningle's Shipgirls. Careful. Ningle reminded everyone that the red shockwave had not caused any damage, but Ningle did not dare to let his guard down. Who knows if Lavos has entered a new attack mechanism? Lavos enters active attack mode. The system notification sounded in Ningle's mind, and Lavos, who was still running away, suddenly drove towards Yudachi. As expected, this Lavos is much more difficult to deal with than Diverlu. Dublin is a battleship, and it can be easily destroyed through head-on confrontation. But Lavos is different. It's an aircraft carrier, and its role is to provide support and remote control. This guy doesn't play by the rules. Those laser cannons on the liquid are also incredibly powerful. Lavos' speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a high speed of 27 knots. They're catching up, Commander. As Yudachi's voice rang out, Ningle quickly focused his mental energy on Yudachi's hull, maneuvering it away from Lavos. Ning Lu judged that Lavos' hatred should be directed at Yudachi at this moment. If he were to lead Yudachi in his direction, it would be tantamount to sending a lamb to the slaughter. Even the supercruiser Rune, with the strongest defense in the fleet, was instantly killed, let alone these battleships and aircraft carriers. Fortunately, Yudachi's speed is so fast that it can hold off Lavas's attack for a short time. Then a very interesting scene unfolded. Ningle controlled Yudachi, making her circle around Lavos, while Lavos, whose target was Yudachi, also circled around Yudachi on the sea. Chapter 160 Crisis. Bismarck, you can't just go there. Prince Eugen and Z-23 are pulling Bismarck along. No, I have to go save my sister, don't stop me. By this time, Bismarck had completely lost its former flagship appearance. He looked completely helpless after losing his younger sister. U-556 reported that all the Iron Blood commanders had fled, and the reason why the Iron Blood governor could not be contacted had also been found out. That's the Iron-Blooded governor. He has hundreds of Shipgirls. What use would you be if you went alone? Prince Eugen grabbed Bismarck's arm and tried to persuade him. Yes, Tirpitz has already been captured. Are you going to deliver him too? Bismarck's other arm was being held by Z-23, but Z-23 seemed to be struggling, since Bismarck was a battleship and was much stronger than Z-23. Why didn't I realize it was a conspiracy back then? After struggling for a while, Bismarck collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. You can't entirely blame Bismarck. Who would have thought that so many commanders would choose to collectively abandon Ironblood? Prince Eugen sat down next to Bismarck and began to comfort her. As a veteran of the Iron Age, Prince Eugen had witnessed far too many partings and deaths. Bismarck did not reply, but sat on the ground with his arms wrapped around his knees. Are we just going to stand by and watch our sister be taken away? Oh, and Ningle too. Bismarck thought of Ningle again, but then suddenly remembered that Ningle should be fighting the Siren's arbiters at the moment. He simply didn't have time to concern himself with their affairs. Behind the Ningle fleet. What just happened? Ning Lu and the others just appeared out of thin air here. U-556, who had been loitering near the Iron Blood Governor's mansion gathering intelligence, followed the Iron Blood Governor and his entourage as they left on a transport ship. Through the periscope, he clearly saw Tirpitz being pushed onto the ship by 3 Shipgirls with their ship equipment deployed, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. He reported this matter to Bismarck immediately. U-556 had been lurking behind the Iron Governor and had witnessed the entire process of Ningle rescuing Tirpitz. U-556 did not dare to utter a sound until Ningle completely destroyed the iron-blooded governor's flagship. We need to send a telegram to Bismarck immediately. He's probably worried sick. 3 hours had passed since the news of Tirpitz's capture was sent, and U-556 couldn't even imagine how worried Bismarck must be at that moment. Bismarck, don't worry. Tirpitz has been rescued by Ningle and is now on his way to the arbitrators. For those 3 hours, Bismarck sat there blankly, as if recalling the bits and pieces of his years with Tirpitz. What? Bismarck's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and he snatched the report from Z-23's hand. Ningle, I didn't expect it to be you. Did the Siren's arbitrators resolve the matter? Bismarck asked Z-23. No. According to U-556 report, Ningle's commander skill should be a fleet teleportation auxiliary skill. He teleported the entire fleet to the governor's sea area, which saved Tirpitz. They are now returning to the sea area where the Sirens appeared. Bismarck was no longer concerned about the arbitrators' threats. Let's go find Ningle. Thus, Bismarck, Prince Eugen, G-23 rushed toward the battlefield in Nimmler. Commander, please save Yudachi. Yudachi can't hold on much longer. Yudachi gasped for breath as she desperately pulled on the surface of the sea. There was nothing they could do. Daiburlu was following them too closely. Even though he wasn't within attack range, Kedaberu seemed to know where Yudachi was and kept chasing after him. Commander, please save me. I can't run anymore. Ningle's mind raced. Smoke was billowing from the decks of Saratoga and Akagi, and the carrier-based aircraft were bombing Lavos, but there was no damage whatsoever. Immune to damage from carrier-based aircraft, immune to attack damage from ranges greater than 10 kilometers. Ningle was truly speechless. The attribute update from Daiburlu completely abolished his most important attack methods. Even at a range of 10 kilometers, they couldn't defeat the laser cannon, and carrier-based aircraft couldn't inflict any damage. Yudachi, just bear with it a little longer. We'll have a solution soon. Ningle's brain was working at lightning speed. It won't work, Commander. Yudachi opened the torpedo tubes on the side and launched 3 guided torpedoes toward the distant target. The Type 052D is a destroyer, and no matter how big it is still a destroyer and is equipped with torpedoes. Seeing Yudachi's actions, Ning Lu was speechless. Yudachi's actions left Ning Lu speechless. With so many large-caliber missiles, neither naval guns nor aerial bombardment can cause any damage, so how could your torpedoes possibly? Boom. Minus 30,000, water ingress. What's going on? The torpedo can actually deal damage. Ningle didn't take Yudachi's hasty action seriously, but unexpectedly, it had a surprising effect. It actually caused Lavos to leak water. Very good. Yudachi, continue the attack. The attack was effective, and Ning Lu responded to Yudachi's order. Oh, take my giant torpedo. Seeing that its attack was effective, the suction force turned the ship to the other side, and 3 guided torpedoes were fired toward Lavos. Minus 30,000. Another 30,000 plus damage. At this moment, Lavos only has 300,000 HP left, which means that Yudachi only needs to launch 10 more torpedoes to take down Lavos. Continue launching, Yudachi. Huh, what's going on? Ningle, who was still trying to control Yudachi's hull to launch torpedoes, suddenly froze. Commander Yudachi is gone. Yudachi then stammered out his answer. Since we got anti-ship missiles, Yudachi has never used torpedoes, so we just left the extra torpedoes in the port area. Ninglu was speechless. He hadn't expected that the only torpedo that could damage Lavos, Yudachi, would only have 6 of them. Damn it, where am I supposed to get a destroyer? I pinched it and covered my face with it. I never expected that Yudachi would mess up at this most crucial moment. What should we do? Commander Lavos is chasing us again. Even with the water damage, Lavos' speed only dropped by about 7 or 8 knots, and it is still chasing Yudachi at a speed of 20 knots. You hold on a bit. I'll go get reinforcements. At this moment, the entire Iron Blood Sea had been cleared of mass-produced sirens, and Ningle's first thought was to go to the Iron Blood headquarters to ask for reinforcements. Can Bismarck hear me? Chapter 161: The Price of Obtaining the Dragon. Bismarck, who was heading towards the sirens, received a radio communication. It's Ningle. Bismarck, I'm fighting Lavos. He's entered a critical condition where only torpedoes can cause damage. Upon hearing that it was Niner Bismarck, he immediately replied, This is Commander Bismarck. Is Tirpitz with you? Instead of answering Ningle's question, Tirpitz asked about his sister first. Yes, we're together, but we're currently in battle. Bismarck, where are you now? Hearing that his sister was all right, Bismarck breathed a sigh of relief and replied to Ningle, We are 50 kilometers away from your battlefield. This distance is only a few minutes for Ningle, but it would take at least half an hour for these aircraft carrier Shipgirls from World War II. Is Z-23 with you? G-23, we are together. Bismarck was taken aback by Ningle's question, but he still answered it. Bismarck disappeared after replying to Ningle's radio message, but the radio of Z-23 next to Bismarck started ringing. Z-23, I need your help. Ning Li's tone was anxious. What do you need my help with, Commander Ningle? Z-23 knows Ningle's strength best, and yet she still needs her help in this decisive battle. Ningle explained the current situation in Lavos to Z-23. No, Commander Ningle. Z-23 stammered. Is it inconvenient, Z-23? Ningle's first thought was that Z-23 might be concerned about other commanders controlling his ship. No, it is. Z-23 hesitated. Then her face turned slightly red. I can only launch the torpedoes. Whether they hit their target or not is entirely up to fate. At this point, Z-23's face turned even redder. When Ning Lu was explaining, all 6 of Yudachi's torpedoes hit their targets. But thinking about his own pitiful hit rate, Z-231 felt a pang of embarrassment. Ningle almost forgot that the Shipgirls in this world didn't have much combat experience. Being able to control the weapons on one's own ship is already considered being an excellent Shipgirl. Don't worry about that, Z-23. Lavos's movement is very predictable, and your torpedoes don't need any guidance capabilities. As long as they can be launched, that's fine. Ningle then realized what Z-23 was worried about. It turned out he was afraid of making a fool of himself in front of him. You don't need to do anything, Z-23. Just hand over your ship to me. Ningla said this very gently. Can the Z-23 really do that? Z-23 couldn't help but ask himself the same question. Since Commander Ningle has asked me for a favor, I must agree, especially since it is for the purpose of fighting the sirens. Yes, Commander Ningle, what do I need to do? After a moment's thought, Z-23 accepted Ningle's invitation without hesitation. You've come to our fleet. I need to establish a mental connection with you. Bismarck and his men soon met up with Ningle. Commander Ningle is truly grateful that you saved Tirpitz. Bismarck stepped onto the hull of the Saratoga and shook hands with Ningle. Sister, you should be a little more reserved. I saved your sister, shouldn't I give you a big hug? Ning Lu thought to himself, but on the surface he wore a very righteous and awe-inspiring expression. It's nothing, it's what I should do. That governor is a complete scumbag. He actually betrayed Iron Blood. A hint of disgust appeared in his eyes when he mentioned the iron-blooded Governor Bismarck. It's my fault for not discovering it sooner. I never imagined the governor would be this kind of person. Bismarck sighed. Commander Ningle, where is my sister now? As soon as Bismarck opened his mouth, a soft, sweet voice came from behind him. Elder sister. Bismarck felt a pair of small hands hugging his waist. That's the voice. Bismarck still recognized his sister's voice, but the presence behind him clearly told him that it was Tirpitz. Bismarck turned around, but what came into view was not that familiar white-haired figure. Huh? Nobody's here. Bismarck looked around, as if searching for the source of the sound. Sister, I'm here. Seeing Bismarck looking around, Turbis tugged at Bismarck's clothes. Turtlebite. Bismarck stared in disbelief at the silver-haired little girl in front of him. The clothes were practically a miniature version of Tirpitz's, and he even bore a resemblance to her in appearance. But that doesn't make sense. My sister is clearly a mature young woman. So how did she turn into a 1.3-meter-tall little girl? Sister, I'm already Ningle's Shipgirl. At this point, little Tyr put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. Bismarck was relieved to see that his sister was all right, but he still glanced back at her. Ningle then pulled Tirpitz aside. Little sister, what happened? How did you become like this? Bismarck crouched down and pointed to the hull of the Tirpitz. Sigh, there's nothing I can do, sister. This is the price to pay for obtaining the dragon ship armor. At this point, Tirpitz remembered Akaji's words and blushed. But I heard from Akaji that if I behave well enough, the commander will turn me back. Change back. Bismarck recalled the information about Ningle. Especially after learning that Ningle could modify Shipgirls and change their equipment, he paid special attention to Ningle's preferences. You like small boats? Well, it's not unacceptable, as long as the military police don't find out. Tirpitz pondered, rubbing his chin with one hand. How could a commander not like an older sister? Bismarck was very puzzled. He looked at the shrunken Tirpitz and then at his own chest. Is it because the older sister isn't attractive? Wait, doesn't Commander Ningle have a big fox named Tianqing? The impression Bismarck had of Ningle was too contradictory. Don't worry about these things, sister. I heard from Akaji that all ship girls who become Ningle will shrink. Tirpitz tugged at Bismarck's clothes, interrupting Bismarck's thoughts. Ningle paid no attention to the whispering Tirpitz and Bismarck beside him. His attention was entirely focused on Z-23. Are you ready? Whether Z-23 can defeat Lavos this time depends entirely on you. Ning Lu solemnly instructed. Leave it to me, Commander Ningle. At this time, Z-23 did not board the Saratoga's hull, but instead remained docked beside the Saratoga in the form of the hull itself. The massive Saratoga stands in stark contrast to the petite Z-23. Okay, get ready. I'm about to establish a mental connection. The next moment, Ning Li's spirit entered the Z-23's hull. Wow, that's intense. Z-23 exclaimed. This was Z-23's first connection, as he had never connected with a commander before. Unexpectedly, Ning Li's mental power was so strong that it completely covered her ship's hull. She could even feel the pressure on the torpedoes she had loaded into the torpedo tubes. Chapter 162, Z-23's highlight moment. As a destroyer, Z-23 had never experienced such terrifying mind control before and was completely immersed in the surging waves. No problem, Z-23? Ning Li's concerned voice came through. Yes, no problem, Commander Ningle. Z-23's voice trembled slightly, tinged with nervousness. So Commander Ningle really is different from the other commanders. Could his terrifying control be the same as those four from before? Z-23's mind was racing with random thoughts, but Ningle was oblivious. At that moment, he was piloting Z-23's ship towards Lavos in the distance. Destroyers in this world don't have the aiming guidelines in the Zero system. They can only rely on their experience and luck to hit the torpedoes. But Ningle was different. It existed systematically. Based on the targeting baseline, the approximate position of Lavos could be deduced, and torpedoes could be deployed. The Z-23 is equipped with two quadruple 533mm torpedo launchers. It has a range of 12 kilometers and a base damage of 12,000. It's a standard iron blood heavy torpedo, nothing particularly outstanding. In peacetime combat, the Z-23 primarily provides vision and support. The torpedoes are mainly used to delay enemy advances. Will there really be a chance to like destroyers? Destroyers are clearly so weak in combat, and they don't have powerful guns and weapons. Compared to the main battleship girls, destroyers always seem to have a sense of inferiority. For commanders, battleships and aircraft carriers are simply more popular than destroyers, and this is true in any faction. Most unnamed shipgirls are light cruisers and destroyers. It's rare to see heavy battleships and aircraft carriers become unnamed shipgirls. This Commander Ningle is definitely different. He really likes small boats, so I still have a chance. Remembering Ningle's hobby, Z-23 perked up again. After all, she was the only destroyer in the Iron Blood ship girls lineup, Ningle. The commander liked destroyers so much, he'd definitely like her too, right? Z-23's favorability increases by 10, current favorability is 50. After some internal contemplation, Z-23's liking for Ningle increased again. Yeah, I knew it. As long as my mind is connected to the shipgirls, no shipgirl can resist me. Ningle thought to himself with unbridled narcissism. That seems to be true. Ningle discovered that the more violent and forceful his mental power was in controlling the shipgirls, the higher their affection level would be. Indeed, the shipgirl's true form is the warship, and if they have strong control over it, it's equivalent to having strong command over the warship. For any steel warship, its true purpose lies in being able to be fully mobilized for combat. Torpedoes ready. As a standard World War II destroyer, the Z-23 carried a considerable number of torpedoes, unlike the Udachi, which abandoned its torpedoes once it had missiles. At this moment, Udachi looked completely innocent and could only act as bait to constantly attract Lavos's attention. Z-23, meanwhile, slowly approached Lavos from the side, its torpedo tubes aimed at the front of Lavos. Wait, Commander Ningle, there are still 10 kilometers to go. How is that possible? Z-23 is currently 10 kilometers from the maximum distance to Lavos. That's enough. The Z-23's torpedoes have a range of 12 kilometers, and considering the kinetic energy lost along the way, a range of 10 kilometers is just right. Yang Fan then aimed at a position about 4 kilometers in front of Lavos based on the aiming baseline that appeared in his field of vision. This was the torpedo hit point that the system had predicted based on Lavos's speed. Based on Z-23's usual attack methods, it should approach the enemy at a distance of 3 or 4 kilometers before launching an attack. This position ensures both accuracy and allows you to quickly escape the enemy's line of sight. However, the drawback is also obvious. Being exposed to the enemy's line of sight makes you vulnerable to being sunk. But Ning's actions completely overturned Z-23's understanding. He realized that destroyers could also launch torpedoes from a great distance. He even thought that all 8 of his 533mm torpedoes could hit Lavos in the distance. It can definitely be done, if it's that amazing commander operating it. For some reason, Z-23 inexplicably trusted Ning. Lavos is being launched from such a distance. Is it to force Lavos to reposition itself? Bismarck, standing in the captain's cabin, was completely baffled by Ning's actions. However, what attracted him most at that moment was the radar screen in front of Saratoga. As a ship girl from World War II, it did not have such advanced equipment on its hull, not even radar. The radar in the Ning Combat Command Center not only marked the location of our fleet, but also marked the specific data of Lavos. What surprised Bismarck the most was that the radar clearly showed the positions of the 8 torpedoes that Z-23 had just launched. It can even detect the location of torpedoes. This is beyond the capabilities of radar, isn't it? Bismarck murmured to herself, her mouth slightly agape. As an early battleship, Bismarck was aware of the existence of radar. However, it was not equipped with radar, and it also tried to modify its hull like other unnamed Shipgirls. For some reason, the historical ship's hull was unable to use weapons that did not originally exist. Its sonar. This is the torpedo location marked by Yudachi's sonar. Upon hearing Bismarck's words, Ning replied, Yudachi's radar has a detection range of 600 kilometers, and its sonar has a range of 120 kilometers. Ning wouldn't mind showing off in front of his future Shipgirls. 600 kilometers. 120 kilometers. My God, is that such a large detection range? Bismarck covered her mouth in disbelief, her voice becoming somewhat shrill. Yes, all the Shipgirls that have undergone modern modifications have a detection range of over 600 kilometers. At this point, Ning Lu pointed to Tiancheng in the distance. For example, although Amagi is a battlecruiser, it still needs powerful radar as an aid to target. Bismarck had noticed Amagi's hull long ago. As the largest warship in the Ning fleet, the awe it brought to the other Shipgirls was unparalleled. Especially the Bismarck, which was also a battleship. However, he was curious why Tiancheng only had one main cannon. Was that firepower really enough? Don't underestimate Amagi. I dare say that no Shipgirl in the entire Azur Lane world can withstand a single shot from his main gun. Ning boasted about his Shipgirls without any restraint. But it's true, Amagi's electromagnetic cannon can deal a full 120,000 damage per shot. Even the Yamato class, which has the highest HP in the world, only has a little over 100,000 HP, and a single electromagnetic cannon shot from its core would take it away. As if noticing the discussion about him, Tiancheng in the distance also looked towards Ning. At that moment, Tiancheng was standing on the deck, holding his red oil paper umbrella. If it weren't for the enormous warship beneath her, no one would guess that this young girl was such a terrifying steel behemoth. Are you trying to fool me, Commander Ning? While I am grateful that you saved my sister, I am not tempted by your boasting about your Shipgirls. Bismarck's favorability is currently at 90, and cannot be increased if the favorability task is not completed. As expected, Bismarck is only tough on the outside now. Chapter 163 Lavos's Final Form. When did Bismarck develop a Tsundere personality? However, it seems that Bismarck is the kind of Shipgirl who is not good at getting along with the commander in the story, so it's not a big deal for her to act a bit arrogant. Including Bismarck, I now have 3 Shipgirls with Tsundere attributes. Before Saratoga's affection level reached 100, her Tsundere personality was very obvious, and she would even get jealous of herself. But after her affection level reached 100, she became extremely clingy to her all the time. It's true, her former teacher valued her talent highly, but even when her favorability rating reached 90, she was still hypocritical. It wasn't until she reached 100 favorability that she developed her current virtuous personality. As for Bismarck, come into the bowl. Ning was already quite impatient. He wanted to see what Bismarck would become after reaching 100 favorability. Boom, boom, boom. Minus 9,000 to 8,000. All 8 torpedoes hit the broadside of the Lavos. Even with the Lavas's strong defenses, the 8 torpedoes still inflicted over 70,000 damage. It actually hit. Z-23 stared at everything in utter astonishment, certain that Ning Li's success this time was definitely not just luck. Launching 8 torpedoes simultaneously is a gamble no commander would take. Furthermore, once the torpedoes leave the launch tube, they become uncontrollable. There is only one possibility. Commander Ningle has such extensive experience in destroyer operations. The fact that all 8 torpedoes hit their targets is solely due to Ningle's precise aim. Only a commander with many years of destroyer combat experience could achieve such a feat. Even a commander with years of experience could not achieve such a terrifying hit rate. Z-23's favorability increased by 10, current favorability is 60. Little Nimi-chan, are you shocked by my move? Now come obediently into the bowl. Ning Lu watched as Z-23's favorability rating increased on the system panel, and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Ningle discovered that as long as he could demonstrate his strength, whether it was in controlling the Shipgirls, arranging tactics, or using the high-tech weapons that could modify them, these warship girls would become infatuated with him. Ning Lu is becoming increasingly adept at salvaging ships. It hit? How is that possible? Bismarck, standing on the bridge, watched in astonishment. He clearly saw 8 small green dots on the radar screen approaching the large dot representing Lavos. And Lavos, without any intention of changing course, was simply rammed straight into, and all 8 torpedoes hit it. It's actually very simple, as long as you aim accurately enough. As sister ships, both the Bismarck and Tirpitz were equipped with torpedoes. This is a characteristic of Iron Blood battleships, a skill that Iron Blood battleships excel at in the World of Warships game. Commander, how did you do that? Before Bismarck could even ask a question, Tirpitz, standing next to Ningle, shook Ningle's arm and asked, "Oh my God, what am I seeing?" Bismarck was shocked. He actually saw Tirpitz, who was usually stern and unsmiling, acting coquettishly towards Ningle. Kneeling down, Ningle hugged Tirpitz in his arms and explained with a smile, "Just use the ship's cannons properly, and when the commander has enough resources, he'll upgrade you into the strongest close combat battleship." Ningle stroked Tirpitz's soft silver hair as he spoke to her, but his eyes were fixed on Bismarck beside him. Ningle could clearly see the envy and longing in Bismarck's eyes. "When will the commander make me bigger?" Tirpitz Jr. looked somewhat resentful. "Of course, we can only turn you back once the commander has enough Rubik's Cubes." It's no wonder Tirpitz is so upset. She was supposed to be the Holy Grail's elder sister, but now she's a 1.3-meter-tall, silver-haired lowly. For a battleship elder sister, this is practically the biggest blow to them. Supplies. Rubik's Cubes. So it turns out that turning a small boat back into a large ship requires a Rubik's Cube and the modification of the Shipgirl, but it only requires materials. Bismarck silently made a mental note of it. Torpedo loading complete. Z-23's second wave of torpedoes was also loaded. Ningle continued with the same attack method as before, having Yudachi draw fire in front before launching the torpedoes from the aiming positions given by the system. Minus 70,000. Another 70,000 damage. Lavos, who originally had 300,000 HP left, now only has 260,000. I was actually able to kill the Siren Arbiter. The idea popped into Z-23's head and quickly became unstoppable. The Arbitrator was a legendary figure among historical shipgirls, someone even an entire faction might not be able to defeat. Z-23 never dreamed that she could single-handedly take down such a terrifying Arbitrator. "It's not just my strength, it's Ning Lu. It's what Commander Ning Lu did." Z-23's favorability has increased by 10, and the current favorability is 70. Do the 3 starter Pokemon provide some kind of affinity bonus? How come they're growing so fast? Ning Lu had no idea what Z-23 was imagining, but the current situation was somewhat similar to when he was trying to salvage Akaji. So the Akaji virus is indeed contagious? Another round of torpedoes hit, this time dealing over 70,000 damage, bringing Lavas's health down to below 200,000. Great, another hit. All hits. Z-23 was trembling all over, unable to contain his excitement. A few more times, just a few more times, and I'll be able to take down the Arbitrator. "Commander Ningle, my torpedoes are loaded." Z-23's tone was different from before, and a smile appeared on her usually serious face. "I didn't expect destroyers to be able to deal such impressive damage. But why doesn't Commander Ningle's fleet have any destroyers?" Bismarck also witnessed Z-23's performance and couldn't help but feel delighted for her. But for someone as outstanding as Ningle, Acquiring a destroyer should have been a piece of cake, right? The Udachi weighs nearly 7,000 tons, a size that far surpasses that of the Saratoga. This has led many to regard the Udachi as a light cruiser. Ahem, well, that ship that's drawing fire in front is actually a destroyer. Upon hearing Ningle's words, Bismarck looked at Udachi on the distant sea with an incredulous expression. Shipgirls are really illogical. No matter how far away they are, as long as they see the other ship's hull, it's as if they can see the other ship's body in its girl form. How is this body possible? Shouldn't destroyers be small? Bismarck looked at Ningle with a face full of doubt, and at the same time noticed that Saratoga in Ningle's arms was looking at him with a very unfriendly look. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Unbeknownst to Bismarck, his words had just provoked Saratoga once again. Chapter 164 Full Power. Z-23 was getting impatient. At this moment, he was trying to aim the torpedo tubes at Lavos in the distance, but Z-23 did not fire and was still waiting for Ningle's order. Just as Z-23 was focused on aiming, Lavos in the distance began to slow down, and at the same time, the purple light on its body dimmed. Huh? What happened? Is your health almost gone? Z-23 had his own guess and reported the matter to Ningle. Ningle, of course, saw all of this, but he knew that this was not a sign that Lavos was about to sink, but rather that its form was about to change again. Everyone be on high alert. Each time Lavos undergoes a new change, a different mechanism will be implemented, and the system will also provide reminders to Ningle. Lavos has entered a near-death state. In this state, Lavos can be killed by any form of attack. Its defensive shield is immune to 50% of damage, and it will launch a large number of carrier-based aircraft to make a last-ditch effort. So it's entered a weakened state, a last-ditch effort? As long as he can withstand ranged damage, even with a 50% damage reduction, Ningle can still use the powerful damage of his fleet to destroy Lavos. Let's retreat, Z-23. It's the older sister's turn to perform next. Hearing Ning say this, Z-23 reluctantly returned to the fleet. Commander Ningle, Z-23 could have taken down Lavos with torpedoes too. Why are you telling me to retreat? Z-23 hadn't noticed the changes in Lavos yet. When he returned to the fleet, the somewhat dim purple light on Lavos's hull suddenly became bright again. At the same time, a faint red shield appeared on his body. After a long period of silence on the deck, carrier-based aircraft began to take off and spread outwards. Z-23 returned to the Saratoga in a cold sweat. If it were still 10 kilometers away, Lavos's change of position would definitely allow its carrier-based aircraft to detect it. At that point, a World War II-era destroyer would have no chance of escaping the onslaught of its aircraft. Z-23 admired Ningle even more. Wait, I've retreated back. What about Udachi? Z-23 thought that Udachi had been drawing aggro in front of Lavos, and now that he had returned to Ningle's ship, wouldn't all the carrier-based aircraft attack Udachi? This time, the number of carrier-based aircraft taking off from Lavos was not in the hundreds or thousands as last time, but only about 50. However, such a number is still quite terrifying for the Z-23. Commander Ningle, quickly bring Udachi back. Bismarck also noticed the changes in Lavos, and panicked when he realized that the carrier-based aircraft had begun to take off, and that Udachi had been spotted. No matter how powerful a cruiser is, it cannot withstand the attack of more than 50 carrier-based aircraft. Don't worry, Bismarck, the commander has a plan. Saratoga, sitting in Ningle's lap, spoke up to offer a reminder. With over 50 carrier-based aircraft, even if it weren't Udachi, facing them alone would be quite easy. However, Ningle still managed to control Saratoga to launch a Tomcat to intercept it. Outside the captain's cabin on the aircraft carrier deck, a Tomcat was ready to take off, its tail flames creating a strong wind on the deck. Whoosh! The catapult latch was released, and a Tomcat carrier-based aircraft was launched, flying towards Lavos at an incredible speed. Commander Ningle, I've never seen this kind of carrier-based aircraft before. What is it? This wasn't the first time Bismarck had seen Ningle's jet-powered carrier-based aircraft, but seeing it at such close range was still particularly impressive. The terrifying speed and the deafening sonic boom made his blood boil. This is the commander's secret, you can't just ask about it. Before Ningle could speak, Saratoga spoke first. Bismarck then realized that she was not Ningle's Shipgirl, and it was very impolite to ask a commander about his secrets. Well, it's nothing. It's just a jet aircraft, which has greater thrust and faster speed compared to propeller aircraft. Ningle gave a brief explanation of the principles, but Bismarck didn't understand. He only caught the fact that the aircraft was very fast and heavy, and could carry more weapons. To be honest, at this moment, Bismarck was thinking a bit like becoming an aircraft carrier. Of course, it should become Ningle's aircraft carrier. Looking at the massive carrier-based aircraft on the Saratoga's hull, Bismarck felt a strong urge to join in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound came from the distant sky. It sounded like a large-caliber naval gun firing continuously, but the speed was so fast that it was impossible to tell how many shots had been fired. Bismarck then turned his attention back to the battlefield. Lavas's carrier-based aircraft have spotted Udachi and are currently assembling in formation at high altitude, preparing to launch an attack. But as soon as the carrier-based aircraft approached the Udachi's air defense perimeter, the Type 1130 close-in weapon system opened fire. Like a machine gun blast that split the heavens and earth, this barrage of 1130s actually cut a vacuum zone directly in the carrier-based aircraft group. What is this again? Bismarck could no longer hide the shock on his face. I was completely shocked by Udachi's terrifying anti-air capabilities. The carrier-based aircraft in the sky were like ice and snow hitting a red-hot iron block. The aircraft that entered the air defense zone were instantly melted by Udachi's 1130. The last few carrier-based aircraft in the formation realized something was wrong and quickly turned around. But how could Udachi let these dangerous beings go? Whoosh whoosh. 12 HQ, 1 surface-to-air missiles flew toward the fleeing carrier-based aircraft. The performance of the HQ-9 is self-evident. Its maximum capability is to intercept cruise missiles. Intercepting ordinary carrier-based aircraft like the Sirens is naturally a piece of cake. Bang bang bang. The fireball exploded in the sky like a beautiful firework. This Z-23 did not gather this intelligence. Z-23, who was also standing in the captain's cabin and saw this scene, was shocked by the terrifying anti-aircraft defense of Udachi. Udachi is a destroyer in the fleet. She's responsible for the entire fleet's air defense. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Saratoga proudly explained. He also grew to like the feeling. Explaining the power of modern weapons to these World War II shipgirls gave Saratoga a strange sense of superiority. Wait, what did you say? This is a destroyer. Z-23 immediately became interested and asked a question. The Z-23 is considered a relatively large destroyer, with a displacement of 3,000 tons, almost comparable to some light cruisers. He had always thought that Udachi was a light cruiser, but he never expected that the other side was also a destroyer like himself. Yes, destroyers in my fleet mainly serve the roles of air defense and fire support. As if in agreement with what Ning had said, Udachi began launching anti-ship missiles. Like a meteor shower, plumes of white smoke rose behind the hull of the Udachi ship as 80 YJ, 12 anti-ship missiles rained down on the direction of Lavos. This is a destroyer with such terrifying firepower. Z-23's favorability has increased by 20, with a current favorability of 90, triggering a favorability quest. Chapter 165 Bismarck acquired. Rumble. Anti-ship missiles rained down on Lavos. The aftershocks of the explosion nearly boiled the entire ocean. But that's not all. Amagi's electromagnetic cannon is also charging up. Old man. Unlike the sound of traditional artillery firing, that strange sound of electric current reverberated throughout the entire sea area. What's going on? Why is this cannon making that sound? Bismarck had not expected that the cannons of Amagi would have such an effect. The blue beam of light that was fired was so sharp that it could not even be seen with the naked eye before it struck Lavos. Instead of causing an explosion, it completely melted a section of Lavas's armor. For battleships, penetrating enemy armor with armor-piercing shells is achievable as long as the enemy's armor is thin enough. But Tiancheng's shell was different. It melted a large hole in a piece of armor on Lavas's side. This is an electromagnetic gun. Unlike traditional artillery, it uses electromagnetic force to propel projectiles to achieve its destructive effect. As a warship enthusiast, Ning Lu is naturally very familiar with electromagnetic railguns, a revolutionary weapon. But this is incomprehensible to a World War II shipgirl like Bismarck. Commander Ning, what about the damage from that shot? Bismarck asked somewhat guiltily, not because he was afraid that Ning wouldn't tell him, but because he had already guessed that the damage from this cannon was extraordinary. 120,000. 120,000. That means I can't even withstand a single shot. As the flagship of the Iron Bloods, the Bismarck's strength goes without saying. With a health bar of up to 80,000 and 300 millimeters thick side armor, it possesses unparalleled defensive capabilities. But he was certain that he couldn't withstand even a single shot from this electromagnetic gun. Moreover, judging from the way it landed on Lavos, his own armor had no chance of resisting at all. Commander Ning, how did you acquire this weapon? Bismarck regretted asking the question as soon as it left his mouth. She's not Ning's shipgirl. This kind of secret isn't like the previous jet aircraft situation. This is already considered a secret weapon of the Ningel fleet. Well, Tianqing only has this strength after I modified it. Ningel, of course, had no reservations. With a 90% favorability rating, Bismarck was now just one step away from being snatched away after he completed the mission. Transformation. This sentence kept echoing in Bismarck's mind. Old man. 2 enormous energy spheres exploded on the hull of the Lavos. This is another attack method different from the electromagnetic cannon attack used by Amagi. The 2 energy orbs pierced 2 large holes directly into Lavos's deck. This time, Bismarck didn't want to ask anymore. This is also the weapon of the Ningel Shipgirl after her modification. After a barrage of bombardments, Lavos ultimately succumbed to Ningel's saturation attack and sank to the bottom of the sea. Kill the Siren Arbiter clone Lavos and obtain 1 research material, 300,000 resources, and 300,000 experience. Ningel's current panel strength is as follows. Ningel. Level 20. 10.51 million experience points. 8.57 million yuan worth of supplies. Rubik's Cube, 2 research materials 1. Skins, maid outfit, shrine maiden attire. Group heal, restores 50 HP to the fleet, cooldown 3 hours. Warship repair. Shipgirls returning to port will consume resources to automatically perform repairs. Battlefield deployment. Teleports a fleet that has disengaged from combat to within sight. Cooldown, 48 hours. They gave me research materials again. Does that mean I can build another research Shipgirl? Ningla didn't rush to invest in scientific research this time. He already had an Iron Blood research ship, and the probability of the remaining ships producing an emperor was too low. However, Ningel realized that there was a chance that killing the Siren Arbiters would drop research materials. The Iron Blood crisis has been resolved, and Bismarck's favorability has been achieved. Bismarck's current favorability is 100. She can be contracted or sworn in. Looking at Bismarck beside him, who was still recovering from the terrifying firepower of the battlefield, Ningel smiled slightly. Saratoga, let's go back to Iron Blood headquarters. Is the knot tied yet? Inside the Iron Blood headquarters. Ninler, what did you do to Tirpitz and Bismarck? Prince Eugen stared speechlessly at Bismarck and Tirpitz, who had shrunk to a tiny size. That's right, when Bismarck's favorability reached 100, Ningel signed a contract with this iron-blooded flagship. The same Bismarck also became the Little Bismarck. Ahem, Bismarck and Tirpitz are now both my Shipgirls. Ning looked off twice to cover up his embarrassment. Eugen, from now on, the position of Sangvis ferry flagship will be handed over to you. Z-23 and U-556 will assist you in managing Sangvis ferry. To be honest, Bismarck felt somewhat guilty. Eugen is indeed a veteran Shipgirl, but a single heavy cruiser serving as the faction's flagship is still somewhat insufficient. Wait, that's not what I meant. Ningla quickly interrupted. Little Bismarck, you can still serve as the flagship of the Iron Blood, and I have no intention of leaving the Iron Blood anytime soon. As Ningel finished speaking, everyone present, including Bismarck the Younger, Tirpitz the Younger, Prince Eugen, and Z-23 and U-556, looked at him with disbelief. Commander Ningel, do you perhaps intend to? Yes, I want to become the flagship's commander. When Ningel said this, it was as if he were saying, I want to become the supreme leader of the Iron Bloods. This is unprecedented in the last 100 years. The last time someone served as the commander of an entire faction was back to those legendary 4. What's wrong? Is something the problem? Ningla looked at the 5 people with a puzzled expression, wondering why they were so surprised. No, it's nothing. It's just that, Commander Ningel. Are you really ready? Prince Eugen's expression turned serious. Commander, let me explain. Seeing that Ningel still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, Tirpitz stepped forward. Commander, if you become the commander of the Sangvis ferry flagship, it means that the entire Sangvis ferry will be your port. Ningel is not surprised by this. It's not unreasonable for a faction to serve as a port. This kind of thing is a very destabilizing factor for other factions. Once your situation is made public, other factions will turn against Iron Blood, because your words do not represent the Shipgirls. Ninglu then understood. It shouldn't be that bad. At least the Royal Navy and Sakura Empire will still keep in touch with us. He had saved the entire Royal Navy, and as for the Sakura Empire, their flagship had already been taken away by him. Indeed, given Commander Ningel's feat of saving the entire royal family, the royal family will likely remain friendly with us. As for the Cherry Blossom Empire, you don't need to worry about that. The Sakura Empire's flagship and the Yamato class are all my Shipgirls. Ninglu still felt a little proud when he talked about this. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? I already snatched up the big fox from Sakura Empire. However, When Ningle thought about how he had taken Akagi and Amagi away, he felt sorry for Kaga and Tosa. I should go back to Sakura Empire and rescue the proprietress while I'm at it. That way I can unlock the shop. While Ningle was still lost in thought, he was interrupted by Prince Eugen's voice. In that case, I have no objections. Welcome to Iron Blood, Commander Ningle. Two of the other three major factions are on good terms with Ningle, so Prince Eugen has no worries. Chapter 166 Rebelling against the Heavenly Gang, actually demanding an oath from the commander? After Ningle moved into the Tieshua port area. Evening. Commander, Gaga is exhausted. On his first day in office, Saratoga practically had to lean against the wall to walk back. There's no other way but to add more. If we just wait one more day, it will be the turn of other Shipgirls to serve as secretary ships. Ningle massaged Saratoga's shoulders and said helplessly. Unexpectedly, the workload increased more than tenfold after acquiring the Iron Blood Harbor District. Even the Shipgirls' bodies couldn't take it anymore. Saratoga was so exhausted after just one day that she couldn't straighten her back. Ningle was also very tired, but under the system's mental enhancement, he did not feel mentally exhausted, only physically tired. Who will be the next secretary ship? Saratoga, enjoying Ninler's massage, casually asked. Yes, it's small. Bang. Commander Akagi is ready. Even though it's nighttime, Akagi is full of energy. Little Akagi, the secretarial documents aren't due for replacement until tomorrow. Why are you here so early? But today's work is already finished. Little Akagi said with a solemn expression. And then there's tonight. Tonight, Giorgio will still be the commander's secretary ship. Saratoga stood up from Ningle's arms, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Akagi. TCH, it's a waste to leave the night to a ship girl like you who doesn't know anything. Upon seeing Saratoga confronting him, Akagi immediately began to mock him. What am I wasting? People can do a lot of things with the commander at night. Commander, are you sure you don't want to experience it one night beforehand? Little Akagi stopped arguing with Saratoga and instead looked at Ningle behind him. Commander, you can't agree to this. This vixen is definitely up to no good. Saratoga had witnessed the power of little Akagi firsthand. Even when it's in the form of a small boat, pink hearts float around the room when Ning Lu spends the night with her. Saratoga admits he can't compare to her in this respect. He was unwilling to be outdone by this vixen. What you can do, I can do too, Commander. Saratoga will be sleeping with you tonight. Seeing Akagi's smug expression, Saratoga expressed his anger. Ahem, Akagi, why don't you come again tomorrow morning? After all, today isn't over yet, right? Ninglu quickly tried to dissuade him. It's not that he dislikes Akagi, but this kind of thing shouldn't set a precedent. Whoever is the secretary ship's last night can retain this identity. Ningle explained. Ning Li's meaning was very clear. Even if Akagi became his secretary, his identity as the secretary ship on this last night would still belong to him. All right, Commander, then Akagi will have to come back tomorrow. Seeing that Ning Lu had said that, Xiao Qiqing could only leave dejectedly, but before leaving, he gave Ning Lu a meaningful look. Something's not right. There's something strange about Akagi's gaze. Ningle noticed this, but he didn't think much of it. Z23, would you like to become Ningle's ship girl? That's impossible. Although Commander Ningle is powerful and gentle, but Z23's face turned bright red, and she covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at Akagi. After leaving the Iron Blood Command Center, Akagi arrived at G23's dormitory. It was late at night, and Z23 was about to go to sleep. But after hearing what Xiao Qiqing said, he was sure he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can see that. Little Akagi grinned mischievously, its tail wagging excitedly behind it. Next week, I'll be Ningle's secretary ship, which will give you guys opportunities to spend time alone together. Z23 didn't reply to Akagi, so Akagi continued talking. You've seen what Urena looks like after her remodel, right? Those are anti-ship missiles. Even an aircraft carrier ship girl like me can't withstand more than a few hits. And those missiles can reach 400 kilometers. Do you know how big the Udachi used to be? It was over 3,000 tons, but now it's 7,000 tons. A destroyer of your size would definitely cost tens of thousands of tons after modification. At this moment, Akagi looks like a demon seducing an innocent girl into committing a crime. Is it really possible? Of course, but there's a price to pay. When little Akagi saw that the fish had taken the bait, he revealed a very lewd smile. What price? Let me make this clear first. I will not betray Iron Blood. Upon seeing Akagi's expression, Z23 immediately became alert. Of course not. The commander is already the commander of Iron Blood. How could he let you betray Iron Blood? Little Akagi looked around, then drew the curtains, went to the door and locked it from the inside, before returning to Z23 and speaking softly. Z23, can you get your hands on an oath gift box? Oath gift box. Isn't that what those commanders want? You don't actually want it, do you? Z23's face flushed red at the thought. Little Akaji, shouldn't the commander be the one to buy rings? Z23 asked in confusion, his mind filled with questions. How could a ship girl possibly do something like this on her own initiative? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you can get your hands on it. That's easy. I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that Z23 could obtain the oath gift box, little Akaji's face remained impassive, but his heart was bursting with joy. Ahem. How about this? During my week as the secretary ship, I will arrange for you to have more opportunities to spend time alone with the commander. Little Akaji said solemnly, and then took his leave. Are you alone with him? Z23, what's wrong with you? How could you be so infatuated with a human commander? After Akaji left, Z23 lay on the bed, covered his head with the blanket, his face flushed, and his whole body felt hot. It must be because Commander Ningle is too outstanding. Never mind, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The next morning. Commander, Akaji is here to report for duty. Pushing open the office door, Xiao Qiqing saw Ning Lu, who had arrived at the office early. After Ningle became the commander of Iron Blood, Ningle's port area became Iron Blood's headquarters. In the past few days, Tieshue has begun to relocate to Ningle. Little Akaji, you're here. Change into these clothes. After saying that, Ning Lu handed Saratoga's business suit to Akaji. Without any hesitation, Xiao Qiqing began changing his clothes right in front of Ning Lu. Ningle didn't even glance at it, and kept his head down, continuing with his work. What's so great about a tiny destroyer's physique? Commander, I've changed. This outfit is strange. It changes according to the Shipgirl's figure. Little Akaji is about the same size as Saratoga, except he has a tail. Little Akaji thought she wouldn't be able to fit into the dress, but to her surprise, after she put it on, a hole automatically appeared in the back of the dress, and her 9 tails naturally stuck out. This outfit fits you perfectly, Commander. Little Akaji likes it very much. Go get to work. Akaji has a lot to do today. This isn't just any ordinary clothing. It's a ship girl's skin. Ninglu didn't need to worry at all about the clothes not fitting properly. Okay, then Akaji, go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Xiao Qiqing left the office. That shouldn't be the case. It doesn't fit Akaji's character. Ninglu was also surprised that Xiao Qiqing went straight to work. Normally, Akaji should stay with him for a while before going to work. Chapter 167, The Excellent Secretary Ship, Akaji. Did you bring the items? What are Koichiju and Z23 secretly trading with outside the office? I brought it, it's all here. Z23, holding a stack of documents in one hand, handed a small box to Akaji when no one was around. Ahem, I've received the document. Z23, you can go back now. After receiving the small box, Akaji coughed twice and casually accepted the documents from Z23. After Z23 left, Akaji couldn't wait to take out the small box. Is this the oath gift box? The dark blue box had a white ribbon on it, and inside was an exquisite diamond ring. Commander, you won't escape my grasp tonight. Bang. After closing the gift box, little Akaji had already begun planning to force the commander to swear an oath that very night. No, it's about having the commander swear an oath to me. However, the size of this small boat is still a bit inconvenient. I must find an opportunity to have the commander enlarge me. Its red eyes darted around, and its ears twitched occasionally. Bite. I've got it. Seeing the large stack of documents beside him, Akaji suddenly had an idea. Commander, please open the door. Those were the documents that Ning Lu was to see today. They were piled up there, nearly a meter high. The weight was nothing to the Shipgirls, but the meter-high document completely blocked Akaji's view. Why did you take so much at once? Hearing what Xiao Qiqing said at the door, Ning Lu came over to open the door. There's nothing I can do. The commander has too many files, and little Akaji can't even see the road. A small figure could be seen carrying a large stack of documents in both hands, the stack of documents towering over Xiao Qiqing. Commander, you're really working hard. When will you finish processing all these documents? Little Akaji said casually. There's no way around it. These documents are all too trivial. Ninglu said helplessly. How about I help you with this, Commander? I used to be the flagship of the Sakura Empire, so handling these documents is a piece of cake for me. To be honest, Ninglu didn't really want to deal with these documents either, because they were all trivial matters. However, he had just taken office and was already reforming the Iron Blood Society, so it was easy for him to make mistakes. That's true. Then little Akaji, why don't you come and help us too? Ningle felt that Xiao Qicheng was unusually sensible today, and was even thinking about the commander. He placed his hand on little Akaji's head and stroked his fox ears. But Commander, it's a bit inconvenient for my small body to handle these documents. Little Akaji gestured with his hand to the stack of documents that was almost taller than him, and said helplessly, "Yes, that's true." Ningle also felt that it was very inconvenient for Xiao Qicheng's small body to handle so many documents, so he contacted Tianqing through a telepathic connection. As the main battleship in the fleet, Amaji's primary task after gaining control of the Iron Blood port was to guard the port and prevent attacks by mass-produced sirens. Is it to have my sister handle the documents? No problem, Commander. Transform into a small boat, and I can continue fighting. Having received Tianqing's approval, Ningle exchanged Tianqing's older sister and the thunder attribute for Xiao Qicheng. The next second, Akaji's body was enveloped in white light. Tear it apart. Hey, Commander, you're not allowed to look. Ninglu stood there dumbfounded. System, wasn't it said that this skin would adjust according to the Shipgirl's figure? The Shipgirl's body undergoes a mutation, and the commander can redistribute her skin. The secretary ship's professional outfit skin reappeared in Ningle's system, but this time it was significantly larger than before. Commander, don't peek. Akaji stood there blushing, cupping her face in her hands, making no attempt to cover her body. Brush. A flash of white light appeared, and a suit of business attire, one size larger than usual, enveloped Akaji's body. Ahem, who wants to read this? Go back to work. Ninglu was truly speechless. If you really don't want people to see, then at least cover your face. Why are you standing there with your hands covering your face? However, it must be said that the impact of Akaji wearing this professional outfit after her transformation is very strong. Yeah, it really looks better on older sisters. Saratoga looks a bit more mature in this business suit. But the same clothes look completely different on Akaji. What would it look like if the Formidable wore that? That's a rare Holy Grail attribute. Yes, Commander, this is working time. You can't have any other thoughts. Akaji pushed up his half-rimmed glasses and teased. Pink hearts started appearing on Ning Li's body again, which gave Qicheng even more confidence in the upcoming plan. Ahem, get back to work. Ning Li coughed twice, and the pink hearts around him began to disappear. And so another busy day began. During this time, Ningle was utterly speechless about Qicheng. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that Ning Li had experienced how painful workplace harassment could be. For example, every time Qicheng brought over the organized documents, he would bend down and introduce them to Ningle one by one. Also, every time Akaji came over, he would deliberately knock some items off Ningle's table and onto the ground. Then Akaji kicked the things that had fallen to the ground under Ningle's table. Just as Ning Lu was about to pick up Qicheng, he quickly crawled under the table, picked up the item, and looked at Ning Lu with a pitiful expression. Akaji, who did you learn all this from? I must say, it's amazing. Ning Lu truly admires Qicheng from the bottom of his heart. What Saratoga and I were supposed to spend a whole day organizing was done by Akaji in just one morning. The following period consisted of Qicheng constantly harassing Ningle. Finally finished. Sitting in the captain's chair, Ning Lu stretched. Commander, Akaji is also very tired. As the sun sets, golden sunlight streams into the office through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind us. Qicheng stood beside Ningle, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, adjusted her half-rimmed glasses, and said somewhat wearily, "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Akaji. TCH, what's the use of just talking?" Akaji put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry. Commander, aren't you planning to give Akaji some reward? Qicheng leaned against the desk as he approached Ning Lu. My neck is so sore, Commander. Could you give Akaji a massage? Ning Lu did not refuse and tried to get up to offer the chair to Qicheng. Commander, no need. Qicheng quickly held Ningle down. How can I give you a massage if you don't sit down? Ning Lu said in confusion. Yes, just like giving Saratoga a massage. Akaji said, a smile appearing on his face. Like Saratoga? Does that mean you're going to sit on my lap? No way. Akaji, you're too tall. Ningle shook his head. Chapter 168 Capture the Commander? Were we careless? No, Commander. Qicheng shook his head, and Ningle was stunned, not understanding what Qicheng meant. Akaji, your work for today is done. Go and rest. Ning Lu composed himself and began to speak. Ning Lu was no gentleman. He had long been used to both Qicheng and Xiao Qicheng. However, it's not very convenient in the office, like it would be very embarrassing if Z23 bumped into you just now. Qicheng did not leave, but spoke in Ningle's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Then, Commander, Akaji will come to see you again tonight. As the secretary ship, She is the only ship girl in the entire port area who has the key to Ningle's room. This is why Akaji has rarely launched night raids on Ningle since arriving at the port. Ningle did not refuse. He had been on combat missions for a long time and had not enjoyed life with ship girls for a long time. Well, although she can't do anything, Akaji knows a lot. After a busy day, Ningle returned to his room. Lying in bed, I felt all my fatigue subside. Ningle currently has 8.57 million yuan worth of supplies on hand. Both the formidable and the war-weary modification plans require 5 million in supplies. Which one should we choose? After taking a shower, Ningle lay in bed and brought up the system. The modified ship can no longer be considered an aircraft carrier. It is more like a maritime combat platform. With a displacement of 180,000 tons and a terrifying number of carrier-based aircraft, this is absolutely a nightmare for the enemy. After the warship was refitted, although it did not have the exaggerated hull of the formidable, the battleship's gun-launched missiles were still very appealing to Ningle. With the precision of missiles and the damage of battleship shells, this terrifying destructive power can kill even the arbitrator in a single salvo, provided the arbitrator lacks skills to counter physical damage. Not to mention that warship can carry Tomahawk anti-ship missiles. Even a Saratoga B-1B can only carry 3 missiles, while warship can carry as many as 24. Moreover, the warship ships are equipped with 4 phalanx CIWS systems, giving them a stronger air defense capability than the Udachi. It's such a difficult decision. Should we build a maritime combat platform or a super battleship? With all the Shipgirls data displayed on the panel, Ningle began to think. Aircraft carriers don't have much of an advantage against heavily armored units, but they have a considerable ability to clear out large numbers of mass-produced siren ships. Battleships are the main force of the fleet's output. The reason we defeated the arbitrators these times was largely due to Amaji's electromagnetic cannons. Wait, am I overlooking something? After scrolling through the Shipgirls data, Ningle finally focused on Little Bismarck and Little Tirpitz. What will these 2 Iron-Blood Shipgirls look like after their modifications? I remember that these 2 sisters both have a mysterious longing for dragon ship equipment. Upon opening the modified ship's hull, Ning Li's eyes were immediately drawn to the terrifying cost of the modifications. The Bismarck-class Universal Modification Program is applicable to all Bismarck-class battleships. It costs 1 million experience points and 10 million resources. Holy crap, how can it be so high? The consumption of 10 million units of supplies is equivalent to the combined consumption of the formidable and warware modifications. Ningle scrolled down the system. He wanted to see what kind of powerful ship required so many resources and experience. Chapter 169 Dragon Transformation, 10 million. Displacement, 50,300 tons full load. Length, 251 meters. Width, 36 meters. Speed, 30 knots. Weapons, 4X twin 380 millimeters. The Tirpitz and Bismarck are sister ships with basically the same hull data. It has a displacement of 50,000 tons and 8 380 millimeters caliber naval guns. Excellent battleship stats. In addition, both sisters are level 80 or above, making them among the top players in the entire Granblue fantasy world. Such data is top-notch in the entire Azur Lane world, but compared to the data after the system modification, such excellent battleship data is completely insignificant. Bismarck X Battleship, 210,000 HP. Form 1. Displacement, 245,000 tons. Length, 410 meters. Width, 61 meters. Speed, 21 knots. Weaponry, 1 800 mm Gustav cannon. Effective range 200 kilometers. Capable of firing cluster bombs and high explosive shells. Damage. High explosive shells deal 150,000 damage. Cluster bombs deal 20,000 damage each, with 10 bombs per bomb. Reconnaissance unit. The high-interest spy satellite system can detect the fleet within a radius of 30,000 kilometers, but it needs to be launched in advance, with an orbital insertion time of 2 hours and a duration of 24 hours. Secondary armament. 4 sets of AMS-27 Midas for barrel 27 mm close-in weapon systems. Form 2. Dragon Form. Displacement, 245,000 tons. Length, 510 meters. Width, 150 meters. Speed 60 knots plus. Weapon, the corrosion fangs transform into a gigantic mechanical dragon in its second form, capable of melee attacks against warships. Damage, determined by the duration of the corrosion process. Static field, immune to all physical attacks with kinetic damage up to 120,000. Ramming, relying on its massive hull to ram. It does not cause damage to itself when attacking enemies with less than half its health. Good news. Bismarck, you have a dragon, the biggest dragon in the world. Bad news. Bismarck, you can't be a battleship anymore. Upon seeing the data after Bismarck's modifications, Ningle was astonished. This is like mounting a Gustav cannon on a ship, but can a battleship with only one cannon still be considered a battleship? However, Bismarck's modification plan is too amazing, especially this second form. Any ship girl in this world facing the remodeled Bismarck would be like something out of a horror movie. You will see a huge steel monster with a displacement of 240,000 tons and a speed of over 60 knots charging towards you, and your damage will have no effect on it. The opponent opens its sharp teeth and bites you, and you see your health points steadily decreasing. Even a single impact could send you back to the sea. Ningle was very satisfied with all the data of the modified Bismarck X. However, this cost is a bit too high. The current situation is that Ningle needs to prepare at least 1.4 million yuan worth of materials before it can be renovated. Moreover, it can only modify one of the Bismarck and Tirpitz sisters. They're both my children, and if I change one of them, the other one will be unhappy. Ningle could already picture that scene. Commander, you can modify my sister first, I won't be angry. Little Bismarck looked at Ningle with pitiful eyes, while watching Tirpitz play with his dragon with envy. Commander, please modify the older sister first. Little Tirpitz is fine with you, Commander. Tirpitz watched as Bismarck unfolded her ship's rigging and stroked the dragon head of his own rigging. Ningle shook his head at the thought of that scene. Retrieving ships is certainly satisfying, but modifying Shipgirls is really expensive. We need to earn more supplies from now on. Ningle shut down the system, turned over, and prepared to go to sleep. Click. Sobbing. Click. The sound of a door opening softly followed by light footsteps could be heard. Then came a soft sound of the door closing. Huh? What's going on? Ninglu wondered. Who could it be so late at night? He got up to check, and by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains, Ninglu could make out the person's face. A beautiful face, with a pair of pointed fox ears on her head. 9 fluffy fox tails swayed slowly behind him. What's wrong, Akaji? At this moment, Akaji had his hands behind his back as if he was hiding something. Akaji, who's behind you? Wait, why are you wearing Nagato's clothes? However, Nagato's pajamas were very loose, and for an older sister like Akaji, they were only a little tight, which was not inappropriate. There were 2 shoulder straps on top and fluffy tulle on the bottom. Strange, where did my pajamas go? Stop looking, Nagato. We have to go on patrol at sea tomorrow. Saratoga lay in bed, half asleep. But that's for the commander to see. Nagato remained expressionless, but a hint of anxiety was in his voice. If you can't find it, just ask Z23 to help you buy another one, right? After saying that, Saratoga turned her back and prepared to go to sleep. In Ning Li's room, Chi-chung, with his hands still behind his back, slowly walked towards Ningle. Ning Lu wasn't the kind of incompetent protagonist either. Seeing Chi-chung like this, pink hearts started to appear on his body. Seeing that her commander was like this, Akaji revealed a smug smile and approached Ningle. Akaji, have you prepared anything special for tonight? Ningle also learned some things about reinforcement. The system describes the enhancements for Shipgirls as follows. After making an oath, the Shipgirls can be strengthened. Every 10 levels of strengthening, the Shipgirls can awaken their skills ahead of schedule. The enhancement level will slowly decrease over time, requiring commanders to enhance it periodically. This is also a way to improve the strength of Shipgirls. Currently, the only Shipgirl in the fleet with skills is Formidable. However, that terrifying time-stopping ability has no effect on high-level Siren Arbiters or large areas of the sea. Does the commander like it? When Chi-chung arrived in front of Ningle, he swayed twice in place. Ning Lu was engrossed in watching when Chi-chung brought out something he had been hiding behind his back. Ning Lu then realized that it was actually a vow gift box. Oh no, it looks like Akaji is going to have a skill tonight. Chapter 170. The first time a Shipgirl Oath Commander appears. Commander. Akaji didn't say much, her heart-shaped pupils seeming to well up with tears. The heart-shaped particle effects in the air were almost overflowing from Ning Li's room. Ning Lu did not answer, but instead showed Chi-chung through his actions. He took the oath gift box that was handed to him and opened it gently. One of them lay a beautiful diamond ring. 1 minute later. System, only one of us can survive tonight. Explain this to me. No oath gift box detected. Oath cannot be performed. Commander needs to purchase an oath gift box from Akashi's shop. Ning Lu was already determined to kill the system. The atmosphere has been built up to this point, and you're telling me there's no way to make a vow? Akaji was also taken aback. He did not realize that his enhanced privileges were open to Ning Lu. What's going on, Commander? Akaji asked, his face full of doubt. Ahem, Akaji, you should know that your commander is special, and I can't use this kind of ordinary oath gift box. What? Chi-Ching even started speaking his hometown dialect. Ning Lu was also helpless. The atmosphere had been built up to this point, but unexpectedly, we were tricked by the system. Commander, where can Akaji get an oath gift box that you can use? Chi-Ching sat down next to Ningle and asked anxiously. This one will be ready soon. The oath gift box sold at Akashi shop will suffice. Akaji, who had been somewhat disappointed, perked up immediately upon hearing this. Let's go, Commander, to the airport. We'll head back to Sakura Empire now. Upon hearing about the method of making a vow, Akaji immediately regained his spirits. Akaji, it's so late, and Akashi won't run away from Sakura Empire. You can go anytime. But Commander, tonight. Akaji said somewhat dejectedly. Yes, of course I won't let my dear Akaji down. Tonight, Commander will show you what I'm made of. Akaji's favorability has increased by 200. Current favorability is 100 and cannot be increased further. Please make an oath. The next morning. Has the commander not gotten up yet? Saratoga stretched and came to Ningle's door. Ningle lives in the same dormitory building as all the Shipgirls, and at this moment all the Shipgirls have gathered at the entrance of the lobby. I bet Saratoga was the one who slept the most soundly last night. Kawei said with a helpless expression. That night, a pink atmosphere permeated the entire dormitory building. Almost everyone stayed up all night. Why is everyone here? Get back to your posts. Ninglu stretched and walked out of his room, followed by Chi-Chung. It seems the commander had a tough time last night. Shall we come to the infirmary? Ron said with a warm smile on his face. Well, that won't be necessary, Ron. By the way, how are you feeling? Ron's affection level is only 70. Although he had already interacted with Ningle in the last hot spring event. If the Shipgirl's affection level does not reach 100, certain things will cause the Shipgirl to dislike him. Yes, it's much better now, Commander. Then everyone's gaze fell on Chi-Ching behind Ninglo. This wasn't the first time Chi-Ching and Ningle had slept together, but this time, the way everyone looked at him made him feel like he was being stabbed with a knife. What's going on? Akaji was also puzzled. Ahem, little sister, come here. Little Amaji tugged at Akaji's clothes and called Akaji aside. All right, everyone, get back to your posts. Unfortunately, Ninglu has just taken over Iron Blood, and there are some tasks that cannot be delegated to the nameless Shipgirls below. We should thank the deceased governor for this. After his death, those nameless Shipgirls also became wild Shipgirls. With nowhere else to go, they ultimately chose to stay in Iron Blood. The addition of this force also greatly reduced Ningle's workload. However, in the early stages, it's still necessary for your own Shipgirls to do everything themselves. Upon hearing Ning Li's words, everyone left the dormitory and went to their respective work posts. Commander, I suggest you come to the hospital when you have time. After the battle with the arbitrators ended, Ningle immediately sent Ron back to the port's repair station. Fortunately, Rune is a 5-star Shipgirl with a strong physique, and she woke up after her health was fully restored. When Ron woke up, the first thing he saw was Ningle standing guard by his bedside. This deeply moved Ron. But after that day, Ningle felt that Ron was acting strangely. Even though the system showed that Ron's personality had only awakened to 50%, for some reason, he felt that Ron looked at him differently. However, Ningle didn't think much of it, and he didn't feel anything unusual about his body, so he refused. Thank you, Ron. I really feel fine. After seeing Ron off, Ningle planned to take Akaji to the office to handle some documents. But as soon as he turned around, he found that Zyoshin Chenking, who only reached Akaji's waist, was lecturing Akaji in a stern tone. Because of the distance, Ningle couldn't hear what Zyoshin Chenking was saying. However, Ningle could see that Chi-Ching's fox ears had drooped down. He covered his face with his hands, and steam was still rising from his head. It was obvious that Xiao Tiansheng was disciplining his younger sister, but something just felt off. Forget it, it's better not to go. 20 minutes later, Ning Lu and Chi-Chung arrived at the port office. Once the nameless Shipgirls have finished their training, our workload will be much lighter. Ningle said to Chi-Chung, who was busy beside him. Yes, Commander, then we'll be able to go to Sakura Empire. As soon as Akaji thought about what happened last night, his enthusiasm for work immediately returned. Ninglu was also very curious about what Xiao Tiansheng had said to Chi-Ching. Chi-Ching's appearance in the morning clearly indicated that he was being scolded, but there was also a strange feeling about it. However, seeing that Chi-Ching seemed normal, Ningle didn't take it to heart. By the way, Commander, envoys from other factions will be arriving soon and need to meet with you. Chi-Ching adjusted his half-rimmed glasses and reported to Ninglu. The news of Ning Lu taking over the Iron Blood quickly spread among the 4 major factions. The royal family naturally offered their congratulations, as did the Sakura Empire. However, the letter sent by the Sakura Empire also revealed their resentment towards Ningle. It seems Kaga is quite busy with work. As for White Eagle, there is no news from them. However, the four major factions mostly sent letters of congratulations, but did not send any invoice. As if sensing Ning Li's confusion, Chi Chung explained. The other party is not an envoy of the White Eagle, but was sent by Sardin. After speaking, Chi Chung handed a stack of documents to Ningle. 2 months ago, the Sardinian faction was wiped out by the Sirens, and the faction's headquarters was also occupied by the Sirens. Over the past 2 months, the surviving Sardinian shipgirls have been searching for help everywhere, but have not received any response. Akaji's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Sardin. Ning Li's tone was heavy. Chapter 171 Sardinia's Cooperation. When Sardinia is mentioned, Ningle is reminded of that pitiful, nameless ship girl. Back when I was with the Royal Navy, I found this Ming Dynasty ship girl while I was taking a walk on the beach with Saratoga. That ship girl must be doing well in the Royal Navy, right? Sardinia was captured, and the ship girls went their separate ways. They never expected that after becoming the commander of Iron Blood, they would come to congratulate them. Meeting room. At this moment, all of Ningle's ship girls have gathered here. Ningle sat in the main seat of the conference room, while the other ship girls were positioned on either side of the conference table. The Sardinian ship girl sitting opposite Ningle has long golden hair and a hint of sadness in her eyes. She wears a pure white gauze dress, which adds a sacred and pure aura to the girl. However, this girl is not a historical ship, but just an unnamed ship girl. When thinking of Sardinia's faction, the first person that comes to mind is Littorio. There aren't many ship girls in the Sardinian faction to begin with, and only one ship girl, Naples, can be called a legendary ship girl at sea. Compared to Azur Lane, the number of ship girls from the four major factions is also very small. Hello, Commander Ningle. I am a ship girl from the Sardinian faction. On behalf of the Sardinian faction, I congratulate you on becoming the commander of Iron Blood. The girl stood up and bowed slightly. At this point, a hint of melancholy appeared in the girl's eyes. The blessings have been sent. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl took out a document from her small backpack and handed it to Ninglo. Commander Ningle, this document was given to you by the Supreme Commander. He also said that if you agree with the contents of this document, please let me know your final decision. Akaji, who was standing nearby, got up, checked the documents in the ship girl's hand, and handed them to Ningle. The document felt very light and thin in my hand. It felt like there were only a few sheets of paper in the entire document bag. He took out the document and started reading it. Employment agreement. For large characters came into Ning Li's view. What's going on? Ning Li was puzzled, but he didn't answer. Instead, he continued reading. The agreement was simple. Sardinia was willing to exchange all of its Rubik's Cubes and supplies with Ningle in exchange for Ningle's help in reclaiming Sardinia's headquarters. The second sheet of paper was a handwritten letter from Littorio. Hello, esteemed Commander Ningle. I am Littorio, the supreme flagship of Sardinia. First of all, congratulations on becoming the supreme commander of Iron Blood. On behalf of the Sardinian Empire, I extend my congratulations to you. You should have seen that employment agreement. We greatly admire and respect Ning Li's strength. By this point, Ning Lu had already guessed the general meaning of the letter. This was followed by a barrage of compliments and praise for Ningle's strength, as well as expressions of the current difficulties faced by the Sardinian camp. The surviving shipgirls of our Sardinian faction are all at the headquarters of the Vichy Church. If you are willing to help us, please contact the shipgirl I sent there. We are waiting for your good news at the Vichy Church. This is the key point of the whole letter. Compared to the four major factions, the Sardinian faction has fewer shipgirls, but the number of unnamed shipgirls plus historical shipgirls is still terrifying, definitely in the hundreds. It's impossible for all these shipgirls to die, so they must have a temporary base. I didn't expect them to be at the Vichy Church. Well, these two factions have a very close relationship in the game's lore. Ningle put down the two documents and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the terms offered by Sewell to halt the proceedings were very tempting. The number of cubes and supplies in an entire faction is definitely not small. Ningle now possesses all the resources of the Iron Blood, and he doesn't lack them. As if sensing Ningle's confusion, the nameless ship girl from Sardinia spoke to Ningle. Commander Ningle, you must be hesitating about whether to send troops to help us. A commander like you who has an entire camp must not lack cubes and supplies. But, at this point, a smile appeared on the previously expressionless face of the nameless ship girl. Commander Ningle, you should have checked those Rubik's Cubes, right? What's the meaning? Ning Li's mind immediately tensed up. The Rubik's Cube is of great importance. It is needed to build Shipgirls and unlock their various attributes. Furthermore, as the number of Ningle Shipgirls increases, the demand for Rubik's Cubes will also increase day by day. You probably can't use those Rubik's Cubes, right? Boom. It was like a thunderclap that exploded in Ning Li's mind. Indeed, he has not yet taken over the entire Ironblood supplies, including the terrifying resources left behind by that governor. The girl continued speaking without waiting for Ning Li's reply. Commander Ningle, you may not know this, but Ironblood is the faction with the largest output of artificial cubes in the entire Azur Lane world. Those cubes worth 30,000 resources on the market all come from Ironblood. The girl no longer had the aloof demeanor she had at the beginning. Instead, she had a mischievous expression. The Ironblood governor has been colluding with the Sirens to create artificial cubes and sell them to other factions. Some ordinary commanders can use these cubes to create nameless shipgirls, but these artificial cubes cannot create historical ships. Bang. You're lying. That's impossible. Little Bismarck slammed her hand on the table. Even though she was only 1.3 meters tall, she exuded a terrifying aura of ferocity. I'm not lying. You can have your commander try it. The girl looked completely unfazed, and no matter how much the other shipgirls asked her, she refused to answer and just kept staring at Ningle. Akaji, go to the warehouse and get a Rubik's Cube. Ning Lu was extremely busy during this period, with the entire camp under his control, leaving him no time to go to the warehouse to inventory his spoils of war. Soon, Akaji returned to the conference room with a mind cube emitting a blue light. The mind cube was not identified. Chapter 172 Fake? All the Rubik's Cubes are gone. Holding the Rubik's Cube in his hand, Ning Lu gave the system the command to absorb it. However, the system indicated that no mind cube was detected, which made Ningle immediately certain that what the Sardinian shipgirl said was true. Damn it. All those Rubik's Cubes in that warehouse are going to go to waste. Ning Lu roared inwardly. The entire Ironblood's Rubik's Cube reserves could only be described as terrifying. An entire warehouse was filled with Rubik's Cubes. He only glanced at them before throwing himself into the construction of Ironblood. I was wrong to be so happy. All those Rubik's Cubes were useless. Seeing the expression on Ning Li's face, the shipgirl spoke again. Commander Ningle, we Sardinians absolutely guarantee that every cube we can provide comes from the kill of Sirens. Ningle was certain that the Sardinian camp knew he was the legendary commander. He has been reviewing relevant materials over the past few days, but the materials are all very vague, and the records from each faction are incomplete. Records about the legendary commander are very limited across all factions. It's possible that Sardinia and the papacy possess complete information. Looking at the employment agreement in his hand, Ning Lu was indeed tempted. The two sides are in an equal cooperative relationship. They take the Rubik's Cube and the supplies, while the other side takes back their headquarters. Both sides benefit. Ning Lu began to consider the agreement. He was indeed tempted, mainly because he hadn't expected that Ironblood would have something like an artificial Rubik's Cube. Commander Ningle, don't worry. I'll stay with Ironblood for a few days. You can contact me anytime after you have the results. After the meeting, Ning Lu was somewhat absent-minded when he returned to his office. The main blow to Ningle was the realization that all the Rubik's Cubes he had acquired had become worthless. What is the commander thinking? Chi-Ching sat on Ningle's desk, crossed her legs, leaned back, and relied on her hands to maintain her balance, her body forming a perfect curve. Seeing the commander looking at her, Akaji smiled in response. Commander, my sister looks so pitiful when she's shrunk. Is there a Rubik's Cube that can turn her back into her original size? This is why Xiao gave Chi-Ching a good scolding that morning. Little Tianqing thought that her younger sister took away her older sister's and Alay's attributes to help the commander work better. But to his surprise, his younger sister wanted to monopolize the commander. Amaji has always given people the impression of being gentle and virtuous, but she is essentially a fox, and a fox spirit with a high level of affection. This made Xiao Tianqing very unhappy. Little sister, how can you monopolize the commander? But sister, how can two people go together? What about the commander? Of course you can. Xiao Tianqing revealed a smile that shouldn't have appeared on his face. Next, Xiao shared a series of operations and experiences with Akaji, which is why Akaji's face was flushed and steaming in the morning. Ning Lu, having realized what was going on, was speechless. I thought Akaji was an experienced driver, but I didn't expect Amaji's wheels to run right over my face. Yes, however, this also strengthened Ning Li's previously wavering resolve. How could I let my shipgirls down? I must turn all of them into big sisters. Except for Saratoga, the older sister and the Big Thunder are not suitable for you. Akaji, Tell the others that we need to pack our things and get ready to leave. Ningle's eyes hardened. He felt it was his duty to restore the Shipgirls to their original appearance. Great, Commander. Shall we go to Sardinia? Chi-Ching jumped off the table, kissed Ningle on the cheek, and prepared to go out and tell everyone the news. No, let's go to the Cherry Blossom Valley first. Before leaving, Ning loaded all the remaining supplies from the Ironblood warehouse and the Ironblood governor into the system. This brought Ningle's material reserves to 14 million. It's such a dilemma. Should we modify Bismarck or modify Formidable and Warware? Ning fell into deep thought as he looked at the embarrassing figure of 14 million in supplies. What are you thinking about, Commander? A soft, sweet voice came from inside. In the game of the previous life, there was no little Bismarck in the small boat. Bismarck, who was shrunk by her own system after being transported to the world of Azur Lane, actually gave off a soft and cuddly feeling. She's speaking very seriously, but it always gives the impression that she's being coquettish. Oh, it's Bismarck. Is your luggage all packed? This trip is quite a long one, so the Shipgirls are being sent back early to pack their luggage. The Shipgirls have ship equipment space where they can store their luggage in the ship's compartments, making travel very convenient. Everything is ready, Commander. The others also arrived at the square where Ningle was. After becoming the headquarters of Ironblood, Ningle's port area naturally cannot be taken back at will. Otherwise, the most explosive news in the entire Azur Lane world will break the next day. Shocking. The headquarters of Ironblood has vanished into thin air. However, this did not affect Ningle at all, and with the battlefield delivery skill, Ningle could return to Ironblood's side at any time. This is equivalent to a recall skill. Now that everyone is ready, let's get going. Saratoga, get the plane out. The B-1B was not only a bomber, but also Ningle's personal aircraft. Compared to the two, 160 B-1B, which can be carried by Shipgirls at any time and has a sufficient range. The only problem is that the driver's cab is a bit small. Commander, Akaji won't do anything rash. At this moment, Chi-Ching sat on Ningle's lap with a look of ecstasy on his face. Saratoga, on the other hand, sat with his hands on his hips next to Amaji. TCH, Vixen. Saratoga was naturally furious. The seat in Ninler's arms was his own. Does the commander really like older sisters that much? Jejia is so soft to hug. Saratoga looked himself up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Jejia definitely has the best figure. But when I looked up, I saw the commander embracing Akaji with a look of pure bliss. Wah, Commander, why won't you make me bigger? For Shipgirls, a journey of over 10,000 kilometers would take at least 2 weeks. However, AB-1B with a flight speed of Mach 1.2 can arrive in just half a day. Chapter 173 The Cat-Like Boss Lady is acquired. We're home, Commander. Akaji leaned against the window and looked down. The group landed at the Sakura Empire's base airport, where Iezuru and Tosa, who had heard the news, also came to pick up their sister. Kaga, have you managed our Sakura Empire well? As soon as they got off the plane, Akaji lunged forward and hugged his younger sister. Yes, everything went smoothly, sister. I was also very happy to see Akaji and Kaga. At the same time, Kaga once again encountered the commander who had kidnapped her 2 older sisters. Hello, Commander Ningle. Kaga is also very popular in the game. Rare silver-haired, beast-eared girls are definitely a favorite among many commanders. But there's no way around it. Ningle can't just take away all the foxes from Sakura Empire, or Sakura Empire would become like Ironblood. That seems like a good option. Ahem, Commander, where are you looking? Ningle was lost in thought when he noticed the commander staring blankly at his sister, and Akaji quickly reminded him. Oh, it's nothing. Let's go to Akashi's store. This is also why Ningle came here. Last time Ningle sold the equipment to Akashi at a very low price, which made Akashi's favorability towards him reach 40. Selling equipment increases favorability, just like you shrewd shopkeeper. Welcome to Akashi shop, meow. As soon as Ning entered the store, he heard Akashi's soft and cute voice. Boss, are you still buying equipment? Upon seeing that it was Ning Lu, a renowned teacher, his expression immediately changed. So it's Commander Ningle. What a rare guest, meow. Upon seeing that it was Ning Lemingshi, he quickly came out from behind the counter to greet him. The commander in front of her had a lot of gold equipment, and the prices were all very cheap, which allowed Akashi to make a fortune. It's been a long time, Mr. Akashi. The equipment I'm selling this time is quite valuable. Do you think you can make an offer? Ning Lu reached into his pocket and rummaged around for a while, pulling out 2 models that looked like figurines. I wonder if Mr. Akashi would take this equipment. The equipment emitted a faint golden light, giving it a dazzling yet not blinding feel. This is... Surprisingly, such equipment actually exists. Golden repair equipment. Ship equipment such as repair equipment is already rare, and Akashi is currently using her initial blue repair equipment. This is called maintenance equipment. That explains why I couldn't install it on my Shipgirl. Ningle feigned surprise, but from the longing in Akashi's eyes, he guessed that Akashi had taken the bait. Of course, this kind of equipment is very rare. It's specialized equipment for repair ships. Akashi's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the equipment before him. Ahem, Akashi, besides selling equipment, I also have some things to discuss with you this time. These 2 gold-tier repair devices are only worth 20,000 resources in the system. For those who are now wealthy and powerful, Ning Lu is nothing at all. Seeing Akashi's adorable expression, Ning Lu simply handed the 2 repair devices to Akashi. Janning Ledi Lei Mingxi Alliance reached out and accepted the 2 gold-plated repair equipment. This was also the first time Ning Lu had seen Akashi's hands. In the game, Akashi's hands are always hidden in her sleeves. This made Akashi, who was already petite, even more adorable. However, some commanders from the previous life were very curious about whether Akashi's body had cat paws or human hands. Now Ningle can give them a definite answer. A pair of incredibly cute little hands. It's like holding 2 exquisite works of art, one in each hand, just like that, holding the 2 pieces of stone pillars in your hands. After examining the equipment in his hand for a while, Akashi realized that Ningle wanted to talk to him about something. Ahem, Commander Ningle, these 2 pieces of equipment are in very good condition. I can give you a good price, meow. What do you want to talk to me about? If it's about buying something, I can give you a discount, meow. Akashi's affection level increases by 20. With a current affection level of 60, a contract can be formed. After examining the ship's equipment in her hands for a while, Akashi turned her attention back to Ningle. Mr. Akashi, would you like to open a shop in another faction? Seeing that Akashi's affection level had increased, Ninglu began to seduce Akashi like a creepy uncle trying to abduct a little girl. Other factions. Akashi has never left the Sakura Island since birth. As a repair ship, it has little combat capability and dares not go to sea on its own, so it can only stay in the Sakura Empire Islands. I now have my own port. Well, to put it another way, I am now the supreme commander of Sangvis Ferry. Are you interested in opening a shop in Sangvis Ferry? Faction Commander. Commander Ningle, you've actually become a faction commander. Akashi's emerald green pupils contracted, and she showed a look of surprise. Commander Ningle, how did you do that? Instead of asking about opening a shop, they pressed Ningle about becoming the camp commander. What's the big deal? Just do it this way or that way. Forehead. Akashi was speechless for a moment. It's important to understand that the flagship and governor are merely examples of ship girls and humans within a single faction. But the faction commanders are different. If the former is merely a representative of the faction, then the faction commander is the one who declares ownership of the faction. In other words, Ning Lu is currently the owner of the Ironblood faction. This is not just about rights, but about an entire camp, and everything belongs to Ningle. Akashi, do you want to come with me to Ironblood? Ningle once again tempted the green cat in front of him. Shiranui, I'm entrusting the entire store to you. Please manage it well for me. Turning around to Shiranui, leaving behind a dashing silhouette, Akashi left her shop. Akashi has become your ship girl. Unlock Akashi's shop. Unlock ways to obtain diamonds. Finally, I've got the boss's wife. System opens Akashi's shop. Ning Lu was getting impatient. He knew that his physical condition was special and that he could not use the oath gift box that ordinary commanders used. He'd had enough of being stuck in this limbo with Akaji lately. Tonight, I must enhance Akaji's skill by 1, no by 2. Ningle's spirit was systematically strengthened to the maximum level. There's absolutely no need to worry about failure or inability to enhance. Unable to open the master shop, the requirements for the shopkeeper Akashi are already met. This requires establishing the Akashi shop in the port area. System, you're messing with me, Ningle said somewhat angrily. He had already decided not to go to Sardinia tonight, intending to teach Akaji a lesson when he returned to Sakura. However, the system then said that I needed to return to the port area to unlock the master shop. The system did not respond to Keningle's question. Since we're already here, let's finish the mission before we go back. Speaking of missions, Ningle was reminded of the main storyline of Iron Blood. Revitalize the glory of iron and blood. It's somewhat ironic, really. Now the entire Iron Blood is under Ning Li's control, which is a kind of revival of glory. However, this task is also easy to complete. All it takes is to modify Bismarck or Tirpitz, and they will definitely become legendary figures at sea. 10 million worth of supplies, it really hurts. Compared to war weariness and fearlessness, If Ningle had any hesitation just now, there was no reason for him to hesitate now. With a major battle looming, what I need are shipgirls who can play a decisive role on the battlefield. While missile battleships are undeniably powerful, they still offer little advantage against shielded sirens. The same applies to large combat platforms. They simply increase the number of carrier-based aircraft and attack capabilities, which is not what Ningle currently lacks most. Little Bismarck, come here for a moment. Ningle said this to Bismarck in a telepathic communication. Yes, Commander. A few minutes later, Bismarck arrived at the entrance of Akashi's store. As soon as I arrived, I saw my commander standing there, holding a catgirl's hand. Does the commander like this type? Bismarck had never even seen Ninler lead Saratoga like that before, which gave him an idea. What is it, Commander? Bismarck is going to modify you next, but your body can't recover for the time being. The commander doesn't have enough cubes, so you'll have to wear this small boat body for a while. Ningle scratched his head awkwardly and explained. He immediately became interested when he heard about modifying Bismarck. Commander, will I develop a dragon like Ron after my modifications? Upon hearing that he was to be modified, Bismarck immediately looked on with anticipation. Yes, of course, the dragon is the biggest dragon. Ning Lu revealed a wicked grin. Chapter 174 Little Bismarck, Great Dragon. Bismarck, this opportunity for modification is very rare, but if I modify you, your sister's modification will have to be postponed. Bismarck, who was initially overjoyed, now showed a hesitant expression. Commander, how many supplies are needed for the upgrade? I still have some in stock. Little Bismarck unfolded her ship's rigging and pulled a bag from under the cute little turret. Commander, is this enough? Bismarck looked conflicted. Although she was the flagship of the Sangvis Ferry, most of the resources produced by the Sangvis Ferry belonged to the Sangvis Ferry. The supplies we're presenting now were obtained by Bismarck Jr. from killing the mass-produced siren ships. It's taken so many years to save up this little bit. Commander, is this enough? He handed the bag to Ningle, who clearly saw tears welling up in young Bismarck's eyes. Ningla looked at the small bag and was speechless. I never expected that Bismarck would actually take it seriously when I was just teasing him. Even if such a small bag were filled with supplies, it would only contain a few thousand at most, which is a drop in the ocean compared to the 10 million supplies needed for Bismarck's modification. Seeing that Ningle did not answer, Bismarck became even more anxious. Commander, if there really isn't enough supplies, you can prioritize modifying my sister. I can wait a bit longer. As if using all his strength, Bismarck closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at Ningle, and used all his strength to say those words. How could the commander make things difficult for you? He'll definitely be modifying you and your sister together. Ningle currently has 14 million units of resources, but if he wants to modify both Bismarck Jr. and Tirpitz Jr. at the same time, he will need at least 6 million units of resources. 6 million. I'll risk it all for the Shipgirls. Ningle, holding Akashi's hand in one hand and Bismarck's hand in the other, reunited with the others. Everyone, we're about to set off. Ningle carried with him the employment agreement from the Sardinian camp. Once Ningle reaches the territory of the Sardinian camp, he can contact the Sardinian flagship. The Sardinian camp has a lot of mass-produced siren ships. Destroying them should be enough to get the supplies. This was Ning Li's plan. All of Ning Li's resources were not actually inherited from the Ironblood faction. The 10 million worth of supplies were entirely obtained by Ningle in his fight against Lavos. This is also Ningle's main way of obtaining supplies now, killing sirens. Commander, you've already won over Mrs. Akashi in just a few minutes. Akaji gave a knowing smile and looked at Ning Lu and Akashi beside him. Ahem, let me clarify. Although Akashi is my ship girl, she only agreed to become my ship girl after she opened a shop in my port, so please don't misunderstand. Ning Lu spoke with an air of righteous indignation, but in the eyes of the Shipgirls, it was a useless explanation. Yes, the commander has no interest in animal-eared Lolas. He just wants to do business. Akaji persisted relentlessly. There was nothing that could be done about it. Even in its small boat form, Akaji was irresistibly alluring to Ningle. Being smaller actually makes some things easier to do. However, this led the other Shipgirls and Ningle to misunderstand that their commander not only liked older women, but also had a special fondness for smaller ships. What's wrong with Akaji? Wasn't she only supposed to be a commander with unique abilities? How come she also has a sharp tongue? Ning Lu was speechless for a moment, but it was all right. These were all his Shipgirls, and there was nothing wrong with talking about his little hobby. With the roar of the engine, everyone boarded the B-1B again and set off towards the Vichy church. The Vichy Vatican headquarters was located almost adjacent to the Sardinian camp, with only a few thousand kilometers separating them. The Sakura Empire was only 8,000 kilometers away from Sardinia and the Vichy Papacy. However, Ningle noticed that these camps did not seem to be very far apart. It's important to know that the planet is very large, something Ningle discovered during their first battle. Based on the curvature of the planets, Ningle deduced that the entire world's map was definitely more than what these major factions had drawn. It seems to only occupy half of the entire planet, while the other half contains absolutely no information. However, Ningle didn't care about these things, perhaps because the other half of the planet was entirely ocean and had never been explored. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. On the way to the Vichy Vatican, Ningle no longer held Akagi in his arms, but instead held Akashi, who had just signed a contract. I have to say that shipgirls like Shiki are really perfect to hold in your arms. Ningle gently stroked Akashi's head, and when he touched her green cat ears, Akashi would unconsciously twitch twice. What Ningle loved most was Akashi at this moment, who was nestled in his arms and making a purring sound that only a cat could make. This made Ninglu, who had always loved raising cats in his previous life, fall in love with it. Bite. Akagi and Saratoga's eyes were practically spitting fire. Commander, Akagi can also make that sound. Listen. Ah. Then Akagi imitated Akashi, lying down next to Ninglu and starting to scream. Stop, Akagi. This is too inappropriate for children. Akagi was trying hard to imitate, and even the pair of fox ears on his head began to twitch like Akashi's. Unfortunately, Akagi wasn't a cat girl, and the sounds she made Ningle blush. Seeing that his plan had failed, Akagi sat back down in his seat, somewhat disappointed. Commander, can't you change the shipgirl's attributes? You can give Akagi this catgirl attribute. No one heard Chi-Ching's words, but they stirred Ning Li's heart. Petting cats is really fun, but Akashi's small size doesn't provide the same thrill as Akagi. Ahem, Akagi, let's talk in detail when we get back to the port. Upon hearing the commander's reply, Akagi immediately sat quietly in her seat, but she was secretly overjoyed. As expected, the commander likes me the most. B1B moved quickly, and a few hours later the group arrived at the Vichy Church's territory. This is Commander Ningle of the Iron Blood Army, requesting to land. In this era, the radar technology of each faction was not yet mature, making it almost impossible to detect AB-1B flying at high altitude and high speed. This means that only if Ningle actively notifies the other party of his arrival is it possible for them to discover his presence. This is the Vichy Vatican. Welcome, Commander Ningle. The airport runway is ready for landing at any time. Soon the headquarters of the Vichy Church came into view. The island is very large, even larger than Ironblood Island. The buildings on the island are somewhat similar in style to those of the royal buildings, but with more greenery and a huge garden. The architectural style here is very similar to that of royalty. Koei leaned out the window, trying to look down, but the obstruction in front of her chest prevented her from lowering her head. She could only lean forward. Commander, what's fun about the Vichy Church? Saratoga looked out the window with a curious expression. Saratoga, you really are a destroyer, curious about everything. Ninglu thought to himself, speechless. Commander, look. Saratoga pointed to the center of the Vichy Church. Chapter 175 Arrival at the Vichy Papacy, Amusement Park. Ninglu looked over and saw that it was a huge amusement park. How could such a serious organization as the Vatican have such recreational facilities? The papacy in the setting should be a faction with a very strong religious culture. Strangely, when viewed from the air, the Vichy Vatican has virtually no tall buildings, let alone huge halls and churches. Commander, shall we go to the amusement park? Saratoga reached Ningle's side, hugged Ningle's arm, and looked at her commander with stars in her eyes. Judgia, our mission. Commander, Yudachi wants to go too. Commander, our mission isn't urgent, we should relax a bit. Ninglu had barely finished speaking when the other small boats all cast expectant glances his way. Saratoga seems genuinely interested in playing, as does Yudachi. Although Nagato's face remained expressionless, the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. Commander, I want to go too. Although Warspite appears as a small boat, she is mentally like an older sister. Kenningle even saw the same thought on Warweary's face. Hey, Tianqing, what kind of look is that? Do you really think you're a small boat? Ningle thought that the most mature Tianqing wouldn't be interested in these amusement park rides, but the curiosity and longing in Tianqing's eyes told Ningle that this mature and steady fox also loved amusement parks. All right, let's go see Sardinia's flagship first, then go to the amusement park. Great. The plane slowly descended. As soon as he got off the plane, Ninglu saw a familiar figure. Hello, Commander Ningle. I am Littorio, the flagship of Sardinia. Hello, Littorio. I am Ningle. In the previous life, in the real-world setting, the flagship of the Sardinian Empire should have been the Rome. However, since the Roman appeared relatively late in the game, Sardinia's flagship was always Veneto. But Ningle couldn't understand why Veneto hadn't been built in the world he'd traveled to, and his sister Littorio had to serve as the faction's flagship. Congratulations to Commander Ningle on becoming the Iron Blood faction commander. We have arranged accommodations. Commander Ningle, please rest for the night after your long journey. We will discuss the details of the employment tomorrow. Although Sardinia's headquarters were occupied, the level of hospitality shown to Ningle was not lowered in the slightest. Commander Ningle, your ship girl can live on the first floor, and the second floor has a large bedroom, which is your room. The place in front of Ning Lu was a two-story building, or rather, an estate. Upon entering the gate, the romantic style of the Vichy church immediately comes into view. The flower beds were meticulously maintained. The estate wasn't large, but compared to Ning Lu, who had never seen the world, it truly amazed him. Even after I became a commander, my life is still too simple. Ning Lu has made a decision. Once he returns to Iron Blood, he will undertake a major overhaul of his port. It was noon when they arrived at the Vichy Vatican. After lunch, Littorio and Ningle agreed on a time for discussions the next day and then left. Amusement park, Commander, we want to go to the amusement park. Saratoga jumped and danced, clearly very excited. Okay, let's go to the amusement park. Ningle hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. She had been fighting in Iron Blood all this time and had almost forgotten what it felt like to live a happy life with the Shipgirls. Walking down the street, Ning Lu felt increasingly uneasy. The solemn style of the Vichy church was nowhere to be seen on this street. There are many shops on both sides of the street, and they are all doing quite well. Ningle even saw a maid cafe. Wow, it's huge. Standing at the entrance of the amusement park, Saratoga couldn't help but marvel. It's not even as tall as your ship, Judgia. Ning Lu was speechless for a moment. 12 tickets, thank you. Upon arriving at the ticket office, Ning Lu prepared to buy a ticket. Hello, Commander, the ticket price is 1 point of supplies. Without a second thought, Ning Lu handed over 12 supply coins. Yes, Commander, there is no charge for destroyers. Upon hearing this from the staff member, Ning Lu took back 1 supply coin and handed 11 supply coins to the staff member. Commander, have you misunderstood me? The staff member wore a polite smile. Who are you calling a destroyer? As if she had stepped on a cat's tail, Saratoga stood up with her hands on her hips, looking angry. However, this staff member thought Saratoga looked quite cute. Beside him, a commander who was also buying tickets looked over. This man had short blonde hair and blue eyes. He was a typical Vichy papacy member. Despite his 20-something appearance, he gave off a very mature vibe. He wore gold-rimmed glasses with slightly reflective lenses, making it difficult to see his eyes. However, judging from his ashen complexion, he is definitely a hard-working commander. Behind him followed 6 voluptuous battleship girls. All eyes were on Saratoga. Hey, Commander, your destroyer is so cute. The ticket seller gave him a smile. The ticket seller is a cruiser ship girl. As a wild, unnamed ship girl, if no commander is willing to take her in, she can only work to support herself. Ahem, I really only have 1 destroyer here. Ning Lu coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. TCH, who are you kidding? They're all destroyers, and they won't admit it. The commander next to Ningle, who was also buying a ticket, gave him a disdainful look. This remark completely enraged Saratoga, who was about to unleash her ship's equipment and teach those 2 a lesson. What? You still want to fight? Saratoga waved his hand, and the light in his hand converged and condensed into a staff. This is part of the Saratoga's hull equipment. The girl stood with 1 hand on her hip, pointing her staff at the commander, named Ningle. Upon seeing their commander being threatened, the 6 nameless battleship girls immediately stood in front of him and deployed their ship equipment. The commander who had mocked Ningle looked smug when he saw his ship girl deploy her ship equipment. Kid, it's just a bunch of destroyers. They're not strong enough, but they can't even complain about it. The commotion was quite loud, and a crowd quickly gathered around. Chapter 176 My Ship Girls. Even a glance is an offense. What happened here? Isn't that Commander Neil? What's he doing here? A large crowd gathered nearby, including commanders, ship girls, and some civilians. Boy, I've never seen you before. You're not a commander from the Vichy church, are you? Seeing that his ship girls had already deployed their ship equipment while the opposing commander made no move, Neil became even more arrogant. It's Commander Neil. That kid is really unlucky to have run into this privileged son of an official. There's nothing we can do. He's the governor's only son. Ning Lu learned the other person's identity from the crowd that had gathered around. Why is it another child of an official? Are you all the same? Ning Lu was speechless, but at this moment he was no longer afraid of anyone. Even if you were the governor's son, and all the commanders of the entire camp were tied together, their strength would still be inferior to Ning Li's. Kid, I've never seen you before. Are you from another faction? Seeing that Ningel didn't dare to resist, Neil became even more arrogant and looked Ningel up and down. His gaze swept over Ning Li's small boats, finally settling on Ku Wei. This Shipgirl's figure. In an instant, Neil's gaze was drawn to the formidable figure. An angelic face, a devilish figure. That fearsome baby face, combined with the Holy Grail, makes her an absolute stunner. Especially the ribbon at the chest of her dress. Any man would take a second look. As if sensing the other person's gaze, Ku Wei put his hand in front of his chest and gave Neil a look of utter disgust and revulsion. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. As Neil spoke, he made a very lewd expression. Hey kid, I'm the governor's son. Your Shipgirl's offense against me just now can be considered a provocation against the governor, but I'm a very magnanimous person. Neil coughed twice and said with a righteous air, as punishment, I will confiscate one of your Shipgirls. As soon as he finished speaking, Neil's gaze fell on Formidable once again. Hand over this Shipgirl to me, and I will not pursue your crime of offending me. The onlookers sighed. Sigh, yet another poor commander. This Neil has stolen countless Shipgirls. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Neil hear you. Neil was still performing, but Ningel remained expressionless the entire time. Why are there so many people looking to die these days? In Ningel's hands, Neil had already been sentenced to death. It wasn't just because he angered Saratoga, but also because of the way he looked at the fearsome man. Ningel will eliminate anyone who dares to have any improper thoughts about her Shipgirls. This world places very few restrictions on commanders. There are only 3 hard and fast rules. 1. Commanders cannot steal Shipgirls belonging to commanders of the same faction. 2. Commanders are not allowed to harm ordinary humans. 3. Commanders must not do anything strange to destroyers. In addition, each faction imposes some other restrictions on commanders, but these are all minor and insignificant rules. Including these 3 points, as long as you have enough strength, no one can restrict you. This has led to many powerful commanders running amok within the faction, and even the faction's flagship is powerless to stop them. Young man, agree to his request. He is the son of the Vichy governor, and you are not a commander of the Vichy church. Someone in the crowd shouted. Ningel is still wearing the Iron Blood commander's uniform. People here can tell at a glance that Ningel's commander's faction does not belong to the Vichy church. Therefore, even if Neil were to harm Ningel, no one would say anything. Besides, even if someone were to stand up for Ningel, Neil was the governor's son, so who would dare to interfere with him? Are you sure you want to do this? Even if Neil curses himself a couple of times and then leaves, Ningel won't do anything. At most, he'll follow him, find his port, and then blow it up. But Neil dared to covet his Shipgirl, which made Ningel unable to tolerate it any longer. They didn't even consider following him. Commander. Seeing that Ning Lu did not react, Ku Wei turned around and looked at Ning Lu with a pitiful look in his eyes. Her beautiful, large eyes were now filled with tears. From the people around him, Fear also learned that the man before him was the governor's son. She knew her commander was powerful and didn't take the governor seriously at all. In the eyes of many commanders, Shipgirls are just weapons, just commodities. But it's different here in Ningel. Don't worry, it's formidable. Ningel didn't say this through telepathic communication. He said it directly from his mouth. This statement also conveys Ningel's attitude to the other Shipgirls. Hey kid, planning to fight to the end. Seeing Ningel's performance, Neil gave a disdainful sneer. With just your fleet of destroyers? By the way, you still have 3 large ships, but there are only 3 Shipgirls. What use are they? You'd better hand over your Shipgirl obediently, otherwise I'll have to come and take it myself. Seeing that Ningel did not answer, Neil became even more arrogant. Oh, I forgot to tell you. According to the laws of the Vichy Church, all Vichy Church commanders are allowed to attack any commander who is not of their own faction, including stealing Shipgirls. Neil's tone grew increasingly arrogant as he casually put his arm around the waist of the Shipgirl beside him. Neil tightened his grip slightly, trying to pull the Shipgirl beside him into his arms. But by sheer coincidence, the Shipgirl lost her balance, and the muzzle of the ship-mounted gun on her shoulder happened to be pointed directly at Ningel. The Shipgirl didn't even have time to react before the next second. Oh, a beam of bright light flashed by. Ah, my turret. The Shipgirl who had just approached Neil let out a scream, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder. Only then did they realize that half of the ship's equipment around them had simply vanished into thin air. She then realized that her original 70,000 health points had been reduced to less than 2,000. Neil also noticed this, but being human, he didn't react immediately. Please keep your shipgirls in check, Commander. A faint heat wave rose in the air, and the voices around Ning Lu, who had been trying to dissuade him, suddenly fell silent. At this moment, everyone's attention fell on the lowly shipgirl in front of Ning Lu. My God, what kind of weapon is that? Did you see that? That flash of light just now. Is that really a naval cannon? My God, how can it be so long? Following everyone's gaze, Xiao Shenking had already unfurled her massive ship equipment. The electromagnetic railgun's muzzle was also emitting wisps of white smoke. Ningel, of course, would not show any mercy to someone who coveted his shipgirls. However, there were too many people present, so he couldn't make a move in public. Seeing the enemy shipgirls' cannons aimed at him, Ningel knew his chance had come. Xiao Tiansheng was also completely bewildered. She hadn't expected her commander to be so decisive, directly ordering her ship to fire. Chapter 177: A Day Trip to the Military Police. Do you know who I am? You're finished. You actually attacked me on Vichy Church territory. Neil supported the battleship girl beside him and glared at Xiao Shenking with a fierce look. But there was nothing he could do. From the shot Xiao Shenking had just fired, he could tell that his shipgirls were no match for the enemy. Oh, I'm sorry, I just subconsciously thought your shipgirl was going to attack me. Ning Lu quickly put on an innocent expression and pretended to be very scared. You. Neil gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He only had 6 shipgirls with him, while the other side not only had more shipgirls, but was also stronger. If you've got the guts, kill me right here, or you'll regret it. Neil's mind raced as he tried to think of a solution. I was used to being arrogant and never paid any attention to other people's shipgirls. I never expected to encounter such a powerful commander this time. What happened? A dignified voice rang out, silencing the previously noisy crowd. Look, it's Captain Jean Bart. The military police are here. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Upon hearing that it was Jean Bart, Ningel looked in the direction the person was coming from. A high golden ponytail, paired with eyes as red as rubies. Her smart uniform added a touch of heroism to the young girl. The person who arrived was Jean Bart, the second ship of the Richelieu class. Great, it's Captain Jean Bart. Neil's expression, which had been gloomy, suddenly changed. After handing the injured shipgirl in his arms to the other shipgirls behind him, Neil quickly walked up to Jean Bart. What's going on, Commander Neil? Jean Bart was no stranger to the person who came. As the sister of the flagship, Jean Bart naturally understood the character of the commander before her. Arrogant and domineering, he abused his status to commit atrocities within the Vichy papacy. Captain Jean Bart, you finally arrived. This commander from another faction attacked my shipgirl without any explanation. Neil immediately pretended to be injured and pointed to his injured shipgirl. Look, his shipgirl even launched a sneak attack, severely injuring my shipgirl. Captain Jean Bart, you must seek justice for me. Ningel had never seen such a shameless person. However, this kind of person doesn't interest him at all, and he doesn't even feel like arguing. Just kidding, the Vichy Church is just a small faction. Ningel is one of the 4 major factions, the commander of the Iron Blood, the man who owns the entire Iron Blood. Even Richelieu, the papacy's flagship, was a level below Ningel. Commander, is that really the case? Jean Bart looked at Ningel, and as she finished speaking, the nameless shipgirls behind her also made alert movements. I just brought my shipgirls to the amusement park, and this commander named Neil made his shipgirls unfold their ship equipment and point their cannons at me. I was just acting in self-defense. Both Ningel and Neil were lying, and those who witnessed the scene knew it. But no one dared to stand up and speak out. Firstly, because of Neil's status, the others were just ordinary commanders of the Vichy Church and dared not offend him. In Ningel, no commander dared to step forward. With the ability to severely injure an enemy battleship girl in the blink of an eye, who would dare to offend someone with such strength? Seeing that none of the nearby people were willing to step forward and explain, Jean Bart shook his head helplessly. Don't gather here, everyone disperse. Jean Bart spoke loudly, and seeing that the military police captain had spoken, everyone dispersed. Arriving in front of Ningel and Neil, Jean Bart stopped, put his hands on his hips, and gave them a very amused look. Since you all have your own version of events, then let's go back to the military police station with me. Since you all claim to be innocent, I can only ask your shipgirls. This world is strange, shipgirls don't lie. The information we just received from both sides came from the commanders, so one of them must be lying. However, Neil's identity was too sensitive, and it was obviously inconvenient to resolve the matter on the street. Moreover, based on Jean Bart's observation, Ningel is clearly not a simple commander. Judging from the equipment on the little heavenly city ship just now, he is definitely a top-level commander. Military police interrogation room. The two commanders will wait here while we check with the Shipgirls to find out what's going on. No problem. Ning Lu, of course, had no guilty conscience at all. It's true that the enemy Shipgirls' cannons were pointed at them, but everyone knows that it wasn't intentional. Pointing the ship's guns at other commanders is a major taboo for Shipgirls. Therefore, Ning Lu is now confident. Neil showed no expression on his face, but he had his Shipgirl send a message to the governor early on, asking him to come and rescue him. Dad, you'd better step up your game. This kid is tough to deal with. Neil sat there with his hands clasped together near his mouth, the reflection from his glasses obscuring his eyes. However, Neil sent out a distress message, as did Ningle. However, at this moment, Ning Lu was examining the world map in the lounge. The four factions are scattered across this sea area in an almost square pattern. The distance between Ironblood and Royal is 8,000 kilometers, and the distance between Ironblood and Sakura Empire is 10,000 kilometers. The three factions happen to exist in a triangular arrangement. Further south is the direction of the White Eagle camp. The smaller factions are located near these four major factions. The Vichy Church was conveniently located, not too far from any of the four major factions. Ningle then used the map scale to make a rough calculation. It's a real problem not having a satellite. Once we have enough supplies, we must get a satellite into space. Without satellites, Ningle's ballistic missiles cannot hit their targets, and many strategies and tactics cannot be implemented. Neil sat behind Ningle, watching Ningle's back, his heart filled with resentment. Why is this commander acting like nothing's wrong? He's not a commander from the Vichy Church, so why is he so calm? Neil guessed Ningle's identity, but he never would have imagined that Ningle was actually the commander of the Ironblood faction. According to this scale, my port is only 8,000 kilometers away from the Vichy Vatican. As a naval warfare enthusiast, understanding maps is a piece of cake. What a pity. The distance to the Sardinian camp is more than 8,500 kilometers, so we can't use that. Since he was bored at the moment, Ningle began to study combat plans against Sardinia. Sardinia is 12,000 kilometers away from Ironblood in a straight line. Even if the Tu-160 is equipped with granite anti-ship missiles, the maximum range it can achieve is only 10,000 kilometers. If we take back the port area, won't the Ironbloods cause an uproar? It should be noted that Ironblood's headquarters is currently located in Ningle's port area, and Ningle can reclaim the port area and redeploy its forces at any time. But the consequence is that there will be some chaos on the Ironblood side for a while. Never mind, it's enough that the bombers can cover Vichy. Upon arriving at the military police headquarters, Neil did not argue, demonstrating the basic professionalism expected of commanders. On the other side, in an interrogation room, did you lay a hand on Commander Ningle? Jean Bart is interrogating Neil's Shipgirl. At this moment, Jean Bart's attitude was very serious, and the high-level pressure of the historical ship directly pressed down on the nameless Shipgirl. We absolutely did not do it on purpose. Commander Neil pulled Sister Nira into his arms, and his ship's guns accidentally pointed at Commander Ningle. We really did not intend to attack Commander Ningle. Shipgirls have extremely strong observational skills. The Shipgirl that Neil just hugged is named Nira, Neil's initial ship. But unexpectedly, Ningle caught Neil's simple move. Okay, I understand the situation. You can leave now. After learning the details, Jean Bart finally smiled and spoke calmly. To be honest, if it had only been the moment when Nira was being held in Neil's arms and the cannon was pointed at Ningle, this matter would have been easily resolved. It was just a misunderstanding between the two sides, and no Shipgirls were killed, only injured. They can be repaired in the maintenance dock. Okay, thank you, Captain Jean Bart. Upon hearing that she could leave, the nameless Shipgirl quickly left the interrogation room. My God, Captain Jean Bart's aura is too strong. As one of the strongest warriors in the Vichy Church, Jean Bart also reached level 80. Combined with her status as a historical ship, even the aura she exuded made these nameless Shipgirls unable to muster any resistance. Let Commander Ningle's Shipgirls in. Chapter 178. Jean Bart, terrified. After Neil's 6 Shipgirls were questioned, it was Ningle's turn. Interrogating battleships first makes interrogating destroyers much simpler. Especially for historical battleships like Jean Bart, even a single glance from them could terrify destroyers. Name, faction, type of warship. Xiao Tianqing is only 1.3 meters tall, and even sitting on the interrogation chair is a bit difficult for him. After Xiao Tianqing took his seat, Jean Bart immediately put on a serious expression, and his aura of pressure swept towards Xiao Tianqing. He had expected the animal-eared lowly in front of him to burst into tears. But what I didn't expect was Amagi, Sakura Empire faction, large battleship. Xiao Tianqing answered expressionlessly. Huh? What kind of ship are you? Jean Bart was filled with question marks. Had he misheard? This animal-eared lowly in front of him was actually saying she was a battleship. Large battleships. This is indeed the positioning of Amagi. As a battleship with a displacement of 120,000 tons, it can no longer be called an ordinary battleship. A lowly battleship? That's really rare. Hearing that the other side was a battleship made Bale's expression even more serious, and his aura also became more imposing. Was it you who fired the cannon and injured Neil's Shipgirl? Yes. Did you fire the cannon on orders from the commander? Yes. For several questions in a row, Xiao Tianqing simply answered yes or no without offering any further explanation. This was also Ning Li's request. We would not answer or explain unless asked. Ningle wanted to see how the Vichy Church would handle such matters. Seeing that he hadn't managed to get any information out of him, Bar became a little anxious. Shipgirls from any faction tend to favor their own faction's commander. Having known all this for a long time, Jean Bart was indeed somewhat biased towards Nier. After all, he is the governor's son. If it's a conflict between Shipgirls and humans, then Ball will definitely side with the Shipgirls. It was clear that Ningle was not a commander of the Vichy Church, so he naturally sided with his own side. You'd better be clear, don't answer me with this perfunctory tone. Seeing that he couldn't find a favorable answer for Neil no matter how many questions he asked, Jean Bart became a little anxious. The aura emanating from him caused even the two nameless Shipgirls sitting beside him, who were responsible for taking notes, to tremble. My God, Captain Jean Bart has such a powerful presence. I can't take it anymore. I need to go out for a while. The two unnamed Shipgirls were talking privately, and the air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze. Just when the two were about to give up, they looked up in surprise and found that the beast-eared lowly Shipgirl was completely unaffected. There wasn't even a change in his facial expression. I'm telling the truth. Do you intend to side with that Neil guy? Buzz. The two Shipgirls, who were already trembling, almost fainted at this moment. The other side is also a historical ship. Oh my God, you two historical Shipgirls are having a power contest here. Please don't drag us into it, okay? The two nameless Shipgirls collapsed onto the table, and even Jean Bart, who was sitting there, broke out in a cold sweat. What do you want to do? This is the military police station. Little Tianqing's move just now did indeed frighten Jean Bart. However, he could sense that the other party was only stronger than him, but not as high level, which allowed Ball to barely keep his composure. I was just stating the facts. Xiao Tianqing answered in the same calm tone. I have nothing more to ask you. You can leave now. Jean Bart's tone was noticeably less gentle than when he had asked the question earlier, and little Tianqing's attitude also turned colder. With a push of his hands, Xiao Tianqing jumped to the ground, leaving the interrogation room trailing behind his 9 fluffy foxtails. Call. Both unnamed Shipgirls, including Jean Bart, took a deep breath. My God, this Shipgirl's aura is too strong, almost as strong as Lady Richelieu. How could that be? Richelieu is the flagship of the main fleet. The aura it exudes is far beyond what this little girl can match. The two unnamed Shipgirls looked like they had just survived a disaster. After that clash of energies, they both felt like they were about to faint. This is understandable, as the aura of a Shipgirl is related to her level and battle record. Although Tianqing's level is only 60, it is not as high as Bale's. However, the increased strength after the modification, coupled with the achievement of killing the Siren Arbiters twice, made Tianqing's aura completely overpowerable. It seems we need to find a breakthrough by targeting other Shipgirls. Jean Bart thought to himself helplessly. He was indeed biased towards Neil. There was nothing they could do. After all, he was the governor's son. Neil did go a bit too far in this matter, but it definitely didn't go so far as to injure the enemy Shipgirl. Bring the next one up. After calming himself down, Jean Bart called out to the door. Ding ding ding. Hello. A very gentle and polite voice came from inside. This Shipgirl seems quite approachable. Jean Bart sighed deeply. Name, faction, ship type. It's the same problem again. Ron, Ironblood faction, large cruiser. Jean Bart was taken aback once again. Another Shipgirl type I've never heard of before. What's a large cruiser? This puzzled Bar. Jean Bart then asked the same question again. Ron also only answered yes or no, which infuriated Jean Bart. He wasn't worried that the other party was lying, but the Shipgirl had the right not to tell. Please straighten your attitude, Shipgirl. After he finished speaking, Jean Bart once again exuded the oppressive aura of a battleship. You can't possibly have one cruiser like that. Just as he thought of this, Jean Bart, who had been looking confident, gradually stiffened. Immediately, I felt a deep sense of fear wash over me. The posture of arms crossed over the chest has changed to hands resting on the table, completely devoid of any aggressive aura. What is this feeling? How come this cruiser Shipgirl's aura is even stronger than my sister's? The suffocating feeling was indescribable to Ball. It felt like I couldn't even withstand a single shot from the enemy. Jean Bart's eyes were wide open, and his head was buried deep in the table. The two Shipgirls recording the events beside them were in even worse shape, having already foamed at the mouth and fainted. Brush. That feeling of terror came and went quickly. Captain Jean Bart, I wasn't used to that atmosphere just now. Ron smiled gently again, and the terrifying aura emanating from him quietly dissipated. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Bart, having regained his senses, coughed violently. It felt like I had just walked through the gates of hell. At that moment, Jean Bart looked at Ron's gentle smile sitting opposite him and felt a cold sweat break out on his back. I have no more questions. You can leave now. This time, Bart's tone softened considerably. Ron responded softly, then slowly stood up and left the interrogation room. Chapter 179 Jean Bart faints from fright. Men, carry these two good-for-nothings out. As the pinnacle of Vichy's fighting force, Jean Bart quickly adjusted. Soon, two Shipgirls walked in and carried the two unconscious, unnamed Shipgirls out. At the same time, two more Shipgirls walked in and took the places of the previous two. Lord Jean Bart's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Has he leveled up again? I guess so. Those two guys were probably so intimidated by the sheer force of the aura that they fainted. The two people who took over the recording work came to the door and whispered among themselves. Next, Jean Bart's voice rang out, and the two of them snapped out of their daze and pushed open the door to go inside. Meanwhile, a 1.3-meter tall blonde girl was following behind the two. Name, faction, ship type. Jean Bart's face returned to its expressionless state. Bismarck, Ironblood faction, battleship. Even after shrinking, Bismarck, sitting in the interrogation chair, still maintained her queenly demeanor. He crossed his legs and looked at the three people present. Bismarck. Jean Bart slammed his hands on the table and stood up abruptly. He might not recognize the Shipgirls from each faction, but he still knew the flagships of these from major factions. You are. Jean Bart never even doubted the other party's identity. Not only can Shipgirls not lie, but it is also impossible for them to impersonate other Shipgirls. That's right, I am the flagship of Ironblood. This time, Jean Bart was really hit hard. Just kidding. The other side is a flagship, and a flagship Shipgirl from all four major factions at that. Neil, what kind of commander have you messed with? Jean Bart was already somewhat frightened. The opposing Shipgirls were powerful, and their strength was incomparable to that of the entire Vichy Church. But Barth would never have imagined that the opposing Shipgirl would be the faction's flagship. Jean Bart was very careful throughout his questioning of Bismarck, afraid of offending him. Lord Bismarck, please take care. Next, Jean Bart wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took off his high ponytail, gathered the remaining strands of hair at his temples, and tied it up again. If Ningle were here, he would definitely say something. Yes, Jean Bart, you look exactly like your sister. Outwardly, Jean Bart and Richelieu are completely different types of girls. The main difference is that Jean Bart had a high ponytail, while Richelieu always had long, flowing hair. But when Jean Bart let his hair down, he surprisingly looked very similar to Richelieu. Ding ding ding. It was that familiar knocking sound again. Please come in. The interrogation room door opened gently. Name, faction, ship type. Jean Bart's attitude has completely changed. Bismarck's status as a flagship was already putting him under considerable strain. The Vichy Church already knows that the Ironbloods were saved by a commander, and the Ironbloods now have a faction commander. Under these circumstances, the strength of the Ironbloods will definitely be greatly enhanced. If we offend Ironblood now, even before Ironblood had a faction commander, a small faction like the Vichy Church wouldn't dare to offend Ironblood. The four factions aren't called that for nothing. Even if they have fewer historical Shipgirls, the number of nameless Shipgirls is far greater than that of the Vichy Church. With his thoughts racing, Ball turned his attention back to the Shipgirl in front of him. From the moment this Shipgirl entered, Jean Bart sensed a mature and alluring aura emanating from her. Even Shipgirls would be deeply attracted by her aura. I am Akaji, my faction is Sakura Empire, and my ship type is aircraft carrier. Akaji behaved very well, with a faint smile on her lips. Akaji. Clang. Lord Jean Bart, are you alright? This time, Jean Bart really couldn't take it anymore. One Bismarck is enough to give him a headache, and now Akaji has come along. Could Yamato be next? Jean Bart was right. The next Shipgirl to be interrogated at the door is Nagato. Strictly speaking, however, Nagato was not Yamato. It merely possessed the hull of Yamato. But to the Sakura Empire, Nagato was a genuine Yamato-class ship, no different from the real Yamato. "Oh, what's wrong, Captain Jean Bart?" Chi-chung quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Jean Bart felt powerless at that moment, but he was still relatively conscious. "Are you the flagship of the Sakura Empire?" Jean Bart felt like he had the worst day ever. "At first, I interrogated Ningle's shipgirls just like I interrogated other shipgirls. But to my surprise, the first one gave me a real shock. After that, Ron continued to torment Jean Bart's already somewhat broken mind. Then Bismarck was interrogated, and now the Sakura Empire flagship has arrived." "Haha, of course not. The flagship of Sakura Empire has always been the Yamato class." Akaji covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Haha, I knew it. There are so many flagship phones." But Chi-chung's next words made Jean Bart faint on the spot. "Yamato is next on the interrogation list." Jean Bart was stunned for a moment. Then his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Haha, Jean Bart is so funny. Ningle saw all of this through the eyes of the ship girls. Up to this point, Ning Lu had kept his identity a secret. Ning Lu had no idea just how strong the four camps were. Kenning knew that he had 3 flagships in his fleet. The flagship's identity is known throughout the entire Azur Lane world. Before the interrogation, Ning Lu had been secretly guessing what was going on in his mind. "I guess that's cute. The proud and spirited girl actually fainted from fright because of my identity." Chapter 180 Insolence. You've kicked a hornet's nest. Let Barth slowly wake up. My God, what kind of commander did I capture? Jean Bart was now full of questions. There were 3 flagships in the fleet. He had encountered commanders who had obtained flagship shipgirls before, but those were flagships from small factions, and some factions couldn't even muster 3 ships. But this is the flagship of the 4 major factions, the real deal, with top-tier combat power. The Vichy Vatican has only a dozen or so registered historical shipgirls and over 200 unnamed shipgirls. This number already makes them the dominant force in a certain sea area. But compared to the Sakura Empire, it's completely insignificant. In Sakura Empire, a commander in a slightly larger port area can have more than 200 unnamed shipgirls under his command. There were over 100 such commanders in England. Speaking of Iron Blood, although Iron Blood only has 5 historical shipgirls, the nameless shipgirls in Iron Blood are known for their high combat power, which is comparable to that of the historical shipgirls. Moreover, the number is definitely over 10,000. If such a faction offends the flagship, the entire Vichy church could be destroyed with just a word from the flagship. Help me up quickly and take me to see their commander. Jean Bart has realized he has made a mistake. In the military police restroom, even a commander who makes a mistake is still a supreme being in the world of Kantai collection. A commander cannot be taken to the interrogation room unless it is determined that the commander has committed a crime. Ning Lu was still examining the world map hanging on the wall. It seems that all the world maps are only half finished. Could it be that the technology in this world hasn't discovered that planets are round? Whether studying at the Royal Academy or in Sakura Empire in Iron Blood, the world map Ningle saw was always circular. This means that the map only shows half of the planet. Why isn't the other half shown? Hey, you're Ning Lu, right? Do you know who I am? Neil sat on the sofa, looking at Ningle, who had been standing there for a long time, and his smile grew wider and wider. Kid, my identity has scared you, hasn't it? Now you don't even have the courage to sit down. Neil felt a surge of pride, which was understandable, given that as the governor's son, he had never left the Vichy church in his entire life. He also had no idea what kind of beings the commanders of the 4 major factions truly were. Wow, that's really impressive. Ning Lu replied indifferently. When Ningle learned that the other party was the governor's eldest son, the first thing that came to his mind was that this guy must be very rich. The refitting of the Tirpitz and Bismarck sisters still requires 6 million resources. Ningle's original plan was to deal with Sardinia's mass-produced sirens and obtain those 6 million resources. But with such a sucker right in front of him, Ningle couldn't help but have other ideas. What kind of attitude is that? Kid, just wait until my dad gets here, you'll be sorry. Seeing that Ningle ignored him, Neil stood up abruptly and said angrily, Ding ding ding. Commander Ningle, please come out with me for a moment. An unnamed ship girl walked in and politely extended an invitation to Ningle. Upon seeing Ningle being taken away, Neil could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Boy, you'd better confess properly. My father might already be here. Let's see how you face the governor of the Vichy church. Neil was still rambling on, but Ningle completely ignored him and followed the nameless ship girl out of the reception room. I guess they've let Ball know who I am. Ninglu had been watching the whole interrogation unfold. When Jean Bart fainted, this number 2 figure in the Vichy Vatican must have already guessed what was going on. Ningle was led to another reception room, but this one was much more luxurious than the one he had just been in. Captain Jean Bart, Commander Ningle has arrived. The nameless ship girl led the way for Ning Lu. As soon as she entered, she saw Jean Bart's very unpleasant expression, but she still forced a smile. Hello, Commander Ningle. There may be some misunderstanding on our side. The matter between you and Commander Neil was entirely due to a problem in the handling by our military police. After saying this, Jean Bart bowed deeply. Huh? You found out my identity so quickly? With a faint smile on his face, Ning Lu asked Jean Bart. It's not clear yet, but Commander Ningle, the fact that there are 3 flagships in the Ningle fleet means they must be extraordinary. Seeing that Ningle did not blame him, Rangbar breathed a sigh of relief. Let me see what's going on. Just as Jean Bart was congratulating himself on the magnanimity of the great man before him, a rough roar came from the entrance of the gendarmerie. Whoever dares to touch my son, get out here right now. Jean Bart's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the governor is here. Hearing someone shouting outside, Ning Lu went to the window and looked downstairs. A bald, middle-aged man was standing downstairs, followed by several human commanders and a dozen or so shipgirls. Yes, someone came to your military police headquarters demanding someone. Ningle turned his head and looked at Jean Bart with a meaningful gaze. Haha. Sorry, Commander Ningle. The commanders of the Vichy Church are all a bit short-tempered. Jean Bart explained awkwardly, gesturing to the ship girl at the door to quickly drag the governor out. The ship girl hurried downstairs. Your Excellency, the military police have very important guests today. If you need anything, please go to the reception room. Our captain will be there shortly. Unexpectedly, the governor angrily interrupted the nameless ship girl halfway through her explanation. VIP? Bullshit. My son has been arrested. Can't I come here to look for him? I want to see who has the guts to do this. Hearing the ship girl say that, the governor became even angrier. Hee, the Vichy Church is really hospitable. They must be looking for that guy named Neil. Ning Lu, standing upstairs, saw all of this. Commander Ningle, please don't worry about him. Governor Bell is very easy to talk to. He just has a bit of a temper. Jean Bart was furious, and Neil was absolutely livid. The matter was originally very simple. They could have sent the great god Ningle away and secretly released Neil, and that would have been the end of it. But with the governor causing such a commotion, things became much more complicated. Jean Bart seems to be having a mental breakdown today. First, they were repeatedly crushed by a group of high-level shipgirls, and then they learned that the enemy fleet had 3 flagships. Such a blow was already huge enough. Well, thankfully, the other side's commander seems quite approachable. Jean Bart put his hand on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but Ningle's next words left him stunned. I'll kill your governor. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Ningle spoke very casually. It's like asking, may I sit on the sofa? So bland. But what he said left Jean Bart stunned on the spot. Brother, who exactly are you? You say killing a faction governor is like drinking water. Chapter 181 Richelieu's Arrival. I heard it all from my son. How can your military police operate like this? They're actually favoring an outsider commander. When Neil was imprisoned, he had his ship girl send a message to his father using the radio on the ship's equipment. They even embellished the story and fabricated it completely. The final explanation was that Ningle disliked him and tried to attack him, even injuring his ship girl. When the military police arrived, they arrested both of them without asking any questions. This is outrageous. Do you not respect me, Bell? So Bell, along with several of his trusted commanders and their shipgirls, went to the military police headquarters to demand the release of the officers. Seeing that the nameless ship girl from the military police was just giving him the runaround, Governor Bell lost his patience. Come in with me, and we need to get the person. With a wave of his hand, Bell sent several commanders and shipgirls behind him squeezing into the gate of the military police station. Halt! Who are you? Just as a few shipgirls tried to stop her, the shipgirls behind Bell were no pushovers. They deployed their ship equipment and subdued the military police shipgirls. Bell knew the way well and went straight to the reception room. The governor of the Vichy papacy has a really straightforward personality. Ning Lu sighed again. Bang. Kid, are you the one who bullied my son? Before Ning Lu could even finish speaking and before Jean Bart could react, the door to the reception room was kicked open. Bell was furious. He threw his commander's hat on the table and then sat down in Jean Bart's seat without giving him any face. His son, Neil, was following behind him. With a powerful backer in place, the worried expression on Neil's face vanished. Dad, it was him. He not only insulted me, but also injured my ship girl. How dare you? This is the military police station. Jean Bart stood in front of Ningle, fearing that the impulsive Governor, Bart, would attack Ningle. Ball was well aware of the strength of the shipgirls in the Ningle fleet. If they do anything to their commander here, not a single shipgirl in the entire Vichy Church can stop their retaliation. Kid, Who do you think you are? Just the commander of Iron Blood. Bell laughed when he saw Ningle's black uniform. The uniform Ning Lu is wearing now is the one he had custom-made when he first joined Iron Blood. The shoulder insignia haven't been changed. They're still the same one-star officer who just became a full-fledged commander. The ranks of human commanders in the world of Azur Lane are very simple. A newly graduated commander is worth 1 star, but after acquiring a port, they become worth 2 stars. After that, you can increase your star rating by up to 5 stars based on the number of Siren mass-produced ships and Shipgirls you kill, which is equivalent to the current faction governor. You, a rookie commander, dare to provoke the governor's son? Who gave you such audacity? The adjutant who had come with Bell approached Ningle with a playful smile on his face. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Ning Li's shoulder and stroked the star-studded epaulette. Kid, I have some connections with your iron-blooded governor. How about this? Apologize to my son, and I won't hold you responsible. Seeing that Ningle made no move, Bell assumed that Ningle was scared. He didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, that's the Ironblood faction, one of the 4 major factions. Dad, what about his Shipgirls? When Neil saw that his father only asked the other party to apologize, he quickly spoke up to remind him. Of course, all your Shipgirls will also need to be investigated. Kid, this is an Ironblood. Even in Ironblood, I'm a governor of a faction. You're just a newbie, and you're not worth Ironblood declaring war on the Vichy Church. Bell also had his own plans in mind. Despite his impulsive nature, he was a very meticulous person. The scene I just performed downstairs was entirely to intimidate the other side. Your Excellency, this is the military police headquarters. We will naturally investigate all matters. Jean Bart's expression was cold. From the moment Ningle said that killing your governor should not be a problem, he realized that Ningle was definitely not a kind person. Oh, Ningle watched the 2 clowns perform the whole time. Bang! Who's going to attack our commander? Just when Bell thought he had the new commander firmly under his control, the door to the reception room was violently kicked open. Protect the commander. Just as the ship girl behind Bell was about to stop her, a huge dragon head suddenly emerged from the smoke and bit her. Enemy attack. 2 more ship girls deployed their ship equipment and rushed towards the direction where the captured ship girl was. 2 more enormous dragon heads emerged from the smoke and pinned the 2 ship girls to the ground. Call. The smoke and dust cleared. The newcomer was none other than Ron. He had already deployed his ship equipment, and the 3 enormous dragon heads took control of the 3 nameless ship girls one by one. The 3 turrets on its body were also aimed at the governor. How dare you? This is the Vichy Church. Bell slammed his fist on the table in anger and stood up. Take control of this ship girl. He brought a full 20 ship girls with him this time. Each ship girl is level 60 or higher. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Commander, please do not allow your ship girls to come any closer. A violent electromagnetic force enveloped the entire area. The commander's hair stood on end, and the powerful electric field even caused some of the commander's metal jewelry to float. Rune's ship equipment was simply too large, especially after Ningle's modifications. Once the hull was unfolded, it occupied half of the reception room. But what made everyone's scalp tingle at this moment was not Ron's ship equipment, but the terrifying cannon muzzle blocking the doorway. This time, Xiao Tianqing fully charged the electromagnetic railgun, and the fully charged railgun blocked the entire entrance. No one dared to question how terrifying the power of this weapon was, because the remaining 17 ship girls that Bell had brought were already slumped on the spot. Ship girls are most sensitive to the power of weapons, and when Rune appeared, they felt a deep sense of despair. Now, with the electromagnetic cannon blocking the entrance, Little Sky City has become the final straw that broke the camel's back for these ship girls. Some of the 17 ship girls stood there dumbfounded, while others had already collapsed to the ground. Ahem, Commander Neil is truly knowledgeable. That's right, I am indeed wearing the Sangvis Ferry Commander's uniform, but you're wrong about one thing. I am not a commander of Sangvis Ferry. As Ningle spoke, he walked toward Bell. He even picked up the hat that Bell had thrown on the table, came over to Bell, put it on him, and straightened his collar. Everyone stop. A voice, both authoritative and gentle, came through. The flagship of the entire company. Bell murmured. He never expected that a simple conflict would alarm even the flagship. Oh, sister, you finally arrived. When Ningle was invited to the VIP room, Jean Bart reported the situation there to Richelieu. The flagship of the Vichy papacy, the first ship of the Richelieu class, the Richelieu. Although the Vichy Church's strength could not compare with the 4 major factions, Richelieu's reputation was in no way inferior to that of the other flagships. Captain, look at this ruthless commander. He's actually attacking our ship girls on Vichy Church territory. Upon seeing Richelieu arrive, Belle quickly went forward to greet him. Kid, let's see how you get out of this mess. Our flagship is right here. Belle looked smug, never expecting that he would have such influence that the flagship would grace him with its presence. Kid, tell your ship girls to put down their weapons. Seeing his father's smug look, Neil became even more arrogant. I didn't expect the flagship to come over for such a small matter. Ningle completely ignored the father and son, Belle and Neil, and instead looked at Richelieu. Richelieu's art style is completely different from the other ship girls. Or rather, the ship girls of the Vichy Church have a completely different art style from the ship girls of other factions. Her features were so exquisite they looked like an oil painting, and her long hair was golden with a hint of orange. She was wearing an exquisite little crown on her head. Yes, and also the rarest red silk in the entire Azure world. Ningle looked Richelieu up and down, while Richelieu was also looking Ningle in the eye. It's over. Even the flagship has made a move. This iron-blooded commander is doomed this time. Yeah, it's ridiculous that a rookie commander is so arrogant. But after this, he probably won't be able to remain a commander. Belle's adjutants behind him were discussing the matter. They had already sentenced Ningle to death. Richelieu slowly walked towards Ningle and stopped 2 meters in front of Ningle. Sister, what's this? Jean Bart, standing behind Ningle, looked puzzled. Didn't I tell my sister that this person has a special identity? Is he going to side with Belle? But what happened next shocked everyone. I apologize, Commander Ningle, for any inconvenience caused. On behalf of the Vichy Church, I express my apologies. Chapter 182, he wasn't the commander of the Iron Blood Army, but the Iron Blood Army was his. What happened? An eerie silence fell over the scene. Even the chattering adjutants behind him stopped their discussion. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? Our flagship is actually apologizing to that human commander. Everyone had imagined countless scenarios. Richelieu might attack Ningle, and they even imagined Richelieu deploying his ship's equipment to blast Ningle away with a single shot. But to everyone's surprise, our flagship actually apologized to a human commander. Richelieu, he's just a rookie commander. Even if he were an Iron Blood commander, he wouldn't be worth this much from you. Belle couldn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of him. Commander Ningle is not a commander of Iron Will. Belle's reply was a lukewarm one from Richelieu. What do you mean? Is he an imposter? Damn it, you little brat. You pretended to be weak to trick me. This time, it was Neil who broke through the defenses. He never imagined that a commander who looked even younger than himself was actually a hidden mastermind. TCH, no matter how well you hide, you're just a commander of a faction. My dad's the governor. What can you do to me? But Neil quickly realized what was happening, and his face remained that nonchalant and arrogant expression. Although he is not the commander of Iron Blood is his. These words struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging everyone present into silence once more. What? What do you mean? Everyone present looked on with question marks. What a joke. Richelieu, this is not funny at all. Belle was the first to react. As governor, his position was theoretically equal to Richelieu's. In factions where historical ship girls are stronger, the flagship consistently outclasses the governor. Didn't I make myself clear? The Iron Blood faction belongs to this Commander Ningle. Richelieu's words didn't sound like a joke. He spoke again to the crowd with a blank expression. Ha ha ha, Lord Richelieu, you must be joking. How can an entire faction belong to one commander? Yes, the Iron Blood faction is one of the 4 major factions. Doesn't their faction have a governor? Would their flagship agree to this? The group of adjutants behind Belle were amused. However, it's really hard to believe such a thing. But when everyone turned their attention back to Richelieu, she still had that same serious, expressionless look. No, it can't be true, can it? Only then did the adjutants realize that the person in front of them was Richelieu, the flagship of the Vichy papacy. How could he be joking in such a situation? Let me introduce you all. This is Ning Lu, the commander of the Iron Blood faction and its supreme leader. Haha, hello everyone. Ning Lu extended his hand and greeted everyone with a smile. It's over. There was only one word in everyone's mind. Those present, including the governor, were all veteran commanders. They are also familiar with the history of the Kantai collection world. In ancient times, the 4 factions were the port areas of those 4 commanders. After the 4 commanders left one after another, the 4 ports gradually formed the current Iron Blood, Royal Navy, Sakura Empire, and Eagle Union based on the different numbers of Shipgirl factions. Being called a faction commander means that the entire faction belongs to that commander's port. Looking at Ningle, who was still smiling at him, Belle broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to the supreme leader of a faction, the governorship is utterly insignificant. What are you all standing there for, Dad? I've been bullied. Snap. Ah. Neil's scream echoed throughout the military police headquarters. You? Of all people to mess with, why did you have to provoke such a powerful figure? Belle angrily slapped Neil across the face. The slap was so hard that Neil sat on the ground, stunned, covering his face. Ningle even saw 2 gleaming teeth fly out. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. Belle's move was too heavy. Neil is now almost unconscious. It's a pleasure to meet you, Richelieu. Ningle ignored Neil and his son Belle, and instead reached out to shake hands lightly with Richelieu in front of him. I have already heard about it from Lottorio. It is a great honor to have you here to help Sardinia reclaim their homeland. Richelieu's face immediately put on a smiling expression. I'm sorry, Commander Ningle, I didn't know your identity. I didn't expect you to be. Even Jean Bart, standing behind Ningle, was quite surprised. No wonder his Shipgirl aura is so terrifying, and the flagships of Iron Blood and Sakura Empire are both in his fleet. Wait, does that mean this commander is also a commander of the Sakura Empire faction? Once such a thing enters Jean Bart's mind, it becomes uncontrollable. Oh my god, 2 faction commanders. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Jean Bart just stared blankly as Ningle and Richelieu talked. Ron, Amagi, release those 3 Shipgirls. Come in and have a seat. Ningle turned his gaze to Ron and Little Sky City, who were still on guard, and beckoned them over. There is no longer any need for vigilance. Then, something even more surprising happened. 3 older women led 8 little girls in. Ladies, let me introduce you. This is Richelieu, the flagship of the Vichy papacy. Richelieu sat opposite Ningle and bowed slightly. Neil, whose face was swollen on one side, had recovered and looked at Ningle with fear and deep resentment in his eyes. Damn it, don't let me get a chance. The governor was now like a servant. Even though he was of high enough status to sit on the sofa among the people present, he did not dare to sit down and instead stood next to Richelieu. Chapter 183 Holy War. My God, what kind of being has this good-for-nothing offended? Belle felt uneasy. He already had some guesses about Ningle's identity. What did Richelieu mean by that just now? Ironblood is his. Does that mean he's Ironblood's governor? That shouldn't be the case. The Ironblood flagship wouldn't allow such a thing to get out. Belle was still speculating in his mind. He was unwilling to believe that Ningle could be the commander of the faction. In hundreds of years, no human had ever been able to rule an entire faction. Commander Ningle, on behalf of Sardin, I thank you. I never expected that a commander like you could emerge among humanity after so many years. Haha, I'm just an ordinary commander. Fighting the sirens is my duty. Ningle sat there and said calmly, you don't need to worry about the situation here. You can leave whenever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Richelieu's gaze fell on Belle, who was standing to the side. The situation at Vichy Church is similar to that of Sakura Empire, where the strength of the wild Shipgirls is much greater than that of the human commanders. Richelieu's look at that moment was clearly telling Belle that this matter should not be pursued any further, as Ningle was someone Belle could not afford to offend. Belle, being quite perceptive, quickly smiled apologetically. I know, it's all a misunderstanding. Belle's greasy face was plastered with a disgusting smile. To be honest, Ningle didn't want to waste time on this. His most important task right now was to help Sardinia deal with the sirens. Those were all the cubes in the entire faction, not the artificial cubes like those from Iron Blood. Then I'll leave this to Richelieu. All right. Ningle left with a message and departed with his Shipgirls. Ningle stopped at the door and looked back at Neil, who was slumped on the ground. Neil only then came to his senses. However, compared to the resentful or fearful gazes of those present, Neil's eyes were filled with resentment. That kid has guts. Ningle used telepathy to give Saratoga an order, and then the group arrived at the entrance of the military police headquarters. Saratoga released an F-14, no bigger than a palm, into the air. Let's go, everyone. Let's go back to the manor first. The plan to go to the amusement park fell through, which left the Shipgirls quite disappointed. However, the Vichy Church has been quite lively these past few days, with many commanders walking the streets with their Shipgirls. Commander, shouldn't we go and scout out the situation on Sardin's side? The secretary ship's job is to assist the commander. As Akagi suggested, it has remained with the Vichy Church and has not made any moves to scout Sardinia. Akagi was aware of her own strength, but the enemy was also a group of sirens capable of conquering an entire camp, so it was good to scout ahead. No need to rush, Akagi. We're not here just to complete a mission. Ning Lu walked at the front of the group, his black iron-blooded uniform clearly different from the uniforms of the nearby commanders. This also drew the attention of a group of commanders to Ningle. That's Ironblood's uniform, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen it. I didn't expect this competition to even attract the commander of the Ironblood faction. Of course, This reward is an ancient construction ceremony, something that countless commanders dream of. Ningle also noticed the conversations around him, or rather, it seemed that everyone here knew about the match. A competition? Is it similar to the Sakura Empire's Dragon King Festival? His purpose in coming to the Vichy Church was simple, to earn resources and Rubik's Cubes. As for Sardin's request, it's just a matter of convenience. I'll only take action when I feel like solving it. The streets paved with white marble were narrow, nothing compared to the wide roads of my previous life. Yet this old-fashioned atmosphere blends in quite naturally with the surrounding European-style architecture. After learning about the competition, Ninglu had been searching for relevant clues all the way. There must be a registration area for the competition, right? I haven't been able to find it at all. There isn't even a poster. That's right. Ninglu was looking for the registration office for that competition. Ningle was very curious about what the ancient construction ritual was. He had heard of the construction ritual before. Many commanders would come to headquarters to carry out construction after accumulating a certain number of cubes. Each faction's headquarters also has a builder. And of course, some famous or powerful commanders will also have a builder's office in their own port. Yes, I found it. Along the way, the architecture here still retains some of the Vichy architectural style. The towering church roof soars into the sky. In front of the church is a square, and in the very center of the square is a huge sign that reads, Holy War Registration Office. Holy War, that's a very papacy-like name. Ninglu complained. So this is what the commander was looking for. Just now, everyone was wondering why Ninglu hadn't been looking around aimlessly, but rather seemed to be searching for something. Formidable, do you know this? Seeing that the Formidable seemed to know what this holy war was all about, Ninglu asked curiously. Of course, strictly speaking, the Vichy Church belongs to a small faction near the royal family, and we share resources with them on many matters. Kuei explained with a proud look on his face. As the only Royal Navy shipgirl among the Ningle Shipgirls, she is probably the only one who knows about this. However, she just stood there without saying anything more, clearly trying to keep everyone in suspense. Ahem, Kuei, stop keeping me in suspense. There's no way around it. That's just how Fearless is. She craves the commander's attention and has a slightly arrogant personality. Moreover, the intimate behavior between Ningle and Chicheng made Kuei a little jealous. A mischievous smile appeared on his long unseen, fearsome face. What's wrong with Weiwei? Has he also learned bad habits from Akaji? As expected, Akaji is a virus that can spread. Helpless, Ninglu walked up to Kuei and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Hurry up and tell me. I'll give you a special reward tonight. Refers to the commander. In an instant, Kuei's face turned red. That time at the port's hot springs was the first time that Formidable truly experienced what it was like to have a commander. But during his time at the Vichy Church, Ningle hasn't touched her once. This made Kuei extremely jealous. After hearing that Ningle and Chicheng had slept together again, he was like a vinegar bottle that had been spilled, and a sour look remained on Kuei's face. Commander, you mustn't lie. Kuei answered softly. Ahem, this holy war is a competition between commanders held only once a year. However, this is not about having the commanders engage in direct combat, but rather a competition to see who can eliminate the sirens the fastest. Everyone listened attentively. There were some cultural differences between the different factions, and they were also very curious about the situation of the other factions. The Vichy Church has far fewer commanders and shipgirls compared to the four major factions. However, their territory was no smaller than that of the four major factions, so there were a large number of mass-produced siren ships in the nearby waters. The Vichy papacy and the high-ranking shipgirls of Sardinia were deeply troubled by this. Decades ago, they devised a plan to organize a holy war. It must be said that Kuei is a very good storyteller, and Ningle listened with rapt attention. And let me tell you a secret. The Vichy Church has a construction room left behind by the four commanders from ancient times, which is said to have a high probability of being able to build historical shipgirls. Chapter 184 Registration, Akaji's Jealousy. Increase the probability of constructing shipgirls. This piqued Ningle's interest. It's worth noting that with the system's support, Ningle could build a historical ship with a 100% success rate. However, if Ningle wanted to build his favorite figures, he would need a large number of Rubik's Cubes. However, most of the Rubik's Cubes in this world are man-made. Natural Rubik's Cubes are only obtained through weekly quests or by defeating sirens. Could you elaborate on this construction device? Ningle voiced his doubts. Of course, I'm a high-ranking shipgirl of the Royal Navy, so of course I know these secrets. But Commander, you'll have to give me some benefits first. TCH, Commander, don't fall for this guy's tricks. Akaji can go back to Sakura Empire to check the information. Sakura Empire has all of this information. Chiching was a little angry. She still had 3 days left to own Ningle this week. How could she let Koei interfere? There's nothing else we can do, Commander. 2 minutes later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Koei looked at Ningle with a resentful expression. Speak quickly. Ninglu said with a wicked grin. How could he possibly be controlled by a fearsome person? Akaji was truly helpless. After all, the other party knew a lot. But how could a fat dinosaur like him possibly manipulate him? He was too naive. Commander, you're so mean. Despite his outward complaints, he was secretly overjoyed. Ron, hold down Akaji. As soon as Ningle relented, Chi-Chung rolled up his sleeves, intending to teach Koei a lesson. However, Ningle was quick to react and had Ron pin Chi-Chung to the spot. That ancient construction device is completely different from the construction device we use now. Some of the commanders who won in previous years couldn't even activate that construction device. All they could do was build nameless ships. And his fearsome gaze turned serious, and he looked at Ningle with great anticipation. Moreover, that construction device is quite interesting. All the commanders who have used it say that it is like a bottomless pit, requiring a massive amount of mental energy to barely start. The meaning of the phrase, Kuwait, is very clear. Ningle's spiritual power was like the ocean compared to that of other commanders. This construction tool was practically tailor-made for him. Let's go register. Without further hesitation, Ning Lu went to the registration desk. Hello, is this commander here to register? The registration area was a temporary setup with only one table covered with a velvet cloth. A ship girl sat behind it, holding a form in her hand. Yes, vicious. Commander, what strange thing are you thinking about now? Saratoga asked in the telepathic communication. This ship girl hasn't seen this kind of affection from her commander in a long time. Except at night, of course. The commander only feels this kind of affection when he sees his favorite ship girl. So everyone followed Ning Li's gaze and looked ahead. Long, silver, flowing hair, light blue eyes. Even when working, she gives off a dazed and confused vibe, as if she's about to fall asleep at any moment. This is Vicious, the rare azure bunny skin. While Ningle likes the Thunder ship girls, Vicious is an exception and is definitely one of the more unique lowly ship girls in the Azur Lane world. Especially the bunny skin, which made Vicious the most popular character in Azur Lane at the time. Ahem. Yes, I'm here to register. Ningle also noticed that pink hearts had begun to float around her, and her ship girls behind her were also reminding her. Ninglu cleared his throat twice and immediately recovered. Commander, please fill out this form. A soft, limp voice rang out, and Ning Legend suspected that the vicious man would fall asleep on the table the next second. The report was very simple, containing only basic information about the commander. Okay, take this participation certificate. It has the specific competition time on it. As if he didn't want to say another word, he leaned straight back in his chair, closed his eyes, and started to sleep. Does the commander actually like ship girls with this kind of ditzy personality? Akaji, looking like a seasoned veteran, stroked his chin and analyzed the situation. The so-called participation certificate is actually just a number and the specific competition time. Ningle's number is 176, and the competition will last for a long time, starting tomorrow and continuing for a week. Ningle also received a special bracelet made for contestants, which can record the number and level of sirens killed by the commander's ship girls. According to the rules, killing a regular mass-produced siren ship is worth 1 point, while killing a siren flagship is worth 10 points. The commander with the highest total score after 1 week is the winner. Participate in the competition, and while you're at it, go to Sardinia and take care of the sirens there. It's a win-win situation. Ningle had just made this plan. Since the goal was to kill the sirens, why not maximize the benefits? On one hand, complete Sardin's request and obtain all of their Rubik's cubes and supplies. Defeating the mass-produced siren ships will also grant you a large amount of resources, and if you're lucky, you might even get a Rubik's cube. Now I've entered another competition, and if I win, I can experience the ancient building tools once more. Isn't that wonderful? On the way back, Koei was in high spirits. In contrast, Akaji looked dejected. Wah, the commander doesn't want me tonight. Chi-Chung thought with grief and indignation. Sobbing. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Akaji felt someone tug at her from behind and quickly turned around. What's wrong, sister? At this moment, everyone had returned to the entrance of the manor, and Akaji also stopped. Xiao Tianqing glanced at the group that had returned, and seeing that they were far away, he gestured for Chi-Chung to bring his head closer to him. Little sister, tonight may be daunting, but the commander didn't say you can't go. Amaji has always given people a gentle image, but in the end, she is also a fox. Moreover, She's a seasoned veteran in this port area. Akaji's sister certainly knows more than Akaji herself. As if she didn't understand her sister's meaning, Akaji asked in confusion. That's right, the commander didn't refuse me, but the two of us? Could it be? Akaji's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. She's not as experienced as you, and you can also guide her. When there are more ship girls in the port, she'll have another comrade in arms, won't she? If Ningle were here, he would surely shout in disbelief. I never expected that Amaji would be like this beneath her gentle exterior. Everyone, including Ning Lu, was deceived by her gentle appearance. Chapter 185. The competition begins. Carpet bombing preparations complete. Fight. Ning Lu had just stretched when his wristwatch beeped. The holy war has officially begun. Commanders will automatically count the number of sirens they destroy. I don't know what kind of black technology the Vichy Church has mastered, but this wristwatch can automatically record the number of sirens killed by the Shipgirls. Yes, we need to hurry. Ningla said. Is the commander about to trigger a battle? Yudachi is ready. Yudachi seemed very excited. That's how combative little destroyers are. They take any competition very seriously. Saratoga is also ready with a commander. Saratoga also looked excited. The two little girls jumped and danced in front of Ning Lu for a while before finally calming down. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Jia, when are you going to act like a flagship? Ningle cradled Saratoga under her arms, holding her affectionately in his embrace. Is fighting really that exciting? What's there to hide? Saratoga acted as if it were perfectly normal. The other ship girls present broke out in a cold sweat. It seems like you and Yudachi are the happiest. This is what everyone is thinking. Yes, that's right, we're going to do something big. Ningle put Saratoga down and straightened his collar. Yes, Commander, I'll go unfold the ship. As soon as she landed, Saratoga ran out of the manor. Wait, there's one more very important thing we haven't done yet. Ningle called out to Saratoga, who had run away. What is it, Commander? Not only Saratoga, but everyone else was puzzled. What important thing hadn't been done yet? Have some breakfast first. Everyone was speechless. Ningla didn't necessarily need to eat breakfast. Rather, he had already issued combat orders through the port system. 3-160s have taken off, with afterburners at full throttle, and are flying towards the Vichy Papacy at Mach 2.2. Yesterday, Ningle calculated that his port area was only 8,000 kilometers away from the Vichy Vatican, and at most 8,500 kilometers away, which was well within the attack range of the 2-160. But I was really busy last night. Akaji and Kawei stayed up very late. 1-2-160 carried the father of all bombs, a 10,000-ton TNT equivalent bomb. The remaining two aircraft were fully loaded with JDAM-guided bombs, totaling 170. Of course, Ningle did not want to compete with these Vichy commanders for the nearby mass-produced sirens. He had other motives. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years, but that's not my style. The 2-160 flies at an altitude of over 12,000 meters, which is close to the stratosphere. It is difficult to detect such a high position, not only with the naked eye, but also with radar. Arrived at the designated destination, dropped the bomb. The cockpit opened, and the 1-ton JDAM-guided bomb unfolded its glider and swooped toward its target. Girls, we must win this holy war. In Figure 160, a commander is giving a pre-battle pep talk to his ship girls at the bottom. Don't worry, Commander, we'll definitely help you secure the construction opportunity this time. Full of confidence, everyone unfolded the ship and set off for the open sea. Apart from its headquarters, the Vichy Vatican had almost the entire sea area within a 500-kilometer radius where sirens were mass-produced. This also means that if the Vichy Papacy commanders want to have their own port, they must have the strength to counter the mass-produced sirens. This commander is considered one of the more powerful commanders in the Vichy Church. He had already chosen a sea area where the density of mass-produced ships was very high and there were no siren flagships, making it perfect for racking up points. Siren mass-produced ships spotted ahead. The destroyer quickly located the position of the mass-produced sirens. Okay, everyone be careful to split up and attack, and avoid being focused down. The commander appeared confident, and upon spotting the first mass-produced siren ship, he steered his flagship to turn its turrets in preparation for firing. Boom. Commander is amazing. Wow, my sister is amazing too. She destroyed the mass-produced siren ship with a single shot. The destroyer responsible for illuminating the view jumped and danced with joy on its ship. To be able to deliver a devastating blow is a lifetime of glory for an unknown ship girl. I didn't fire the cannon, what happened? The commander looked puzzled when he heard the report from his destroyer. He had only turned the gun barrel around. He hadn't actually aimed it. Unexpectedly, The mass-produced siren ship in the distance exploded and was instantly destroyed. A chill ran down my spine instantly. Could it be that some high-ranking commander nearby is also eyeing this area of water? There are few restrictions on battles between commanders, and since this is the open sea, even if the enemy sinks you, no one will be able to detect it. Just as the commander was still trying to figure out where the attack was coming from, explosions rang out again in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea area was like boiling water, constantly churning and bubbling. Even the sea breeze carried a strong smell of gunpowder. The commander has definitely set his sights on this area. Let's leave. The commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and prepared to turn around and leave. He would be even more surprised if the commander brought an aircraft carrier with him. Because at this moment, there were no sirens within a 300-kilometer radius of him still floating on the sea. Ning Lu was still eating breakfast when his bracelet vibrated. The update speed is so fast, it really is cutting-edge technology. The number 170 was clearly displayed on Ningle's bracelet. The gift I gave Neil should arrive soon, right? Ningleek had taken off with 3 Tu-160s, but 2 of them had already jettisoned their jet darts and returned to base. The Tu-160 carrying the father of bombs hadn't even dropped any bombs yet. The governor's son's port is too shabby, it's so small. Yesterday, when Ningle left the military police headquarters, he had Saratoga release an F-14 with the aim of finding Neil's port area. Ningle is not someone who is afraid of trouble. With his current strength, no human commander can cause him any trouble. But flies don't bite, they're just annoying. We must kill him instantly when he falls. Neil, who was still gathering his Shipgirls, was unaware of all this. As an annual holy war, it was the most important day for all the commanders of the Vichy papacy. Neil originally intended to settle scores with Ningle, and even considered launching a sneak attack on Ningle. There's no other way. It's the holy war, and the most important thing is to kill the sirens. In Neil's port, he also gathered 30 Shipgirls to prepare to hunt down the sirens. Unfortunately, the Vichy Church was too weak to even clear out a safe zone, so the Vichy Church's commanders had to take charge of the security work around the port area themselves. Neil's plan was to leave 20 Shipgirls to guard the base, while he led 30 higher-level Shipgirls out to hunt down the sirens. Yes, the weather is really nice today, and the view is great too. Sitting in his office, Neil was assigning combat missions. Through the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, Neil noticed that the visibility was excellent today, making it ideal for artillery operations. TCH, no matter who you are, Dad may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Find an opportunity to have an aircraft carrier Shipgirl drop a bomb on you, and teach you a lesson. Neil felt a surge of anger when he thought about what happened yesterday. He picked up something he didn't know and smashed it hard against the floor. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Neil then realized that it was a model of an aerial bomb. The bomb is made entirely of steel and is very realistic, with even the tail rotor safety clearly depicted. At this moment, due to the collision with the ground, the propeller safety at the tail is spinning wildly. Click! Neil's heart skipped a beat, but then he remembered that it was just a model. Phew! I guess I was being too sensitive. How could a model be like that? A mushroom cloud rose. The blinding white light caused Neil to lose consciousness before he could even react. Chapter 186, Saving Sardinia, Setting Sail. Ning Lu slowly put down his cutlery and wiped the corner of his mouth. Let's go, everyone, let's set off. Neil was just a minor incident and had no impact on Ningle. Littorio was already waiting at the Vichy papacy's port. Who could imagine that a faction's flagship would be waiting here for a commander for a single morning? But what shocked everyone the most was that there was not only Littorio's flagship here, but also a blonde girl standing next to him. Is this really necessary, Richelieu? Littorio's tone was full of doubt and confusion. Having one of my flagships here to greet him is more than enough. You didn't need to come over. But Richelieu on the other side shook his head. He's no ordinary commander. The power of a faction commander is not as simple as you think. Do you really know anything about Commander Ningle? Seeing Littorio's puzzled expression, Richelieu began to explain. You should know how terrifying the sirens are, but this commander not only dealt with the Ironblood sirens, but also single-handedly held off the royal sirens. What? How many Shipgirls does he have? Littorio's commission to Ninler was also Richelieu's suggestion. Sardinia has a large territory, but their actual strength is very weak. They were unaware of much information about other factions. The Vichy papacy obtained some information about Ningle because of its close relationship with the royal family. According to intelligence, this commander Ningle only has 11 Shipgirls, but the strength of these 11 Shipgirls is beyond your imagination. A hint of fear and worry appeared in Richelieu's eyes. The ship girl I sent to monitor Neil this morning has just sent a report to Richelieu. The enormous mushroom cloud blotted out the sky and completely annihilated the entire port area. There's no need to guess. Richelieu was certain that it was Ninler who did it. Commander Ningle, just how strong are you to be able to wipe out an entire port area so silently? There weren't many people at the port, as most commanders had chosen to go out hunting sirens due to the Holy War. This has made the usually bustling port somewhat deserted at this moment. The two flagships, Richelieu and Littorio, also attracted a lot of attention here. Look, aren't those two flagship leaders? What are they doing here? Are they welcoming some distinguished guests? What kind of distinguished guest would warrant the presence of two flagships? Could it be support from the other four major factions? That's possible. Sardinia was conquered by the Sirens, wasn't it? They might be here to help them reclaim their land. In no time, a large crowd gathered, but they were all civilians, because the commanders were all going to participate in the competition. There are so many people over there, Commander. What are they doing? Ning Lu and his group packed their things and prepared to head to the port, but for some reason a large crowd had gathered there. Let's go around it and not interfere with the commander's plans. Akaji stepped forward to remind him that he still had 2 days to serve as the secretary's ship, and that Akaji was quite reliable as the secretary's ship. Well, let's go around that. Ningle wasn't one to watch the spectacle. His current focus was on earning resources to modify Bismarck and Tirpitz. Yes, it's Commander Ningle. Richelieu's attention was always on the road behind him. This is the only route from Ningle's estate to the port. As Richelieu uttered those words, the two nameless ship girls pushed through the crowd and walked towards Ningle. At the same time, Ningle also noticed the movement here and looked in this direction, meeting Richelieu's gaze. Was she waiting for me? Ningle guessed that he had only informed Littorio about his departure the night before. Seeing Littorio beside Richelieu, Ningle roughly guessed what had happened. Let's go. Everyone, let's go over there. The nameless ship girl had already pushed the crowd aside, clearing a path for Ningle. Meanwhile, the residents present also noticed Ningle's arrival. Could it be that the two flagship leaders were waiting for this human commander? They don't look any different, and there aren't many ship girls. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, explaining that people in this world judged a commander's strength by the number of enemy ship girls they encountered. In the eyes of these civilians, the larger and more numerous the warships, the stronger the commander was. Commander Ningle, we meet again. Ning Lu walked through the crowd. He was already used to being the center of attention and was not as nervous as he was when he first arrived. What a coincidence, Richelieu Littorio. I'm just going out to sea to fulfill my mission. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Ningle glanced behind Richelieu, where the road leading to the port had been carpeted with red carpet. Several unnamed ship girls dressed in gorgeous dresses also stood on both sides. These were Richelieu's personal guards. The Vichy Church's culture was similar to that of the royal family, but it did not have the same depth of heritage. If this were happening in the Royal Navy, the line on both sides would be made up of maids, not nameless ship girls. Of course it's necessary, Commander Ningle. You are going to reclaim our Sardinian homeland, and you are a hero of Sardinia. Littorio's eyes were full of anticipation, but also a hint of hesitation. After all, he didn't know much about Ningle, and the suggestion to hire the commander in front of him was made by Richelieu. Yes, that's right, we plan to leave now. Richelieu noticed the black bracelet that appeared on Ningle's wrist when he raised his hand. Did Commander Ningle also participate in the Holy War? Yes, since we can get points by eliminating the Sirens, and my trip to Sardinia is also to eliminate the Sirens, why not? But if I eliminate all the Sirens in Sardinia, I'll be number 1 in points, right? Ningle said it casually, but to Vittorio, it was like a thunderclap. Littorio always thought that Ningle would take over his headquarters, and then Sardinia would clean up the surrounding sea area after establishing a foothold at his headquarters. But what Ningle didn't expect was that he wanted to wipe out all the Sirens in Sardinia. He knew very well that there were over 1,000 mass-produced Siren ships that came with the Sirens. Commander Ningle, do you mean to annihilate all the Sirens within Sardinia's territory? Vittorio's form of address had changed, and his tone was one of utter shock. Of course, didn't the commission say we'd help you reclaim Sardinia? Ningle spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Littorio looked at the 11 ship girls behind Ningle, then at Ningle again, and smiled helplessly. Commander Ningle, it's not that I don't believe you. It's that I really can't believe you. How could these 11 ship girls possibly destroy thousands of mass-produced Sirens? Oh, if you don't believe me, then fine. Shall we terminate our cooperation? Ningle was no longer the rookie commander who wanted to prove himself. He was now the supreme leader of Iron Blood and had no need to prove anything to anyone. Upon hearing Ningle's words, Littorio realized he had misspoke and quickly explained. Chapter 187 Steady Progress. Let me explain. Commander Ningle, it's not that I don't believe it, but this kind of thing is really unbelievable. No one would believe that 11 Shipgirls could destroy thousands of mass-produced sirens. All right then, Commander Ningle, I will bring my personal guards to protect you from behind. Don't worry, we won't disturb your battle. Littorio's words were sincere, and Ningle sensed it too. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but that he was genuinely concerned for his safety. Okay, fine. In this way, the team that originally consisted of 12 people suddenly became 15. Littorio, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, walked behind Ninler and arrived at the port's dock. Everyone, unfold the ship. The main operational method this time was to eliminate a large number of mass-produced siren ships. Therefore, Ningle made adjustments to the formation. At the very front was still Yudachi. As the eyes and scouts of the fleet, Yudachi had to be at the very front. Yudachi was followed by Nagato and Warspite. Both ships were top-of-the-line battleships of World War II, and 30 kilometers was their optimal combat range. Their main task was to destroy all siren mass-produced ships that approached the fleet. Warspite and Nagato are followed by Ron. His mission was to protect Warspite and Nagato's output. Ron's defensive and offensive capabilities are undeniable. Aside from Amagi, it boasts the strongest artillery firepower. But even the cruiser's range is its weakness. Ron, whose optimal firing range is around 20 kilometers, is not suitable for this kind of large-scale enemy elimination operation. Therefore, his task was to protect the 2 battleships currently in service and provide them with a good environment for output. Behind Ron was Little Sky City. The electromagnetic railgun's 80-kilometer range is sufficient to instantly kill elite targets like the Siren flagship. The 24 anti-ship missiles also provide a respectable output. However, the main force in this battle was not them, but the 2 aircraft carriers behind them. Akagi and Saratoga, as the 2 carriers with the strongest AoE damage, are the main damage dealers in this battle. After being equipped with Stuka dive bombers, Akagi's combat capabilities were significantly enhanced. A single corrosive bomb with a charge of up to 120,000 can send a Siren flagship into the sea. The Saratoga's B-1B can carry 32 guided missiles. If all 3 are deployed at the same time, they can eliminate 96 targets at once. As for the Formidable and the Bismarck sisters, their hulls were not modified, mainly because the cost of modification was simply too high. So this time they stayed on the Saratoga with Ningle. Oh, and there's also Mrs. Akashi. He has a very important task. This battle is a protracted war. Akashi is able to repair the Shipgirls, so he stays with Ningle. Whenever a Shipgirl is injured, they return to the vicinity of the flagship immediately for Akashi to repair. Littorio wanted to deploy the ship to help Ningle in battle, but under Ningle's insistence, he could only stay in the captain's cabin of the Saratoga with his 2 guards. And so the group set off in a grand procession toward the waters of Sardinia. Commander, 80 mass-produced sirens have been spotted at 450 kilometers. 50 mass-produced siren ships were discovered at a distance of 120 kilometers. Having just escaped the control of the Vichy headquarters, Saratoga's radar detected the enemy in the distance. Saratoga, the enemy 450 kilometers away is yours. Yudachi, you take care of the enemy 120 kilometers away. As Ningle gave the order, Koei looked at him with longing. When will the commander give me the upgrade? Is it because I haven't performed well enough? Thinking of this, Koei recalled the techniques that Chi-Chang had taught him last night. Her face flushed slightly. Does the commander only modify me if I do that with him? Could it be Saratoga too? Koei looked at Saratoga, who was sitting in Ningle's arms. He thought about what he had done last night, and then he thought about how Saratoga, a little girl, had done these things. Commander, how did you manage to evade the military police's pursuit? Both Bismarck and Tirpitz looked on with envy, but also with a hint of shock. After the modifications, it has such a long attack range, but why hasn't the commander modified it for me and my sister yet? Bismarck looked at Saratoga in Ningle's arms with a longing and envy. Although the others present looked on with anticipation, none of them were too shocked by Ning Li's displayed strength. However, there were 3 exceptions. Flagship commander, what is this commander talking about? He can detect targets hundreds of kilometers away and still engage them. Yes, his order was for the destroyers to strike targets 120 kilometers away. How is that possible? The 2 guards standing beside Littorio couldn't help but ask a question. Littorio was also very puzzled and shocked. It's normal to detect targets hundreds of kilometers away. Carrier-based aircraft can do that. But Littorio clearly remembered that Ningle did not allow any of his Shipgirls to launch any carrier-based aircraft, but instead went directly to kill the target after spotting it. The key point is that none of these things shocked him the most. What he found most incomprehensible was that there were more than 90 targets. How could an aircraft carrier possibly handle them all on its own? Just as he was wondering, a terrifying roar of engines came from outside the command room. The B-1B's aircraft engines have a distinctive sound, a kind of screaming sound with a hint of muffled noise. The distinctive engine sound caught Littorio's eye, causing him to look out the window at the runway. My God, these are carrier-based aircraft. Littorio stared blankly at the B-1B with a wingspan of over 40 meters in front of him. So for those 10-odd seconds of B-1B takeoff, he just stood there dumbfounded, watching as the B-1B entered the catapult and was ejected. Littorio couldn't help but look in Ning's direction, intending to ask what kind of carrier-based aircraft it was. As if he had already guessed what was going on, Ning had already turned his gaze to Littorio, watching his expression change from disbelief to blankness. And now, they look at themselves with an expression of eager curiosity. Seeing his own embarrassing state, and with the commander in front of him watching, Littorio couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. He followed Ning, partly because he was genuinely worried that something might have happened to Ning, and partly because he wanted to see the sirens driven out of Sardinia and his own homeland reclaimed. Commander Ning, is this all the strength you have? In the end, Littorio asked the question that had been bothering him. It was clearly impolite of him not to know how to pry into a commander's secrets. Yes, this is only part of it. You will see more incredible battles later. But an hour later, there are just too many sirens. It's impossible to wipe them all out. Ning felt helpless. However, to outsiders, his speed was already terrifying. In just 1 hour, Ning had destroyed at least 200 mass-produced sirens. But for Ning, this was clearly still too slow. 2 aircraft carriers are still too inefficient. We need to find a solution. Ning was also somewhat puzzled. Normally, mass-produced sirens would sail aimlessly on the sea, but the sirens here seemed different. They seemed to be defending the Sardinian headquarters. As soon as one siren was destroyed, nearby sirens would soon wander over there, and mass-produced ships would appear out of thin air in the sea. There's definitely something wrong with the siren tide in Sardinia. There are definitely more than 1,000 sirens here. In that hour of fighting, Ning only advanced 20 kilometers. That's right, only 20 kilometers. The sirens that are destroyed are quickly replaced by new sirens. Saratoga, go and scout out the Sardinian headquarters. Ning is currently 5,000 kilometers away from Sardinian headquarters. At the speed of a B-1B, it will only take 2 or 3 hours to get back. Yes, Commander. Therefore, the B-1B that took off from Saratoga was not carrying any weapons and flew towards Sardinia's headquarters at Mach 1.2 after takeoff. Chapter 188, The Formidable Modification. With the loss of firepower from a B-1B, Ning's advance was even slower. It was nearly noon, and Ning found a small island nearby, where he planned to rest for a while before continuing his advance. I remember there was a forward outpost here. This is already Sardinian territory. As Sardinia's flagship, Littorio naturally knew the terrain here very well. Ning chose a well-known sea route in Sardinia as his route of attack. Merchant ships that once traveled with the Vichy papacy had to use this route, so Sardinia established a large number of forward outposts here. The outpost was small, just a 2-story building, but the facilities inside were quite complete. Commander Ning, what are your plans next? Across from Ning, Littorio sat there and asked with some concern. After a morning of fighting, the Shipgirls were resting, while Ning was thinking about how to eliminate these mass-produced sirens as soon as possible. The number of mass-produced ships has exceeded my expectations, so our progress may be a bit slower. Ning answered absent-mindedly. What he wants to do most now is to reclaim the Iron Blood headquarters and set up operations there, so that he can use the Tu-160 to advance his forces. If 3 Tu-160s are deployed simultaneously, all carrying guided missiles, they can carry more than 200 tons at a time. That's more than 200 guided bombs. Furthermore, once mass-produced ships are found to be clustered together, the Tsar Bomba can be used. There was nothing they could do. Their own port was now Iron Blood's headquarters. A typical mass-produced ship can bring 1,000 units of supplies to Ning. In just one morning, Ning earned 200,000 yuan worth of supplies. I've got it. Ning had been hesitant before, wanting to use 14 million worth of supplies to modify that Shipgirl. Bismarck's Dragon modification plan was indeed powerful, but that was only when facing a single enemy. But when faced with a large number of mass-produced sirens, is an aircraft carrier more efficient? System, unlock the formidable modification plan. Spend 1 million experience points to unlock the invincible naval combat platform. Displacement of 180,000 tons. 410 meters long. 90 meters wide. Speed 25 knots. Power system 2X-A-1B nuclear reactors. All-electric propulsion. It can carry 200 carrier-based aircraft and 20 helicopters, and can also carry land-based aircraft. Defense system. Weapons 2 phalanx CIWS for active phased array radars. Maximum detection range 1,000 kilometers. 7 electromagnetic catapult tracks and 1 super heavy carrier-based aircraft runway. Equipped with 2 robotic arms, it can repair Shipgirls smaller than its own displacement. Ning Li's eyes lit up as he looked at the data in front of him. This is what a real mobile sea-based airfield should be, capable of launching large strategic bombers. And this repair robotic arm, Akashi, you're going to lose your job. Looking at the renovation plan in front of him, Ning Li's lips curled up slightly. Fearless, you no longer have to envy Saratoga's carrier-based aircraft. Upon arriving in the world of Azur Lane, Formidable was the first older sister Shipgirl he had ever met. Back in school, Ningle had always thought about retrieving Formidable. However, even now, many of his Shipgirls have been modified, but Formidable still looks like a World War II Shipgirl. Thinking of this, Ning Lu felt a little guilty. No need to rush. Our progress will be very fast this afternoon. After saying this, Ning Lu stood up. Littorio wanted to ask more questions, but Ningle had already left the room. Fearless, you'll be the main force this afternoon. Ningle said in a telepathic communication. Huh? Really? I am the commander. Having not participated in combat this morning, the Formidable aircraft is currently piloting carrier-based aircraft to patrol the surrounding sea area. Recall the carrier-based aircraft, you have other missions. Ningle went straight to the port, with Littorio following behind him. At the port of the forward outpost, the somewhat old ship was moored. At this moment, Kawei is controlling the carrier-based aircraft to land. Commander, won't you take a break? Upon seeing Ning Lu approach, Kawei retracted the ship's hull and came to Ning Li's side, asking with concern. The Shipgirls were all exhausted after a morning of combat, but Ningle was probably the most tired. Ning Li's spiritual power is attached to every Shipgirl. This is what allows Ningle's Shipgirls to achieve terrifying control over their ships. Seeing how concerned he was, Ningle couldn't help but hug Kawei tightly. Commander, there are outsiders here, please be more reserved. Kikuchi was used to being so close to his commander, but when he saw outsiders behind him, Kikuchi blushed and buried his face in Ningle's arms. Haha, why is my formidable teacher shy? Ningle reached out and pinched Kawei's chin, about to do something, when a cough came from beside him. Ahem, Commander Ningle, I'd better excuse myself. Friendly interactions between the commander and the Shipgirls are permitted. As long as the Shipgirls do not resist, no flagship of any faction has any reason to interrupt. Littorio is a free agent Shipgirl, and even as the flagship of her faction, she would be very shy in this kind of situation. Kawei gently nudged Ningle, but before leaving, he still spoke to Ningle. What does the commander want to do? Can we talk about it tonight? This piqued Ning Li's interest. Akaji is considered a knowledgeable Shipgirl, while Ningle generally enjoys the experience the whole time. But Kawei is different. At night, she is extremely arrogant. Even though she is completely exhausted, she still refuses to admit defeat. She's so sweet and soft, yet terrifyingly tough, with only her mouth being tough. Who wouldn't love a Shipgirl like that? But with outsiders present and a battle to be fought that afternoon, Ning Lu suppressed his burning passion and adopted a serious expression. You're formidable. I'm going to modify you now. You'll be the one to deal damage in this afternoon's battle. System, modify the formidable. After deducting 5 million in supplies, the Invincible-class maritime combat platform has been fully realized. A faint golden light enveloped the fearsome body. Huh, Commander, aren't you going to take a break? Commander is modifying formidable sister. Saratoga arrived at the port, yawning. The afternoon battle is about to begin, and as the flagship, she needs to arrive early. The renovation process lasted a long time, probably a few minutes. Yes, after the formidable transformation, your burden will be less. As soon as he finished speaking, the formidable transformation was complete. At the same time, the formidable module attributes have also been updated. Formidable current module attributes. Big Sister, Holy Grail, Sundara, Royal Lady, Silver-haired Twin Tails, Formal Dress, Chubby Dinosaur, Skin not yet available. The Holy Grail? Ningle was puzzled and his gaze fell on Kawei, but before Ningle could see what Kawei looked like, Saratoga next to him screamed. It's fake, it's all fake. It's already that big. How can it get even bigger? Bigger than my head. Commander, is this modification of yours even legitimate? Chapter 189 Going into the water. Commander, it feels so heavy. The formidable attributes changed after the modification, especially the hull, which increased from 40,000 tons to 180,000 tons, an exponential increase. Bite. The words fearsome deeply stung Saratoga's heart. Saratoga stared fiercely at Fearsome's chest, then looked at his own. Commander, you haven't modified Gaga in a long time. Turning around, Saratoga grabbed Ninler's sleeve and started shaking it, beginning to act coquettishly. Jia, it's not that the commander doesn't want to modify you. It's just that you're really not suitable. Ningle squatted down, rubbed Saratoga's head, and said helplessly, No, Commander, please. The sweet, soft voice gave Ning the goosebumps. All right, once the commander has enough cubes, I'll change your attributes. There was no way around it. Saratoga was just too much of a pain. With Saratoga looking so pitiful, Ningle really didn't want to refuse. Great, Commander is the best. To outsiders, what they were seeing looked like a destroyer and its commander cuddling. But Littorio knew perfectly well that the 1.3-meter-tall little girl in front of him was actually an 80,000-ton aircraft carrier. Moreover, it was Ningle's flagship. Ahem, Commander Ningle really is. Littorio hesitated, glancing at Formidable beside him and then at Saratoga. It really has a unique flavor. Indeed, many commanders have a special fondness for destroyers. Who wouldn't love an innocent and adorable destroyer? Littorio, let me explain. Littorio's gaze toward Ningle clearly conveyed, I understand you. Ningle was definitely not that kind of commander. Let's keep up the good work this afternoon, everyone. Akaji is cheering on the Shipgirls. Ningla had to admit that Akaji was a very competent secretary ship. They can relieve the commander of a lot of work. If only Akaji could be as gentle as Amaji. Ningla was still fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if Akaji were a supportive wife like Amaji. Little did he know that, in private, Amaji was the real ace driver. Everyone, let's make some adjustments for this afternoon's battle. Formidable will deploy its hull and position itself between Saratoga and Amaji. This is equivalent to the very center of the fleet. Keep in mind that before its refit, the Formidable was just a World War II aircraft carrier, and one of the weaker ones in terms of firepower. All eyes fell on Koei, but Koei remained surprisingly calm, even puffing out his chest to show off to everyone. It seems like its formidable weight has increased. All eyes were on his formidable chest. All right, everyone, there's no need to doubt it. Koei has been modified, and his strength is fully capable of taking on the main attack mission this time. Everyone unfolded the ship and carried out the plan that Ning Lu had laid out earlier. However, everyone's attention was focused on the Formidable. They wanted to see what the Formidable's modified hull would look like. It can't possibly be bigger than the Jaga, which is the largest aircraft carrier in the fleet. Saratoga was still somewhat resentful, but there was nothing she could do. Her figure hadn't changed at all during the transformation. But this renovation was different. Saratoga could clearly see that the already enormous deck had become even larger, which made her extremely jealous. The formidable ship's equipment was deployed, but there was nothing particularly noteworthy about it. It was just an ordinary aircraft carrier deck. However, after the modifications, the formidable ship's equipment underwent significant changes. What catches everyone's eye most are the two huge mechanical arms behind it, and the flight decks on its shoulders are also exceptionally large, measuring a full 5 meters in length. Yes, even in its ship-mounted configuration, the formidable armor plating is already 5 meters long. After deploying its ship equipment, the formidable landed on the sea surface and headed towards the center of the fleet. Brush. That was the largest ship that everyone present had ever seen. Its size was comparable to that of some small port areas. The deck is over 400 meters long and over 90 meters wide. Flagship Lord this. Littorio's 2 guards witnessed everything. Ning Lu had nothing to hide. His current strength made him fearless of any force's attempts to probe him. Now I finally understand why Richelieu had such high regard for Commander Ningle. Littorio didn't reply, but stared blankly at the enormous, suffocating hull in the distance. Littorio's favorability increased by 30, current favorability is 30. Upon hearing the system notification, Ning Li's lips curled up slightly. Do you need any skills to salvage a ship? With the size of my Shipgirls, who wouldn't be envious? My God, it's so big after the modification. When Saratoga saw the formidable ship, which was almost twice her length, she completely lost her composure. Ningle and his companions arrived at Saratoga's captain's cabin early in the morning, where Saratoga was sitting in Ningle's lap. He rested his hands on Ningle's thighs and looked at the imposing, massive ship beside him. As everyone became increasingly engrossed in watching, Saratoga suddenly cried out in surprise. Commander, Why are there no carrier-based aircraft on the formidable ship? Yeah, why doesn't this Shipgirl have any carrier-based aircraft? Littorio immediately realized that he was also deeply attracted by the formidable and massive hull, even forgetting that it was an aircraft carrier and needed carrier-based aircraft to carry out attacks. Don't rush. Ning placed his hand on Saratoga's head and smoothed down the few stray hairs that had stood up in excitement. Ning then opened the system panel. System, list out all the attack aircraft with the largest payload. And there's the bomber with the largest bomb load. Filtering successful. J-16, carrying 12 tons of missiles, with a range of 4,000 kilometers, a maximum speed of Mach 2, equipped with 12 universal hardpoints, and priced at 600,000 yuan. 2. 160 strategic bomber, 85 tons of bombs, 17,000 kilometers range, priced at 300,000 yuan per aircraft. Looking at the terrifying data, Ning was very satisfied. Unfortunately, only the formidable is usable. Both of these aircraft require land-based airfields, while the formidable is designed to be able to carry all land-based fighters except for carrier-based aircraft. System, exchange for AJ-16, and then exchange for two Tu-160s. The exchange was successful after spending 1.2 million worth of resources. Carrier-based aircraft are considered equipment and must be acquired separately. But those ammunition are universal. In other words, the J-16's 12 hardpoints can carry 12 Joint Targetable Reentry Vehicles, JTRVs, or 12 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Each Harpoon anti-ship missile weighs only 900 kilograms, which means that a J-16 fighter jet can simultaneously lock on 16 targets and attack them. Needless to say, the Tu-160 is the reason why Ning is advancing so slowly. It's because they don't have a powerful weapon like the Tu-160. Ning had no intention of stopping there. The formidable feature is its ability to carry land-based aircraft. It can carry both large early warning aircraft and large transport aircraft. Could that be in the system? Ning suddenly thought of an aircraft that was very suitable for the current environment. System, search for AC-130. Chapter 190 Battlefield Harvester, AC-130 Gunship. AC-130 Gunship detected. AC-130 Navy Edition. Aircraft length, 29.8 meters. Wingspan, 40.4 meters. Maximum speed, 468 kilometers per hour. Maximum range, 2,340 kilometers. Service ceiling, 7,500 meters. 4. 203 millimeters recoilless gun, 7's reload time, 3,500 standard damage, 18 kilometers range. 2. Phalanx CIWS, with an effective interception range of 12 kilometers. Ning rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. My God, I actually saw twin 120mm cannons mounted on the plane. Ning confirmed it again, and this time he was sure he hadn't misread it. Damn it, the ship's cannons are flying into the sky. Their power is boundless. This firepower is equivalent to half a light cruiser flying in the sky. However, a service ceiling of 7,500 meters is not very safe, as most carrier-based aircraft in the world can fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. But this is an aerial gunship, and its target is the Sirens. Besides, we have a large bomb truck on our side. If all 12 hardpoints of the J-16 were equipped with air-to-air missiles, it could carry a total of 24 missiles. The maximum takeoff and landing capacity of an aircraft carrier is only a dozen or so carrier-based aircraft. Therefore, one J-16 can completely suppress 2 aircraft carriers. Okay, system, redeem AC-130. Ning didn't hesitate at all. The AC-130 might not be suitable for battles with Shipgirls, but it was quite suitable for the current situation. Exchange successful, 600,000 worth of supplies consumed. In just a short while, Ning spent another 1.8 million worth of resources, leaving him with only 7.7 million worth of resources for this upgrade. The Tu-160s were purchased in units, and 2 Tu-160s were equipped on the formidable. The J-16 and AC-130 exist as equipment, and the aircraft can be matched according to its hangar capacity. A single Tu-160 aircraft occupies 20 units of aircraft capacity, while an AC-130 requires 10 units. As for the J-16, if it is the carrier-based version of the J-15, then it only needs to occupy 1 carrier-based aircraft capacity. However, the J-16 is a land-based fighter jet, so it also occupies 2 slots of aircraft capacity. But don't worry, the formidable hangar has a capacity of 200 aircraft. The final number of hangar configurations is number missing. 2 Tu-160s for AC-130s and 660 J-16s. Such a configuration absolutely deserves the name of a sea-based combat platform. Fearsome, show us your plane. While everyone was still looking at Kuwei, with his bare deck, Kuwei also felt a little awkward, as there wasn't a single plane in his hangar. Could it be that the commander forgot? Or is it because the commander ran out of supplies after the modification? Kuwei guessed in his heart, and looked towards Saratoga through the glass of the command room, as if Ning could see her that way. Just as Kuwei was feeling somewhat uneasy, he suddenly discovered that his hangar had suddenly become much larger, and the specific data of these aircraft also appeared in his mind. Commander, are all these planes for me? I've seen the formidable figure 160 before. The sheer size of that behemoth always left a lasting impression on me. I've never seen the J-16 before, but it is indeed a size larger than the F-14 in Saratoga. As for the AC-130, I looked at it for a long time and still couldn't figure out what this aircraft was used for. Why are there 4 cannons under the plane? Can a plane like this really fly? Kuwei had too many doubts in his heart. Just as Kuwei was about to ask Ning, he received Ning's order. Fearsome, bring out your planes for everyone to see, one of each kind. Upon receiving the order, Kuwei did not hesitate at all. With a thought, one of each of the 3 types of carrier-based aircraft appeared on the deck. Commander, I want this too. After the formidable manifested all 3 types of carrier-based aircraft, 2 voices simultaneously appeared in Ning's mind. These are, of course, the other 2 aircraft carriers in the fleet, Saratoga and Akagi. Commander, didn't you say that this kind of bomber couldn't be put on an aircraft carrier? You lied to me. Akagi spoke with a reproachful tone. Having witnessed the terrifying ammunition capacity of the Tu-160, Akagi has been begging Ning to give him this equipment several times these past few nights. Unfortunately, Akagi abandoned the idea after learning that this bomber could only be equipped at land-based airfields. But today, the Formidable had just completed its modification, and the commander gave the bomber he had been longing for to this fat dinosaur. So the commander really likes bigger ones. Akagi will do her best. Saratoga, on the other hand, has its sights set on the J-16. This is the general-purpose fighter jet with the largest payload capacity. Whether in terms of range, speed, or payload, it is far superior to the F-14 Tomcat of Saratoga. The numerous pylons beneath the wings were now fully loaded with YJ-12 missiles. This makes one admire the versatility of our equipment. If you were to try to mount a YJ-12 missile on an F-14, it would definitely be impossible. When the Yudachi was being upgraded, Ning exchanged it for the YJ-12 anti-ship missile. At this moment, they exchanged for a J-16, and coincidentally, the J-16 can also carry YJ-12 missiles and can carry 12 missiles at the same time. The payload of 7 J-16s is more than that of Yudachi, so it seems that the modification of Yudachi cannot be stopped. What gave Ning a headache was that Yudachi could only use general modification solutions, and those were all ridiculously expensive. We still need to earn supplies. Supplies? Oh, supplies. Saratoga shifted his gaze from the J-16 in the distance to his commander. Commander, Giorgio will be with you tonight. How about giving Giorgio one of those carrier-based aircraft too? Saratoga is being affectionate again. Giorgio, it's not that the commander doesn't want to give it to you. It's just that your ship is too small to carry it. Ning said helplessly. At this moment, Littorio, who was standing to the side, was no longer calm. Brother, the little Giorgio you're talking about has a displacement of 80,000 tons. If even she can't carry it, then aren't other aircraft carriers even inferior to destroyers? Littorio thought to himself, but this also made him realize that Ning's strength was truly unfathomable. Once Ning's modification ability becomes known throughout the Azur Lane world, this commander could easily take away any Shipgirl, regardless of which faction he was in. Littorio's favorability increased by 20, current favorability is 50. The formidable aircraft was sizing up its carrier-based aircraft. Saratoga and Akagi, on the other hand, looked at the formidable one with great envy. Let's go, everyone. Combat is the best way to test our equipment. Ning wasn't going to let the others just watch. The effectiveness of the equipment would have to be tested in actual combat. Yes, Commander. The crowd responded, and so Ning's punitive fleet set off in a grand procession. Chapter 191 First Battle, a true minion crusher. In the afternoon, Ning and his men continued their advance towards Sardinia's headquarters. However, this time the main characters are no longer Saratoga and Akagi. Tu-160 takes off. AC-130 gunship takes off. J-16 takes off. With each instruction issued, the seemingly spacious deck became extremely crowded. The roar of the engine and the whirring of the propellers filled the air. A mass-produced siren ship, numbering 50, was discovered 700 kilometers to the east. A large number of siren aircraft carriers, numbering 25, have been discovered 820 kilometers to the southeast. Even the Akaji, equipped with an active phased array radar, has a maximum detection radius of only 600 kilometers. However, after the modification, its detection radius is now comparable to that of the land-based radar in Ning port area. With a coverage range of 1,000 kilometers, it allows the formidable enemy to detect enemies from a great distance. Combined with her wide armrests, this gives her terrifying takeoff and landing capabilities. At this moment, terror completely dominated the battlefield. 5 J-16 fighter jets took off first, each carrying 12 anti-ship missiles, and flew towards the enemy 700 kilometers away. The radar signals indicated that the enemy consisted entirely of siren cruisers and destroyers, with no heavily armored units. In this situation, using anti-ship missiles is the most effective method. As for dealing with aircraft carriers, anti-ship missiles are quite effective, but they cannot sink an aircraft carrier with a single missile. The Formidable also wanted to test the capabilities of its new toy, so it took off 2 AC-130s and flew towards the 25-carrier formation 820 kilometers to the southeast. Wow, Commander, is this what it feels like to pilot a jet fighter? Kuwei was experiencing the thrill of going beyond the speed of sound. Through their telepathic connection, Ning could sense Kuwei's feelings at that moment. Well, you may need a few tries to get used to operating a jet fighter, but once you do, it's much easier to control than a propeller fighter. Saratoga was far more excited than Formidable when she first experienced a jet-powered carrier-based aircraft. She was so excited that she didn't sleep all night. But the fearsome one was different. After the initial novelty wore off, he began to work hard to learn how to control this terrifying behemoth. Wow, that's fast, Commander. We can already see the enemy. In just a few tens of minutes, it would take at least 2 hours for a propeller plane to travel 800 kilometers. However, the J-16, capable of supersonic flight, reached the enemy's airspace in less than 10 minutes. Okay, now I'm going to use the anti-ship missile. Ning would carefully teach each Shipgirl how to use modern weapons for the first time. After that, Ning will only provide mental enhancements. Unless it is a high-difficulty mission, Ning will hand over the main control to the Shipgirls. Yes, Commander, I will study hard. His tone turned serious, but he was still very excited inside. The next second, Kuwei felt that the fire control radars of the 6 J-16s had been activated. The feeling was amazing, like my whole body was transformed into ripples, spreading out on the sea surface. Is this what the radar's field of view looks like? Compared to search radar, fire control radar feels completely different. The difference is that search radar is like a cold machine, but once the command to detect outwards is given, enemy information will appear on its radar screen. But fire control radar is different. It gave Kuwei the feeling that he had complete control over the life and death of the sea area. Next is to lock onto the target. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping sound echoed wildly in the terrifying mind. Just hearing it sends chills down my spine. Is this really okay, Commander? Lock onto 50 targets at once. I am afraid, Kuwei asked, somewhat uncertainly. This is normal. The Formidable was just a World War II aircraft carrier, and it relied on sight and senses to attack the enemy. It can be quite disorienting to jump straight into modern warfare. Don't worry, just follow your instincts and give your body to me. Ning's tone was gentle, truly like a teacher instructing Kuwei on how to fight. Once the target is locked, you can launch it directly. Ning had to admit that the Formidable talent was far superior to Serato's. As expected of an aircraft carrier Shipgirl, she is completely different from a certain aircraft destroyer. Ning demonstrated it only once, and it was shown that the Viking could lock onto a target and launch an anti-ship missile on its own. It's worth noting that when Nindler taught Saratoga, it took Saratoga 7 or 8 battles before she mastered this skill. Formidable did a great job. I must reward you after the battle. Let's wait until the battle is over, Commander. Kuwei quickly changed the subject. She could already guess what Ning was talking about as a reward. Well, next is operating the AC-130, which is more difficult. Indeed, it would be very difficult for the Formidable to get an aircraft carrier to use its guns for an attack. Upon arriving above the 25 siren aircraft carriers, 2 AC-130s began to circle in the air. Remember this rhythm, and once the enemy is spotted, maintain a distance of 16 kilometers to fire. As soon as the words were spoken, the 8 203mm recoilless rifles on the 2 AC-130s opened fire simultaneously, flying towards one of the aircraft carriers in the siren carrier group. -16,000. Did you understand? Ning Lu was still teaching carefully, and Ku Wei was listening very attentively. But Ningle's attack this time was like hitting a hornet's nest with a slingshot. On the 25 aircraft carriers, carrier-based aircraft began to take off one after another and circled around the fleet. Soon, they spotted the AC-130 in the air. With a maximum flight altitude of only 7,500 meters, the AC-130 is easy to locate and is also within the attack range of propeller-driven fighters. Damn it, Commander, those siren carriers seem to have spotted us. The tone was anxious and apprehensive. Needless to say, the anti-ship attack capabilities of these two gunships are extremely powerful. You can tell from the four 203mm recoilless rifles under the fuselage. However, during their flight, Kuwei also noticed that the two gunships did not seem to be faster than propeller-driven fighter jets, and were even slower than some propeller-driven carrier-based aircraft that were good at speed. Although the AC-130s are not purchased on a per-unit basis like the two 160s, it is still painful for the company to lose two newly acquired carrier-based aircraft. Well, that's perfect. I'll teach you how to use the phalanx system next. Compared to the 1130, the phalanx CIWS has significantly less firepower. However, the dense array also has its advantages. Although its damage is not as high as the 1130, it can be automatically controlled. This is similar to the anti-aircraft guns in World of Warships. It doesn't require player control, you just need to issue commands. Air defense artillery teams are on full alert. This sentence was given by Ning Lu through a consciousness connection. Suddenly, a hatch opened simultaneously on the stern door and under the nose of both gunships. A 6-barreled machine gun protruded from it. At the same time, a hatch opened above the nose of the aircraft, and a small radar extended out and began to rotate. This is the fire control radar of the phalanx CIWS. If you detect carrier-based aircraft approaching, you only need to issue an order to the entire fleet to engage the anti-aircraft guns. The phalanx CIWS will automatically lock onto the enemy and destroy all approaching flying units. The 25 aircraft carriers released more than 200 carrier-based aircraft, which, like a swarm of bees, blotted out the sky and rushed toward the two AC-130s. Then came a burst of intense firing, like a swarm of bees encountering insecticide. A large number of carrier-based aircraft will fall wherever the phalanx CIWS is swept. Chapter 192, Making a Fortune. The air defense network formed by the 8 phalanx CIWS was impenetrable. Of course, it only looks impressive. It's still far inferior to Udachi's 1130. The phalanx CIWS uses 20mm ammunition and has a lower rate of fire than the Type 1130 CIWS. But when quality is lacking, quantity makes up for it. With 8 phalanx CIWS firing simultaneously, it really looked like a rain of bullets falling from the sky. Just as flamethrowers face flying insects, the 4 AC-130s in the sky are like 4 giant flamethrowers. The swarm of aircraft that attacked the 4 AC-130s was like a swarm of locusts. One after another, carrier-based aircraft plummeted downwards, trailing black plumes of flame, while many more rushed toward AC-130. But all of this was in vain. The dense barrage of firepower tore these carrier-based aircraft apart from 8 kilometers away. Some bullets landed on the sea, splashing water as if to boil the entire ocean. Wow, with the AC-130, the Formidable can now participate in fleet air defense as well. His fearsome tone was tinged with joy. Since becoming Ningle's Shipgirl, one by one, her sisters have been transformed into powerful Shipgirls by the commander. But the commander showed no intention of modifying himself. Despite being a powerful aircraft carrier Shipgirl, she had countless commanders pursuing her when she was in the Royal Navy. But when they got to Ningle, all they did was play with those little girls every day. What's so great about little girls? Aren't older sisters better? Only now does the fearsome realize that the commander has been saving money to upgrade himself. Looking down at his massive ship, Kuwei finally understood the commander's good intentions. So the commander has always cared about me, but the cost of modifying me was too high. Fearsome increases favorability by 50. Current favorability is 100. No contract yet, cannot be increased. It's formidable that he's been moved again. I guess I'll have to give the fat dinosaur a good reward tonight. Ningle has encountered this kind of thing many times before. Shipgirls can conquer themselves, and Akagi is the most representative example. After Akagi's favorability reached 50, Ningle could hear Akagi's favorability increasing a little every few minutes, and he didn't know why. However, the Shipgirls encountered later did not have this effect. You're formidable. I've already shown you the combat methods of the J-16 and AC-130. And you've also seen the combat methods of the two, 160. You should practice more with them in the future. If Ningle hadn't been in the captain's cabin of the Saratoga, Viking would probably have lost control of himself by now. That's a 160. Back in the port area, they witnessed firsthand just how terrifying the bomb load of that bomber was. The battle took place in the distance, and Littorio didn't see any of it. He only saw the Shipgirl, who resembled a port-shifting ship, launch a lot of planes, and then recall them. However, the takeoff of these planes still deeply shocked him. The J-16 is the most powerful and largest fourth-generation fighter jet. If you only look at the data and ignore the combat record and appearance, the J-16 is a small strategic bomber. Needless to say, the AC-130, modified from the C-130 Hercules, is a large transport aircraft, so its takeoff effect is naturally even more impressive. Everyone, our mission this afternoon is to continue advancing towards the Sardinian headquarters. Kuwei fought very hard in the afternoon battle. It was also because she had just completed her modifications and wanted to adapt to the new weapon. The AC-130 kept circling in the sky without coming down until it ran out of ammunition and then chose to return to base. The 4 wide runways were constantly in operation, with J-16s taking off continuously. After firing anti-ship missiles, they would return to replenish their positions and continue taking off. Ningle only saw the numbers on his watch keep increasing. The battle continued into the night, and the number on Ningle's watch had reached 570. I didn't expect Commander Ningle to be so curious about our victory. How many points did you get? The afternoon battles saw very few sirens. Instead, Saratoga, Formidable, and Akagi were constantly launching their carrier-based aircraft. Littorio, who was also bored, decided to admire the Ningle Shipgirl's hulls with his 2 guards. Although Littorio is not an aircraft carrier shipgirl, judging from her appearance as an aircraft carrier shipgirl, it is clear that the equipment on the Ningle battleship Shipgirl is definitely not simple. His attention never left Zyoshin the entire time. Despite being a tiny, adorable animal-eared girl, standing only 1.3 meters tall, she possesses a terrifying 120,000-ton ship displacement. Furthermore, there was only one main gun on the entire hull. Littorio even speculated that this might be the result of a failed refit of Ningle. Until the moment Ningle discovered a siren flagship. Commander, a siren flagship has been spotted to the southeast, at a distance of 60 kilometers. At this time, while Littorio was still studying how radar worked, he suddenly heard this report over the radio. It's the siren flagship, Commander Ningle. The armor of the siren flagship cannot be penetrated by aircraft. Only large-caliber armor-piercing rounds can effectively destroy it. Ningle had already experienced this firsthand. After arriving in the Sardinian Sea, he discovered that the mass-produced ships here had no difference in health points compared to the sirens of Sakura Empire and Ironblood. However, the armor of the mass-produced ships is almost twice as strong. If it weren't for the fact that Ningle's modern weapons have decent armor-piercing capabilities, she would really have to consider using battleships for a direct assault. Okay, Yudachi, test it with an anti-ship missile. This was the first time Ningle had encountered a siren flagship in the Sardinian Sea. It's as if these flagships are all hiding from me, afraid to come out. As soon as Ningle gave the order, an anti-ship missile, trailing a long plume of flame, flew towards the sea ahead from the Yudachi deck at the very front of the fleet. The anti-ship missile first flew up into the sky at an extremely high angle, and then swooped down towards the sea surface. When the anti-ship missile was 5 kilometers away from the siren flagship, it was only 3 meters above the sea surface. Boom. -1,000. Damage data popped up on Ning Li's combat panel. Why is it so low? Here's a brief explanation of the armor mechanics in this world. Even if you don't penetrate the armor, you will still deal damage, but the damage will be reduced depending on how deep you penetrate the armor. Based on this formula, the lateral armor of the siren flagship is estimated to be around 500 millimeters. The Ningle system's YJ-12 has 100 millimeters armor penetration capability, and if it hits the core, it deals 5,000 damage. Therefore, based on this formula, Ningle calculated that this shot dealt 1 to 5 damage. Using 1,000 millimeters x 5, he concluded that the side armor of the siren flagship was around 500 millimeters. Ningle's expression was grave, and Littorio stepped forward to remind him. Commander Ningle, the sirens who have conquered Sardinia are different from those of the past. Their armor has been reinforced. Ningle also looked at Littorio, signaling him to continue. We used to be able to hold off the sirens quite easily, but this time the sirens are different. Their defenses are very strong. Unless the nameless Shipgirls reach level 50, they can't even penetrate their armor. Chapter 193 Littorio's Shock. instantly killing the Siren flagship. The 3 battleships in Ningle fleet did not fire. This made Littorio, who was also a battleship, extremely envious. It's important to know that Shipgirls can see the basic data of other Shipgirls. Littorio was extremely envious of Nagato's 460 and Warspite's 419. But when he looked at the largest battleship in the fleet, Khotan City, he couldn't read any data, only its displacement. My God, with a displacement of 120,000 tons, how terrifying must this Shipgirl's firepower be? At the same time, Littorio also discovered a pattern. That is, in Ningle's fleet, the battleship Shipgirls are all cute little Lolas, and they all have animal ears. Moreover, the greater the water displacement, the smaller the humanoid form becomes. Just like Xiao Tianqing, if it weren't for his adorable animal ears, Xiao Tianqing wouldn't even be 1.2 meters tall. Could this be Commander Ningle's hobby? He likes battleships with animal ears. As a veteran Shipgirl, Littorio has seen far too many human commanders. Faced with Shipgirls of different appearances and personalities, these commanders each have their own unique hobbies. For example, some commanders like Shipgirls who wear black stockings. Some commanders prefer older women with fuller figures. Some commanders also have a fondness for petite destroyer Shipgirls. But this was the first time he had ever met someone like Ning Lu who liked lowly battleships. It seems I'm not one of his favorites. What a pity. But such a large caliber naval gun must be very powerful. It's just a Siren flagship. Commander Ningle should be able to handle it easily. Littorio's attention was entirely on Ninler at that moment. Ningle looked down at the radar, then glanced at the distant sea. Is he about to give the order? Is he going to send all 3 battleships to approach and attack simultaneously, or will he only send one? Littorio wondered to himself. It seems we can't use carrier-based aircraft. Little Tianqing, get ready. Ningle's words rang out on the fleet's radio channel. Roger that, Commander. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Tianqing began charging up his main gun with perfect understanding. Due to its location, looking to the right from the Saratoga's bridge, one can see the position of Amaji's main guns. Why is it Little Sky City? It only has one main cannon. Littorio turned around and looked at the deck design of the Little Sky City. A massive electromagnetic railgun stands at the bow, the bridge is in the middle, and 24 vertical launch systems are at the stern. Compared to other battleship Shipgirls, its hull design is very simple, and with its silver-white paint, it doesn't look like a battleship at all, but rather like a cruise ship. Just as Littorio was looking at the Little Sky City's hull with a questioning gaze, he noticed that the barrel of the only weapon on the hull, the electromagnetic cannon, had cracked. It's cracked. My God, what kind of weapon is this? Isn't this the main gun of a battleship? The electromagnetic railgun's barrels opened outwards, with blue arcs of electricity flashing along the 4 tracks. At the same time, the buzzing sound of the electromagnetic gun charging up echoed throughout the entire sea area. The buzzing sound grew increasingly shrill, eventually reaching a level that was imperceptible to the human ear. This is because the frequency of electromagnetic pulses increases continuously during the energy accumulation process, exceeding the range of human hearing. At this point, the blue electric arc gradually faded, showing a tendency to move towards white. The Siren flagship is 60 kilometers away. It is formidable. Provide coordinates and field of view. Receive. Ningle issued a series of orders, and within just a few dozen seconds, the Siren flagship was already locked onto by Ningle. Wait, what does all this mean? Littorio was still in a daze. In his understanding, battleships could only fire upon seeing the enemy. However, the Siren flagship, located 60 kilometers away, was not currently in Ningle's sights. Moreover, a range of 60 kilometers is beyond the reach of battleships. While Littorio was still preoccupied with questions. Thump. At such close range, Littorio only saw a blue beam of light shoot out from the fully charged electromagnetic cannon and fly towards the distant sea. At the same time, the 4 open tracks slowly closed, awaiting Ning Li's next command. Minus 60,000. A line of data popped up on Ningle's combat panel. Little Tianqing, you missed. There was no other way. The distance was too far, and the targeting data was provided by the J-16. Heavy multi-role fighter jets are suitable for combat missions, but such multi-role missions still require specialized reconnaissance aircraft or satellites to be effective. Sorry, Commander, the data delay is too large. Xiao Tianqing's soft voice came through, carrying a hint of grievance. Well, it's not your fault. It's because the commander didn't provide you with a reconnaissance aircraft. Ningle comforted him. But Ningle's conversation shocked Littorio, who was standing nearby. A perfect shot from 60 kilometers away. Aren't you satisfied with that? Littorio roared inwardly. Even as the flagship, with a level of 80, it would be difficult for him to hit a target 20 kilometers away. Just as Littorio was stunned, another electromagnetic cannon was fired. Minus 125,000. Ningle's combat panel displays the specific damage dealt. Hit the core, well done, Little Sky City. At such a distance, both shells hit their targets, which shows just how talented Xiao Tianqing is. After becoming Ningle's Shipgirl, Xiao Tianqing has been learning combat methods from Ningle. The vast majority of experience in this world tells commanders how to acquire Shipgirls and how to care for them. There is virtually no information on combat. But Ningle is different. The Shipgirls around Ningle were attracted to him because of his terrifying mental strength and powerful combat talent. After all, the true form of a Shipgirl is a warship. Everyone hopes their captain is more outstanding and can lead them to better complete combat missions. Xiao Tianqing, who was praised, did not reply, but a very shy smile appeared on his face. Yes, the commander praised me. I'm happy. Littorio guessed that Little Sky City might be a Shipgirl who was good at long-range sniping. After all, the terrifying speed and huge size of the Ningle aircraft carrier's carrier-based aircraft had already shocked him. So what if you have a battleship Shipgirl who can strike enemies from a distance? Commander Ningle, are we not continuing the attack? After a while, Littorio noticed that Ningle had not allowed Little Heaven City to continue its attack and asked in confusion. Why continue the attack? Ning Lu was somewhat puzzled. The Siren flagship hasn't been sunk yet, has it? Are they going to stop attacking? Littorio continued to ask in return. It has already been dealt with by Xiao Tianqing. Ning Lu gave a casual reply and then continued to observe the changes on the radar. What? It's resolved? When did that happen? Seeing Ningle turn around, Littorio came to Ningle's side, tugged at Ningle's arm, and asked in confusion. Just now, Tianqing's 2 shots sank the Siren flagship. After answering Littorio's question, Ningle turned back to observe the changes on the radar. 2 shots. 2 shots will solve it. Littorio released his grip on Ningle's hand and took 2 steps back in fear. He had considered that the commander's Shipgirls were strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. A single Siren flagship has 100,000 HP. In addition, Sardinia is facing a swarm of Sirens, who are all reinforced. Even if I, as the flagship, lead the team, it would take at least 3 level 80 Shipgirls to destroy a mass-produced Siren ship. It would take at least another hour of shelling to sink the mass-produced Sirens. But the beast-eared Shipgirl behind him killed the opponent in just 2 shots. Yes, she killed him instantly. In Littorio's worldview, instant kills only happen to mass-produced Sirens. Enemies like the Siren flagship are treated as mini-bosses. Chapter 194, Can Akashi be modified too? If the first shot from Xiao Tianqing hadn't missed, that shot would have been enough. Seeing the incredulous look on Littorio's face, Ningle continued to explain. 1 shot? How is that possible? How much damage would this Shipgirl do in 1 shot? Such matters are usually the secrets of the commanders, and Littorio regretted asking the question the moment he did. He hadn't expected Ningle to answer, but to his surprise, Ningle actually spoke up. 120,000, armor penetration depth 1,500 millimeters. This is Ningle's confidence. My strength tells you that I won't reveal my secrets. Instead, I'll instill fear in you. With a range of 80 kilometers, it inflicts 120,000 damage and has an armor penetration depth of 1,500 millimeters. A small faction flagship like Littorio could be easily pierced through by an electromagnetic cannon. The terrifying 120,000 damage could send Littorio straight into the sea, even if it only leaves him partially wounded. How is that possible? Littorio stood there, stunned, until Ningle and the others returned to their temporary camp, at which point he snapped out of his daze. Everyone has worked hard during the day, so get some rest tonight. It's still that same forward outpost. However, at this moment, there was no trace of any mass-produced Sirens within 1,000 kilometers of the forward outpost. The sea is calm and the weather is quite nice tonight. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I wish I could take a shower. After a long day of fighting, the fearsome lay on the bed and stretched. It feels so bad. I wanted to bury my face in the pillow, but the splint in my chest was too thick, making it impossible to rest my head on the pillow. Commander, really, why did it have to become so big after the modification? It's so inconvenient. But then he laughed again, thinking that the commanders all liked big ones. Oh, right. Didn't the commander say he was going to reward me? How about he gives me a massage? Thinking of this, Koei immediately perked up, but at the same time couldn't help blushing a little. Last night, she spent the night with Chicheng and Ningle. Akaji taught her many skills, which made Formidable realize that there were many things she could do with the commander even without making an oath. No, You can't think about these things. I'm just going for a massage. I'll come back to sleep after the massage. Ningle sighed. A good haul today. 800 mass-produced sirens. I didn't expect Sardinia to have so many sirens. Ningle opened the system. The renovation was daunting, costing 6.8 million yuan, leaving Ningle with 8.2 million yuan remaining. However, these 800 mass-produced siren ships provided Ningle with 1 million units of supplies. A mass-produced destroyer costs 1,000 supplies, a cruiser costs 2,000, a battleship and an aircraft carrier cost 3,000, and a flagship costs 10,000. If you calculate it this way, it seems that almost all of the ships killed were destroyers. Ningle reviewed the battle report and discovered the problem. Sardin has a really large number of mass-produced ships. Ningle couldn't help but marvel. The B-1B that went to scout the Sardinian headquarters had been flying all afternoon. In order to avoid detection, the B-1B flew at high altitude the whole time and at a relatively low speed. Along the way, Ningle discovered that the closer they got to Sardinia's headquarters, the more mass-produced sirens there were. Based on aerial observation, Ningle estimated that the number of mass-produced sirens here was definitely not the thousands that Littorio had mentioned. There are more than 10,000 ships that can be seen in Ningle alone. For other commanders, the more sirens there are, the more enemies they face. But in Ning Li's eyes, these were all valuable resources. His girls needed these mass-produced ships to upgrade their ships. Keep up the good work tomorrow and try to gather 10 million worth of supplies. Ningle muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Akashi's body trembled violently. Ningle truly treated Akashi like a cat. The tiny creature was curled up in my arms. Moreover, Akashi is really short, less than a meter tall. This left Ningle with absolutely no other ideas. Mr. Ming Shi, who was nestled in Ning Li's arms enjoying his caresses, suddenly shuddered and reacted upon hearing about the supplies. Commander, what do you need so many supplies for, Meow? Akashi's eyes had turned into the shape of gold coins. She propped herself up with her hands and asked in confusion. Yes, of course it's for modifying the Shipgirls. At this point, Ningle suddenly remembered that Akashi was also a Shipgirl. Although it's a repair ship, any Shipgirl can be modified. This piqued Ning Li's curiosity. The green-haired proprietress in front of me is basically a mascot in the game. But things are different in the Azure world. Having a repair ship in the fleet is like having a godlike existence. Repairs and recovery from injuries can be performed during combat. This is equivalent to having an extra fleet skill without even realizing it. Unlike commander skills which require a cooldown, Akashi can repair Shipgirls without any cooldown. Ning Li shifted to a more comfortable position and held Akashi in his arms. Can't you stop asking so many questions, you little kitten? After saying that, Ning Li vigorously rubbed Akashi's head. Commander, I'm not a kitten, I'm a Shipgirl. Akashi struggled desperately, his tail already bristling. All right. Akashi is the most obedient Shipgirl. Okay, Meow. Akashi, who had been in a rage, suddenly stopped. It was only because Ning Li was scratching Akashi's chin with his hand. You still say you're not a cat? I just can't do anything with you. Akashi finally calmed down, snuggled closer to Ning Li, and moved to a more comfortable position. Ningle opened the system panel and scrolled to the bottom. Displacement, 9,000 tons. Length, 156.6 meters. Width, 20.5 meters. Speed, 19.2 knots. Equipment, gold-quality repair equipment, which can restore and repair Shipgirls' injuries. The hull is similar to that of a light cruiser, nothing special. System, open the modification plan. Akashi Modernization Plan, Semi-Submersible Large Rescue Ship. Chapter 195B1B Reconnaissance Data. Commander, when are we going back to the port? I want to get the shop up and running as soon as possible, Meow. Akashi hadn't forgotten what her commander had promised. Ning Li is the commander of the Ironblood faction. The entire Ironblood faction belongs to him. As a repair ship, Akashi doesn't crave battle like other Shipgirls. Her greatest hobby is making money. Ningle also promised Akashi that she could open a store anywhere she wanted in the entire Ironblood organization, and as big as she wanted. Akashi wants to open the biggest weapon shop in the Azur Lane world, so she can make lots and lots of money, Meow. Akashi snuggled against Ning Li's chest, her eyes slightly narrowed, comfortably enjoying Ning Li's caresses. Commander? She was still telling Ning Li about her visions for the future, but her commander hadn't replied for a long time, which puzzled her. Commander, are you even listening, Meow? Akashi then opened her eyes and looked at her commander. Ning Li was staring blankly at the system panel in front of him. What left Ning Li stunned was Akashi's renovation plan. 20 million worth of supplies. System, are you kidding me? Ningla hadn't even seen the specific data for Mingshi yet, but the 20 million yuan renovation cost made him break out in a cold sweat. No problem, Commander. The system won't malfunction. Although he received a response from the system, Ningla still found it hard to believe. What kind of modification would cost so much? Even if you call it a space carrier, let alone a semi-submersible ship, such a high cost is a bit excessive. Ninglu thought to himself, then continued looking down. One by one, the data on the renovations appeared in Ning Li's eyes. Defying the heavens, it is absolutely a heaven-defying existence. After seeing Akashi's renovation plan, Ninglu even felt that the 20 million yuan renovation plan was a bit too little. I thought Akashi could only unlock the shop system for herself, but who would have thought that Akashi's modification plan would have such an effect? A 3D model of a semi-submersible vessel appeared on Ningle's system panel. The semi-submersible ship's hull is indeed very attractive and futuristic. But what shocked Ninglu the most was that Akashi would gain 4 additional skills after being modified. That's right, Akashi unlocks 4 skills after the modification, but these skills cannot be viewed without modification. This is really whetting our appetites. Looks like we need to hurry up and gather more supplies. When Ningle thought about earning supplies, he remembered the B-1BS he had released during the day. At this moment, the strategic bomber is approaching the location of Sardinian headquarters. The distance from Ningle to Sardin's headquarters is only 8,000 kilometers, but it took the B-1B more than 7 hours to fly that distance. Along the way, they scouted almost all the sea areas that Ning Lu was going to attack, which was equivalent to gaining advanced knowledge. The closer they got to Sardinia's headquarters, the greater the density of sirens and the more battleships and aircraft carriers they encountered. Even at a distance of 200 kilometers from Sardinia's headquarters, the area is now entirely comprised of siren flagships, with no ordinary mass-produced siren ships in sight. It doesn't seem to be as Littorio said. Judging from the numbers along the way, the number of sirens should be over 100,000. Ning Li's expression was solemn. Although it was late at night, the sea was illuminated as if it were daytime. The patterns on the sirens emitted a faint purple light, illuminating the entire sea area. An atmosphere of despair washed over them. These were all siren flagships. If the siren tide were like this, let alone small Sardinia, even the current Ningle would probably be unable to withstand it. There must be thousands of siren flagships here, my god. Where did they all come from? Shipgirls don't lie, and they certainly don't tell lies. Therefore, Ningle had no doubt about the intelligence Littorio gave him. In his intelligence report, Littorio clearly stated that the sirens attacking Sardinia consisted of only about 1,000 ships. But what I'm seeing now is definitely more than that. Is there an arbitrator here? Ning Lu was suddenly startled. The only way Ningle could think of to mass-produce both mass-production sirens and flagships was through the presence of an arbitrator. For example, Lavos can summon a large number of mass-produced sirens and sirens flagships. Driven by curiosity, Ningle continued his reconnaissance. Sardinia's headquarters is very close, about 100 kilometers away from Ningle. It must be said that even though the B-1B is a strategic bomber, its ground reconnaissance capabilities are in no way inferior to some early warning aircraft. The B-1B is equipped with a downward-looking night vision device and a ground search radar. This makes it easier for the B-1B to carry out bombing missions at night. Yes, the answer to all the mysteries should be here. A huge island slowly appeared on the distant sea. The exact outline was not visible in the darkness. However, judging from the dense array of siren flagships in the vicinity, it seems that these siren flagships are spreading outward from the Sardinian headquarters. Ningle had a premonition that the root of all these unreasonable problems lay with the Sardinian headquarters. 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 60 kilometers. The B-1B is currently flying at an altitude of 12,000 meters. From this distance, the siren flagship would appear to be only the size of a cotton swab. The entire island is only the size of a palm and cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, with the help of night vision goggles, Ningle was able to see the situation at the Sardinian headquarters. The buildings were bombed to pieces, and smoke was still rising from some places. The port had been destroyed, but huge docks were being built near the coast. There are also some strange chimneys and mechanical structures on the headquarters island. Judging from the architectural style, Ningle can confirm that these buildings belong to the sirens. The outline of the building is marked with the same purple pattern as that on the hull of the siren ship. From Ningle's perspective, Sardinia's headquarters looked like a circuit board emitting a faint purple glow. The Sardinian headquarters is covered with a dense array of black buildings. There are also many pipes connecting these buildings. The purple light is mainly concentrated on these pipes. Has Sardinia been transformed into a mass production factory by the sirens? After observing for a while, Ningle came to a conclusion. During the few minutes he observed, one siren flagship after another sailed out from the black buildings at the port. They were building at a rate of almost one ship every 2 minutes. Keep in mind that Sardinia has been occupied for almost 2 months. At this rate, it's no wonder that the siren flagships surrounding them are so numerous. In this situation, it's impossible to defeat Sardinia by fighting head-on. Even if Ningle's 2 trump cards, the 2 Bismarck-class battleships, were fully upgraded, Ningle, with his 2 steel dragons, would still be unable to advance this far. The sheer speed at which mass-produced ships are generated makes it impossible for one person to kill them all. However, on the other hand, this means that Ningle can obtain a continuous supply of resources. Well, I'll stop once I've earned 40 million. But how could the Sardinian headquarters possibly attack us, given the current situation? Just as Ningle was still thinking about how to deal with this situation, a beeping sound suddenly came from the cockpit of the B-1B. That was the alarm sounding when the bomber was locked on by radar. Since acquiring the jet fighters, Ningle has never activated the radar warning system. This startled him. It took him a few seconds to react. Oh no, the sirens have air defense radar. Chapter 196, Siren Black Technology. The alarm blared incessantly, and Ning focused his attention. The first thing a bomber should do when locked on by radar is to flee the air defense zone. However, Ningle did not know how far he had entered the air defense zone. If he focused solely on escaping, he would definitely be caught up by anti-aircraft missiles or anti-aircraft guns. 12,000 meters seems like a lot, but some anti-aircraft guns in the later stages of World War II could reach that distance. Moreover, Ningle was piloting a B-1B Lancer, which has supersonic flight capability, so dodging anti-aircraft guns was a piece of cake. But what Ningle is most worried about is drop. The alarm beeps sounded in a continuous line, sharp and piercing. Found it, it's there. The moment Ningle was locked on, the B-1B's active radar also detected the ground target. It was an anti-aircraft missile, located on a reef off the coast of the occupied Sardinian headquarters. The radar antenna, shaped like a pot lid, was slowly rotating, next to 4 vertical missile launch systems. Phew, I'm alright. Ning let out a breath. After seeing the full picture of the air search radar used by the sirens, Ningle was relieved. It's just a mechanically scanned radar. Seeing the huge antenna rotating slowly, Ning judged that the other side was probably using a very early mechanical scanning radar. This type of radar can only scan a single line and needs to rotate continuously to detect nearby targets. If the sirens' technology is only at the level of mechanical radar, then the anti-aircraft missiles they launch can be countered by the chaff released by the B-1B. Drop. The alarm was getting louder and louder, but Ningle was no longer worried. Release. With a thought, Ning caused 2 small hatches under the B-1B's fuselage to pop open, and foil strips were scattered out like shredded paper. Just to be on the safe side, Ningle also fired several heat decoys to prevent the anti-aircraft missiles from being equipped with infrared guidance systems. TCH, I thought the sirens had some kind of advanced technology? This is all. Ningle thought disdainfully, then turned his attention to reconnaissance of Sardinia. Boom. Holy crap. Ning, who was lying on the bed, suddenly jolted. Akashi, who was lying on top of him, was also startled. What's wrong, Commander Meow? Akashi was almost asleep, but this woke her up with a start. Cough, cough. It's nothing, it's nothing. Ning coughed twice to compose himself. Damn it, I miscalculated. Ning should have thought of this long ago. The B-1B has a stealth coating, and although it is not a stealth fighter, its radar cross-section is much smaller than that of ordinary fighter jets. If this situation was detected by ground-based air defense radar, then the other side is definitely not the simple mechanical radar that I saw. I was careless and used my past life's ideas to understand the advanced technology weapons of this world. This is a magical route. It's perfectly reasonable for the sirens to shoot down bombers with the main guns of battleships, let alone anti-aircraft missiles. Seeing that Ning was alright, Akashi quietly went to Ning Li's body again. Just as he was about to lie down, there was a knock on the door. Is the commander asleep? A very soft voice came, neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Ning to hear. Not yet, come in. The door was pushed open. Commander, the battle during the day was too tiring, and I can't sleep. Could you help me relax? He stood fearlessly at the doorway, looking toward Ningle. But when Kuei saw Akashi nestled in Ning Li's arms, the shy expression on his face froze. That one is formidable, but we don't need to go. Seeing that the person who came was formidable, and seeing that Akashi was also in his room and wanted to leave, Ning Lu certainly couldn't let him. I just made a mistake and lost a B, 1B. Although I can replenish Saratoga with some oil, and it will regenerate another one soon. This is the first carrier-based aircraft that Ningle has lost since arriving in the Azur Lane world. It's hard not to feel a bit emotional right now. Yes, good commander. Kuei answered somewhat hesitantly. There's no way around it. It's the commander's order. I can't refuse. Kuei is still trying to find reasons to mentally prepare himself. She originally just wanted Ning Lu to help her relax, but she kept thinking that something was going to happen. You've worked hard today, Kuei. Ning Li's words of gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Kuei had barely stopped talking all afternoon. It's not hard work. I'm already very satisfied to be able to help Commander Kuei. Kuei avoided eye contact, and after responding to Ning Lu with one sentence, he dared not look at Ning Lu again. Ahem, it's time to go back to your room and sleep, Akashi. Ning Lu also noticed something, and immediately picked up Ming Shi and placed her at the door. TCH, all commanders are big jerks, meow. The door slammed shut, and Akashi shook his head at Ning Li's door, saying helplessly before returning to his room. There weren't many rooms at the outpost, but it was more than enough for Ning Lu and his men. You've had a tough day, Commander. Let me help you relax. Ningle was very serious at first, but as he continued pressing, he began to feel that something was wrong. The Greater Grail's attributes are indeed rarer than those of the Holy Grail. Ningle relaxed while thinking to himself. There aren't many Shipgirls in the Azur Lane world who possess the Holy Grail, and among the early characters, only the illustrious class and Taiho possess this attribute. Moreover, given the current status of the Greater Grail, it's estimated that only high-tier Shipgirls like those with the title of Enmity or Frederick the Great will possess it. Phew, the commander must be exhausted after a long day. Why don't you help the commander relax a bit? Akashi was about to go to sleep when she returned to her room and felt that something was strange about it. Why has the air turned pink, meow? However, the other Shipgirls did not react, and Akashi, being a repair ship and a logistics personnel, naturally ignored it. The next day, today is Akaji's last day as the secretary ship. At noon, she will hand over the position to the next Shipgirl. Why didn't Commander bring Akaji last night? Early in the morning, Chi-Chung came to wake Ningle up. But when Akaji opened the door, this was the scene she saw. Teaching your apprentice to starve you is a terrible thing. Is this how you treat your apprentice? When Akaji was teaching, she felt that Formidable was a very clumsy Shipgirl. It takes many repetitions of instruction for someone to learn. To her surprise, this Shipgirl learned her moves and actually tried to steal the commander's techniques without even informing her, the secretary ship. Seeing Chi-Chung's performance, Ning Lu was also quite embarrassed. Chapter 197, Making Money to Modify Shipgirls. Ahem, Commander Ningle, we've arrived. Littorio's voice came through. We. Before he could finish speaking, Littorio felt a murderous aura approaching. Blood-red pupils, terrifying black mist. That was Akaji's deathly gaze. Upon seeing outsiders approaching, Ning Lu released his grip on Chi-Chung. Indeed, today's combat mission is very heavy. Ningle was also a little embarrassed. It was indeed unpleasant to be interrupted when interacting intimately with the Shipgirls. But the person in front of him was his nominal sugar daddy. Whether I can get more Rubik's Cubes depends on this mission. Ningle chose to continue with yesterday's strategy, relying on the long-range strike capability of aircraft carriers. But this time Ningle's goal is no longer to advance towards Sardinia's camp, but to intentionally seek out high-value targets. Ningle will ignore some of the more scattered destroyers and cruisers as long as he cannot find them. The main targets of the attack were aircraft carriers, battleships, and siren flagships. A single Tomahawk anti-ship missile deals 20,000 damage, and 2 missiles are enough to take down a typical battleship or aircraft carrier. The Granite anti-ship missile has a damage rating of 200,000, which is just right for dealing with the siren flagship. Adding to that the 120,000 damage from Akaji's corrosive bombs, 2 of them would be enough to destroy a siren flagship. According to this operational configuration, the B-1B, along with all carrier-based multi-role aircraft, is responsible for attacking battleships and aircraft carriers. Dive bombers and 2 160s were specifically tasked with targeting and attacking the siren's flagship. AC-130 was responsible for clearing out the destroyers and cruisers approaching the Ningle fleet. The results were indeed remarkable. In just one morning, Ningle received 1.5 million yuan worth of supplies. This is half again as much as yesterday afternoon's income. Ningle's warehouse now contains 10.5 million supplies and 12 million experience points. We've accumulated so much experience. How about we upgrade our commander level? Commander level doesn't help Ning Lu much right now. The only thing he looks forward to is leveling up, which will unlock more system functions, and every 5 levels he can level up will awaken a commander skill. System, raise the commander level to 30. Unlocking Shipgirl modification plans requires experience points, so Ning Lu must save some. Consume 2.55 million experience points to raise the commander level to 30. In a world where the highest level is only 5, the existence of level 30 is completely incomprehensible. Even if Ningle were to say now that his commander level is 30, no one would believe him. However, the commander level has a negligible impact on combat power. It only unlocks one commander skill and doesn't offer any other benefits. Unlock one random commander skill. Unlock system privileges and enhance the system. System, what's this enhancement system all about? The thought of enhancement conjures up images of indescribable things in Ningle's mind. Enhancement system. Commanders can enhance Shipgirls. Every 10 enhancements grants a skill slot. Commanders can spend resources to exchange for skills and equip them on Shipgirls through the enhancement system. Enhancement is available after an oath is made. Surprisingly, there isn't a single Shipgirl with an oath yet, but the enhancement system has arrived first. Ning Lu is utterly speechless. This feeling of being able to look but not touch made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Ningle now has a way to obtain the oath gift box. After this mission is over, we'll return to Iron Blood and hold a grand wedding. Thinking of this, Ning Li's lips curled into a smile. It's quite a challenge. Strengthening 6 Shipgirls at once is really tough. There's nothing I can do but silently endure this hardship. Skills in the enhancement system are divided into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C. S rank is the highest, and almost all the skills Ningle sees here do not exist in the Grand Blue World. For example, there's an S-class carrier-specific skill called Infinite Bombing. The price is 500 for the supplies. This skill allows the Shipgirl's carrier-based aircraft to have unlimited ammunition for 10 seconds. If this skill is given to the Formidable, allowing the 2-160 to carry Tsar Bomba, 3-160s can drop at least 30 Tsar Bomba in 10 seconds. If he had this skill, Ningle could have used the Tsar Bomba to clear a path and directly storm Sardinian headquarters. But there's nothing I can do. The fearsome can't be strengthened. Ning Lu thought helplessly. System, extract commander skills. Gain commander skill, reload. After a Shipgirl uses a weapon, using this skill will instantly reload it. Cooldown is 3 hours. Is it in the reloading skill, or a general skill? Ning Lu was quite satisfied with this skill, but it didn't significantly improve the current battle situation. I didn't expect that the need for supplies would be even greater after upgrading. Ning Lu smiled wryly, feeling helpless. Looking at those incredibly powerful skills, Ning Lu was very envious. Should we send Akashi back first? It's worth noting that Ningle possesses the incredible skill of battlefield teleportation, which allows him to teleport Shipgirls to any location within his field of vision. Given the current battle situation, Ning Lu dared not use this life-saving skill lightly. This teleportation skill allows you to return to the port area as soon as you disengage from combat, should any danger occur. Ning Lu cannot let his momentary greed put the Shipgirls in danger. Commander, let Akaji be the secretary ship for one more day. Tonight, she will definitely give you a surprise. Chi-Ching's voice interrupted Ningle's thoughts. Chi-Ching ran towards Ningle with tears streaming down her face and threw herself into his arms. Wah, Commander, can I be your secretary ship for one more night? But there was no way around it. Ningle couldn't favor any of the Shipgirls, no matter how much he liked Akaji. Ningle reached out to wipe away Chi-Ching's tears, cupping Chi-Ching's face in his hands and comforting her. Akaji, the commander cannot be biased. You know that the commander loves each and every one of you equally. Upon hearing Ning Li's explanation, Chi-Ching wiped away her tears, her eyes filled with reluctance. The two were currently in Ningle's room. Because it was a temporary base, Ningle did not have his own office. All right, Commander. Left with no other choice, Akaji had to hand over the uniform that symbolized her status as the secretary ship. Akaji, as expected of you, you're always thinking about tempting the commander. When Saratoga handed over the secretary ship's uniform, she immediately changed into it, put the uniform back in her hands, and then put on her own ship uniform. The entire process was almost seamless. But when she got to Akaji, she started taking off her clothes one by one, and he had a very conflicted expression on his face. It was as if Ning Lu had forced her. Can we tolerate this? We must strengthen it drastically. Chapter 198, is it the most normal secretary ship? That afternoon, Ning Lu truly understood what a vixen was like. After Akaji, the next secretary ship will be Warspite. When Akaji came out of the room, she had changed back into her super short kimono. Warspite, put on this outfit. You'll be the secretary ship for the next week. Ningle handed the neatly folded secretary ship uniform to Warspite. Everyone was at the port, ready to depart. Yes, Commander. Warspite has a meticulous personality, and she changed into the secretary ship uniform the moment she received it. However, unlike Akagi who took off her clothes one by one, Warspite had a flash of white light on her body, and the secretary ship uniform was on her body. Only. You pervert, Commander Ningle. How could you do this? Littorio also came here. He thought it was just a simple handover ceremony for the secretary ship, but he didn't expect that Warspite would look like this when she put on the secretary ship's uniform. Ning Lu was also stunned. He wanted to turn his head away, but he was also reluctant to do so. The reason was that Warspite only wore the white shirt on his upper body, but not his lower body. Warspite, where's your skirt? Where did your skirt go? The secretary ship's uniform includes a bodycon skirt, which is for the commander's convenience. But Warspite wasn't wearing that bodycon skirt at the moment. Fortunately, the shirt on the upper body was quite loose, and the hem was also quite loose. The sleeves were also much longer, which made it impossible for Warspite to extend his hands. He had to hide them inside the sleeves. With those half-rimmed red glasses, Warspite gave off a very languid feeling at that moment. Seeing the questioning looks from the crowd, Warspite explained very seriously. Commander, we're not wearing pants to increase speed. Puff. Everyone was speechless. After everyone had assembled, they continued moving forward. Ningle earned 1.5 million this morning, and with the previous 9 million in supplies, he now has 10.5 million. Keep up the good work and try to earn 40 million within a week. During this period, Ningle continued to advance, but his main objective remained to destroy the Siren's high-value warships. Littorio's gaze shifted from initial shock and disbelief to one of acceptance. After the fourth day, Ningle had advanced to the core area of the Sirens, where cruisers and destroyers were no longer visible, and almost all that could be seen were battleships and the Siren's flagship. In this situation, Saratoga's attack methods are limited. The damage from a JDM is only 10,000 at most, and it can take down a destroyer or cruiser in 2 to 3 shots. However, it would be much more difficult to deal with heavily armored aircraft carriers and battleships. Although Ningle has always made Saratoga the flagship, Saratoga has also felt unprecedented pressure. Commander, the other Shipgirls are getting stronger and stronger, but they haven't been updating my equipment. Saratoga sat in Ninler's lap, lost in thought. Is the size of the deck really that important? Saratoga looked down at his flat deck. Commander, the enemy has been completely wiped out. The power of the father of all bombs is truly immense. A formidable voice came through the fleet command channel. In the past few days of fighting, Wei has particularly favored using 2 160s for carpet bombing. Especially when the father of all bombs was used for the first attack, the terrifying mushroom cloud and the high damage were like a terrifying switch being turned on. Then Formidable dispatched 3 2 160s, each armed with the father of bombs, and upon seeing a group of Sirens, dropped all 3 bombs simultaneously. Thus, within a circle with a diameter of 10 kilometers, 3 mushroom clouds exploded simultaneously, causing damage of up to 90,000. Unless it's a Siren flagship with 100,000 HP, there's absolutely no chance of survival. Moreover, even with only 10,000 HP remaining, the Siren flagship could be dealt with by Little Jaga's heavy battle axe. That's why Jejia is in such a bad mood right now. Damn it, why didn't the commander make me bigger? He even said it was for special reasons. Saratoga thought to himself with a hint of helplessness. As the commander of the Shipgirls, he could clearly sense their emotions. Saratoga in his arms felt the same way at that moment, a mix of disappointment and hesitation. Ningle doesn't favor any particular Shipgirl. His love for each and every one of them is the same. Seeing Saratoga's thoughts, Ningle said with a smile. After a week of fighting, Ningle now has 27 million worth of supplies in his system. Not only can it be used to modify Bismarck and Tirpitz, but it also provides an extra 7 million in resources. Jejia, are you angry because the commander didn't modify you? No way. Jejia is the strongest in the flagship fleet right now. Saratoga said proudly. Well, since Jejia isn't in a hurry, Commander, you can modify the other sisters instead. After saying that, Ningle kept looking at Saratoga with a smiling expression. Commander, please don't do this. Jejia wants to be modified too. Upon seeing Ningle's reaction, Saratoga immediately dropped her pretense and began to fawn over Ningle. Saratoga's summer upgrade plan is actually quite cheap, requiring only 1 million resources. But for Ningle in the past, 1 million units of supplies was an astronomical figure. After that, obtaining supplies became easier, and the number of Shipgirls in Ningle also increased, reducing the need for Saratoga's combat power. However, during this battle in Sardinia, Ning clearly felt that relying on the strength of one or two shipgirls was not enough to deal with the large-scale Siren's attack. Therefore, Ning planned to enhance the fleet's strength as much as possible before attacking Sardinia's headquarters. Fearless, come and get me. The modification requires the shipgirl to completely retract the ship's hull before it can be carried out, but Saratoga, sitting in Ning's lap, clearly did not understand what Ning meant. Commander, Gaga doesn't want any more modifications. Please don't leave Gaga, okay? Saratoga's eyes welled up with tears, thinking that her own willfulness had upset Ning. Jia, the commander is going to modify you. The modification involves folding up the ship's hull, not what you think. Ning gently stroked Saratoga's head, which finally calmed the pink-haired little girl down. The F-14 landed on the formidable, wide deck. Ning opened the cockpit hatch and jumped out. Commander, why aren't you on the Saratoga? Upon seeing Ning approaching, Kuei hurriedly came out to greet him. We'll be modifying Saratoga in a bit. After sending Ning onto the formidable's hull, the F-14 took off again and returned to the Saratoga's hull. The Saratoga then retrieved its hull and moved onto the formidable's hull. System, modify Saratoga. The Ford-class modification plan cost 1 million in materials. As the supplies were deducted, a faint white light emanated from Saratoga's body. Then nothing changed. Saratoga remained the same small size, unchanged. Really? Ning felt somewhat helpless. Even the destroyer Yudachi was upgraded from C to D after modification, but Saratoga remained unchanged. Did the modification fail, Commander? Kuei, standing to the side, heard that Saratoga's figure and clothes had not changed at all, and thought that there was a problem with Ning's transformation. But those words deeply stung Saratoga. At this moment, Saratoga, Formidable, and Ning were standing in Formidable's captain's cabin. Saratoga looked at the formidable deck, which was bigger than her head, and finally burst into tears. Wah, Commander, why are you doing this to Jaja? Chapter 199 Saratoga's special weapon, magic route activated. Ford-class modification plan. Length, 337 meters. Width, 77 meters. Full load displacement, 112,000 tons. Power system, 2 times A1B nuclear reactors. Speed, 30 knots. Weapons, 2 phalanx CIWS, 3 active phased array radars, with a maximum detection range of 1,000 kilometers. 3 electromagnetic catapults. This is Saratoga's second renovation. Unlike Formidable and Sky City, Saratoga's second renovation is still a modernization. In reality, neither the Royal Navy nor the Sakura Empire had any advanced follow-up warships, which led to their subsequent modifications almost always being geared towards the future. Unlike Saratoga, the Lexington-class ships that followed had many other warships, which made Saratoga's subsequent refitting plans very smooth. It initially consumed 100,000 resources, then 1 million, and finally reached the same 10 million upgrade plan as the Formidable. But seeing Saratoga clutching her chest with her hands and looking incredulous, Ning knew that Saratoga didn't care about the modified ship at all. She was more concerned about the changes to her body. Jia, aren't you going to try deploying the ship? Seeing Saratoga still staring at the formidable deck, Ning quickly reminded him. The most important role of a commander, besides directing battles, is to take care of the relationships between the shipgirls. Nobody wants trouble in their own backyard, right? So, prompted by Ning, Saratoga jumped off the deck, landed on the sea, and ran off into the distance. We still have an extra million. Let's pick a good carrier-based aircraft for Saratoga. The F-14 is really too old. Even with its impressive performance, it still lags far behind the formidable J-16, a fighter jet that is disguised as a 4th-generation aircraft but actually possesses the capabilities of a 5th-generation fighter. Ning then replaced the F-14 and opened the online store. FA-18 Super Bumblebee, priced at 600,000 resources. B-2 Stealth Bomber, priced at 3 million in supplies. After a thorough selection process, Ning found that only these 2 carrier-based aircraft were suitable for the Saratoga. Needless to say, the FA-18 is the most powerful carrier-based aircraft besides the J-15. The B-2's stealth capabilities are well known. If it had been a B-2 instead of a B-1B when reconnoitering Sardinia's headquarters, Ning wouldn't have been shot down. However, the 3 million yuan expense also caused Ning some financial pain. System, redeem FA-18 Super Bumblebee. In the end, Ning resisted the urge to exchange the B-2, since he didn't have many requirements for stealth bombers at the moment, and the B-2's performance wasn't particularly strong. With a low payload of only 20 tons, Even less than the B-1B, Ningle doesn't currently have a high need for stealth capabilities. This time, Ningle did not directly hand over the equipment to Saratoga. Instead, he removed the F-14s through the system and replaced them with F-18s. This is something Ningle just discovered. Ningle doesn't need to give equipment directly to the Shipgirls, but can adjust it in the system. Saratoga had already reached the distant sea, and as her consciousness sank into her mind, a huge phantom of a ship appeared on the sea. A displacement of 110,000 tons is among the world's top, but in Ningle's fleet, it is only considered average. Great, Judja has a new ship hull too. Saratoga looked around at the much wider deck and the towering bridge, looking quite pleased. But after glancing at the formidable creature parked to the side, his mood immediately plummeted again. The Formidable's 400-meter hull was simply outrageous. Even after modifications, the Saratoga, with its 200-meter hull, was still half the length of the Formidable. Saratoga was quite satisfied, though, as this was her second time being modified. Although the Formidable ship was larger than her, she had only been modified once. As expected, the commander still loves me more. Saratoga's face once again wore that proud little expression. What's wrong with my carrier-based aircraft? Saratoga wanted to try out the new carrier-based aircraft. But suddenly they discovered that their F-14 Tomcat was gone, replaced by a carrier-based aircraft they had never seen before. Commander, where did my Tomcat go? Yes, the hull has been updated, and the carrier-based aircraft also need to be replaced. No. As Ningle finished speaking, a carrier-based aircraft appeared on the deck of Saratoga. It is somewhat similar to the F-14, but the wings are smaller and the fuselage is longer. Crucially, Saratoga's favorite variable sweep wing has also disappeared. However, looking at the dense array of missiles mounted on the F-18, Saratoga knew that this aircraft's combat capability was definitely stronger than that of the F-14. The F-14 can carry 2 Harpoon anti-ship missiles, each with a damage of 5,000. But the F-18 in front of us is still carrying Harpoons, but a terrifying 16 of them. Ning Lu was also shocked. He remembered that the F-18's maximum bomb load was only 9 tons, but a single Harpoon weighed 900 kilograms. Based on that, the F-18 in front of him was definitely carrying more than 15 tons of ammunition. What happened? Ning Lu was puzzled and subconsciously opened the system to check. Sure enough, a clue was found in the last line of the F-18's specific data. Length, 18.31 meters. Wingspan, 13.6 meters. Flight range, 3,000 kilometers. Speed, Mach 2.2. Ordnance load, 9 tons. Weapon effect, when carried by the White Eagle faction, the ammunition capacity is doubled. The reason why the F-18 can carry so many Harpoon anti-ship missiles has been found. It's due to the final weapon effect. The F-18, which was originally designed to carry only 9 tons of ordnance, can now carry 18 tons of ordnance. 18 tons, that's the same payload as some small strategic bombers. It truly lives up to its name as the magic route. Ning Lu also noticed that when weapons and equipment reach the level of modernization, special weapon effects will appear. For example, when the J-15 carrier-based aircraft is carried by aircraft carriers of the Eastern Fleet, its maximum speed can be doubled. This allows ordinary J-15 carrier-based aircraft to reach a terrifying speed of Mach 3.2. For example, the YJ-12 and HQ-9 used by Udachi. If Ning Lu hadn't been paying attention, he wouldn't have noticed that the YJ-12 could double its damage if used by a Shipgirl from the Dongwang faction. The HQ-9 missile is even more devastating. After detonation, it generates 12 independently targetable warheads that can pursue targets with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Chapter 200 Nagato's Crisis. Saratoga couldn't wait to try out her new toy. The F-18 originally only had 9 hardpoints, but this is a magical route. As Saratoga gave the order to load the missiles, an F-18 fully loaded with Harpoon anti-ship missiles appeared on the deck. Each of the 2 pylons on either side of the wing carries 4 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. The Saratoga carried a staggering 16 anti-ship missiles on its F-18s. At the same time, 2 one-ton JDAM guided missiles were also mounted under the fuselage. Based on this calculation, the F-18's payload capacity is even significantly greater than that of the land-based J-16. There's nothing we can do. The U.S. Navy has its own specialized weapons, while the Royal Navy lacks modern carrier-based aircraft. Even the mighty creature in the distance cast envious glances. The commander assigned him the J-16, which Kuwei used very well. Especially its terrifying carrying capacity, A small squadron of just 3 aircraft can wipe out a small group of mass-produced siren ships. Give it a try, Saratoga. At this moment, Ningle had returned to the captain's cabin of the Saratoga, and with the approval of his commander, the Saratoga eagerly took off with its F-18s. The jet-powered carrier-based fighter, Saratoga, was already proficient in its operation. As the F-18 was launched into the air, Saratoga, controlling this aerial bomb truck, charged towards a nearby siren fleet. Ding! Shipgirl fleet detected. While Ningle and the others were focusing all their attention on the mass-produced siren ships and the siren's flagship on the sea surface, in a canyon on the seabed that was not easily noticed. Even in modern warfare, the location of the canyon is undetectable by sonar. At this moment, 12 siren submarines are lurking in this canyon. Everyone is mobilized. Soon the group of siren submarines receive their orders. Using the rugged trenches on the seabed, they approached Ningle's fleet. Submarines have always been a nightmare for large fleets. Their wolf-pack tactics once enabled the Iron Blood faction to achieve excellent naval results throughout the battle. This demonstrates the significant threat that submarines pose to large surface ships. However, Ningle's team isn't made up of traditional World War II shipgirls. They include a Type 052D destroyer. This is a renowned defensive destroyer with world-class capabilities in both air defense and maritime search. Despite the long operation, Ningle had never seen a single siren submarine, so he did not allow Yudachi to use towed sonar, but instead used ordinary hull-mounted sonar. The Yudachi sonar has a detection range of only 15 kilometers, which is barely enough to detect the approach of an underwater torpedo. However, this is enough. If they try to get within 15 kilometers of Ningle, they will be detected by carrier-based aircraft from the outside. Torpedo launched. 12 siren submarines simultaneously launched a single torpedo. Located 15 kilometers from Ningle, at a depth of 20 meters. The 12 submarines lined up in a row and launched torpedoes in a fan-shaped pattern toward the Ningle fleet. The mass-produced siren ships were not very intelligent, and neither were their submarines. Their orders were to attack any fleets of shipgirls they had discovered. These 12 submarines will not contact the sirens' headquarters, as the sirens are not yet able to communicate with the seabed. Therefore, they aimlessly patrolled the sirens' territory, using sonar to probe upwards. Unfortunately, they happened to run into Ning Lu, which led to the scene before them. Beep, 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 torpedo detected. When the torpedoes approached within 15 kilometers of the Ningle fleet, Yudachi suddenly reported. Could it be that a destroyer has been let in? Ningle's shipgirls all have very large hulls, and their passive detection range is correspondingly very far. For example, the current formidable can be detected at a distance of 20 kilometers. That is, the formidable creature can be seen visually from 20 kilometers away. Saratoga, take off to conduct electromagnetic suppression. If the fleet's exact location is discovered, then Ningle will be in danger. It should be noted that Ningle had pushed his way through without the sirens launching any offensive against him. Once Ningle's position is exposed or the sirens receive orders to launch an attack on Ningle, the only thing Ningle can do is retreat. Therefore, Ningle's most important task at this moment is to implement electronic suppression over the entire sea area to prevent the sirens from transmitting information about the situation here back to Ningle. What's going on, Commander Ningle? Littorio was a little nervous. Throughout the past week, Ningle's fighting style has been almost entirely one of overwhelming dominance. At this moment, Ningle's solemn gaze makes Littorio very nervous. Well, it's nothing, just a group of submarines. Ning Lu didn't see this as a problem. As long as Yudachi deployed its towed array sonar, all the siren submarines 30 kilometers away would be detected. In Littorio's view, once the fleet is targeted by submarines, unless a large number of destroyers use depth charges to force the submarines away, this group of large surface ships will perish. Commander Ningle, we'd better hurry up. The submarine can't catch up with us. Littorio said somewhat nervously. Yudachi, deploy the array sonar to locate these submarines. Ningle did not reply to Littorio, but instead issued an order that Littorio could not understand. Array sonar? What's that? Littorio looked puzzled, but his anxious expression left him no time to ask any further questions. I'll contact a destroyer to come pick us up right now. Littorio is already planning to contact headquarters and ask them to send a destroyer to pick him up. There's no need anymore. We've already found it. As soon as Littorio turned around, Ningle spotted the siren submarines. You dare to gather together? Do you really think I can't find you? Looking at the detection screen in front of him, Ning Lu had a wicked smile on his face. Fearless, I'm leaving it to you. Kuei immediately understood Ningle's idea. Among everyone present, Besides Amagi's electromagnetic cannon, the one that caused the most damage was her Tsar Bomba. However, electromagnetic railguns only deal single-target damage, so against this large group of mass-produced sirens, the best option is still to use the Tsar Bomba. An underwater explosion may reduce the blast radius, but its power will not be diminished. 3 Tu-160s were already armed with the father of all bombs and ready for takeoff. A terrifying white swan flew over Saratoga's head and swooped down toward the right front of the fleet. Boom! A huge explosion and a spray of water erupted 15 kilometers to the right front of the fleet. Then came 2 more identical explosions. It's all taken care of, Commander. Yudachi reported that no trace of the enemy could be detected on her sonar screen, indicating that they had been destroyed by the Tsar Bomba. I told you, it's very simple. Ning looked indifferent as he picked up the binoculars beside him and looked at the distant sea where the explosion had occurred. Is this the power of those large bombers? The combat missions carried out by the Tu-160 were generally hundreds of kilometers away, and Littorio never had the opportunity to see the Tu-160's attack methods. Is this the legendary commander? He's terrifying. For a long time, Littorio was still in a daze. Ningle was also seeing such a terrifying explosion for the first time. Just as Ningle was observing the still lingering waves on the distant sea with his binoculars, a feeling of extreme fear and helplessness suddenly came through the mental connection. This is Nagato. At this moment, Nagato was huddled up in a corner of his command room. The fox ears that used to stand up were now drooping behind his head. He covered his head with his hands, his whole body trembling. What's wrong? Why is Nagato so scared?